A man, an art student who had just been ruthlessly rejected from the postgraduate entrance examination, was at the darkest moment of his life. In a milk tea shop, his girlfriend Huang Lily arrogantly proposed breaking up. The reason was simple and cruel. Huang Lily passed the civil service exam, while the man had achieved nothing and had a bleak future. However, at this moment, a ding sound rang out in the man's mind. This wasn't an illusion. Apocalypse Supreme System was forcibly activated. The system coldly reminds, 10 years from now, the world will usher in the end of the world. Viruses are rampant, zombies are rampant, and order collapses. The first mission is even more ridiculous: to survive for 3 hours in the crowded pedestrian street of 2022 and fight against the tide of zombies that does not exist at all. The reward? A bottle of physical strengthening level 1 genetic optimization fluid. The man glanced at the 2022 date clearly visible on his phone, then gazed out the window at the bustling street scene, a playful sneer curling his lips. This man was no longer just an art student. 26 days ago, two memories merged in his mind. The other was of a warrior returning from the apocalypse, a soul stained in blood and fire. The man looked at Huang Lily and said indifferently, "Never underestimate a person, especially an art student, who failed the exam." Psycho. Huang Lily finally couldn't help cursing out loud. She picked up her small bag and walked out of the milk tea shop without looking back. After Huang Lily left, Li Yi sketched a few more strokes on the manuscript paper. Soon, a beautiful young woman with delicate features and a typical Eastern European temperament appeared on the paper. Looking at his own work, Li Yi smiled proudly. Li Yi's predecessor was good in every way, but he was too obsessed with the world of art to neglect other important things. Li Yi glanced at the countdown on the system interface that showed 3 hours left, then picked up the manuscript paper, stood up, and walked to the other end of the milk tea shop. There, a foreign girl had been sitting alone for 2 hours. "Hey, beautiful lady, do you know that you have become the most beautiful scenery on this pedestrian street?" Li Yi spoke in fluent English as he sat down next to the girl and spread the manuscript paper in his hand flat on the table. "Oh my God, is this a painting of me?" the girl exclaimed, her accent thick with Russian tongue. Li Yi's heart moved slightly, and then he switched to Russian smoothly. "Please forgive my poor skills. If you give me some more time, I will definitely be able to paint half as beautiful as you." The girl from the Russian Federation obviously didn't expect that this handsome Oriental man could speak his native dialect so fluently, and his mysterious aura made her heart ripple. "My name is Alina. Mr. Mysterious Oriental Artist, perhaps we can spend more time together." "Of course." Li Yi smiled. "But I suggest we go somewhere quieter. The light here is not enough to highlight your beauty." Although Li Yi was a failed art student, he was very good at speaking and his eloquence was very charming. And Li Yi's clever words always made Alina intoxicated and reluctant to leave. Time slipped away quietly, and 2 hours passed in a flash. At this moment, Li Yi looked at the bloodstains on the bed sheet, a complicated expression on his face. For most men, this kind of picture is undoubtedly a special art. "Alina, I didn't expect you to be." "Don't worry, Li." Li Yi was not able to finish his words when Alina gently blocked his lips. "I have to admit, the resilience of foreign girls is truly amazing." Another half hour passed, and Li Yi picked up her brush again, turning her inspiration into lines. Then, Li Yi lit a cigarette and turned on the after-the-fact smoke mode. When the last wisp of smoke drifted in the air, he glanced at the system's countdown. Seeing that the 3-hour task was about to end, he raised his hand and gently ruffled Alina's soft brown hair and whispered, "I need to take a shower. Want to join me?" "You go first, Li. I want to rest for a while." "You are too strong." Even with the blessing of racial talent, how could Alina, who was on the road for the first time, defeat the experienced old driver? Li Yi smiled knowingly and walked into the bathroom. At the same moment, the system notification sounded as expected. 3-hour survival mission completed. Completion evaluation. Perfect. You will receive a super bonus. The bonus has been sent to your personal space and can be withdrawn at any time. In the bathroom, Li Yi first washed his hands carefully, then slowly raised his head and looked at his reflection in the mirror. It has to be said that his predecessor was engaged in artistic creation after all. He had a handsome appearance and clear contours, which fully conformed to the typical Oriental aesthetic. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to the celebrity Zun Long, whom Li Yi had known in his past life. Adding to this the subtle mystical aura of time travel, he possessed a unique charm. "So cool," Li Yi boasted, then turned his attention to the system interface. With a thought, dark grids appeared before his eyes. There were quite a few grids, but only 2 items were displayed at the moment. Li Yi didn't rush to check, but asked in his mind first, System, can anything be put into the personal space? The system responded quickly. Only system items can be stored/retrieved in the personal space. All right. Li Yi was slightly disappointed. If he could put any item into it, it would be a perfect weapon for murder and robbery. After all, experts know that the most difficult thing after killing someone is not the killing itself, but dealing with the body. After a burst of random thoughts in his mind, Li Yi returned his attention to the two items. First item, Level 1 Gene Optimization Fluid. Initial level gene optimization fluid, perfect in appearance, can significantly improve physical fitness and potential, has no side effects, and is only suitable for natural persons whose genes have not been modified. The second item, Lottery Blind Box. You can draw some products and mall currency in the system mall. Each draw will increase the probability of winning the grand prize. After reading the instructions, Li Yi had already made up his mind. As soon as he thought about it, a glass test tube filled with emerald green liquid appeared in his palm. Li Yi glanced at the test tube in his hand and immediately turned on the shower. Amid the sound of rushing water, Li Yi didn't hesitate at all, directly unplugged the test tube, and drank the liquid in one gulp. 5 minutes later, a burning sensation spread rapidly throughout his body. 10 minutes later, Li Yi could clearly feel his pores opening. 15 minutes later, a layer of black substance emerged from his pores, covering almost his entire body. After another 5 minutes, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and stood under the shower head, letting the warm water wash away the layer of dirt. The black impurities slid down along the water flow, finally revealing Li Yi's smooth, delicate, jade-like skin. Is this the same as the cleansing of the meridians and marrow in martial arts novels? Li Yi pondered. After rinsing himself clean, Li Yi stood in front of the mirror again. The young man in the mirror was extraordinarily handsome, with clear eyes and a face as white as jade. He exuded an indescribable sense of elegance. Li Yi clenched his right hand into a fist and could clearly feel that his strength, stamina, and endurance had significantly improved. His vision, which was originally slightly myopic, has now fully recovered. Not only that, when he concentrates, the details in his field of vision are even clearer. Li Yi tried to throw a punch, but there was a loud bang, and the air seemed to be torn apart. With a slight smile on his face, Li Yi said, "Strength still makes people feel more secure." Although the hotel bathroom was small and not enough to stretch out fully, Li Yi was not impatient. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the second item left in his personal space. Use the lucky draw blind box. As the thought came to mind, a flash of white light flashed before my eyes, and the system prompt sounded. You have received the basic reward, 100 mall currency. Although he failed to hit the target on the first try, Li was not disappointed at all. Instead, he opened the system mall with some anticipation. The system mall page instantly expanded, and a dazzling array of items appeared one by one. At the top of the page, several types of items were arranged: genes, supplies, equipment, technology. Li Yi was the first to click on the gene column. Level 1 Gene Repair Potion can treat basic genetic diseases. Price, 500. Level 1 Gene Optimization Fluid. Initial level Gene Optimization Fluid. Price, 2,000. Level 1 Gene Evolution Fluid can further evolve genes based on the initial level. Price, 5,000. Although the categories were limited, the amount of information contained was quite astonishing. Li Yi silently memorized the information and then browsed through the other categories of items. After reading through them all, Li Yi's eyes brightened even more. Although he couldn't afford most of the goods at the moment, Li Yi's thoughts gradually became clearer. Just as Li Yi was sorting out his thoughts and was about to push the door to leave, he saw Alina walk in naked. Her graceful figure and fair skin outlined perfect curves under the light, instantly making Li Yi, who had just completed genetic enhancement, excited. Li, do you want to take a shower together? Alina looked at Li Yi, her eyes full of infatuation. The Oriental man in front of her, for some reason, looked even more charming at this moment. Of course. Li Yi chuckled and walked closer, pressed his lips against her smooth back, and pressed Alina against the glass wall. The sound of dripping water covered up all the sounds in the bathroom. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yi carried the limp Alina back to bed. Alina was already exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. Li Yi sat on the edge of the bed, gazing out the window at the twilight, and lit a cigarette. His newly strengthened body was brimming with strength, and the feeling of control gave Li Yi an unprecedented sense of security. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Your strength has been improved, and the next stage of the task is now open. You can choose the difficulty of the next stage of the task. Normal, Mission 1. Escape from the pedestrian street and find a safe place. Difficult, Mission 2. Kill your way through the pedestrian street and loot enough survival supplies. Purgatory. Mission 3. Clear all zombies from the pedestrian street. Extremely dangerous mission. Please choose carefully. Note: the higher the mission difficulty, the higher the completion coefficient, and the richer the reward. Li looked at the 3 tasks before him and fell into deep thought. When the cigarette between his fingers burned out, Li gently pressed the butt into the ashtray. The evening breeze brushed across his face through the screen window. The next moment, he silently said to himself, "I choose Mission 3. The system immediately responded. Purgatory-level missions are extremely dangerous. Please confirm your acceptance. Confirmed. Following Li Yi's firm response, a new interface appeared before him. Purgatory difficulty mission successfully launched. Mission description: please clear the pedestrian street within 10 hours. Mission reward. Li Yi glanced at the task description and didn't read any further. He began to dress, buttoning his white shirt meticulously. Then, he picked up the pen and paper on the bedside table and quickly wrote down his contact information. After doing all this, Li Yi walked out of the room with empty hands. In the evening glow, with the fiery red clouds in the sky as his back, he slowly walked towards the pedestrian street. An hour later, Li Yi flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, aiming for a trash can on the street. Unfortunately, his aim wasn't good enough, and the cigarette butt fell to the ground. Li Yi sighed softly, bent down and prepared to pick it up, but at this moment, Li Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he looked suddenly shocked. Chapter 3. Something big happened. Urgent support needed. February 23, 2022, 6:48 p.m. The Tongzhou City Police response platform was as busy as ever. The police officer who answered the call was very skilled. She repeated this action hundreds of times every day, and it had almost become an instinctive reaction. Although Tongzhou is a city with a population of over 1 million, it is just a small place in a remote corner of China with a population of over 1 billion. In such a city, the most common reports to the police are often about neighborhood disputes or drunken disturbances, and major cases that can actually be seen on TV are extremely rare. But this time, as soon as the police officer picked up the phone, his expression changed obviously, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The police officer asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" On the other end of the phone, a man's voice was firm. "I'm sure it's right. Come quickly, it's on Rongdu Pedestrian Street." Although the situation seemed a bit bizarre, the police officer quickly calmed down and said, "Please keep the line open. We'll send someone over right away." In the Rongdu police station, Deputy Director Zhang Yan was flipping through the paperwork in front of him with boredom written all over his face. Since the new year, the city's police situation has been as quiet as the weather. If he has nothing to do, he will organize a team to go out and check nightclubs. Just as he was thinking, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Zhang Yan picked it up casually, and after listening to a few words, he suddenly raised his voice. "What? A bomb was found on the pedestrian street? You must be kidding." Zhang Yan looked incredulous. After all, in a country like China with extremely high public security, even guns were rare, let alone bombs. Since Zhang Yan joined the police force, the biggest case he had handled was just a knife murder. How could there be an explosive suddenly? Despite his doubts, Zhang Yan did not take it lightly. "Let's go. I want to see who dares to make this false report." Zhang Yan called his apprentice, and they drove the police car straight to Rongdu Pedestrian Street. Rongdu Pedestrian Street was bustling with people. Li Yi stood in front of a trash can, his eyes flickering. Inside was a piece of C4 explosive, intact, and with clear wiring. In the system mall, although 100 currency points cannot buy genetic fluid to strengthen the body, it is more than enough to buy a few pieces of high explosives. Li Yi only needed to glance down to confirm that the item wasn't a replica, but the real thing. 8 minutes after the police call was made, 2 uniformed police officers arrived in a hurry. Li Yi waved his hand to indicate that it was Li Yi who called the police. Zhang Yan stepped forward and looked at Li Yi. He looked clean and calm, and did not seem like someone who would make trouble. "Did you call the police?" Zhang Yan asked. Li Yi nodded and pointed to the trash can. "I threw away a cigarette, and found explosives in it. I saw it online. It looks like C4. You can't decide about explosives. You have to see it first to know." Zhang Yan responded calmly and walked over to check. In Zhang Yan's experience, bomb reports like these were usually false alarms, perhaps a case of the military enthusiast's eyes playing tricks on him. But when Zhang Yan saw clearly what was in the trash can, his face instantly darkened. Several colored wires connected to the timing device looked very much like the standard C4 configuration. The more he looked at it, the more it resembled the C4. Alarm bells started ringing in Zhang Yan's mind, and a chill crept up his spine. "Disciple, contact the armed police explosion-proof team immediately." Zhang Yan lowered his voice when he spoke. Then Zhang Yan immediately called the director, looking extremely nervous. Something bad has happened. We need to quickly support. 5 minutes later, a cordon was erected and the surrounding crowd began to disperse in an orderly manner. Li Yi, the person who discovered the incident, was assigned to a distant location and the police officers kept a close watch on him. Although the tourists were confused, they still cooperated with the evacuation measures. Of course, there were also many people who watched from afar. Soon, with a series of sirens blaring, a large number of police cars and several armored explosion-proof vehicles arrived at the scene. This is really a big deal, the onlookers exclaimed. Zhang Yan immediately rushed over and briefly reported to the director and the armed police. A bomb device was found in the trash can. It is very likely a real explosive. The director exchanged glances with the armed police, their expressions instantly becoming serious. They immediately expanded the security area. 2 more police officers were also stationed beside Li Yi, closely monitoring him. Not far away, explosion-proof experts had already controlled the bomb disposal robot to remove the suspicious device from the trash can. A heavily armed bomb disposal officer approached cautiously and conducted a preliminary test using portable equipment. It's primarily RDX, a high-intensity explosive. The officer's face suddenly changed as he reported hurriedly. The armed police in the command vehicle immediately gave the order, start a level 1 response, and urgently evacuate all people. Check the entire area within a 2-kilometer radius. Orders were issued one after another, and police forces were mobilized like a stream of water. Only then did the director realize the seriousness of the situation, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is crazy, absolutely crazy. The director was horrified. A piece of high explosive was actually dumped openly on the busiest pedestrian street. If it had exploded, the consequences would have been disastrous. Notify the National Security Bureau immediately. The director made a decisive move. The armed police on the scene also realized this was no simple criminal case and immediately began cooperating to handle it. Meanwhile, Li Yi, accompanied by 2 police officers, was also moved to a safer location. More reinforcements were on the way, and the entire pedestrian street was completely blocked. Half an hour later, a familiar voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. After testing, there are no zombies left in the pedestrian street. The clearance mission has been completed. Rewards will be distributed. Chapter 4, Generous Reward. 2.23 Special Task Force. As soon as the news of the discovery of high explosives on Rongdu Pedestrian Street was reported, it immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The relevant departments quickly set up the 2.23 Special Task Force, with a luxurious lineup, including criminal police, armed police, and even special agents from the secret front who intervened simultaneously. This was not only a serious crime, but also a highly likely national security issue, requiring no negligence. Operations were swiftly launched, with 3 simultaneous investigations underway. Li Yi, the primary eyewitness, was also brought back to the police station for further investigation. What was different from before was that the person accompanying Li Yi this time was no longer an ordinary police officer, but a criminal police officer in plain clothes. In the police station's criminal investigation office, the detective in charge of the questioning was gentle and non-hostile. He first handed Li Yi a cigarette and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. Let's just chat casually. Relax." Despite his calm tone, Li Yi knew full well that he had been designated a key target. Meanwhile, a background investigation had already begun on Li Yi, poring over everything from records of 3 generations of ancestors to browsing history on his phone and computer. Combined with the surveillance data at the crime scene and Li Yi's surrounding behavior, the police finally confirmed that Li Yi was not a suspect. The bomb's origin was unknown, and Li Yi had neither the means to manufacture it nor any links to terrorist activities. Thus, Li Yi's position shifted from a suspect to a key witness who was cooperating with the investigation. Li Yi exhaled a puff of cigarette and narrated in a steady tone. "At the time, I was just thinking about throwing away the cigarette, but I didn't expect to see that thing as soon as I lowered my head." Li Yi died. "At first I wasn't sure either. I just thought it looked like the C4 in the movies, so I called the police. If you say I've ever seen a real bomb, I definitely haven't. I've just seen it too many times in movies and TV shows." By the time Li Yi emerged from the criminal investigation office, daybreak had already broken. The lights were still brightly lit throughout the police station, and the atmosphere was tense. High explosives like C4 not only appear in movies, but once they enter real-life scenarios, especially in places like China where dangerous goods management is extremely strict, it will undoubtedly be a major security incident. This wasn't just about arresting the perpetrators. It was also about investigating the flow of explosives, their source of manufacture, and the underlying criminal intent. The impromptu task force was created for this very purpose. But for this case, they may be doomed to a long investigation or even end up with nothing. After all, the bomb was obtained by Li Yi through the System Mall and did not contain any identifying information. The way he placed it was also extremely clever. Li Yi simply used the motion of throwing a cigarette, but to quietly take it out of his personal space and put it back in. With no clues in sight, it was naturally impossible for the task force to find any traces. Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes darkened, and he walked out of the police station and hailed a taxi. According to Li Yi's experience in his previous life, although the authorities had not explicitly stated it, Li Yi was now under implicit surveillance. On the surface, Li Yi was asked not to leave Tongzhou City temporarily, but privately, Li Yi's movements were definitely being monitored around the clock. However, Li Yi was not surprised by this, as he had already prepared himself mentally. The taxi dropped Li Yi off at the door of his humble rental apartment. He acted perfectly natural. After entering, Li Yi took a shower, then slid into bed, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep, while actually mentally activating the system interface. Clearing the pedestrian street mission completed. Evaluation, perfectly completed. Received excess rewards. Rewards have been sent to personal space and can be withdrawn at any time. Li Yi smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on the rewards section on the system interface. This mission had 3 rewards, and the first one before Li Yi was Level 1 Gene Evolution Fluid. Can further evolve basic genes and derive special genetic traits. This is a top-tier product in the System Mall with a winning bid price of 5,000 mall coins. The fact that it can be obtained in such a short period of time shows that the difficulty of the task is indeed not low. Li Yi didn't hesitate and put it into the space, then continued to check the second reward. M4A1 Assault Rifle. Classic model, battlefield weapon. The black metal M4A1 assault rifle instantly appeared in the quilt, and the cold touch brought a sense of security. Li Yi gently stroked the gun, a rare look of relief on his face. Although it's not my favorite model, I finally feel safe. After Li Yi carefully checked the spare magazine, he put it back into the space to avoid being caught by monitoring cameras. The third reward is a special benefit. Raffle Blind Box X10, you can randomly draw mall props or currency. Continuous draws can increase the chance of a grand prize. Li Yi raised the corner of his mouth and whispered, 10 consecutive draws? Okay, let's try some luck. Li Yi thought and opened all the blind boxes for the lottery. Then the system information flashed in front of him one after another. First reward, 200 points of store currency. Second reward, multifunctional tactical backpack. Third reward, advanced body armor. The first few rewards were useful, but not particularly impressive. Li Yi looked at it and complained, don't you even order the SSR? Just as the last blind box was opened, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in front of Li Yi's eyes. Oh, the golden legend. Li Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself, mocking the system's voiceover. After the golden light faded, a black USB flash drive lay quietly in Li Yi's space. Level 1 gene repair technology can be used to manufacture gene repair drugs with extremely high application value. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Yi's eyes. This is not just for show. This technology means that Li Yi can mass-produce gene repair potions that sell for up to 500 points in the mall. This drug could cure most genetic diseases, making it a lucrative gold mine in the ordinary world. Not only could it be used, but it could also be sold. Li Yi quickly constructed a complete industrial chain strategy. Capital accumulation, technological monopoly, exchange of interests. Each thought quickly became clear. Only at daybreak did Li Yi gradually relax and drift off to sleep. On the rooftop of a building across from his rental house, 2 Secret Service agents were calmly staring at a screen. Do you think there's something fishy about this guy? One asked. Yes, but not much. What do you mean? He acted too calm. After going through something like this, any normal person, no matter how rational, would talk to someone, right? But what about Li Yi? He didn't even call. Perhaps Li Yi is just too careless? Another person laughed. That's why I said, there are problems, but not many. Chapter 5. New Mission and First Bucket of Gold Plan. On March 2nd, 2022, Li Yijian returned from work and opened the door to his rental apartment. A week had quietly passed, and 7 days had passed since the February 23rd Rongdu pedestrian street incident. Although there were many onlookers that day, the incident miraculously remained silent online. No one discussed it, no news appeared, and it quickly vanished from public view, as if it had never happened. It wasn't until the government issued a real-world drill announcement that the incident was officially brought to a close. Everyone who knew the truth, including Li Yi, was required to sign a confidentiality agreement, strictly keeping their mouths shut. During this week, Li Yi behaved remarkably well. Every day, he either worked out at the gym or wandered around the job market, playing the role of a failed art student. Li Yi knew that the people monitoring him were still watching him in secret, but they were no longer acting openly. Li Yi estimated that in about a week, those observers would be gone. After taking a shower as usual, Li Yi had just walked out of the bathroom when his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Officer Zhang, the first officer to arrive at the scene that day. Li Yi answered the phone and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Officer Zhang." Zhang Yan's voice on the other end was a little hesitant. "Alina, do you still remember this person?" Li Yi blinked, remembering the Russian girl with a hot body and charming smile. "I remember her. I know her," Li Yi answered truthfully. Zhang Yan whispered a reminder. "Alina has been deported. We suggest that you try not to contact Alina in the future. Alina's background is not clean." "Got it. Thanks for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind." Li Yi hung up the phone and looked at the screen thoughtfully. Being deported, and then being told it was because of a dirty background. That's quite intriguing. Li Yi immediately thought of the various underground forces with Russian Federation backgrounds, especially the mafia. If she really came from that circle, then this Alina was no ordinary entertainment object. She was likely the daughter of a gangster. But to be honest, Li Yi really doesn't have any aversion to the mafia. These people act directly and have straightforward personalities. Another week passed, and the pancake stand at the entrance to the community suddenly disappeared. Li Yi's expression changed. Back in the house, Li Yi quickly checked and found that all the cameras and monitoring equipment previously placed in the corner had been removed. Even the curtains on the opposite building, which had been closed all year round, were reopened. "They've withdrawn as expected." Li Yi smiled faintly, looking much more relaxed. After confirming that no one was monitoring him, Li Yi could finally move with peace of mind. Li Yi took out a test tube from the system space, which contained the green-colored, level 1 gene evolution fluid, with a golden glow. This is much more powerful than the previous optimization fluid, and is a rare item that the system evaluates as capable of breaking physiological limits. Li Yi didn't hesitate, drinking it in one gulp. His throat instantly felt hot, and a surge of fiery energy surged through his body. From his stomach, it spread to every part of his body. Li Yi felt as if he were being forged in a furnace, and his consciousness became somewhat hazy. 10 minutes later, the feeling of heat in the body finally dissipated. Li Yi opened his eyes and felt like he had been reborn. Li Yi casually picked up the heavy stainless steel thermos on the table and gave it a gentle squeeze. The outer shell instantly dented, and the glass inside shattered, the crisp cracking sound being particularly noticeable in the quiet room. Li Yi took a deep breath. The power in his palm gave him an unprecedented sense of security. "This is what confidence is," he murmured. Just as Li Yi was about to grab a bite to eat, he suddenly heard the long-lost system notification sound. "Your strength has been greatly improved. Level 1 gene lock is about to be unlocked. Please keep up the good work." New mission released. Survival mission. Survive in the biochemical apocalypse for 3 months. Construction mission. Recruit 3 survivors. Conquest mission. Clear an area and kill 10 zombies. Please accept at least 1 mission. Li Yi looked at the task information, tapped the desktop, and then decisively chose accept all. 3 golden lights flashed instantly on the system panel, and then the task was officially activated. To achieve these goals, Li Yi had to speed up his pace. He picked up his phone and started downloading several loan apps, intending to raise some startup capital. Although Li Yi had no credit card or work ID, so the amount he could borrow was limited, he was not greedy. After half an hour of hard work, he borrowed a total of 50,000 yuan. Looking at the amount of money that arrived, Li Yi snorted coldly. In the United States, you can borrow hundreds of thousands of dollars just by making a few lies. It's better to be conservative here. Li Yi casually called a business secretary company. "I want to register a foreign trade company with export qualifications. I need to write 1 million as the registered capital, but not the actual payment. It takes too long. Then I'll pay more and try to get it done in a week. Also arrange for the accounting service." After completing the company registration with 1 phone call, Li Yi searched for the target country on the internet. After a round of screening, Li Yi finally set his sights on the country of Gangwujian. It's a little chaotic, but there are also many opportunities. "I choose you," Li Yi said softly. Li Yi then contacted a visa agency, who said it would take at least 5 days to issue a visa. With no visa and no plane tickets available, Li Yi had no choice but to wait. After finishing all this, Li Yi finally put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Starting a business is such a hassle. I have to worry about everything myself, Li Yi said, shaking his head and smiling. The next day, Li Yi went to the company and the agency is scheduled to sign the contract, pay the money, and complete the formalities. After completing these, Li Yi took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Yan's number. Officer Zhang, can I leave Tongzhou now? Li Yi asked calmly. The ban has been lifted? That's great. Thank you. I'm sorry for the trouble, Li Yidao said. I'm planning to go abroad to do some foreign trade business and relax at the same time. Is that okay? Don't worry, I'm not going to the Russian Federation. I'm going to Africa. Please contact me anytime if you need anything. I will definitely cooperate. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi leaned back in his chair and finally relaxed. Now, with Li Yi's identity clean and surveillance lifted, the road ahead became clear. His next step was to fly to Gangwujin, a place filled with chaos, opportunity, and money. Li Yi had no intention of stirring up trouble in China. This was his new starting point and final retreat. A clean identity was more important than anything else in this world. Chapter 6. Going abroad to make the first pot of gold. 5 days later, Li Yi walked out of the office building with the business license in hand. According to Li Yi's original plan, the next step was to rent an office and form a team, but after looking at the balance in his bank card, he had to put it on hold for the time being. 2 days later, Li Yi successfully obtained a visa for Gangwujin from a visa agency. Although it was only a short-term tourist visa, it was sufficient for Li Yi's needs. Without delay, Li Yi immediately purchased an international flight to Gangwujin. On March 18th, a drizzling spring rain fell in Tongzhou. Li Yi, who never liked to use an umbrella, headed to the high-speed rail station alone, backpack and gun on his back. He was somewhat soaked by the rain, but Li Yi didn't mind. Instead, the rain brought back memories. Memories of those underground battles, filled with blood and smoke, instantly returned to Li Yi's mind. After more than 2 hours on the high-speed train, he arrived in Chengdu and headed straight to the airport to board his flight. The journey to Gangwujin, Africa, required 2 stops and took a total of 17 hours. The one-way ticket was incredibly expensive, breaking the 5-digit mark. At 10 a.m., Li Yi passed the security check smoothly. He couldn't help but smile when he saw his luggage pass through the checkpoint smoothly. In the past, Li Yi always had to spend a lot of effort to hide his equipment in order to pass the security check, but now it is easy. Li Yi sat in economy class, asked the flight attendant for a bottle of water, and closed his eyes to rest. The lively girl sitting next to him seemed attracted by Li Yi's temperament and started to talk to him. Are you on a business trip or for pleasure? She asked. It's quite chaotic over there. I heard there are peacekeeping troops stationed there. The girl kept talking. Li Yi simply responded with a few words without much response. The other person looked ordinary and did not arouse Li Yi's interest. If she was more beautiful, maybe Li Yi would consider having a deep conversation in the cabin bathroom. 10 hours later, the plane arrived in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. This city had been one of Li Yi's target options, but was ultimately rejected by Li Yi. After waiting at the airport for 3 hours, Li Yi boarded the flight to Gangwujin. This time, the seat was taken by the striking Black Pearl, but she looked very tired and had no interest in conversation. After a 4.5-hour flight, the plane landed in Kinshasa at exactly 10 a.m. Because of the time difference, Kinshasa was a full 7 hours behind China. As soon as Li Yi got off the plane, he took a deep breath, taking in the unique scent of the city. The air was filled with dust, heat, the smell of rust, and the familiar chaos and danger. In Li Yi's eyes, these elements are the most exciting aura. Gangwon was originally a single piece of land, but was divided into 2 parts by the colonists, which are now Gangwon Gold and Gangwon Cloth. The 2 capitals face each other across the river, and Kinshasa is the world's most populous French-speaking city. Li Yi spent $90 to clear customs, and upon exiting the airport, he immediately sought out an exchange booth to exchange currency. Li Yi exchanged $50 for 270,000 local currencies. Although US dollars are more commonly used here, it is still better to keep some local currency just in case. Li Yi then hailed a taxi, took out $10 as a tip, and said to the driver in French, "Take me to a high-end hotel, not too many tourists, I want to get to know the locals." The driver was so happy that he smiled and nodded repeatedly to show his understanding. He also took the initiative to sell. "Sir, this place is not very safe. Do you need a bodyguard?" "No, I think this is very safe." Li Yi declined with a smile. The car drove slowly along the crowded but wide streets, arriving half an hour later at a hotel with a strong local style. Before getting out, the driver lowered his voice and reminded us, "This hotel is nice, but don't hang out with too many locals." Li Yi didn't respond. but carried his luggage into the hotel and paid $240 to check in. The room was average, barely comparable to a budget hotel in China, but the price wasn't at all poor country fare. Li Yi put down his luggage and went to the lobby to order a cup of local Bulakuda tea. He drank it while silently observing the people coming in and out. By noon, Li Yi had not found any valuable targets, but he was not in a hurry. After a delicious local lunch, Li Yi returned to his room to rest for a while. In the evening, he went to the front desk again and asked if there were any places to relax. Hearing Li Yi's question, the black girl at the front desk seemed surprised. After all, Chinese people here are generally very low-key. Especially at night, almost no one dares to go out alone. However, looking at Li Yi's handsome face, the black girl still said tentatively, "Would you like to wait for me to get off work?" "I can't. I'm misunderstood." Li Yi interrupted her directly and handed over a $5 tip. "I just want to find a bar, have a few drinks, and smoke a few cigarettes," Li Yi said calmly. Hei Mei took the tip and replied with a hint of disappointment. "There's a bar in the south that's okay, but the prices are a bit high. You'd better find someone you know to accompany you. After all, you are from another place," she added, with some anticipation in her eyes. If it was the black pearl on the plane, Li Yi might have considered it, but the one before him was not Li Yi's cup of tea at all. Moreover, the HIV infection rate in this place was not a joke, so Li Yi was not going to take the risk. After rejecting the black girl's suggestion, Li Yi walked out of the hotel alone and stepped onto the streets of Kinshasa. 15 minutes later, Li Yi arrived at the bar that the black girl recommended. Looking at the luxury cars parked at the door, Li Yi knew that he had found the right place. Chapter 7. Caesar, the one who really has a gold mine at home. Gangwujian, located in the heart of the African continent, is a land of exceptionally rich resources. Its reserves of non-ferrous metals are particularly staggering, making it the world's leading gold exporter. Li Yi chose this place as his base because of these conditions. After all, if he really wanted to do something, he didn't want to end up with nothing but worthless things like powder and tobacco leaves. However, the advantages and disadvantages of steel and gold are equally obvious. Although the mineral resources are astonishingly abundant, the domestic situation is in chaos and the political structure is chronically unstable. Political instability has led to stagnant development and a stark gap between the rich and the poor. In capitals like Kinshasa, slums and upscale nightclubs can coexist across the street, creating a stark divide. Because of the chaotic security situation, Li Yi was frisked by the security guard at the door before entering the bar. He was allowed in only after confirming that he had no weapons. But in reality, even without the system space, Li Yi had 10 ways to bring a gun into the bar. After entering the bar, the lights were dim. The crowd on the dance floor was dancing like a group of demons, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Li Yi glanced at the dance floor, but his attention fell on a few guys smoking in the corner of the second floor. They were obviously enjoying the tobacco leaves, but Li Yi had no interest in them. He just took the opportunity to confirm the evacuation route. After confirming the venue structure, Li Yi went straight up to the second-floor booth and found a seat with a good view. A moment later, a young black man came up to greet him. He was probably the bar's marketing staff. Seeing Li Yi's appearance, the other party seemed surprised and excited. After all, Chinese people were rarely seen in such places. "What can I order? The minimum charge for the booth is?" The other party tried to sell him a sale. Li Yi glanced at the wine list and said calmly, "A Godfather, please." The young man wanted to continue, but Li Yi took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, raised his eyes and glared at him, interrupting him. "I only want one glass, do you understand?" The young man immediately backed off. "Understood, I'll be right there." He immediately turned and left. Li Yi sat quietly in the booth, overlooking the bustling dance floor below, his eyes searching for someone worth noting. In Gangwujian, a very small number of people control almost all the resources. Those wealthy kids who spend their days in bars really do have gold mines at home. Some are even heirs to gold mines, living a life of extravagant spending and reveling every night. The owner of this bar, Caesar Lochte Kaslam, is a typical example. In addition to being rich, Caesar is also ambitious and regards this nightclub as his own private social venue. Warlord agents, government officials, family members, anyone can come, as long as they are useful. And precisely because of this, Caesar is very good at judging people. Today, Caesar was sitting in the diagonal booth and noticed Li Yi's presence, and he suddenly became interested. "Tourist." Caesar frowned, then denied it. His calm and effortless demeanor didn't seem like a newcomer at all. "Businessman." Caesar thought again. The Chinese have invested a lot here, but most of them are cautious and restrained and rarely hang out in places like this. Li Yi, however, doesn't look like an ordinary businessman in terms of his attire, temperament, or even his calm and composed gaze. Instead, he resembles those special characters who have been walking in the gray area for many years, such as agents and assassins. The more CCZ looked, the more interested he became. A mysterious Chinese man suddenly appeared in CCZ's territory, which made CCZ imagine a lot. CCIzer knew that if he could seize the opportunity behind this person, he might be able to change the current situation. So, without hesitation, CCIzer personally came over with a glass of whiskey. "Hi, I'm the owner of this bar, just call me CCIce." CCIce took the initiative to introduce himself. CCI's initiative to talk to Li Yi was not unexpected. Li Yi came here for the prey, but he didn't expect that this target would come to him before Li Yi could even make a move. This shows one thing: this person is ambitious. And Li Yi likes this kind of ambitious guy the most. Watching Cishi sit down, Li Yi gently adjusted his sitting posture, with one leg raised and his hands resting on the back of the sofa, appearing casual and calm. Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up his prey with a certain scrutiny. This, guest versus host, aura only made CCI's even more certain that he had found the right person. A truly capable person is never humble or overbearing, especially when they are so calm on someone else's territory. That's even more telling. If Li Yi is too polite or reserved, it will disappoint CCIzer. Pop. Li Yi lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said in a steady voice, "The music is a bit loud." As soon as he finished speaking, Cishi waved to call the waiter, and after whispering a few words, the originally deafening DJ music was quickly replaced. The strong drum beats turned into soft dance music, and even the people in the dance floor automatically changed their dance postures, and the atmosphere became quiet in an instant. Li Yi looked at this reaction and silently praised him. He is a guy who knows how to execute. CCI's raised his glass to CCI's, without saying cheers or clinking glasses, just shaking it symbolically. Cishi also raised his glass in response. There was no unnecessary courtesy between them. It was like a silent and tacit confrontation. After a brief eye contact, Li Yi slowly spoke, his voice hinting at the selection of a partner. "We at Gangwajan need a sufficiently astute partner." Chapter 8. The First Arms Deal. For many Africans, Congo Kim is considered a very large country. It is the second largest country in Africa, even though it is deeply divided. But in CCIzer's eyes, the country is pitifully small, so small that it can't even speak a unified voice. Decades ago, the notorious tyrant also failed to make the country truly united. Here, tribal conflicts, conflicts of interest, historical hatreds, religious differences, these are like layers of spiral staircases that lead downwards, which are not only chaotic, but also lead deeper and deeper to hell. Caesar knew very well that if he wanted to realize his ambitions, he had to learn to humble himself. Only by lowering his posture could he take steady steps and more easily reach his goals. "This is my hometown, so I know a lot of people here," Cishi said calmly to the Chinese man in front of him, although he was not sure which force the other party came from. Caesar had no interest in finding out who was behind the other party. In this land that was rich just by looking at it, there were countless shadows. What difference did it make if there was one more or one less? The key lies in what this man can bring. And Caesar is definitely not the kind of person who is easily attracted by promises. Caesar was a smart man who knew how to weigh the cost before considering the benefits. So the first thing Caesar said was, "What can I give to you?" This sounded simple, but it immediately made Li Yi appreciate Cishi a little. Li Yi didn't hide it, simply nodded, and directly explained the purpose of his visit. "We need to grow a special crop. This kind of crop has low yield, high requirements, and is particularly picky about the environment." Li Yi spoke slowly, but every word carried an inexplicable weight. Hearing the words special crops, Cishi was shocked, and the first thought that popped into his mind was, tobacco leaves? If Li Yi wants to grow tobacco in Cishi's hometown, then don't waste your time. Cishi doesn't make money from that thing, and he doesn't want to be involved in such a thing, which will affect Cishi's future reputation. CCI's family owned a gold mine, so engaging in these low-end businesses was simply lowering his status. However, Li Yi's next words dispelled some of CCI's concerns. "What we need is a suitable piece of land and enough manpower to cultivate it. The key is to prevent the seeds from flowing out." After saying this, Li Yi took out a stack of information from his space with quick and decisive movements. Although Li Yi's magic technique seemed a bit mysterious, CC's did not show any surprise. He stared at the information intently, frowning slightly, as if he was quickly analyzing the content. After Li Yi handed him the information, he said nothing more, just quietly watching him flip through it. This information was actually part of the system's technological products, the raw material technology for gene repair. This technology is very complicated, and the plant raw material required is only suitable for cultivation in some parts of Africa. This is one of the reasons why Li Yi came to Gangwuchun. CCIzer quickly flipped through the information and soon discovered that this was not the tobacco leaves he had thought it was. Although the requirements of this plant were indeed high, they were completely within the controllable range. The information didn't reveal much about its uses, but as long as there were seeds and manpower, CCIzer was confident that he could grow it. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, CCIzer also asked his own question. So what can I get? This is the key. Cooperation is not charity. There must be a return for your efforts. At this moment, CCIzer had already vaguely guessed that the other party might be related to a pharmaceutical group. Judging from the content and wording of the materials, most of them are projects in the biomedical field. These things have always been scarce resources in Gangwuchun. As long as they are handled properly, they can also help Cixizhe establish his image. As Cixizhe was thinking this, he was surprised by the piece of paper Li Yi took out next. It wasn't a list of medicines, but a list of weapons and equipment. As someone with a gold mine and armed forces, CCIzer was no stranger to weapons. However, the items on this list were clearly not what you'd find in an ordinary arms market. Li Yi had already decided that if he wanted to cooperate, he would have to offer a substantial gift. Therefore, the list contained all rare heavy equipment, definitely not ordinary firearms and ammunition. When he saw a certain line, CCI's eyes changed. He pointed at the item tentatively and asked, Li, is this really okay? That was an intercontinental ballistic missile, which was banned from circulation all over the world. Li Yi glanced at it and nodded calmly. Of course, we can even provide door-to-door delivery service. But it doesn't include after-sales service. You have to prepare the corresponding technical team yourself. These words shook CCIzer's heart. He couldn't tell whether Li Yi could fulfill his promise, but his confidence and attitude alone were not to be underestimated. However, the more excited CCI's was, the more he had to remain calm. When CCI's was thinking about how to test him further, Li Yi took the initiative to give him a way out. Li Dao, as a new friend, I suggest you don't look at those adult toys for now. Start with something smaller, like these. It will be easier for you to get started. Li Yi pointed to the first few items on the list, which were the conventional weapons he could exchange at any time from the system store. Although these equipment were not top tier, they were enough to cause a stir in a place like Gangwuchun. We always welcome new friends, Li Yi said, and continued. To show our sincerity, we can first send you a batch of small equipment. Li also gave an example. For example, the PH-11 wheeled rocket launcher has a strong deterrent effect and is easy to operate. You can learn to use it in just one day of training. And in local conflicts, it can almost play a decisive role. These words made CCI's completely understand that Li Yi was not just a talker. Li Yi was not only well prepared, but also had a plan for every step, even arranging the rhythm of the cooperation for CCI's. CCIzer was silent for a moment, and he began to consider the possibilities of the future. This collaboration could change CCIzer's life, or it could push him into an unknown vortex. But CCI's knows that all opportunities in this world are gained through taking risks, and this mysterious Chinese man may be the key to CCI's future. Chapter 9. Armed bandits bringing warmth. A stranger who I had only known for less than an hour actually produced a densely packed list of weapons, including a lot of embargoed equipment, and said he could offer it for sale. Most people, faced with this kind of situation, would immediately react as a scammer, and CCIzer initially shared that attitude. However, the other party, surprisingly, didn't require him to pay any advance payment, and instead offered to deliver the goods to his door as a tentative attempt at cooperation. This immediately boosted his credibility. At least he didn't have to pay any upfront costs. Furthermore, the weapons list contained so many exciting, big guns that it was obvious at a glance that they were not something an ordinary arms dealer could obtain. If Li Yi is truly capable of fulfilling the contents of the list, then Cixizhe is confident that the entire Gangwuchun will hear a unified voice. Despite this, CCIzer remained calm and rational. He smiled and said, I like the way you make friends. Then he took out a cigar, cut the end himself, lit it, and handed it to Li Yi as a token of approval. While smoking cigars, CCIzer and Li Yi continued to chat about the details, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Soon after, CCIzer reported an address and marked it clearly on the map. The location was not far away, about 200 kilometers east of Kinshasa, in a mining area under CCIzer's control. Cixizhe readily admitted, there's a mining protection team of mines stationed there, and they've long been tired of the junk they have. Men, especially warriors, always crave more powerful equipment. After hearing this, Li Yi just nodded lightly, And then CC's and Li Yi began to discuss the details, such as transportation methods, payment methods, delivery time, etc. After the deal was done, Cixi Zhe and Li Yi raised their glasses and drank immediately after clinking them together, which marked the initial achievement of this cooperation. The soothing music in the bar suddenly became lively, and bottles of brightly packaged wine were delivered to CC's and Li Yi's seats. Then, hot girls surrounded them, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. This is also part of our friendship, my friend. I hope you have a good time tonight. After saying that, Cixi Zhe put his arm around one of the girls and waved goodbye to Li Yi. Li Yi's body had undergone 2 systematic genetic optimizations, and his physical functions were far superior to those of ordinary people. Because of this, Li Yi did not dare to rush to the hospital for a checkup, lest the abnormal data be exposed. Li Yi was unsure whether he had natural immunity to certain viruses, so he chose to return to the hotel alone. Although the girls in the bar were very enthusiastic, Li Yi did not stay. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Yi began to prepare for the delivery. He contacted a local car rental company and rented a box truck with the remaining money he had. Fortunately, Li Yi didn't have to pay for the consumption in the bar last night. Otherwise, Li Yi would have to find local indigenous brothers to have in-death exchanges to raise money for the taxi fare. It's really the early days of starting a business. I even have to drive myself. Li Yi sighed as he drove slowly out of Kinshasa, heading straight for the delivery location agreed upon last night. Meanwhile, Cicizer was also on the phone with his father, his tone slightly relaxed. Father, I met an interesting Chinese guy last night. Cicizer didn't give all the details, but vaguely mentioned that Li Yi was an arms dealer with an unknown background and worthy of attention. On the other end of the phone, Cicizer's father simply responded, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Cicizer pondered for a moment, then quickly dialed another number. Get ready, Cicizer said, his tone unquestionable. At 9:45 a.m., Li Yi drove the transport truck to the security checkpoint outside the city. Although the government forces in Gangwujian had limited control, at least the security around the capital was somewhat organized. The soldiers carefully checked Li Yi's ID and asked him to open the trunk for inspection. Seeing that the car was empty, they hesitated for a moment, but finally let Li Yi go. Meanwhile, another truck behind Li Yi was charged $200 by soldiers as a toll. Seeing this in the rearview mirror, Li Yi chuckled. He's quite a clever guy. In reality, with Li Yi's personal space, he didn't need a truck to transport the goods. He even felt that he could complete the task on a bicycle, and the truck was just a cover. The only thing that slightly disappointed Li Yi was that, while Cixi Zhe had some influence, he wasn't a wealthy man. The PH-11-wheeled rocket launcher that Li Yi had recommended was surprisingly not adopted. The other party's reasons were quite practical. I know this thing is good, but it's ridiculously expensive. The cost of the vehicle and ammunition is high. Even the government army thinks it's too expensive, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take it now. Li Yi then realized that he might have overestimated the spending power of African warlords. Not every place was like the Middle East, where they spent money on oil fields as a game. Luckily, I'm just selling arms part-time, Li Yi muttered as he drove east. After leaving the city, the road conditions deteriorated significantly, with constant bumps along the bumpy dirt road. As they neared their destination, something unexpected happened on the road. Squeak! Several obstacles appeared in the mud ahead, and Li Yi decisively stepped on the brakes. The wheels left deep marks on the ground, and the car body swayed slightly. At the same time, Li Yi heard the sound of an engine, and a jeep was approaching him at high speed. Through the front windshield, Li Yi saw 5 black men sitting in the jeep, all holding AK rifles in their hands. Is this a welcome ceremony? Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, and then he took action without hesitation. Li Yi pulled out the M4 rifle, a system reward, from his personal space. The cold metal instantly pressed against his palm. The familiar feel seemed to awaken Li Yi's dormant fighting instincts. Li Yi thrust the muzzle of his gun out of the window, quickly aimed, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots, 3 enemies fell to the ground. The jeep spun out of control, crashing into the road, killing the driver instantly. The remaining 2 men were about to fight back when Li Yi switched to single-shot mode, firing 2 more shots, effectively ending the fight. Silence returned to the train compartment, but Li Yi felt somewhat bored. To Li Yi, this level of combat couldn't even be called real combat. It was just a warm-up at best. Li Yi lit a cigarette, stepped on the accelerator, and knocked the roadblock away, continuing the car forward. At this moment, the system notification chimed in his mind. You have successfully eliminated 5 zombies. Reward, system currency X50. Li Yi smiled and flicked away the cigarette, but, sure enough, you're here to show your support. Chapter 10. Transaction completed. In the Chinese Association, Gangwejin is bordered to the east by Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. These three neighbors are not the kind to keep to themselves. Due to the complex historical and ethnic relationships, the journey eastward from the capital, Kinshasa, is characterized by increasing chaos. Rebel forces, tribal armed forces, private mining companies, resistance groups. It's like monsters are spawning all over the map. Take the guys who had rushed over with AKs earlier, for example. Li Yi guessed they were probably part of the nearby mining protection team, doing some robbery work on the side. In Gangwejin, this kind of killing two birds with one stone thing is not uncommon. Li Yi was driving a large transport truck, and without a convoy escort, making him a prime target for the bandits. However, Li Yi completely ignored this minor incident and continued on his way. The car bumped along the bumpy dirt road for about 10 minutes when a horn suddenly honked from the front. Several cars came into view, two jeeps leading the way, followed by a truck that seemed to be coming to greet them. The car was full of black men, each holding an AK or an old-fashioned Type 56, with stern eyes and flags in their hands, probably representing a certain tribe. However, compared to the previous few unruly people, this group of people was obviously more professional, even wearing the same uniform. 3 cars surrounded Li Yi's transport truck, one on the left, one on the right, and one behind. Li Yi didn't panic and stepped on the brakes steadily. After the car stopped, Li Yi pushed the door open and got out. He glanced at the mob and asked, "Is the money ready?" A burly black man walked towards us, a rusty old AK slung over his shoulder, looking like a gangster from a movie. Instead of answering the question, he asked, "Did you bring the goods?" This attitude is quite rude. Li Yi shook his head inwardly, but remained expressionless. He raised his hand and pointed directly at the carriage. Then, Li Yi quickly loaded the 2 VN, one-wheeled armored vehicles from his personal space into the carriage. In just a few seconds, the truck's tires were squeezed down, making it noticeably heavier. However, the mining guards didn't notice at all. Instead, they rushed over to open the door with a burst of whoa-wah. When the carriage doors opened, 2 Army Green VN, 1 armored vehicles came into view, instantly captivating the entire crowd. The people jumping up and down around the armored vehicles looked comical and adorable, like children who had never seen the world. Although this equipment is not considered high-end technology, it is definitely a dream for these militants who have never even seen a mine-clearing vehicle. However, Sishize was obviously well prepared. The black man who was leading the group just now actually climbed up directly and drove out 2 cars in a few seconds. His operation was surprisingly skillful. This showed that the black man was no ordinary character. He was probably specially arranged by Sishizer to pick up the goods. After the car drove out, the black man walked up to Li Yi again, with a bit of admiration and excitement in his eyes. "This car is absolutely perfect, brand new." The black man's attitude was obviously much more enthusiastic, but Li Yi didn't buy it. He just said lightly, "Where's the money?" The black man turned around and waved his hand without any nonsense. Soon, a bulging handbag was brought to Li Yi. The bag opened in front of Li Yi, revealing piles of compacted US dollar bills, green in color and slightly worn at the corners. 600,000, all old, non-consecutive bills, the burly black man said, patting his chest. Li Yi didn't bother counting the money. He zipped up his bag, picked it up, got in the car, and drove away neatly. The transaction went as smoothly as Li Yi had expected. Watching Li Yi's receding figure, the burly black man immediately pulled out his phone and called Sishizer. "Sir, the deal's done. The armored vehicle is in mint condition, looking like it just came out of the factory." On the way back, Li Yi did not meet the warm-hearted black brothers again, which made Li Yi a little disappointed. When entering the city, Li Yi returned with an empty car. The soldiers at the security checkpoint saw that Li Yi had once again given up the idea of asking for tolls. After all, the status of Chinese people in Africa is quite good, especially in such a chaotic place, where they have some face. After returning the car to the rental company, Li Yi called a taxi and headed to a courtyard in the city. A plaque hangs at the entrance, with the 6 gilded characters, Yuezhou Chinese Association, standing out. Stone lions guard the gate, giving it an antique charm and a touch of cultural heritage. After entering the courtyard, Li Yi was led into a living room filled with the aroma of tea. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a black jacket and cloth shoes, looking like an old-fashioned businessman. "Sir, how can I help you?" the other person said, speaking in a gentle voice with a Cantonese accent. Li Yi opened the handbag, revealing the US dollars inside. 600,000, non-consecutive numbers. Convert them into Hua Yuan and transfer them to this account. Li Yi handed over a slip of paper with his account information. The middle-aged man took it, glanced at it, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, "Based on the current exchange rate, I can give you 2 million yuan." Li Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. His voice was calm but oppressive. 3.5 million. No bargaining. You can make money. The middle-aged man and Li Yi looked at each other for a few seconds. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he finally gave in. He lowered his head to drink tea and nodded in agreement after a few seconds of silence. Friends are like fierce dragons crossing the river, so let's just make friends. The middle-aged man sighed. The payment will be tonight at the latest, and it's very clean. After the deal was done, the middle-aged man smiled and invited Li Yi again. How about having dinner together? It's a rare opportunity to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Let's do it another day. Li Yi declined. Li Yi had other plans tonight. After saying goodbye, Li Yi returned directly to the hotel. The market price of the 2 VN-1 armored vehicles shipped this time was approximately 1.8 million yuan. However, that was the national wholesale price, so ordinary people couldn't afford it. Li Yi sold one car for $300,000, which was a bargain for CCIzer. After all, warlords like CCIzer were not qualified to purchase equipment through formal channels. However, the middle-aged man in the guild hall could ensure that these green dollars were laundered cleanly. This errand brought him a net profit of $600,000, a small amount of capital to start his business. But Li Yi knew that if he really wanted to make a big splash in this area, this amount of money was just a starting point. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. For Li Yi now, being able to take the first step steadily is enough. Chapter 11. The Victims of Pie in the Sky and Money. On the night the transaction was completed, Li Yi came to Cixi Zhe's bar again. This time it was not a booth, but a private room, and there were only the two of them in the room. Cixi Zhe poured a glass of whiskey and pushed it in front of Li Yi with a smile on his face, and his expression became even more warm. There is no doubt that Li Yi has proved his ability and extraordinariness with sincerity. The VN-1 wheeled armored personnel carrier is not a good thing for the international arms market. If Cixi Zhe really wants to buy it, even if he is not qualified to buy it directly from the exporter China, he can also obtain it through agent purchasing and other means. What really concerned Cixi Zhe was the extremely high efficiency demonstrated by Li Yi in this transaction. In just one night, 2 armored personnel carriers appeared in Gangwujin and were successfully transported to the location he designated. You know, it wasn't these 2 transport trucks that Li Yi strongly recommended him to buy. This also means that either Li Yi has a certain amount of arms reserves in Gangwujin, or Li Yi transferred them from outside Gangwujin overnight. No matter which one it is, thinking about the other weapons and equipment on the list, Cixi Zhe can understand the horror behind it. And according to reports from my subordinates, the armored vehicles they sent were actually brand new. In fact, apart from those disposable consumables, in the arms trade market, second-hand equipment accounts for a much larger market share than brand new ones. But if it is completely new, it will have a deeper meaning. For example, Li Yi has the ability and qualifications to purchase military equipment directly from China. For another example, Li Yi has an excellent cooperative relationship with a certain country or political group, which can provide it directly to him. In any case, for Cixi Zhe, a small second-generation warlord, the power and energy represented by Li Yi are far greater than his. For this reason, as well as a successful transaction and CCI's ambition, CCI's current attitude was formed. Cheers. Cixi Zhe spoke in stiff Chinese, which he had just learned a few hours ago. Li Yi smiled slightly and said nothing. He just picked up the wine glass and clinked it with the other party. After a few pleasantries, Li Yi took the lead in getting back to the point. You need to complete the information I gave you as soon as possible. We need to see the first batch of raw materials by the middle of this year at the latest. And in return, everything on that list can be purchased at any time as long as you have enough banknotes or gold equivalent. In addition, Li Yi paused for a moment, tapping the wine glass with one finger. After thinking for a few seconds, he looked at CCIzer and continued. If you can complete the planting and production of this batch of raw materials as planned, you will further gain our friendship. And as your friend, I can give you a reminder. Having said this, Li Yi paused again. Cixi Zhe then took the opportunity to pass the roasted cigar to Li Yi. Li Yi took a puff of smoke and stared at Cixi Zhe with his bright eyes through the smoke. He said in a firm voice, "Become a true collaborator as soon as possible. What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg." Regardless of how Cixi Zhe reacted, in short, Li Yi skillfully painted a big pie and threw out the bait. At this moment, Cixi Zhe's heart was also burning with excitement. That list alone contained many things that he couldn't imagine. If this is just the tip of the iceberg, Cixi Zhe was not afraid that Li Yi was just empty talk, because he had almost nothing to lose. It just cost a little money and effort to complete the planting and processing of raw materials. Compared with what he could get, he has already made a lot of money. There is no doubt that Li Yi gave him a ticket. A ticket to the future, a ticket to become a chess player, and a ticket to control your own destiny. After the two of them finished their business, the box soon became lively. One by one, beautiful foreign beauties with nice figures and pretty faces walked into the box. Li also adapted to the local customs. Soon, he half leaned back, looked at the ceiling in the box, and started communicating with the foreign girl. Unfortunately, the foreign girl seemed to have a stutter and was always hesitant in her speech. Arrival in Kinshasa on the third day. Li Yi woke up from the big bed in the hotel, as usual. After taking a look at the message on his phone, he found that 3.5 million yuan had been successfully transferred into his account last night. Li Yi took a look at the remittance details and found that it was from a trust institution from overseas. I actually paid the full amount honestly, what a pity. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. The middle-aged man who handled the money for him looked quite wealthy. If the other party stole his money, he would have a reason to make another fortune. Compared to reselling arms, he still prefers the business of no capital. Just as he was thinking this, his cell phone suddenly rang. A completely unfamiliar international number. Li Yi directly answered. Who is it? The voice coming from the phone was very familiar. It was the middle-aged man he was just thinking about. Mr. Li, it's me. I wonder if you are available to talk now, the middle-aged man asked on the phone. It seems like there's business coming. Although it disrupted his plans, Li Yi always likes unknown surprises. Therefore, Li Yi looked at the time and said directly, prepare lunch. I'll go to your place to eat, just to make up for last time. No problem, I'm always here for you. After a brief exchange, the call was disconnected. After throwing his phone on the bed and looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, Li Yi slowly changed into a casual suit. Since you are going to discuss business, just dress a little more formally. At the same time, on the other side, the middle-aged man put down his phone and said to the person next to him, don't worry, Brother Huang. I've already contacted someone. Maybe there's a solution for your problem. Thank you, Brother Huang. As long as you can rescue my son, everything is fine. The Mediterranean man known as Brother Huang looked anxious, with worry in his eyes. Noon. Li Yi got out of the taxi, entered the alley, and turned into the Yuezhou Chinese Association. In the reception room where I had been once, a table full of Chinese cuisine had already been prepared. When the two middle-aged men saw Li Yi coming, they immediately stood up to greet him enthusiastically. Li Yi took another look at the Mediterranean man, thinking that he must be the victim. After sitting down, the middle-aged man said, Mr. Li came and left in a hurry last time, so I forgot to introduce him to Mr. Li. My last name is Huang, and my friends call me Old Huang. I'm from Yuezhou, and I've been in Gangwujin for over 30 years. I'm the owner of this guild hall. It's mainly to help our compatriots back home deal with some difficult issues. Li Yi heard this and nodded slightly. To put it bluntly, he is a broker, or an intermediary. The more chaotic the place is, the more people like this there are, and what they gain is information asymmetry. When Li Yi first found this place, he just asked around from Zishize. After Old Huang finished speaking, he looked at the Mediterranean man and introduced him to Li Yi. This is Brother Wang Zuda, doing business in Yuezhou. As soon as Old Huang finished speaking, a middle-aged Mediterranean man named Wang Zuda stood up enthusiastically, shook Li Yi's hands, and said hello, hello, in a half-bow posture. Of course he is good, especially when facing this poor guy who comes to give him money. Chapter 12 Rescue Mission and We Media Bloggers. Chinese people like to talk about things at the dinner table, and this is also vividly reflected even in foreign countries. After a round of toasts, Old Huang finally tried to speak. My brother Wang has recently encountered some trouble in Gangwujin. Li Yi didn't say anything and continued to pick up the dishes, but he looked at Lao Huang, signaling him to continue speaking. Old Huang continued. Brother Wang's son was asked by a classmate to invest in a mining project. Unexpectedly, the investment was fake, and the kidnapping and extortion were real. And they asked for $2 million. When Old Huang said this, he looked at Wang Zuda. Wang Zuda understood what he meant and looked at Li Yi expectantly. He took over Old Huang's words and said, Mr. Li, I'm not going to hide it from you. I did scrape together $2 million. But I asked someone to find out the information. The gang that kidnapped my son are repeat offenders and have no credibility. This makes me really worried. After hearing this, Li Yi roughly understood what happened and the causes and consequences. After thinking for a while, Li Yi asked, didn't you contact the Chinese embassy? Wang Zuda shook his head, a trace of regret on his face, and said with a wry smile, my son is now an Australian citizen. He originally immigrated because of the foreign investment policy. Then they belong to foreigners? Li Yi nodded secretly in his heart. Since they are foreigners, they must pay extra money. After Wang Zuda finished speaking, Lao Huang took over the conversation at the right time, picked up the wine glass, and said to Li Yi, "Mr. Li, I've also contacted some local friends about Brother Wang's situation, but they all just asked around. You are a mighty dragon crossing the river with great magical powers. If you can do this." Old Huang didn't finish his words. Instead, he poured the wine into his throat and winked at Wang Zuda. Wang Zuda gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Li, if you can successfully rescue my son, these $2 million will be immediately transferred to your account." Wang Zuda is quite straightforward. Instead of using $2 million to test the credibility of the kidnappers, it would be better to use the money to find more trustworthy foreign aid. In fact, before meeting Li Yi, Wang Zuda had already asked Lao Huang about the kidnappers. The result was naturally not very good, otherwise Li Yi would not have been found. Li Yi still didn't say anything, but looked at Lao Huang. Old Huang naturally understood what he meant and quickly told him the information about the kidnappers. As expected, these kidnappers were a group under the command of a certain warlord, which was why Lao Huang's local friends were unwilling to help. In other words, Wang Zuda could not offer the price to get these people to take action. After all, a mere $2 million is not enough for these people to go to war with a warlord. As for mercenaries, they are not stupid. Hostage rescue is not an annihilation or escort mission. In this business, it is the most difficult type of mission to complete. As for Li Yi, he is actually not good at rescue either. After a moment of thought, Li Yi looked at Wang Zuda, who looked apprehensive, and said, "Successfully rescue your son, $3 million. If the rescue fails, you pay me $1.5 million, and I'll have the people who kidnapped your son buried with him. I don't accept counteroffers. If it's okay, I'll arrange it today. If not, you can find someone else." Li Yi said this in a decisive and extremely firm manner, leaving no room for Wang Zuda to bargain. After hearing what Li Yi said, Wang Zuda's expression suddenly became uncertain, and he looked at Lao Huang from time to time. Old Huang shook his head slightly at him, indicating that he could not help him at the moment. Wang Zuda pondered for nearly half an hour before finally making up his mind. He bowed to Li Yi and sighed. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Li. Please do your best to bring my son back safely." "I'll try my best." Li Yi nodded, then asked Lao Huang for some more information and then got up and left. Only after watching Li Yi leave the courtyard did Wang Zuda look worried and said to Old Huang, "Brother Huang, do you think this young man is okay? He looks about the same age as my son." Old Huang picked up his teacup and smiled, then nodded his head and said, "Brother Huang, you make a living from this." "And I?" Old Huang pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers and said, "I make a living from this." There's an evil aura about this young man. If it were 100 years ago, we might not even be qualified to have dinner with him. That is, now everyone can only make a living abroad. After leaving the Huizhou Chinese Association, Li Yi whistled and came to the car rental company again. After renting a Jeep, Li Yi slowly drove out of the city. In addition to earning startup capital and implementing his plan, he came to Gangwujin for another purpose. That is to complete the conquest mission among the 3 system missions. That is, clear an area and kill more than 10 zombies. He was planning to do something. But I happened to encounter something like Wang Zuda's, so I changed my target. Anyway, the task is completed and you can make some money at the same time, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For people like him, Gangwujin is a good place after all, full of opportunities everywhere. After driving out of the city, Li Yi sped eastward along the main road. Unlike the transport truck we drove yesterday, the Jeep can travel faster, and few road thugs are interested in such a vehicle. This time his target was deep in the east of Gangwujin, a considerable distance away. Along the way, you will pass through large and small areas of influence. Li Yi was not worried about entering dangerous war or conflict areas, or rather, he would be more comfortable in such places. What really made him speechless was the terrible road conditions in Ganghua. After driving a few hundred kilometers, the Jeep's tire burst because it ran over something unknown. Li Yi completed the tire change under the scorching sun, but just after driving a few dozen kilometers, a rainstorm hit. The heavy rain made the already bad dirt road even more muddy. No matter how strong Li Yi's genetically optimized body was, he would never think of running on 2 legs. Therefore, after a difficult afternoon of driving, he decisively pulled over to the side of the road and stopped moving forward. It wasn't that he was tired, but the broken Jeep had been damaged so many times that it had some minor problems. After trying to repair it without success, Li Yi was thinking about whether to buy a car from the system mall when a Chinese-made off-road vehicle suddenly stopped not far from him. Then, Li Yi heard familiar Chinese. "Hey man, do you need help?" A slightly plump young man holding a camera came jogging towards me. When seeing the camera, Li Yi instinctively lowered his head to cover his face. The slightly plump young man also reacted after seeing this and quickly turned off the camera, saying apologetically, "Sorry, buddy. I'm in the media business. I'm used to it. Please forgive me." Chapter 13 Shocking travel expenses and action began. Perhaps because he was in a foreign country, especially in the wilderness, and saw his compatriots, the slightly plump young man seemed very enthusiastic. I found some simple repair tools from the car. The two men struggled around the Jeep, but ultimately failed. Li didn't care much about this. At most, he could just find a deserted place and buy a vehicle from the System Mall. But the slightly plump young man was a kind-hearted person and would not let Li Yi stay alone in this wilderness no matter what. "This is not our country. This is Gangwajan. It's a mess. You'd better get in my car. I'll take you there," the chubby young man said as he opened the car door. Seeing this, Li Yi had no choice but to pick up her handbag and sit on the passenger seat of the other car. The car started slowly. Through the conversation, Li Yi also learned about the other party's situation. The slightly plump young man is called Guan Tong, with the same surname as the second master, and he is quite a man of great righteousness. He was originally a tour guide, but later switched to being a travel media person. "I came to Gangwajan because I was looking for a breakthrough in my career, hoping to gain more traffic. What about you, brother? You look like you just graduated from college, right?" Guan Tong asked while driving. "I came here to do some small business. It's not worth mentioning," Li Yi answered casually, then changed the subject. "This place is indeed quite chaotic. Lao Guan, why did you come out alone? Why don't you hire a bodyguard or something?" "I originally hired him, but when he heard I was going to the Eastern Tribe, he refused to go no matter what." Guan Tong shook his head and continued. "You know about the ethnic infighting in this area? I have to say, traveling with two people is much more interesting than traveling alone." Guan Tong is a travel blogger. He has been to many places and knows a little about them. Li Yi was even more extraordinary, so both of them had something to talk about. It was soon evening. The two had passed through Bandon province and arrived at the junction of 3 provinces in the heart of Gangwa. After eating a few bites of dry food, Li Yi sat in the driver's seat, while Guan Tong closed his eyes and rested in the back seat. "I'm not in a hurry. Brother, if you're tired of driving, just take a rest. Safety first." Guan Tong did not forget to remind him. Li Yi nodded without saying anything. Even without a genetically optimized body, Li Yi was able to fight at a high intensity for 2 consecutive days and nights. After 2 rounds of optimization, Li Yi even felt that he had endless energy in his body. For this reason, Li Yi drove all night. When Guan Tong woke up, it was already dawn. He looked at Li Yi, who was still driving, and thought that not much time had passed. When he picked up his phone and took a look, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother, you've been driving all night. Go take a break." The road conditions in Gangwajan are extremely bad. Driving in such an environment, especially at night, is very tiring. Li Yi smiled and parked the car on the side of the road. Just when Guan Tong thought Li Yi was going to rest, he saw Li Yi open the car door and pick up his luggage. "Brother, you." Before Guan Tong could finish his words, he saw Li Yi waving at him. Li Yi said, "I've arrived. I won't accompany you on the rest of the journey." "But you were all alone, without any safety precautions." As Li Yi spoke, she reached into her handbag. Then, in Guan Tong's shocked eyes, Li Yi took out a black pistol and carefully checked the magazine and the bullets inside. "This little gadget will cover your travel expenses. By the way, do you know how to use it?" Li Yi looked up and asked Guan Tong. Guan Tong nodded with difficulty. His head was a mess at this time. "It's good as long as you can use it." After Li Yi handed the pistol to Guan Tong, he waved his hand, picked up his handbag, found a direction, and started moving forward. Guan Tong didn't let out a long sigh until he watched Li Yi's back go away. Then he looked at the pistol that was stuffed into his hand. "Who on earth did I pull along? I called him brother all the way." Guan Tong muttered to himself in a self-deprecating tone. However, after the fear in his heart disappeared, Guan Tong turned to happily study the pistol that Li Yi gave him. What man wouldn't like this? With the gun in hand, Guan Tong felt an inexplicable sense of confidence in his heart, and even stepped on the accelerator much harder. There are many warlords of all sizes in Gangwajan. There are some more formal local forces that are ostensibly under the control of the government, but in reality they only obey orders and not orders. This is the case with Caesar's family. There are also armed anti-government organizations, most of which accept foreign funding and support, and some even become agents of one party. However, these types of anti-government armed organizations all have the intention of rebelling against the Tian Gang, so they rarely engage in side businesses such as kidnapping and smuggling to affect their possible future development. It is for this reason that those who are able to commit kidnappings without regard for the consequences are mostly armed forces in small places. The smaller ones might consist of just a few dozen people with a dozen or so spears, and they would become the kings of the mountains. They were more like gangs than warlords. The larger ones may have more than 100 people in a relatively formal organization. After conquering a piece of land, they did not think about managing it carefully, but just waited to be recruited in the future. They were more like bandits. Li Yi's goal on this trip is the latter. After walking for a while, Li Yi followed the map given by Lao Huang and plunged into the tropical jungle. Li Yi has extensive experience in jungle warfare. What's more, his body is now much stronger than before, so he moves very fast. At noon, Li Yi followed the traces he found in the jungle and quickly found the target location. In a clearing in the woods, tents were scattered around a wooden house. It seems that because they are hiding in the deep mountains and forests, the other party's vigilance is not high, and there are only 2 watchtowers in the north and south. Even one of the watchtowers was unmanned. So amateurish. Li Yi thought to himself, then moved to several directions and conducted multiple observations. There were about 30 people on the other side, mainly armed with AKs and a small number of throwing weapons. The sentry post was extremely crude, and in fact, Li Yi only saw 1 patrol in 3 hours. And in the wooden house in the center, it seemed that the other leader lived. In addition, there were several iron cages holding several captured people. Li Yi did not find the target of rescue in the iron cage, but he was not disappointed about this. After all, he never thought about making $3 million from the beginning. Compared to the troublesome rescue mission, he still prefers to make a quick buck of $1.5 million. As for rescuing the target, it depends on the other party's luck. 2:40 p.m. is when people are most sleepy. Li Yi bought a mortar and 3 shells from the system mall. After calibrating the direction, Li Yi loaded the shells into it. Then, a loud bang resounded through the mountains and forests. Chapter 14. $3 million received. Return home. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yi is an old hand at firing cannons, so his reloading speed is extremely fast. 3 shells were quickly fired from the 60mm mortar. There is no problem of missing the target when firing at such a close distance. With a loud rumbling sound, the wooden building in the center of the camp was immediately turned into pieces. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a scream, the sound of dense and random gunfire rang out. These black guys who had not received formal training were like headless flies, running around with their heads in their hands. They couldn't even determine the direction of the shelling, let alone organize an effective counterattack. After taking a look at the results of the bombardment, Li Yi waved his hand, and the 60mm mortar immediately entered his personal space. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi picked up the M4 assault rifle and pulled up his black mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. Instead of rushing into the battlefield, he launched a wave of precise shooting. After harvesting a few heads, they quickly moved to another location. Soon, after repeating the previous actions, Li Yi entered the enemy camp. At this time, there were no more than half of the enemies left in the camp. Even fewer can effectively fight back. Although some enemies had noticed Li Yi's arrival, they could only shoot randomly and could not cause any effective damage to Li Yi. It can't even stop Li Yi's advancement speed. As Li Yi threw out a few chubby little cuties, after a burst of fire shot up into the sky, the noisy sounds on the battlefield suddenly became much quieter. Then, Li Yi saw a branch tied with white cloth slowly rising behind a shelter. I could also hear the other party's rapid shouting. Unfortunately, the voice was not in any language that Li Yi was familiar with, but it could be guessed that it was probably something like surrender. Li Yi turned a blind eye to this scene. After quickly switching positions, a final round of precise shooting was carried out. Bang, bang, bang. After a short burst of rapid gunfire, the entire battlefield fell silent. I really can't help but hit. Li Yi shook his head slightly. Africa's matching mechanism is really too low-end. Compared with the enemies he has fought against before, it is not even a little bit worse. Even without the system's support, Li Yi was confident that he could clear this stronghold alone without taking any damage. But speaking of the system, while Li Yi was thinking, the beautiful voice of the system had already entered his mind. Conquest Mission 1 completed. You successfully cleared the area and killed 28 zombies. Rewards have been issued. A new phase of Conquest missions will begin after completing all current missions, so stay tuned. Li Yi did not check the system's rewards immediately, but cleaned the battlefield carefully. Knowing when to take the next step, being bold and careful are always the best qualities. After taking a look at the devastated battlefield, Li Yi was about to light a cigarette, but he never expected that a dong-dong-dong knocking sound would be heard from under the ruins. Li Yi followed the sound and after using his feet to push aside some gravel, a piece of iron plate appeared in front of him, and the sound came from under the iron plate. So there are tunnels. Li Yi thought so, and while aiming the gun, he used his other hand to lift the iron plate. The next moment, a dirty head appeared. When he saw the black muzzle of the gun, a pair of dirty hands suddenly appeared on the dirty head. At the same time, Li Yi also heard the man say in Chinese, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Li Yi didn't say anything, but took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it over the man's head. As the water washed away, a face very similar to Wang Zuda was revealed. Oh, it turned out to be his US dollars. I originally thought I could only earn 1.5 million this time, but unexpectedly, I was lucky enough to still make the remaining 1.5 million. Li Yi pulled the other person up without saying anything. This walking $1.5 million man was relieved when he saw that Li Yi had no intention of hurting him. Li Yi seemed in a good mood because the 1.5 million was recovered. After taking out his phone and taking a few photos, he sent them to Lao Huang and said in Chinese, "Get ready to transfer the money. It is expected that Lao Huang will be reunited with his son tomorrow." At this time, after hearing Li Yi's conversation, the 1.5 million people walking around suddenly understood something and said excitedly, "You came to save me. Thank God, I was finally saved. By the way, do you have anything to eat?" Li Yi casually threw out some dry food and also thoughtfully gave a bottle of mineral water. The walking 1.5 million quickly swallowed the food whole, drank 2 sips of water, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Come with me after you finish eating. It's going to rain soon." Li Yi said, "Okay, big brother, I'll do as you say." The 1.5 million people walking seemed very well behaved and obedient, but that was only the case now. Soon, it was as if there was a fly buzzing in Li Yi's ear that he couldn't chase away. "Brother, my name is Wang Zuren. What's your name? Or what's your code name?" "Brother, are you from China's Special Forces? That equipment is so damn cool." "Brother, where are your teammates? Where are we going to meet up?" "Brother, you." The 1.5 million people walking around seemed very noisy. But when Li Yi turned the gun around, the other party cleverly shut his mouth. I don't know if it was because of the influence of that unlucky guy Wang Zuren, but the way back was quite bumpy. Not long after Li Yi and the tightly mouthed Wang Zuren walked out of the jungle, they encountered a heavy rain. Both of them were soaked in an instant. I finally reached the main road and waited for a long time, but there was not a single passing vehicle. It wasn't until the rain stopped that the two finally stopped a shabby Jinbei car. After handing the driver a few US dollars, I finally set off on my journey home. After another day and night, Li Yi and Wang Zuren finally arrived in Kinshasa. After arriving at the Huizhou Chinese Association, the Wang father and son embraced each other passionately, while Li Yizhou waited for the money to come into his account. Naturally, there is no possibility of any default on debts. Wang Zuda paid the balance in front of him using mobile banking. After confirming that there was no problem, Li Yi was about to leave, but Lao Huang asked him to stay for a while. "Mr. Li is indeed a fierce dragon crossing the river. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to keep a good relationship with him, if there is a chance in the future," Old Huang said. Li Yi nodded and gave Lao Huang his contact information in China. After returning to the hotel, Li Yi handed the raw material seeds for making gene repair fluid to Sai Shiza and asked the other party to start planting and production as soon as possible. The two also made an appointment for the next arms deal. After finishing all this, Li Yi bought a ticket back home. Compared to when he left and still owed online loans, he now has 3.6 million US dollars. Converted into Huayuan, it is about 25 million. It was barely enough to support him in launching his initial plan. Starting a business is difficult. Sitting on the plane back home, Li Yi couldn't help but sigh sadly again. Chapter 15, Transfer and Talent Market Recruitment. March 25th, Chengdu International Airport. Just like when I came, as soon as I walked out of the terminal, the drizzle washed over my body. It seemed like a welcoming ceremony to welcome his return. Li Yi borrowed a light from a passerby in a trash can near the exit and lit a cigarette. The slanting wind and drizzle hit his cheek, making him feel particularly refreshing. After pressing the cigarette butt into the ashtray above the trash can, Li Yi left the airport. However, this time, he did not return to Tongzhou directly, but bought a high-speed rail ticket directly to Chengdu. It was not until he arrived at the entrance that Li Yi slapped his head and canceled the flight mode on his phone, and messages suddenly popped up. After ignoring the useless information, Li Yi fixed his eyes and looked thoughtful. A missed call from someone named Mother appeared on his phone. This is naturally the original body's mother. After traveling through time, Li Yi rarely communicated with the other party. Whether it was the influence of his original body or his own experience, he couldn't help but feel restrained and nervous when facing this mother. even more nervous than when he faced vicious militants. It's not that I'm afraid. Rather, it was the deep love from his mother that made Li Yi, who had never felt the warmth of his family, seem a little helpless and not knowing how to deal with it. It only takes half an hour to get from the international airport to Chengdu. Even when Li Yi walked out of Rongqing Station and got into a taxi, he still didn't find the answer. His consistent approach is that if the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who raised the problem. But this time, it is obviously not possible to do so. This gave Li Yi a headache. Only after checking in at a luxurious star-rated hotel did Li Yi take a deep breath and call back. The call was connected quickly. "Hey kid, why couldn't I get through to you on the phone earlier? Are you okay?" The words of the middle-aged woman with a rural accent made Li Yi's heart suddenly tighten. But Li Yi soon relaxed again. "Mom, I was on the plane before. I found a job and the company arranged for me to go on a business trip. I'm still in Chengdu now," Li Yi said calmly. "I'm already on a business trip right after joining the company." The mother on the phone seemed a little puzzled, but quickly said, "Are you used to the food? Are you tired from work? Do you have enough money?" Mom still has some. The series of caring and comforting words were like bullets piercing Li Yi's heart, making him breathless for a while. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, Mom. The job pays well, and I have enough money to support myself." After the two chatted for a few more sentences, the call was hung up after a sentence came from the other end of the phone. "Boss, buy some buns." Li Yi stared at the ended call for a long time. A short while later, I received a transfer of 1,500 yuan from my mother on WeChat on my mobile phone. There was also a voice message. Li Yi clicked on the voice message and the familiar voice came again. "Baby, take care of yourself and eat well. Your dad and I can still work. Don't stress yourself out. Take care of yourself." For some reason, Li Yi played the voice message over and over again as if he was possessed by a demon. It was not until the afternoon that Li Yi suddenly moved his fingers, found a phone number named Sun Lauer from the classmate group, and dialed it. The call was not connected immediately, and it was not until I waited for a while that the call was called back. "Laoli, what's wrong? I was in the subway just now, and the signal was intermittent. I called you back as soon as I got out." Sun Lauer said on the phone. "I remember your family is from Chengdu, right? Do you know any houses in Chengdu that are suitable for retirement, the kind that can make the elders live comfortably?" Li Yi said straight to the point. "You're asking for a relative, right? How about this? Tell me your relative's budget, and I'll pick out a few properties for you. When you're done, just have someone take a look." Having lived in the same dormitory with Li Yi for 4 years, Sun Lauer knew each other's situations well. Naturally, he would not think that Li Yi was going to buy a house for his parents. Li Yi looked at the 1,500 yuan transfer, clicked accept, and said, "The budget is 15 million. If it's not enough, you can add more. Your relative is quite wealthy." Sun Lauer sighed, then said, "Okay, I'll pick some for you and send them to you later." After talking about buying a house, Sun Lauer and Li Yi chatted about each other's current situation and made an appointment to have dinner together when they were free. After finishing the call with Sun Lauer, Li Yi suddenly felt refreshed. The heavy burden that had been weighing on my heart seemed to have suddenly disappeared. With a relaxed and happy mood, Li Yi started to get down to business. After registering on various recruitment platforms using the company's business license, Li Yi made an appointment for a recruitment booth at the Chengdu Talent Market. Afterwards, Li Yi found a merchant on the internet that made roll-up display stands, sent the drawn content to the other party, and paid a deposit. 8 a.m. the next day, Li Yi walked into the talent recruitment market in Chengdu with the display stand sent by the merchant last night. After finding my own booth, there was no need to set up anything. I simply set up the display stand and started waiting for applicants to come in. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a large number of applicants poured into the venue, and the originally quiet venue suddenly became as lively as a vegetable market. I remember that a month ago, the person who failed the postgraduate entrance examination was also one of them. In the talent market, there is a saying that March and April are the best months to recruit people and find jobs. So, now is the time when a large number of companies are recruiting new employees. Li Yi's company has no special background. People nowadays are very smart. They will first check the company's background on their mobile phones to see the registered capital, scale, etc. before deciding whether to apply. It is precisely for this reason that even though the salary offered by Li Yi is obviously a level higher than that of other companies, few people are interested in it, and he might even be regarded as a scammer. However, many young girls, looking at Li Yi's handsome face, try to get his mobile phone number in the name of applying for a job. It was not until near noon that someone who was a serious applicant finally arrived. Will the above salary be included in the labor contract? As soon as the visitor sat down opposite Li Yi, he asked directly. Yes, which position are you applying for? Li Yi said. He prepared a total of 3 positions for this trip. They are the secretary who is responsible for miscellaneous tasks, the experienced financial officer, and the salesperson who does physical work and runs errands part-time. Each position has corresponding requirements, but generally speaking they are not high. I want to apply for the secretary position. The visitor mentioned the highest paying position. In fact, this kind of serious recruitment was the first time for Li Yi to get married. It was easier for the gang to recruit new members in the previous life. They would just walk around the battlefield, and if they were alive, they would be hired. If they died, they would be given a pension. Actually, he is quite kind. At least the pension is paid in full. Thinking about this, Li Yi picked up the resume handed to him by the other party. Chapter 16. The first employee, Secretary Su Wei. Su Wei is a girl from an ethnic minority who comes from a mountainous area. She is the only female college student in the village in the past 10 years. Excellent grades and good looks are all labels that belong to her. But these labels sometimes bring her some troubles. For example, her roommates spread rumors that she was being kept by someone out of jealousy. Another example is that after finally passing an interview at a company, she was asked by her superior to accompany a client and even hinted that he wanted to take advantage of her. Su Wei naturally refused to fall into depravity. But reality soon gave her a blow. Her grandmother, who raised her, suddenly fell ill, and to make matters worse, her younger brother who was in high school got into a fight with his classmates and was facing expulsion from school if he didn't pay compensation or reach a settlement. After graduating from university, you can no longer live in the dorms, and you have to start repaying your student loans. All these factors suddenly put Su Wei into an unprecedented dilemma. For this reason, when Su Wei entered the job market, she only focused on those jobs with the highest salaries. As for the company's development prospects, future promotion channels, and the like, she is not considering any of them at the moment. After trying to submit several resumes, Su Wei continued to look for high-paying jobs in the talent market. In a corner, a simple recruitment notice caught her eye. Wildfire Foreign Trade is hiring secretaries, accountants, and marketing clerks. Secretarial requires a good image and temperament, good at summarizing and organizing, and able to assist superiors in completing work. Monthly salary after tax, 6K, 15K. Candidates proficient in multiple languages are preferred. Accounting, mastering. Su Wei was quickly attracted by this recruitment notice. The reason is simple. Looking at the entire talent market, although many companies mark their salaries as very high, only this one, Yahoo Foreign Trade, clearly writes the words after tax on it. Su Wei searched for the company again on her mobile phone and found that it was a new company registered a week ago. Generally speaking, newly registered companies like this one that do not have paid-in registered capital are mostly shell companies. However, the high after-tax salary still made Su Wei determined. Name, Su Wei. Age, 23. Li Yi looked at the resume in his hand, then looked at the woman sitting in front of him. Whether it is her ID photo or herself, she is a very beautiful woman. As for work experience, Li Yi doesn't think much of it. After all, the Wildfire Foreign Trade Company he founded does have some of the meaning of a shell company. To put it more bluntly, he only needs a few handymen to help him get some things done. Work experience and academic qualifications are not important at all. After briefly discussing a few issues, Li Yi simply said, I'm a startup company. If you're hired as a secretary, I need to help me with some initial work. Is that a problem? No. Su Wei shook her head. As long as you sign a formal labor contract with me, I will complete the work within the scope of the contract. Okay, when can I start work soonest? Li Yi extended his hand to Su Wei. Su Wei gently shook hands with Li Yi and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This boss looks young, handsome, and straightforward, and he doesn't seem like a scammer. I can start working at any time, Su Wei replied. That would be great. Li Yi smiled slightly, then took out the labor contract that had been printed out long ago and handed it to Su Wei. You can start work immediately after signing the contract, and you will be paid in full today. Li Dao. Su Wei didn't expect this to happen. After a brief look of surprise on her delicate face, she immediately looked at the contract in front of her. After reviewing the contract word by word for more than 10 minutes, Su Wei confirmed that there was indeed no problem with the contract. Even in some places where there might be some word games, the other party had thoughtfully given clear explanations. For example, after tax, full attendance, overtime, etc., people in the workplace often need to discuss things thoroughly with the company, and these are clearly stated in this contract. After reading the contract, Su Wei immediately felt more favorable towards the company and quickly signed her name on the contract. The contract was in 2 copies, and Li Yi and Su Wei each kept one. Then, Li Yi stood up and motioned Su Wei to sit in his seat. Next, you will take my place in accepting resumes, and conducting interviews. The requirements are all written on it. I'm going out for a cigarette. Li Yi said this and walked out. Su Wei was shocked, but also felt a little amused. Although she knew that startups were not formal, she was already in the HR department from secretary position within the first minute of joining. It was really. By the way, Li Yi, who had walked a few steps, suddenly turned around, looked at Su Wei and asked, "What would you like for lunch?" The company provides food and accommodation when you're on field work. Anything is fine, Mr. Li. Su Wei quickly got into the role. I like people who are not picky about food. After making this comment, Li Yi waved his hand and left. Half an hour later, Li Yi returned to the job market with a set meal. After handing the meal to Su Wei, Li Yi said, "I'll give you 15 minutes to eat. After you finish eating, come with me to do business." Su Wei didn't say anything and immediately opened the meal that Li Yi brought back. The aroma of the meal instantly hit her face. Apart from anything else, although the company I joined doesn't have many employees, the treatment for field workers is still good. This set meal costs at least 80, if not 100. He's not a stingy boss. After Su Wei finished lunch, Li Yi took Su Wei out of the job market, took a taxi, and went directly to the nearest bank. Li Yi came to open a public account, which is commonly known as a company account. Soon, after completing a series of procedures, Wildfire Foreign Trade Company successfully opened a corporate account. After opening the public account, Li Yi directly injected 5 million yuan into it. After leaving the bank, Li Yi turned to look at Su Wei and asked, "Can you drive?" Su Wei quickly replied, "Mr. Li, I took the driving test when I was in college, but I haven't actually driven by a car since I got my license." When she was in college, she signed up for the driving school because there were greater discounts for enrolling in a group. It's okay, driving is not difficult. All you need is a driver's license. Li Yi nodded, then handed Su Wei a bank card and said, "Go to a 4S store and buy an off-road SUV. It should be sturdy, and preferably one that can mount a machine gun on the roof." "Wrong." Li Yi hurriedly shook his head and said again, "Just something sturdy will do. If your budget is within 1 million, don't buy something too cheap. It has to be black, and the brand shouldn't be from an island country, and it should be under the company name. Then you can drive this car first. Don't worry about collisions or scratches. It's insured anyway. Just treat it as practice." After saying that, Li Yi didn't care about Su Wei anymore. He stopped a taxi and drove away. Su Wei had no choice but to smile bitterly again. On my first day at work, not only did I help my boss with an interview, but I also had to do purchasing work. And Mr. Li was really bold. He actually let her, who knew nothing about cars, buy a $1 million car. But to be honest, Mr. Li's nonchalant attitude, coupled with his face, is really attractive. Chapter 17, Finalizing the office space. Su Wei is convinced. A new day has arrived. For Li Yi, this was a very ordinary day. But for Su Wei, this was her first official day on the job, although she had already started working yesterday. 8 a.m. Su Wei walked out of the tube-shaped building and looked at the brand-new black luxury SUV parked downstairs, still feeling a little bit unbelievable. Yesterday afternoon, after receiving Li Yi's order, she went to the 4S store. Not knowing much about cars, she consulted a few classmates she had good relationships with before finally choosing her target. Although the company bought the car, it was the company's money that was spent. But she had to admit that when she swiped the card, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Is this the life of a rich person? Su Wei sat in the driver's seat, started the car carefully, and drove out slowly. Li Yi's daily routine is irregular. That's why when Su Wei called him, he was still lying in bed sleeping. "I see. Come directly to the executive suite." After Li Yi finished speaking, he threw his phone aside. A moment later, he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and opened the door of the hotel room. Su Wei seemed a little frightened when she saw this scene. Li Yi, however, let the other person in with a calm expression. "I asked the hotel to send breakfast. If you haven't had it yet, we can eat it together." Li Yi said casually. "No need, Mr. Li, I've already eaten." Su Wei naturally refused, and at the same time tried her best not to see Li Yi. Li Yi's muscular body is not very visible when he is wearing clothes. But when he took off his clothes, his rounded muscle contours seemed like the most perfect lines. Su Wei couldn't help but want to take a peek out of the corner of her eyes. After breakfast, Li Yi changed into a white shirt and casual trousers, and finally put on a windbreaker and walked out of the hotel with Su Wei. "Mr. Li, are you driving or should I drive?" Su Wei asked. "You drive, it's a good opportunity to practice more," Li Yi said. Su Wei nodded and was about to turn to the other door, but before she took a step, she quickly turned around and opened the back door for Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head and opened the passenger door himself. "Remember, I like to sit in a position with a good view," Li Yi reminded. Su Wei immediately nodded vigorously. After the two got in the car, Li Yi gave an address and Su Wei started navigating on her mobile phone. This was the first time Su Wei and Li Yi were together in a small space with only the two of them, and since she was also a new driver of a luxury car, she seemed very nervous. All the way, he kept his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel and his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Li Yi rested his face on his hand in a very relaxed manner and admired Su Wei, who was driving from time to time. Su Wei has a very good appearance, with big eyes, a straight nose, and light makeup on her face, which can attract the attention of the opposite sex. In addition, she has just graduated from school and has not been exposed to too much of the world, so her temperament is still pure, which is the type that middle-aged men like most. And because she was going to work, Su Wei wore a simple women's suit and hip skirt today. Her long legs were wrapped in black tights, which added to her charm. However, Li Yi was not a sex maniac, so he just looked at her a few more times and didn't pay any more attention to her. Half an hour later, Su Wei slowly parked the car in the underground parking lot of an office building. Li Yi opened the car door and said, "Go contact the building's investment department. Our company wants to rent an office here." "I understand, Mr. Li." Su Wei took action immediately, while Li Yi slowly looked at the floor plan of the building. A moment later, Su Wei came to Li Yi with a man in a black suit. Led by the man in a suit, the three entered a small meeting room. "Mr. Li, if you have any requirements for office space, we at Seahai Building will do our best to meet your office needs," said the man in the suit. "We need a larger CEO office. As for workstations, 5 or 6 will be enough." Li Yi thought for a moment and added, "It's best if it's fully furnished and ready for occupancy." "No problem, Mr. Li. Our building has many things that meet your needs. Why don't we go take a look now? Then lead the way." Seahai Building is located in a good area, in a bustling district in the city, and the surrounding facilities are quite complete. Although these are not a big deal to Li Yi, the facade still needs to be decorated. After looking at several office areas, Li Yi chose a 200 square meter office area. Opposite the door is the front desk, and behind it is a spacious office area for 10 people. There is also a multimedia conference room, a small tea room, and reception room. The most important thing is that there is a luxurious president's office covering an area of 50 square meters, which not only has an independent bathroom, but also a small living room. What makes Li Yi most satisfied is that this office is not only fully decorated, but also has a complete set of desks and chairs, which saves him some trouble. It can be said that you only need to install the company name and logo on the front desk, and you don't have to worry about the rest. In the end, Li Yi signed a 1-year contract at a price of 300,000 yuan per year. After the official seal of Wildfire Foreign Trade Company was stamped on the contract, this place officially belonged to Li Yi within a year. After dealing with some formalities and seeing off the man in the suit, Li Yi sat directly on the high-end leather chair in the president's office. Su Wei stood opposite the desk, waiting for Li Yi's next instructions. "There are a few things you need to do. Please make a note of them," Li Yi said to Su Wei, crossing his legs. "Mr. Li, go ahead." Although it has been less than a year since Su Wei graduated from university, she has had part-time work and internship experience during her university years. Therefore, the state is entered quickly. Coupled with Li Yi's generosity and swift efficiency, Su Wei felt that although Wildfire Foreign Trade was a startup company, it should have certain development prospects in the future. As a veteran and the boss's secretary, she is sure to make a difference. For this reason, Su Wei is very concerned about this job and is determined to assist Li Yi. After seeing Su Wei take out the notepad from her bag, Li Yi raised a finger and said, "The first thing is to install the company name and logo on the front desk." "I understand, Mr. Li. This can be completed today," Su Wei replied while taking notes. Li Yi was very satisfied with Su Wei's attitude. After a slight smile appeared on his face, he stretched out his second finger and said, "Secondly, although I don't need to worry about the decoration, I still need a lot of things for the actual office, such as computers, printers, and tea and coffee for meetings. You can buy these yourself, and I'll just sign when the time comes." "Okay, Mr. Li, I know an office supplies supplier who can deliver the goods to your door at any time," Su Wei said. To be honest, if this kind of purchasing work were in another company, Su Wei might not dare to take it on. But after learning about Li Yi's style of doing things, she no longer had so many concerns. After all, Mr. Li let her buy the million-dollar luxury cars on her own and never commented on their quality, let alone these miscellaneous office supplies. In a short period of time, Li Yi used his own style and attitude to gain Su Wei's trust and conviction. Chapter 18: A Clumsy Response, Buying a House for Parents. The third thing. Li Yi said, "The company's recruitment work continues, but there's no need to go to the talent market anymore. You can arrange interviews directly through the online platform. We've added a receptionist position. The salary is 10 lower than that of a salesperson. You can interview for this position yourself. No need to ask me. As Su Wei is Li Yi's only subordinate at present, Li Yi knows how to delegate power. What's more, it's just the rights of a small company, and most of it is just an empty shell. Li Yi doesn't care at all. However, this behavior made Su Wei feel a great deal of trust, and her liking for Li Yi increased again. Although there are a lot of things to do, this also means trust and room for development, which are not available in many large companies. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I will always pay attention to recruitment, Su Wei said sincerely. Li Yi nodded slightly. He didn't actually care about Su Wei's attitude, but everyone likes to hear nice words. The fourth thing. Li Yi's tone became more serious as he said, contact a few headhunters. We're looking to recruit a few biomedical engineers. Salary is negotiable. We're a startup company, and we're in the foreign trade industry, so it's hard to recruit people in this field. Please put in more effort. Although Li Yi has a complete set of technologies for level 1 gene repair fluid, if he wants to achieve large-scale production, he needs certain technical talents. But now that he has a legitimate identity, the rules of his previous life no longer apply. Otherwise, just bring a few back and everything will be solved. Okay, Mr. Li, I've made note of this, don't worry. Although Su Wei had some doubts about the company's recruitment of talents in this area, she still carefully recorded Li Yi's needs. And then one last thing. Li Yi's tone was much more relaxed at this time. He looked at Su Wei and said, "You are the only one I can use now, so you will have a lot of work to do. Your salary during the internship will increase by 10 if you do well. You will be directly hired as a full-time employee next month." Salary increase on the first day of work? Su Wei's pretty little face showed surprise and delight. In her excitement, she was about to say something, but she saw Li Yi waving his hand and then asked, "Also, I'm calling you Xiao Wei. Is that okay?" "No problem, Mr. Li. That's what my friends and family call me." Perhaps it was because of the salary increase or because of Li Yi's trust and appreciation, but Su Wei's face had a more lively look. "Well, then I'll call you Xiao Wei from now on." Li Yi nodded and then continued, "You just graduated from college, so you probably don't have much savings." So, Li Yi thought for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, "Take 3 months advance on your salary from the company account as a regular employee and buy yourself some nice clothes. After all, you're the only face of our company now, so you can't be shabby." Another wave of surprises is coming. Not only do I get a salary increase on my first day at work, but I can also get a 3-month advance. What a fantastic boss. But after the surprise, Su Wei couldn't help feeling a little flattered and nervous. "Mr. Li, this is really..." As soon as Su Wei opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Li Yi waving his hand. Li Yi said, "I'm a direct person and don't like beating around the bush. Xiao Wei, just do your job for me, don't think too much." Li Yi's voice was full of clarity and decisiveness, and there was also an invisible strong personal charm revealed. Su Wei was overwhelmed by this aura, and for a moment, she felt her heart pounding. "Okay, that's all. I have something else to do this afternoon, so I'll leave this to you." After Li Yi finished speaking, he stood up and walked out, leaving only his back to Su Wei. Su Wei stared blankly at Li Yi's receding figure until it completely disappeared. She couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people like to watch domineering CEOs. This is simply too hard to bear. As she spoke, Su Wei stretched out her little hand and patted her plump chest, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. As the leader of the gang, Li Yi is naturally proficient in the art of controlling people. Not to mention a young girl like Su Wei, even a sinister and cunning old fox can be figured out by Li Yi. After leaving the company, Li Yi drove directly to the sales office of a high-end real estate project. Last night, Sun Lauer had already recommended several real estate projects. Li Yi is very good at controlling people, but he does not understand all people and all emotions. For example, it is difficult for him to understand the lack of family affection in his previous life. Therefore, he could only respond clumsily in the simplest way. After entering the sales office, Li Yi received a warm welcome. But unfortunately, although this property is quite good, consisting mostly of villas and townhouses, it is still under construction and does not meet his needs. It was not until he arrived at the second property and saw the nearly ready-to-move-in houses that Li Yi finally became interested. "Mr. Li, although this villa is a townhouse, it is large and has a good view. Besides, you bought it for an elder. Nowadays, the elderly actually prefer a more lively environment. Having a neighbor or something makes them less lonely." And, in order to get the commission from selling the house, the salesperson kept explaining to Li Yi. In the end, Li Yi bought this townhouse in the urban area of Chengdu for 12.8 million yuan in full. As for the subsequent decoration and furniture, It is estimated that it will cost at least more than 10 million yuan, which may leave him with insufficient funds. But Li Yi was not in a hurry. After all, if he told his parents now, it would be difficult to explain the source of the money. It would be better to just wait for a year or two until the villa is renovated. Then you can say that you have started your own business and made money. After finishing this task, Li Yi immediately felt refreshed. When he returned to the hotel, he slapped his head and realized that he had forgotten something. He was so busy buying a house for his parents that he forgot about himself. In the future, the headquarters here will be located in Chengdu, and he will spend most of his time here. Under such circumstances, it is definitely not appropriate to stay in a hotel for a long time. What's more, he needed some privacy, and the hotel was certainly not safe enough. Then buy another one? Li Yi quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. Although he still has more than 10 million in funds left, there is still a lot to do next. The second transaction plan with Zhe will not be carried out until the production of the first batch of raw materials is completed. In addition, his own housing needs are not high, so it is better to rent than to buy at the moment. Thinking of this, Li Yi called Su Wei again. Xiao Wei, help me rent an apartment with a good view. I want it to be my own, and I want it to be move-in ready. He finally had someone under his command. Although she was a young girl, Li Yi had no intention of being gentle with women. Naturally, he would use her if he could. Su Wei not only did not feel disgusted by the sudden increase in work, but was full of motivation. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'll go look at the house later today. Chapter 19, The Company's Business in Progress. April 3rd is one day away from Qingming Festival. After washing up, Li Yi changed into black casual clothes. When I arrived at the entrance, I saw only 2 pairs of similar styles of sneakers in a huge shoe cabinet. Li Yi changed into a pair of shoes at random, opened the door, and walked out. His current residence is a high-end apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although it is not large, it exudes exquisiteness everywhere. The monthly rent seemed to be more than 6,000 yuan. He only took a look at it when signing, and Su Wei was busy with the rest. Even some of the daily necessities in the house were purchased by Su Wei. Li Yi quickly found his car by taking the elevator directly to the underground garage. 10 minutes later, Li Yi parked the car in the underground parking lot of Sihai Building. Take the elevator again. Go all the way up, and after reaching the 19th floor, walk out of the elevator. There are many companies of all sizes in Sihai Building. There are large financial companies that directly rent a floor, and there are also small law firms that only have one office. Although Li Yi's Wildfire Foreign Trade has only 2 or 3 cats, it has a very spacious and luxurious office environment. After turning a corner and looking through the glass door, you can see the Wildfire Company's front desk and the company logo. Wildfire is taken from the name of Li Yi's mercenary group in his previous life. As for the logo, it is a black and red umbrella-shaped logo. Su Wei once asked about the meaning of this, but Li Yi just smiled and shook his head without explaining. But today, the company's front desk is a little different from the previous few days. A girl in a dark blue women's uniform was standing at the front desk with a smile on her face. This is recruiting to the front desk. Li Yi muttered to himself, then walked into his company as the automatic glass door opened. Although the girl at the front desk is not as pretty and has a better figure than Su Wei, she is still a pretty girl from a small family. After Li Yi entered the company, the receptionist immediately said, "Sir, this is Wildfire Foreign Trade. May I ask?" Before she could finish her words, she heard hurried footsteps. Su Wei quickly walked up to Li Yi and said, "Mr. Li, you're here. This is the company's newly hired receptionist, Lin Xiaoya. She hasn't met you yet. Please forgive her." Then Su Wei looked at Lin Xiaoya and said, "This is our company's boss, Mr. Li Yi." Li Yi nodded to Lin Xiaoya, and then walked towards his own CEO office. Su Wei glanced at Lin Xiaoya, and quickly followed Li Yi. As for Lin Xiaoya, he was savoring the moment when Li Yi nodded at him, with a glimmer of light in his eyes. "I didn't expect the boss to be so handsome," Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, and quickly took out a small mirror to touch up the lipstick on her lips. On the other side, Su Wei was reporting to Li Yi. "Mr. Li, I'm still working hard to find a salesperson in the finance department. I've hired one, and he'll be able to start work after the Qingming Festival. There are also biomedical engineers. Headhunters have tried to contact a few, but they have no intention of changing jobs. Also, the company's website has been completed and is online. You can check it out at any time." Li Yi listened to Su Wei's report and nodded from time to time. Su Wei is indeed very capable. Although the tasks he assigned to him were not difficult, they were rather troublesome and complicated. Su Wei was able to complete the task in an orderly manner without complaining of being tired at all, which shows that she has the aura of a professional. After Su Wei finished her report, Li Yi looked at her and praised her with a smile. "You've done a great job. You've been working so hard these past few days, taking care of both official and personal matters. I think I'll have to give you a bonus. Mr. Li, you are too kind. As your secretary, this is what I should do. Su Wei seemed very happy to receive Li Yi's affirmation and praise. This job today is completely different from the previous one. Although it is a startup company, the company has strong financial resources, otherwise it would not have rented such a luxurious office right from the start. Moreover, the boss is young and generous, and does things efficiently. There are few people in the company, so there is no intrigue. What's more, the boss trusts her very much and lets her handle all the big and small matters. It was a bit busy, but when she thought about her salary and the advance payment from her boss, Su Wei felt that it was all worth it. It was precisely because of this sense of belonging to the company that after seeing Li Yi in a good mood, Su Wei boldly asked, "Boss, I'm not sure what our company's main import and export commodities are. I'd like to familiarize myself with the market and business in advance." Products. Hearing this question, Li Yi couldn't help but blink. He established this company with two main purposes. The first is to cover up the arms trade with Cixi, and the second is to complete the system mission. However, there is also serious import and export trade. Li Yi said, "Our company is currently mainly engaged in the import and export trade of steel and gold. Our exports mainly include textiles, such as clothes, shoes, etc. We also provide some technical foreign trade services. As for imports, they are mainly agricultural crops and some processed agricultural products, such as coffee beans and tea. These are not made up by Li Yi." In his discussions with Caesar, the import and export of these items would become open trade. Since Cixi has people and territory, it is not difficult for him to digest these textiles. Li Yi, on the other hand, needs to find a market for coffee beans and tea leaves. Thinking of this, Li Yi continued, "When the salesperson comes to work, have him find a sales channel for coffee beans and tea leaves and just follow the market conditions." "I understand, Mr. Li." Su Wei nodded and decided to use the Qingming festival holiday to learn more about the market in this area in advance. Li Yi naturally didn't know what Su Wei was thinking. After Su Wei left, Li Yi called Su Shiza. After learning that the other party had already started growing special crops, Li Yi gave them some more instructions. "Li, don't worry. I have specially invited a crop expert to ensure that the production is completed on time." Su Shiza said on the phone. "That's good. I look forward to hearing your good news." After hanging up the phone, Li Yi stretched. Looking out the window at the hustle and bustle of traffic below, he felt a lazy aura all over his body. Everything is good about the present life, except that we have too much free time. There was no rumbling sound of artillery in my ears, and the cute drones were not carrying bombs. It was so peaceful that it was impossible to sleep. It's so boring. Do you want to start a side job? Li was thinking. But soon, he shook his head. Now that the main business is not on the right track, it is not convenient to start a side business. So, out of boredom, Li Yi had to find a gym, and amid the stunned looks of the fitness coaches, he exerted his seemingly endless energy. Li Yi spent almost the entire Qingming festival like this. After Qingming festival, on the first day of work, Li Yi heard the voice of the system for the first time in a long time. Chapter 20 Construction Task Completion and Rewards. April 7th. Sihai Building, Yahua Foreign Trade Company. Just sign here. In the reception room, Su Wei instructed the man in front of her to sign his name on the labor contract. This man named Qian Guotao will become the company's first salesperson. Qian Guotao quickly signed his name on the contract. He had a good impression of the company. Although it is a startup, the office space gives people a luxurious feeling, not like some intensive enterprises. Moreover, the young HR officer who interviewed him was very pretty and didn't look very old. I just wonder if she had a boyfriend. "Ms. Su, are you in charge of the company's personnel?" Qian Guotao asked after thinking for a while. "No." Su Wei shook her head. "I'm Mr. Li's full-time secretary. The company isn't very busy right now, so I'm in charge of HR." "I see." There was a hint of disappointment in Qian Guotao's tone. Such a young and beautiful girl is the boss's secretary and is also in charge of human resources. It's obvious that the other party must have a close relationship with the boss. Maybe she's even responsible for warming her boss's bed at night. At the same time, in the president's office on the other side, the moment Qian Guotao signed his name, Li Yi also heard the long-lost system voice. Construction task 1 completed. You have successfully recruited 3 survivors. Rewards have been issued. A new phase of conquest missions will begin after completing all current missions, so stay tuned. Hearing the voice, Li Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Although it was a little later than expected, it didn't have any impact. But there is one thing worth thinking about. How does the system determine whether this person is a zombie or a survivor? Li Yi thought about this question briefly. In the end, he came to a conclusion that those who joined his army were all survivors. This involves some time and space paradoxes. But those are questions that physicists need to think about, and Li Yi doesn't intend to dwell on them too much. Just as he was about to check the system rewards, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Li Yi said. The door opened, and it was Su Wei, followed by a young man in his early 30s. "Mr. Li, this is Qian Guotao, a newly hired salesperson," Su Wei introduced. Li Yi nodded to Qian Guotao, who immediately said, "Hello, Mr. Li." Then, Li Yi looked at Su Wei and said, "I've already told you about the work arrangements. Just relay them to him. I have something to take care of right now. If it's nothing serious, you can just take care of it." "Okay, Mr. Li." Upon hearing that Li Yi had something to do, Su Wei immediately took Qian Guotao out of the president's office. After the two left, Li Yi closed his eyes and his mind entered his personal space. There are 5 items on display in my personal space today. The first is his M4 assault rifle. The second item is wearable equipment such as tactical vests and helmets. It is the reward you get when you draw 10 consecutive times for the first time. Li Yi's gaze went straight to the third item. Secret key to the eye-level genetic lock. After reaching the perfect state of the eye-level genetics, this item can be used to break through the first level of the genetic lock. This is the reward for completing Conquest Mission 1 at the Steel Fruit Gold level. However, Li Yi has not yet reached the Level 1 gene perfect state, so it cannot be used yet. As for how to achieve Level 1 genetic perfection, according to the system's description, one must take 3 doses of Level 1 gene evolution liquid to reach the perfect state. But that thing costs as much as 5,000 in the system mall, and Li Yi can't afford it for the time being. After thinking for a while about what a gene lock was, Li Yi's gaze shifted to the fourth item. The fourth item is also the reward for completing Construction Task 1. Loyalty Chip. This chip is a human implantable nanochip. Once implanted, the recipient will be unable to disobey your will. Nice one. The moment he saw the loyalty chip, Li Yi felt delighted. People who often serve as bosses know that no matter how superb the skills of managing people are, they cannot make their subordinates remain 100 loyal. The loyalty chip undoubtedly solves this problem. Moreover, Li Yi's next plan will involve some secrets, so he needs absolutely loyal subordinates. With this loyalty chip, he can save a lot of trouble and time. As for the last 5th item, it is a blind box for lottery. The rewards for the 2 tasks total exactly 10. After lighting a cigarette, Li Yi suddenly had an idea and started smoking 10 cigarettes in a row for the second time. I remember that during the first 10 pull, he opened the Level 1 gene repair technology. I wonder if there will be anything good this time. Soon, lines of system information flashed on Li Yi's retina. First shot, 200 mall currency. Second reward, 500 mall currency. The third shot, W03 sniper rifle. Fourth shot. Information flows quickly. But except for the third sniper rifle, the others are mostly mall currencies. Until the 10th shot, a golden light flashed before Li Yi's eyes. Just when he thought he had drawn something good again, he saw the mall currency suddenly increase. You won 5,000 mall currency. That's fine. Li Yi twitched his lips, then used the mall currency he had just obtained to directly purchase the Level 1 gene evolution liquid from the system mall. After taking it, the same feeling as last time swept over my body. But the time was much shorter than last time. After the warm feeling faded away, Li Yi stretched his muscles, but found that the improvement was very small. Li Yi was not disappointed about this. Just based on his current physical fitness, even without rigorous data testing, he can be sure that it is several times better than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, what he cared more about at this moment was the gene lock. I wonder what changes will occur in the body after the gene lock is opened? Li Yi couldn't find the answer to this question for the time being, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could experience it personally. And then, 2 of the 3 tasks have been completed. Only one last survival mission remains. Li Yi does not need to do this task. It can be completed by surviving for 3 months. Although the days were a bit boring, Li Yi just liked to seek excitement and was not a masochist, so he was happy to have a leisurely life. And in this leisurely and boring life, more than half a month passed quickly. By late April, Li Yi received a report from Su Wei. "Mr. Li, we've found the biomedical engineer you asked me to look into, but there's a problem." Su Wei reported with a little hesitation. Li Yi didn't say anything, but took the information handed to him by Su Wei. As for problems, he is the best at solving them. Chapter 21 Biomedical Engineer. Kang Hongfei, age 42 male. Divorced, with 1 daughter. In 1998, he was admitted to Jinling University, majoring in biomedical engineering. In 2004, he was admitted to Southeast University for postgraduate studies. In 2006, he was admitted to Harvard University to study for a doctorate under Professor Hardison. After obtaining his doctorate in 2009, he joined a department of Bayer Pharmaceuticals Group to engage in gene-targeted drug research. Seeing this, Li looked up at Su Wei and asked, "This resume is impressive, so what's the problem?" Su Wei immediately handed over another document. Li took it and took a look. This information was also about Kang Hongfei, but the content was quite interesting. In September 2015, Kang Hongfei was sued by Bayer Pharmaceuticals Group. The lawsuit alleges embezzlement of company property and illegal drug research. Ultimately, he was ordered by the German federal court to compensate Bayer Pharmaceuticals for its losses, sentenced to 5 years in prison, and banned from working in the pharmaceutical industry for life. After Li Yi finished reading the information, Su Wei spoke at the right time. Kang Hongfei was released from prison in 2021 and later returned to China after being deported. Although Germany has banned him from working in the pharmaceutical industry for life, its laws are not effective in China. However, the stain on his resume is quite serious, so some large domestic groups and research institutes will not hire him. As Su Wei spoke, she observed Li Yi's expression. After seeing that Li Yi showed no disgust or aversion, he paused and continued. The pay at smaller companies isn't very good, so Kang Hongfei's main job right now is food delivery. In addition, he has a 9-year-old daughter, but she is unable to attend school normally due to illness. Li Yi was such a smart man that he understood the reason after Su Wei finished her last sentence. Li Yi said, "So, the reason he was prosecuted was because of his daughter? This is just my guess, and I can't make an accurate judgment. Mr. Li, do you want to investigate?" Su Wei replied. Just when Su Wei thought that Li Yi would let her investigate, she saw Li Yi shaking his head. "No need to investigate, just notify him to have an interview as soon as possible." Li Yi said. He didn't care about the reason why Kang Hongfei was prosecuted. Whether he was a good guy or a bad guy, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. Not to mention the loyalty chip he just got. For this reason, Li Yi cares more about ability than character. "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll call him right away." After receiving the order, Su Wei took action immediately. She knew her boss was a decisive person, so she was trying to work more efficiently. Monday, April 29th. After entrusting his daughter to the neighbor's house next door, Kang Hongfei didn't even have time to change out of his delivery work clothes and rode his electric bike straight to Sihai Building. He didn't have high expectations for the interview. It has been more than a year since he returned to China. He has experienced too many disappointments and despairs, so he didn't think that this interview would be successful. What's more, the other party is a commodity-based foreign trade company. What's the use of having him as a medical engineer? He hadn't intended to waste time. But the young girl who called him, although he had never met her, always encouraged him. He doesn't need sympathy, but he has to admit that he has endured too many negative emotions, and any positive emotion will make him try to grasp the last ray of light in the darkness. Because of this, for the sake of this glimmer of hope, he reluctantly turned down several takeout orders and went to the interview location. After arriving at Sihai Building, Kang Hongfei parked the electric car at the designated location with ease. Kang Hongfei is not unfamiliar with this place because he has delivered takeout here before. After parking the electric bike, Kang Hongfei walked into the building and was unexpectedly stopped by the security guard at the door. "Takeouts are not allowed in. Notify the person who ordered the food to come down and get it," the security guard shouted at him. Kang Hongfei was naturally not here to deliver takeaway food. However, just as he was about to explain, he heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Then, a familiar voice came to his ears. "You are Dr. Kang, right? I am contacting Su Wei to tell you. Please just follow me." Su Wei, who had been waiting here for a while, said to Kang Hongfei. Kang Hongfei raised his head only then. What caught my eye was a pretty face. However, he did not expect that the girl he was communicating with on the phone was so beautiful. She was indeed a beautiful and kind person. Kang Hongfei didn't look at her too much, but just followed Su Wei into the elevator. As the elevator was ascending, Su Wei continued, "Dr. Kang, our CEO, Mr. Li, is looking forward to your arrival, so he asked me to greet you at the door. Mr. Li really appreciates talented people like you." Of course, these words were not said by Li Yi, but were improvised by Su Wei. She could feel that her boss seemed to be particularly concerned about biomedical engineers. Su Wei's words indeed made Kang Hongfei look forward to this trip a little more. Although it was a foreign trade company that had nothing to do with his profession, he had never enjoyed working for this company just because of its attitude. "I just don't know why a foreign trade company would hire him to do this." With such questions in mind, Kang Hongfei followed Su Wei into the president's office. After seeing Kang Hongfei coming, Li Yi pointed to the chair opposite his desk and motioned him to sit down. "Tea or coffee?" Li Yi asked. Water will be fine. Kang Hongfei answered while looking at Li Yi in the office. He is a worldly wise man, so he doesn't feel that this company or this office is luxurious. On the contrary, the business owner in front of him made him a little confused. The other person has the sharpness of an entrepreneur and a calmness that doesn't match his age. What was even more bizarre was that Kang Hongfei sensed a mysterious aura from the other person. This is not metaphysics, but because he really cannot understand the person in front of him, so he can only describe it this way. Soon, a glass of water was placed next to Kang Hongfei. After Su Wei left, Li Yi looked at Kang Hongfei and said straight to the point. I need a capable and obedient medical engineer. I've read your resume, and it basically meets my requirements. As for what happened to you before, I don't care. This interview was completely different from what Kang Hongfei had imagined. But he likes Li Yi's directness because it allows him to save time and take more food delivery orders. What do you need me to do? Kang Hongfei asked directly. I need you to produce a finished drug based on the technology one provide. Li Yi crossed his legs, tapped the desk lightly with his index finger, and continued. This drug doesn't require technical research and development, nor does it require clinical trials. I just need you to make it. Li Yi glanced at Kang Hongfei and said with a smile, You're good at this, aren't you? After hearing what Li Yi said, Kang Hongfei's face showed a hint of anger, but he suppressed his anger and said coldly, I refuse. I'm sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Kang Hongfei stood up without hesitation and prepared to leave the office. But at this moment, Li Yi's light voice came to my ears. Are you sure you don't want to hear about your reward before you leave? Chapter 22 The First Loyalty Chip User. Hearing Li Yi's voice, Kang Hongfei paused. As Li Yi said, he is indeed very good at making drugs that do not require approval or clinical trials. Because that's what he did at Bayer Pharmaceuticals. In order to treat his daughter who was born with a rare genetic disease, he violated company regulations and ethical laws and conducted drug research and development and experiments in violation of regulations. But unfortunately, he was unable to cure his daughter's illness. Otherwise, that's another story. However, after quickly calming down, Kang Hongfei couldn't help but start thinking again. If the other party invited him here just to provoke or humiliate him, that would be too boring. What's more, this was the first time he and Li Yi met, and they had no grudges against each other. So, how could this young man, whom he could not see through at all, be so sure that he could completely control him? Thinking of this, Kang Hongfei turned around and looked at Li Yi again. And then, Li Yi's words were like a thunder, resounding in Kang Hongfei's mind. The reward I can give you is. Facing Kang Hongfei's gaze, Li Yi spoke word by word. Heal your daughter. That's impossible. Kang Hongfei retorted instinctively. As a father, he wants to cure his daughter more than anyone else. He is even willing to exchange his own life for his daughter's. But at the same time, as a scientific researcher, he understood better than anyone that curing his daughter's disease was extremely difficult. No, it's harder than climbing to the sky. His daughter suffers from a congenital genetic disease. The main cause of the disease is the lack of a certain number of copies of a gene, which causes the daughter to lose her ability to move, and it is difficult for her to survive puberty. Another similar disease is the well-known ALS, which is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Since the cause of this type of rare disease was discovered, countless medical workers and experts have begun targeted research. There are also a large number of pharmaceutical groups investing in research and development. Although it has indeed promoted the progress in the treatment of some rare diseases, it is impossible to cure them with the current level of human technology. When Kang Hongfei worked at Bayer, he specialized in researching rare genetic diseases. Even when he was imprisoned in the German Federation, he tried his best to obtain the most cutting-edge information in academia. Because of this, Kang Hongfei can say with certainty that his daughter's illness cannot be cured at all. His biggest wish now is to make his daughter happy every day. But what if? As a family member of the patient, Kang Hongfei also has a sense of luck. Even though he knew it was impossible, when he heard that his daughter could be cured, as a father, his steps were like the roots of an old tree, unable to move an inch. Li Yi naturally knew that Kang Hongfei would not believe it so easily. He was in no hurry to explain. Instead, he picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then leaned back, waiting for Kang Hongfei's reaction. A moment later, a sigh suddenly came from the silent office. Immediately afterwards, Kang Hongfei sat back in his previous seat, picked up the water at hand, and took a big gulp, trying to keep himself awake and rational in this way. Bang! The metal cover of the kerosene lighter was flipped up by Li Yi's thumb. After a crisp sound, the flame lit the cigarette. As the smoke rose, Li Yi's bright eyes flashed in it. Smart decision. Li Yi praised casually. then continued. I've always been a straightforward person and don't like to force others. So, let me explain this in advance. Li Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, looked directly at Kang Hongfei, and said, I have a very valuable piece of technical information here that can prove what I just said. But if you want to see this information, you need to pay enough. Your freedom, your thoughts, even your soul, will be mine. Li Yi pressed forward, staring at Kang Hongfei with a sharp gaze, and said sternly, I'm not kidding. But you can decide for yourself whether or not to read this information. At this moment, Kang Hongfei felt as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast, and a chill suddenly ran down his back. But there's nothing to hesitate about. I want to see it. Without any time to think or consider, Kang Hongfei said decisively, as long as my daughter can be cured, I can pay any price. In the office, Kang Hongfei's voice slowly echoed. Li Yi didn't say anything more. He took out a tablet computer and inserted the technology of the Level 1 gene repair agent into it from the system. Afterwards, Li Yi handed the tablet computer to Kang Hongfei. The latter couldn't wait to take it and immediately became addicted to it. Soon, Kang Hongfei's expression changed. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was excited, sometimes he suddenly realized, and sometimes his eyes lit up. Li Yi did not urge him and waited quietly for Kang Hongfei to check the technical information. As for Kang Hongfei, he watched for a full 2 hours. When Li Yi pressed the cigarette but into the ashtray again, Kang Feihong suddenly stood up and said, So that's how it is. All this is true. Kang Feihong muttered to himself, his lips trembling, as if he had thousands of words he wanted to say. But in the end, it just turned into 2 lines of tears. After a while, Kang Feihong let out a long sigh and looked at Li Yi again. This time, when he looked at Li Yi, besides excitement, there was only endless gratitude in his eyes. Kang Hongfei was about to say something to Li Yi, but Li Yi waved his hand to interrupt him. Li Yi just said, No need to say anything else. Now use your professional knowledge to tell me how long it will take to make this potion. Kang Hongfei immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and began to think seriously. A few minutes later, Kang Hongfei replied, The technology still needs some verification, but if everything is okay. 3 months, Kang Hongfei said firmly. Give me enough equipment and raw materials, and I'll definitely be able to make it in 3 months. 3 months? Li Yi could accept this time. What's more, it takes time to produce the raw materials that Sishi Zhe is responsible for. After thinking about it, Li Yi said, I can provide you with everything, and once the potion is successfully made, your daughter will be the first beneficiary. But now, I need to buy an insurance policy for myself. As he spoke, Li Yi took out the loyalty chip from his personal space and placed it on the table. Because it is a chip made with nanotechnology and an unconventional implantation method, it is more like a piece of chocolate. Li Yi said at this time, Eat it, and then serve me for the rest of your life. Without any thought or hesitation, Kang Hongfei decisively grabbed the loyalty chip and swallowed it in one gulp. He had no idea what he was eating, but it didn't matter anymore. Because he has obtained the most precious thing in the world, which is the way to cure his daughter. Chapter 23 New System Function, Fitness Studio. After Kang Hongfei swallowed the loyalty chip, Li Yi heard the voice of the system. Member interface is open. Current member, Kang Hongfei. Kang Hongfei, loyalty 90. Loyalty chip, implanted. Li Yi took a quick look at the new functions enabled by the system and stopped paying too much attention to them. Turning to look at the excited Kang Hongfei, Li Yi said, Come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible. Kang Hongfei suppressed his excitement and replied as calmly as possible, Don't worry, I'll make a plan overnight. Li Yi nodded, and then finalized some details with Kang Hongfei. Afterwards, Li Yi called Su Wei and asked her to transfer a sum of money to Kang Hongfei's account in the form of consulting fees. This money is used to help Kang Hongfei settle down his family so that he can work for Li Yi more conveniently. After Kang Hongfei left, Li Yi was about to leave the company when he saw Su Wei knocking on the office door again. Mr. Li, the sales channels for tea and coffee have been opened. I can prepare in advance when our goods arrive at the port. Su Wei said. After listening to Su Wei's report, Li Yi couldn't help but smile. Why do I feel like I, as a secretary, care more about the company's business than he does? The goods have not arrived yet, but the sales channels have already been established. After a little thought, Li Yi simply handed over all the import and export business to Su Wei. So Li Yi said to Su Wei, From now on, you will be responsible for the company's import and export business. The target customers are steel gold miners and ordinary people. You can look up information on what kind of products they need and make do with what you have. As long as there's profit, it's fine as long as there's no loss. These businesses are mainly used to build relationships, so go for it without worry. After saying that, Li Yi patted Su Wei on the shoulder and quickly walked out of the company. It was not until she saw Li Yi enter the elevator that Su Wei finally reacted. She has just been working in the company for less than a month, and she is already responsible for finance, human resources, and administration, but now she has become a project manager? Moreover, all the people in the company were recruited by her. President Li is really generous. Although Su Wei was complaining in her heart, she felt motivated again. Although her current job is very busy and she has to take care of all the big and small things, it is a great opportunity to hone her abilities. Moreover, there is no need to be told what to do, and there are no unspoken rules in the workplace, so Su Wei enjoys this job very much. Thinking of this, Su Wei knocked on the table, looked at the few employees present, and gave an order. Everyone go to the conference room now. Let's have a small meeting. After leaving the company, Li Yi drove to the Xinlan Villa district. The villa he bought for 12.8 million yuan had a design company come in to conduct on-site measurements a few days ago. And today, he made an appointment with an interior designer to look at the decoration plan. At the gate of the villa's courtyard, Li Yi met the villa's designer, a middle-aged man with a neat mustache and an artistic style. After a few pleasantries, Li Yi said, "This house is for my parents to live in, so the function and decoration must take the elderly's life into consideration. The materials have to be safe and healthy, and the yard has to be beautiful." After recording Li Yi's needs one by one, the designer asked some simple questions. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the villa together. "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I will come up with a plan for your review as soon as possible," said the designer. Li Yi nodded and stopped talking. In fact, he also has quite a bit of experience in decorating houses. For example, how to transform a secret weapons depot behind a wall, or how to transform a basement into an interrogation room. He was even experienced in burying corpses in the yard. Unfortunately, this knowledge is not useful for the time being. After saying goodbye to the designer, Li Yi drove to the gym near his residence. This place called Langtao Fitness Studio is his recent discovery. Compared with traditional gyms, fitness studios are more expensive, but they have fewer people, are well-equipped, and the personal trainers all have good figures, which is pleasing to the eye. Li Yi naturally didn't need a personal trainer, so after greeting the front desk, he changed into sportswear and began his routine exercise. Now his body has already surpassed that of an ordinary person by many times. Regular exercise meant nothing to him. Therefore, Li Yi's training is more based on precision and accuracy. He needs to be familiar with every bit of strength in his body so as to tap the potential of his body as much as possible. After exercising for a while, a voice came from behind Li Yi. "Old Li, you're here again today." The speaker is Zhou Langtao, the owner of a fitness studio and also a veteran. "I have nothing to do, so I just practice casually." Li Yi put down the fitness equipment while speaking. Turning around, I saw Zhou Langtao wearing boxing gloves. When Zhou Langtao saw Li Yi looking at the boxing gloves in his hands, he immediately took 2 steps back and said vigilantly, "Lao Li, I'm not going to fight you. You're a monster. I still haven't recovered from that punch last week." When Li Yi first came to this fitness studio, he attracted Zhou Langtao's attention because of his exercise techniques that were similar to military training. After some conversation, Zhou Langtao asked Li Yi which unit he retired from. Li Yi shook his head and did not answer. This also gave Zhou Langtao endless imagination. After coming a few more times, Zhou Langtao invited Li Yi to the ring for a boxing match. Li Yi also wanted to test it, so he readily agreed. However, Zhou Langtao didn't even last a single round before being knocked out with one punch. Since then, Zhou Langtao never talked about boxing in front of Li Yi again. After exercising for a while, Li Yi prepared to leave. Before leaving, Zhou Langtao suddenly stopped him and said, "Lao Li, I've made an appointment with a few comrades tonight. Do you want to come?" "No, I won't join in the gathering of your comrades." Li Yi refused. "Are you sure?" Zhou Langtao raised his eyebrows and said, "We're going to the shooting range to shoot before dinner. You must not have touched a gun in a long time. Are you sure you don't want to come? You can't beat me in fighting, so you plan to get back at me in shooting?" Li Yi asked with a smile. "I actually have this idea," Zhou Langtao also said with a smile. The idea was good, but unfortunately, Li Yi did not show off in front of Zhou Langtao and his comrades. What's more, because of the 2.23 special project in Rongdu pedestrian street a while ago, his public information was thoroughly investigated, so it is not appropriate for him to reveal too much. Fighting could be explained by fitness or self-study, but as for guns, in his resume, he had only touched a gun during military training in college. Taking various factors into consideration, Li Yi finally rejected Zhou Langtao's invitation. Chapter 24 Pharmaceutical Plan and New Arms Deal. April 30th is one day left until the May Day holiday. Li Yi was naturally not interested in vacation. Su Wei was also not interested. In order to be worthy of Li Yi's trust, she has transformed herself into a strong woman, exercising the power of the boss as a secretary. But Su Wei is not the only one who is not planning to take a vacation. Early in the morning, when Li Yi entered the office, he saw Kang Hongfei, who had not slept all night but was still in an excited state. Kang Hongfei was holding a notebook and immediately stood up to greet Li Yi when he saw him. Li Yi waved his hand, signaling him not to be anxious. A moment later, Su Wei brought Li Yi a cup of tea and quietly closed the office door. It was only at this time that Li Yi looked at Kang Hongfei. Kang Hongfei immediately spread out the notebook in front of Li Yi and pointed. Boss, based on what you said yesterday, I have roughly made a plan. According to your requirements, the finished gene repair drug will not be released to the market. Therefore, in order to circumvent pharmaceutical regulations, the research and development and production lines of the finished drug can only be located overseas. Li Yi nodded in agreement. Level 1 gene repair agents can cure genetic diseases, but they are also too ostentatious. Once it is launched on the market, he and himself will surely attract attention from all over the world. What's more, this technology is his only trump card at the moment, so he doesn't plan to reveal it too quickly. Kang Hongfei continued, building a laboratory and production line from scratch is too slow, so I plan to directly acquire a pharmaceutical company or research institute in Temasek and conduct secret research and development. After saying this, Kang Hongfei took the initiative to explain without Li Yi asking any questions. Although Temasek is not large, it has the necessary R&D facilities, and there is no Western embargo, making it easier to purchase the necessary equipment. Furthermore, the Temasek government does not have strong control over this area, and there are many loopholes that can be exploited. Temasek is one of the 4 Asian tigers, known for its open financial industry and welcoming foreign investment, especially in the high-tech sector. Temasek is indeed a good fit, Li Yi agreed. After getting Li Yi's affirmation, Kang Hongfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then began to talk about the second plan. As for the weakened version of the gene repair potion, I think it can be kept in China. Kang Hongfei paused, then continued, there are many talented people in this field in China now, and they are very cheap. Coupled with relevant policy support, we can quickly achieve scale. For domestic R&D and production, we can start from scratch or directly acquire them. If we want to get it approved for market as soon as possible, we can develop it abroad and then import it domestically, which can save a lot of time. The research and development of a drug often takes a lot of time. In particular, the approval process for clinical trials is even more complicated in the country. In foreign countries, various means can be used to quickly complete experimental work and bring products to market in the shortest possible time. Although Kang Hongfei is a talent in R&D, he is very clear about the related links. At the end of the plan, Kang Hongfei looked at Li Yi eagerly and said, Boss, roughly speaking, if we execute both plans simultaneously, we'll need at least 100 million in initial funding, and we'll likely need even more later. Although Li Yi does not have 100 million at present, this is not difficult for him. Therefore, Li Yi said, you should start the preliminary preparations immediately. Don't worry about the funding. I will take care of it in a week at the fastest and a month at the slowest. Also, Li Yi thought for a moment and added, you might be too busy to handle all this by yourself, so don't skimp on money where you should, and hire people when you need them. But the medicine we make must be kept strictly confidential, and no third party must be allowed to know about it. I understand, boss. Kang Hongfei nodded solemnly. He didn't know where Li Yi got this technical information. Nor does he care why Li Yi divided the medicine into 2 versions, one strong and one weak. He only knew that the faster he invested in research and production, the sooner his daughter could be cured. By then, my daughter can go to school and play normally like other children. As for the rest, he doesn't care. After allocating another 2 million yuan in startup capital to Kang Hongfei, the 25 million yuan that Li Yi brought back from Gangwujin was almost used up. So, after Kang Hongfei left, Li Yi picked up his phone and called Sai Shiza directly. After the call was connected, Li Yi routinely asked about the progress of the raw materials. The latter gave the answer that everything went well. Then, Li Yi said, my friend, you're in luck. I have a batch of nice, large toys that I need to process. Are you interested? On the other side of the phone, Sai Shiza, who was having dinner with his friends, immediately stood up and walked out of the box after hearing this. After arriving at a secluded corner, CCI spoke into the phone. Of course I'm interested. I wonder what the quality of these toys is like. The last transaction was merely a mutual test and confirmation between the 2 parties. And this time, perhaps we can raise the stakes. It's in brand new condition, and is a large toy with high technical content. If you're interested, maybe we can meet and talk. Li Yi said on the phone. Of course, let's set a time and place. After a moment, Caesar put his phone back into his pocket. He was very much looking forward to the big toy that Li Yi mentioned. Even though he may not be able to use them or even afford them, it does not prevent him from using these big toys to improve his status or even make a profit from them. As for what kind of big toy, Li Yi looked at the various weapons and equipment in the system mall, but was not in a hurry to buy them. Considering the money Kang Hongfei needed to carry out his plan, Li Yi decided to get some high-value weapons directly this time. Combined with the current system currency, there are actually not many options. After thinking for a while, Li Yi finally locked his target on a tubular object. After getting a general direction, Li Yi called Su Wei and said to her, "Help me apply for an Ethiopian tourist visa and buy my plane ticket as well." "Okay, Mr. Li." Su Wei nodded quickly. After that, Su Wei did not leave immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a while and asked, "Mr. Li, what will happen to the company while you're away?" Upon hearing this, Li Yi couldn't help but look at Su Wei. This young girl, who graduated from college almost a year ago, has grown very fast in recent times and has become more beautiful and elegant. After thinking for a while, Li Yi said to Su Wei, "Come to me." Although Su Wei didn't understand why, she still moved obediently and stood next to Li Yi. Then, accompanied by a strong but unusually warm touch on her hand, Su Wei's whole body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 25: Su Wei's Emotions and Farewell. Su Wei was very grateful to Li Yi. When she was in the most difficult time, it was Li Yi who helped her. Not only was she given a job that allowed her to develop herself, but she was also given enough trust. He even thoughtfully advanced her 3-month salary, allowing her to successfully solve her urgent problem. In addition, Li Yi has a handsome face and a standard figure, and his invisible temperament makes people fascinated. It is for this reason that Su Wei undoubtedly has a strong liking for Li Yi. But because of her family conditions, Su Wei has been working part-time in addition to studying hard. Although there were many good-looking classmates pursuing her in school, she had been strong and independent since childhood and looked down on the boys in school. Therefore, Su Wei, who had never been in love and had never had intimate contact with the opposite sex, suddenly froze the moment Li Yi touched her. Li Yi has big hands and smooth and delicate skin. With a slight feeling of warmth, Li Yi pulled Su Wei's little hand. Seeing that Su Wei did not resist, Li Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then stood up while exerting force. Afterwards, Li Yi held Su Wei's shoulders and pressed her down on his boss chair. After helping Su Wei sit in her boss chair, Li Yi did not rush to let go of her hands from Su Wei's shoulders. Instead, he leaned down so that his profile was parallel to Su Wei's. Their faces were so close that Li Yi could smell the faint fragrance from Su Wei, and Su Wei seemed to be able to feel the warmth belonging to Li Yi. At this moment, the hormones between the opposite sex began to stir. Su Wei only felt her heart pounding and beating faster and faster. At this time, Li Yi only heard her whisper, "How does it feel to sit here?" Su Wei not only heard Li Yi talking in her ear, but also felt a heat swirling around her ear, making her feel itchy. "Mr. Li." Su Wei didn't know what to say at this moment. She placed her 2 little hands awkwardly on her legs, with her 10 fingers connected together. It is obvious that Su Wei can give orders to employees outside at will, just like a queen. But when facing Li Yi, Su Wei was like a shy girl, blushing and speechless. Li Yi didn't say anything, as if he didn't notice Su Wei's shyness, and gently stroked Su Wei's hair with one hand. After stroking for a while, Li Yi said softly, "Do you feel it now?" Su Wei lowered her head and made a faint mosquito-like sound. She only felt that under Li Yi's touch, her heart was gradually filled with a sense of satisfaction. That is the care that was lacking in childhood. At this moment, the strength and independence that I had maintained for many years seemed to be softened. At this time, Li Yi smiled slightly and slowly stopped his movements. Then, Li Yi said, "Don't be nervous. There's nothing wrong with sitting in this position. You have to learn to adapt to this situation. I will need you in many places in the future." Li Yi's words are ambiguous and cryptic. Su Wei only felt that she had received great trust and care. The image of Li Yi in my heart has also changed again and again. Boss, brother, elder, even father, etc., she seems to be able to find the shadow of Li Yi. But in the end, these shadows gradually merged into one and turned into Li Yi in front of him. "Mr. Li, I will try my best." Su Wei's voice rose a little, as if to encourage herself. "Well, I believe you." Li Yi finally pressed Su Wei's shoulders lightly with his hand, and then stopped all contact. Su Wei was quite reluctant to leave, and her affectionate gaze lingered on Li Yi's hand for a few seconds. Then, Li Yi said, "While I'm away, this position is yours. I'm entrusting the company to you, so you have to do a good job." After Li Yi finished speaking, he stood up and stretched, looking out the window, leaving only his back to Su Wei. "Mr. Li, I will definitely work harder and ensure that you will not be let down," Su Wei said in a firm voice. Sunday, May 5th, the last day of the May Day holiday. Su Wei arrived at Li Yi's apartment early in the morning. Without a key, Su Wei entered the apartment after entering the password. After skillfully changing into slippers, Su Wei began her daily cleaning and tidying work. Li Yi's residence is not messy, on the one hand because he maintains it himself, and on the other hand because Su Wei insists on cleaning it every once in a while. After cleaning, Su Wei thoughtfully made a simple breakfast. Then, she walked straight into Li Yi's bedroom, looked at Li Yi who had already opened his eyes and got up with a smile, and opened the wardrobe directly. There are not many clothes in Li Yi's wardrobe, and this is the result of Su Wei using public funds to help him buy a few sets of clothes. After Su Wei took out a set of clothes, she said to Li Yi, "Mr. Li, clothes and breakfast are ready. I'll take you to the airport later." Today is the day Li Yi sets off for Ethiopia. After washing up, Li Yi changed into the clothes prepared by Su Wei, a casual suit suitable for spring. Taking into account the climate in Ethiopia, Su Wei also prepared 2 sets of summer clothes. It's strange to say, when she first started working, Su Wei was afraid of being subject to unspoken workplace rules, so she insisted on only doing things related to her job. But now, Su Wei has taken on multiple roles without Li Yi even asking for anything. In addition to work, she also became Li Yi's personal secretary and intervened in part of Li Yi's life. Although there was no extra salary, Su Wei enjoyed it. Li Yi was naturally happy about this. After a while, the two went to the international airport together. In the airport terminal, Su Wei was reluctant to leave and stayed by Li Yi's side until he boarded the plane. Now her feelings for Li Yi are mixed with something more. Li Yi smiled and gave Su Wei a hug, then whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I've been to Ethiopia before, and I have partners there. It's very safe." Su Wei instinctively put her arms around Li Yi's waist and hugged him tightly before saying, "Then I'll wait for you here at the company. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the company. I trust you." After Li Yi finished speaking, he took Su Wei's 2 small hands, held them tightly for a while, and then let go. Afterwards, Li Yi pulled up his suitcase, passed through security check, and waved goodbye to Su Wei. Su Wei watched Li Yi's figure disappear until she disappeared. Then she slowly left the terminal in a daze. The moment she watched Li Yi leave, she was already very clear that she had fallen in love with Li Yi. She has never been in love and doesn't know what love feels like. But at the moment when Li Yi hugged her, she was filled with reluctance and attachment, as if she wanted to turn this moment into eternity. Chapter 26 Hypersonic Missile. Ethiopia is the 4th largest country in Africa, with an area of approximately 1.1 million square kilometers, and is also the 2nd most populous country. Similarly, Ethiopia is one of the least developed countries in the world. However, in comparison, for most people, Somalia, its neighboring country with which Ethiopia has had physical exchanges, is more familiar. Whether it is Ethiopia or Somalia, or Yemen across the sea, Li Yi is actually quite familiar with them. Although it is a parallel world, many things are similar, so Li Yi has sufficient knowledge of this area. Just like the last time he went to Gangwon, Li Yi boarded an Ethiopian Airlines flight from Chengdu International Airport. After nearly 10 hours of flight, we arrived at the destination airport. Unlike last time when he had to transfer, this time, Li Yi got off the plane directly here. The arrival time is 8 p.m. in China, but due to the time difference, it is 3 p.m. in Ethiopia. Facing the scorching sun, Li Yi walked out of the terminal and saw Tsushi Zhe wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses. When Sexy Zhe saw Li Yi, he immediately hurried over to him. After a brief hug between the two, Tsushi Zhe took Li Yi into a black luxury car. Compared with Korea, the public security in Ethiopia is much better, but it is also limited. So, in addition to the 2 people in the car, there were also 2 armed bodyguards. Li Yi had seen one of them before. He was the strong black man who was responsible for receiving and inspecting the goods during the first transaction with Tsushi Zhe. "Li, have you booked a hotel? If not, I recommend you stay at my place." As soon as he got in the car, CC's showed his enthusiasm. "My secretary has already booked a hotel for me. Let me see," Li Yi said, took out his cell phone, took a look at it, and gave Tsushi Zhe an address. After arriving at the hotel, Li Yi quickly checked in. At this time, Tsushi Zhe said, "Li, I have an appointment with a friend tonight. Let's have dinner together. You should take a rest now. I will pick you up at 7 in the evening." Hearing this, Li Yi's heart moved and he asked, "Whose friend is this?" Neighbor next door or on the other side of the river? Lee, you are so smart. Caesar grinned, revealing his white teeth, and pointed towards the east. I wouldn't dare do business with my next-door neighbor in this area, so it's on the other side. When Lee heard this, he immediately understood. Next door refers to Somalia, and across the river is Yemen, or more precisely, the Yemeni anti-government force, the Hussein Armed Forces. Both countries have geographical advantages and charge huge protection fees to ships passing through the Suez Canal. As for why they dare not do business in Ethiopia and Somalia, that is a historical story. At the same time, Caesar's answer also contains another message. That is, he clearly told Lee that he would not purchase the goods this time, but would contact the Fox Armed Forces. CCI's played a rather matchmaking role. At the same time, part of his circle of friends was open to Lee. This is also a sign of sincerity. All in all, Lee was satisfied with Caesar's approach. What was even more satisfying was the trading partner, Fox Armed Forces. There are many people in this world who are rich and willing to spend a lot of money to buy weapons. For example, the rich dog lying on the oil. But the problem is that it is currently impossible for Lee to trade directly with the other party. International arms trade often has unwritten rules and relatively fixed partners. For example, the rich man Go Hu in a mysterious big country in the East. Another example is NATO and the United States. Once Lee poaches a client, he will immediately come under close scrutiny from the arms exporter. For now, Lee doesn't want to be noticed by these giants that dominate the world. For this reason, the more closed and less popular Fox Armed Forces is a good target. Moreover, Lee had no doubt that the other party could not afford the money. After all, Fox Eye's annual income from protection fees on the Red Sea alone is as high as $2 billion. Although it is not a fraction of the wealth of the wealthy countries, it is still very generous compared with some small countries. Of course, the most important thing is that the Fox Armed Forces have a strong demand for weapons. Others might just talk about attacking a U.S. aircraft carrier, but these guys really dare to do it. Thinking of this, Lee couldn't help but look forward to the dinner in the evening. It was soon 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Lee got on a black car, and after half an hour's drive, he arrived at a luxurious restaurant. After entering the private room, Lee saw Caesar at a glance. Next to Caesar was a man with a white turban and a beard. After taking a seat, Caesar began the introduction. This is Mr. Sally, one of the diplomats from the other side of the sea. Caesar introduced him to Lee. Then he said to Sally, "This is my partner and close friend, Lee." Lee and Sally nodded to each other. Afterwards, the three of them first tasted the local Ethiopian coffee and then enjoyed some delicious food. Sally is a traditional Yemeni who does not eat pork or drink alcohol due to religious reasons. But tobacco is not among them. The finest cigars from Cuba were roasted and then passed to the fingertips of the three people. Accompanied by a puff of smoke, Sally finally spoke. "I heard from Caesar that Mr. Lee has some big toys that need to be dealt with." "That's right." Lee nodded. Sally didn't show any expression after hearing this. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he said, "We're not interested in ordinary toys because we already have them." There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. However, Lee curled his lips subtly. If a certain country had not been supporting Husai would probably not have had an easy time. To put it bluntly, he is just an agent. The other party said this just to see what good things Lee can come up with. Lee smiled slightly and reported a set of data, 1,500 kilometers, Mach 10, land-based launch. Hearing Lee's words, Sally's hand holding the cigar trembled slightly. There is no doubt that this set of data can only be achieved by hypersonic missiles. Like ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles are also internationally banned. So far, only a very few countries have similar technologies. Even the country that has been supporting them has only just begun research and development. It will probably take several years before we can provide them with support. Once they have one or more hypersonic missiles, the U.S. aircraft carriers cruising in the Red Sea will have to retreat. More importantly, if he could successfully bring back such a big guy, his status in the organization would quickly improve. Thinking of this, Sally couldn't help but feel emotional. Chapter 27 Send some rockets to Husai's buddy. Hypersonic missiles, in a broad sense, refer to missiles that fly at speeds exceeding Mach 5. Under this definition, the vast majority of ballistic missiles are also included. For this reason, the hypersonic missiles generally referred to are in a narrow sense. That is, a missile that mainly flies within the atmosphere, has a maximum speed exceeding Mach 5, and can perform large-scale maneuvers. Compared with ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles have a shorter range, but they are faster, more flexible, and can evade air defense weapons. This is also one of the most expensive weapons in the current system mall, So much so that Li Yi had to spend all his money to be able to afford such a set. Sometimes Li Yi was very skeptical. Was this system really letting him fight zombies in the apocalypse? This hypersonic missile is enough to fight against aliens, let alone zombies. Of course, Li Yi didn't think too much about this. Instead of worrying about it, it is better to make good use of it. Li, I have to say, I'm very interested in your big toy. A hint of anticipation flashed in Sally's eyes. There is a high probability that there is a shadow of a great Eastern country behind this Chinese man. The Eastern power has always enjoyed a very good reputation in the international market, especially in the Arab world and Africa. However, their arms exports tend to be cautious, sold only to recognized sovereign governments. For this reason, organizations like Foxeye have no purchasing qualifications at all and can only purchase on behalf of third parties. As for big toys like hypersonic missiles, they are absolutely banned and will not be sold easily. So, if the Chinese man in front of him really has such a set, Sally would be very happy to make an offer. Not only can they obtain strategic weapons that threaten the U.S. federal aircraft carriers, but they can also take advantage of the situation to establish relationships with the other side. If there is a chance to buy an atomic weapon, then the organization's long-standing goal may be truly achieved. By that time, his status in the organization was self-evident. After a brief moment of thought, Sally suddenly became enthusiastic. Li Yi was thinking about maximizing his profits. After all, he spent all his money to buy such a big thing, and also took the risk of being noticed by some giants. What he wanted was to completely solve the problem of initial funding. Finally, after some bargaining, Li Yi said, "For $80 million, it includes a land-based launch vehicle and a missile. I can deliver it to the Red Sea. And in the next transaction, you can get a price of $15 million per piece." Li Yi looked at Sally and said, "You should know that this price is very sincere. This price is indeed very sincere. For high-end weapons like these, the more they are produced, the lower the production cost. The same is true for price. The more you buy, the cheaper it will be. If we compare the relevant data and parameters given by Li Yi with the anti-ship missile of a certain Eastern power, we can roughly know its cost. There is no doubt that the price given by Li Yi is the market price." That didn't sound like Sally was getting any advantage. But Sally knew very well that these weapons were internationally banned and were a completely seller's market, with no demand even at a high price. Therefore, even if the price goes up, it is only natural. Li Yi only raised the price slightly and also delivered the goods to the door, which showed his sincerity. What's more, the other party has agreed to supply goods regularly, which means more. Thinking of this, Sally stood up, walked out the door, found a secluded place, and dialed the phone. After a moment, Sally put away his phone with a smile on his face. After returning to the box, Sally said to Li Yi, "We can accept the price of $80 million, but we require a second missile to be provided within a month at a price of $15 million. No." Li Yi shook his head and then said, "The second missile can only be provided within 3 months. Unless you can pay for more than 5 missiles at once, the production line will not start in the short term." After that, Li Yi added meaningfully, "Adjusting the production plan is a very troublesome thing." Li Yi's last sentence naturally gave Caesar and Sally endless imagination. For Li Yi, 3 months is enough time for him to accumulate mall currency. Sally obviously had been given certain permissions. After thinking for a moment, Sally nodded and said solemnly, "We can discuss the details of the transaction." It was late at night when we walked out of the restaurant. Li Yi and Sally have confirmed the details of the transaction. It is worth mentioning that under Cece's guarantee, Sally first paid $20 million as a deposit. At Li Yi's request, the money will be deposited into Cece Zhe's company account. After leaving the restaurant, Li Yi and Cece Zhe entered a clean private room. After pouring whiskey and clinking glasses, Li Yi said to CCI's, "Subsequent payments for goods will also be processed through you. If you can manage this money well, besides the corresponding expenses, you will further gain our friendship." At this point, Li Yi smiled and said, "Maybe next time, you can also put some big toys at home." "I'm looking forward to that day, Li." Cece Zhe raised his glass with a smile again. For him, if this transaction is successful, he can not only gain the friendship of Li Yi, but also gain the favor of Husai. For this reason, Cece Zhe even rejected the middleman commission proposed by Li Yi. At the same time, he can also take advantage of this transaction opportunity to once again learn about the power behind Li Yi. This way, 3 birds with 1 stone were achieved, and helping Li Yi to launder funds was just a matter of convenience. For Li Yi, Cece Zhe could help him deal with the money, which not only saved a lot of time, but also saved a lot of intermediary fees. As for Lao Huang, whom Li had contacted before, Li did not think that the other party was capable of handling such a large amount of funds. Even if it is possible, it will probably take a long time and cause great losses. After discussing some details with CCIs, the plan for the entire transaction was completed. Then, Sishizhe smiled mysteriously at Li Yi and walked out of the box. Soon, when Sishizhe came back, a group of pretty ladies with light brown skin appeared in front of Li Yi. Oh, I almost forgot. Ethiopia is famous for its abundant black pearl beauties, and is even known as the land of beauties in Africa. In particular, Sishizhe has a very good vision, and those who are selected are all top-notch. My friend, you are always so enthusiastic that it is impossible to refuse. Chapter 28. Trading from Djibouti to the Red Sea. Addis, the capital of Ethiopia. It was already noon when Li Yi got up. After taking a shower, Li Yi called Kang Hongfei, who was in Temasek. We learned from the phone call that Kang Hongfei hired an auditing company from China before going to Temasek. We are currently conducting background checks on several biopharmaceutical companies that we are interested in. Roughly estimated, it will take at least half a month and at most a month to finally decide on the acquisition target. Li Yi was not anxious about this, but just said on the phone, I have almost prepared the funds, and they will all be in place within a week. Remember to find a law firm and register the company according to the structure we designed earlier, so that you can be ready to receive payments at any time. Kang Hongfei on the other end of the phone immediately nodded vigorously. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely take care of it. Because of his daughter's illness, he wanted more than anyone else to start drug testing and production as soon as possible. After finishing his call with Kang Hongfei, Li Yi left the hotel and headed for the train station. At the train station, Li Yi bought a cross-border train ticket from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. It is worth mentioning that the Addis Ababa-Djibouti railway on which this train travels was built by China. For this reason, whether it is the platform or the train, the environment feels familiar to Li Yi. Ethiopia is a landlocked country and has no coastline. Therefore, Ethiopia and Djibouti jointly operate the port of Dorala, located in Djibouti, on the coast of the Gulf of Aden. Li Yi wanted to send the big toy to the Red Sea, and the closest and easiest way was to sail out from the port of Doher. The train from Addis to Djibouti takes 10 hours. Fortunately, the scenery along the way is pretty good. The Addis Ababa-Djibouti Railway runs diagonally across the Grand Canyon of East Africa. As the railway runs at a slow speed, you can see some beautiful natural scenery. You can even buy some local delicacies when passing through some small stations. Foreigners like Li Yi are actually not uncommon on trains. Li Yi even saw a Chinese self-media person who was constantly filming with his mobile phone. This reminded Li Yi of Guan Tong, whom he met in Gangwejin. Before leaving, he gave him a pistol with a full magazine. I don't know if this pistol can give Guan Tong a sense of security. Anyway, Li Yi felt that it was still lacking something interesting. 10 hours later, Li Yi checked into a hotel in Djibouti in the evening. Djibouti is a very small country, but it controls the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, a key point where the Red Sea enters the Indian Ocean. To its north is the famous Red Sea and Suez Canal. This tiny country with a population of about 1 million has troops stationed in it from more than 10 countries, including China. It is also for this reason that, except for the border area with Somalia, the security in other places is generally good. Anyway, it is definitely above the African average. After a night's rest in the hotel, it was the next morning. After having a quick breakfast, Li Yi headed straight for Doher Port. At the port, Li Yi met the person he had an appointment with. Mr. Li, the cargo ship you booked will arrive at the port tonight, said the middle-aged man, also from China. Unloading will take about 4 hours. The ship will be able to leave the port by midnight tonight at the latest. This middle-aged man is the business manager of the port of Dorala. As for why a Chinese can be a business manager in a foreign country, the reason is simple. The multifunctional port is invested and operated by China. Okay, please say hello to the captain for me. Li nodded. The freighter he rented was not big, but it was easy to carry a hypersonic missile and the corresponding launch vehicle. After confirming the freighter, Li Yi did not return to the hotel directly, but began to wander around Djibouti with purpose. Compared with various tourist attractions, he mainly visited military bases of various countries. After all, there are few places like this where you can directly see the overseas garrison status of multiple countries. But soon Li Yi felt bored, so he strolled to the port and looked at the warships of various countries. Compared with the ships on land and in the sky, the giant ships on the ocean are real toys. As Li Yi watched, he wondered when the System Mall would be able to purchase destroyers, aircraft carriers, and the like. That would be really exciting. It would be better to equip it with some nuclear submarines so that he can personally carry out nuclear deterrence. Only then will you feel truly safe. Of course, at this point this is just Li Yi's imagination. After wandering around all day, Li Yi arrived at Doha Port again at 11 o'clock in the evening. Under the guidance of a special person, Li Yi saw the cargo ship he had temporarily rented. The freighter named Minsk is a 4,000-ton ocean-going freighter. Although it looks big, it is probably at the level of a toddler among ocean-going cargo ships. However, it is more than enough to carry a set of hypersonic missiles and matching launch vehicles. After the freighter unloaded the containers, the sailors began maintenance. The captain of the Minsk, an Englishman, took Li Yi on a tour of his ship. The captain was very enthusiastic towards Li Yi. After all, the price offered by the shipper for this short-distance transportation is very attractive. After Li Yi finished his visit, the freighter was also inspected and repaired. Then, as the dock crane began working, an oversized but empty large container was placed on the deck of the Minsk. The captain walked around the container and checked that all parts were fixed. He couldn't help but say to Li Yi, "These goods are very light." Minsk barely increased its draft. "Could this box be filled with air?" Li Yi smiled and replied, "It's not air, it's US dollars." The captain was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter and said, "You are truly the most humorous Chinese person I have ever met." At 2 a.m., Li Yi sat in the captain's room, watching the gradually receding Doha port, and silently lit a cigarette. For hours later, when it was still dawn, a burst of urgent alarms suddenly sounded on the Minsk. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi heard the first mate shout in panic, "Captain, they're pirate boats, lots of them." The drowsy captain suddenly woke up and looked out to sea. "I saw several speedboats heading towards Minsk at full speed." The captain seemed to be very experienced in this situation. After taking a look, the captain said calmly, "It's those guys from Husai. Don't worry, our cargo owner should have prepared the toll." As he spoke, the captain looked at Li Yi. Li Yi smiled slightly and looked at Sally on the boat, but he didn't expect that this guy would come in person to pick up the goods. Chapter 29 Foxeye will remember your friendship. The Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea are two areas recognized as dangerous for international shipping. The main danger for the former lies in Somali pirates, while the main danger for the latter lies in the Hussar armed forces. Although both started out as pirates, they took completely different paths. Somalia has turned piracy into a business, listing and raising funds within its territory. You provide a gun, I provide a boat, and a village of people can put together a pirate team. Dividends are distributed every time a job is completed, so the business is booming. The scale of the Foxeye armed forces is obviously much larger. After the Foxeye armed forces made their first fortune through piracy, they immediately formalized their operations. Later, it even secured the first round of financing. After that, Husai whitewashed himself while expanding his influence. Today, Husai not only has a clear territory, but also a highly modernized organizational system. Of course, a business like piracy, which has low costs and quick profits, cannot be given up just like that. Therefore, Husai organized the collection of tolls or protection fees for merchant ships passing through the Red Sea. Generally speaking, the larger the tonnage of a merchant ship, the more expensive the toll. At the same time, they are not like Somali pirates who kidnap or seize merchant ships in an unorganized and undisciplined manner. But there are exceptions. For example, when dealing with merchant ships of the United States Federation and Israel, the Foxeye armed forces often use more drastic measures. For example, just brush up a rocket. Of course, this will vary depending on the situation. For now, a small tonnage English merchant ship in Minsk does not need to worry about being hit by rockets. Because of this, the captain seemed relatively calm and was even too lazy to ask the sailors to organize defense and counterattack. As for tolls, the captain had already informed Li Yi when taking on this business, and this is also part of the transportation costs. A moment later, in the dim light of dawn, Foxeye's boat docked with the Minsk. Soon, several people wearing turbans, dark yellow camouflage uniforms, and armed with weapons boarded the Minsk. Among them was naturally Sally, who had made an appointment with Li Yi. The sailors on the ship did not resist, and the people who boarded the ship had no intention of attacking. It looked more like a meeting between friends. Just as the captain took out $20,000 to pay the toll, he saw the Foxeye armed forces suddenly raise their guns. "Don't move. Put your hands down." The crew, including the captain, were immediately panicked. This was not the first time they had dealt with Foxeye, but they usually passed safely after paying tolls, and even received escort for a section of the sea. And what is happening now? No, you can't. The captain wanted to negotiate, but his mouth was sealed. Afterwards, the captain and crew members were quickly tied up and controlled, and then imprisoned in different cabins. Only then did Sally take out a cigar and hand it to Li Yi. "Li, you're more efficient than I thought." I can't wait to see the big toy. In the captain's room, Sally looked at the containers on the deck with an intense look in his eyes. I suggest we go back to the port and have a look. It's not safe here. Li Yi shrugged. Although there is no danger in this sea area for the time being, who knows whether the satellites in the sky are paying attention to it? Sally naturally understood this, so she suppressed her excitement. Next, Sully's men began to operate the Minsk. After turning, the 4,000-ton cargo ship immediately started at full speed. By noon, the Minsk had already docked at the port of Ras Isa, which was controlled by the Fox-Sai armed forces. Although it was noon, the port seemed unusually quiet. In order to prepare for the arrival of hypersonic missiles, Sally had already taken control of the port. It was not until the heavy crane was ready to unload that Li Yi had an idea and took out the hypersonic missile and its matching road-based launch vehicle from the system. The Minsk's draft suddenly increased a little, but at this moment, no one would pay attention to this little detail. Everyone looked at the large container being lifted. After the container lands steadily, it is immediately transported to the nearest warehouse by a transfer vehicle. Sally and Li Yi followed to the warehouse. Looking at the huge container in front of them, Sally did not rush to open it, but walked around it. Then, Sally looked at Li Yi with anticipation in his eyes. Li Yi smiled faintly and nodded. Sally no longer hesitated and said to his men, "Open the container." Immediately afterwards, accompanied by the sound of the box door opening, a missile launcher that looked like a giant truck came into view. But this is not the most eye-catching thing. On the launch pad of the launch vehicle, a slender and round little cutie was waiting quietly. Sally couldn't help swallowing at this moment. If it weren't for CCI's guarantee, he wouldn't have believed that a mysterious Chinese man would possess a set of hypersonic missiles. I will not really buy it back. After all, according to the data on paper, even their investors don't have such big toys. But now, this incredibly large toy was right before his eyes. Sally couldn't help but reach out and touch it. The cool feeling seemed to carry the salty and wet smell of the sea breeze. But no one cares about that. After a brief touch, Sally immediately winked at the military engineer wearing glasses next to him. At this moment, as the big toy really appeared before his eyes, he almost believed that it was real. But to be on the safe side, it is naturally necessary to verify it with a professional. In fact, Fox-Sai's engineers had never seen such a high-tech toy. Therefore, verification takes some time. Taking advantage of this time, Sally set up a table in the warehouse and invited Li Yi to have lunch there. During the meal, the two looked at the toys in front of them and chatted from time to time. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the engineer whispered a few words in Sally's ear. Then, Sally stood up excitedly, held Li Yi's hands, and shook them continuously. "Thank you, Li. Fox will remember your friendship," Sally said excitedly. "I hope this is just the beginning of our friendship." Li Yi responded with a smile. "Of course, I promise." Although a hypersonic missile cannot change the predicament faced by Fox-Sai, they, who have never seen big toys before, have for the first time the power to scare the enemy. As long as they operate it properly, they can make great use of this missile. Not to mention driving away the U.S. aircraft carrier. At least the other side should be made nervous when cruising in the Red Sea. And Sally himself will also gain a higher status within the organization because of this transaction and subsequent possibilities. Li, the payment will be received before 12 o'clock tonight. I look forward to meeting you next time. Before leaving, Sally hugged Li Yi. Chapter 30 Destiny Club. On the way back, the atmosphere was a little subtle. When the Minsk's captain and crew were released from the hold, the Minsk was anchored in the sea area where they were intercepted. Then the captain heard the people from Fox-Sai say to him, "I'm very sorry, Captain. We mistook your ship for a merchant ship from another country that needed to be seized. As an apology, we filled your tank. Also, here's some coffee and honey. I hope you have a safe journey. Goodbye." Under the incredulous gazes of the crew members, the people of Husai quickly left the ship and sailed away on a small boat. I don't know how long it took before the captain suddenly said to Li Yi, "Is there any problem with your goods?" Li Yi shook his head, indicating that there was nothing wrong with the goods, but he showed a frightened expression and said, "Ocean trade is too dangerous. I've decided to cancel this trip and return to Djibouti." The captain didn't say anything when he heard this. He was actually a little scared. When the black muzzle of a gun was pointed at him, he thought he would never see his wife and children again. Moreover, if you cancel this trip, although you will not receive the subsequent transportation fees, the deposit will not be refunded. What's more, Husai filled up his tank, which made him a lot of money. After the Minsk returned to the port of Dohair, Li Yi immediately bought a train ticket to Addis Ababa. After experiencing the Addis Ababa-Djibouti railway again, it was already early morning when we arrived in Addis Ababa. According to the news from Cecil last night, Sally has readily paid the remaining payment of 60 million US dollars. Li Yize couldn't help but look at Husai again. Such a huge amount of money spent in just a few days is enough to demonstrate the efficiency and unity of the internal operations of the Foxai Armed Forces. In addition, this also means that Husai has a certain amount of funds that can be used at any time. This time, Li Yi earned a total of 80 million US dollars, and the contract was worth more than 570 million Chinese yuan. But this is the official exchange rate, so of course it can't be calculated that way. In addition, there will be certain losses in CCI's handling of this fund, so Li Yi estimates that the final amount he will get is about 500 million. Although the loss was more than 70 million, it was actually very low. According to the normal black market price, if you want to completely dispose of the 80 million US dollars, you have to cut it in half at least. However, although the money came from an illegal source, Foxai had quite complete procedures, so it was not difficult to handle. In addition, with the help of the local tyrant Sishize, the loss was reduced to such a low level. After arriving in Addis Ababa, Li Yi did not rest, but went directly to find Sishize. Afterwards, the two took an Ethiopian flight together to Kinshasa, the capital of Kenya. Although Li Yi's visa in Gangwajan had expired, this did not affect his entry at all. You don't even have to pay $90 to get some useless documents like you did the first time. Of course, all this is thanks to Caesar. After leaving the airport, the two got into the car that came to greet them. After getting in the car, CC's handed Li Yi a cigar, puffed on it, and said, "I've already built a farm over there, Li. You'll be able to see it in a moment. I guarantee it's definitely the most modern farm in Gangwa, and maybe even in all of Africa. Then I'll look forward to it." Li Yi looked out the window with a smile. After leaving Kinshasa, the car headed east and arrived at the modern farm that CCI's mentioned in the evening. After entering, CCI's took Li Yi on a tour and explained, "I have invited the best agricultural experts in the country to ensure that your crops can grow smoothly." Li Yi nodded as he watched. He actually doesn't know much about this. All we know is that the crop seeds exchanged from the system are a kind of genetically modified plant, and its fruit is the core raw material of the Class 1 gene repair agent. After looking at the green seedlings in the organic soil, Li Yi said with satisfaction, "You did very well, my friend. As long as this batch of raw materials can be supplied on time, I can make the decision and give you a mysterious gift." Li Yi once again painted a big picture for Sishize, and Sishize ate the big pie without hesitation. "Of course, I am very much looking forward to it." CCI's also had a smile on his face. The transaction between Li Yi and Husai was completed through his matchmaking. And in this transaction, Li Yi once again proved his ability. A set of high-tech weapons that are internationally banned and only possessed by a few countries were transported to the Red Sea in just 3 days. This once again proved his guess. There must be an unimaginable behemoth behind Li Yi, otherwise the dispatch and transportation would not be completed in such a short time. On the other hand, the news that the Foxai Armed Forces have obtained hypersonic missiles will probably be known to the world soon. After all, this type of weapon is not meant to be kept in reserve, but to deter the enemy. By then, his role in this transaction will be known to some interested people, especially his friends. Presumably, his status in the circle of friends will rise rapidly soon. In short, although there is no substantial benefit, the potential gains and intangible prestige are enough for CCI's to go further. It is for this reason that CCI's said to Li Dao, "Li, I will handle the funds coming in this time. In addition, you can give me your personal account for the expenses involved." Sishize's meaning was very clear, which was to bribe Li Yi with the intermediary fee. Of course, he didn't expect that there was no so-called giant behind Li Yi, so he tried to get closer to Li Yi. Li Yi also understood what Sishize meant, but shook his head and refused. "Sir, I personally don't need any money. Money is for us." At this point, Li Yi suddenly paused, then patted Sishize's shoulder and continued, "Perhaps when you truly understand us, you will understand. There are many things I cannot tell you now, but I look forward to the day when I can tell you." There is no doubt that Li Yi is trying to depict a prototype. The ambitious CCIzer is always looking for and seizing opportunities. "Li, don't worry, that moment will definitely come." Looking at the modern farm in front of him, Sishize's heart was filled with emotion. The planted crop seeds, just like his strength and status, will continue to grow over time. Li Yi, on the other hand, was looking at the transparent ceiling, his eyes passing through the glass and gazing at the blue sky. Perhaps, from the moment he came into this world, the needle of fate began to fluctuate, and the behemoth that Caesar imagined would eventually be created by him. Why not just call Destiny Club? Chapter 31. Level 1 Gene is perfect. Unlock the Gene Lock. May 8th. The plane took off from Kinshasa, the capital of Kenya, and landed in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, after a 4-hour and 30-minute flight. This is Li Yi's fourth time here. Just like the first time, Li Yi did not stop in Addis Ababa. 2 hours later, Ethiopian Airlines Boeing 787 took off again, and its destination was Temasek. After another 9-hour and 30-minute long flight, it was already May 9th when Li Yi arrived at Temasek. For Chinese people, this day may be the second day back to work after the May Day holiday. But for Li Yi, this day is somewhat worthy of attention. It's not just that he is about to meet Kang Hongfei. Temasek International Airport is a very beautiful and luxurious airport, but Li Yi did not appreciate it too much. After walking out of the terminal, the system's voice rang in his mind. Survival Mission 1 completed. You successfully survived the dangerous biochemical apocalypse for 3 months. Rewards have been issued. You have completed all tasks in the current stage. New tasks will be unlocked after unlocking the Level 1 gene lock. Listening to the system's voice, Li Yi's quick steps paused slightly. He didn't rush to check the system rewards, but instead looked at his empty system currency. To unlock the Level 1 gene lock, he needs to take the Level 1 gene evolution liquid again. This thing costs as much as 5,000 in the system, and his current system currency is in deficit, so he can't afford it for the time being. Thinking of this, Li Yi quickened his pace, took a taxi, and headed to the booked hotel. Compared to the backward and chaotic Africa, Temasek is undoubtedly much more developed. The city is clean and tidy, with tall buildings standing in rows, and is full of traces of modernity everywhere. But to be honest, Li Yi still prefers Kinshasa because it is full of wildness, unlike Temasek, which is covered with the cloak of civilization. More than 40 minutes later, Li Yi completed the check-in procedures at the St. Regis Hotel. It was not until he stepped into the elegant hotel room that Li Yi put down his luggage, lit a cigarette, and sat on a chair on the balcony. He seemed to be admiring the night view of the city, but in fact he was checking his personal space. As expected, there were 2 more items in the personal space. Li Yi looked at the first item. Level 1 Gene Evolution Fluid. It was something familiar, but it solved his urgent problem. After taking a quick glance, Li Yi looked at the second item. Gene Lock Target Designator. Using this item, you can independently select the direction to open the gene lock. It's the gene lock again. Li Yi's gaze lingered on the second item for a while. He is now really curious about the gene lock. The system seemed to be guiding his body to evolve continuously. And it seems that the open genetic locks are divided into different types. Li Yi thought for a moment, and with a thought, the Level 1 Gene Evolution liquid that he had just been rewarded appeared in his hand. Li Yi quickly poured it into his mouth, just like drinking a drink. The familiar feeling in the body came again, but it was not as strong as the first time I took it. But soon, the heat that originally made him feel warm suddenly turned into a scorching flame. Li Yi could clearly feel that the temperature inside and outside his body was rising rapidly. This is followed by extreme dryness of mouth. Li Yi couldn't help but pick up the purified water provided by the hotel, unscrewed the cap, and put the whole bottle of water into his mouth. This approach seemed to work, and the feeling of thirst soon faded away. After 10 minutes, the temperature inside and outside the body gradually returned to normal. It's over. As Li Yi was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strong sense of hunger. He had no choice but to take out the compressed biscuits he always had in his luggage, open the package, and put them in his mouth. Only after he finished eating the whole biscuit did Li Yi drink another bottle of water, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again in his mind. You have reached the perfect state of genetics at stage I. You can only enter the next stage after unlocking the genetic lock. After hearing this, Li Yi did not rush to open any genetic lock, but carefully felt the changes in his body. After another genetic evolution, his physical fitness was improved again. Although the improvement is not as great as the first evolution, it is still an outstanding effect. Li Yi tried to test his own strength. He took out an M4 assault rifle from his personal space, and then broke it into several pieces with a click, click sound without any regret. This strength is probably enough to kill a grown elephant with bare hands. While Li Yi was thinking, he rubbed the 5.56 bullet with 2 fingers. The bullet made of steel alloy material was instantly squeezed into thin iron sheets, and the gunpowder in the bullet also spilled on Li Yi's hand. After casually throwing the tattered M4 assault rifle and bullets into his personal space, Li Yi stretched his body and did a few stretching exercises. Along with the cracking sound of bones, a sense of security suddenly came over me. Li Yi likes the feeling of having power, which makes him feel at ease. After spending an hour experiencing the changes in his body, Li Yi finally stopped and looked at the item that had been stored in his personal space for some time. Secret key to the eye-level genetic lock. After reaching the perfect state of the eye-level genetics, this item can be used to break through the first level of the genetic lock. This is the reward for completing construction task 1, and is specifically used to open the gene lock. Li Yi originally thought that it would take some time before he could use this thing, but unexpectedly the system rewarded him with the last level gene evolution liquid he needed. As the thought moved, the genetic key appeared in his hand. Li Yi couldn't help but look at the key to the genetic lock with curiosity. In a thumb-thick silver test tube was a double helix-shaped pill that shone with a light golden luster. The shape is very unique and gives people a sense of mystery. After completing the observation, Li Yi took out the gene lock targeting designator he had just obtained from his personal space. According to the system, if these two are used together, you can independently choose the direction to open the gene lock. Li Yi was very curious about this gene lock direction and wondered what new changes it would bring him. After concentrating and calming down for a few minutes, Li Yi used the thumbs of both hands to pry open the lids of the two test tubes at the same time. Then, without any hesitation, Li Yi put the contents of the two test tubes into his mouth at the same time and swallowed them. The change did not occur immediately, and the system did not even make any sound. Li Yi was not in a hurry and simply lay on the soft big bed and waited quietly. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Time passed by minute by minute. Chapter 32, Will Gene Lock? New mission. In my mind, the system's voice resounded. The eye-level gene lock has begun to be cracked. Cracking progress 1. 5. 10. The eye-level gene lock has been successfully cracked, and the gene lock has been solidified. Targeted gene lock selector detected. Start selecting now. Information keeps flowing in my mind. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Gene self-check completed. Level 1 gene lock can select the following directions: muscle, metabolism, willpower. Please determine the unlocking direction within 5 minutes. After hearing this, Li Yi began to think quickly. The muscles need no introduction, literally. As for metabolism, it refers to the process by which organisms constantly replace old substances with new substances, such as the shedding of skin by snakes. Similarly, humans are undergoing metabolism all the time. In a sense, metabolism determines the existence and continuation of organisms. Or, to put it in a more popular and simple way, metabolism determines lifespan. This is undoubtedly very attractive. After all, there is no effective method on the market to prolong life. However, for Li Yi, this aspect is not very attractive. After all, his body is not only healthy and strong, but also very young. On the contrary, it was the last will option that made Li Yi quite interested. So, Li Yi briefly did a process of elimination. Muscles, his current physique is already several times that of an ordinary person, and no matter how strong he is, he will definitely not be able to contend with thermal weapons, so he is ruled out. Metabolism, he is still young, there is no rush to extend his life. For this reason, although it is not yet clear what this will represents, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice at present. What's more, Li Yi likes the unknown and adventure. Thinking of this, Li Yi no longer hesitated and said silently in his heart, "Choose your will." The next moment, the system's voice came. Will selection completed. The gene lock key begins loading. Loading progress 1, 5, 10. Time passes by every second. During this period, Li Yi was surprised to find that he could no longer control himself. Except for his thoughts, his entire body seemed to be in a state of stagnation, and he couldn't even feel his own heartbeat or pulse. Li Yi was not panicked by this, but just watched the loading progress bar silently. Finally, after an unknown amount of time had passed, the progress bar finally reached 100. Then, the system's voice came again. Loading complete. Brain enters sleep mode. Estimated sleep time, 24 hours. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? With the last thought, Li Yi lost all consciousness in an instant. After 24 hours, Li Yi slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that catches your eye is the ceiling of the hotel. After staring for a few seconds, his thinking and consciousness began to recover little by little. He slowly recalled what happened before he fell asleep. Thinking of this, Li Yi picked up his mobile phone, ignored a few missed calls, and looked directly at the time. May 10th, 22:37. A whole day and night has passed in such a blur. Li Yi complained, and then checked the missed calls. 2 were from Su Wei, and 1 was from Kang Hongfei. Li Yi did not rush to call back, but looked at the WeChat message again. There was nothing wrong with Kang Hongfei, but Su Wei sent him a lot of messages, all of which were words of concern and worry. Li Yi thought about it and replied to Su Wei on WeChat, but he only said that he was busy at the moment and it was not convenient to use his mobile phone, and he would contact her later. After doing all this, Li Yi threw his phone aside. He got up from the bed and wanted to reach out to turn on the main light in the room. But just as this thought came to mind, he heard a click sound, and the switch button was pressed by an invisible force, and then the main light in the room suddenly lit up. So smart, Li Yi murmured, but soon realized something was wrong. If it's voice control or induction, there's no need to pull the switch. Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes flashed, and then he looked at the purified water on the table. Unscrew the bottle cap. Li Yi stared at the purified water and muttered to himself. A magical scene happened. The bottle cap of purified water suddenly began to spin out of thin air. Li Yi, who saw this scene, already had all kinds of thoughts and guesses. Could it be that what you say is what you say? Li Yi smiled, then closed his eyes and muttered in his heart. Give me a 100,000-ton nuclear bomb. As expected, nothing happened. It was just a whimsical attempt, and Li Yi didn't expect it to succeed, so naturally there was no question of disappointment. Then, Li Yi moved to the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror through the sink. His appearance hasn't changed much, he's still so handsome. However, the eyes appear particularly bright and can attract people's attention. After staring for a moment, Li Yi looked at the mirror in front of him and his mind moved again. Crack, crack, crack. Several sharp sounds of breaking glass were heard immediately. The mirror in front of him seemed to have been hit by a punch and began to shatter from the center outwards. Li Yi didn't care about the broken mirror at all and turned to look at the shower head in the shower room. After a thought, hot water gushed out. Is this the power of the gene lock? Li Yi condensed the gushing hot water into a water ball and tried to keep it hovering in his hand. It was successful at first, but it lasted less than 5 seconds before the water ball broke and spilled. Then, Li Yi felt as if his head was hit by a heavy hammer and became dizzy. It looks like it's reached its limit. Li Yi thought so, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If this is the function of the will gene lock, then it would be awesome. Although it looks like a common superpower like telekinesis in novels, Li Yi knows very well what such an ability can do. For example, he can make a person's heart stop suddenly. For example, he can make the bullet turn. Although these still need to be verified through actual operations, and even at the moment, he may not be able to do them. But when he thought that these might become reality in the future, even Li Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. Just as Li Yi was thinking about the future, the system came online again. You have unlocked the level 1 gene lock, and your strength has been greatly enhanced. New tasks are now released. The new tasks are as follows: survival tasks, construction tasks, and conquest tasks. Survival Mission 2. You are in a dangerous biochemical apocalypse. Please strengthen yourself as much as possible. Enter the Stage 2 genetic state and survive for 6 months. Construction Task 2. Recruit at least 20 survivors and build a survivor shelter while storing 10 tons of effective food and fresh water. Conquest Mission 2. Clear out all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the survivor shelter and kill 5 mutant creatures. Please accept at least 1 mission. Chapter 33: Acquisition of Pharmaceutical Companies. Wildfire Security. Li Yi carefully looked at the tasks given by the system. After a brief thought, he muttered in his heart, "Accept all." Then, the 3 tasks turned into golden light and disappeared before their eyes. For him, all 3 tasks were simple. The biggest difficulty is finding the so-called mutated creatures. But Li Yi was not in a hurry about this. After slightly modifying the previously made plan based on the new task, Li Yi called Kong Hongfei. After the call was connected, Li Yi simply said, "Come to me," and hung up. Then, Li Yi called Su Wei again. There is no time difference between Temasek and China, so Su Wei was woken up by Li Yi's call at this time. But Su Wei was not angry. Instead, she was very happy. Not only did he report the company's situation enthusiastically, but he also asked about Li Yi's recent situation intentionally or unintentionally, and his concern was evident in his words. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just busy," Li Yi said, then changed the subject. "You go register a security company, also named Wildfire, with a registered capital of 10 million, paid in full. I will make an injection into the company account later. Please remember to check it." After Li Yi finished speaking, he paused, then smiled and said, "It's so hard for you to get up and work so late at night. Starting this month, your personal salary will be doubled. Don't refuse, this is what you deserve. After all, you are the only one I trust now." After saying this, Li Yi hung up the phone decisively without caring about Su Wei's reaction. On the other side, Su Wei, who was woken up by a phone call shortly after waking up, stared at her phone blankly after hanging up. It was not until a long while had passed that he suddenly smiled and rolled happily on his little bed. She was not only happy about her salary increase, but also happier that Li Yi trusted her more and praised her. When she thought of this, Su Wei suddenly lost all sleepiness and sat in front of the computer in her nightgown. Although she didn't know why Li Yi wanted to register a security company, she just had to do it. On Li Yi's side, shortly after he finished talking to Su Wei, Kang Hongfei appeared in front of Li Yi. Kang Hongfei looked extremely bad at this moment, and it was obvious that he had not rested for a long time. But he seemed very excited. As soon as he saw Li Yi, Kang Hongfei took out the information and said, "Boss, the background check is almost done. I have preliminarily identified 2 targets and I need you to make the final decision." Li Yi took the information and began to review the background check results. Before coming to Temasek, Kang Hongfei contacted the domestic audit team. After conducting background checks on several Temasek-owned local pharmaceutical companies, further screening was carried out. Ultimately, only 2 companies were identified as acquisition targets. One of them is called Nolly, which has no core competitive products. The advantage is that the price is low and it doesn't cost much. The disadvantage is that the supporting facilities are incomplete. After taking over, the entire enterprise needs to be reorganized and supporting facilities added. Another company called Kanglan is a pharmaceutical company founded by Chinese in Temasek and has a 60-year history. Its core competitive products were defeated by competitors 3 years ago, and now its market share does not exceed 5. However, the research and development of new drugs has never been successful, so the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. The advantages are that it has complete supporting facilities, its own upstream and downstream channels, and a research institute with certain R&D capabilities. The disadvantages are that it is too diverse and too unrefined, and it is heavily in debt. If you choose the former, you will need to open up multiple links, build laboratories, and increase R&D investment. If you choose the latter, you will have to reorganize the entire company, streamline it, and come up with new flagship products. After examining these 2 companies, Li Yi fell into deep thought. Personally, he prefers the latter. Although it is a bit expensive, it is still within the affordable range, and it can save a lot of time. For the former, you need to add, continuously invest, and open up new channels. Finally, considering the ultimate goal he wanted to achieve, Li Yi looked at Kang Hongfei and said, "Just Kang Lan, I will complete the capital injection within 3 days. After the capital injection is completed, you can start to let people acquire it." Also, Li Yi thought for a moment and added, "After the acquisition is completed, you will lead R&D and production. As for the company's reform and restructuring, I will find someone to handle it." "I think so too. I really don't know anything about running a company." Kang Hongfei nodded happily. In order to produce the finished medicine as quickly as possible, Kang Hongfei has been working nonstop recently, sleeping no more than 4 hours a day. "I have to communicate with the audit team and study technical materials at the same time, which makes me feel overwhelmed. But fortunately, everything is progressing steadily." After Li Yi made his decision, Kang Hongfei said goodbye. Before leaving, Li Yi advised, "It's time to rest. Don't let yourself collapse before the medicine is ready. It's unacceptable to die before achieving success." After hearing this, Kang Hongfei nodded, obviously not taking it to heart. Li Yi did not force him to do so. At worst, he could give Kang Hongfei a gene repair drug to ensure that he would be full of energy again. After seeing Kang Hongfei off, Li Yi started to check the funds. The profit from this transaction was close to 500 million yuan. Most of the funds are being processed through CCIZER. The first part, totaling 150 million yuan, has already appeared in Li Yi's account. Li Yi first invested 50 million of it into Wildfire Foreign Trade. The remaining 100 million was handed over to Kang Hongfei. Even if Wildfire registers a security company, 50 million should be enough to last for a long time. But for Kang Hongfei, 100 million is obviously not enough. However, the subsequent funds will arrive in a few days, and acquiring a company also takes time. So Li Yi is not in a hurry at all. After notifying the 2 people separately to pay attention to the funds, Li Yi asked Su Wei to contact the headhunting company again. "I need a capable professional manager, preferably one who understands the pharmaceutical industry and can work with a team. Salary is negotiable," Li Yi said to Su Wei on the phone. He doesn't have many people available to him right now, so he needs a headhunting company to find a professional manager with outstanding abilities. Running a company is not like running a gang. There are too many things to pay attention to. This makes Li Yi miss the guys in his previous life. I don't know if his enemies took advantage of the situation to wipe out that group of people after he inexplicably died. I hope they are all alive and well. Otherwise, hell will be in chaos. With some memories, Li Yi smiled slightly and operated the mobile phone, which was floating on the palm of his hand. Chapter 34. Capture the Secretary Su Wei. May 12th, the 5th day of the 4th lunar month. Li Yibin, who was in Temasek, thought it would be an ordinary day. until Su Wei said in a routine work report phone call, "Mr. Li, today is Mother's Day. Do you need me to prepare a gift for you?" Mother's Day? Li Yi was slightly stunned. Then his thoughts quickly changed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten this day. What about you? What gift did you prepare for your mother? Li Yi was trying to find out information in a chatty tone. He was too unfamiliar with this festival. In other words, he is unfamiliar with most festivals. Su Wei's voice soon came from the phone. "Mr. Li, I haven't seen my mother for almost 20 years. There was some sadness and loss in his words. But since I can say it easily, I think it should be okay. Su Wei's answer made Li Yi feel more empathetic. There were no words of comfort. Li Yi thought for a moment and said directly, "How about this? Go and buy 2 gifts, one for my mother and one for yourself. I'll send you the address later. I'm sorry for the trouble you made." "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll do it right away." Su Wei on the phone replied quickly. For some reason, Li Yi felt that Su Wei's tone sounded a little excited when she said this. At the same time, in Huigeranqing, in the office on the 19th floor of Sihai Building, Su Wei put down her phone with excitement. Immediately afterwards, the little feet in black stockings kicked twice unconsciously. Only after the high heels were thrown out by inertia did Su Wei pick them up with a smile and put them back on her feet. The reason she was happy was because Li Yi asked him to help deliver a gift to his mother. "Are you going to meet the parents now?" At this moment, Su Wei's brain was uncontrollably imagining scenes one after another. It was not until a long time later that Su Wei gradually calmed down. Afterwards, Su Wei looked at the address sent by Li Yi and quickly bought a ticket to Li Yi's hometown today. After confirming the itinerary, Su Wei immediately called the company's receptionist Lin Xiaoya. During this period, Su Wei and Lin Xiaoya had a pretty good relationship, especially since Lin Xiaoya was the first employee Su Wei personally recruited. "Xiaoya, please help me with some advice on what gift to give to our elders on Mother's Day," Su Wei said. Lin Xiaoya walked into the office and looked enviously at Su Wei sitting in the boss's chair before asking, "Sister Wei Wei, are you going to give your mother a gift?" "No, I'm delivering it for Mr. Li," Su Wei replied. After hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's eyes changed from envy to jealousy, but she still thought for a while and replied, "First of all, a bouquet of flowers is a must. Then I can give her some skincare products or health supplements. A massager is also good. My mother likes it very much." Su Wei listened and took notes. As time was tight, she had to buy everything before getting on the high-speed train. Thinking of this, Su Wei simply pulled Lin Xiaoya along, drove Li Yi's luxury SUV, and headed straight to the nearest shopping mall. On the other hand, Li Yizha hesitated for a moment and then called his mother. "Mom, is everything okay at home?" Li Yi swallowed and asked nervously. "Okay," Li's mother said on the phone, then immediately changed the subject and asked with concern, "How is your work? How did you eat when you were on the business trip?" "My job is fine. It's a bit busy, but the pay is good." Li Yi fended off in a panic, and it felt as if it was even more difficult than facing a platoon of enemies alone on the battlefield. "I just got a bonus. Mom, I'll transfer it to you. Just keep it. I don't have much to spend it on. By the way, since it's your holiday today, I asked a colleague to bring you a gift. Just keep it. I have something to do. Please take care of yourself, Mom." After Li Yi finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone as if it was too hot and threw it aside. After taking a few minutes to calm down, Li Yi picked up his phone again, found his mother on WeChat, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her. After doing all this, Li Yi couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had been through all sorts of ups and downs, but he was always at a loss when facing Li's mother. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Li Yi always felt flattered when he heard the sincere concern through the phone. That night, Li Yi received another call from his mother. "Hey, I received the things your female colleague brought, including a bouquet of flowers." My mother's happy voice came from the phone. "That girl is so cute, you better hurry up. I wanted to keep her for dinner, but she said she had to go back to work overtime. Your boss is really pushing things." After chattering for a few minutes, the phone was finally hung up. Li Yiza gave a wry smile and continued to let the phone float in his palm. 3 days later, Li Yi's overseas account finally received the remaining funds transferred by Zhe, totaling 360 million yuan. However, considering that this money would most likely not be used domestically, Li Yi did not ask Sexize to help exchange it into Chinese yuan, so it was all in US dollars. After the money arrived, Li Yi transferred 90 of it to Kong Hongfei. Afterwards, he called Kong Hongfei and said, "The funds are in place. Start the acquisition immediately." "Okay, boss, I'll notify them right away." Neither Li Yi nor Kong Hongfei knew much about business matters. But as long as you have money, you can hire a professional team to do it for you. And Li Yi just needs to wait for the result. because acquiring a company of a certain size is a rather complicated matter. In particular, the company's equity is relatively dispersed. Taking into account local policies and multi-party negotiations, this acquisition is bound to take some time. And Li Yi didn't plan to waste time here. After giving instructions about the acquisition, he booked a flight back home that same day. The Airbus A321 medium-sized passenger aircraft first flew to Kuala Lumpur in 1 hour, and then stopped for 2 hours before flying to Chengdu. When Li Yi arrived at Chengdu International Airport, it was already past 2 a.m. the next day. There were no high-speed trains at this point, so Li Yi had to take a taxi back to his apartment in the city. After pulling his suitcase and entering the password, Li Yi finally returned to his long-lost residence. But soon, the scene before him made him stunned. In the clean and tidy living room, Su Wei was sleeping soundly on the sofa against the wall. As if awakened by the noise of Li Yi opening the door, Su Wei on the sofa slowly opened her eyes. After seeing Li Yi, he was surprised at first, then suddenly happy, but then he was surprised again. Su Wei stumbled and said, Mr. Li, I just... Before Su Wei could finish her words, Li Yi suddenly approached her. Afterwards, Su Wei felt herself surrounded by a strong force. Then, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Su Wei let out a surprised groan. She never expected that Li Yi would kiss her directly. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Wei suddenly stretched out her arms and put them around Li Yi's waist and began to respond enthusiastically. Chapter 35 Su Wei, a novice and playful person. May 13th, April 6th, Monday. The warm sunlight passed through the glass, then penetrated the gaps in the curtains and finally shone on the big bed in the bedroom. A beautiful leg is exposed outside the quilt, dazzling under the reflection of the sunlight. And only Li Yi can see such a gorgeous scenery. After gently lifting the beautiful legs that were pressing on him, Li Yi slowly pulled his arm out. Su Wei, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to have noticed something and frowned in her sleep. There were still some subtle tear marks on the delicate little face. After getting up and washing up briefly, Li Yi went out. After buying some ointment from a pharmacy near the community, Li Yi picked up some breakfast and then returned to his residence. As if startled by the sound of the door opening, Su Wei just woke up when Li Yi came back. After seeing Li Yi, Su Wei's face turned red at first, and then she instinctively covered her body with the quilt. But Li Yi smiled and sat down on the edge of the bed, pulling back the quilt. You've seen everything you need to see. Do you want to deny it? Li Yi sat down next to Su Wei while chatting and laughing. Let me give you some medicine. Li Yi has a deep understanding of the essence of battlefield first aid, so his treatment techniques are also very standard. Su Wei's face flushed, but she soon felt a lot more relaxed. After taking the medicine, Su Wei wanted to get up. But just as I tried to get up, I sat back down involuntarily. It still hurt. Seeing this, Li Yi smiled and patted Su Wei's head, saying, just take a good rest today and don't worry about the company. Also, give me the key to your place and I'll move your things over. You'll live here from now on. Li Yi's tone did not allow for refusal, and he did not even give Su Wei room to bargain or pretend to be reserved. The more this happened, the more Su Wei became obsessed with Li Yi. A confident man is always the most charming. While Su Wei was sweetly eating the breakfast brought back by Li Yi took Su Wei's key and went to her residence. His life needs to be vented, and he really needs a woman to take care of him. Su Wei is beautiful, capable, and easy to control. Li is also confident that he can train Su Wei to be even better. With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Li Yi entered Su Wei's residence and began to pack up his things. There's actually nothing to pack. Even though Li Yi advanced 3 months' salary, Su Wei still lived in a cubicle in the old community. The compartment is small, and apart from a bed and a table, there is only a simple small wardrobe. The bathroom and kitchen are shared, so it is a shared rental. Due to time constraints, Li Yi did not meet the other people he shared the apartment with. After simply packing all of Su Wei's things and putting them in the car, he quickly returned to his residence. When he entered the room, Li Yi saw Su Wei, who had changed her clothes. Maybe there were no clothes of her own here, so Su Wei wore one of Li Yi's white shirts. In addition to the clearly visible curvy figure, there is also a pair of long and beautiful legs. As soon as Li Yi entered the room, Su Wei came up to him like a little bird. Su Wei sat on Li Yi's legs, wrapped her arms around Li Yi's neck, and hung on Li Yi like a koala. After a while, Li Yi's eye stroked the soft skin on Su Wei's legs and said teasingly, "You don't have to call me Mr. Li normally. You can call me whatever you want." After hearing this, Su Wei blinked her beautiful eyes and then put her little mouth close to Li Yi's ear. After exhaling a breath of hot air, she said in a gentle voice, "Is that called dear or husband? How's brother E?" There was already a seductive look in her eyes as she spoke. Li Yi patted Su Wei's, but in annoyance. She knew she was injured but still insisted on making trouble. "You little devil, you must be taught a lesson." Li Yi said this and stood up. It was her first love and her first taste of forbidden fruit, so Su Wei wanted to stick to Li Yi every moment. Li Yi, who had nothing to do, gave Su Wei enough face and stayed with her at home the whole day. It was not until the evening that Li Yi started to talk about business. "How's the progress at the security company?" Li Yi asked. Seeing Li Yi talking about work, Su Wei also became serious and replied, "Li, brother Yi, I'm entrusting a professional company to handle the registration of the security company. It's expected to take about half a month." Su Wei explained, registering a security company is different from registering a general company. In addition to paid-in capital, management personnel are also required to have relevant professional qualifications. It's hard to find such a person, so I directly entrusted it to a third-party company. Also, if you want armed escort qualifications, you must have state-owned capital injection. Su Wei didn't know why Li Yi wanted to register a security company, but as long as it was something Li Yi asked her to do, she would do her best to do it, so she also learned a lot about it. Li Yi thought about it, then said, "We don't need armed escort qualifications, we just need to build the shell." This security company mainly exports manpower, and its clients are all overseas. I've already made an agreement with my African friend, so once the company is registered, you can just work harder and build the shell. Having said that, Li Yi paused and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. Just as he brought it to his mouth and was about to take out the lighter, Su Wei quickly lit it for him. After lighting the cigarette, Li Yi took a puff and continued. "Also, you will be fully responsible for the wildfire trade from now on. Just oversee and manage it." Li Yi will focus his main energy on Kang Hongfei's pharmaceutical research and development and production. As for the wildfire trade, just leave it to Su Wei to handle. It's just a cover anyway. After hearing what Li Yi said, Su Wei couldn't help but blink again. In less than 3 months, she went from being a secretary to a manager, and now she has been directly promoted to the boss's wife. And all this was brought to her by Li Yi. "Brother Yi." Su Wei's eyes were as sharp as silk, her heart agitated. Li Yi rolled his eyes at Su Wei. "Stop messing around, little noob." Chapter 36. Su Wei and Kang Hongfei heading towards a new world. May 15th, Temasek. In the hotel, Kang Hongfei stared at the information in his hand without blinking. Although he is currently unable to conduct the test himself, Kang Hongfei has read the document no less than 10 times. When there were things he didn't understand, he tried to learn and understand them. He simulated the parts he understood in his mind over and over again. In addition to studying this information, he also has to pay attention to the progress of the acquisition of the pharmaceutical company Kanglan. However, the main work is done by a team hired temporarily. The acquisition is still proceeding in an orderly manner. Although there were obstacles along the way, thanks to the financial support from the boss Li Yi, the acquisition team's public relations went relatively smoothly. After receiving the report from the acquisition team, Kang Hongfei reluctantly took his bloodshot eyes away from the information. Then he picked up his phone and called Li Yi. "Boss, the acquisition went smoothly. There are only 2 shareholders left who need PR. The largest shareholder has already cashed out and left. We are now Kanglan's actual largest shareholder. The subsequent shareholding is expected to take about a week." Kang Hongfei reported to Li Yi. Li Yi's voice soon came from the phone. "You're doing great. Keep going with the acquisition and don't skimp on money where it counts. You should know the economic value of this information better than I do, so efficiency comes first." Kang Hongfei immediately nodded vigorously and said, "I understand, boss." Just as Li Yi said on the phone, Kang Hongfei understood even more clearly the economic value of this information. Even if Li Yi does not plan to launch a finished gene repair drug, simply splitting it into multiple specialized drugs will immediately become popular in the entire market. Any disease related to genes will be applied. Albinism, megaloblastic anemia, Gordon syndrome. Just by thinking about it, Kang Hongfei can come up with a series of diseases that can be treated with this technology. In addition, it is a seller's market, and the pricing power is in the hands of enterprises. Kang Hongfei had no doubt that as long as the next experiment was successful, Li Yi would be able to develop Kanglan, which was bankrupt at the moment, into a new giant in the pharmaceutical market in a short period of time. However, Kang Hongfei has become indifferent to fame and fortune. All he wants now is to cure his daughter. All that remains is to spend the rest of her life taking good care of her daughter and repaying her boss's kindness. At the same time, Chengdu. Su Wei drove Li Yi's black luxury SUV and slowly stopped it downstairs of the Tube building. This is where she has been renting since she graduated. Li Yi had helped her move her things out the day before yesterday, but did not check out or return the deposit. Su Wei, who has been frugal since childhood, came here to return the deposit while the company was free. If it is negotiable, it would be best to refund the remaining 1 month's rent as well. After waiting for a while, Su Wei met the landlord downstairs. The landlord saw Su Wei's outfit and the luxury car beside her. He immediately understood what she was wearing and said with a smile, "Miss Su, I knew you wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Congratulations." It is not surprising that a beautiful girl from a poor rural background could become successful overnight. The landlord has seen people like Su Wei many times. Afterwards, nothing dramatic happened. The landlord not only readily returned the deposit, but also wanted to establish a good relationship with the landlord. The landlord said, "Miss Su, the rent is due in 1 month. I will refund you this month's rent directly. Anyway, my house is easier to rent. Where is Miss Su working now? Judging from the grandeur of this company, it must be a big one. As the saying goes, when you are strong enough, you will be surrounded by kindness." Su Wei was naturally not naive enough to think that the landlord was polite and easy to talk to. It was all because of her own strength that made the other party feel that she was worthy of making friends. "It's not a big company, just an enterprise engaged in foreign trade exports," Su Wei answered perfunctorily. After a brief exchange with the landlord, Su Wei did not drive away immediately, but returned to the room she had rented. After confirming that he had not left anything behind that needed to be taken away, he sat on the small bed where he used to sleep for a while. She still remembers that when she just graduated from college, she found an internship and rented this house with the money she earned from her part-time job. In the first month of her work, her grandmother fell seriously ill and her younger brother needed tuition to pay, but she had no money at all as a new employee. Later, I shamelessly borrowed some from a classmate with whom I had a good relationship. Later, she ate instant noodles for 2 months before she paid off the money. Thinking back to that time, it was so hard that it's hard to imagine. But the suffering is over. Thinking of Li Yi and herself now, Su Wei couldn't help but smile on her pretty face. After a brief moment of reminiscing about the good and bad times, Su Wei took one last look back at the rental house, then closed the door and prepared to leave without looking back. But at this moment, the door of the next room suddenly opened. "Xiao Wei," a man's voice sounded. Su Wei turned her head and frowned slightly. The person who spoke was the tenant of the room next to hers, a greasy man in his early 30s who always called himself Brother Yang. His job seems to be the security manager of a nearby nightclub. I remember when she first moved in, Brother Yang was very enthusiastic in helping her move things. But later, the other party always talked to her intentionally or unintentionally, and always mentioned that he could help her. Ask her to work in a nightclub, and ask how much money she can earn in a night. Although Su Wei has not experienced too many social dangers, she is certainly not a fool as she was able to get into university from a small mountain village with a very ordinary educational environment. So Su Wei was very clear about the other party's intentions. For this reason, when living here, Su Wei always avoided Brother Yang whenever possible. This is also one of the reasons why she slept on the sofa at Li Yi's place when Li Yi was away. "Is there anything wrong?" Su Wei said expressionlessly. Brother Yang looked at the young and beautiful Su Wei. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes, but he smiled and said, "Xiao Wei, I'm hiring recently. I earn 1,500 yuan a night and only charge 100 yuan. I can make more than 40,000 yuan a month. If I'm lucky and the customers give me some tips, I can make 50,000 a month. Besides, we're a formal place. We only serve drinks and sing songs with our guests. Nothing else. Are you really not going to consider it?" Brother Yang looked at the increasingly beautiful Su Wei and began to secretly plot in his heart. It is difficult for a girl from such a poor family to resist the temptation of 50,000 yuan a month. At that time, he only needs to use some tricks. Not only can he sleep with the person, but he can also make money for him, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But to his surprise, there was no expression on Su Wei's pretty face. When I heard the number 50,000, I didn't feel any emotion at all. There was no surprise, expectation, or doubt. Brother Yang even doubted whether Su Wei heard what he said clearly. However, what Brother Yang didn't know was that Su Wei is no longer the same person she used to be. Although Su Wei didn't have much money herself, it was not like she had never seen money before. Apart from anything else, a few days ago Li Yi transferred a full 10 million yuan to her so that she could register a company. For this reason, no matter how fantastic Brother Yang's words were, they were not as real as Li Yi's casual words. "Don't think about it. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." After Su Wei said this in a cold tone, she left only her beautiful back. Seeing Su Wei leave quickly, Brother Yang couldn't help but show a stern look on his face. How could this little girl be so disrespectful? Brother Yang felt unhappy and followed Su Wei downstairs. When he got downstairs, he was about to talk to Su Wei again, but he saw Su Wei pressing the car key in her hand, and the black luxury SUV suddenly made two crisp sounds. Afterwards, Su Wei was seen driving away in a luxury car without even turning her head. Damn it, I was wondering why he was so arrogant. Turns out he's hooked up with a rich guy. Brother Yang spat, and at the same time put an end to the evil thoughts in his mind. Who can he afford to offend, and who can't he afford to offend? This is the secret of his survival in this city. Chapter 37 Fit Investment. Select Professional Managers. A week passed quickly, but during this week, something happened that made Li Yi smile knowingly. The hypersonic missile set he had previously traded to Husai not only inexplicably ended up in Iran, but also became a new type of missile domestically developed by the Iranian government. Li didn't care about it. After all, he is just a seller, and what the buyer does with his product has nothing to do with him. The U.S. federal government reacted more strongly, quickly launching a new round of sanctions and various blockades. Iran has long been accustomed to this. In addition, Sally from Fox Sci also contacted Li Yi. Sally hopes to trade the second missile as soon as possible and even hinted at a price increase. As for the first one, Li Yi speculated that it was most likely dismantled by Iran for technical reverse engineering. But this is unlikely to produce any results. The system's munitions should directly correspond to the armaments of various countries, so these large toys have sophisticated anti-cracking devices. Therefore, Iran is likely to use this missile to enhance its own deterrence and gain international attention. As for the deal for the second missile, Li naturally refused. His current system currency is not enough to buy another hypersonic missile. At least until the pharmaceutical group gets on the right track, he has little time to deal with system currency. And news finally came from the pharmaceutical group today. Boss, the acquisition has been completed. Kang Hongfei's voice came from the phone. Fit Investment currently holds 97.3% of Kanglan Pharmaceuticals shares. The remaining 2.7% of the shares are distributed among employees, and they are signing. You did a good job. Let's carry out the plan from now on. Li Yi said to Kang Hongfei. Understood, boss. Kang Hongfei's tone now sounded somewhat urgent. He said, I'll take over the RD center right away. After hanging up the phone, Kang Hongfei went straight to Kanglan Pharmaceuticals RD center. Next, he would not leave here until the finished potion was successfully produced. On the other side, Li Yi and Chengdu checked the time and brought Su Wei to a coffee shop. Today he is going to interview a professional manager recommended by a headhunting company. High-end talent recruitment like this is often a two-way choice between companies and talents. Li Yi currently owns two companies. One of them is Wildfire Foreign Trade, which has been handed over to Su Wei. On the surface, it is an import and export company, but in reality, it is a cover for arms trade. The other is the carefully designed Fit Investment. Fit Investment is registered in the Cayman Islands and has an extremely complex multi-party equity structure. And this so-called multi-party is also a space company, the purpose of which is to confuse people and become the wall of Fit Investment. At least on the surface, it is difficult to find out who the actual holder of Fit Investment is. But no matter what, these two companies are not well known internationally, nor even in China or even in Chengdu. Therefore, it is difficult for high-end talents to join. However, Li Yi does not need a very smart professional manager. In fact, thanks to the outstanding efficacy of gene repair drugs, even a pig can run a successful company. Therefore, what Li Yi actually needs is a professional manager with certain abilities and good control. For example, the middle-aged man in front of you named Yu Chaojun. I've read Mr. Yu's resume, and it's more in line with the company's needs. Li Yi said after taking a sip of coffee. Yu Chaojun's resume is actually nothing special. The only advantage is probably that it is relatively stable, and each step of promotion is achieved through steady progress over several years. Moreover, the family had just given birth to their third child, and the elderly had no pension, so it was a time of greatest pressure. This is also the reason why Yu Chaojun, a person who likes stability, came for the interview. For Li Yi, Yu Chaojun's conditions are indeed easy to control and manipulate. When Yu Chaojun got the answer, his smile suddenly became even wider. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your appreciation, Yu Chaojun said, then looked at Li Yi with anticipation and asked, then when do you think it would be appropriate for me to start working? Yu Chaojun actually has a work contract, but Li is willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract for him. So thinking of the salary level offered by Li Yi, Yu Chaojun couldn't wait to start his new job. Now that he had decided on the candidate, Li Yi didn't hesitate. After making a gesture, Su Wei beside him immediately took out the printed contract from her bag. Yu Chaojun carefully reviewed the contract, and after confirming that all the terms in the contract were the same as agreed upon, he quickly signed his name. Then, Commander Yu Chao heaved a sigh of relief, made his expression more serious, and said, "Boss Li, I'm your man now. Feel free to arrange any work for me." It has to be said that Yu Chaojun adapted to the change of identity extremely quickly. Li Yize took out another document, pushed it to Yu Chaojun, and said, "Your first job is to be responsible for the restructuring of Temisek's Conglon Pharmaceutical and Biotechnology Group. This includes debt, human resources, and market aspects." Conglon. Yu Chaojun was immediately surprised when he heard Li Yi's words. As an insider in the industry, he is no stranger to Conglon Pharmaceutical. Although Conglon is not a pharmaceutical giant, it still has some influence in Temasek. It has recently attracted much attention due to its bankruptcy, but I heard that someone has taken it over. However, he didn't expect that the person who took over was Li Yi in front of him. I didn't expect that the person who acquired Conglon would be you. Mr. Li is really bold. Yu Chaojun took the opportunity to flatter him. Li Yi didn't react much to this, but simply said, "When you arrive at Temasek, the head of the RD Center will contact you. Next, Conglon will be divided into two parts, RD and operations. You will be fully responsible for operations. Someone will tell you the details." Yu Chaojun nodded as he listened. After Li Yi finished speaking, he said, "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll settle my family first and leave for Temasek next week." Li Yi shook his head and said directly, "Next week is too late. I'll give you one day to deal with family matters and leave the day after tomorrow." Mr. Li, this. Yu Chaojun wanted to say something, but then he met Li Yi's sharp gaze. Then, Yu Chaojun suddenly felt a chill on his back, and the words that came to his lips were immediately swallowed back. It was only at this moment that he suddenly remembered that the young and handsome Li Yi in front of him was not like those old foxes in his previous unit. "I understand, Mr. Li. I will leave on time the day after tomorrow." Yu Chaojun changed his words. Only then did Li Yi nod expressionlessly. After Yu Chaojun left, Su Wei frowned and said, "Brother Yi, why do I feel that Yu Chaojun is a bit slippery? Will he delay the important work?" After hearing what Su Wei said, Li Yi immediately took one of Su Wei's little hands. While playing with it, he teased, "What do you think my job is, Xiao Wei?" Of course, Su Wei opened her mouth, but soon became speechless. Only then did she remember that although she had slept with Li Yijue for a while, her understanding of Li Yi's career was very limited. For example, she just found out about the pharmaceutical company called Conglon in Temasek. But that doesn't matter. Su Wei likes Li Yi's strong sense of mystery and the confidence he exudes all the time. Seeing that Su Wei couldn't continue, Li Yi smiled again, then bit Su Wei's ear and said, "My main business is of course sleeping with you." Having said that, Li Yi pulled Su Wei up and quickly returned to the apartment. Apart from anything else, Su Wei is still very attractive in her secretary uniform, especially black stockings and high heels, which have a very good attack speed bonus. Chapter 38. It turns out that hairstyle can also increase attack speed. I didn't expect the new boss to have this style. Walking all the way down to his house, Yu Chaojun couldn't help but sigh. He has been in the workplace for many years and has seen all kinds of leaders. Young and passionate people like Li Yi often pursue efficiency and limits. To be honest, Yu Chaojun felt a little overwhelmed by this. But thinking of the 3 hungry cubs at home, 1 big and 2 small, he had no choice but to go ahead and do it. However, facing a pharmaceutical company like Conglon that went bankrupt due to its lack of core competitiveness, he couldn't think of any good solution for the time being. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Who told the new boss to pay me so much? Yu Chaojun shook his head and walked into the house. After returning home, Yu Chaojun looked at his wife who was feeding her twin sons with milk powder. After thinking for a while, he said, "Honey, help me pack my luggage. I'm going to Temasek tomorrow." Yu Chaojun's wife asked without even looking up, "Another business trip?" "No." Yu Chaojun took a deep breath and said seriously, "Wife, I changed jobs. I just signed the contract today." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Chaojun's wife immediately raised her head, with a look of disbelief and incomprehension in her eyes. "Husband, you're about to be promoted." Yu Chaojun's wife was about to mention the promotion when Yu Chaojun interrupted her, saying, "My annual salary has tripled. Although there are no stock options, my year-end bonus is guaranteed to cover 6 months. There's no non-compete agreement, just a bit of a penalty for breach of contract. Also, the boss is very good at delegating authority, and there's no bureaucracy." Yu Chaojun spoke as he paced in the living room. Looking at the old house he had lived in for more than a decade, he continued, "It's a bit hard, but next year we'll be able to move to a bigger house, and then all 3 sons will have their own bedrooms. You can also bring your parents to live with you. which can help share your pressure of raising the children. After this call, Yu Chaojun's wife naturally had nothing to say. Okay, hold the baby first. I'll go pack your luggage. May 24th. After Yu Chaojun walked out of the exit with his suitcase, he immediately saw the contact holding up a sign with his name on it. After confirming each other's identities, Yu Chaojun got into the other person's car. Before leaving, Yu Chaojun had read through all the information about Konglon Pharmaceutical Company. But no matter what, he couldn't figure out why his boss Li Yi wanted to acquire this hopeless company. It was not until he met Kong Hongfei in Kongland's RD Center laboratory that he finally found the answer. New drugs are being tested, and the technical difficulties have been solved. Kong Hongfei looked at Yu Chaojun and continued, "The boss needs you to use all means to get the drug on the market." As for Konglon's previous products, a hint of disdain flashed in Kong Hongfei's eyes. Even if he had not seen the technical information provided by Li Yi, based on his previous experience working at Bayer Pharmaceuticals, he could look at Konglon's previous products with complete contempt. The boss means to remove all products from the shelves, but retain the core sales channels. From now on, Konglon will only sell new drugs. After Kong Hongfei finished speaking, he handed Yu Chaojun a piece of information. This document contains some descriptions of new drugs and a small amount of experimental data, all of which he worked hard day and night to produce during this period. After all, Li Yi required strict confidentiality for the new drug, so all of Konglon's previous RD personnel were abandoned by him. After that, he will be responsible for rebuilding the RD team to ensure that more new genetic drugs can be put on the market as soon as possible. Yu Chaojun looked through the information carefully. He doesn't know much about technology, but if the above descriptions of the medicine are true, no, even if it's only half as effective, it can definitely quickly capture the global market. Thinking of this, Yu Chaojun's face suddenly showed joy. I thought I changed jobs to clean up the mess, but I didn't expect it to be a mess that could lay golden eggs. Don't worry, Professor Kong, I know what to do. Although his abilities are not particularly outstanding, Yu Chaojun has been working in this industry for so many years that he has a good grasp of the situation and his tone is full of confidence. As long as the information is true, even if you tie a dog to the position of CEO, you can still achieve great results. As for how to quickly get drugs to market, this is his strong point. Soon, Yu Chaojun walked out of the RD center, took out his mobile phone, and called his former subordinates. Xiao Wu, how's your work going lately? I'm here. Xiao Li is with you, right? That's perfect. Bring your team along. I welcome anyone. Old Xiao, don't say that I didn't think of you when I had good things to do. I'm in Temasek now. As one call after another was made, the network of contacts that Yu Chaojun had built up over the years began to come into play. With Li Yi giving him enough authority, Yu Chaojun quickly organized an operations team. While Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun were busy with their own things, Li Yi was leisurely resting his head on Su Wei's legs. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This is one of Li Yi's philosophies. Just like he used to be an assaulter, he would never take the sniper's job unless it was absolutely necessary. What to do if problems arise? Li Yi smiled lightly at this. He is not only good at solving problems, but also good at solving the people who raise problems. Brother Yi, what are you laughing at? Li Yi's sudden laughter made Su Wei ask. Nothing, just thinking of something. Li Yi said casually. Oh. Su Wei didn't care too much. She just picked up a grape, peeled it, and put it into Li Yi's mouth. Only after feeding Li Yi the entire bunch of grapes did Su Wei try to speak. Brother Yi, my grandmother's birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I plan to. Su Wei didn't finish her words, but Li Yi understood what she meant. So, Li Yi said with a wicked smile. Why? Do you want me to accompany you to visit your grandma? Su Wei's eyes lit up, and she nodded. She actually just wanted to take a leave to go back to her hometown, but it would be great if Li Yi could accompany her. Brother Yi, are you really willing to go back with me? Su Wei blinked, her words full of anticipation. This is not just about going back to celebrate Grandma's birthday. It also means meeting the parents. She has already met Li Yi's parents, and if Li Yi meets her grandmother, it means that their relationship will be further developed and more stable. Of course you can. Li Yi sat up and said. Su Wei suddenly had an idea and leaned close to Li Yi's ear, exhaling warmly and whispering softly. Brother Yi, my hometown still has my high school uniform. And I bought a set of JK the day before yesterday. It's in my closet now, along with white stockings. Since Su Wei was so sincere, Li Yi naturally couldn't refuse. Soon, Su Wei, wearing a white shirt, a blue pleated skirt, white over-the-knee socks, and twin ponytails, appeared in front of Li Yi. Su Wei, who already has a delicate face, has lost her former sexiness and charm in this outfit, and has become more pure and fresh. People are learning all the time, and Li Yi is no exception. I don't know how long it took. Brother E, I feel like I won't be able to go to the company tomorrow, Su Wei said in a hoarse voice. Then don't go. Just have a good rest. Li Yi lit a cigarette, and the smoke he inhaled and exhaled changed into various shapes under the control of his mind. Chapter 39. Su Wei's past, and her brother-in-law, who skipped classes. Su Wei is an E-girl from the Daliang Mountains. Cheerful personality, beautiful and generous are all labels that describe her. Sunday, May 26th. In the morning, Li Yi took Su Wei and they drove off together. Starting from Chengdu, head south. After passing through several cities and counties, it crossed the Dadu River and continued south. Originally, Su Wei was physically and mentally exhausted because of the hard work during the past 2 nights. But when she thought that Li Yi was willing to go back with her this time, she was always in a state of excitement. Sitting in the passenger seat, she told Li Yi about her growth experience along the way. So, after your mother gave birth to your brother, she said she went to the south to work and never came back. Li Yi asked while driving. Yes. Su Wei nodded, looking out the window with a hint of memories and sadness. Until she turned her head to look at Li Yi, who was driving. A sweet smile quickly appeared on the corners of her mouth. My father died early and my mother ran away, so my brother and I were raised by my grandmother. When talking about her grandmother, Su Wei's tone suddenly became soft. My grandmother would go up the mountain to dig herbs, make beautiful insoles, and cook delicious meals, Su Wei recalled. Well, it's really amazing. Li Yi nodded. As an orphan in his previous life, he doesn't quite understand what family love feels like. But he knew how difficult it was for an elderly man to raise 2 children in the village. The more remote the place, the poorer or weaker the people are, the more likely they are to be bullied. One can imagine how many ups and downs Su Wei's grandmother has shielded the 2 siblings from over the years. But since I went to college, Grandma's health has been getting worse and worse, and she's been sick often. Su Wei's eyes were filled with worry. She said, my younger brother is in high school in the county. He often hangs out with some hooligans. He was even punished by the school a while ago for fighting with a classmate. This time when we go back, Brother E, you have to help me give him a good lecture and make him stop making Grandma angry. When saying this, Su Wei had some emotions in her voice. Li Yi agreed with a smile. No problem. I'm best at communicating with others, and I'm very willing to let others listen to my opinions. Li Yi said with a smile. This is not to deceive Su Wei. Li Yi is indeed good at this. He is very experienced in both physical communication and having others lie down and listen to him. Brother E, I'll leave it to you then. Su Wei was naturally 100% convinced of Li Yi. In this way, Li Yi and Su Wei chatted as they headed south. After more than 5 hours' drive from Chengdu, the 2 entered a county town in the autonomous prefecture. It is called a county town, but in fact it is a county-level city. It also houses a nationally renowned satellite launch center. Li Yi and Su Wei stopped here for a short rest. Su Wei had been here several times, but was not familiar with the place, so she could only rely on her feelings and take Li Yi to taste the local specialties. But unfortunately, after taking a few bites, Su Wei said with disdain, it's not authentic at all. It's not even as good as my grandma's. Li Yi was not picky about food and ate up all the mutton noodles in the bowl. After lighting a cigarette, Li Yi looked at the mall across the street and said, let's go buy something for Grandma. It's not appropriate to go empty-handed. Su Wei shook her head, then took Li Yi's arm, rubbed her head against Li Yi's shoulder, and said with a smile, Brother E, I've actually bought everything. It's in the trunk. You don't have to worry about these little things. I'm not one of those pretentious girls. Su Wei's move was beyond Li Yi's expectations. But it's better this way. Li Yi has no interest in coaxing the little girl, and Su Wei is able to be independent, which makes him less worried. Xiao Wei is still considerate. Li Yi praised, then placed his lips on Su Wei's smooth forehead. Although it was in public, Su Wei was not shy at all. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of being pampered by Li Yi. E-girls have always been bold in love and hate. Since she had chosen Li Yi, Su Wei put all her heart on him. In her eyes, Li Yi is undoubtedly the most charming man in the world. He is confident, but not ostentatious, and he is decisive and never procrastinates. He is scary when he is serious, but amiable in other times. He is not particular about trivial matters, values structure over money, and has a chivalrous demeanor. Especially those eyes, which seemed to glow. Every time when she was at that point, as long as Li Yi looked at her affectionately, she would always quickly reach her physical peak. Such a man is rare in this world. Brother E, let's keep going. The road ahead is all difficult and hilly. Let's try to get home before dark. After the 2 of them were intimate for a while, they drove off again. Just as Su Wei said, the rest of the road is a rugged, winding mountain road. Moreover, due to the heavy rain, the road conditions are very poor and mudslides are encountered from time to time. Fortunately, China's infrastructure is very good. Although we encountered obstacles along the way, we were able to pass through smoothly in the end. When arriving at the county town where Su Wei was born, she felt like her, but was about to fall apart. Li Yi, on the other hand, remained calm, and there was no trace of fatigue on his face. In fact, Li Yi actually felt that this journey was quite boring. There was no artillery fire along the way, and no ambushes on the mountain. If he hadn't touched the beautiful legs of the co-pilot from time to time, he would have fallen asleep while driving. By the time we arrived at the county town, it was already dusk. Su Wei's home is not in the county town, but in a village in the countryside. After arriving in the county town, the two did not go to the village immediately, but parked the car near the county middle school. Su Wei's younger brother is named Xu Yong. He is a senior in high school and is studying in this county middle school. Because the college entrance examination is in a week, most of the senior high school students have canceled their vacations and are desperately cramming. After getting off the bus, Su Wei contacted Xu Yong's homeroom teacher, but received unexpected news. Xu Yong left school on Friday, saying that his grandmother was sick and he had to go back to take care of her. Didn't you know? Xu Yong's head teacher said in surprise. When Su Wei heard this, she immediately understood what was going on. My grandmother was indeed sick, but the person who took care of her was a teacher who taught in the village. She even thanked him on the phone. But no one expected that Xu Yong would fake a military order and skip classes just days before the college entrance examination. In an instant, anger appeared on Su Wei's pretty face. Chapter 40. You kill people, and I dig a hole. Where can a senior high school student who often hangs out with gangsters go when he skips classes? Even without Li Yi's help, Su Wei could quickly lock on his several places. Then, Su Wei looked at Li Yi and said, "Brother Yi, you've been driving all day. Why don't you find a place to rest first? I'll go find that brat. I'll go with you." Li Yi shook his head and refused, then joked, "You know my physique. I can go with you for a whole day, not to mention a whole day." As it turned out, Su Wei knew Li Yi's abilities. I used to hear people in the village say that there are only cows that die from being worked to death, but no land that is damaged by plowing. But Su Wei felt that her land might be ruined and Li Yi would not die from exhaustion. Thinking of this, Su Wei simply took Li Yi with her and traveled through the streets and alleys of the small county town. Su Wei also went to school here when she was in high school. Although it has been 5 years, the county town has not changed much, so it is easy to find it. The two first went to a smoky internet cafe, but after searching around, they did not find Xu Yong. The internet cafe's network administrator was somewhat impressed by Su Wei, a beautiful girl. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "Are you the sister of that guy? The one who came here looking for someone before and pulled their ears right up? You remember me?" Su Wei asked in surprise, but soon remembered the purpose of her visit and immediately said, "Have you seen my brother these past few days? He's a student at the county middle school and has a mole on his chin." The network administrator didn't rush to answer, but first glanced at Li Yi beside Su Wei. After his eyes flickered a few times, he replied, "I know him. He often comes to my place to surf the internet. He seems to be with AMU recently. You can go to the billiard hall and take a look." "Okay, thank you." After getting the clue, Su Wei immediately took Li Yi out of the internet cafe and went straight to the billiard hall. After entering the billiard hall, the two did not see Xu Yong, but found a few energetic young men. He was as thin as a monkey, wearing a leather jacket and tight pants, and a pair of strange leather shoes that exposed his instep. This group of energetic young men seemed to be filming a video, constantly posing in strange postures on the pool table. Li Yi had never seen this kind of creature before, so he couldn't help but look at it a few more times out of curiosity. Su Wei was a little disappointed when she looked around but couldn't find her brother. When Su Wei was about to find someone to ask more questions, these energetic young men came up to her on their own initiative. "Hi, beauty, do you want to shoot a video together? I have 2 million fans online. I guarantee you can become famous." The energetic young man in the lead started to strike up a conversation. Compared to the spirited young girl who is tired of playing around, Su Wei, who is young, beautiful, and elegant, is more in line with the image of a goddess in their minds. Su Wei ignored the other party's approach and asked, "Do you know AMU?" "What AMU?" The spirited young man immediately showed an exaggerated expression, then pretended to pick up a cigarette. After the younger brother beside him lit it, he said hesitantly, "In the entire Daliangshan, I only know Brother Yu, and that's me." Faced with this young man who didn't speak well and had a very frivolous look and behavior, Su Wei couldn't help but frown. At this time, Li Yiza walked up from the corner. Bang! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a scream from the energetic young man, the people around him suddenly began to commotion. But that's not all. Li Yi grabbed the man's neck like a chick and lifted him up. Answer whatever you're asked, understand? As Li Yi spoke, his sharp eyes swept over the group of restless young men around him. Suddenly, everyone present felt a chill. The scene soon quieted down. The energetic young man, half of his face swollen, cried sadly. AMU, I know. He's a busboy at the karaoke bar, so he must be playing cards in the chess and card room right now. After getting the answer, Li Yi let go of his hand. After the two left the billiard hall, Su Wei suddenly stopped and said to Li Yi, Brother Yi, please stretch out your hand. Li Yi was a little puzzled, so he said, Don't worry, my hand is fine. But Su Wei shook her head, took Li Yi's hand, took out a wet wipe, and wiped it carefully. I'm just worried that you might get your hands dirty, Brother Yi, Su Wei said with a smile. At that moment, she finally found the answer. The reason why she fell in love so quickly was because she could feel a strong sense of security from Li Yi. It seemed as if no matter what happened in this world, Li Yi could protect her. And she had never found this feeling in anyone other than her grandmother. When I thought of this, the anxiety that I had originally felt about my brother instantly subsided. Brother Yi, you are so nice. Su Wei stood on tiptoe and kissed Li Yi on the cheek. Li Yi felt his hands that had just been wiped, and he had to say that Su Wei was becoming more and more to his liking. He kills people, and Su Wei sets traps. Is there anything better than this? Although there is only one karaoke bar in this small county town, there are several chess and card rooms. It was not until the third house that Su Wei finally found her brother. At a mahjong table, Su Wei's younger brother Xu Yong was playing mahjong with three young men. When Su Wei saw this scene, the anger that had subsided because of Li Yi rose up again. She took 2 steps at a time and went straight over to grab Xu Yong's ear. Xu Yong instinctively turned his head, but found that it was his sister, and his heart skipped a beat. The other 3 people at the table immediately laughed after taking a look. After all, the person who came was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. It didn't look like she was looking for trouble, so they naturally preferred to see their friend embarrassed. Sister, listen to me. Xu Yong, who was caught on the spot, wanted to struggle, but found that Su Wei didn't listen to him at all and just dragged him out of the chess and card room. The other 3 people followed behind and watched the fun. After pulling Xu Yong's ear out of the chess and card room, Su Wei still didn't let go, but said coldly, You don't have to say anything now, just follow me. After saying that, Su Wei pulled Xu Yong forward. But Xu Yong's 3 friends immediately quit. Beauty, even if you. One of them was about to speak, but found that his neck was suddenly restrained and he could not utter a word no matter what. Then, there was a pair of captivating eyes. When the other 2 people saw this scene, they naturally prepared to take action. But soon, there were 2 muffled bang sounds, and the 2 men fell to the ground, holding their stomachs without any ability to fight back. Only then did Li Yi let go of the other person's neck, and then quickly caught up with Su Wei. Beauty, come and wipe your hands. Li Yi ignored Xu Yong and teased Su Wei. Chapter 41. News about Sexais, Su Wei's advice to her brother. This was the first time Xu Yong met Li Yi. My first impression was probably, how come this guy is more handsome than me? Afterwards, Xu Yong saw his sister Su Wei, who let go of his ear and hugged Li Yi's arm tightly with a sweet smile on her face. This scene is as sweet as it can be. At this point, no matter how stupid Xu Yong was, he understood that this must be his sister's boyfriend. When he thought of this, Xu Yong looked at Li Yi again, with less scrutiny and more examination in his eyes. His sister, Xu Yong, is not only the only female college student in the village, but also extremely beautiful. She is also hardworking and capable, and is good at all housework. She is definitely a role model who is good at both housework and cooking. So, is this guy worthy of my sister? Xu Yong looked at Li Yi and thought. Judging from his appearance, although I am reluctant to admit it, he is indeed worthy of my sister. Look at the clothes. Well, Xu Yong has never seen the world, so he has no idea what they are like. The only thing he can be sure of is that they are clean and tidy, not fancy. Then there is temperament. Xu Yong only felt that his brother-in-law was a little different from ordinary people, especially there seemed to be light in his eyes. Whenever the other person's eyes occasionally swept over him, he would inexplicably feel a tightness in his heart. The young Xu Yong didn't know what this meant. But after following his sister and Li Yi to a luxurious black SUV, when Li Yi took out the car keys, Xu Yong's expression suddenly changed. He knew this car. According to the internet, the minimum selling price was 600,000 yuan. Just add some extra options, and it will easily break the million mark. It seems that my sister found a rich second-generation guy. As Xu Yong was thinking this, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he was caught skipping class by his sister. However, although Xu Yong forgot, Su Wei did not forget. After getting in the car, Li Yi sat in the driver's seat and Su Wei sat in the passenger seat. After sitting in the back seat, Xu Yong kept looking at the interior of the car and pinched the leather seat. It's a luxury car after all. It just feels different. Xu Yong thought so and quickly took out his cell phone. He needs to shoot a few short videos, which will definitely attract a lot of female fans. If he could be in the driver's seat and capture the car logo on the steering wheel, there might be a lot of girls who would want to hook up with him. Thinking of this, Xu Yong forgot about the current situation, crossed his legs, put his hands on the armrest, and started taking selfies with his mobile phone in the other hand. At this time, Su Wei, who originally had a sweet smile on her face, had put away the smile on her face. Su Wei looked at Xu Yong, who was sitting in the back row, with a look of dismay, snatched his phone away, and said coldly, "Put your legs down and sit still." After hearing what Su Wei said, Xu Yong immediately behaved himself. It can be seen that Su Wei still has a very high status in the family. Boys of this age are most likely to rebel, but when Xu Yong faced Su Wei, he was unusually well-behaved and obedient. But what happened next was beyond Su Yong's expectation. Just as he was preparing to face his sister's storm, his sister was only busy holding her mobile phone and attentively giving navigation instructions to Li Yi, who was driving. Suddenly, Xu Yong, who was completely ignored, felt inexplicably irritated. It was not until he saw the car driving out of the county town and onto the country road that Xu Yong could no longer hold back and said, "Sister, I still have to go back to school. The college entrance exam is coming up in a few days." This time, Su Wei didn't turn her head. Instead, she glanced at Xu Yong through the rearview mirror and said calmly, "So you knew you had to take the college entrance exam. I thought you had forgotten." After hearing what Su Wei said, Xu Yong suddenly pursed his lips and was speechless. Li Yi smiled slightly. He had never seen Su Wei look so weird before. It was quite funny to see her like this. At this time, it was already evening, and the only light on the rugged mountain road was the moonlight, apart from the car lights. After driving along the winding mountain road for more than an hour, the car crossed the mountain and sparks appeared on the mountainside. "Brother Yi, that's our village, we're almost there." Su Wei's tone sounded a little excited. "Besides returning to my hometown, I also wanted to see my grandmother." And this time, she came back with the man she loved most. After driving for another 10 minutes, we were getting closer and closer to the lights. But just as he was about to arrive, Li Yi's cell phone rang. Li Yi took a quick glance and saw that it was Cixi Zhe. He then stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the mountain road. Then, Li Yi picked up his cell phone and opened the car door. After getting off the car, the phone was connected and Cixi Zhe's voice came from it. "Li, my father agreed to expand the mining protection team." Cixi Zhe's tone was full of anticipation. Li Yi naturally understood the reason. In name it is a mining protection team, but in reality it is a personal armed force that only obeys orders, but not orders. "That's a good thing, my friend." Li Yi replied in French, then said directly, "I know what you need. Don't worry, I guarantee that your mining protection team will be the most comprehensive armed team in Africa." According to the previous agreement, Li Yi will deliver a batch of arms to Cixi Zhe at a price lower than the market price. This batch of arms is relatively low-end, but it has the advantage of being complete in variety and sufficient in quantity. "Li, thank you for your support. I'm really looking forward to the day when we meet again." Cixi Zhe expressed his sincere gratitude and began to discuss some details with Li Yi. On the other side, after Li Yi got out of the car to answer the phone, Xu Yong, who had been silent all this time, finally took this opportunity to ask Su Wei, "Sister, is this your boyfriend?" Su Wei glanced at Xu Yong without saying anything, but her meaning was self-evident. Xu Yong continued, "He looks quite wealthy. Is this car his own or his family's? Is he a second-generation rich kid?" Su Wei still didn't speak. In fact, if Xu Yong wasn't her younger brother, she really wouldn't bother with this little brat. The college entrance examination is almost here, but not only do he not study hard, he actually goes out to play mahjong with some gangsters in society. I guess after the college entrance examination, there will be another unemployed street urchin on the streets of the county town. Although with Li Yi's help, she is now able to give her brother a job, and even if he doesn't work, she can still support him. But Su Wei understood that everything she had was given by Li Yi. Just because Li Yi is willing to give it to her doesn't mean he is willing to give it to Xu Yong. Everyone must have their own value, and she doesn't want Xu Yong to become her appendage, because that would lower her value in Li Yi's mind. So, while Li Yi was still on the phone, Su Wei said to Xu Yong calmly, "I don't care what you think, but he is your brother-in-law. You have to listen to him as you listen to me. If you don't want to rot in this mountain for the rest of your life, think carefully about what I say." It is said that children from poor families grow up early. Su Wei has been the head of this family. Now, it is Su Yong's turn. Chapter 42. You must follow the right path at a young age and form some gangs. After Li Yi returned to the car, he immediately noticed the strange atmosphere between Su Wei and Xu Yong. I saw my cheap brother-in-law sitting there in a pensive posture, and he was not as active as at the beginning. Li Yi didn't say anything about this. He just nodded to Su Wei and drove the last part of the way. Like many rural areas in the south, it is called a village, but in reality there are not many houses gathered together to form a large scale. The people who have lived here for generations are more accustomed to guarding their own fields and are scattered among the mountains. For this reason, after driving past several residential houses, Li Yi saw Su Wei's house at a corner on the mountainside. There were two tiled houses with a flat concrete space at the door. Su Wei once described her own house to Li Yi, saying that these two tiled houses were the result of poverty alleviation efforts from the county. After getting off the bus, Li Yi also met Su Wei's grandmother. It seemed as if the old man had been waiting at the door since very early in the morning. Apu. As soon as she saw her grandmother, Su Wei started shouting. Apu is the Yi name for grandmother. Then, the relatives hugged each other. After that, Grandma pulled Li Yi into the house and served him tea. Su Wei's grandmother is over 70 years old and has some health problems, but overall she is in good spirits. Grandma was very enthusiastic towards Li Yi, but her Mandarin was not very good, so Su Wei was needed to act as a translator more often. Li Yi was knowledgeable and experienced, but this kind of thing like meeting the parents' home was the first time for him to see a young lady getting into a bridal sedan. But with Su Wei mediating, it didn't feel awkward. Then, Grandma and Su Wei went into the kitchen together, gathered around the earthen stove, and started cooking in the big pot on top. At this time, only Li Yi and Xu Yong were alone. Li Yi could feel Xu Yong glancing at him from time to time. He didn't care. Instead, he leisurely took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and instead of putting the cigarette back, he threw it in front of Xu Yong. Xu Yong was a little surprised. Then he casually took out a cigarette and put it to his mouth. They both lit cigarettes, but said nothing. However, Su Wei, who was cooking just across the wall, poked her head out while getting something. When Su Wei saw this scene, she was about to scold Xu Yong, but she found that her hand was held by her grandmother. Then, Su Wei saw her grandmother shaking her head at her. After Su Wei and her grandmother returned to the earthen stove, her grandmother added more firewood to the stove and said, "Don't worry about them. We women shouldn't get involved in matters between men." And Grandma raised her head at this moment, her eyes showing some aftertaste, and then continued, "Your man is not simple. He has a bad smell. I met the king once when I was a kid, and he had that same vibe about him. He was a man of integrity." After hearing this, Su Wei looked thoughtful and soon laughed. The king my grandmother mentioned was once the leader of the mountains, and there are even records of him in history books. At the same time, Grandma's words also revealed another meaning. That is, Grandma is very sure of Li Yi, otherwise she would not compare him with the king. Thinking of this, Su Wei became even happier. While Su Wei was communicating with her grandmother, the two men outside finally had a conversation. The first one who couldn't hold back was naturally Xu Yong. He smoked a cigarette and said, "Sisterly, brother-in-law." Xu Yong shouted haltingly, seeming a little uncomfortable. "How did you get to know my sister?" Xu Yong asked. "Recruitment," Li Yi said concisely. Xu Yong nodded, and at the same time, he had already imagined a bloody story in his mind about a domineering rich second-generation president falling in love with a company clerk. "Is my sister living well in the city now?" Xu Yong asked again. But this time, Li Yi did not answer. He just looked at Xu Yong without saying anything. Xu Yong felt uncomfortable being stared at by Li Yi, as if he was being seen through. Fortunately, as the cigarette was finished, the food was served on the table. Xu Yong, who was a little hungry, was the first to pick up his chopsticks, but was knocked back by his grandmother. Then, at Su Wei's signal, Li Yi took the lead in picking up his chopsticks, and the meal officially began. Although Su Wei often cooks for him, the dishes cooked on the rural earthen stove and with ingredients grown at home taste special. Li Yi is not a gourmet, but he can also feel that there is a taste in the food that is hard to describe but leaves a deep impression on him. During the meal, Su Wei also poured Li Yi some homemade wine, which gave Li Yi, who was used to drinking foreign liquor, a taste of something new. The food was as expected delicious, and Grandma was as expected warm and welcoming. The only unexpected thing was that the old man was very patient and did not ask Li Yi any questions at all. He just talked about Su Wei's childhood. In his grandmother, Li Yi also saw the wildness of the locals that few people possess today. Now, Li Yi finally found the answer. No wonder despite such a poor family background, Su Wei was raised so well, and two children were brought up healthily. I guess if my grandmother had been born 10 or 20 years earlier, she would have also been a female soldier with guns. Just as Grandma smelled evil in Li Yi, Li Yi also felt wildness in Grandma. Thus, a tacit understanding was formed. After dinner, Su Wei made the bed for Li Yi and brought a basin of water for washing feet. "Brother Yi, I told you my grandma is very good." Su Wei squatted down and washed Li Yi's feet while smiling. "Of course the old man is fine." Li Yi nodded seriously. This was not perfunctory, but his personal experience. Su Wei seemed even happier that her grandmother and Li Yi could recognize each other. But when talking about his younger brother Xu Yong, he couldn't help but look worried. Li Yiza gently stroked Su Wei's hair and said, "Leave this matter to me. Since he called me brother-in-law, I won't let him call me that in vain." Li Yi originally didn't have much thought about Xu Yong, even though he was Su Wei's younger brother. But Grandma Su Wei gave Li Yi a different feeling. For the sake of his grandmother, Li Yi decided to let this boy walk the right path. "You are at the prime of your life. How can you waste your time with those low-class street urchins? No matter how bad the situation is, let alone starting a business, you should still form a gang and do something. Build some business." After hearing what Li Yi said, Su Wei was extremely happy. After all, in her eyes, Li Yi didn't say he could do everything, but as long as he said it, he could definitely do it. Chapter 43, Entering the Mountains, Li Yi's Hunter Game. "Li, I want to see you as soon as possible." Early in the morning, before the clouds surrounding Daliang Mountain had dispersed, Sexy Zhe called. Li Yishang was lying in the quilt, and Su Wei was still sleeping soundly on him like an octopus. "What happened, my friend?" Li Yi asked. "It should still be late at night in Gangwajan. What kept Sexy Zhe awake all night?" "I've heard some bad news. Maybe it will be the same as usual, but no matter what, I need to be fully prepared." CCIzer did not elaborate on the call, but there was a hint of urgency in his tone. Li also speculated that it might be related to the political situation. After all, there are few stable political entities in Africa, especially in Korea, where wars and coups are commonplace. After a brief thought, Li Yi stroked Su Wei's smooth skin and said to the phone, "I'll be heading to Kinshasa in a week, and there's just one small matter I need your cooperation on." "Li, I sincerely look forward to your arrival," Sexy Zhe said finally. After the call ended, Li Yi looked at the cigarettes on the bedside table, and with a thought, a cigarette flew into his mouth. Then, the lighter also floated over, and with a pop sound, the flame was ignited. Su Wei seemed to be awakened by the sound. After opening her sleepy eyes, she unconsciously rubbed against Li Yi. After a cigarette's time, Su Wei gradually woke up from her sleep. "Brother Yi." Su Wei twisted her body and wanted to get up from the bed, but she felt something was wrong. She was suddenly frightened. Li Yi did not force it, but just finished dressing and washing with Su Wei's help. Breakfast was a bowl of noodles cooked by Grandma with lard and served with homemade chili oil, which had a unique flavor. Then, Su Wei took the car keys from Li Yi and said to her brother Xu Yong, "I'll take Grandma to the hospital. From now on, you have to listen to Brother Yi and do whatever he tells you to do." After hearing this, Xu Yong glanced at Li Yi without saying anything. Soon, Li Yi and Xu Yong, who stayed behind, watched Su Wei and her grandmother drive away at the doorstep. It was not until the car turned a corner and disappeared from sight that the two turned their heads and looked at each other. Although they were looking at each other, Xu Yong was actually avoiding her gaze. For some reason, he always felt guilty and scared when he met Li Yi's eyes. Last night, Xu Yong slept with his grandmother. He thought his grandmother would lecture him and scold him for skipping classes when the college entrance examination was so close. But to his surprise, Grandma didn't say anything, but just asked him to accompany his brother-in-law Li Yi well today. "Sister, brother-in-law," Xu Yong said stiffly, "do you want me to take you around? In fact, there is nothing better nearby. There are only mountains." But Li Yi nodded and said, "That's great. I was thinking of going into the mountains for a walk too." Afterwards, Li Yi returned to the house, picked up a long black handbag, and said to Xu Yong, "I haven't been to the mountains for a long time, and now I miss it a little." Xu Yong didn't understand what Li Yi meant. Could it be that this rich second-generation brother-in-law was also from the mountains? They don't look alike at all. Xu Yong was thinking about this while heading into the mountains with Li Yi. Daliang Mountain is a branch of the Great Snow Mountain of the Hengduan Mountains. The mountains are high and the air is cold, so it is called Liangshan. Even though it is the end of May, the climate in the mountains is still cold. In addition, the terrain is steep and the mountains are dangerous, so most areas of the mountains are rarely visited by humans and are still in a very primitive state. Even the people who have lived here for generations are not very familiar with this mountain. "Brother-in-law, which university did you graduate from?" Xu Yong led the way and asked questions from time to time. After spending some time with Li Yi, he found that as long as he didn't look Li Yi in the eye, this brother-in-law didn't look so scary. Apart from being more handsome, he is not much different from ordinary young people. Xu Yong also found that his brother-in-law seemed very friendly. He would hand him a cigarette every time he smoked and did not treat him as a junior at all. So, Xu Yong began to become bolder. Xu Mei, but later failed the exam. Li Yi answered casually while looking at the mountain jungle. So you, brother-in-law, aren't good at studying either. You actually failed the exam. Xu Yong immediately felt much more relaxed and then asked, brother-in-law, what are you holding in your hand? Do you want me to help hold it? It seemed that because they were both poor at studying, Xu Yong became a little warmer towards Li Yi. Okay, it's just right for me to take a break. Li Yi smiled and handed the bag in her hand to Xu Yong. After Xu Yong took it, he immediately felt his hand sink, and he quickly used his other hand to maintain his balance. What is this? It's quite heavy, Xu Yong muttered, but still picked up the bag. Li Yi didn't say anything. An hour later, the two of them were walking further and further away, and had entered a section of the road where there were no forest trails. At this time, Xu Yong stopped, put his bag on the ground, sat on a rock, and said with a heavy breath, Sister, brother-in-law, if we go any further we'll be deep in the mountains. There's no way out. I heard from the people in the village that it's very easy to get lost in there, and there are also ferocious beasts. Xu Yong was a little tired at this time, and just wanted to rest. At the same time, I don't know what is so interesting about this mountain. Besides being cold, I also have to be on guard against leeches jumping on my body from time to time. But strangely enough, they didn't encounter these blood-sucking worms along the way, which is quite rare. Then take a rest. Li Yi said this, letting Xu Yong rest on the side of the road while he looked around. Compared with the alpine jungle, he is more familiar with the tropical rainforest. There are always many treasures to be found in the rainforest, such as the broadsword mines and the elusive gorillas. All in all, the forest is a good place for hunting. After Li Yi finished thinking, he looked at Xu Yong, who was bored, handed him a cigarette, and said, Lend me your phone, I have no signal. After Xu Yong took the cigarette, he handed over his cell phone without thinking much. After Xu Yong started puffing away, Li Yi looked at his phone and asked, Did you play games in the mountains when you were a kid? There's nothing fun to do in this mountain. Xu Yong replied, shaking his head. Li Yi said seriously, Actually, the mountains are quite interesting. I remember when I was your age, I often went to the mountains to play with my classmates. What are you doing? Traveling. Xu Yong was a little absent-minded about this topic. When city kids go to the mountains, what else could that be but tourism? No. Li Yi put Xu Yong's phone into his trouser pocket and said with a smile, Let's play hunter. One group is the hunter and the other is the prey. Let's see whether it's the hunter who kills the prey or the prey that kills the hunter. Chapter 44, Li Yi's teaching method. Hunter game. Who catches who first? Isn't that just hide and seek? Xu Yong commented. He didn't know why Li Yi suddenly brought up these things. Did she want to have a heart-to-heart talk with him? He used to be the only man in the family. Although he was the youngest, his sister and grandmother were all very kind to him, although they were a little fierce. And now suddenly there is a man who claims to be his brother-in-law. More importantly, my sister relies on him a lot, and my grandmother seems to trust him too. This made Xu Yong feel like his world was being invaded by alien creatures. Therefore, Xu Yong has a complex and contradictory attitude towards Li Yi. Sometimes he felt it was nothing special, sometimes it made him shudder, sometimes it seemed kind and friendly, and sometimes it seemed baffling. For example now, in the deep forest, Li Yi suddenly smiled and said, Let's play a hunter game. Playing hide and seek in these mountains, is this fucking crazy? Xu Yong thought so in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He just felt more and more confused. But at this moment, Li Yi said to himself, My instructor once told me that there are two easiest ways to help a boy grow into a man. The first is physical, which is easy and can be done through a woman. The second is psychological, which is a little more complicated, but not difficult. Li Yi said this and narrowed his eyes to look at Xu Yong. For some reason, in this deep mountain jungle, Xu Yong suddenly felt that the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, and he could not even hear the sound of birds or insects. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Xu Yong suddenly felt a little palpitation, and an inexplicable irritability and uneasiness began to rise in his heart. Then, he heard Li Yi say, Let's play a hunter game. Your reward is to become a real man, and maybe I can add some fun to my boring life. Li Yi said this, grinning and showing a hint of white teeth. Although he was clearly smiling, Xu Yong felt that Li Yi's face was becoming more and more weird. Brother-in-law, why don't we go back? It's very cold in the mountains. Can you give me back my phone first so I can check the time? Xu Yong wanted to get his phone back, trying to regain a sense of security. Li Yi did not return the phone to him, but squatted down next to the black handbag and slowly said, "Because you are a boy and I am a man, I will be the hunter and you will be the prey," Li Yi said as she unzipped her handbag. Then, as Xu Yong looked stunned, Li Yi took out a black assault rifle from her handbag. Xu Yong had seen that thing in a shooting game. It seemed to be called HK or something. It turns out you want to play real-life CS. Xu Yong suddenly understood. He thought Li Yi was crazy for the past half day and was almost scared by him. Then, Xu Yong saw Li Yi slowly connect something that looked like a silencer to the muzzle of the gun, and then he looked around in a serious manner. Xu Yong said at this time, "Brother-in-law, what should I use? Do you have a Barrett? I'm a Sniper Thief 6. Li Yi didn't say anything. He just pulled the safety of the gun and pointed the black muzzle at Xu Yong. Xu Yong's steps forward suddenly stopped, and he waved his hands and said quickly, "Brother-in-law, this fake gun should be able to hit someone at close range dash." Before he could finish the word pain, he heard a muffled bang sound in his ear. Immediately afterwards, I felt my left earlobe suddenly become as hot as fire. The next second, severe pain stimulated every nerve in his body. Xu Yong instinctively touched his earlobe, and the warm and smooth feeling surprised him. Looking at his fingers again, bright red blood was dripping from his fingertips. "It hurts." After the brain's brief protective mechanism disappeared, the pain instantly made Xu Yong grimace. At this moment, there were two muffled bang sounds, and the soil under his feet flew everywhere. Shadash. Li Yi put his index finger between his lips and stared at him with eyes like a wild beast. "Don't shout. I don't like my prey to cry because it makes me more excited." Li Yi looked at Xu Yong and grinned again. In addition to his white gums, there was also a scarlet tip of his tongue. "Now do what prey should do. Run away desperately, hide in fear." Li Yi's voice changes from plain to sharp, and from sharp to deep. Xu Yong's legs were trembling at this time. He didn't understand why it suddenly turned out like this. But the pain in his ear and the bullets on the ground clearly told him that the man in front of him didn't seem to be joking with him. Suddenly, the horror movies I had seen before flashed through my mind from time to time. A perverted murderer? Neuropathy? Regardless of Li Yi's role, Xu Yong understood that he was scared and wanted to leave here urgently. He wanted to see familiar faces and wanted to. But common sense still made him try to say, "Brother-in-law." Before he could finish his words, another muffled bang sound was heard. A sharp wind brushed across his face, and the burning and pain reappeared. At this moment, Xu Yong finally turned around and ran out without thinking. Li Yi stood there and watched Xu Yong's figure disappear. After a while, he put the gun in front of him and picked up the handbag. I remember when he was 12 or 13 years old, he was rummaging through trash cans on the street when someone took him to a rainforest. It was the same game back then. The winner will get a chance to survive. Li Yi didn't know how to teach a child, but if he wanted to make a person progress and grow, war was the best way. War can change anyone, whether old or young, woman or man. My teaching method is very expensive. No, Xiao Wei must wear the school uniform. Li Yi muttered to himself, and then took a step forward, following the traces left by Xu Yong, tracking him calmly. On the other side, Su Wei, who was bored waiting for the test results, called Li Yi. "Brother Yi, if Aiyong doesn't listen, you can beat and scold him as much as you want. This kid is becoming more and more ignorant. He deserves a lesson," Su Wei said to Li Yi. She was embarrassed to trouble Li Yi, feeling that Xu Yong had embarrassed her and was afraid that Li Yi would have a bad impression of her. But after all, he is my own brother, so I always want to help him if I can. What's more, Li Yi also agreed to help her discipline her child. "Don't worry, Xiao Wei. Your brother is still very sensible." Bang. A strange muffled sound was mixed in with Li Yi's voice on the phone. "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you?" Su Wei asked worriedly. "It's nothing. The signal is just bad. Take good care of Grandma to see the doctor. Don't be afraid of spending money. I have something else to do. We'll talk later." Li Yi looked at the fleeing figure, put away his phone, and raised the black muzzle of the gun again. Chapter 45 Emergency Subjugation Mission, Elite Monster, Corpse Vines. In the cold and dense forest, Xu Yong was breathing rapidly. Why did things turn out like this? He couldn't figure it out, but he could deeply feel the threat coming from behind at that moment. Bullets fired from time to time flew past his ears several times. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have been shot into a sieve. At this moment, Xu Yong's adrenaline soared to the extreme, and he fled in panic in the dense forest. But even though he was hiding everywhere, the person behind him was always following him. At this time, Xu Yong couldn't help but think of his sister and grandmother. If Li Yi is really a perverted murderer, then after taking care of himself, will he also attack my sister and grandmother? When he thought of this, Xu Yong shuddered suddenly. "No, I want to go back." Although he is not good at studying, and he smokes, drinks, and perms his hair, His sister and grandmother are the most important people to him no matter what. After figuring out this problem, Xu Yong, who was originally panicked and confused and just wanted to run away, suddenly found his direction. Then, he had an idea and dove headfirst into the thorny vegetation nearby. Even though his body was cut by barbs and it was itchy, he still covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from making any sound. Then, the sound of footsteps chasing came from far away, then from fast to slow. Su Yong's eyes suddenly widened. Through the gaps between the leaves, he could see Li Yi's pants, and even the muzzle of the gun slanted towards the ground. Bang! 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 Xu Yong clearly felt that his heart was beating faster, and every hair on his body was standing up. This lasted for about 10 seconds, but Xu Yong felt that every second was like a year. Every second is torture. Every second is a test of life and death. Only when the footsteps gradually faded away did Xu Yong breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Xu Yong had no time to rest, and his mind was filled with only one thought. We must tell my sister and grandma right away. When I thought of this, my exhausted body felt motivated again. Xu Yong gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, followed the path he came from, and ran back as fast as he could. At this moment, Li Yi deliberately let Xu Yong go and did not follow closely behind him. Instead, his steps paused slightly as the voice in his mind spoke. Elite mutant plant detected. Urgent subjugation mission now issued. Target of the crusade, corpse vines. Mission description, corpse vines, evolved from devouring countless mutated corpses, are the most dangerous creatures in this jungle. You can try to destroy them and receive generous rewards. Do you accept the mission? Without any hesitation, Li Yi said silently in his heart, accept the mission. He didn't expect that he could gain such benefits by just playing around with his cheap brother-in-law. Li Yi smiled slightly, and then the system prompts appeared on his retina. Subjugation mission begins. Please completely eliminate the corpse vines within 3 hours. The countdown begins. Then, a countdown of 3 hours appeared in Li Yi's eyes. After Li Yi glanced at the countdown, he began to keep an eye on all directions. Everywhere you look, in addition to tall and dense trees, there are also overgrown weeds and unknown vegetation. But since it's a vine, Li Yi's gaze gradually moved upwards, searching for similar existences. A moment later, a vine wrapped around a tree came into view. So this is the corpse vine? Li Yi observed for a while and found nothing special, but this did not hinder his next action. Li Yi stretched out his hand, grabbed a thick vine, and with his strong arm strength, he easily pulled the vine down. Then, Li Yi temporarily bought an engineer shovel from the system mall and began digging at the roots of the vines. Soon, the entire vine, including its roots, piled up in front of Li Yi. But the system's mission is not over yet. Li Yi had no choice but to buy another bucket of fuel, pour it on the vines, and then set them on fire. Accompanied by the sound of crackling and water evaporating, the vines in front of him were quickly burned to ashes. After only 10 minutes, Li Yi heard the system's voice again. Subjugation mission completed. You have successfully cleared the area of elite mutants. Rewards are now being distributed. Then, Li Yi heard a series of voices. You received a reward for the crusade, 5,000 system currency. You have obtained the reward for the subjugation, Gene Lock Catalyst. You received the crusade reward, elite lottery ticket. Hearing these voices, Li Yi couldn't help but grin. I have to say, this cheap brother-in-law is really a lucky star. This crusade mission couldn't be simpler, but the reward was actually higher than any mission completed before. Isn't this encouraging him to go wandering around in the mountains and forests more often when he has nothing to do? With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Li Yi checked his personal space. 5,000 system currency solved some of Li Yi's urgent needs. Originally, he wanted to cash in on Fox Eye Loudy's second hypersonic missile, but he was short of a lot of system currency. Once the 5,000 arrives, there won't be much difference. I just need to trade with Sally on time. Li Yi's focus was mainly on the Gene Lock Catalyst. Soon, the relevant description of the item appeared before my eyes. Gene Lock Catalyst can slightly increase the ability of the gene lock without side effects. It's a good thing. Li Yi has been continuously training his gene locking ability. For example, when driving, on the surface he has his hands on the steering wheel and his feet on the brake or accelerator. However, in reality, he was operating the car with his mind. But despite this, ability grows very slowly. If Li Yi could lift a walnut with his mind power at the beginning, now he can only lift an apple at most. There is no qualitative change. Therefore, anything that can enhance the ability of gene lock is a good thing. What's more, in order to achieve the so-called level 2 genome, the gene locking ability must be improved to a certain level. Thinking of this, Li Yi's mind moved, and the gene lock catalyst instantly appeared in his hand. It was the same test tube, but the liquid inside had turned golden, and upon closer inspection, there was a halo. Li Yi observed it for a few seconds, and then put it into his mouth. There was no special feeling, I just suddenly felt a shock of energy, as if I had received a shot of adrenaline, and the whole person became extremely excited. Li Yi conducted another simple experiment. If he could lift an apple before, now he can probably lift a watermelon. There is also no qualitative leap, but the order of magnitude is completely different. It has increased several times in an instant. This small increase has a very good effect, and it makes people look forward to whether there will be a medicine with a significantly improved effect in the future. With such a happy mood, Li Yi followed the traces left by Xu Yong while looking at the last reward. Chapter 46. Only by having nuclear weapons can we feel safe. Xu Yong ran desperately. Even if I am out of breath, even if I am exhausted. But Xu Yong gritted his teeth and ran back home with his last breath. He wants to expose Li Yi's true face. He wants to keep his sister away from this perverted murderer, and he wants to protect his family. When I thought of this, my numb body began to feel motivated again. Li Yi followed Xu Yong leisurely not far behind. Compared with Xu Yong's embarrassed escape, he looked more like a leisurely outing in the garden. At the same time, Li Yi was in a very happy mood because he had just completed a system task and received a high reward. Of course, the only drawback was that the elite lottery ticket awarded by the system at the end was not worthy of the other rewards. I don't know if it was because he was too unlucky or his luck had run out. But Li Yi is a contented person. As long as he has money to spend and women to sleep with, as long as he has enough sense of security, he will be satisfied. We need to quickly open up the situation. It would be best if we could get some nuclear weapons, otherwise we'll always feel insecure. Li Yi thought so. Apu, although there's nothing serious wrong with your health, you should still come and live in the city with me. On the way back from the hospital, Su Wei kept persuading her grandmother. Most of the test results are out. There are no major problems, and minor problems are normal for a grandmother at her age. Su Wei used to have no ability, but after following Li Yi, her class quickly rose. Even if Li Yi didn't give her money directly, she could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month just from her current job. Because of this, Su Wei is now fully capable of bringing her grandmother to the city to live out her retirement. But Grandma shook her head and said firmly, I've lived in Daliangshan all my life and don't want to go anywhere else. You and Ion can just come and visit me if you have time. And now the government is very concerned about us old people. If we have a headache or a fever, the village doctor will come directly to our home. Su Wei had to persuade her again, but her grandmother remained unmoved. In desperation, Su Wei could only think of other solutions. From morning to afternoon, this day was particularly exciting for Xu Yong. He didn't know how much time had passed, he just felt exhausted and hungry. It felt like there was an iron block tied to my feet, my steps were heavy, and every step was a challenge to my limits. But even in such a situation, whether it was his will that took effect or he broke through his physical limits, he finally saw the familiar road step by step. As long as we climb over this slope, we'll see home. Su Yong's numb eyes gradually showed some spirit. At this moment, a surge of strength surged in his body again, and he began to climb the slope using his hands and feet. Finally, after his hands were worn out, he reached the top of the hill. Facing the dim setting sun, Xu Yong saw his own house, the open space at the door, and even his sister who was helping his grandmother get out of the car. Seeing this scene, Xu Yong was suddenly ecstatic. However, just as he was about to shout sister, a shadow appeared behind him. Immediately afterwards, Xu Yong felt his eyes go dark and he fell to the ground powerlessly. When Xu Yong opened his eyes again, what he saw was the wooden beams in the house. He was all too familiar with this scene. Then, the smell of herbs filled my nose. What happened? Su Yongshang was still thinking and instinctively prepared to get up, but found a feeling of soreness rising from his limbs. Finally, the pain made him wail. The brain, stimulated by the pain, instantly remembered the cause and effect of the incident. Sister and Grandma. Xu Yong ignored the pain and tried to get up from the bed. But at this moment, a familiar voice came. Iong, you're awake, don't move. It's Grandma's voice. Su Yong's heart suddenly felt relieved. Looking at my grandmother walking towards the door, the long-term mental tension finally eased for a moment, and my tear glands were stimulated and tears came out. And then, he heard his grandmother scolding. You're such a grown-up, and you're still crying. You just fell down a mountain and got some scrapes. What? Falling down a mountain? Xu Yong looked at his grandmother in confusion. Soon, he saw his sister coming over. I heard my sister say, you grew up in the mountains, and you still accidentally fell down. You are really incompetent. If Brother E hadn't taken the trouble to carry you back, you would have been picked up and eaten by wild dogs in the mountains. What? Brother E carried it back? The series of scolding made Xu Yong even more confused. But when he thought of the Brother E in his sister's mouth, that perverted murderer, Xu Yong shuddered and said quickly, "Sister, that Li." Before Xu Yong could finish his words, he saw a figure that frightened him appear at the door. The other person's smiling mouth and the cold light in his eyes seemed to be warning him. In an instant, Xu Yong swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "No, you absolutely can't say that. If the true face of this pervert is exposed at this time, their whole family will be in real danger." When Xu Yong thought of this, an idea struck him, and he immediately changed the subject. "That Brother Li. Is he okay? What could possibly happen to him? Do you think everyone is the same as you?" Su Wei glanced at Xu Yong unhappily, and at the same time checked the herbs that were attached. After a moment, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's just a superficial wound. It will heal after 2 or 3 days of rest. I'll still be able to catch up with the college entrance examination. Although I don't expect you to get good grades, it's always good that it doesn't affect the exam. It's a good opportunity for you to stay home and study for the next few days so you don't have to cause trouble." After saying that, Su Wei left the bedside, ran to Li Yi, and hugged his arm. After Su Yong's expression changed rapidly several times, he began to feel anxious again. It was already the afternoon of the second day when we arrived in Daliangshan. Although I haven't been back for long, I have finished what I needed to do. My grandmother's health was not serious, but she was unwilling to go to the city with her, so I had to persuade her slowly later. As for her younger brother Xu Yong, Su Wei still has to consider another way out for him. I can't count on going to university. It would be good enough if I can go to a junior college. In addition, there were other things to deal with in the company, so Su Wei planned to take Li Yi back. However, before leaving, her brother Xu Yong seemed unexpectedly reluctant to let her go. He kept holding her arm and refused to let her go. At this time, Li Yi said to Xu Yong, "Since you're so reluctant to leave your sister, come to Rongqing after you finish the college entrance examination. Your sister and I will take you out for some fun." After hearing this, Su Wei immediately kissed Li Yi again happily. Su Yong's expression changed drastically in an instant. There is no doubt that this is definitely a threat to him. Chapter 47, Multiple Reports and Next Plans. When I returned to Chengdu, it was the last day of May. After returning, Su Wei immediately threw herself into work. So much so that when Li Yi heard her work report, he looked a little bit amused and helpless. "Brother E, our coffee beans have already started to sell well, and we have established flagship stores on all major online shopping platforms." On the 19th floor of Sihai Building, in the president's office, Su Wei was reporting seriously. Although the daily transaction volume is only in the double digits, the positive review rate is as high as 99. So next, I plan to further expand our influence, recruit influencers, and conduct live streaming to sell products. But if we collaborate with influencers, our profits will definitely decrease. Su Wei said this and looked at Li Yi, wanting to seek advice. Although Li Yi said that all matters concerning Wildfire's foreign trade were decided by her, but Su Wei did not feel happy about being in power. Instead, she was very nervous, fearing that the company's performance would not be ideal and would thus hinder Li Yi. Therefore, whenever there are important matters, Su Wei always asks Li Yi for his opinion first. But what did Li Yi have any objection to? Wildfire Foreign Trade itself is a shell company serving as a cover. The so-called goods are nothing more than accessories to the arms trade between Li Yi and Cixizhe. After all, no matter how good the coffee beans are, can they be more expensive than gold of the same weight? What Li Yi didn't expect was that Su Wei actually managed these subsidiary trades in an excellent manner. "Do you really want to change your career and sell coffee?" Li Yi immediately shook his head in his heart, then picked up the teacup, took a sip, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. He said to Su Wei, "You've done a good job. As for losses and profits, that's normal. As for future business plans and investments, you can decide for yourself. For figures below 1 million, you don't need my signature. Just do it directly. I trust you." In fact, Li Yi never expected to make money from Wildfire Foreign Trade. Even the arms trade was just a preparatory measure for him to build relationships and make his first pot of gold. His real main focus is still on Temasek's Conlon Pharmaceuticals. Once the relevant research and development and production of gene repair fluid are completed, we can quickly accumulate funds. Of course, only Li Yi himself knows all this. After finishing the discussion about Wildfire Foreign Trade, Li Yi said, "Book me a flight to Kinshasa for the day after tomorrow. Also, have you got my visa? It's already been expedited. Also, I looked at the tickets, and first class is sold out. Is business class okay?" Su Wei looked at her phone, waiting for Li Yi's answer. Okay. Li Yi nodded with a satisfied look on his face. Su Wei can not only sleep with him, but also manage his daily life in an orderly manner. The company's business is also growing rapidly. If he is trained further in the future, he might become one of his right-hand men. As for the visa, because he had been using a tourist visa before, which was very inconvenient, Li Yi asked Su Wei to apply for a work visa for him some time ago. After seeing Su Wei off, Li Yi called Kang Hongfei and Yu Chaojun respectively. Both are now in Temasek, the former responsible for RD and production, and the latter in charge of operations. On the phone, Kang Hongfei said, "Boss, the technical verification has been completed. All I have to do now is wait for the equipment and raw materials to arrive. I can then produce the finished drug immediately." Kang Hongfei's tone was filled with excitement. After all, his daughter would be the beneficiary of the first finished drug. The raw materials will be almost ready next month. During this time, you should continue to analyze the technology and strive to launch the new drug in the second half of the year. Li Dao. Finished drugs refer to the complete version of gene repair fluid, which has powerful efficacy and can cure various genetic diseases. But Li Yi does not intend to put it on the market. After the technical split, the complete version of the gene repair fluid will be divided into gene-specific medicines in multiple directions, which will be Kanglan's real profit point in the future. After finishing the call with Kang Hongfei, Li Yi listened to Yu Chaojun's report. Yu Chaojun reported on the phone, "Mr. Li, Kanglan's personnel structure has been streamlined. As you said, we will retain the core sales staff and cut the rest. This will reduce human resource expenses by 70%. Also, regarding the public relations for new drugs, I have formed a lobbying team to ensure smooth drug review and market launch. The problem now is that our funds are a bit tight." Yu Chaojun paused before continuing. Professor Kang's RD Center has purchased a large amount of equipment and raw materials, and their expenditures have reached 80% of their total funds. So the money in the account will hardly last more than 3 months. Li was not surprised that there was not enough money. After all, most of the money was used to acquire Kangland shares. The funds actually used for RD and operations may be less than $10 million. For drug research and development and production, this amount of money is simply a drop in the bucket and is not enough to burn. After a brief thought, Li Yi said directly to Yu Chaojun, "I will continue to inject capital. Just execute according to the plan. For now, everything should focus on the RD Center." "I understand, Mr. Li. Please rest assured that I will cooperate with Professor Hao Kang in research and development and production," Yu Chaojun answered solemnly. Since switching jobs and following Li Yi, Yu Chaojun has been in control, especially after learning about the company's future development prospects. He has put in a lot of effort. Only a fool would let go of this opportunity to be a pig in the wind. After finishing the matters at the pharmaceutical group, Li Yi flipped through the address book again, found a number, and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected. "Old Joe, I'm treating you tonight, so please come and show me the side," Li Yi said. "It's rare that you're willing to dine with me, old Li. I invited you several times before, but you didn't come. Is this a Hongmen feast?" On the phone, Zhou Langtao and Li Yi joked with each other. Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course it's the Hongmen banquet. It depends on whether you dare to come." "Come. You must come." Zhou Langtao laughed heartily. "I can't beat you in the ring, so why don't you come back for the drinking?" The two quickly agreed on a time and address. Zhou Langtao is the owner of the Langtao Fitness Studio that Li Yi often visits, and he is also a veteran. It seems that he has good connections in the Southwest, and his family seems to have some background. For the next plan, Li Yi needs some people, and Zhou Langtao may be able to help connect them. It was soon 5 p.m. After saying hello to Su Wei, Li Yi walked out of the company and prepared to go to the place where he had agreed to meet Zhou Langtao. Instead of driving, Li Yi hailed a taxi on the side of the road and gave the address. "Go to 351 Guest House." The driver was slightly startled, then said, "We can go, but that's a military zone, so we can only park nearby. We can't deliver you to your door. Please walk there yourself." "Okay, let's drive," Li Yi said. Chapter 48. Li Yi, who started his career in education. The 351 Guest House is affiliated with the military sub-district and rarely receives external guests. This was naturally the place Zhou Langchao had found. He seemed to really want to regain his place at the wine table, so he planned to gain the home advantage. Anyone who has served in the military likes to take the initiative. Although Li Yi had never served in the military formally, he had frequent contact with this group of people. If he had to give an evaluation, it would be that China is first-rate and the rest are third-rate. This is not really a hard blow. I remember when I was expanding my gang in my previous life, when I was expanding my team, anyone with a Chinese military background would be given priority. Skilled, high-spirited, disciplined, and able to endure are all advantages of Chinese soldiers. But unfortunately, there are too few candidates. The most despised were the soldiers of the Italian Republic. As for the reason, a look at the history of World War I and World War II will quickly reveal the answer. After getting off the car, Li Yi walked forward a few steps. After crossing a not-so-congested street, we stopped in front of the gate of a military area. Li Yi looked at the armed guard at the door, then looked at the yellow line under his feet, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. This was the first time for him to enter a military area so openly. After waiting at the door for a while, Zhou Langtao walked out of the military area. After the two greeted each other, Zhou Langtao took Li Yi to register at the guard post. After Li Yi showed his ID card, the guard at the door let him in. It's better to have the identity of a good citizen after all. Li Yi sighed in his heart. After entering the military area, Zhou Langtao deliberately slowed down his pace, looked at the surrounding scenery, and said to Li Yi, "How is it? Do you miss it?" Li Yi smiled but said nothing. Until now, Zhou Langtao believed that he was a retired soldier from a special forces unit. But Li Yi himself knew very well that he had indeed been to many military regions, but he had never been to the military region of China. Moreover, whenever he visits a military region in another country, he is always given a warm physical welcome by that military region. After an in-depth exchange of views, they would take some specialties with them when they left. Among them, the specialties of the United States Federal Military District were the most abundant. A few minutes later, Zhou Langtao took Li Yi into a 3-story white rectangular building. A sign that read, 351 Guest House, was hung at the main entrance of the building. Although the building looks ordinary from the outside, it actually has a whole new world inside. After going up to the 3rd floor, Zhou Langtao pushed open a door, and then the quaint and stylish decoration came into view. In the center of the room is a round table, and in the corner is a whole box of a certain brand of strong liquor. 2 people were already seated around the round table. One of them was wearing a military green camouflage uniform and no epaulets, but he looked very imposing and had a sharp look in his eyes. The other person was slightly fat and bald. He wore round-frame glasses and squinted his eyes, giving him a simple and honest look. It seems that Zhou Langtao really wants to regain his status at the dinner table, and even invited help. Li was not afraid at all. Soon after Zhou Langtao took Li Yi to their seats, he introduced them. "One of them is my old squad leader, and the other is my old classmate." Zhou Langtao did not elaborate on the position because today was a gathering of old friends meeting new friends, not a business occasion. Li Yi also learned the names of the 2 people. The man in camouflage uniform is an active duty officer, whose rank is unknown. His name is Ma Yinglong. Li Yi always felt that this name sounded familiar, until Zhou Langtao called him Old Hemorrhoids. Then he suddenly realized what it was. The slightly plump man wearing glasses is a regular staff member of a certain department. He is Zhou Langtao's old classmate and comrade-in-arms, named Ho Xingzhu. Together with Zhou Langtao, these 3 people formed the Ho Langtao group. After a brief introduction, there wasn't much testing of each other. Because they all come from the military, they can easily find common ground. The dishes haven't been served yet, but 3 rounds of wine have already been served. Ma Yinglong seemed to be very interested in Li Yi's background. He raised his Tuoyang cup and clinked it with Li Yi's. After swallowing half of the cup in one gulp, he asked, "Old Li, I see you're not that old. Why are you quitting so early?" Ma Yinglong is about 30 years old and almost a year older than Li Yi. But Li Yi has a unique temperament. Even among several middle-aged men, there is no sense of incongruity. He even raises the average appearance. Zhou Langtao, Ma Yinglong, and Ho Xingzhu didn't feel that Li Yi was that young. He just looked a little younger. So, they all followed Zhou Langtao and called him Lao Li. As for Ma Yinglong's question, Li Yi shook his head and did not answer. Instead, he brought the touched wine glass to his lips and drank it all. The meaning is very clear. I am not in a position to answer your question, so I will answer it with wine. That's refreshing. Li Yi's actions immediately won praise from the 3 people. What followed was even more lively toasts. The men sat together drinking and chatting, and their topics, apart from women, were family, country, and the world. In addition, since we all have military experience, the conversation was more detailed. Li Yi didn't know much about the life of the regular army, but he was familiar with combat and was a veteran on the battlefield. So what he said was reasonable and meaningful, which could arouse Ma Yinglong's recognition and consensus. Ma Yinglong also quickly confirmed that this old Li, who looked young and handsome, like a recent college graduate, must be from a special forces unit with a high level of confidentiality. Otherwise, those combat details and experiences can never be learned by reading a few books or watching a few movies. It was for this reason that Li Yi, who had gained identity recognition, was quickly accepted by the three people. It was not until late in the evening and 3 rounds of drinks had passed that Zhou Langtao looked at Li Yi and said the word admired. The three of them took turns to get Li Yi drinking, and in the end, they were almost drunk, and Li Yi acted like nothing had happened. Finally, the 4 of them slowly dispersed until the night deepened. As for what Li Yi needed Zhou Langtao to do, he didn't mention a word, but most of it had been done. Although today's bureau is not a business bureau, it is a people-oriented bureau. To put it bluntly, it's for everyone to judge whether you are a person worth associating with. If it is worth it, the next thing will be easy to handle. If it is not worth it, no matter how small the matter is, it will be handled impartially. And obviously, Li Yi belongs to the former. Just as Li Yi thought, Zhou Langtao called the next morning and invited him. Laoli, you drank too much last night. Let's have some soup together at noon today to sober you up? Okay, send me the address. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi put down his phone, picked up his car keys, and headed towards the agreed location. Soon, Li Yi met Zhou Langtao again in a Cantonese restaurant. After chatting casually for a few minutes, Li Yi got down to business. As a result, when Zhou Langtao heard this, he almost spit out the soup that had just been put into his mouth. He looked at Li Yi, his eyes widened, and asked, "What? Old Li, you want to open a school?" Chapter 49. Opening a military academy abroad. You are a fucking genius. Yes. Li Yi nodded and said seriously, I plan to contribute my own strength to the cause of education. After hearing this, Zhou Langtao finally swallowed back the soup that was about to spit out. He thought that Li Yi might need his help with something. For example, matchmaking, finding connections, or handling some difficult-to-handle business. But no matter what, he could never have imagined that Li Yi actually planned to open a school. It must be admitted that this is completely beyond his knowledge. Thinking of this, Zhou Langtao frowned and said, if you want to open a training class, that's easy to say, but I don't understand how to open a school. What's more, although I have some friends, they are all in the public security, procuratorial, and judicial fields. There are really not many resources in the education field. Zhou Langtao thinks Li Yi is a good person, very mysterious and interesting. Especially after the tasting last night, everyone agreed that he was a person worth making friends with and was willing to provide some help. But when it comes to opening a school, he really can't do anything about it. Li Yi smiled at this time and blamed himself for not explaining clearly, which caused Zhou Langtao to have some misunderstandings. So, Li Yi slowly said, the school I plan to open is not in China, but in Africa. There shouldn't be any problems with the policies, and I don't have to worry about the student population. I just need to find some teachers with the right majors. Hearing what Li Yi said, Zhou Langtao's frown immediately relaxed, and then he looked at Li Yi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. They actually set up a school abroad, in a place like Africa. This approach is really a bit wild. Zhou Langtao became interested in this and said, if we find a teacher, it won't be a big problem. Although Africa is a bit desolate, as long as the salary is high, there are still many people willing to go there. By the way, Zhou Langtao looked at Li Yi and continued, what professional courses do you want to offer? I'll try to help you get in touch with them. Zhou Langtao thought that since Li Yi ran a foreign trade company, he must want to expand the production scale in the product's place of origin. Although this practice is rare, it is not difficult to understand. It is nothing more than opening a technical school to teach workers some production-related professional skills, so as to achieve the goal of expanding production scale. Some large enterprises and groups have carried out similar operations. But soon, Li Yi's words made him spit out the water in his mouth again, and this time he really spit it out. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, professional. The early stages will focus on basic army operations. At the same time, courses such as arms tactics, combat command, and military command should also be provided. Later, I plan to add military logistics and special operations majors. Li Yi said seriously. He never attended a formal military academy, but he had received all the necessary education and training. Especially when it comes to grassroots army operations and special operations, he has a lot of experience. But what Li Yi didn't notice was that the more professional courses he mentioned, the wider Zhou Langtao's eyes became. After Li Yi finished speaking, Zhou Langtao couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of water. You call this opening a school? They even went abroad to open military academies. You really are a genius. Zhou Langtao knew that Li Yilu was wild, but this was a bit too wild. However, after suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhou Langtao immediately understood why Li Yi came to him for help. Let's not consider whether Li Yi is joking or not. However, if we really want to offer these professional courses, the most suitable instructors are undoubtedly active-duty military officers, followed by veterans. But this veterans' re-employment, he's really a fucking genius. Zhou Langtao couldn't help but sigh again. Put yourself in their shoes and imagine what kind of expression the Veterans Management Department would have when they learn about these people's re-employment environment. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about whether the salary is high. Let's talk about whether the major is suitable for you. If you think about it more carefully, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with sending veterans abroad as instructors. It meets the standards for exporting technical manpower and may even earn foreign exchange for the country. You know what? It's actually quite feasible. Zhou Langtao touched his chin and thought carefully. Apart from anything else, if this thing is really done, Zhou Langtao will definitely gain a lot of reputation in the circle. After all, it is a military academy, and it is located abroad, which makes people feel awesome when they hear about it. What's more, it can contribute to the re-employment of retired soldiers, which is even more intriguing. When friends ask about it, Zhou Langtao can also pretend to say, like Li Yi, I am contributing to the cause of education. When he thought of this, Zhou Langtao's eyes lit up and he immediately asked Li Yi to explain in detail. Thus, an afternoon passed quickly. As the sky gradually darkened, after Li Yi politely declined Zhou Langtao's invitation for another drink, Zhou Langtao patted Li Yi on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, Laoli. As long as there's no problem with the policy, I can help you with the instructor issue. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to go shooting when I have nothing to do. When the school is finished, give me the title of honorary vice president so I can show off in front of my brothers. After learning that Li Yi could solve problems abroad, Zhou Langtao really took this matter seriously. Opening a military academy is no more interesting than opening some crappy fitness studio. Of course, according to Li Yi, it is impossible for it to be a military academy right from the start. It will probably be run under the name of a security training base. But it's still worth looking forward to. For this reason, after parting with Li Yi, Zhou Langtao directly called Ma Yinglong, with whom he had just had a big drink yesterday. After the call was connected, Zhou Langtao said, Old hemorrhoids, I won't say anything more. I've taken all the jobs of those who retired from your regiment this year. Don't worry, the salary is high, and it matches their majors. They do what they are good at. It's a bit far, but they have subsidies, they earn US dollars, and it's easy. Don't ask, the only thing you're asking is to contribute to the cause of education. On the other side, Li Yi, who had returned to his residence, looked at Su Wei who was cooking and asked, Has the security company registration been completed? Brother Yi, we just completed the registration yesterday. The license and official seal are at the office. If you need them, I'll get them now. Su Wei replied immediately. Not right now. Li Yi shook his head, then said, By the way, prepare a template for technology export tomorrow. We'll need it later. Okay, Brother Yi, but what technology do we want to export? Su Wei asked while cooking. Nothing much, some basic techniques, security and safety related. Li Yi answered casually. Su Wei didn't ask any further questions. She had long known that the foreign trade company seemed to be just one of Li Yi's businesses, and even the focus of Li Yi's career was not on the foreign trade company at all. But that doesn't matter. She only needs to help Li Yi manage Wildfire's foreign trade and provide Li Yi with all the help he needs without being a burden. As for what Li Yi's main career is, Su Wei felt that even if it meant murder or arson, she would help Li Yi dig a hole and bury the person. Women who are obsessed with love are so scary. Chapter 50. Fire a base number of artillery shells to liven things up. The first day of June is Children's Day. Although it was Children's Day, the gift Li Yi received was not so childish. Looking at Su Wei running towards the bathroom, Li Yi became more and more satisfied. Who doesn't like a beautiful, well-built, and outgoing woman? What's more, Su Wei can manage the company in an orderly manner. Although he has no interest in switching careers to selling coffee. After all, he has no intention of becoming a good man so early. While having breakfast, to Su Wei's surprise, Li Yi suddenly mentioned her brother Xu Yong. Li Yi asked, Is your brother going to take the college entrance exam soon? Although surprised, Su Wei quickly replied, Yes, Brother Yi, the exam will start this Wednesday and will last for 3 days. Li Yi nodded when he heard this, and then asked, Then what arrangements do you have for him? When Su Wei heard Li Yi's question, surprise turned into anticipation. The meaning of Li Yi's words was very clear. He was considering making arrangements for his younger brother. This made Su Wei even more moved. After all, she knew her brother's character very well. He has no grades and no abilities. If left unchecked, I'm afraid that after the college entrance examination, there will be one more idle street urchin in society. Thinking of this, Su Wei quickly said, Ion's grades are very poor. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to get into a junior college, let alone a bachelor's degree. I originally thought that after he graduated, I would send him to a master craftsman to be an apprentice. Brother Yi, do you have any ideas? After saying that, Su Wei's beautiful eyes looked at Li Yi with sparkling eyes. I do have some ideas. Li Yi nodded. After thinking for a few seconds, he organized his words and said, it's like this. I have a friend who opened a technical school abroad. Not only is the tuition fee completely waived, but there is also a fixed subsidy every month. There are many majors to study, and they all involve very practical technologies. After hearing this, Su Wei also understood what Li Yi meant. After all, he is brother Yi, and his network of contacts is extensive, even including friends who run technical schools abroad. Then, Su Wei heard Li Yi say, the school is located in Africa. Although the environment is a bit poor, you're guaranteed a job after graduation. The main job is to work on construction projects in other countries, and you earn US dollars. If you think it's appropriate, I can arrange for your brother to study abroad directly after he finishes the college entrance examination. Li Yi thought his idea was very good. Compared to Su Wei, who thinks Xu Yong has no ability, Li Yi thinks Xu Yong has great potential. Very suitable to be the first cadet of his overseas military academy. And I believe Xu Yong must be very happy too. After all, he himself once said that he, Barrett, is awesome. How can we let go of such a talent? After listening to Li Yi's many words, Su Wei was even more moved, and a happy smile appeared on her face. If it weren't for Li Yi, with Xu Yong's grades and conditions, let alone studying abroad, it would be difficult for him to even get into a technical school in China. Especially recently, Xu Yong has been crazy for some reason, always calling and texting, saying that brother Yi is a perverted murderer, and so on. He is simply crazy. He really should suffer more. This school built in Africa is a good place. There are not many entertainment venues, so it is suitable for hard work and study. Besides, it was brother Yi who found a friend, so this favor cannot be wasted. Thinking of this, Su Wei nodded repeatedly and agreed on behalf of Xu Yong. The temperature in June has gradually become hotter, and pedestrians' outfits have also become cooler. But Su Wei wore a long skirt that covered her knees, which was unusual because only in this way could she hide the blush on her knees. After arriving at the company, Su Wei wanted to call Xu Yong, remembering what Li Yi said this morning. But after thinking about it, I finally put down my phone. Let's wait until the college entrance exam is over before telling Iong, so he doesn't start messing around all day after he finds out there's a way out. Su Wei thought so, and then called the company receptionist Lin Xiaoya. Xiaoya, several influencers will be coming to the company next week to sign contracts to promote products. Remember to keep an eye out for them. Okay, Sister Weiwei. After giving instructions on everything, Su Wei started to bury her head in front of the computer again. Although her knees hurt and her legs were sore, she still gritted her teeth and persisted in working. On the other hand, before going to Gangwujin, Li Yi once again came to the villa he bought for his parents. Prior to this, the designer had submitted the decoration plan. Although Li Yi felt it was not safe enough, considering that this was in China and there was no danger, he quickly approved the plan and paid the deposit. Now has come the day to officially start work. The construction company we chose was very ceremonial and even set off a string of firecrackers before starting work. Then, Li Yi saw the designer take out a stack of red envelopes and distribute them to the workers. Li Yi, who saw this scene, was thoughtful. If firecrackers are set off when construction of a villa begins, then when he starts construction of a military academy overseas, should a basic number of artillery shells also be fired to liven things up? It seems to make sense. Next, after witnessing the groundbreaking ceremony, Li Yi exchanged a few words with the designer. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I can absolutely guarantee the quality of the project. We also have a third-party acceptance inspection, so there won't be any problems. The designer said confidently. Li Yi nodded, said nothing more, and quickly left the villa. On June 2nd, 1 week before the Dragon Boat Festival, Li Yi once again boarded an Ethiopian Airlines flight to Gangwujin. Still transiting in the capital of Ethiopia, after more than 10 hours of trekking, Li Yi arrived in Kinshasa in the afternoon local time. As soon as he got off the plane, Li Yi noticed that the atmosphere was different from the previous times. The smell of gun smoke and chaos grew thicker in the air. After walking out of the terminal, Sishize, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet him. Without much greeting, Sishize took Li Yi directly into the car. After the car started, Sishizer couldn't wait to say, Li, the recent situation is not good. I hope you have good news. Of course, my friend. Li Yi smiled slightly. The goods you want are ready and can be traded at any time. The stairs to chaos have been laid. Are you ready to step onto the stage of history? Li Yi looked at Sishize with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Sishize asked for a lot of goods this time. Although the total value is not as high as that of Husai, it is still quite valuable. Such a large quantity of arms, I'm afraid it's not just for expanding the mining protection team. Chapter 51, A Big Step Towards Mastering Africa. Li Yi has been to Kinshasa many times. Whether in his previous life or this life, this chaotic city always allows him to find freshness. Like now. Before the car drove far, Li Yi saw the military and police being mobilized. There are also pickup trucks carrying black Alaska guys cruising around aimlessly. This is a harbinger of chaos. For someone like Caesar who has ambition, power, and strength, chaos is the latter. I just don't know whether this staircase leads to the sky or to hell. After admiring the commotion on the street, the car turned into an alley and eventually drove into the garage of a 3-story villa. After getting off the car, Li looked around habitually. There are 4 visible sentries, people guarding the high points, and 2 secret sentries at the door. It can be seen that Sishi Zhe is very cautious. The more important it is before you do something big, the more careful you should be. Soon, Sishi Zhe took Li Yi into the living room of the villa and then personally poured a glass of whiskey for Li Yi before roasting a cigar. In addition to CCIs, there were several armed guards inside and outside the living room. In Li Yi's opinion, these guards are just for show. Whether it is their positioning or their vigilance, they can only be said to be amateurs. There is no way around it. Given the average level of prenatal education in Africa, it can only be at this level. The cigar was quickly baked, and the mellow smell of tobacco mixed with the aroma of whiskey was intoxicating. Sishi Zhe handed the cigar to Li Yi, then raised his glass. After the two clinked their glasses, CCIzer said, "Thank you for your hard work, my friend. I'm sure you've seen that the current situation is not good, so let's toast to your arrival." The crisp sound of wine glasses clinking rang out again. After the pleasantries, the two began to talk about business. After Li Yi took a puff of smoke, his eyes lit up through the green smoke. He said, "I have prepared everything you want. It's somewhere in this city. You can take it away at any time." This time, Sishi Zhe asked for a lot of cost-effective weapons, such as Type 56, grenades, howitzers, mortars, etc., which could almost fill a warehouse the size of a basketball court. After hearing Li Yi's words, Sishi Zhe nodded and raised his glass again, with excitement in his eyes. As the situation became increasingly turbulent, the market was also severely affected. Not to mention the rising prices of food, the prices of arms have doubled. The price of an AK, which originally cost $50, has now soared to $150, and this is a second-hand product produced in a black factory. On the other hand, Li not only provides standardized new products, but also has no price fluctuations and delivers them to your door. Compared with those arms dealers who are only interested in profit, Li Yi's price is not only a conscience price, but also a friendly price among friendly prices. What is a friend? A friend is someone who helps you when you need him or help. Caesar raised his glass 3 times, drank the wine in the glass, and immediately said, "Li, please rest assured. Even if the entire steel fruit is raining bullets, not a single one will fall into your planting base." To this day, Sishi Zhe still doesn't know what Li Yi asked him to plant. But that doesn't matter. Then, CCIder said, "Li, you said on the phone earlier that you needed my help. Now please tell me, what can I do for you?" Hearing Sishi Zhe mention this matter on his own initiative, Li Yi immediately showed a look of satisfaction. He came to Gangwujin for 2 main purposes. The first purpose is to invest in Caesar's business, that is, to complete the arms trade. Only a strong and sensible ally can meet Li Yi's needs. Sishi Zhe is very sensible, and the next step is to make him stronger. The second purpose is to open a military academy. There are 2 advantages to opening a military academy. First, it can complete the system's tasks. Whether it is a construction mission or a conquest mission, Li Yi needs a piece of land. Second, it allows him to have his own armed force. Without a gang around him, Li Yi always lacks a sense of security. Whether for future development or for one's own needs, it is imperative to form an armed team. For these reasons, Li Yi said to CCIs, "I want to open a school on your territory. To be more precise, a military academy." Oh, after hearing this, CCIs immediately showed an expression of doubt and thought. He could never have imagined that Li Yi was going to open a military academy. But as he thought about it, he felt that this would be quite beneficial to him. For many native Gangwujin people, especially those of tribal ethnic groups, their level of education is almost equivalent to prenatal education. Letting them hold guns makes them more like filler babies than soldiers. And Cecilia has received a formal higher education, so he knows the importance of education. If he could have a military academy on his own territory, he could quickly improve the combat effectiveness of his troops. As an ambitious man, CCIs had also thought about developing education and opening schools, and had even carried out a literacy campaign in the tribe. But compared with military academies, these are nothing. Therefore, Li Yi's proposal to open a military academy was a great thing for Cixizhe. But at the same time, Caesar couldn't help but have doubts, because he didn't understand Li Yi's purpose. As if seeing through Caesar's doubts, Li Yi smiled and said, I need an armed force that can be mobilized at any time. It doesn't need to be large, but it must be strong and well-trained. On the other hand, it's also an investment. Li Yi looked at Cici eyes and raised his glass, saying, We intend to invest in you to ensure our interests in Africa. Li Yi's words were quite straightforward, but very sincere. And Cixizhe also understood Li Yi's thoughts instantly. It's very simple. As an individual, Li Yi needs a special team. Afterwards, Li Yi provided him with a new round of funding on behalf of the organization or force behind him. Correspondingly, once he gains power, he will have to protect Li Yi's interests and even obey some of Li Yi's orders. This sounds like supporting the agent, but Cicizer is not averse to it at all, and even has some expectations for it. Before you can become a chess player, you must first become the most important chess piece. Thinking of this, Cixizhe stood up and spread his hands to Li Yi. After a simple hug, Cicizer said solemnly, Li, I will never waste your investment and this brotherhood. From friends to brothers, this is what Cicizel said. Whether they are friends, brothers, or even so-called strategic partners, it doesn't matter. All in all, these all mean that CCs will be deeply bound to Li Yi. Taking Cicizer's power as a starting point, Li Yi will gradually realize the grand blueprint in his mind. It may seem like a small step, but it is a giant leap towards mastering Africa. Chapter 52 Li, do you want Glaze 235? That night, in a warehouse temporarily rented by Li Yi, dark green boxes were neatly stacked. These were all purchased by Li Yigong from the System Mall, which also caused his system currency to decrease again. Fortunately, the emergency expedition mission issued by the system last time in Daliang Mountain allowed him to make some money. Otherwise, the second hypersonic missile of the Foxi Armed Forces may not be available in 2 months. 11:45 p.m. The roar of cars broke the silence of the night. With the distant headlights on, a convoy of vehicles quickly drove to the door of the warehouse. After the car door opened, CCIs got out first. Then, more than 20 armed soldiers jumped out of the rear compartment of the car. The person in the lead was also an acquaintance of Li Yi, the strong black man who was in charge of the first transaction. However, after seeing the team in front of him, Li Yi couldn't help but frown. Cixizhe observed his expression and immediately gave him a look. The next moment, following an order from the black burly man, the group of armed soldiers slowly lined up. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. He still overestimated the military quality of these people. No wonder Cixizhe agreed immediately when he heard that he wanted to open a military academy. With this level of skill, it's a compliment to say that he's a fill-in-the-line baby. After complaining in his heart, Li Yi looked at Cixizhe, showing a helpless expression, and said, 3 people form a group. 2 groups patrol 100 meters, 3 groups keep watch 50 meters, and the rest carry the goods. Is that okay? It seems that he is asking for Cixizhe's opinion, but in fact he is complaining to Cixizhe. After hearing this, Cixizhe was not angry. Instead, he asked the black man to immediately follow Li Yi's orders. After the troops started to move, Cixizhe said with a wry smile, Li, when your military academy opens, I will definitely send all my soldiers to your school. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount. Li Yi laughed. Afterwards, under the leadership of Li Yi, Cixizhe, along with several of his men, entered the warehouse with Li Yi. In the warehouse, under the illumination of incandescent lamps, the dark green boxes seemed to reflect light, so bright and dazzling. Li Yi brought a few people to the side of the box. Without saying a word, he directly opened the lid of the box with one hand. The next moment, a few round little cuties came into view. Li Yi then spoke up. The 120mm mortar shells are loaded with C-type modular cartridges. They are highly accurate and powerful, but they're a bit fiddly to load. As he spoke, Li Yi picked up a cannonball with one hand and handed it to Cixizhe. Seeing Li Yi's relaxed look, Cixizhe was about to take it with one hand, but saw Li Yi shook his head at him. Cixizhe had to use his hands instead. Almost at the moment the shell was in hand, a heavy weight pressed down on it. A rough estimate shows that this shell weighs about 15 kilograms. No wonder Li Yi said that loading is a hassle. After weighing it for a few seconds, Cixizhe handed the shell to the black man behind him. This strong black man is the captain of the Sexy Zay mining protection team. Although he does not understand command and training, he seems to be quite knowledgeable about weapons. The armored vehicle in the first transaction was verified by the other party. The black man studied the shell for a while. then disassembled it and examined its structure. Li Yi didn't say anything, but CCI's explained a little embarrassedly. This is Londo. He's responsible for teaching the soldiers how to use these equipment. However, he's only seen a lot of things in books, so he always wants to see more. Li Yi really didn't realize that this strong black man was actually a technical talent. A moment later, Rondo exclaimed, "They're all brand new. I can even smell the welding." This is indeed enough to surprise CCIzer and others, because this may very well mean that the organization behind Li Yi has its own weapons production line. Unlike the arms dealers on the market, they often sell inventory that needs to be destroyed or simply secondhand goods. Although there is not much difference in essence, who doesn't like brand new? After hearing Rondo's words, CCIzer's smile became even wider. Although he also had to pay for this batch of arms, the price was much lower than the current market price. They are all brand new and delivered to your door. Only Li Yi can do such a deal. And Li Yi's investment in him is reflected in this point. Then, as the boxes were opened one by one, the smile on CCI's face became more and more uncontrollable. Even after seeing the 2 reconnaissance drones, his mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head. When he discussed this batch of arms with Li Yi, he did not propose any detailed or specific purchase items, but only said that he wanted to equip it according to the weapons of a company. But what he called a company's armed equipment was nothing more than some assault rifles and grenades. At most, 2 more RPGs will be enough, and this is the top configuration. But in Li Yi's eyes, a company's equipment, in addition to 120mm mortars, is also equipped with reconnaissance drones, grenade launchers, individual anti-tank missiles, etc. A company with such configuration would definitely be the best in Europe, let alone Africa. Rondo, the seemingly taciturn black man next to CCI's, had his eyes wide open at this moment. To quote a classic line, "I've never fought such a prosperous battle." Although armored vehicles are very practical, they are ultimately no match for these things that can boom, boom, boom. Only firepower can give people a more intuitive experience. The 2 people who had never seen the world admired it for a long time before they gradually calmed down. After giving Li Yi another hug, CC said excitedly, "Li, the payment will be in your account today, but I didn't expect you to prepare such a luxurious package. I'm afraid the original payment won't be enough. My brother, I won't let you suffer any loss." After thinking for a few seconds, Caesar continued, "I can't afford that much cash right away." Li, Caesar blinked. "Will you accept gold or diamonds?" "Oh right." I saw CCI's gritted his teeth, pulled Li Yi aside, and whispered, "Do you need uranium?" Yes, Gangwajan does have a certain amount of uranium reserves, and the 235 content of its uranium ore is as high as over 60. However, due to international nuclear safety issues, countries have jointly banned any person or organization from mining uranium in Gangwajan. However, this does not prevent some locals from secretly mining, and the CCs in front of him is one of them. However, uranium, ore that can be refined into highly enriched uranium. If there is no system, Li Yi will definitely get something to rely on. If this thing can be made in the end, it will definitely make people feel safe. But now he has the system, and as long as he has enough system currency, he can exchange it for a sense of security at any time. Only. Li Yi smiled slightly, patted Sishi's shoulder, and then the 2 began to talk in whispers. Chapter 53, Hand-Rubbing Nuclear Bomb, Steel Fruit, Internal Rebellion. A man will encounter many temptations in his life. For example, there is a pile of cow dung on the side of the road, and you happen to have a firecracker in your hand. Or there is a weed on the side of the road, and you happen to have a long stick in your hand. Men are always endless and insatiable in their pursuit of power and security. Just like Li Yi, he obviously had a powerful system, but when he heard the word Glaze 235, the desire deep in his heart was like a bloodthirsty beast, roaring for food. No man can remain indifferent to the ultimate weapon that mankind can currently create. Li Yi's desire for security is never satisfied. Even though his body has been strengthened and he is now a Superman. Even though he also has the ability to control his mind, which gives him unpredictable means. But Li Yi couldn't help but wonder, what if someone dropped a bomb on his head? What if one day when you are going to the toilet, an intercontinental missile suddenly flies over from 10,000 meters away? All of this stems from his experiences in school in his previous life. In order to prevent his classmates from the dormitory opposite from coming in and killing him in the middle of the night, he would always place sensor mines at the door of the dormitory. At that time, he always thought that it would be great if he had a nuclear weapon that could be used to threaten other dormitories, or simply wiping the entire school off the map would also be a very good option. Based on this, Li Yi has a very deep obsession. Even if I have to rub it with my hands, I'll give it to you. With this belief, Li Yi and Cixi Zhe completed the communication. Although he was extremely eager, Li Yi knew very well that he did not have the conditions to make nuclear weapons by hand. Even extracting uranium-235 from uranium ore was very difficult. For this reason, these uranium ores are temporarily stored in Szczecin. How could he, a good citizen, carry dangerous goods? After discussing the settlement method, Cixi Zhe left happily with the equipment of a reinforced company. The next morning, Li Yi received another call from Cixi Zhe. Li, I have transferred part of the payment to your account. Caesar said on the phone. There is another batch of gold stored for you in the vault of an overseas bank. I like your efficiency. Li Yi praised and hung up the phone. The profit from this transaction is difficult to calculate. The cash portion totaled $15 million. Li Yi plans to use all of the $15 million for the research, development, production, and operation of Conglon Pharmaceutical. In addition, there are about 50 kilograms of gold. According to the current market price, the contract is worth about $4 million. As per Li Yi's request, Caesar will store this gold in an anonymous safe in a neutral country so that Li Yi can withdraw it at any time. Add to that some uranium mines that cannot be valued, and overall, Li Yi's income from this trip is far less than what he earned in Husai. But this was only the first formal order that Cixi Zhe placed with him. Next, if Caesar could take advantage of the chaos to climb up the stairs, it would not be the equipment of just one company. When Cecilia can write checks from the defense budget, that will be real big business. For example, for 120mm caliber artillery shells, we only requested a few basic quantities this time, but next time we may be able to directly request the production line. However, it would be a bit of a waste to give these high-tech equipment worth tens of millions of US dollars to Cixi Zhe's soldiers. Li Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He was just a seller after all. After completing the transaction with CCIs, Li Yi did not stay in Kinshasa for long. After transiting through the Ethiopian capital, I flew again to Temasek. After arriving at Temasek, Li Yi just took out his mobile phone and canceled the flight mode, and then he saw a stream of messages popping up. Before he could check, Suwei called. What happened? Li Yi asked after the call was connected. Suwei on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief and said with a joyful tone and a hint of sob, Brother E, are you okay? I was so worried. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and you didn't reply to my messages. I thought. Suwei didn't finish her unlucky words, but Li Yi already understood the reason. Looking at the news broadcast on the big screen at the airport, Li Yi said with a smile, Don't worry. I'm in Temasek now, not in Kinshasa. I'm safe. As Li Yi spoke, he continued to watch the news on the big screen. Almost at the same time, when Li Yi was flying from Ethiopia to Temasek, an extremely fierce civil war broke out in Gangajan. Several anti-government forces tacitly split up into several routes and advanced towards the capital Kinshasa. The government forces were trying their best to defend, and the two sides immediately engaged in fierce fighting on multiple fronts. It is hard to say who will win or lose, but for the country of Gangajan, whether it is a civil war or a coup, it is just another reshuffle of power. After spending a few minutes to comfort Suwei, Li Yi got in a car and drove straight to Conglon Pharmaceutical's RD Center. Because he did not notify anyone, Li Yi was stopped by security at the RD Center. A moment later, Kang Hongfei came jogging over to greet him. After entering the RD Center, in the huge laboratory, apart from Kang Hongfei, there were only a few assistants wearing protective clothing. After Kang Hongfei dismissed the others, he reported, Boss, we've basically mastered the technology, and the equipment is in place. Now we just need the raw materials. Li Yi nodded, looked at Kang Hongfei, whose eyes were bloodshot and haggard, patted his shoulder, and said, The raw materials will take nearly 2 months to cultivate. During this time, you should rest well while I start disassembling the technology. Okay, boss. Kang Hongfei agreed immediately. Due to confidentiality requirements, most of the technical verification and production development work during this period was done by Kang Hongfei alone, and those assistants didn't even know what the experimental project was. Under such circumstances, Kang Hongfei worked day and night to ensure that his daughter could use the gene repair medicine as soon as possible, and he was exhausted both physically and mentally. But it's all worth it. After reporting the progress, Kang Hongfei continued, Boss, technical disassembly involves many aspects. If I'm the only one doing it, I'm afraid it will delay your progress. Kang Hongfei didn't explain his words, but his meaning was clear. It is one thing to rely on technology to produce step by step, but if you want to dismantle the technology, you have to work backwards. Needless to say, this is difficult. However, due to the need for confidentiality, Li Yi could not openly hire technicians unless he was given a few more loyalty chips. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a headache. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi said to Kang Hongfei, "First, you should start cultivating some talents on your own, and then give me a list, and I will try to invite them. As for keeping it confidential, I'll figure it out." Li Yi has two ideas about this. The first is to upgrade yourself to level 2 as soon as possible, so that you can unlock the level 2 permissions of the system mall, and maybe there will be loyalty chips for sale. Secondly, if the system cannot help, then use physical means to control the person. If controlling one person is not enough, control the whole family. Everyone has weaknesses. Coercion and inducement. He is familiar with this. Chapter 54. Kang Hongfei. Boss, which planet are you from? After discussing some things with Kang Hongfei, Li Yi just walked out of the RD center and ran into Yu Chaojun, who was rushing over. Compared to the first time we met, Yu Chaojun is now less greasy and more spirited. I just don't know if he can have a second spring. If there is, Li Yi will have to think about it. After all, what he was interested in was that Yu Chaojun had a family, so even if he discovered something, it would be easier to control him. Yu Chaojun was not surprised when he saw Li Yi. After all, he had just learned the news. Otherwise, he would not have rushed over so quickly. "Mr. Li, why didn't you tell me you were coming so I could pick you up?" Facing Li Yi, Yu Chaojun began to show his courtesy. Li Yi naturally didn't buy it. After saying a few perfunctory words, his expression became serious. Yu Chaojun was very good at observing people's expressions, so he quickly said seriously, "Mr. Li, I'd like to report to you on my recent work." Yu Chaojun started talking quickly. Compared to Kang Hongfei, who was working hard in the laboratory, Yu Chaojun had it much easier. In addition to ensuring the normal operation of the company, the focus of work is mainly on opening up sales channels. However, because the drug is currently under development, not only the actual product, but even the relevant data cannot be disclosed. Therefore, Yu Chaojun also put a lot of effort into the sales channels and encountered many difficulties. But it's all worth it. Because the moment the drug comes out, identities and rights will be reversed. If you want to get the medicine at that time, it depends on Yu Chaojun's mood. Compared with sales channels, Li Yi cares more about the stages of drug launch. Yu Chaojun reported, "Mr. Li, I'm working on public relations with the committee, and it's already showing results. Don't worry, I'll make sure the product is on the market within 2 months. For a new drug to enter the market, it needs a large amount of clinical trial data support and ethical review. Only then can registration and listing be completed. However, in clinical trials, the experimental cycle of a drug often lasts for several years, and it is necessary to track the physical condition of the participants for many years after taking the drug to ensure adequate safety." Li Yi naturally couldn't wait that long. It is for this reason that drug research and development is placed in Temasek. In this land, many things can be operated through unspoken rules. As long as a company is successfully listed on Temasek, it will naturally have the opportunity to enter other countries. After listening to the report on the drug launch, Li Yi said to Chaojun, "Next, in addition to continuing with the public relations, you will also be responsible for helping Kang Hongfei find some technical talent. However, the recruited people cannot join the core projects for the time being. Kang Hongfei will make arrangements for this." Having said this, Li Yi paused, thought for a few seconds, and added, "I only have one request, and that's that the people I recruit have to be stable, preferably with a family, and that you pay more attention to the background check. Kang Hongfei is in urgent need of people at the moment, so Li Yi has no choice but to let Yu Chaojun recruit first. However, the recruited people will only be assigned marginal work at first, and only after a period of review can they actually get involved in core projects. By then, whether relying on the system or taking action himself, Li Yi has the confidence to control the person." After explaining the situation, Li Yi declined Yu Chaojun's invitation to dinner and found a nearby hotel to check in. For the next few days, Li Yi stayed in the RD center while keeping an eye on the unrest in Gangwajan. I learned over the phone that the progress on Sishize's side was very smooth. Relying on the equipment purchased from Li Yi, the part that Sishize was responsible for not only withstood the pressure, but also achieved an eye-catching result. Africa's excellent matching mechanism once again played a role. The soldiers under Sishize who were armed with new equipment were like level 1 soldiers with full-level equipment. With the same tactical qualities, they naturally won victory after victory. According to CCIzer's speculation, if everything goes well, the war is expected to end in 1 or 2 months. In addition to his continued attention to Gangwajan, Li Yi was also paying attention to another thing, that is himself. Because of the genetic evolution of his body, Li Yi is unable to go to the hospital for examination. Kanglan's RD Center not only has a full set of equipment, but also has a knowledgeable person like Kang Hongfei. In addition, Kang Hongfei had installed a loyalty chip and his loyalty had always been above 90, so Li Yi trusted him more. After an inspection, Kang Hongfei looked at the inspection report in his hand, his eyes full of confusion. It wasn't until a long while later that Kang Hongfei suddenly asked, "Boss, which planet are you from? Tell me, what's going on?" Li Yi said. But Kang Hongfei shook his head and uttered 3 words simply, "I don't know." Kang Hongfei then handed the report to Li Yi and explained, "Boss, if the testing equipment wasn't damaged, then with the current level of testing, it wouldn't be possible to detect your genes at all. If human genes are encrypted with a password, then for ordinary people, this password is about 7 digits. Even if we can't crack it all, we can still get some of it. And you?" Kang Hongfei looked at Li Yi, his eyes filled with inquiry and curiosity, with a hint of excitement. "Your genetic code is at least 13 digits. Although this is just my speculation, it is certain that your genes are more complex than those of normal humans." To be honest, if Li Yi was not his boss, he really wanted to dissect Li Yi. After listening to Kang Hongfei's explanation, Li Yi nodded. He was very aware of the changes in his body. But according to Kang Hongfei, he is still a human being, but he doesn't look like an earthling. The other thing is, Kang Hongfei warned, "Boss, don't let anyone else get your genes. They might not be able to decipher them, but even if they get out, it'll cause a huge uproar." Kang Hongfei's reminder did attract Li Yi's attention. He knew in his previous life that many organizations would obtain the target's genes in order to assassinate them, and then prepare corresponding genetic poisons. There was once a politician in power who died within 3 hours of being bitten by a mosquito from nowhere. However, Li Yi doesn't need to be so careful. One reason is that his genes are difficult to decipher. The second reason is that if you want to get his genes, you have to eat them like Su Wei did. As for hair and saliva, they no longer work on him. Thinking of this, Li Yi felt much more relieved. Afterwards, after watching Kang Hongfei clear his test data one by one, Li Yi bought a ticket back home. Chapter 55 Su Wei's Surprise. June 8th, Saturday, is also the first day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. When the early morning light shone into the bedroom of the apartment, Su Wei had already climbed out of bed. Humming a little tune, with a facial mask on her face, she held a mop in her hand and diligently cleaned every corner of the room. After being with Li Yi, in addition to taking care of company affairs, Su Wei also had to cook and clean every day. However, compared to when I was in Daliangshan or when I was in college, these are now much easier. At least now, she doesn't have to worry about living expenses. Instead, she is more concerned about the changing seasons and what kind of clothes to buy for Li Yi. After cleaning, Su Wei took off her facial mask and immediately started to put on makeup in front of the mirror. Finally, when there was no flaw in her pretty face in the mirror, Su Wei picked up her cell phone, checked the time, and hurried into the bedroom. After taking out a few dresses and trying them on in front of the dressing mirror, Su Wei finally chose a gray pleated skirt that gave off a sense of purity. She knew that Li Yi liked her long legs and would often put his hands on them even when driving. After everything was ready, Su Wei picked up her small handbag, picked up her car keys, and walked out of the apartment. At the same time, Li Yi completed his transfer in the capital of China. The continuous long-distance journey did not make Li Yi feel tired. However, he felt that the time spent on each transfer was quite a waste. So when Li Yi was boarding the plane, he couldn't help but look at the planes parked in the airport. Li Yi is no stranger to private jets. In his previous life, he occasionally took on some serious business, mostly to protect some high-ranking officials and dignitaries. At that time, we took a private plane. However, even if it is a private plane, you need to apply for the route in advance, but compared to transferring, it definitely saves a lot of trouble. I'll try to get a private jet if I get the chance. Even if I ever get upset, I can just crash my head into 2 buildings. On the Airbus A321 flying to Chengdu, Li Yi was looking at the white clouds floating outside the window and thinking boredly. When Li Yi's plane cut through the sky, Su Wei on the other side had also arrived at Chengdu International Airport. With her beautiful face and good figure, she always attracts a lot of attention from the opposite sex, especially since she is single now. After rejecting a man who approached her, Su Wei thought for a moment and then walked into a coffee shop nearby. Just as she was about to buy a cup of coffee, a voice with a hint of surprise came from behind her. "Wei Wei." The voice sounded familiar to Su Wei. She turned around and saw that it was her college roommate, Jiang Ruyun. "Yun Yun," Su Wei immediately said, with surprise in her tone. "Because I was pretty and not sociable, I had very few good classmates or friends in college." Jiang Ruyun, who lived in the same dormitory, was one of them. The 2 old friends who happened to meet at the airport quickly sat together. However, Su Wei did not forget her purpose. She looked at the time on her mobile phone from time to time, or glanced at the exit. On the other hand, Jiang Ruyun had already formed a rough judgment in her mind after looking at Su Wei openly. Judging from Su Wei's current appearance and temperament, she seems to be living a good life after graduation. Although the bag on hand is not a luxury item, it is worth an average person's monthly salary. If this were Su Wei in college, she would definitely not be willing to buy it. But Jiang Ruyun heard that after graduating from university, Su Wei joined a company as an intern, and now almost a year has passed, and she has become so beautiful. Although she has a good relationship with Su Wei, Jiang Ruyun understands that for a girl of Su Wei's class, the easiest way to rise is to use her appearance and body. Wei Wei, are you here to pick someone up at the airport? Could it be your boyfriend? Jiang Ruyun asked meaningfully. Yeah, I'm here to pick up my boyfriend. He should be getting off the plane soon. Su Wei answered without hiding anything, with a sweet expression on her face. Since graduating from university, she has been busy with the pressure of life and rarely contacts her classmates. But after meeting Li Yi, she simply became love-brained and wanted to stuff herself into Li Yi's body. Instead of making plans for dinner with classmates, it's better to spend more time with Li Yi. Because of this, even Jiang Ruyun, who has a good relationship with Su Wei, has no idea about Su Wei's current situation. When Jiang Ruyun heard Su Wei's answer and looked at the expression on her face, she had a rough idea in her mind, but she couldn't help but feel curious. She knew that Su Wei was not a naive person and was not so easy to be fooled. There were many boys who pursued Su Wei during college, and some of them were good, but Su Wei never agreed. But I didn't expect that 1 year after graduation, Su Wei had changed. I don't know what kind of man can make someone like Su Wei, who has a strong personality and ideas, fall for him so quickly. Because they were not in a hurry, Jiang Ruyun started chatting with Su Wei, exchanging information about each other's recent situation and talking about interesting things during their school days. An hour later, Su Wei gave Jiang Ruyun an apologetic look and then came to the exit, waiting eagerly like a husband waiting for his wife. After a while, Jiang Ruyun saw Su Wei throw herself into a man's arms, and she was very proactive in tiptoeing to give him a kiss. If Su Wei's suitors saw this scene, they would probably be heartbroken. At the same time, Jiang Ruyun finally saw what Su Wei's boyfriend looked like. Putting aside other things, with this appearance and temperament, let alone Su Wei, I'm afraid any woman would fall for him. It seems like she found a tall, rich, and handsome man. Jiang Ruyun felt that she had found the answer. On the other hand, after being intimate with the person she had been thinking about day and night, Su Wei finally remembered Jiang Ruyun. After getting Li Yi's consent, Su Wei came to Jiang Ruyun and said, Ruyun, are you going back to Rongqing? If so, I'll take you back. Jiang Ruyun did not refuse and followed Su Wei and Li Yi to the parking lot. After sitting in the back seat of the luxury SUV, Jiang Ruyun became more certain of her guess. After arriving in Chengdu, Jiang Ruyun invited Su Wei before getting off the car. Wei Wei, it's almost been a year since we graduated. How about we get together during the Dragon Boat Festival holiday when everyone is off? Su Wei did not answer immediately, but looked at Li Yi. She actually wanted to be with Li Yi more. Li Yizhen nodded lightly and said, Go and relax. Don't keep thinking about the company. He really didn't plan to change his career to selling coffee, so the harder Su Wei tried, the more he felt that she was trying to persuade him to change his ways. Okay, see you then. Su Wei finally agreed. After watching the car drive away, Jiang Ruyun gradually felt a sense of conflict in her heart. She hopes Su Wei lives a good life, but not better than her. And it is obvious that she, who came from an ordinary family, seems to have been surpassed by Su Wei. If that's the case, she can't be left alone to suffer this pain. Chapter 56 Wildfire Security, Military Academy Plan. On the Dragon Boat Festival, even though there were only 2 of them, Su Wei still cooked a table full of dishes. After hanging up the phone with his parents, Li Yize transferred another 20,000 yuan in the name of bonus distribution. Although it was nothing serious, he was not yet mentally prepared to reunite with his parents. Before he could handle everything thoroughly, Li Yi tried his best to avoid making any weaknesses. Therefore, when facing his parents' love, he is always cautious, nervous, and careful. Su Wei simply called her grandmother and asked about her brother Su Yang's recent situation. The college entrance examination is over. According to Su Yang's estimated score, he can only go to a technical school at most, or become a street urchin. Su Wei had not yet informed Xu Yong of the arrangements. After all, Li Yi had told him that it would take some time to complete the formalities. The festival for 2 people is not lively, but it is very warm. On the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, Su Wei reluctantly said goodbye to Li Yi and immediately drove to meet Jiang Ruyun's classmates. After receiving a call from Zhou Langtao, Li Yize went to a private room on the 2nd floor of a tea house. In the private room, Zhou Langtao fiddled with the tea set in front of him and said, "Old Li, I've almost contacted everyone. I've packed up all of old Hemorrhoid's men who retired this year. Although they are not the elite in the army, they all have the necessary skills." After Zhou Langtao poured a cup of tea for Li Yi, he told him the details of these people. There are a total of 12 people this time, 10 of whom are non-commissioned officers and have not met the conditions for job placement, so their retirement is considered normal. The other 2 retired due to disability. With the rising status of Chinese soldiers in recent years, there are often quite appropriate arrangements for active duty soldiers who retired due to injury. But after learning about Zhou Langtao's situation, the 2 of them finally chose to accept Zhou Langtao's invitation with other comrades. Zhou Langtao also professionally brought a personnel file, which recorded the situations of these people while they were serving in the army. Li Yi opened it and took a look, and he had a preliminary understanding of this group of people. There was no talent that caught his attention, and his military service record was sparse and ordinary. But the advantage is that the foundation is solid, and the basic skills and knowledge are relatively complete. If they are really sent to the battlefield, they may need some training before they can form effective combat effectiveness. But if they are just instructors, especially under the matching mechanism in Africa, then these people are undoubtedly high-level talents. If you think it's appropriate, I'll find time to arrange an interview, Zhou Langtao said with a slightly expectant tone. Ever since he learned that Li Yi had the ability to run a military academy abroad, Zhou Langtao has devoted most of his energy to it. As for the so-called fitness studio, he had long forgotten about it. After reading the files, Li Yiza expressed his thoughts. "Then we'll arrange an interview soon." Li Yi thought for a moment, then continued, "After passing the interview, you'll join a security company called Wildfire Security. At the same time, we signed a technical foreign trade contract with Wildfire Foreign Trade. After the construction of the military academy is completed, we will be hired as technical personnel by the Overseas Military Academy as security instructors." Li Yi told his plan. After listening to this, Zhou Langtao felt that this approach was indeed very safe. After all, if overseas military academies are allowed to directly and seriously hire military instructors from China, it will inevitably arouse people's imagination and cause turmoil. But if it is in the name of a security company, at least it won't look so conspicuous. As for the treatment, according to what we agreed before, the annual salary starts at 500,000, plus some performance and subsidies, which will definitely make them satisfied. Li Yi said, "I have already talked to them about this, and they are very satisfied," Zhou Langtao said with a smile. "They will definitely be satisfied. After all, these veterans are not technical military personnel and have not made any major contributions. In the Chinese army with a strength of 1 million, there are a lot of such grassroots officers and soldiers. The army will not let go of those who are truly capable. Once you retire from the army, you can get a guaranteed annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Although it is a bit remote, the salary is really not low." Many well-informed veterans have specifically sought information from Zhou Langtao, but because of Ma Yinglong, Zhou Langtao has only accepted these 12 people. Li Yi did not intend to recruit people in a big way right from the start. His real goal was to use this group of people as a foundation to build his own action force. That night, when Li Yi and Zhou Langtao returned to their residence after drinking, Su Wei was already waiting eagerly. After a moment of tenderness, Su Wei recounted what happened at today's class reunion. There wasn't any melodramatic plot, and although it was a class reunion, there were only a few roommates and classmates with whom I had a decent relationship. Everyone saw the change in Su Wei and gossiped a lot. Then, after Jiang Ruyun added fuel to the fire, they were extremely envious of Su Wei. Su Wei remained sober throughout. She knew who brought all this to her. Li Yizha smoked a cigarette and said, "I've arranged for the security company. Call your brother to Rongqing in the next few days. He's free, so why not train with the security company first? When he goes abroad, we won't be able to help him, and he'll have to rely on himself for a lot of things." Su Wei naturally obeyed Li Yi's arrangements completely. She was not the type of person who supported her brother, so she was naturally more touched that Li Yi was willing to consider her and take the initiative to arrange a future for her brother. A heart that has already fallen in love with Li Yi wishes it could turn into blood and merge into Li Yi's blood vessels. After talking about Xu Yong, Su Wei started talking about the company. "Brother Yi, didn't I say before that I would find a self-media influencer to promote our products? We have almost finalized the communication and we'll have an interview at the company tomorrow. Do you want to join us?" Su Wei asked. Li Yi was naturally not interested in these things. But when he was about to refuse, he saw Su Wei's charming eyes and said affectionately, "Brother Yi, I've prepared a few sets of clothes and glasses in the office. Speaking of which, you haven't been to the lounge yet, have you?" "That's true." Li Yi nodded, and then said seriously, Then I'll help you share some of the work, Xiaowei. Negotiating with people is what I'm best at. He was telling the truth. He was very good at negotiation. If the talks failed, he would just turn the table over. However, what Li Yi didn't expect was that among this group of self-media internet celebrities, he actually met someone he had met once before. Chapter 57 Guantong's Ambition. Someone comes to ruin the show. June 11th is the first day of work after the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. At noon, Guantong woke up naturally and looked at the background data on his mobile phone in bed before getting up and washing up slowly. As a self-media blogger in the tourism sector, Guantong successfully opened up a new track in tourism with amazing courage and perseverance. Compared with other self-media of the same type, Guantong's works are often full of unknowns and excitement. In particular, his Exploring Africa series has received widespread acclaim. While other travel bloggers were still sharing about Bali, he had already gone deep into the tribes of East Africa and witnessed the original side of Africa. It is precisely because of this that Guantong quickly became one of the leaders of the tourist area's self-media. In addition, his works mainly focus on Africa, which is very consistent with the main products of Wildfire's foreign trade, so he was invited by Su Wei. Guantong is not averse to promoting products. Especially since he had been to Gangwajin, he knew that the products exported by Yehua were indeed authentic local specialties. Therefore, when the price was right, the cooperation between the two parties progressed quickly. And today is the day to go to Wildfire Foreign Trade Company to sign the contract. However, when recalling Gangwajin's journey, even though Guantong has been to many places, he still couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of the handsome compatriot who gave him a ride halfway, he never expected that the other party would give him a pistol full of magazines before leaving. It was with the help of this pistol that he was able to return to Kinshasa safely from a remote area during the turmoil in Kinshasa, and finally return to the country safely with the evacuation team. Of course, although the pistol had never been fired, it was still surrendered during the evacuation. However, he did not betray his Chinese compatriot. He only said that he bought it from a local at a high price for self-defense on the road. But whenever he thought of the thrilling days in Gangwajin, he couldn't help but think of that compatriot. If he had the chance to meet her again, he would definitely thank her very much, as she had really been a great help. But there probably isn't much chance. Guantong was straightening his clothes, thinking this in his heart. That compatriot is obviously extraordinary overseas, and it is almost impossible for such a person to live in the country. With this thought in mind, Guantong got into the car and drove to Sihai Building according to the address given by the other party. Sihai Building, office on the 19th floor. Li Yi walked out of the lounge looking refreshed. Su Wei looked at the time, tidied herself up, and then trudged to the reception room. What a beast! No matter how much she loved Li Yi, Su Wei couldn't help but complain. After a short rest in the reception room, following the report from the front desk clerk Lin Xiaya, Su Wei finally managed to stand up and shook hands with several self-media influencers who came to the company to sign contracts. After everyone was seated in the reception room, Su Wei said to Lin Xiaya, "Go tell Mr. Li that everyone is here." Lin Xiaya took action quickly, and Su Wei started to greet these self-media influencers. The corresponding cooperation terms have actually been negotiated long ago, and this time it is just a formal signing. Wildfire Foreign Trade will sign contracts with a total of 6 self-media to jointly promote the company's main products. However, a small accident occurred during the signing process. A female internet celebrity named Zhao Qian, after taking a look at the price on the contract, raised her voice and said, "Mr. Su, my followers have increased by over 100,000 in the past few days. I'm afraid the previous price might not be appropriate." Zhao Qian's words immediately attracted the attention of other internet celebrities. Logically speaking, the value of an internet celebrity is priced based on the number of fans, so Zhao Qian's request is reasonable. But the problem was that Su Wei had already negotiated the price in advance, and both parties agreed. The only thing left was the final signature. If the other party asks for a price increase at this time, it will inevitably lose credibility. However, this situation is not uncommon in the shopping malls. After hearing this, Su Wei frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open. Then, Li Yi, who was wearing a casual suit, pulled out the stool next to her and sat down. "What happened?" Li Yi asked casually, but while speaking he had already looked at everyone present. When she saw Li Yi coming, Su Wei's originally locked brows suddenly relaxed. "Brother Yi, it's like this." Su Wei was about to tell Li Yi about the current situation, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Old Li. A male internet celebrity suddenly stood up and looked at Li Yi with an excited expression. Afterwards, the male internet celebrity came to Li Yi, stretched out his hands, bent slightly, and looked like he was trying to curry favor with him. This male internet celebrity was none other than Guan Tong, who had brought Li Yi along with him in Gangwujin. "It's you, Lao Guan." Li Yi nodded, then shook hands with Guan Tong, but his face did not show any special emotion. Guan Tong, on the other hand, seemed slightly excited, with gratitude in his eyes. If it weren't for Li Yi's little gift before leaving, it might have been difficult for him to escape from the turmoil in Gangwujin. Moreover, how could someone who could casually give away a gun overseas be a simple person? Thinking of this, Guan Tong quickly said, "Brother Li, you really helped me a lot last time in Gangwujin. If it weren't for you, Brother Li, I'm afraid I would be in great danger." It is obvious that Guan Tong is not only an enthusiastic person, but also a capable person. After recognizing Li Yi, he directly upgraded his name from Old Li to Brother Li, even though Li Yi looked younger than him. Li Yi didn't feel much, just smiled and said, "We met by chance, we just helped each other. Didn't you give me a ride too? How can this be compared?" Guan Tong shook his head and was planning to reminisce with Li Yi, but when he saw so many people around, he immediately changed his mind and said, "Brother Li, we are destined to meet. If I had known that this company was yours, why would we have negotiated the price? Don't worry, Brother Li, I'll promote the product for free and I won't take any commission. If I make money from you, I'll feel guilty." Guan Tong was very warm and even seemed a little humble in the eyes of other internet celebrities, as if he was trying to curry favor with them. So what exactly is this Brother Li capable of? Several internet celebrities couldn't figure it out, and Guan Tong naturally wouldn't say anything. On the one hand, he was truly grateful to Li Yi, and on the other hand, he felt that Li Yi had a lot of power in Africa and must be very capable. He was planning to continue working on the Exploring Africa series, so naturally, he needed Li Yi's help. Apart from anything else, if Li Yi could get him some more stuff in Africa, he could even start a military tourism series and open up a whole new track. Other bloggers of the same type are all revealing this and exploring that, but he just brings his tools and gathers his men to sweep through the dangerous areas. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Thinking of this, Guan Tong became even more enthusiastic. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Then, Lin Xiaoya poked her head out, with a horrified expression on her face, and said, "Boss Su, a Mr. Zhou is here. He wants to see Boss Li, and he's brought 12 strong men with him. He looks very aggressive." What the hell? Hearing Lin Xiaoya say this, everyone, including Su Wei, was shocked. Are you here to cause trouble? Chapter 58 Interview, the first instructors of the military academy. Li Yi is a good citizen in the country, so naturally no one will cause trouble for him. As soon as he heard the surname Zhou and the 12 people, Li Yi of course understood what was going on. After walking out of the reception room, Li Yi saw Zhou Langtao and the person behind him. However, this guy was wearing sunglasses to show off, and so was the person behind him. No wonder he scared Lin Xiaoya at the front desk and said he was so aggressive. You know what? He really looks like he deserves a beating. On the other side, the internet celebrities who noticed that there was excitement watching immediately stood up and walked out of the reception room. Internet celebrities are mostly traffic creatures who rely on attracting attention. How can we not take a look at this hot topic that is now right at our doorstep? The internet celebrity named Zhao Qian, who wanted to raise the price temporarily, even turned on the camera on her mobile phone. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw an incredible scene. The man in sunglasses at the head of the group clapped his hands when he saw Li Yi and shouted, "Come on, say hello to Mr. Li." The next moment, the 12 people behind him all said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Li." This scene seems really inappropriate at first glance. If it were to be posted online, all the achievements Chengdu has made in combating crime and evil over the years would probably vanish into thin air. Li Yi also didn't like this kind of behavior. No matter how you looked at it, people would think he was a gangster. Are you kidding? How can the underworld, who is so low level, be worthy of being compared with him? Li Yi shook his head, then took 2 steps forward and punched Zhou Langtao on the shoulder. "Be serious. We are all serious businessmen." Li Yi said, "Hey, I just wanted to give you a surprise." Zhou Langtao said, took off his sunglasses, and immediately clapped his hands and said, "This is Mr. Li. He will be the one who pays you all from now on." The 12 people behind him also took off their sunglasses and quickly lined up. After the formation was complete, the person on the far left shouted, "Former 55,301st Unit, Field Platoon, reporting to you." The neat cues and upright postures all looked pleasing to the eye at this moment. Li Yi glanced at the 12 people and nodded slightly in affirmation. After all, he had just retired from the army, and the military aura on him had not yet faded, so he looked different from ordinary people. Next, Li Yi did not communicate with these people, but said to Zhou Langtao, This place is too small. Let's go to your gym and talk about it when we get there. After finishing speaking, Li Yi turned around again, looked at Su Wei and said, Xiao Wei, I'll leave this to you. Okay, brother Yi. After Su Wei responded, Li Yi took Zhou Langtao and 12 recently discharged soldiers to Zhou Langtao's fitness studio. As for the signing work between Wildfire Foreign Trade and the internet celebrity, it became smooth sailing after Guantong and Zhou Langtao's 2 actions. The internet celebrity Zhao Qian, who wanted to raise the price, also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong, so she quickly signed the contract. However, Guantong asked for Li Yi's contact information after modifying the contract price. After sending off the internet celebrities, Lin Xiaoya came close to Su Wei again and said with a smile, Sister Weiwei, Mr. Li was really impressive just now. Those people really scared me. Su Wei gave Lin Xiaoya a look of disappointment. On the other side, a group of 14 people arrived at Zhou Langtao's fitness studio in 2 business cars. Since most of his energy was focused on the military academy, the fitness studio was temporarily closed, so there was no one else there. After the group entered the fitness studio, Li Yi said nothing. He just walked to the ring, took off his shoes, put on boxing gloves, stepped onto the ring, and said to everyone, Come on, let's start the interview. His meaning was very clear. Seeing this scene, Zhou Langtao smiled mischievously and said to the 12 veterans, Mr. Li has been certified by your Vice Captain Ma, so please don't be polite, or you will be the ones who suffer. These 12 veterans met Li Yi for the first time, but they were quite familiar with Zhou Langtao. This time Zhou Langtao said he would bring them to an interview. I thought it would be the kind of interview where they would look at their resumes and ask a few questions, but I didn't expect the examiner to actually come on stage. However, this is exactly what they want. After a brief exchange of glances, a retired soldier put on boxing gloves and stepped onto the ring, saying to Li Yi, Boss Li, my name is Gao Qi. I'm from the Field Platoon Assault Team. Li Yi nodded and looked at the burly Gao Qi and said, There are no rules. Any means are acceptable. Just do your best to knock me down. After hearing this, Gao Qi couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although there is verification from Deputy Captain Ma, Mr. Li seems to be a little too confident. However, Gao Qi had no intention of underestimating his enemy. After moving his joints a few times, he got into position. Although not all soldiers are good at fighting, these are basic skills for their field platoon. Soon, after seeing that Li Yi had no intention of attacking first, Gao Qi no longer hesitated and attacked suddenly. Most of the skills in the army were killing, so Gao Qi did not try to test the opponent in this move, and his fist was aimed directly at Li Yi's throat. But the next moment, Gao Qi felt a flash before his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he was hit hard on the jaw. After the image in his eyes spun for a while, he could only see the floor and the edge of the ring. Except for Zhou Langtao, the other 11 people in the audience were all shocked. They saw it clearly. Li Yi suddenly threw a quick uppercut, and Gao Qi was knocked to the ground. Both the speed and the power are shocking. The people in the audience couldn't help but look solemn. Li Yiza pulled Gao Qi up from his tummy. Because he used less than 20 of his strength, and with the protection of the gloves, Gao Qi did not suffer any substantial injuries except for a slight concussion. After taking a few deep breaths, he recovered. At this time, Zhou Langtao smiled and said, Don't look at Lao Li's youth, but he is from the Secret Service. I believe you are all familiar with the selection criteria of these units, so? Zhou Langtao didn't finish his words, but the veterans already understood what he meant. Then, the round-robin battle began. After quickly knocking down the last man, Li Yi took off his boxing gloves and shook his head slightly. It's not a denial of these people, but with his current physical condition, in a contest of this level, let alone exerting his full strength, he would have to restrain his hands and feet for fear of getting hurt. It was really boring. As for the result of this interview, there was no such thing as an interview. Li Yi just wanted to take this opportunity to flex his muscles. Then, Li Yi said to the 12 people, Next, I will sign a contract with you. You all know the specific treatment and responsibilities, so I won't repeat them. The overseas venues haven't been built yet. You'll make your own arrangements during this period. Your salaries will be paid at 30. Is that a problem? No. The 12 people who were defeated by Li Yi answered in unison. Regardless of the salary, this boss is really good at fighting. People in the military have always admired the strong. Chapter 59 Xu Yong. Sister, should I go to the United States or New Zealand? Daliangshan, a small county town. Go to Chengdu and then study abroad? Xu Yong was shocked when he received a call from his sister Su Wei. After trying to persuade his sister to leave that perverted murderer many times without success, Xu Yong gradually figured things out. I'm afraid that cheap brother-in-law is not a perverted murderer at all, otherwise he would not be safe and sound. The guns he saw were probably not real guns, but very realistic air guns. Otherwise, how could he have been hit so many times and only suffered simple scratches? After figuring this out, Xu Yong suddenly understood. I'm afraid that this brother-in-law listened to my sister and wanted to teach me a lesson. Although he was angry, after this incident, Xu Yong realized that if he was not stronger, he would not be able to protect his sister and grandmother. For this reason, when Xu Yong heard that his sister could arrange for him to study abroad, he was surprised and excited at the same time. Your brother-in-law has contacted a professional technical school abroad for you. If you study hard abroad for a few years, you will be able to find a stable job in the future. On the phone, Su Wei patiently and gently persuaded him. She actually wasn't very clear about her brother studying abroad. But she believed in Li Yi, so even if it was Africa, it would definitely be better than being a street urchin in China. By the way, I transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Please give it to Principal Guo of the village school and ask him to keep an eye on Apu. I'll think of a way to persuade Apu to live in the city later. Also, you should come to Chengdu in the next 2 days. You still need to get your passport and visa. After Xu Yong heard his sister say all this in one breath, he hung up the phone. It took him a while to sort out his thoughts. So, I'm going to study abroad. In an instant, Xu Yong thought of the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and France. At the very least, it should be South Korea. In short, they are all developed countries. I heard that some universities in these countries do not require academic performance, and you can get in as long as you have money. By then, he will get a diploma and gain some experience, and when he comes back, he will immediately become a returned overseas talent. When Xu Yong thought of this, his heart suddenly became hot, and the resentment he had towards his cheap brother-in-law for scaring him disappeared in an instant. We will be top students studying abroad in the future. Xu Yong thought happily, then picked up his phone and began to say goodbye to his girlfriends. Xiaoyu, I'm going abroad to study. I can't take you on my motorcycle anymore. Meng Bao, I'm going to study abroad. Even in a foreign country, I will miss you every moment. Nan Nan, I'm going to study abroad, you. On the other side, Su Wei put Su Yong's matter behind her after hanging up the phone. With the signing of contracts with various internet celebrities, the company's products have gradually begun to gain momentum in sales. Although it will not generate profits in the short term, it can increase product awareness and pave the way for subsequent sales. Therefore, without Li Yi's expectation, although Wildfire's foreign trade is still in a loss-making state, it has a promising future. As for Li Yi, he had no time to pay attention to the development of Wildfire foreign trade. Li Yi currently focuses his main energy on 3 aspects. One is the development of the situation of Gangwajan. Since he has taken his investment, Cixi Zhe must make some achievements to be worthy of him as an investor. For this reason, even though they are separated by an ocean, Cixi Zhe would communicate with Li Yi from time to time about the latest progress and occasionally ask for some advice. In general, the overall situation is more favorable to the side that Cixi is on. After receiving Li Yi's investment, Cixi's possessed strength that exceeded the African average. With successive victories, he quickly emerged from the camp. Although he has not yet become the person in charge, he is still ranked quite high. The second area that Li Yi is concerned about is naturally Temisek's Konglan Pharmaceuticals. If Wildfire foreign trade is just making a loss, then Konglan Pharmaceutical is completely burning money. Even if you have complete technical data, it still requires a lot of experiments to configure a finished and mass-produced medicine. In addition, the cost of research and development on Yu Chaojuan's side is also very high. Fortunately, Li Yi has sufficient ways to make money, otherwise he really couldn't afford it. In addition to spending money, after obtaining Li Yi's consent, Yu Chaojun has begun to build momentum for the new drug. News came out of nowhere that a pharmaceutical company based in Temasek has successfully developed a new type of gene-targeted drug that can cure some patients with rare diseases. Of course, this news is still a rumor and no one believes it. As for the last aspect, it is the 12 veterans who have already joined Wildfire Security. The establishment of the military academy is progressing, but considering that CCI's main focus is currently on the development of the situation, the progress in this area is relatively slow. Therefore, these 12 veterans, in addition to ensuring certain daily training, spend all their time learning foreign languages. These people didn't have any complaints, but they contacted Li Yi from time to time, wanting to discuss other aspects. Obviously, they were very curious about Li Yi, the boss who came from the Secret Service. But Li Yike has no interest in bullying the weak. And time passes like this day by day. June 17th. Su Wei left for the train station in the morning. When she came back at noon, there was a young man carrying a sack behind her. The young man was Xu Yong. As for the sack, it was a specialty that his grandmother asked him to bring to Li Yi, mostly mountain products. When he saw Li Yi again, Xu Yong was less afraid. but he still didn't dare to look Li Yi in the eye. Li Yi didn't say anything, but Su Wei scolded him in dissatisfaction. Why don't you thank your brother-in-law? What are you standing there for? Sister, brother-in-law, thank you, Xu Yong said with his head down. Li Yi smiled at this and said in a very friendly tone, It's okay, new kids are timid. They will become braver after practicing. If you walk around the front line and pee in your pants a few times, you will eventually grow up. While eating together, Li Yi said to Su Wei, Send your brother to Lao Zhou's place. They're both learning foreign languages, so let him come along. Okay, brothery. Su Wei nodded immediately. After the meal, Su Wei first took Xu Yong to buy some daily necessities and bought a few decent clothes. As for the new mobile phone that Xu Yong wanted, Su Wei rejected it without hesitation. When you have achieved academic success and earned money to buy a cell phone, what's your business now? Su Wei rolled her eyes at Xu Yong in annoyance. Seeing his sister angry, Xu Yong had to quickly change the subject. Sister, which country should I go to study abroad? The United States or Australia? I heard the schools in France are pretty good. How much living expenses do I have per month? Xu Yong imagined his bright future. Su Wei did not answer, but silently brought Xu Yong to Zhou Langtao and relayed Li Yi's words. Brother Zhou, I'm leaving this kid in your hands. Brother Yi said we need to train him to the same standards as Captain Feng and the others, and we need to especially correct his bad habits. Su Wei was still a little worried that Zhou Langtao would take care of Xu Yong out of consideration for Li Yi's face, so she added, I'm this kid's older sister, so feel free to beat and scold him, and teach this brat some courage and spirit. When Zhou Langtao heard what Su Wei said, he immediately laughed and said with a grin, Okay, since that's what you said, then please rest assured, Miss Su. We brothers have trained many new recruits in the past and are the best at training them. Chapter 60 Everything is ready. Let's go to Kinshasa. 11 o'clock at night. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Su Wei, who was busy, glanced at the caller ID and found that it was her younger brother Xu Yong. She didn't intend to answer the call because it might disturb her and her beloved man. But Li Yi's voice came from his ears. Answer the phone. The tone sounded more like an order. Su Wei immediately understood Li Yi's tricks. After the call was connected, Su Yong's tearful voice came out immediately. Sister, I don't want to study abroad anymore. I want to go home. I will be a good boy from now on. Please don't let me be with these people anymore. Su Wei didn't say anything, just bit her lower lip tightly. But as Xu Yong talked more and more, Su Wei finally couldn't help but gasp and said, You stay still. You're not allowed to go anywhere. I'm running. We'll talk later. After saying that, Su Wei immediately hung up the phone. Su Wei still doesn't know which school her brother will go to or what skills he will learn. But she had no objection to leaving Xu Yong with the veterans to train and learn foreign languages. If a teenager of this age is not properly disciplined, something bad will happen sooner or later. From this point of view, Su Wei absolutely supports Li Yi. The following time seemed to have pressed the accelerator key in the busyness. After internet celebrities started promoting the product, the sales of coffee beans imported from Africa by Wildfire Foreign Trade experienced an explosive growth. In particular, the internet celebrity named Guan Tong Takes You to See the World recommends every video tirelessly. In addition, the quality of its products is also good, so Wildfire Foreign Trade is about to usher in a rare month without losses. So when Li Yi called CCI's and asked him to get more coffee beans, CCI's was still a little confused. Is Li going to switch to selling coffee? How much money can he make that way? Of course, it is impossible to sell coffee by selling coffee. So, when Su Wei was busy distributing goods, Li Yizhe was free to guide the training of 12 veterans. These 12 people were in the same platoon before they retired and were very familiar with each other. The leader among them was Feng Cheng, who was a squad leader before retiring from the army. For this reason, Feng Cheng was temporarily appointed as the captain. The deputy captain was Gao Qi, who was the first to go on stage to challenge during the interview. Li Yi quickly gained the recognition of this team through his own strong strength. Xu Yong, who had been watching from the side, had also made up his mind that he must not offend this brother-in-law no matter what. The group of soldiers who had beaten him to death couldn't even last 2 or 3 moves in front of Li Yi. They were simply not human. After getting familiar with this group of people, Li Yi said to them, You will be heading to Africa soon. Once there, I hope you can adapt quickly and complete the corresponding tasks. Don't worry. We will never lose the spirit of the field platoon. Use me in the first battle. Use me. Feng Cheng wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Li Yi waving his hand. Li Yi smiled and said, Now that you've all retired, many things won't apply to you. In short, complete the mission and make a lot of money. Feng Cheng and others burst into laughter after hearing this. During this period, Li Yi led them in training and taught them a lot of new things. Unknowingly, They all regarded Li Yi as their instructor. As for the task arranged by Li Yi, isn't it just going to Africa to train a group of local natives? It's no different from training new recruits. You just have to do it with your own hands. What's more, the money Li Yi gave was definitely something that could not be earned in the country, which made people even more concerned. In short, everything is under Li Yi's control and is progressing step by step. And time quickly came to mid-July. This is the hottest month in Chengdu, with the average temperature reaching 35 degrees Celsius for several days, which is extremely scorching. However, on the other side of the ocean, steel and gold have already passed their hottest period. The smoke of war slowly dissipated from this land, and a new round of reshuffle has been completed. As the winner, CC's excitedly told Li Dao on the phone on July 16th. Li, my brother, I have arranged everything. Your investment is about to pay off, and I look forward to seeing you again. Neither of them said much on the phone, but there was no doubt that the matter was settled. After hanging up the phone with Zhize, Li Yi immediately called Su Wei. Xiao Wei, book the plane tickets. I'm going to take them to Africa. Li Yi said. Okay, brother Yi. Afterwards, Li Yi thought for a few seconds and called Zhou Langtao again. On the phone, Li Yi asked, Africa is ready. Do you want to go over and take a look? Go? We have to go. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Because the fitness studio was suspended, Zhou Langtao, whose body had long been rusty, made a decision immediately. What's more, Li Yi had promised him to give him the title of honorary vice president. After rounding it off, isn't it the principal? Since he is the principal, how could he not go and see his own school? After finishing the call with Zhou Langtao, Li Yi took out a cigarette and was about to light it when he remembered something. A moment later, Li Yi called Guantong again. Guantong had planned to treat him to a banquet a while ago, but Li Yi was busy training Feng Cheng and others at that time, so he declined. Although Li Yi did not plan to sell coffee, considering that Guantong did not ask for money and was promoting the product vigorously, Li Yi decided to give him a ride. After the call was connected, Li Yi said directly, Lao Guan, I'm going to take some people to Kinshasa in the next 2 days. If you have nothing to do, you can come with me. Guantong naturally would not refuse and quickly agreed. In this way, the team heading to Kinshasa became a group of 16 people. July 22nd, Monday, great heat. At 9 a.m., a minibus stopped in the parking lot of Chengdu International Airport. After the car door opened, Li Yi, wearing sunglasses, got out first. After him came Zhou Langtao and Guantong. After the three people got off the bus, Feng Cheng led a group of people, including Xu Yong, a temporary team member, to get off the bus in an orderly manner and quickly lined up to move forward. After entering the terminal, the scene was somewhat ostentatious, especially since Feng Cheng and others were still wearing training uniforms. But nothing unexpected happened. When the boarding time arrived, the group was greeted by the smiling flight attendant and boarded the Ethiopian Airlines Boeing 777 large passenger plane accurately. Chapter 61. Sexy Zay promoted to general. Li Yi's group of 16 people, at least half of them were flying for the first time. There are at least 10 people who are traveling abroad for the first time. As for how these people behaved, Li Yi had no idea. He, Zhou Langtao and Guantong were traveling in first class, while the others were in economy class and were not traveling together. Both Zhou Langtao and Guantong are familiar with traveling abroad by plane. This was Zhou Langtao's first trip to Africa. After learning that Guantong had been in Africa for several years, he asked him about it along the way. Guantong didn't know Zhou Langtao's identity, but being able to do business with Li Yi must be something extraordinary. Therefore, Guantong enthusiastically shared with Zhou Langtao what he saw and heard in Africa. Similarly, although Zhou Langtao had been in contact with Li Yi for a period of time, their real friendship started with that big drink. He only knew that Li Yi was very capable and had a foreign trade company in China. It didn't make much money, but it was very successful abroad. But when it comes to some specific details, Zhou Langtao actually knows nothing about Li Yi. Through Guantong, Zhou Langtao not only gained a better understanding of Africa, but was unable to learn any details about Li Yi. However, when the Boeing 777 arrived at its transit point, Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, the two men, who had been chatting for several hours along the way, became familiar with each other. Old Li, I didn't expect it to be so hot abroad, Zhou Langtao said while smoking. When the two were in transit at the airport, they left the airport and found a place where they could smoke. It's about 6 hours later here than in China. It's noon now, and we're in Africa, so it must be hot. Li Yi shrugged and explained. So, will we be in Kinshasa in a little while? There was a hint of anticipation in Zhou Langtao's tone. A military academy was built in Gangwujin, and he was also the honorary vice president. After rounding off, he is the principal of the military academy. If you round it off further, He is a real African warlord. Doesn't this sound more impressive than Principal Wang or Qiong warlord? Almost. Li nodded. Once we get there, it's your territory, old Li. You, the local tyrant, have to make clear arrangements for me, your guest. Zhou Langtao said jokingly. Li Yize did not respond. If we really want to arrange it clearly, we can do it, but I'm afraid Zhou Langtao won't be able to bear it. However, he is not some local tyrant. After chatting for a while, the two returned to the terminal. The temporary team consisting of 12 veterans, and Xu Yong was resting. Li Yi took a special look at Xu Yong, only to find that the boy was looking around curiously, completely different from the way he looked when he called Su Wei for help. It seems you adapted pretty quickly. Li nodded secretly and immediately closed his eyes to rest. An hour and a half later, the group transferred to an Airbus A350 large passenger plane, and after another 4 hours of flight, they finally arrived at Kinshasa International Airport. Afterwards, with the flight attendants smiling farewell, Li Yi and 2 other passengers in the first-class cabin were the first to leave the plane. Soon after, a group of 16 people gathered in the terminal. When Li Yi was about to lead his group through various inspections, he saw a soldier in local military uniform suddenly walking towards him quickly. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Yi?" the soldier asked. "Yes," Li Yi said. "I'm finally here to see you. General Agila has ordered me to come and greet you all." After the soldier finished speaking, he made a leading gesture and continued. "Mr. Li, please take your people this way. The general has specially opened a VIP passage for you." After listening to the soldier's words, Li Yi smiled slightly. Agila is CCZ's last name, but no one expected that this wave of CCZ would be directly upgraded from a warlord to a regular army. And since it can influence Kinshasa's international airport, it must have a certain position in the new government. This is not a waste of his investment. Zhou Langtao and others had no idea what was going on, but judging from the soldier's polite attitude, they thought it was not a bad thing. As for Guantong, who was fluent in French, he quietly translated for Zhou Langtao. Zhou Langtao couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Old Li is a local tyrant after all. As soon as he arrived, the local military sent people to greet him. "This is an amazing move," Zhou Langtao exclaimed. Although Gongali Kim is just a second-rate country, its government forces are not very powerful. But after all, it is a government, and at least on paper it has all the cards. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the group did not go through security checks, and there was no procedure for checking passports and stamping. After walking out of the terminal through a fast passage, Li Yi saw Tsushi Zhe from a distance. Today, Sexy Zhe has somewhat upgraded his weaponry. He was wearing a dark green camouflage military uniform with a gold star embroidered on the red epaulets and a military cap, which showed his temperament. Of course, what makes it even more elegant is the VN armored personnel carrier parked behind CCIzer. If Li Yi guessed correctly, he was the one who sold this thing to Tsushi Zhe. After seeing Li Yi, Tsushi Zhe walked towards him quickly as usual. After hugging Li Yi, CCIzer said, "My brother, welcome to Kinshasa again. It seems that you are very successful now," Li Yi said with a smile. "Of course, all this is also due to you." As Tsushi Zhe spoke, he took Li Yi to the car. The other 15 people followed behind. After taking a few steps, everyone quickly got on the car one by one. Then, the VN armored vehicle led the way, with 5 jeeps in the middle, and finally a troop carrier converted from a truck. The convoy was huge and drove towards the city without any obstruction. After passing through the city, we arrived at a secluded residential area. Soon, the convoy stopped moving forward. After Tsushi Zhe took Li Yi out of the car, Li Yi called Zhou Langtao and others, and the group entered a 3-story villa. It was only at this time that Zhou Langtao put down his luggage and took the water brought by a waiter with a grin. Military vehicles led the way and provided escort along the way, and the treatment was almost the same as that of a visiting foreign guest. It's Old Li after all. Judging from his shoulder straps, he should be a warlord, Zhou Langtao thought. Feng Cheng and his team, who would be staying in Gangwujin for a long time, felt relieved and secretly happy when they saw that Li Yi was so familiar with the local military. Although Gangwujin has domestic peacekeeping forces stationed there, as long as it has good relations with local forces, its future in this chaotic land will definitely be more secure. Li Yi's brother-in-law Xu Yong was unusually well-behaved and honest at this time. He saw that the soldiers around him were armed with real guns and were definitely not using realistic air guns or anything like that. He used to think that his brother-in-law was a rich second generation. Then he thought he was a perverted murderer, but now, he has no idea what kind of person Li Yi is. Could he be the chief of some African tribe? Xu Yong was having wild thoughts. Chapter 62 Political Ambitions, International Games. Although there were many people in the huge villa's living room, It was very quiet. Li Yi sat on the sofa, with Cixi Zhe opposite him. Outside the house were armed guards, and inside the house were Zhou Langtao, Guan Tong, Feng Cheng, and a group of others. Of course, there was also Xu Yong who was fidgeting. In addition, there were 2 local people also wearing military uniforms, who seemed to be Cixi Zhe's adjutants. Zhou Langtao sat on Li Yi's left, looking at Cixi Zhe, but in his heart he was wondering what the other party's status in Gangwujin was and what his relationship with Li Yi was. Guan Tongza had never seen such a scene before and felt a little nervous. When Li Yi gave him the gun, he thought Li Yi was the legendary mercenary. But now, seeing Cixi Zhe's intimate and even somewhat flattering look, he rejected this idea. But he was not wrong about one thing. Li Yi's influence in the local area really allows him to come up with a military tourism plan. On the other side, after handing Li Yi a cigar, Cici's thought about the conversation with Li Yi. He didn't care much about the people Li Yi brought, as they were all Li Yi's subordinates. However, looking at the dozen or so people who were standing or sitting very straight, I guess they were the instructors arranged by Li Yi. As expected of a country in the East that claims to have the best army, the spirit of these soldiers is just different. After taking a puff of smoke, Cixi Zhe said, Li, now that my father has a position in the Ministry of Defense, I think our military academy plan will go more smoothly. This is indeed a surprise. Li nodded. The original plan was to use the security training base as an open signboard. But now, with the rising popularity of Cixi Zhe, I am afraid that this military academy can be officially registered. There are many issues involved. For example, funding, military purchases, manpower, etc. can affect many aspects. But for Li Yi, with a legally operated military academy and the power of Cixi Zhe, there is a lot he can do. For example, using steel and gold military expenditures to support a private army. Of course, this is Caesar's idea. As for Li Yi, he can train an elite force. I've already chosen the location, Caesar continued. According to your requirements, the area within a 5-kilometer radius is under control, and it's close to the rainforest. It's very secluded, but transportation is a bit inconvenient. I'm having a road built. Li Yi did not have high requirements for the location of the military academy, but it had to meet the conditions for completing the system tasks. Therefore, Cixi Zhe finally found a relatively remote place. After talking about the military academy, Cixi Zhe warmly treated everyone to dinner. After a while of drinking and chatting, everyone was arranged to rest in this villa. Afterwards, Cixi Zhe and Li Yi discussed some things alone in a room. Cixi Zhe mainly told Li Yi what he gained from this power reshuffle. Now his father has become the second in command of the Ministry of National Defense and also serves as the commander of a certain unit. He has a good relationship with the newly appointed head of the military government. But Caesar also told Li Yi frankly, Li, the military government can't last long. Those European countries won't allow it. So I'm also preparing for a democratic election. Do you want to go into politics? Li Yi asked. No, I won't get involved in politics. Caesar shook his head and explained. Because of tribal reasons, it's difficult for both me and my father to have a political presence. But we can unite other forces to support an elected politician to come to power. Li Yi understood what Cixi Zhe meant, but he thought this matter was not easy to handle. It's very simple. International politics and domestic politics are 2 completely different fields. Especially for the country of Gangwujin, their democratically elected government often has the shadow of other major powers behind it. But Li did not intend to persuade CCIs. On the contrary, he admired Caesar's idea very much. What do you need? Li asked simply. When CCIs heard Li Yi's simple and straightforward question, he immediately showed gratitude. In fact, even his father didn't think his plan would succeed. But Li Yi asked him without hesitation what support he needed. There is no doubt that Li Yi is trustworthy both in terms of interests and friendship. I need influence. CCIs thought for a moment and said, I need it whether it's from the East or the West. This is not an easy matter. Li Yi tapped the table lightly with his fingers. In fact, he doesn't know much about international politics and situations. But if you want to gain influence at the regional level, there are 2 easiest ways. Send equipment and money. Thinking of this, Li Yi had a flash of inspiration and then said, It's relatively simple in the East. As long as you're willing to make some concessions, you can attract a lot of investment. In the West, Li Yi quickly went through the system mall in his mind and then continued. Maybe you could buy some advanced Western military equipment, like F-15 fighter jets. That might send some signals in your favor within the region. After listening to this, Cixi Zhe also understood what Li Yi meant. To put it bluntly, he takes investment from the East and buys some Western equipment, so that people in the region can recognize his bipolar relationship. The former is easier to handle, but the latter. Although the F-15 is not a cutting-edge fighter for the United States, many countries can buy it. But Steel Fruit Gold is definitely not acceptable, because it is too expensive. If you really want to buy it, it is far inferior to China's J-10. Unless. Sashizhe looked at Li Yi expectantly. He knew very well that Li Yi could even sell hypersonic missiles, so it seemed that there would be no problem in getting a few F-15s. And Li's prices are always fair. If he could get F-15 fighter jets from Li at an affordable price, it would not only make some people think that he had received help from the West, but would also effectively enhance his father's status in the Ministry of National Defense. Facing Caesar's expectant gaze, Li Yi smiled and said, "Yes, I can provide it, and the price is very favorable. But it will take some time. What do you think in a year? If there is enough system currency, Li Yi can actually provide it at any time. However, he still owes Husai a missile, so he really can't afford to buy F-15 in a short time. Moreover, this deal was not funded by Caesar, but by Gangakin's defense budget. Gangwijin, who had just experienced a power reshuffle, could not come up with so much money in a short period of time. Therefore, 1 year is not only the time for Li Yi to accumulate the system's currency, but also the time for the current government of Gangwijin to raise funds. Of course, if the current government is out of business by then, there will be nothing much to say. Li, you always help me when I'm in the most difficult times." Sashizhe once again expressed his deep gratitude to Li Yi. Li Yi couldn't help but start to feel a little bit excited. He has controlled many people and destroyed many people, but he has never tried to take control of a country. Maybe from now on, he should try to learn about international games. Chapter 63. Arriving at the school and showing teeth to the hippopotamus. "How are you feeling?" In another room, Zhou Langtao looked at the night scene outside the window and asked Guantong, "What do you mean?" Guantong didn't understand what Zhou Langtao meant. "I mean this city. Didn't you stay here for a while?" "Kinshasa." Guantong thought for a moment, then took a moment to organize his words before answering. "It's very chaotic and makes people feel very insecure. I was charged $200 when I went through customs for the first time, and I was almost robbed once when I left the house. Except for the Chinese who live in the area, most tourists hire at least one bodyguard." Guantong answered, "I feel like it's okay. It's not as chaotic as I imagined." Zhou Langtao expressed his thoughts. Guantong shook his head and said, "How can that be the same? We have the army leading the way and escorting us today. How can that be compared?" "That's right. Old Li still has more face." Zhou Langtao laughed heartily. This time, he would have something to brag about when he returned. The second day after Li Yi and his group arrived in Kinshasa. After a night of rest, the fatigue caused by the long flight was dispelled. Although many people have not been able to adjust to the time difference, their curiosity about the new environment has kept them very excited. In the morning, Li Yi took Zhou Langtao and Guantong and followed Sashizhe into a modified Hummer. Feng Cheng and a group of people boarded a minibus. The troop carrier still led the way. At the end of the convoy, in addition to a troop carrier, there were 3 trucks full of supplies. After the convoy drove out of Kinshasa, it headed east. Gangwijin had just experienced a civil war, and traces of the war were still left everywhere. Reconstruction work has not yet begun, so burned vehicles can be seen on the road from time to time, and even the air is filled with the lingering smell of gunpowder. Li Yi has long been accustomed to all this, but it was the first time for Zhou Langtao, Feng Cheng and others to see such a scene. Even when I saw a corpse hanging from a dead tree by the roadside, I couldn't help but feel like vomiting. For example, Li Yi's cheap brother-in-law. Although he was broad-minded, he had never experienced it before. In addition, the road conditions were very bad, so he vomited quickly. After all, Feng Cheng and others came from the military, so they could still endure this. They just frowned and did not show any further emotions. When they were having lunch in an unknown small village at noon, Li Yi called Feng Cheng to his side and asked, "What do you think of these people?" Feng Cheng looked at the soldiers escorting them and frowned. They have almost no tactical discipline or skills. They are just ordinary locals who are a little brave and armed with guns. Li Yi did not comment on Feng Cheng's answer. Only after a hasty lunch did Li Yi say to Feng Cheng, "For the next period of time, these will probably be your first batch of students. How's the lesson plan I asked you to write going?" "It's ready." Feng Cheng nodded. Writing a lesson plan is not difficult. It is nothing more than deleting and modifying the recruit training manual, combining it with local conditions, and adding some training content. Although Feng Cheng was not from the teaching team, considering the average level of Africa, this could not be easier. "Very good. I look forward to your results." Li Yi patted Feng Cheng on the shoulder and immediately asked everyone to get in the car. The convoy set sail again. It was morning when we set out from Kinshasa and dusk when we arrived at our destination. The drive was actually not too far, But the road conditions were very poor, especially the second half, which was still being paved, which greatly slowed down our progress. Finally, at dusk, after entering the rainforest, the convoy saw the military academy site in an artificially cleared open space. It is said to be a school site, but in fact it is just a camp. A two-story, L-shaped concrete house with an open space in the middle, barbed wire fences on the edges, and watchtowers at the four corners. CCIzer then introduced. This was originally a camp of anti-government armed forces, but they have been eliminated. Now the entire area is under my control. There is sufficient water supply, but electricity is generated by diesel. No matter how you look at it, this is just a harsh and simple camp located in the rainforest. Staying here for a long time is not only a matter of scarce supplies, but also of constant exposure to mosquito bites. Zhou Langtao took a walk around and felt a little disappointed. This was completely different from the military academy he had imagined, but fortunately it could be expanded and improved later. Guantong found it quite interesting. A military academy hidden in the rainforest would definitely attract a lot of traffic. Feng Cheng and others also frowned, but their brows quickly relaxed when they thought of the salary offered by Li Yi. Work here for 2 years and earn about 1 million yuan. Then you can easily return to your country to buy a house and get married. If you think about it this way, the 2 years of hard work are well worth it. Moreover, they were doing work that they were good at, but it was freer than in the military camp, which was acceptable. I'm afraid the only one who can't get over it is Xu Yong. Is this the school I want to study abroad? Looking at the dilapidated place in front of him, Xu Yong couldn't help but shudder. Where's the promised lavish United States? Where's the promised blonde boobs of New Zealand? Where's the promised romantic indulgence of France? Even if there is no human civilization, it should at least be in a town. Look around again. A hippopotamus was baring its teeth in the river not far away. A snake was spitting its tongue out from a tree branch, and a leech had already attached itself to his arm. Is he going to have to bare his teeth at the hippopotamus in this crappy place from now on? Sister, Grandma, I want to go home. To this day, Xu Yong still doesn't know what professional skills he wants to learn. But the school before him had completely killed all his fantasies. But no matter what, Xu Yong couldn't escape and could only be dragged into the camp. When he tried to push open a door and saw the scene inside, he vomited again. The rotting corpse of a wild beast was emitting a foul stench in the room, and countless maggots were wriggling densely. Not to mention Xu Yong, everyone else couldn't help but frown at this scene. Of course, this does not include Li Yi. This place is great, Li Yi commented. There's plenty of fresh water and food, making it very convenient for both training and combat. After hearing Li Yi's comments, no one expressed any opinion. In fact, if Li Yi hadn't requested it, Sishize wouldn't have thought of placing the military academy in this shabby place. But since Li Yi finally chose this place, others had no choice but to accept it. Soon, after repeated cleaning by a group of soldiers and a team including Feng Cheng, the houses barely met the standards for living. Immediately afterwards, supplies were unloaded from the following trucks and carried into the camp one by one. While others were busy cleaning and moving, Li Yizhe took Zhou Langtao and Sai Shize to hold a small meeting. The first thing we need to do is to decide on the name of the military academy. Li Yi said. Chapter 64, A Simple Ceremony, a Temporary Shelter. When it comes to military academies, most people can only think of a few. For Chinese people, the most famous one is the one that starts with the word Huang. In addition, there is something called American Federal Pastry. If you don't know, you might think it is a pastry. There is also the Fuluan Academy in the Russian Federation, which sounds quite similar to the Bodhidharma Temple. In fact, there is also a fairly formal military academy called Kananga in Kinshasa, but it belongs entirely to the government. What CCIs wanted was a military academy that belonged to him. The soldiers and commanders trained there would become his direct subordinates. As for the name, Caesar seemed to have already thought of it, and quickly said, it's called Bantuga. In the tribe, it means creatures protected by eagles. Li Yi had no objection. Anyway, in addition to the name of the military academy, there will be a wildfire security sign hanging below. Moreover, he has no desire for fame. In the previous life, many people died quickly because they were too famous. For example, Dengzi, for example, Ka Ge. Even if Zhou Langtao had ideas, he was not qualified to put them forward. Although Li Yi is willing to give him the title of honorary vice president, in fact, he will not only not provide any funding, but also will not participate in the actual operations. It's nothing more than helping Li Yi to make connections and introduce some people. Therefore, the name was quickly decided, Gangakan Bantuga Military Academy, Wildfire Security African Training Base. After confirming the name, Li Yi looked at the calendar again and said, Let's officially open the school tomorrow. The calendar says it's an auspicious day, suitable for funerals and grave repairs. Sexy Zay didn't know what an auspicious day was, but he thought the sooner the school opened, the better. He had already arranged the first batch of students, which were the guard company around him. Zhou Langtao blinked and looked at Li Yi. You call this an auspicious day? After discussing these two matters, Li Yi and Cixi Zay added some details. Because it is different from what was previously imagined. Although this military academy is inconspicuous and not well known, it has been officially recognized. Cixi Zay had already prepared the corresponding procedures. In the future, students will only be recruited from Sexai's troops, in addition to those arranged by Li Yi. Cai Shiza is the principal, Zhou Langtao is the honorary principal, and Li Yiza is the consultant. The military academy's curriculum will be gradually established and developed, but the current priority is to train a group of commanders and fighters who can be responsible for grassroots combat and command. Therefore, the first batch of students received a short-term training rather than going to school, which lasted less than half a year. If we have to say something about the students, it seems that Xu Yong is the only unlucky guy. In addition, the construction and supplies of the military academy are regularly supplied by Cixi Zay. In terms of weapons and equipment, Cixi is still responsible for the basics. If the courses are expanded in the future and more advanced equipment is needed, such as high-precision firearms, tanks, or even armed helicopters, Li Yi will provide them. In addition, the training costs and future tuition fees of this group of students will also be included in military expenses. However, judging by the current state of the Gangyujin military, this money still came from Cecil's own pocket. Of course, most of it is from left hand to right hand. The remaining small portion that was not put into the pocket was the salary of Feng Cheng and others. After all the discussions were completed, Li Yi returned to his room. Many people couldn't sleep that night. It's not because of anything exciting, but simply because the environment is bad and a large number of mosquitoes attack from time to time. But Li Yi definitely doesn't have this worry. Since his body evolved, no mosquitoes can get close to him. In other words, mosquitoes will actively avoid the area where he is. The next day came quickly. At 9 a.m., a wooden pole was erected in the open space of the military academy. Accompanied by the breeze, the national flag of Gangyujin slowly rose. There was no sense of ceremony. Everything seemed so simple. Afterwards, Li Yi asked someone to bring 3 120mm mortars, and then gave Feng Cheng a wink. Feng Cheng immediately led his team to complete the loading of the shells and waited for the order to fire. Fire! Following Li Yi's order, 3 shells exploded in the air. Then they quickly loaded a new round of shells and continued firing. After 8 rounds of fireworks, totaling 24 shots, the opening ceremony was completed. The air was already filled with the smell of gunpowder. Afterwards, a simple, makeshift sign was hung at the main entrance. On the left side there is a sign that says, Wildfire Protection Africa Training Base. I'm afraid no one can imagine that this shabby place is actually an officially recognized military academy. Zhou Langtao felt a little lost. If it weren't for the 24-gun salute just now, no one would believe it if we told others that this was a military academy. Fortunately, he learned some of the subsequent expansion plans from Li Yi last night, but it just takes time. However, it is officially recognized after all, so as long as you don't come to check it out in person, the effect of pretending to be X is still good. After all, CCIs gave him a formal letter of appointment with the government seal and took a photo with him in his military uniform and epaulets. After finishing a series of things, Li Yi called Guantong again, patted his shoulder, and said, Thank you for being my translator for a while, but don't shoot anything for now. Once Lao Feng and the others have mastered the language skills, I'll arrange a team to serve as your bodyguards. By then, you'll be able to travel through most areas in Gangyujin. No problem, brotherly. Guantong grinned. Although the establishment ceremony of the military academy was a bit simple, it was still an experience for him. He also plans to learn some military knowledge from Instructor Feng and others so that he can appear more professional when filming the Warlord Travel series in the future. Isn't it just a few months of hard work? When he comes out, it will definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack on his peers. Afterwards, after leaving behind a group of people, CCIs returned to Kinshasa with a large army. He still had a lot of things to deal with. Zhou Langtao, like Li Yi, planned to stay for a few more days. I finally made it to a foreign country, and there were plenty of guns and ammunition to squander. It was impossible not to get my hands on some. He also wanted to regain some ground from Li Yi in terms of marksmanship. But Li Yi didn't have time to pay attention to Zhou Langtao for the time being. After instructing Feng Cheng on some things, Li Yiza returned to his room and muttered to himself, Identify the shelter. The next second, the system's voice rang in my mind. Is this location designated as a primary shelter? Li Yi pondered for a few seconds, then communicated with the system. Confirmed as a temporary shelter. Since the resources he can mobilize now are insufficient, he can only use Zishize's territory to build a shelter to complete the system mission. When he has his own territory in the future, he will build it into a real base. And the system quickly gave another voice. The temporary shelter was determined to be a failure. Reason for failure: there are dangerous creatures within a 5 kilometers radius, so the corresponding function cannot be activated. Please confirm after clearing them. When Li Yi heard the voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 65. Destroy Big Spicy Strips, Elite Lottery. Gangwajan, Central Equatoria Province. The Gango River is the second longest river in Africa after the Nile River. It crosses the equator twice in an arc-shaped outline and finally merges into the ocean. It is precisely because of its shape that the Gangwa Basin was formed and nourished the world's second largest tropical rainforest. Li Yi is an old player of the tropical rainforest. For him, entering here is like coming home. Rivers or swamps, lurking giant crocodiles, bared hippos, and rich biological resources make this place seem like an inexhaustible treasure trove. However, Li Yi did not go deep into the rainforest. His purpose was simply to clear out all creatures within a 5-kilometer radius around the Bantuga Military Academy that were identified as dangerous by the system. There are many creatures in the rainforest, but it is not difficult to find your target. After walking in the planned direction for less than an hour, Li Yi heard the system's voice in his mind. Elite mutant organism detected. Urgent subjugation mission now issued. Target of subjugation, two-headed agglomerate python. Mission description: after devouring the mutated blood orchid, it gathers a large number of elite organisms born from the mutated creatures. You can try to destroy it or become its food. Do you accept the mission? Big Python. The moment he heard the system task, Li Yi thought of his favorite spicy strips. Whether grilled or in soup, the meat is delicious. It is said that the cheap brother-in-law came all the way to Africa with him, but it seems that he has never treated him to a meal. Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes fixed, his pupils contracted, and his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, like a radar, searching for suspicious signs. At the same time, as I silently said, "Accept the task," in my mind, a new interface appeared in front of me. Subjugation mission begins. Please completely eliminate the two-headed python within 6 hours. The countdown begins. Li Yi is no stranger to pythons. The largest python in the world is the extinct Titanoboa, which is said to have reached a length of 13 meters and weighed more than 1.1 tons. But due to environmental factors, this kind of spicy strips has become a historical product. The largest pythons today are either the reticulated python or the anaconda, both of which are as tall as 2 or 3 stories high. The movements of such a huge creature in the rainforest are bound to leave relatively obvious traces. For this reason, after searching for a quarter of an hour, Li Yi looked at a snake path that was pressed out and roughly determined the direction. Following the snake path, we soon saw a muddy river in front of us. Li Yi was wondering whether to jump into the water, but he saw the muddy river surface suddenly surge with water. Immediately afterwards, the body of a giant python emerged from the river. The giant python twisted into a ball, as if it had caught some prey and was desperately trying to shrink and tighten. Li Yi looked closely and saw that the thing bound by the giant python was a flapping crocodile. Crocodile meat is tough. Li Yi savored its taste. Now that he has found the target, Li Yi is no longer in a hurry. After lighting a cigarette, Li Yi silently waited for the reticulated python in front of him to finish hunting. Soon, the big spicy strip in the river happily swallowed the crocodile into its stomach and then swam slowly to the shore with its swollen body. Big Lashio noticed Li Yi, but having just filled its stomach, it had no intention of continuing to hunt. But when it was about to swim away from Li Yi as if nothing had happened, its body suddenly tensed up and then twisted rapidly. The next moment, a huge snakehead rose up. Combined with a body as thick as a bucket, a pair of vertical pupils looked down from above, and Li Yi's figure was reflected in the cold pupils. If it could speak, it would definitely say, "Who are you from? How dare you step on my tail?" Yes. When the spicy strip was leisurely preparing to find a place to digest the food in its stomach, Li Yi stretched out his foot, like a nail, nailing the tail of the nearly 7-meter-long spicy strip to the ground. Li Yi looked carefully at the big spicy strips in front of him for a while, and when he didn't see the second head, he felt a little disappointed. I think this creature must have mutated after the end of the world began. Before that, it was just a large reticulated python, nothing special. In that case, Li Yi raised his hand and aimed the black muzzle of the gun at Lashio's head. Bang! Accompanied by two loud bangs less than a second apart, two bullet casings thicker than an adult's thumb were ejected from the right receiver of the Remington M870. Then, 28 steel balls were ejected from the 28 caliber shotgun shell in a flash. As the saying goes, all beings are equal in front of a troll. This is also one of Li Yi's favorite melee weapons. After just 2 shots, the La Tiao's head exploded into pieces of flesh and blood like a watermelon being hit hard, splattering everywhere. Li Yi cleverly used his mind to block the residue in front of him, and then quietly watched the body of Big Lei Xiao twisting on the ground. This is the case with snakes. Even if their heads explode, their bodies can still maintain basic functions for a short period of time. After about 10 minutes, the spicy strips finally lost all their vitality. And Li Yi also heard the system's voice. Subjugation mission completed. You have successfully eliminated the elite mutant in this area, the two-headed aggregate python. Rewards are now being distributed. Then, a series of voices rang in my mind. You received a reward for the crusade, 8,000 system currency. You have obtained the reward for the subjugation, Gene Lock Catalyst. You received the crusade reward, elite lottery ticket. It seems that this big spicy strip is more advanced than the vines in Daliang Mountain, and the system rewards a lot more currency. Then, Li Yi took out the newly obtained Gene Catalyst from his personal space. After drinking it all in one gulp, I felt refreshed, all the fatigue in my body disappeared, and I felt like a new person. This was Li Yi's second time taking the Gene Lock Catalyst. According to the system, it only needs to be taken once more to perfectly solidify the gene lock and be promoted to a level 2 genome. In that case, Li Yi's eyes swept across the system mall. Originally, his system currency was not enough to purchase the Gene Lock Catalyst, but the 8,000 that had just arrived solved this problem. However, Li Yi did not buy it immediately, but used the elite lottery ticket first. I remember that my luck wasn't very good during the last lottery. I wonder how it will be this time. The lottery interface appeared, and after Li Yi silently said, "Start," the interface began to flow. After a few breaths, a brilliant purple light flashed in Li Yi's eyes. Looks okay. Li Yi guessed. He has drawn prizes many times in the system, but whether it is the initial blind box or the lottery ticket for defeating elite monsters, the prize levels are divided according to different colors. All in all, white is average, blue is okay, purple is good, and gold is the jackpot. So what will we get this time? Chapter 66. A Great Harvest of Rewards. New Development Plan. A purple light flashed before my eyes, and then the information came into view. You have obtained the advanced reward, Queen Bee Core. Queen Bee Core, the core of the Hive quantum computer, possessing high-level artificial intelligence. It can only function fully when equipped with a Hive host and equipped with a worker bee system. Without a Hive host, performance will be significantly reduced. Quantum Computer Core, Artificial Intelligence. Li Yi quickly captured several keywords. Then, he looked at his personal space. I saw a palm-sized silver cube quietly staying in the space. Li Yi's mind moved, and this silver block that looked like a hard drive appeared in his hand. It feels cool and has some weight to the touch, and there are no joints on the surface, making it smooth and flat. Almost at the moment of starting, a message appeared in Li Yi's mind. The Queen Bee Core has found an accessible device. Device name, Huawei MX6 mobile phone. Access performance, 0.000001. Are you connected? Not connected. Li Yi muttered to himself and put the Queen Bee Core back into his personal space. Even though Li Yi didn't know much about this type of related technology, he could roughly know the function of the Queen Bee Core. In that case, we need to make some preparations first. Thinking of this, Li Yi took out his satellite phone and called Yu Chaojun, who was far away in Temasek. After the call was connected, Li Yi said, "Go buy the best enterprise server available on the market and put it in the RD center for now." "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away." After the brief call, Li Yi thought for a while and then turned his attention to the system mall. Buy Gene Lock Catalyst. As the thought came to him, the system currency that had accumulated to 5 digits dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, after 2/3 of it disappeared, the Gene Lock Catalyst appeared in Li Yi's hand. As long as he takes this tube of Gene Lock Catalyst, his gene lock will be perfectly solidified and his body will be promoted to a level 2 gene body. Without any hesitation, Li Yi drank it all again. After a moment, accompanied by a sudden headache, Li Yi couldn't help but close his eyes. But soon, something magical happened. As he closed his eyes, the surrounding environment, every blade of grass and tree, even the wind's speed, ultraviolet radiation, and the angle of sunlight, all appeared in his mind like a detailed 3D picture. It is quite similar to the divine consciousness in novels about cultivating immortals. Li Yi tried it and found that the range of this spiritual consciousness was 50 meters in radius centered on himself. It doesn't sound like much, but if used in street fighting, it is definitely equivalent to turning on the perspective cheat. Good. Li Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and his sense of security became stronger. At the same time, the system's voice came again in my mind. You have successfully evolved into a stage 2 genome, and the corresponding permissions are being activated. Failed to open the shelter base permission. Reason for failure: the shelter base was not found. System Mall Level 2 permissions have been successfully opened, and the items for sale have been updated. Li Yi opened his eyes again at this time, and a faint light flickered in his pupils. After thinking for a few seconds, the Systems Mall interface appeared in his eyes again. There are not many changes from before, except that there are new products under each category. Li Yi took a careful look and found that several items were worthy of attention. The first is the Exoskeleton Combat Mecha in the Weapons and Equipment category. Exoskeleton Combat Mech, a basic combat suit for genetic warriors, boasting powerful power and endurance, capable of carrying a variety of weapons, and equipped with a cellular network interface, brain-computer interface, and more. Then there is the Mass Production Gene Warrior Transformation Surgery in the Gene category. Mass Production Gene Warrior Transformation Surgery. This technology is dedicated to the mass production of gene warriors. Depending on the level of evolutionary fluid, gene warriors can have the same degree of physical evolution as gene evolvers, but cannot unlock the genetic lock. The last thing is the loyalty chip that Li Yi urgently needs. Li Yi has always been worried about not having enough manpower. The fundamental reason is that there are too few people he can trust. With the loyalty chip, the team can be expanded rapidly and transformed from a gang into an organization. But this price? Li Yi curled his lips and could only accumulate little by little. But no matter what, this trip to Kinshasa was very rewarding. So, in a good mood, Li Yi dragged the tail of the spicy strip and returned to the military academy unhappily and dissatisfied. Half an hour later, when Li Yi returned to the gate of the military academy, he was greeted by a sea of black gun muzzles. But soon, the guns were quickly lowered. Then, Feng Cheng, carrying a Type 56 rifle, hurried over and explained. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I just heard gunshots in the rainforest. I was worried about the danger, so I temporarily imposed martial law. You did well, but I fired those 2 shots, don't worry." As Li Yi spoke, he pulled his right hand again, and with the sound of weeds turning, the big spicy strip was pulled out by him. Everyone was shocked when they saw this nearly 7-meter-long spicy strip. If such a giant python were to attack the camp, it might not be a big deal if we were prepared, but if we were not prepared, it would be difficult to deal with. Li Yi then said, "I'll clean it later and put it in the pot tonight. Isn't that guy from the kitchen? Can he make spicy noodles?" Yes. Feng Cheng nodded quickly, then called a team member to drag away the spicy strips. Then, Li Yi returned to the camp room, closed the door, and immediately communicated with the system. Determine a temporary shelter. Li Yi thought. Soon, the system's voice came. Temporary shelters are being determined. Temporary shelter confirmed successfully. Please name this shelter. Li Yi thought for a few seconds, then said, "Name it Kinshasa Shelter." The system quickly gave new feedback. The temporary shelter was named successfully. Connection to the main shelter network failed. Shelter upgrade and management functions cannot be enabled. Li Yi nodded, not caring about the failed access. In fact, he intends to make Temasek his main base. This has advantages and disadvantages. But the most important advantage is that if someone wants to bomb his main base, he must consider the entire Temasek population. To put it bluntly, the entire Temasek is Li Yi's meat shield. It is a bit despicable, but Li Yi doesn't care about the level of the means until there is sufficient countermeasure and deterrence. In short, as long as he is alive, everything is fine. If he is dead, who cares about the flood? As Li Yi was thinking this, a new system voice appeared in his mind. The survivor shelter was successfully established. You successfully recruited more than 20 survivors and stored more than 10 tons of effective food and fresh water. Construction task 2 completed. Rewards have been sent to your personal space. Hearing the system's voice again, Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that today is really a day of harvest. Chapter 67. Young people are so easy to fool. Dong dong dong. When Li Yi was about to check the reward he had just received in his personal space, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." After saying that, the door was pushed open, revealing Xu Yong with a haggard face. Li Yi was not surprised by Xu Yong's arrival. In fact, after obtaining the divine consciousness, every move of the entire camp would be visible as long as he paid attention. sister, brother-in-law. Facing Li Yi, Xu Yong always felt scared and terrified. So this time when he came to see Li Yi, he also prepared himself mentally for a whole night. As for Xu Yong's purpose, there is no need to explain much. I want to go back to China. My grandmother is not in good health. It's better for me to stay by her side and take care of her. Xu Yong explained the reason he had been thinking about all night. In fact, he fell into deep regret the day after entering Africa. It would be fine if there were no United States and New Zealand, but Africa is also acceptable. But it happened to be the most chaotic steel fruit gold. And the so-called school is so shabby. It is called a military academy, but it looks more like a militia camp. Although he was very interested in those weapons, after being bitten by mosquitoes all night last night, Xu Yong could not accept the thought of spending the next several years here. But if he wants to leave here, he needs to convince Li Yi. Faced with the reasons given by Xu Yong, Li Yi shook his head, then called Xu Yong to his side and asked him to sit down. Li Yi has encountered many problem teenagers, but he has solved all of them without exception. Of course, he was his cheap brother-in-law after all, so Li Yi was more patient. Li Yi Dao then asked, "Do you know what you are going to study in this school?" Xu Yong nodded first, then shook his head. He is currently only undergoing basic physical training with Feng Chang, but since it is a military academy, even if it looks shabby, it should be used to train soldiers, right? Xu Yong was not very sure about this. Li Yizhe said, "In the next few years, you will receive combat training, including fighting, shooting, blasting, and driving. And sniping skills. Isn't Barrett your favorite?" As Li Yi spoke, he reached under the table and a Barrett sniper rifle appeared in his hand. The black gun body, the beautiful bracket, and especially the square-shaped muzzle brake at the muzzle are very iconic. Touch it. Li Yi placed the Barrett horizontally in front of Xu Yong. Looking at Barrett in front of him, Xu Yong's eyes gradually brightened, flashing with desire. After picking it up, the cool feeling is instantly transmitted to the brain through the tactile nerves of the fingers. Li Yi simply let Xu Yong hold the Barrett, and the latter didn't care about the heavy weight at all, but instead stroked it lovingly. This is his favorite gun in the game, or rather, many players like this sniper rifle. But he can guarantee that 99.9% of people have never touched the real thing. If my brothers back home knew about this, they would probably be envious to death. If there wasn't a complete lack of cell phone signal here, Xu Yong really wanted to take a picture right away and post it on WeChat Moments to shock them. Li Yi allowed Xu Yong to admire and caress the Barrett sniper rifle, while gently coaxing him. As long as you study hard, you can not only become a sniper using the Barrett, but also an assaulter, with both the M4 and the QBZ having good performance. Maybe you can become a mercenary then. By the way, Li Yi changed the subject and asked with a smile, "Do you know how much money a mercenary can earn?" Xu Yong raised his head at this time, looked at Li Yi, and then shook his head. This number, Li Yi held up 5 fingers. 500. And it's in US dollars. And this is just one day's earnings. When Xu Yong heard this, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. A $500 contract is worth nearly 4,000 Chinese yuan. Although Xu Yong has little social experience, he knows that many people's monthly salary is not even that much. And this is just what the mercenaries earn in one day. But what surprised him was yet to come. Li Yi continued, "This is without any combat missions. If there were combat missions, this number would increase tenfold. Even if I could earn 1 million yuan a month, that's not impossible." Listening to Li Yi's story, Xu Yong had already forgotten his original purpose. Both the Barrett in his hand and the $1 million monthly salary have deeply attracted him. In fact, what Li Yi didn't say was that only top mercenaries could get this price, and they had to bear the loss of weapons and equipment themselves. In most cases, mercenaries rarely receive long-term, high-intensity missions unless the international situation is very good, and there is a place for them to use their skills. But that doesn't matter. Looking at Xu Yong, who was completely attracted, Li Yi continued, "If you earn $1 million a month, you can buy a house in China, or go to a neutral country or Siam. They have legal red light districts with plenty of beautiful women. Maybe you can have a party, and the wine and girls will go crazy for you. Of course, if you don't like these, that's fine too." Li Yi looked at Xu Yong, then reached out to straighten his collar, and finally placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "You can save money for 2 or 3 years, and if you're lucky, you can make tens of millions. Then you can go back to your country and buy a house or get married. You only need to work hard for a few years to earn more than many people can earn in their entire lives. So, are you willing to work hard for a few years to become a successful man, or be a coward, return to the Daliang Mountains, and do nothing?" Li Yi finally asked. In fact, Xu Yong had no choice anyway. But he was his brother-in-law after all, so Li Yi used courtesy before force. Come to think of it, he seemed to have been fooled in this way before. They say that if you serve the organization for 10 years and complete a certain number of tasks, you will be free and will also receive a pension. In the end, Li Yi had to sell off the entire organization before he could barely get his pension back. On the other hand, Xu Yong had already immersed himself in the dream future that Li Yi had outlined for him. Yes, as long as you work hard for a few years, you can start enjoying life with a lot of money. And he is a legendary mercenary, which sounds very cool if you say it out loud. If I go back in such an unclear manner, then what I told my brothers and girlfriend about studying abroad would be just bragging. Thinking of this, Xu Yong touched the barret in his hand twice and said loudly, "I understand, brother-in-law. I will train hard and make a lot of money soon." Seeing Xu Yong's statement, Li Yi pretended to be pleased and patted Xu Yong on the shoulder and said, "That's right. That's what a man should do. Brother-in-law, I'll be waiting for the day when you become successful. Maybe your brother-in-law will even want to hang out with you by then." After finishing speaking, Li Yi took the barret from Xu Yong's hand and then explained earnestly, "When you graduate from here, I'll give you this barret as your graduation present." Although Xu Yong was reluctant to leave, he still nodded solemnly. Looking at Xu Yong's back as he left with high spirits, Li Yi smiled slightly. After all, young people are easy to fool. Chapter 68: Ammunition Production Line and Human Repair Chamber. After seeing off his cheap brother-in-law, Li Yi called Feng Cheng again. "Please pay more attention to Xu Yong." Li Yi said to Feng Cheng, "What I mean is, don't treat him as a child, and better yet, don't treat him as a human being." Feng Cheng immediately understood what Li Yi meant. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't die from training, then train until you die. This was not difficult for Feng Cheng, who had led new recruits before. Then, under Feng Cheng's astonished gaze, Li Yi picked up the barret and stuffed it into Feng Cheng's hand, saying, "If he's having emotional problems, just let him touch this. You should always comfort him when it's time to comfort him." "I understand, Mr. Li." As Feng Cheng spoke, he stroked the barret in his hand. This thing is hard to resist, not to mention a little kid like Xu Yong. Even for him, it is hard to resist. Anyway, he just touched it enough first. "Oh, right." As Li Yi spoke, he took out another booklet and handed it to Feng Cheng. "This is the Special Operations Training Manual I wrote. You can study it. These courses will be offered in the future." Feng Cheng put down the barret, opened the manual, and after reading it for a while, his eyes lit up. He had no doubt about the value of this manual. After all, Li Yi was an elite member of the secret forces who had been certified by them. As for why such an elite warrior would go to Gangguojin, a place as bared as a hippopotamus, to open a military academy with the local military, Feng Cheng said that this should not be asked and cannot be asked. In short, he has already come up with various plans from China in his mind. For this reason, Feng Cheng not only regards Li Yi as his boss, but also as his superior. "Although I'm retired, I'm still contributing to my country." This is the inner thought of Feng Cheng and his team. After seeing Feng Cheng off, Li Yi finally checked his personal space. There are a lot of things in the personal space now, and Li Yi directly looked at the two new things that appeared at the end. The first thing, ammunition production line, capable of mass-producing common bullets of various calibers. Not bad, you can use it yourself or sell it. However, Li Yi prefers to use it himself. After all, it is not a big deal to always buy weapons and ammunition from the system mall. What's more, he currently has no stable way to obtain system currency. The second thing, human body repair chamber, can quickly heal human body injuries. This is a good thing. Although Li Yi himself may not be able to use it, it will be very useful in the future. Of course, it would be even better if we could reverse engineer the science and technology involved. However, Li Yi has no plans to release this thing to the public for the time being. After checking the two reward items, Li Yi made some minor changes to his next plan. When everything was done, it was already dark. This was the second night at the Bantuga Military Academy, and everyone enjoyed a delicious snake feast. And when a new day came, Li Yi plunged into the tropical rainforest again. The tropical rainforest in Ganghwa is second only to the Amazon, the world's largest, with an area of 2 million square kilometers, which is roughly equivalent to 33.6 Tongmiao areas. The rainforest is rich in species and is a paradise for animals and plants. Li Yi plans to search in the rainforest for a while to see if he can further complete the system task. The Conquest Mission 2, given by the system, has two requirements. One is to clear the area within a 5-kilometer radius around the shelter. The other is to kill 5 mutant creatures. The former has been successfully completed, but there are still 3 left to complete the latter. In addition, in the description of that elite spicy strip, a mutant plant called Blood Orchid appeared. Although according to the current timeline, this flower should not have mutated yet. But since it can mutate when the end of the world comes, It should be somewhat special. Li Yi planned to try to look for it. Maybe he would get some unexpected surprise. In this way, Li Yi searched in the tropical rainforest day and night. For many explorers, this place is like hell, but for Li Yi, it is no different from his own backyard. Mosquitoes will actively avoid him, and ferocious beasts will only be food delivered to his door. Whether it is a river or a swamp, let alone his evolved body, even in his previous life, Li Yi could pass through it confidently. And time passes quickly in this uninterrupted search. 7 days later, Li Yi returned to Bantuga Military Academy. Zhou Langtao, who was obsessed with hunting around every day, carried a bird sniper and said to Li Yi with a smile, "Old Li, you're back. I killed a big one today. Let's have a good drink tonight." "No problem." Li Yi nodded. During this period, Zhou Langtao lived a very carefree life. In addition to hunting around when he has nothing to do, he occasionally plays the role of instructor and gives guidance to the students' training. Although the living environment is a bit poor and we suffer from mosquito bites all the time, our lives are very fulfilling. After all, it is subject to control in the country, but in the remote tropical rainforest of Gangwajin, let alone hunting, even killing a person is not a big problem. There is also the same. He is not only responsible for acting as a translator, but also serves as a language teacher and trains with the team. Perhaps because of his talent, Guantong's marksmanship improved rapidly, and Zhou Langtao would occasionally take Guantong hunting with him. In addition to the changes in people, the military academy has also undergone significant changes. Fengcheng and others renovated and arranged the entire military academy according to domestic customs. There are slogans in 2 languages on the walls, a set of school rules have been worked out, and there is a flag-raising ceremony every morning. Of course, it is not the domestic flag that is raised. Fengcheng also specifically consulted Li Yi about this. Li Yi's answer was, "We only teach techniques and tactics, not ideas." Fengcheng felt a little sorry about this, but Li Yi didn't dare to bring his position in the grassroots company back home. After resting for a day at the military academy, Li Yi took Zhou Langtao back to Kinshasa. At the international airport in Kinshasa, Li Yi and Zhou Langtao said goodbye. Before leaving, Zhou Langtao gave many instructions. "Old Li, please don't forget the prey I hunted. You must bring it back to China safely. I'm counting on these to show off." Due to security and customs reasons, Zhou Langtao was unable to bring all the things back and had to hand them over to the powerful Li Yi. "Don't worry. When you get back, remember to help me find more instructors. It would be best if they were retired special forces." Li Yi watched Zhou Langtao get on the plane. After seeing Zhou Langtao off, Li Yi met Sishize again. Unexpectedly, Sishize also brought Sally this time, the one who purchased hypersonic missiles from Li Yi on behalf of Husai. "Li, my friend, the second missile." Almost as soon as they met, Sally urged Li Yi to ship the goods. But this is not Sally's fault. It's just that the current situation is too tense, so Sally needs to get the second hypersonic missile from Li Yi as soon as possible. Chapter 69 Wildfire Securities First Business. Stretching from the eastern and southern Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf Coast, it constitutes the most complex and chaotic region in the world. There's a saying in the industry that roughly translates to, "The Middle East is a big stage. Come if you're brave enough." This is a transportation hub between the East and the West. Whether it is the original East-West bipolarity or the current 3 countries, they are all trying to further enhance their influence in the region. Because of this, the tense situation is the norm here. Our brothers in Gaza are fighting bravely on the front line, and we urgently need to give them confidence, said Sally. Even those who do not pay attention to the international situation must know what is happening in Gaza at this moment. Li did not comment on this, but he understood why Sally was so anxious. In order to support its father, a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier of the United States has entered the Red Sea. Although the Ark of Resistance has been working hard to develop itself in recent years, it has to be admitted that there is still a huge and insurmountable gap when facing the naval power of the United States Federation. Li, I sincerely ask you, I hope you can bring us good news. Sally looked at Li Yi, her eyes full of expectation. Who is behind this mysterious Oriental man remains a question. But the only countries that can provide embargoed weapons are 1 or 2 major countries. And they undoubtedly have natural conflicts with the United States Federation. It is for this reason that Sally and the Fox Eye he represents are willing to further establish a friendly relationship with Li Yi. It would be best to take advantage of the situation to bring down a certain behemoth, so that in the ever-changing international situation, they and their allies will win valuable living space. But Li Yizhe didn't think so much. After looking at his system currency, Li Yi pondered for a moment and gave an answer. Trading can be done at the end of this month. I need time to mobilize my strength. In fact, Li Yi, who had just completed the system task and eliminated an elite mutant, had enough system currency. But he didn't want to agree to Sally so easily, and he also had to make some provisions for his next plan. After getting the exact time, Sally finally smiled. Although there is still half a month left until the end of the month, any accurate news will be enough to cheer people up. After Sally left, Cesar gave Li Yi an apologetic look, then said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Li. I owe him a favor, otherwise I wouldn't have let him come to see you." "This won't happen again," Li Yi said. "Certainly." Seeing that Li Yi was not angry, Cesar felt a little relieved. Although it seems that he and Li Yi have a good relationship, in fact their status is not equal. Li can also provide him with high-quality and low-cost military equipment, even including embargoed weapons that are out of stock. But he could only provide Li Yi with a base for growing raw materials. In short, Li Yi can change his partner at any time, but it is almost impossible for him to find an ally like Li Yi. Because of this, Cesar cares a lot about Li Yi's attitude. In a sense, bringing Sally to see Li Yi, in addition to repaying a favor, is also a test of Li Yi's attitude. As for the result, it can't be said to be good or bad. After the two exchanged some more ideas, they drove to the raw material planting base. Compared with last time, the area of the planting base has doubled because the cultivation was relatively smooth. Planting boxes are neatly arranged in each glass greenhouse, and the automatic watering equipment is always on standby. There wasn't much Cesar could do for Li Yi, so he paid special attention to the planting base. Not only did we recruit planting talents, but we also introduced fairly advanced automated equipment. The entire glass greenhouse can not only automatically adjust the temperature and humidity, but also monitor the status of the plants at any time. Such large-scale and intelligent planting is extremely rare in Africa. You did a great job. Li Yi carefully examined the plant leaves and expressed his approval to Cesar. "This is what I should do," Cesar replied with a smile. In order to deliver the raw materials to Li Yi on time and in quantity, Cesar did invest energy and financial resources. Even during the turmoil, special troops were deployed to protect this planting base. Li Yi took a few photos of this special crop and sent them to Kang Hongfei. According to technical data, these crops will mature in half a month. After undergoing precise and complex processing, it finally becomes the core raw material of the stage I gene repair drug. By then, Kang Hongfei will be able to synthesize the medicine as soon as possible. After inspecting the raw material planting base, Li Yi and Cesar returned to Kinshasa together. During this period, the two reached a new deal. It is still arms trade, but the subjects are different. This time, Cesar will use the defense budget of Gangwajin to pay, and Li Yi will not need to give a discount and will pay according to the market price. As for the time, it was scheduled for half a year later. After finishing everything, Li Yi was about to leave Kinshasa when he received an unexpected call. The call came from Lao Huang, the broker who opened a Yuezhou Chinese association in Kinshasa. "Mr. Li, I wonder if I disturbed you?" The old man spoke with a strong local accent. "Just tell me if you have something to say," Li Yi said directly. "It's hard to explain over the phone. If you're in Kinshasa, Mr. Li, why not come to my place for some tea?" Old Huang said. Li Yi glanced at the departure time on the plane ticket and immediately asked the driver arranged by Cesar to change direction and head to the Yuezhou Chinese Association. In the ancient-style living room, Old Huang received Li Yi warmly when he saw him. As they were in a hurry, Li Yi didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Just tell me what you want to say." Old Huang quickly explained the reason for contacting Li Yi this time. This time it was not a hostage rescue, but a serious escort mission. Several bosses from Yuezhou contracted several small mines in Gangwajin. Everything went smoothly at the beginning, but later they were blackmailed by local people in the name of environmental protection. After paying a cleaning fee, he never expected that the other party would become more aggressive and collect protection money. Several bosses had no choice but to contact the Ministry of Commerce, but due to the serious split in the steel and gold industries, the Ministry of Commerce was unable to effectively control the local area, so the matter was left unresolved. However, those who dare to come to Gangwajin to mine are not good people. Through Lao Huang's connections, they hired a group of local people as a mining protection team. However, they never expected that the mining protection team would collude with those people to privately mine and sell. Because of this, Lao Huang knew that this would damage his reputation and wanted to make amends. But Gangwajin had just experienced civil strife, and many of his original relationships and connections had been broken up, so he had no choice but to try to contact Li Yi. After listening, Li Yi didn't say much, but gave Fengcheng's satellite phone number to Lao Huang. This is a security company, very powerful, and it is located in Gangwajin. Li Dao. Chapter 70 Setting up the Hive Host. and the Queen Bee taking over the RD Center. On the way to the airport, Li Yi called Feng Cheng. I've taken on a business for the company. You can arrange it. It's all training anyway, anywhere. Li Yi informed Feng Cheng of the specific arrangements. In fact, Li Yi looked down on the remuneration offered by Lao Huang. But since the military academy can lend him some manpower, he doesn't mind earning some pocket money. You only need to select 2 or 3 instructors and take the students assigned by Zhe, and you can make money without any delay. Moreover, generally speaking, jobs like mine protection are relatively long-term and stable, so it is suitable as the first business of wildfire protection. After making the arrangements, Li Yi took a flight from Kinshasa and arrived at Brussels International Airport after an 8-hour flight. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Bai and borders several European countries. It is called a kingdom, but many years ago it was changed into a federal state, and it implemented the separation of powers like the United States. Li Yi did not have a deep impression of the Kingdom of Germany. He only knew that it was occupied by Germany during World War I and World War II. It is worth mentioning that the Kingdom of Bai also exploited the steel fruit in a cruel and bloody manner. In addition, the Battle of Waterloo, where Napoleon was defeated, took place in Brussels. Li Yi did not stay in Brussels for long. 2 hours later, he changed to a Swiss International Airlines Airbus A350 and took another 12-hour flight before finally arriving in Temasek. After getting off the plane, Li Yi felt like he was about to become a frequent flyer, constantly traveling back and forth between continents in recent months. Li also informed Yu Chaojun in advance about his visit to Temasek, so as soon as he walked out of the terminal, he saw Yu Chaojun waiting for him. After getting in the car, Li Yi asked, "How's the server I asked you to buy?" Yu Chaojun immediately replied, "According to your requirements, I purchased Huawei Kunpeng series blade array servers. The total cost was 4.28 million. Yu Chaojun observed Li Yi's expression and said, "Although this isn't the best on the market, it's the fastest to install. It's already been installed at the RD Center. If conditions permit, Li Yi would definitely like to use a supercomputer. But supercomputers are not only expensive, but also need to be booked a long time in advance. Instead of waiting for supercomputers, it is better to use it casually for now and see if we can use the system to directly develop a quantum computer in the future." "Well, you can do it." Li Yi nodded. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the RD Center, and Kong Hongfei quickly came to meet them. "Boss." When I saw Kong Hongfei again, his complexion had improved a lot. It seemed that he had been resting on time during this period. Li Yi nodded at Kong Hongfei and then followed him into a computer room. In the cabinets that look like shelves, layers of blade servers are neatly stacked. Kong Hongfei then said, "The technical engineer in charge of the installation said that everything has been debugged and can be used at any time." Li Yi is actually not very proficient in electronic equipment. The only thing he is relatively skilled in is controlling drones to drop bombs or making mobile phone dial-up bombs. It is said that before he traveled through time, the pager seemed to have become a kind of bomb that could be remotely controlled, but the principle was unknown. After looking at the server for a while, Li Yi said to the two people behind him, "Wait for me at the door." After hearing this, Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun immediately left the computer room. Then, Li Yi took out the Queen Bee core from his personal space. The moment this palm-sized silver cube appeared, information began to enter Li Yi's mind. The Queen Bee core has found multiple accessible devices. Device name: Huawei MX6 mobile phone, Huawei T200 blade array server. Li Yi took a look and muttered, "Connect to the array server." Soon, the silver cube in his hand began to emit a blue light. The Queen Bee core has fully taken over this device. Access performance is 0.001. Do you want to set this device as a Hive host? Yes. Li Yi muttered again. Following Li Yi's order, information flooded into his mind again. The Hive has been successfully set up. The Queen Bee is being awakened. Due to insufficient honeycomb performance, all functional modules cannot be enabled. The Queen Bee has been awakened successfully. You have obtained the highest administrator privileges. After browsing the information, a light voice sounded in Li Yi's mind. "Mr. Administrator, I am the Queen Bee, and I am always at your service. What can you do?" Li Yi asked directly, and the answer soon appeared. "Based on the current performance of the Hive, we can provide you with intelligent data analysis, recording, and archiving. Could you please allow me to access the external network?" asked the Queen Bee. Li Yi thought for a few seconds and said, "Access is granted." The next moment, the servers in the computer room all started flashing green lights, and the sound of the equipment running was buzzing. The Queen Bee has connected to the network and started collecting external data. The data has been analyzed, the time has been confirmed, and the calibration has been completed. Then, above the silver block, a blue three-dimensional image was projected in front of Li Yi. The image presents a dark blue Rubik's Cube shape, which looks very sci-fi. Mr. Administrator, do you need to set up my personality and appearance? This time, the voice did not enter Li Yi's mind, but sounded right next to his ears. No need, Li Yi said, then gave the order. You are now in charge of all the equipment in the RD Center. Set Kong Hongfei as a general administrator and classify all genetic research as confidential, accessible only to administrators. Almost at the moment when Li Yi finished speaking, the Queen Bee spoke. Your requirements have been fully met, and all equipment has been safety inspected. The camera in Area A21 shows damage, and it's analyzed as a routine equipment issue. Li Yi didn't care about these things, but looked at the cube in his hand and asked, if I put you in my personal space, will that block the signals between you and me? The Queen Bee quickly gave the answer. My signal cannot penetrate your personal space, Administrator, but you can place my main body in a safe place. I can contact you at any time through your brain waves or other devices. Brain waves? Li Yi thought for a moment and then asked, can you connect with other people's brain waves? No, the Queen Bee replied. Ordinary people's minds are too fragile to establish an effective connection. Currently, we can only rely on brain-computer interfaces. According to the data collected, there are currently no successful and effective brain-computer interfaces available worldwide. Li Yi nodded after hearing this. Then do you have the ability to conduct technical research and development? Li Yi asked again. Due to equipment limitations, the RD module cannot be enabled normally, and the Hive host needs to be upgraded. I see. In the following time, Li Yi had a more detailed communication with the Queen Bee, and finally roughly understood the Queen Bee's current function. Chapter 71 Welcome to the Destiny Club. Due to the limitations of the host's performance, the Queen Bee currently has only 1/10 of its functions. In its prime, the Queen Bee can not only control the world's electronic equipment, but also has many functions such as independent research and development and automatic combat. However, Li Yi was unable to produce the quantum computer needed by the Queen Bee, namely the Hive host, in a short period of time. Even so, the current basic functions, such as device confidentiality, network defense, network intrusion, basic intelligence, etc., are sufficient. Under Li Yi's command, the Queen Bee quickly took over all the electronic equipment of Konglon Pharmaceutical and established layers of defense mechanisms and corresponding management authority. According to Li Yi's request, the overall personnel were divided into Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D, as well as him, the only Class S. Needless to say, S level is the only manager. Level A is the administrator, who has the authority to view information of the corresponding level and use some functions of the Queen Bee Core. Li Yi set Kong Hongfei to A-level authority and Yu Chaojun to temporary A-level. Only after Yu Chaojun also has the loyalty chip implanted will Li Yi grant him the official A-level authority. Level B is the middle management level, including civilian personnel and operational combat departments to be established in the future. Level C is basic personnel, ordinary employees, and grassroots combat personnel. As for Class D, they are peripheral personnel or experimental subjects. Following Li Yi's request, the Queen Bee quickly established a hierarchy and personnel files and assigned permissions and functions. In addition, the Queen Bee also conducted a safety check on the electronic equipment of all personnel and found nothing abnormal. If we have to say there is a problem, it is probably that there are quite a few romantic action movies stored in Yu Chaojun's computer, which is really hard to tell. After arranging these things, Li Yi walked out of the computer room and took Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun into a conference room. After sitting down, Li Yi placed the silver cube representing the Queen Bee's core on the table without explaining anything to the two. After the two of them finished reporting on their recent work progress, Li Yi looked at Yu Chaojun and said, "You've been doing great at your job lately. Would you consider working for me for life?" As soon as Li Yi said this, Yu Chaojun was stunned. He really couldn't understand what Li Yi meant. Kong Hongfei, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression on his face. "Mr. Li, I am very optimistic about the prospects of our company. As long as you don't mind, I plan to work until retirement." Yu Chaojun thought for a while and said, he had learned from Kong Hongfei that the research and development of the new drug had overcome the technical difficulties, and the next step was mass production and market launch. By then, the entire Konglon Pharmaceutical will rise rapidly. Although Li Yi did not give him shares, such a simple job, coupled with an annual salary of millions and status in the industry, no one would give it up easily. But he obviously didn't understand the meaning of Li Yi's words. Li Yi said, "I'm formally inviting you to join us now." After Li Yi finished speaking, the printer in the conference room suddenly started running automatically. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi took a freshly printed document with the smell of ink in his hand. Li Yi pushed the document in front of Yu Chaojun and stopped talking. Yu Chaojun immediately started looking at the document in front of him. The contents of the document were mostly in the form of tables. After reading a few pages carefully, Yu Chaojun roughly understood some of it. This document is a personnel structure file that looks a bit unusual. Personnel are divided into levels according to ABCD. Different levels correspond to different treatments and authorities. These may not seem like much, but what concerns him more is that, in addition to the regular salary, there is also something called destiny points. Yu Chaojun had a hunch that perhaps this destiny point was the key. Soon, when Yu Chaojun turned to the next page, there was only disbelief in his eyes. This was a destiny points exchange table, and the things that could be exchanged surprised and confused him. For example, 100 points can be exchanged for a gene repair potion. Yu Chaojun knew a little about this thing. It was Kong Hongfei's main research project and seemed to be able to completely cure any genetic disease. For example, 200 points can be exchanged for one-time use rights of the operations department. Operations department? Yu Chaojun knew very well that the company did not have such a department at all, so this should be another power in Li Yi's hands. And according to the literal meaning, it seems to be a department with armed combat capabilities. But this was still not what surprised him the most. 500 points can be exchanged for genetic evolution fluid. According to the description in the document, the genetic evolution fluid can greatly strengthen the human body and has a certain effect of prolonging life. In addition, there are some strange exchange services. For example, 50 points can be redeemed for a trauma repair operation, and 250 points can be redeemed for a genetic enhancement operation. What the hell is this? Yu Chaojun found it difficult to understand for a while. This entire document is actually a points redemption system that Li Yi quickly constructed using the Queen Bee's intelligent algorithm. Although many items in the current exchange table are difficult to achieve, it doesn't matter because no one can afford them yet. As for the source and amount of points, they are also calculated very carefully. Take Kong Hongfei as an example. After Kong Hongfei completes his current series of work, he will be able to exchange it for a gene repair potion. In short, the conditions are harsh and it is difficult to obtain points. On the other side, after Yu Chaojun finished reading the entire document and confirmed with Li Yi that this was not a joke, he asked, "Mr. Li, many of the things here are unbelievable. If they are all true, what will I have to pay?" Yu Chaojun is a vulgar man. The only reason he worked for Li Yi was that the salary was high enough for him to support his family. But now there seems to be a brand new opportunity. Whether it is the new drug that the company is about to mass produce or the document in front of it, there is no doubt that this is a valuable opportunity to complete class advancement. It's simple. All you need to pay is loyalty. As Li Yi spoke, he pushed the loyalty chip he had just purchased from the system in front of Yu Chaojun. Yu Chaojun didn't know what Li Yi was pushing. When he was about to ask, Kong Hongfei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "This is a nanobiochip. It's harmless to the human body. Its main function is to monitor emotional nerves. Just eat it. It tastes pretty good." After saying that, Kong Hongfei gave Yu Chaojun a meaningful look. Yu Chaojun couldn't understand Kong Hongfei's eyes, but he knew that sometimes choice is more important than hard work. Moreover, he read this document today. If he doesn't take it, he might lose his job tomorrow, especially since he already knew so many company secrets. But on it, Yu Chaojun made up his mind, grabbed the loyalty chip in front of him, and threw it into his mouth. The taste seems to be okay, and I don't feel there is anything wrong, Yu Chaojun thought to himself. On the other side, Li Yi was looking at the system. Yu Chaojun, loyalty 80. Although it is lower than Kong Hongfei's current score of 95, it is surprisingly good. Li Yi smiled slightly at this, then stood up and clapped his hands, saying, "Welcome to the Destiny Club." Chapter 72, Organization Building, Talent Search. The loyalty chip serves two purposes. One is to monitor emotional nerves and confirm the loyalty of the implant recipient through emotions. The second is to destroy the nerves. With just Li Yi's order, or if the loyalty level is lower than the 60 set by Li Yi, the nerves of the implant recipient will be immediately destroyed, turning him into a vegetative state. The biggest fear of gangs is traitors, and most organizations often begin to collapse from within. So, the loyalty chip is a bit expensive, but it is definitely a good thing. Li Yi also only planned to implant loyalty chips in personnel above level B. As for Class C and Class D, there are other means. The simplest method is to use the Queen Bee and monitor its electronic devices and personal movements. All in all, Li Yi has finally taken the first step towards his plan, which is the construction of the Destiny Club. After Yu Chaojun was officially accepted into the gang, Li Yi turned his temporary level authority into official. Afterwards, Li Yi held a small meeting. You need to speed up the public relations for drug launches. Li Yi looked at Yu Chaojun and said, if money can't solve it, use this. Li Yi said as he placed a bullet on the conference table. Since everyone here is his own, Li Yi doesn't need to hide many things. Kong Hongfei was not surprised by Li Yi's move. When Li Yi took out the gene repair technology and the loyalty chip, he knew that his boss was no ordinary person. However, Yu Chaojun has not yet adapted to this change. Although it is common for shopping mall public relations to use some dishonorable means, most of them involve treating people to meals and spending money on wine and women. Even if it is a more high-end business war, it is just to kill the other party's money tree or grab the official seal. Like Li Yi suddenly pulling out a bullet. Yu Chaojun couldn't help but imagine the scene, and it seemed quite cool. Li Yizhe then added, if there's anything that PR can't resolve, please let me know and I'll arrange for the operations department to follow up. Although the combat department has not yet been established, it does not prevent Li Yi from saying this. After adapting to Li Yi's style, Yu Chaojun suddenly became more confident. If you ask for money, I give you money. If you ask for strength, I give you strength. What else is there to say? Yu Chaojun quickly stated, don't worry, Mr. Li. With your support, everything will go smoothly. After talking about Yu Chaojun's progress, Li Yi looked at Kong Hongfei and said, the entire company is currently controlled by the Queen Bee Corps. Her capabilities are very powerful. You should be able to utilize them well in your research and development. In addition, we can also try to let the talents we recruited earlier get involved in some core projects. The Queen Bee can monitor them at all times, so there's no need to worry too much about leaks. Okay, boss. I'll make arrangements right away. Kong Hongfei nodded. Afterwards, Li Yi introduced the Queen Bee to the two and briefly talked about its current functions. When the time was almost up, Li Yiben was about to adjourn the meeting, but then he remembered something and said, the organization is currently planning to recruit a group of technical talents. If you have any suitable ones, please recommend them. The requirement is that no matter what the technology, it must be top-notch. According to Li Yi's idea, the threshold for joining the Destiny Club will be quite high. But now there is a shortage of manpower in all aspects, so the conditions can be relaxed moderately. Both of them thought seriously about Li Yi's words. Yu Chaojun finally shook his head. Most of the people he knew were business people, who obviously did not meet Li Yi's requirements. And if we bring in a business expert, what will he do? Kong Hongfei thought about it carefully, bit his lip, and tried to say, boss, I might have a suitable person, but I don't know how he is doing now. Tell me about it. Li Yi said. After taking a few seconds to organize his words, Kong Hongfei began to talk about the person he recommended. Because of illegal experiments and pharmaceutical production, Kong Hongfei was imprisoned in Germany. While in prison, he met a middle-aged German man. I heard him mention that he seemed to be a member of the G9 unit. Kong Hongfei recalled, but he still couldn't remember the full name of the unit the other party belonged to. Li Yi, on the other hand, directly stated their full name and gave his evaluation. GSG-9, the German Counter-Terrorist Special Forces. They specialize in CQB and street fighting. Their overall level is pretty good. Kong Hongfei nodded, then continued. His story is quite complicated, so I'll keep it short. The story is relatively simple, to sum it up. Because a family was hit by a drunk driver, the son died on the spot, and the wife's lower limbs were paralyzed, but the drunk driver used his power to escape the punishment he deserved. So in a fit of rage, this man did what a husband and father should do, and was eventually arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment. I planned to visit him after I was released from prison, but because I was deported, I don't know how he is doing now, Kong Hongfei sighed. After listening to Kong Hongfei's description, Li Yi became interested in this person, so he said, tell me his name. Leo, Kong Hongfei replied. Leo Hartmann means brave lion in German. Li Yi nodded and immediately said, Queen Bee, search for this person immediately. A few seconds later, the Queen Bee's voice rang out in the conference room. Leo Hammant, male, 36 years old, German. He was arrested and imprisoned in March 2015 and successfully escaped from Kozivo prison on April 15, 2022. Do you want permission to hack into the German Ministry of Transport system and lock onto the target? Approved, Li Yi said. 10 minutes later, the conference room screen automatically slid down and the projection started. Soon, scenes flashed across the screen. The Queen Bee's voice rang out again. Target locked. According to analysis, the target is currently hiding in Westerstadt, North Rhine. The other party's contact number has been obtained. A phone number then appeared on the screen. After taking a look, Li Yi asked the Queen Bee, "Analyze the reasons why he escaped from prison." The Queen Bee quickly gave the answer. The target's wife suffered accidental burns on March 9th and attempted suicide on March 21st, but was successfully resuscitated. Judging from his actions, the target was seeking to raise funds for his wife's medical treatment. It's quite interesting. Li Yi smiled slightly, then ordered, "Send him a text message and tell him to come to Temasek within a week. I can cure his wife." The message has been sent successfully. Kang Hongfei couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Boss, he's still a wanted criminal. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to bring his wife to Temasek." Li Yi shook his head. "If you don't even have this ability, you can't be considered a talent." Chapter 73. Leo Hartman. He just wants to protect his family. August 6, 2022, the beginning of autumn. Dortmund, Ruhr area, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Compared to the name Dortmund, for those who are not familiar with this city, they may be more familiar with the city's football club, Hornets. At the Hornets' home stadium, Signal Iduna Park, more than 50,000 spectators are cheering passionately to cheer for the home team. During the halftime break, the players went into the locker room one by one. Because of the score deficit, the angry visiting team coach threw the drinking water on the ground in frustration and scolded his players. An inconspicuous cleaner was quietly cleaning up the garbage that had just appeared on the ground. The visiting team's head coach glanced at the cleaner, then raised his voice and encouraged him. "Listen, boys, if you don't want to be in your 30s and still have nothing to show for it, and just be a cleaner, then show your courage and strength. Victory. Only victory can bring everything. Now let's go get rid of the bumblebee and get rid of this Devil's home stadium." As the halftime break ended, members of the visiting team walked out of the locker room. This cleaner, who was in his 30s and had accomplished nothing, picked up the mop with an expressionless face and cleaned the water stains on the floor. Nothing accomplished? Leo shook his head with a self-deprecating expression. Thinking of his wife lying in the hospital and whom he could not get close to, he might not only accomplish nothing, but also lose everything. But at this moment, as the referee blew the whistle on the football field, his cell phone also rang. Leo's brows suddenly furrowed. Except for a trusted comrade, no one knows his new number now. A sales call, or has he been exposed? With tension and worry, Leo looked at his worn-out cell phone, only to find it was a text message. "Mr. Leo Hartman, we cordially invite you to Temasek for an interview. Please proceed to the following coordinates. Upon passing the interview, you will receive a visit to the treatment cabin. Perhaps your wife needs this opportunity." A very strange message. The text message contained his real name and mentioned his wife's illness, but the phone number was just a string of zeros. Leo's first thought was whether he had been betrayed by his comrades. But he quickly rejected the idea. If that were the case, perhaps there would be no need to send any text messages at all. The police could just be dispatched to surround and arrest him. So, who on earth had the ability to find out his whereabouts and send such a message? Leo still couldn't figure out this problem until the end of the football game. But the other party's meaning was quite straightforward. They invited him to join an organization or force in Temasek, and the other party would provide medical services for his wife. This sounds like what he desperately needs, but Leo still had concerns. But at this moment, the phone rang again. Leo took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar overseas number, which seemed very likely related to the text message. After hesitating for a few seconds, Leo took a deep breath and answered the phone. He didn't speak, but a familiar voice came from the phone. "Leo, I'm Kang. You must believe that message. This is a chance and opportunity, don't miss it. Also, my daughter asked me to say hello to you." The call was quickly hung up. Leo looked at the hung-up phone and fell into deep thought. Kang, if he remembered correctly, was a cellmate he met in prison, a very learned Chinese. It seems that he was imprisoned for illegal experiments, but later it was learned that he had no choice but to treat his daughter's terminal illness. Because he also had a son, he could talk to Kang very well. Overall, Kang is a good father who is willing to do anything to treat his daughter, which Leo agrees with. But Kang suddenly called without any explanation or clarification, just eager to make him believe, which meant a lot. More importantly, he and Kang met in prison, so Kang's daughter didn't know him at all, let alone say hello to him. There is no doubt that Kang is sending a very important signal. After sorting out his thoughts, Leo's eyes became brighter. Leo knew that Kang's daughter had a congenital genetic disease that was incurable and even impossible to effectively curb. Patients with this disease find it difficult to survive adolescence. Therefore, when Kang mentioned his daughter on the phone, he probably wanted to tell him that his daughter's illness had been effectively treated. If even this type of congenital genetic disease can be treated, then his wife's illness seems to be no problem at all. In addition, the fact that they were able to find him meant that the other party should be a very powerful, mysterious organization and wanted to recruit him. And what can recruiting a former Special Forces soldier do? This is a question that you can figure out the answer just by thinking. Leo didn't care. He once protected the people, but power shattered his beliefs. And now, he just wants to protect his family. In that case, Leo squinted his eyes and quickly dialed a number. After the call was connected, he made a low voice. I need you to do me a favor. On the other side, Kang Hongfei, who was in the laboratory, put down his mobile phone, lay down on the chair, and breathed a sigh of relief. The gene repair drug will be produced soon, and then his daughter will be able to live and study like a normal person. After being caught in the rain, when he thought of Leo and his current situation, he couldn't help but want to hold an umbrella for him. He knew that the queen bee could not be kept in the dark about the phone call, and naturally, the boss could not be kept in the dark either. So, when he called Leo, he could only give a little hint, hoping that the other party would react. Almost as soon as Kang Hongfei called Leo, Li Yi received the report from the queen bee. Li Yi even heard the conversation between the two clearly. Li Yi didn't care about Kang Hongfei's little tricks. For him, all he wants is someone who can get things done. Whether it's Leo Hartman or Ultraman Harley, it doesn't matter. What's more, he likes people with weaknesses. However, to what extent can the human body repair cabin rewarded by the system be used? Watching the surveillance video, Leo's wife lying on the hospital bed was pushed out of the ward by a person disguised as a nurse, Li Yi thought silently. And time quickly came to the next day. After leaving the hotel, Li Yi did not go to Konglon Pharmaceuticals headquarters, but came to the RD center again. After watching Kang Hongfei do the experiment for a while, Li Yi found a meeting room and started communicating with the system. Set this place as the main shelter. Li Yi muttered to himself. Chapter 74 Main Shelter confirmed, new function opened. A large number of zombies are detected in the surrounding area. If set as the main shelter, the safety will be reduced. Please confirm. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Sure, Li Yi said. Soon, the system's voice sounded again. Confirmed successfully, the main shelter is set up. Please name the main shelter. Temasek Shelter. Li Dao. He has no talent for naming, and he doesn't intend to be unconventional. Simple and easy to understand is his standard. Soon, the system also gave feedback. The main shelter has been named successfully, and the shelter panel is opened. Successfully connected to the temporary shelter Kinshasa Shelter. The intelligent core Queen Bee is detected. Do you want to connect to the Queen Bee? Li Yi did not give an immediate answer, but his mind moved, and the shelter panel appeared in front of him. Main shelter, Temasek Shelter. Temporary shelter, Kinshasa Shelter. Manager, Li Yi. Shelter level I. Asylum personnel, Kang Hongfei, Yu Chaojun. Very simple panel. At the bottom of the panel, there are three button-like options, namely, Management, Resources, and Construction. Li Yi first focused his gaze on Management. In the Management option, only the names Kang Hongfei and Yu Chaojun appeared. In addition, you can also see the corresponding status below the name. For example, Kang Hongfei's current status is shown as Excited, which is not surprising, as Kang Hongfei is always like this when doing experiments. Yu Chaojun's number is shown as Thinking. After exiting the management interface, Li Yi looked at Resources again. Soon, a list appeared, but except for a Queen Bee core, the rest was empty. It seems that non-system items will not be displayed. As for the final Construction, as Li Yi's thoughts moved, pictures and texts appeared before his eyes. Li Yi looked at it slowly, and soon the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Due to the level of the shelter, there are not many options currently under construction, but it is very much in line with Li Yi's style. For example, Vertical Missile Silo, capable of launching various types of missiles. Construction requirement, 500,000 system currency. For example, Radar Control Center, provides radar monitoring and early warning. Construction requirements, 600,000 system currency, multifunction radar. Although there is no nuclear weapons reactor that Li Yi wants, or a dock for building aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines, what can be built now has already made him feel safe. However, the construction requires a lot of system currency, so Li Yi can only fantasize about it for the time being. After reading these three functions, Li Yi thought for a while, and then muttered silently. Connect to the Queen Bee. The next moment, the Queen Bee's voice rang in Li Yi's ears. The Queen Bee has successfully connected to the main shelter. The Queen Bee will provide you with auxiliary management and control. Can anyone please import the Hive data? Yes, Li Yi said without hesitation. Soon, the shelter interface in front of Li Yi began to change. First, there was a sudden increase in personnel. These were all employees of Konglon Pharmaceutical, but they did not have loyalty chips implanted. In addition, there are many more resources, all of which are currently owned by Konglon Pharmaceutical, such as land, factories, equipment, materials, etc., which look diverse. But Li Yi doesn't need to worry about these things. With the assistance of the Queen Bee, he only needs to give orders, and the Queen Bee will independently formulate the best plan and the best implementation plan, which is very convenient. After thinking for a while, Li Yi gave the order to the Queen Bee. Develop a plan to acquire land around the main shelter and send it to Yu Chaojun to oversee its implementation. Since the main shelter is placed in the RD Center, this space will definitely not be enough in the future, so Li Yi plans to prepare for it. However, the new drug has not yet been launched on the market and the funds on hand are relatively short, so it will take some time before this plan can be implemented. Li Yi is not in a hurry about this. Time is on his side. 3 days later, a bearded man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses walked out of Temasek International Airport slowly. It was said to be a week, but Leo only took 3 days. With the help of his comrades, his wife arrived in Temasek yesterday and is currently staying in a hotel. He spent some time forging a new identity, and after 2 transfers, he finally arrived at Temasek. He had verified the coordinates sent by the mysterious organization, which turned out to be the RD Center of a pharmaceutical company. After a simple intelligence gathering, it was found that this company named Konglon Pharmaceutical had just changed hands not long ago. What's interesting is that the person who took over the business has been slow to take any new action and has even allowed competitors to encroach on their only market share. In addition, there are rumors that a biomedical laboratory in Temasek has made new breakthroughs in genetic drugs. Combining all this information, Leo immediately had a lot of thoughts. What kind of mysterious organization is this? Transnational criminal group? Secret society? Biopharmaceutical giant? Based on the surface information alone, Leo couldn't figure out the other party's purpose, but that didn't matter. After taking a taxi, Leo went straight to the hotel and finally met his wife. After a moment of tenderness, Leo looked at his wife's burned face and said seriously, "My dear, wait for me here. Don't do anything stupid again. Our son will protect us." After leaving these words, Leo left the hotel and cleared away all traces of his presence. He is still wanted, and his wife's sudden departure will definitely arouse domestic vigilance. Therefore, he still could not meet his wife openly. After disguising himself again, Leo drove a rented car and arrived at Konglon Pharmaceutical's RD Center. He didn't rush in, but observed quietly nearby for a while. No matter how you look at it, this RD Center is just an ordinary 6-story building. The only thing worth noting is that the other party's access control seems to be quite strict, requiring not only ID, but also fingerprint and retinal verification. Just as he was thinking about how to get in, he found that his new phone, which had no SIM card inserted, suddenly received a text message. "Mr. Leo Hartmann, welcome to the interview location. Please go to conference room 09 on the 3rd floor of the building. I wish you a successful interview." What a superb technical means. Looking at the message, Leo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and then he stopped hiding and walked straight towards the building. Chapter 75. Are you willing to remain anonymous for the rest of your life? RD Center. Leo walked into the building with his head lowered. He only raised his head slightly when he stepped into the lobby on the 1st floor and looked around vaguely with his eyes hidden by the brim of his hat. He knew that he could not escape the other party's surveillance. But this is a habit that he, a wanted criminal, has deliberately cultivated. There was no one at the entrance, not even a security guard on duty. When Leo approached, the gate that could only allow one person to pass through opened automatically. Leo was not surprised by this. After passing through the gate, he arrived at the elevator. Before he could press the button, the elevator door opened automatically. Leo entered the elevator, still with his head down, and without pressing the floor button, the elevator automatically locked on the 3rd floor. A few seconds later, the elevator door opened. Walking out of the corner of the stairwell, a number of separate meeting rooms come into view. At the end of the corridor are some strictly isolated rooms with yellow radiation signs on the silver alloy doors. This is it. Leo quickly found conference room 09. Although this was an informal interview, Leo still paused at the door, straightened his clothes, and then pushed open the door. What caught my eye was a rectangular conference table, and at the end of the table, a handsome young man with a unique temperament was leaning on a chair with his arms folded. This interviewer is about 25 years old. Judging from his body shape and facial features, he is not as short as the Japanese people, nor as delicate as the South Koreans, so he is most likely Chinese. Leo analyzed and sat down at the other end of the long table consciously. At this moment, the interviewer slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, Leo seemed to see a fleeting light in the other's eyes. That is not an adjective, but a true description. How can a person's eyes glow? Leo didn't have time to think about this question because the interviewer had already spoken. A qualified gang must have a clear division of labor. Those who kill just kill, those who set fire just set fire, and those who dig holes just dig holes. Therefore, Li Yi needs a knife in the dark. The knife must be sharp enough and hidden enough, which is something Feng Cheng and others cannot do. So, we have Leo Hartmann in front of us. That is why Li Yi's first question was, are you willing to remain anonymous for the rest of your life? If this question were asked in China, by an organization, I'm afraid many Chinese people would agree without hesitation. But Leo is German, and Li Yi only represents his own organization. Therefore, the meaning of this sentence is just literal. Leo did not answer the question, but asked seriously, what can I gain? Li Yi also did not answer the question, but took out a cigar given by Cecil, processed it, and put it in his mouth. After blowing out a slowly spreading smoke ring, Li Yi looked at Leo through the round hole in the center of the smoke ring and asked in the same way, what do you want to gain? Leo has had many answers to this question, but now, Leo had only one answer. Health, my wife's health. This was his only answer. Li Yi was not surprised by this answer and simply said, I thought you would be more greedy. It used to be like this. Leo shrugged. For some reason, with this brief conversation, the originally serious and tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Then, Li Yi asked, then is it a deal? Leo, who had been mentally prepared, answered without hesitation, deal. Then let's start now. Li Yi looked at Leo and said, call your wife and tell her that there is a car waiting for her at the hotel entrance. After hearing this, Leo took out his mobile phone and shook it. He believed that the mysterious interviewer could understand his intention. Soon, something magical happened again. The phone, without network, signal, or SIM card, actually called his wife on its own. Once again marveling at the technology of this mysterious organization, Leo said to his phone, honey, there's a car waiting for you at the hotel entrance. After a brief sentence, Leo put down his phone. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that when Kong called him, he also mentioned the word opportunity. Mysterious means, superb technology, and this unfathomable interviewer. Everything seems to be moving in an unknown direction. 20 minutes later, Leo's wife appeared in front of the two men in a wheelchair. This is a middle-aged woman with paralysis in her lower limbs and severe burns all over her body. The scars on her face look so hideous. But Leo kissed the other's cheek without hesitation and held her hand tightly. However, is there really technology that can heal my wife's severely burned skin? Even at this moment, Leo still had a hint of doubt. Then, Li Yi stood up and took the two of them to the top floor of the RD Center. As the elevator door opened, Kong Hongfei, who had been waiting for a while, appeared in front of the three people. Li Yi didn't say anything, but Leo nodded to Kong Hongfei without any reservation, blinked, and roughly conveyed 4 words, long time no see. Kong Hongfei nodded in response and led the way. After passing through a series of gates, a white cabin the size of a car appeared before everyone in a room deep in the laboratory. This is the human body repair chamber, which is the reward Li Yi just received. Before this, Kong Hongfei had already understood the effectiveness of the human body repair chamber and conducted some simple experiments. In general, this is definitely a medical device that far exceeds modern technology and medical levels. This even caused Kong Hongfei, a medical practitioner, to break his long-held view of knowledge. For this reason, Kong Hongfei treats this human body repair cabin as a treasure. Even though I knew there was no problem, I still carefully checked around it. After confirming everything, he looked at Li Yi and said, Boss, the repair cabin is ready and can be started at any time. Let's get started, Li Yi said. As Li Yi finished speaking, the door of the repair cabin suddenly opened, and a burst of white mist and cold air drifted out from the cabin. Kong Hongfei nodded to Leo at this time. Leo took a careful look at the situation inside the repair cabin. After noticing nothing unusual, he hugged his wife tightly and comforted her. My dear, this is a top-notch treatment device. You will definitely get better. In fact, he was not sure about the therapeutic effect of this device. But at this time, he tried his best to give his wife psychological comfort. After a brief hug, Leo carefully placed his wife into the repair cabin and looked at her deeply. Then, with the sound of the hatch closing, the person he loved deeply disappeared from his sight. I hope everything is true, Leo prayed in his heart. Chapter 76 Preparation for the Financial Market. The white human body repair cabin is generally shaped like a teardrop. The entire surface is smooth and bright, without a single crack. So after it starts running, you can't detect any movement except a slight, buzzing sound. Leo was waiting anxiously outside the room. He could only watch the machine running through the glass. Kong Hongfei showed his scholarly nature. Even though he couldn't see anything, his inquiring gaze never stopped. Li Yi was also curious about the human body repair chamber. Friends who have often been to war know that there are always casualties in war, and external injuries are commonplace. Even shrapnel from a grenade explosion can kill someone if you're unlucky. However, Li Yi's train of thought is rather unique. Lao Kong, do you think this thing would be effective if used for interrogation? Li Yi asked thoughtfully. Trial. Kong Hongfei was a little confused by Li Yi's sudden question. Leo, who was waiting nervously on the side, couldn't help but shift his gaze briefly because of this question. But he understood Li Yi's meaning faster than Kong Hongfei. First torture the enemy half to death, then heal him, and then torture him again, and so on. I guess there are not many people in this world who can bear it, right? If this device can really treat trauma, then it would be a magical interrogation tool. At this time, Kong Hongfei gradually understood what Li Yi meant. Even though Li Yi was the boss, Kong Hongfei couldn't help but give him an unpleasant look. Do you know what kind of technology is required to quickly heal injuries? With this thing, even if it doesn't benefit all mankind, it will at least win a few explosives awards. But in Li Yi's eyes, it became an interrogation tool? Where is the agreed layout? Li Yi certainly has a vision. So he planned to get a few more of these things in the future so that he could put one in the interrogation room. It's just too perfect. The human body repair cabin in the room remains in operation. After watching for a few more minutes, Li Yi said bluntly, Queen Bee, connect to the repair cabin and display the repair progress. In an instant, an image and text appeared on the glass in front of the three people. The Queen Bee's voice also rang out. The current repair progress is 1, and it is estimated that it will take another 21 hours and 32 minutes to complete the repair. This speed is much faster than imagined. Leo's wife suffered severe burns all over her body. If she had undergone conventional skin grafting surgery, it would have taken several years to recover. In addition, the surgical risks and various complications must be considered, and the cost is by no means a small amount. Therefore, the repair speed of the human body repair cabin is enough to surprise people, even shock them. Leo, who had been feeling uneasy, showed a hint of joy at this moment. Although he still had doubts about whether this device could cure his wife, at least the speed of treatment allowed him to see the definite results quickly without having to suffer repeatedly. From this point of view, the credibility of this instrument is further increased. After confirming the time, Li Yi didn't plan to just wait here with the two of them. If you have anything, just let the Queen Bee contact me. After leaving these words, Li Yi left the RD center. The remaining two people were old friends and people who shared the same suffering, so they started talking quickly. Leo even directly asked the question that he was most concerned about. Does this instrument really work? Leo asked. I don't know. Kong Hongfei shook his head simply. After Li Yi got this human body repair chamber, he temporarily put aside his work in the laboratory and began testing the repair chamber. However, due to the short time, we can only confirm that skin injuries can be healed quickly. Wounds like skin scratches can heal quickly in less than 10 minutes without leaving even a scar. If this were put into the medical beauty market, it would definitely drive people crazy. As for the severe burns all over Leo's wife's body, Kong Hongfei has not done any tests, so he cannot give an accurate answer. But, seeing Leo's disappointed look, Kong Hongfei laughed and said to his old friend, You know, a few months ago, I was the same as you. No. Kong Hongfei suddenly changed the subject. I'm more desperate than you. Leo could understand what Kong Hongfei meant, because Kong Hongfei's daughter's condition was much more serious than his wife's. Every moment, time is counting down, life is counting down. As a family member, Leo could understand Kong Hongfei's despair of watching his loved one die while being unable to do anything. It was a tremendous pain that could break down any strong person. What now? Leo asked, his tone hopeful. He wanted to hear good news, both for himself and for this old friend. As for this question, Kong Hongfei can already give a nonchalant answer. Leo, I have never felt so good as I do now. Kong Hongfei said. It has to be said that Kong Hongfei's answer gave Leo enough confidence. When he looked at the instruments in the glass room again, Leo felt less nervous and more expectant. After leaving the RD center, Li Yi came to the administrative office area of Kongwan Pharmaceutical. This is located on one floor of an office building. Due to the change in business model and direction, there are only a few company employees in the huge floor. Li Yi walked straight into Yu Chaojuan's office, and the latter immediately wanted to give up his seat. But Li Yi waved his hand and sat down on the sofa opposite. Then, Li Yi said, Have you read the acquisition plan the Queen Bee sent you? I'm looking at it, Mr. Li. Yu Chaojun replied, taking out tea leaves from the drawer and starting to make tea for Li Yi himself. Then take a look first, and then tell me what you think. Li Yi said. A moment later, Li Yi took a sip of tea and saw Yu Chaojun raise his head again, then said, Mr. Li, let me confirm this first. Our company will not accept any financing or go public, right? Of course. Li Dao. Li Yi had no intention of helping others make money. If someone wanted to use power as a ticket, they would also have to ask him whether he agreed with the missile silo in the construction plan. If that's the case, then we must raise some funds before the new drug is launched on the market. Yu Chaojun explained. Once word of a new drug's effectiveness gets out, the market for similar pharmaceutical companies will inevitably be devastated, and their share prices will plummet. At the same time, the related industries around our company, and even the entire Temasek Group, will see a wave of appreciation. If you want to maximize your profits, you need to invest more money and make some money from the financial market. Although Li Yi is not a financial professional, he can understand what Yu Chaojun means. Then prepare an implementation plan. Li Yi put down his teacup and walked to the window. He looked through the glass at the bustling city, his back silhouetted against the dusk. I will take care of the funding, just be prepared. Li Yi said. Yes, Mr. Li. Looking at Li Yi's back shrouded in golden light, Yu Chaojun seemed to see a golden avenue. For him, this is also an opportunity to double his assets. Chapter 77 Thor Action Group, the fund that sends money. This day was an ordinary day for Li Yi. But for Leo, it was a day of rebirth. Under the watchful eyes of Li Yi, Kang Hongfei, and Leo, the repair progress of the repair cabin is about to complete the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Leo's eyes were filled with eager anticipation. 3, 2, 1. Leo finished the countdown in his mind, and the queen bee's voice sounded almost at the same time. Repairs are complete, and the hatch will be opened soon. Accompanied by a series of rapid, beeping sounds, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the teardrop-shaped human body repair cabin. Then, white gas spurted out from inside, filling the entire room in an instant. The gas disappeared quickly and disappeared into thin air after less than 10 seconds. At this time, the scene inside the repair cabin also appeared in front of the three people. Leo's wife curled up her body, her smooth skin as tender as that of a baby of a few months old. There were some unknown water stains on the skin, which seemed to be medicine to repair the skin. At the same time, the three of them could also smell a faint scent of medicine. Seeing his wife's skin completely repaired, Leo was so excited that he was speechless. His eyes were red and he wanted to say something but stopped himself several times. In the end, he just nodded heavily. Kang Hongfei was well prepared. He took out the tools and carefully collected the remaining water stains, his movements serious and meticulous. Although we don't expect to reverse engineer the technology of the human body repair chamber, even if we only understand a little bit, it will definitely be a gain. He plans to do his best to repay Li Yi after his daughter recovers. He couldn't do anything else, so he could only improve his knowledge and develop technology as much as possible. As for Li Yi, he was not surprised by the result before him. So far, the system has never let him down. After the three of them checked carefully again, at Kang Hongfei's signal, Leo carefully carried his wife, who had not yet woken up, onto the mobile ambulance bed that had been prepared. Then, he pulled the ambulance bed to the examination room on the second floor. An hour later, looking at the freshly released test report, Kang Hongfei said, "Basic examinations are all normal. The skin has been repaired perfectly, and there are still a lot of metabolic cycle reactions in the body. Do you know how snakes shed their skin?" Kang Hongfei looked at Leo and explained, "Your wife used a similar technique to regenerate her skin, so there won't be any rejection that might occur with skin grafting. If this technology can be promoted to the medical beauty industry, it would be simply." Kang Hongfei exclaimed in amazement, but did not say anything else. He didn't know where Li Yi got this human body repair cabin from. Its technical content was simply unimaginable. Thinking of Li Yi's complicated genetic map, could it be that his boss is really an alien? Kang Hongfei shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He didn't care whether it was an alien or not. Just as Kang Hongfei didn't care, Leo didn't care either. As long as his wife can restore her appearance, and with his own guidance, he will definitely be able to heal the haze in her heart, walk out of the shadows, and live a good life. He couldn't afford to lose his family again. Shortly after the examination, Leo's wife slowly woke up. Looking at her brand new skin, the burns that made her feel disgusted and hateful had all disappeared, and tears of excitement quickly secreted from her tear glands. What followed was a tender moment between the couple, and neither Li Yi nor Kang Hongfei interrupted them. After a while, Leo reappeared in front of Li Yi in the conference room where he had initially interviewed Leo. Seeing Li Yi again, Leo's heart was filled with gratitude. Since his son passed away, his wife has been the only light in his life. Now that this beam of light has been preserved, his future will move towards a completely new field. With all kinds of emotions, Leo walked in front of Li Yi, then stopped, stood with his legs straight and together, straightened his torso, and lowered his head slightly. Then, Leo uttered a firm word. Boss, I will pledge my loyalty to you. This will be the wisest choice you make in your life. Li Yi placed his hand on Leo's left shoulder, just like the ancient European knighting ceremony, and accepted Leo's loyalty. But words are words, rituals are rituals, and the loyalty chip still needs to be eaten. Compared with words and actions, Li Yi only believes in his own means. Here, eat this candy. Li Yi bought another loyalty chip and gave it to Leo. Without any hesitation, Leo put the loyalty chip into his mouth. Then, the system interface quickly gave feedback. Added new member Leo Hartmann, loyalty 95. He seems to be a good tool, and his loyalty has caught up with Kang Hongfei right from the start. Li Yi is very satisfied with this. Afterwards, Li Yi gave Leo the authority of a Class B employee. Next, you will join the operations department and serve as the leader of the Thor operations team. Li Yi thought about it and made arrangements for Leo. The organization is currently unable to allocate personnel to assign team members to you. You can recruit by yourself or wait for arrangements. Li Yi thought for a while and said. He actually hoped that Leo could exercise his subjective initiative and solve the team member problems by himself, but he couldn't say this explicitly. There are no missions to be carried out at the moment. Li Yi continued. First, go to Yu Chaojun to apply for some funding, then conduct recovery training and remain on standby at all times. By the way, please submit the necessary information for the equipment needed for the operation and I will arrange it. Afterwards, Li Yi told Leo some more details and the conversation ended. Before leaving, Leo hesitated and said, Boss, I'm still wanted. Li Yi waved his hand and said, I've asked Kang Hongfei to arrange plastic surgery for you. After the surgery, you will have a brand new legal identity. Li Yi didn't care at all about Leo being wanted. Even the fact that Leo was able to escape from prison and stay on the run for several months was what Li Yi valued. Isn't it just being wanted? In his previous life, he was on the wanted list of the U.S. Secret Service and the intelligence agency many times. It was said that the reward was as high as 8 figures, which made Li Yi himself a little tempted. After seeing Leo off, just as he was about to think carefully about the next plan, Yu Chaojun suddenly called him. Mr. Li, there is something I feel I still need to report to you. On the phone, Yu Chaojun reported. A European fund wants to invest in Kanglan. I am very sure that the company has not leaked any information. Yu Chaojun quickly reported the origin of this fund. After the Queen Bee's search and analysis, the background behind this fund appeared before Li Yi's eyes. After reading it, Li Yi smiled immediately. How can this be considered an investment? This is clearly a gift of money. Chapter 78, Chongqing Foundation, a gift from destiny. Human desires are endless. Just like Li Yi, at first he just wanted to fill his stomach, but later he wanted to survive. And after that, he still wants to live freely and with dignity. All the time, everyone wants to get more greedily. In other words, everyone has the desire for a better life and the right to pursue it. It is precisely for this reason that a group of capitalists from Europe have developed greater desires. They not only want to live well, but also want to live longer, preferably to be immortal and stay young forever. In ancient times, there was the art of alchemy, and now there is cyber immortality. The foundation that wanted to invest in Kanglan was established by such a group of greedy capitalists. If translated into Chinese, it can be called the Longevity Foundation. This foundation is actually not that mysterious. To put it bluntly, it is a group of capitalists who are waving large sums of money and making wide-ranging investments in projects that may extend life. In Europe alone, more than hundreds of research institutions of all sizes have been funded. The only thing worth noting is why the other party suddenly chose Kanglan. When Yu Chaojun learned that the other party wanted to invest in Kanglan, his first thought was that someone had leaked the information and the new drug of the RD Center had been leaked. But later he called the Queen Bee, and after careful analysis and investigation, he ruled out this possibility. Afterwards, the Queen Bee searched a series of information and finally came up with a reason that made Yu Chaojun laugh and cry. Boss Li, didn't I spread some rumors before? Yu Chaojun explained on the phone. The original intention was to warm up for the launch of new drugs in the future and test the early market reaction. Logically speaking, no one would take it seriously. After all, we haven't even published any relevant academic papers. But because of this false rumor, the Chongqing Foundation screened all possible research institutions affiliated with Temasek and ultimately decided to inject capital into most of them. Yu Chaojun's tone was a bit amusing and a bit sighing. These old capitalists in Europe really have so much money that they don't know where to spend it. They spend a lot of money just because of a rumor. However, It must be said that this tactic of casting a wide net might actually yield miraculous results. Yu Chaojun knew that there were indeed technical means in the Destiny Club that could prolong life. If Li Yi was willing to reveal even a little bit, it would drive these people crazy in an instant. After all, the greatest pain in life is dying before all the money is spent. Also, he is old, but his new wife is just 18 years old. Mr. Li, I will refuse them. Yu Chaojun said this after reporting the situation. Yu Chaojun naturally thought that Li Yi would refuse the investment. After all, no one wants to give away their money. But Li Yi said, don't be quick to refuse, maybe you can give it a try. Don't we have a financial plan to implement? The more money we have, the smoother the plan will go. Yu Chaojun quickly understood what Li Yi meant. It is impossible to accept capital injection, but this money must be kept in my pocket. Mr. Li, I will draft a plan immediately, said Yu Chaojun. 2 days later. Europe, France, Herba Lycoris Radiata Manor. Classes have existed since the birth of human civilization. The Howard family is undoubtedly one of the top families in the class. When the title of Duke was passed to Norton Howard's generation, he was already at the top of the class from birth. When the feudal dynasty was replaced by capital, after years of development, the Howard family, with its huge assets, even surpassed the prince in prestige. For this reason, the elderly Norton Howard did not want to give up either his wealth or his status. He needs to be healthy and live longer. But the human body has its limits after all. Today, he has been bedridden for a long time, and the little strength he has left even makes it impossible for him to eat on his own. He felt that he had reached the limit of his life, and his children were looking forward to his early return to God's arms so that they could inherit his astronomical fortune. But Norton was not willing to give up. If God needs me to accompany him, then I would rather betray my faith. Norton let out a desperate roar on the hospital bed. It seemed that his betrayal had attracted the attention of Satan. As Norton looked on in amazement, a strange picture suddenly appeared on the tablet computer in front of him. A black envelope embroidered with gold lace patterns appeared on the screen. On the front of the envelope, there was a line of words engraved in beautiful handwriting from the Duke of Norton Howard. Above this line of words, on the seal of the envelope, there is a complex seal. Although these were all presented in electronic form, the old-fashioned style and attention to detail impressed Norton. Which old friend is playing a joke on me? With this thought in mind, Norton stretched out his trembling fingers and clicked on the email. Then, an invitation letter appeared in front of him. To the Duke of Norton Howard. Dear Duke Norton Howard, we cordially invite you to attend this year's Destiny Club Symposium. We will discuss together the fate of mankind. We will conduct an outstanding upgrade on our personal lives. We will just. Finally, as the chosen one of Destiny, you will receive a small gift from fate. This is an insignificant thank you. Destiny Club. Norton slowly read the invitation letter, but the resentment and despair in his heart did not diminish. He receives many such strange letter invitations every year. It's just that he wants to take money out of his pocket. In fact, he has already spent a lot of money, and the Chongqing Foundation is led by him. But unfortunately, a lot of money was spent, but there was almost no effect. His body is still aging day by day, and his organs are being tortured by illness all the time. So that's it. Norton turned his head and looked at the big tree in the manor through the window. That was planted by his father when he was born. Now, he has reached the end of his life, but the tree is growing stronger and will continue to be green. I heard that the children have started fighting among themselves over the inheritance rights. It seems they really can't wait for the day I die. Norton laughed at himself. At this moment, the butler walked to his bedside and whispered in his ear. Master Norton, a package of yours suddenly appeared in the study. Security checked it, and it's not dangerous goods. Which child sent it? Norton asked expressionlessly. No, neither. The butler shook his head. The signature is Destiny Club. Chapter 79. Step onto the gambling table of fate. The foggy city is brightly lit under the night sky. The coffee shops and pubs along the Thames, the gentlemen and the rogues, along with the falling maple leaves, together depict the heart of Britain. When Leo walked out of the bookstore, he had already taken away one of his wife's favorite books. He seemed to be walking aimlessly on the street, but in fact he was constantly following the instructions of the Queen Bee. This mission was carried out with exceptional ease. One could even say that Leo feels more like a tour than a mission. The Howard family's Herba Lycoris Manor seemed to have tight security, but with the cooperation of the Queen Bee, Leo was able to enter the room as if no one was there and easily put the things into the study. Looking back now, what his former cellmate Kong Hongfei said was absolutely right. This is not only an opportunity, but also an opportunity. The new identity has been changed, please take. To Leo, the voice of the Queen Bee in his earphones sounded like heavenly music. Purple Golden Flower Manor. In front of Norton's bed, the captain in charge of the manor's security was reporting nervously. Mr. Howard, the alarms and surveillance are all normal. There is absolutely no outsider in the manor. Norton glanced at the box in the butler's hand, and then said in a calm tone, "Thank you for your contribution to the Howard family." "No, sir." The security captain wanted to say something, but was blocked by the butler and pushed out of the room. It was not until this moment that the security captain suddenly realized that this seemingly frail butler could actually control him so easily. After firing the security captain, Norton called in his own private medical team. "Mr. Howard, the test report is out." The team leader frowned as he presented the report to his employer. After Norton took a quick look, he said coldly, "So, you took all my money and bought the best equipment, but now you tell me that you can't detect anything at all? I hate to admit it, but it's true, sir." The team leader admitted it frankly, adding, "If you allow us to conduct animal or human experiments, I guarantee that we will gain something." After hearing this, Norton glanced at the other party and stopped talking. The housekeeper understood and sent the head of the medical team away. After the room quieted down again, Norton couldn't help but fall into thought again. The mysterious invitation, the mysterious little gift, everything indicates that the other party has an extraordinary origin. The so-called insignificant thank you gift from the other party was a tube of light green liquid medicine. There is also an instruction manual. According to the instructions, this tube of medicine is called Destiny Number 1, and its effect is to significantly improve all physical diseases. Norton naturally wouldn't believe it easily, so he called his medical team to conduct tests and analyses without destroying the medicine. But there was no result. As for animal or human experiments, Norton sneered. If the efficacy of this medicine is real, then it is undoubtedly a life-saving medicine for him. Even if there is a slight possibility, he must seize it. So this gift from fate. Norton narrowed his eyes, looked at the butler who had followed him for many years, and said, "Jack, you're my most trusted old friend. Do you think I should place the bet?" The butler held the small box in his hand, thought for a few seconds, and then faced Norton's expectant gaze and answered sincerely, "Master, you have made up your mind, haven't you? Fate always favors you, and I believe it will be the same this time." The butler's words left Norton silent. When he was young, he made a series of big bets to help his declining family regain its footing, completing the magnificent transformation from feudal aristocracy to capitalist aristocracy. But can he still win the bet now? Is this mysterious potion God's call or Satan's poison? After a moment, Norton sighed. As long as he is still greedy for worldly money and power, he actually has no choice. Maybe Jack had already seen through everything, so he blessed him. This is also what he likes about Jack, this butler who is as old as his son and can always see through his thoughts. "Jack, let's sit down at the card table." Norton finally made a decision, and this time the stakes were his own life. "Yes, sir." The butler opened the small box in his hand, and a test tube as thick as a thumb appeared. The light green liquid medicine filled it, which looked like newly grown green branches. Following the instructions on the manual, Jack carefully opened the test tube and quickly put the liquid into Norton's mouth. There was no taste or texture, and Norton swallowed all the medicine without leaving a drop. Gradually, Norton felt a strong sense of drowsiness coming over him. Is it over? This was Norton's last thought. The butler looked at the unconscious Norton, then looked at the stable indicators on the instrument, and began to wait silently. Norton had a long dream. In his dreams, he sometimes transformed into a fish, swimming in the warm sea water. Sometimes he transformed into a butterfly, absorbing the sweetness from every flower bud. But in the end, he became a big tree covered with green leaves all year round, standing tall and motionless on the top of the mountain, as if it had existed forever. When the dream ended, he slowly opened his eyes and saw his most trusted butler, Jack. There was surprise and anticipation in Jack's eyes, and a smile on his lips. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but even though he wasn't wearing reading glasses, he could see Jack's appearance clearly and even saw the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Then, Norton instinctively stretched out his hand, wanting Jack to pull him up. This was his habit for many years. Because since 5 years ago, he has been unable to get up on his own. But surprisingly, Jack didn't seem to understand what he meant. And something even more miraculous happened. His torso had enough strength, and when he wanted to get up, he actually sat up his upper body by himself. Norton was so surprised that he was speechless. Butler Jack said with a smile, "Congratulations, sir. Fate has favored you once again." Then the butler handed a tablet computer to Norton. It was no longer like before, where he could only slide his fingers tremblingly. This time he took the tablet himself and looked at the pages of the latest physical examination report. The report showed that many of his symptoms had been greatly alleviated and many cells had become active again. Is this a miracle? Norton couldn't help but sigh. But he quickly shook his head again. No, it's fate. Norton straightened his waist and slowly raised his feet. He wanted to regain the feeling of walking. Chapter 80. Give my friend another rocket. Fate meeting. Level 1 body repair potion. This is the original name of the so-called Destiny No. 1. Its effect is to improve a person's body and alleviate the disease. It has certain therapeutic and curative effects on more basic diseases. After professional testing by Kong Hongfei, this medicine has little effect on healthy people in their prime. But for the elderly who have accumulated various minor ailments and whose organs are aging and failing, it has an immediate effect. Unfortunately, this effect is not permanent. Of course, this regret is only for the users. For Li Yi, this is not a defect at all, but an advantage. What's even better is that the price of this potion in the system mall is very good value for money. In order to implement the financial plan, Li Yi needed a huge amount of funds, even more than what was needed to acquire Konglan. Selling big toys is undoubtedly one way to go, and it can also be fun to watch. But Li Yi never defined himself as an arms dealer. How much money can you make from selling arms? To become bigger and stronger, you have to print your own money. Inspired by digital currency, Li Yi ordered the Queen Bee to design a Destiny currency system. In fact, it is quite similar to the Destiny points within the organization. The difference is that points are for internal personnel, while currency is for outsiders like Norton. As for how to obtain Destiny currency, it is not as simple as mining. It depends on Li Yi's specific needs. But now, Li Yi's needs are relatively simple and low level, that is money. August 18th, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, Sunday, is the Ghost Festival. There are not many festivals that Li Yi can remember, and the Ghost Festival is one of them. That night, Li Yi, who was still in Temasek, found a crossroads, drew a circle on the ground, and then began to burn paper money. Before he became the gang leader in his previous life, Li Yi had a friend who was both his teacher and friend, and also his superior. That guy always says something like, remember to burn paper for him when he dies. Li Yi never took this seriously. After all, he had not thought of becoming the boss at that time. But when you are in the world, you are always forced to do things your own way. All in all, Li Yi has fulfilled his promise and burned paper money for this leader every Ghost Festival. Even now in a parallel world, he has not forgotten this matter. Brother Nan, I'll burn more for you. You'll definitely need more to recruit soldiers down there. And remember, always wear a helmet when fishing. As the flames in front of him burned more and more fiercely, Li Yi finally stopped muttering. The lonelier a person is, the more he misses his old friends. Until he sank Brother Nan to the bottom of the river, Li Yi still felt that they were very good friends. Men's friendship is always so complicated, yet pure. After burning paper for his old friend Cross World, Li Yi sat in the back seat of the car and said to Leo in the driver's seat, let's go to the airport. Yes, boss. 10 hours later, Li Yi walked out of the first-class cabin with Leo following behind him, watched by the smiling Chinese flight attendant. Addis is the capital of Ethiopia and also a famous transit city in Africa. Flights to most African cities have to transfer here. Li Yi also needed to transfer, but this time his destination was not Kinshasa, but Djibouti. The last time Li Yi went to Djibouti was to brush rockets for the Fox Games on the Red Sea. This time, in addition to brushing the rockets, Li Yi also has to prepare a unique meeting. Due to the time difference, Addis Ababa was still in darkness. After entering the hotel, Li Yi called Sai Shiza while Leo was checking in. Shize has been very busy recently, and his identity is different from before, so he cannot appear in Addis at will. After expressing his apologies for not being able to come and greet Li Yi, Shize got down to business. Li, the raw materials are ready. I'll arrange for someone to deliver them to you, said Shize. Okay. Li Yi did not refuse. Afterwards, Shize took the initiative to tell Li Yi about the construction progress of the military academy. With stable investment, Bantuga Military Academy has completed its first round of expansion. Although the conditions are still simple and shabby, it at least looks a bit like a school. Keep investing. The seeds of the future will be planted here, Li Yi finally said. When Adias was shrouded in the morning sun, Leo knocked on Li Yi's door. After entering the door, Leo placed the silver password box in his hand on the table. Boss, this was just delivered. After Leo finished speaking, he stood aside, put his hands in front of him, and looked around. Li Yi didn't care about Leo's actions. He entered the password and opened the box. Then, fruits the size of rice grains placed in glass constant temperature devices came into view. This is the core raw material needed to make level 1 gene repair potion. It took nearly half a year to finally cultivate this first batch of raw materials. Next, it just needs to be sent to Temisek's RD center, and after special processing and synthesis, the medicine can be produced. However, Li Yi did not immediately let Leo return to Temasek with the raw materials, but said, "From now on, the contents here are yours to keep until we return to Temasek." "Yes, boss." After hearing this, Leo immediately straightened up and took the box from Li Yi. He didn't know what was in the box, but since he had pledged his loyalty to Li Yi, he would do his job well. Then, Li Yi handed a black handbag to Leo. "This is your equipment. If it's not enough, just tell me," Li Yi said. After Leo took the handbag, he immediately unzipped it, and then his eyes lit up. When he arrived in Addis, Leo was still a little worried about whether he could successfully complete the task assigned by Li Yi with his bare hands. But now, after seeing this complete set of equipment that can arm a person to the teeth, he immediately felt relieved. Looking at Leo, who was checking weapons and equipment, especially the relieved expression on his face, Li Yi could understand it very well. Only sufficient firepower can give you a strong sense of security. Soon, Leo changed his clothes and became a plainclothes Special Forces soldier who wore a suit on the outside, but was full of weapons and ammunition on the inside. As for Li Yi, he was still wearing the same simple casual suit with black outside and white inside. After solving the equipment problem, Li Yi asked Leo to rent a jeep, and then the two of them set off from Yadias and drove all the way to Djibouti. The last time Li Yi traveled to Djibouti was by train, but in reality, it might be more efficient to drive yourself. Before dusk, the jeep, which maintained high speed even on the rugged road, finally arrived in Djibouti. Chapter 81 Pink Page and the Frigate. As soon as Li Yi and Leo arrived in Djibouti, they saw that the multinational peacekeeping forces stationed there were being mobilized. A large number of peacekeeping soldiers rode in infantry fighting vehicles, forming a long line of vehicles on the street. What's wrong with this? With this idea in mind, Li Yi gave the Queen Bee instructions to analyze intelligence. 5 minutes later, Li Yi got the answer. The Queen Bee reported, "According to the latest news, civil war has broken out in Syria. The rebels have suddenly broken the ceasefire agreement and launched a fierce attack on government forces. The battle lines are advancing very rapidly. Analysis shows that the government forces may be completely defeated within 2 weeks." Hearing that it was the Syrian Republic, Li Yi was not surprised by the mobilization of these peacekeeping forces. The Syrian Republic is well known as the forefront of the great power game. The United States and Russia have long been engaged in a proxy war in this already devastated country. It is worth mentioning that the U.S. federal government supports the anti-government forces. The purpose of deploying peacekeeping forces is not to quell civil war, but to carry out evacuation operations and to accommodate and manage refugees. Otherwise, the refugee crisis caused by the war will quickly have an impact on European countries. Li Yi was not interested in refugees. After all, he was not a human trafficker like those in Colombia. He was more concerned about the situation. Once the rebels take control of Syria, they will be able to sever the lines of the Arc of Resistance and split it in two. And Hu Sai, Li Yi's client, is an important member of the Arc of Resistance. No wonder you keep urging me to ship the goods. It turns out that the situation is urgent, Li Yi thought to himself. After finding a hotel in Djibouti, it was already dusk. After a short rest, Li Yi asked Leo to rent a yacht. At nightfall, the two drove to the port, boarded a yacht, and sailed towards the Red Sea. The transaction method this time is slightly different from the last time. Since there is no need for a launch vehicle, a yacht can easily accommodate it, with more than enough space. Moreover, both Li Yi and Leo can drive yachts, which can ensure better confidentiality. However, due to the situation in the Syrian Republic, the Red Sea has been very lively in recent times. As soon as the yacht left the port, Li Yi saw several warships. Looking at the warships loaded with weapons, and then looking at the yacht under his feet, Li Yi felt that his sense of security was rapidly disappearing. "Leo, do you have a favorite model of warship?" Li Yi casually asked Leo, who was driving the boat. "Warships?" Leo thought carefully and replied, "Boss, I prefer destroyers, especially Aegis destroyers. The Aegis ship is a Zumwalt-class destroyer belonging to the United States Federation. It is the new generation of multi-purpose land attack ship of the United States Navy. Although this destroyer is equipped with high technology and powerful weapons, Li doesn't like it very much. I'm a big ship, big gun guy, Li said. I like anything large caliber and multi-barreled. Don't you think that's safe? Li imagined that it would be very cool to see large diameter pipes emerging from behind him. Boss, this really makes people feel safe. Leo nodded solemnly. He caught a glimpse of his boss's sparkling eyes out of the corner of his eye, but he never expected that his boss had such a lovely side. However, how many men can resist the romance of big ships and cannons? The yacht continued to sail at a steady speed on the sea, and the stars were shining brightly in the dark sky. After sailing for a distance, a huge gray-white ship suddenly appeared on the left side of the yacht. Because it was dark, I could only vaguely see the other party's signal lights. But by the height and scale of the lights, one can roughly judge the opponent's tonnage. At the same time, the radio on the yacht rang. Pink Page Yacht, Pink Page Yacht. This is the Chinese Red Sea frigate. The situation in the Red Sea is currently chaotic. Does your ship need to join the formation? What the hell? Li Yi blinked and ignored the question of whether to form a team or not. He just wanted to know one question now, so he asked it directly. Leo, didn't you check the name of the boat when you rented it? Li Yi stared at Leo and asked. Being stared at by Li Yi, Leo suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Boss I. When Leo was thinking about how to explain, a voice came from the radio again. Calling Pink Page, calling Pink Page. Does your ship need help? Received, please reply. Received, please reply. At the same time, a thick beam of light was emitted from the warship and pointed at the yacht. Li Yi had no choice but to let Leo go for the time being, picked up the microphone on the radio, and replied. Pink Page received, everything is fine on my ship, no need to join the formation, everything is fine on my ship, no need to join the formation. The warship did not respond immediately, as if it was observing for a while. After the exploration beam was retracted, the voice came again. Frigate received. If you encounter any problems, please switch to channel 13 to broadcast. I wish you a pleasant voyage. Then, accompanied by the sound of waves, the warship began to speed up and sailed towards its destination against the wind and waves. Soon, the warship could no longer be seen from the yacht. Looking at the ship's speed and weapons, and then thinking about this pink Peppa Pig, especially the pink pig head on the hull that looked like a hairdryer, Li Yi suddenly wanted to die. Even though I lost face, I still had to do the job. After sailing at full speed along the route for a while, Li Yi turned off the radio and asked the Queen Bee to block the ship's GPS. Then, Leo turned the rudder, and the yacht named Pink Page deviated from its original route in the dark night. As daybreak approached, Li Yi received a message from Sally. Sally has arrived at the designated sea area and sent the coordinates. After taking a look at the coordinates, Li Yi ordered Leo to sail towards the coordinates. It didn't take long before a freighter appeared in sight, and around the freighter were 3 small boats. The Red Sea is very lively now. Even Hu Sai, the leader of the Red Sea gangsters, is being extremely careful. After the 2 ships approached, Sally immediately brought his men to Li Yi's ship. Compared to the tense atmosphere between Leo and the other armed personnel, Li Yi and Sally were much more harmonious, and even had a brief hug. Li, you are always so efficient and punctual. Sally looked at the boxes in the yacht and grinned. It's professional ethics, Li Yi said as he patted the box containing the hypersonic missile. Soon, the people brought by Sally began to take action. The boxes were transferred from the yacht to the cargo ship using ropes and lifting. Before parting, Sally held Li Yi's hand and invited him. Friend, come visit me. I've prepared the best coffee and tea for you. Chapter 82, Warships, Carrier-Based Aircraft, and Stowaways. Li Yi naturally had no interest in coffee and tea, as he was not Su Wei. After learning the payment time from Sally, he prepared to set off again. Just before leaving, Sally took a thoughtful look at the pink pig head on the yacht and said jokingly, Li, you are always unpredictable. Even your favorite style is so unique. Of course, Li Yi answered expressionlessly. In fact, if he didn't need the boat next, he would have wanted to take out a bomb and blow the pink Peppa Pig into pieces. After saying goodbye to Sally, the yacht returned to its normal route, ending its radio silence and GPS blocking status. Next, the yacht headed north at a constant speed. It was soon noon. Li Yi, who was lazily lying on the deck doing photosynthesis, heard a huge roar in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a formation of 7 black fighter jets quickly flew over Li Yi. It's the F-35C, Leo exclaimed. The F-35C is a new generation of carrier-based aircraft for the United States Federal Aircraft Carriers. It is worth mentioning that China also has one, which was salvaged from the sea. There are U.S. aircraft carriers in the Red Sea, so it is not surprising that F-35C carrier-based aircraft appear. The direction the carrier-based aircraft was flying. Li Yi thought about it, and soon came up with the answer. That direction is probably Syria. Considering the situation over there, it's not that surprising. After watching the F-35CS fly away, the yacht continued north along the Red Sea coast. We arrived at Yanbu port at night. Yanbu is an important port city on the Red Sea coast and an important oil export port belonging to Saudi Arabia. After Li Yi resupplied the yacht at Yanbu port, he had no intention of staying there. But coincidentally, he saw the frigate with which he had spoken last night at the port of Yanbu. It was not until this time that Li Yi saw the full picture of the frigate. This is a Type 056 frigate, also known as the Jiangdao class in Europe. It is probably used to carry out the evacuation escort mission. This frigate was also replenishing supplies at the port of Yanbu. It should be a single ship operation, so there was no supply ship. After taking a few more glances, Li Yi took advantage of the night and continued sailing north. Just one more day of sailing, and we will reach the Suez Canal, the world's most important sea transport channel. After crossing the Suez Canal, it is Li Yi's final destination, the Mediterranean Sea. However, when they were still some distance away from the Suez Canal, Li Yi unexpectedly received a call from Su Wei. "Brother Yi, let me support you." As soon as Su Wei on the other end of the phone spoke, Li Yi was shocked. Is this woman crazy? She actually wants to support him without even considering his worth on the wanted list in his previous life. However, Li Yi quickly figured out why Su Wei dared to speak so arrogantly. Wildfire Foreign Trade, a shell company established for arms trade, actually made a profit last month by selling coffee. Moreover, this month's transaction volume has increased fivefold compared to last month. If nothing unexpected happens, Wildfire Foreign Trade will make a lot of money this month. Brother Yi, you don't know that with the chaos in Gongwa and Syria, a lot of coffee import businesses have been affected. On the phone, Su Wei said excitedly, "You must thank our partners at Gongwa. They're so awesome. Because of the civil war, other companies couldn't deliver their steel products at all, but ours was able to deliver them regularly. This immediately made our company famous." Li Yi felt like breaking out in a cold sweat when he heard Su Wei's happy tone on the phone. It was originally a front company, but now it's being run very successfully. If someone were to notice it and investigate. Thinking of this, Li Yi decided to make some cuts in the company after returning to China. This woman Su Wei is so scary. Not only does she not want to lie down obediently, but she also wants to make the company bigger and stronger. If she were to be given a rifle and an AK, wouldn't she be planning a rebellion? Although he was complaining in his heart, Li Yi praised him. "You did a great job. I will reward you when I get back." Then Brother Yi, you must come back soon. I miss you so much. After talking about the company's affairs, Su Wei, who was juggling both love and career, expressed her longing for Li Yi to him. It was not until the end that he mentioned his younger brother Xu Yong. Li Yizhe explained, "That's a closed technical training school. They teach advanced techniques and don't allow for distraction. So I asked my friend to take his phone away. Don't worry, I'll ask my friend to send you a photo every once in a while." Su Wei naturally believed Li Yi's words. Moreover, she knew her brother's character very well, so she had to strictly control him. "We send him abroad to study so that he can learn skills and embark on the right path in life in the future. We cannot just leave him alone." After some more sweet talk, Su Wei hung up the phone reluctantly. Li Yizhe put away his phone, glanced at Leo who was fishing, thought for a moment, and asked, "Were you in the Air Force?" Leo didn't understand what Li Yi meant, so he just answered honestly, "Boss, you know, I used to be in the Special Forces. Technically it's a police force, but it's actually pretty much like the army. But I did want to fly a fighter jet when I was young, so I later learned to fly a helicopter." Li Yi nodded and said nothing more. After a day of sailing, the yacht finally arrived at the Suez Canal slowly. It is normal to pay to cross the river, but it requires a certain amount of queuing time. Especially because of the situation, a large number of refugees have poured into this pyramid country, causing the surrounding areas and regions to fall into a certain degree of chaos. Although the impact on the Suez Canal's shipping capacity is not significant, in order to prevent refugees from entering Europe by sea, strict inspections of passing ships are required. This also directly affects the speed of ship passage. Fortunately, the Pink Page is just a medium-sized yacht with a different passage from that of an ocean-going freighter, so the queue is much faster. However, just as Li Yi was slowly waiting in line for customs inspection, a local staff member wearing a hat boarded the yacht. Then, he heard the other party whisper in English, "Hey, Captain, want to make some extra money?" Leo, who was mistaken for the captain, did not say anything, but just looked at Li Yi. At this time, the staff also figured out the priorities and said to Li Yi, "I see there's still plenty of space on your ship. Perhaps you could try charging a small fee for the tickets. How about that?" Chapter 83, I really have weapons of mass destruction. There are three major gray industries in the world: arms trade, drug trade, and human trafficking. Li Yi was very familiar with the former. After all, they often dealt with each other and had even made guest appearances there many times. As for the one in the middle, Li Yi didn't think much of it. Finally, human trafficking involves an entire gray industry chain. Sexual transactions, organ trafficking, smuggling, etc. are all involved. The most developed area in this area is Colombia, which is a world-renowned organ transplant center, and many wealthy people in need will go there. Wherever there is profit, there is bound to be darkness. As for where the organs came from, whether they were donated or bred in captivity, it no longer matters. At the very bottom of this industrial chain lies illegal trafficking. These people thought that as long as they left this land and went to the so-called civilized world, they would be able to bask in the sun freely. But in reality, in addition to facing various dangers along the way, they are also likely to become prey of human trafficking organizations. The man boarding the ship in front of me may be one of them. No need. Li Yi rejected the other party's proposal expressionlessly. The man in front of him did not give up. He had observed that Li Yi's yacht could accommodate at least hundreds of people. He had already passed the inspection and search stage. As long as Li Yi was willing to give him a ride, he could sell hundreds of tickets in an instant. Refugees fleeing from Syria are carrying all their belongings and are desperate to escape. Even if the boat tickets are a bit expensive, there will be plenty of people willing to buy them. Even if you can't afford to pay, you can still pay in installments. Women can become prostitutes and men can help transport D. As for children, it's even better. Those big guys are always challenging the lower limits of being human in their pursuit of perversion and excitement. Anyway, he made a lot of money. That's why he won't abandon this ship. Captain, perhaps you could reconsider this. Those people are poor refugees, women's children. There's a terrible war going on in their country. If they don't leave, they'll definitely die there. The man began to appeal to her emotions and took out a roll of US dollars. Li Yi was unmoved and just stared at the other person coldly. His patience was wearing thin. Leo quietly entered the cabin to get his equipment. Then, as long as the boss gives the order, he will immediately make this annoying bastard get out. The man being stared at by Li Yi also sensed a hint of danger at this time. The mysterious Asian youth and the unusual-looking European bodyguard are definitely not an ordinary combination. In fact, he had already begun to have some thoughts of retreating. But when he thought about the money he could make from such a suitable yacht, it was really hard to give it up. And the balance in one's heart finally tipped towards interests. Even if these two people are not simple, so what? After all, there are only two of them, and a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. The man who was being stared at coldly by Li Yi simply steeled himself and faced the gaze that brought him immense pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "Friend, you now have two choices. For a boat ticket, I can pay you $50,000. Or," when the man said this, he suddenly unbuttoned his coat. Leo thought the other party was going to show his weapon to threaten him, and his hand had even grasped the handle of the gun. But the man revealed his work uniform, pointed at the logo on it, and threatened, "If you don't accept, I will search your ship on behalf of the customs inspection." The man felt more confident when he said this, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he continued, "If any dangerous goods are found, it will be troublesome, my friend, don't you think?" His intentions were very clear, using both coercion and inducement. But what the man didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, the Asian youth who had been staring at him coldly suddenly laughed inexplicably. Li Yi was indeed laughing. He suddenly remembered a joke from his previous life. If the Federation thinks you have weapons of mass destruction, you better actually do. This is somewhat similar to the current situation. Because he really has dangerous goods. Li Yi shrugged at this time, then turned his head and said to Leo with ease, "Leo, this staff member suspects that we have dangerous goods on board. I think we should dispel his doubts and stop him from doubting." Leo immediately understood what Li Yi meant and couldn't help but grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and waved to the man. "Come, friends, let us put our doubts to rest." Because they were on their own territory, the man was not afraid of the other party using violence, so he walked into the cabin with a cold face. Then, the moment his eyes fell on the table, his pupils suddenly contracted. Bingo! Leo snapped his fingers beside the man, then pointed at the guns and ammunition on the table, the round grenades, and the slender RPG, and said, "You don't have to doubt it now. We do have dangerous goods on board. So, are you going to call the police now?" Leo sneered at the man. "Call the police? What a joke." Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down the man's forehead. He thought about the two men's unusualness, but to have so many weapons openly displayed on the ship, what kind of international gangsters were they? If he saw correctly, there seemed to be a squad machine gun, and the shiny ammunition belt did not look fake. At this time, even if you think with your heels, you will understand that these two people must not be provoked. Otherwise, it would probably cause even bigger trouble. So, the man immediately thought about it and said, "My two friends, Your boat is very safe, absolutely legal and compliant, and does not contain any dangerous goods. Leo sneered and grabbed a round grenade, then asked in a cold voice, "What about this? Isn't it dangerous? How is that possible? It's clearly just a small toy." The man spoke quickly and quickly got off the boat, shouting as he walked. "Inspection completed. Everything is normal. I wish you two a pleasant voyage." Soon, the man disappeared in front of the two of them. Li and Leo looked at each other and saw the smiles in each other's eyes. This world is just a huge makeshift team. Never imagine that transnational criminal organizations or interest groups are mysterious and professional. Like the man just now, he was nothing more than a snakehead who bribed the staff and was responsible for routing the calls. When such people see the table full of dangerous goods, they know that they have encountered an existence that must not be provoked. So if nothing unexpected happens, for the next period of time, this man will just keep his mouth shut and won't dare to utter a single word. For Li, this was just a small episode during the trip and was not worth paying attention to at all. Chapter 84, Constantinople, a fateful meeting. Half a day later, the yachts lined up smoothly and passed through the Suez Canal. Then there is the vast Mediterranean Sea. After the route is set, the yacht starts sailing automatically. Liza handed the US dollars that had just arrived to Tsishize again. After the processing is completed, the other party will transfer it directly to the FIT Group, which wholly owns Conlon Pharmaceutical, in a reasonable and legitimate manner. It is worth mentioning here that FIT is the transliteration of fate, which means destiny. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for the subsequent financial plans. Therefore, what Li has to do next is to obtain the real startup capital for the financial plan. Just as there are turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm waves, the situation in the Mediterranean is the same. Turkey, Greece, Italy, Libya, Lebanon, etc. Just by listening to these names, you can tell that none of them is easy to deal with. Li's next destination is a place full of history and legends. Istanbul. Or rather, it has a more widely known name, Constantinople. There is no need to say much about the history of this place, and Li also intends to use its reputation to achieve great things. At the same time, on another rainy day in the foggy city, Norton Howard, the owner of the Laburnum Manor, accompanied by his most trusted butler, stood in front of a full-length mirror, meticulously checking whether his clothes were appropriate. He is still gray-haired now, but his eyes are wise and his face is rosy, and you can't tell that he was dying not long ago. "Jack, isn't this a bit too formal?" Looking at himself in the mirror, Norton asked. He was a little nervous now, so much so that he, who had never been picky about clothes, wanted to pay attention to every detail. After years of being in a high position and holding great power, he has forgotten the so-called tension. But at this moment, thinking of the magical medicine that would restore his health and the invitation that might restore his youth, he had to take it 100 seriously. It was as if he was about to be received by the gods. "Your Excellency, perhaps you could change your tie for a bow tie." Jack, the loyal butler, suggested. He understood Norton's excitement and nervousness very well. After all, it was a miracle he had witnessed with his own eyes. "You're right. Besides, if you don't want a wristwatch, go and bring me my treasured pocket watch." Norton thought of the old-fashioned style of the invitation and had a new idea. Then, with the gentleman's hat and cane, pocket watch and glasses, Norton seemed to have returned to decades ago. I really hope his body can go back to that moment. He has almost forgotten the taste of a woman. After dressing up carefully, Norton got into the car with his butler, and the motorcade drove towards the airport in a mighty manner. On the airport runway, a luxury private jet bound for Istanbul was waiting for him. On the last day of August, after crossing the calm Aegean Sea, Li's yacht arrived in Istanbul. This 1,000-year-old ancient city is a transportation hub between Europe and Asia. It was once the capital of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires, and is now an important city in Turkey. But it is a pity that Turkey obviously does not have the same great influence as the three great empires of the past. After arriving in Istanbul, Li leisurely toured this 1,000-year-old capital. A lot of influence was exerted on this city in the past, which led to the creation of a large number of historical sites here. More than 20 churches, 450 temples, and Eastern and Western religions and arts converge here. Li mingled with the tourists, admiring these historical relics. And above him, in the clear sky, a private plane was crossing the sky. When night falls, this 1,000-year-old capital still shows no sign of falling asleep. The large number of tourists supports the local luxurious nightlife. But Hagia Sophia is definitely not among them. This building, surrounded by spires, and with a magnificent dome as its main body, has changed hands many times and been involved in countless disputes during the confrontation between the two religions. so much so that now it can only be mediated and exist in the form of a museum. But no matter what, every corner of this building, even a grain of dust, is full of religious flavor. Li Yi naturally didn't buy into religion, but he had to admit the splendor of the building's exterior and the exquisiteness of its interior. For this reason, Li Yi slowed down a little and began to appreciate it leisurely. After midnight, an ancient carriage arrived at the main entrance of the church, accompanied by the sounds of horse hooves and wheels. This place is not open at night, but this does not bother Norton at all. In order to express how important he was to this meeting, Norton even chose a very retro way of attending the meeting. Then, with the help of his butler Jack, Norton got out of the carriage with his cane. Norton stopped for a moment at the main entrance of the church, then took out the pocket watch from his pocket and carefully checked the time. After confirming that there was no problem with the time, Norton nodded to the butler Jack, and then slowly entered the church as the other party watched him go. Tick, tick, tick. Inside the empty church, the sound of footsteps echoed continuously in the walls covered with relief paintings. Norton had made countless guesses about why the meeting place would be in this historic building. We even hired a special team to try to analyze the answers and made many contingency plans. Among them, Norton believed that the most likely possibility was that the other party was a secret society that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years and was hidden in history. But no matter which possibility it was, no one predicted that the other party, or the other party's representative, would be a handsome and mysterious Oriental person with a unique temperament. The other person just stood there simply, without any exquisite clothes or even any decorations, just a simple black windbreaker. But he was filled with an inexplicable aura that could not be ignored. Especially those eyes, which seemed to emit a charming halo, making people dizzy when looking at each other. Sir, it's a great honor to receive your invitation. Norton took off his hat and spoke first, delivering the speech he had prepared long ago. Although his wealth is enough to make him respected anywhere in the world, in front of this mysterious Oriental young man, Norton is willing to show humility. In other words, in the face of the laws of nature and the end of life, whether you are the president of a country or a wealthy man, you are all humble. The most equal thing in this world is that everyone will die. Facing Norton's humility, Li Yi showed no expression, but just said calmly, I didn't send out any invitations, it was just fate. At this moment, Li Yi looked like a charlatan. But Norton would never care about these. Even if the other party humiliated his parents on the spot, he would just smile and nod and say, I think so too, sir. Chapter 85 Norton and the Destiny Club's first meeting. Li Yi is not someone who likes to play tricks. But the longer you live, the more you're bound to experience things that you can't explain. For example, time travel. For example, systems. No need to understand, but need to respect. However, for Norton Howard, this awe becomes deeper when his need for life becomes stronger. This church was built over 1,500 years ago by order of the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I. In the quiet church, Li Yi's voice slowly spread. Because Norton booked the entire church, the interior was still brightly lit even at night when it was closed. This also allows people to see the exquisite murals clearly. You are really knowledgeable. Norton flattered him seriously. In fact, he was not interested in Byzantium or Justinian at all. But this mysterious inviter was probably trying to convey something, so Norton listened and thought as much as possible. Of course, what Norton could not have imagined was that Li Yi was also not interested in this history. He simply felt that walking in this church full of history and looking at Norton's retro gentleman's suit, he would seem out of place if he didn't talk about some history. However, Li Yi only remembered this sentence. Because of this, just as Norton was thinking about how to praise the other party's greatness, he heard Li Yi change the subject and say, We have a great program underway and more great research underway. Many of these achievements will determine the fate of humanity. And you, Duke Howard, how much are you willing to pay for the ticket on this ship of destiny? Li Yi's words were straight to the point. After a brief moment of surprise, Norton couldn't help laughing. Norton was filled with awe and admiration for this mysterious organization that allowed him to have a healthy body. If the other party has any needs, he will immediately use his financial resources and abilities without hesitation. On the way here, he was still worried that the other party was not moved by money at all, but needed something intangible. For example, history, glory, and faith. But now everything is easy. Norton Howard may not have anything else, but when it comes to the funds he can mobilize, it is definitely far beyond any rich list. The heritage of a century-old top aristocrat is by no means comparable to those startups that have only 1 or 2 generations. Therefore, Norton said confidently, Your Excellency, I swear by the Queen. No, I swear by the honor of my family. I'm definitely willing to pay for a boat ticket that satisfies you. No haggling, no back and forth. Norton knew very well that he was not the only rich man in the world, but it is highly likely that only the mysterious young man from the East can help him. Only with a healthy body can you enjoy wealth, and only with a longer life can you have more wealth. Since ancient times, the powerful have had a tireless pursuit of immortality. It seems that you are also someone who desires to control destiny. After saying something in a pretentious manner, Li Yi raised his pace and walked forward slowly. Norton kept a certain distance and followed behind Li Yi. He didn't know where Li Yi was going to take him. But after enduring years of illness and being unable to take care of himself, he has now regained the power to live what can be called living rather than surviving. Norton could no longer imagine himself lying in a hospital bed because he had seen the light. After a while, the two still did not leave Hagia Sophia, but moved to the side hall. Here, Norton saw a mysterious device. The installation has a completely different style from the cathedral. Its entire body is shaped like a white teardrop, and it is large enough to hold a cow. The surface is smooth and no gaps can be seen. At this time, Li Yi placed his hand on the human body repair cabin and said something nonsense. This is the Destiny cabin, one of the accessories of the Destiny Arkansas. Norton naturally had a lot to ask, but he didn't ask anything. He just praised. This is truly a magnificent masterpiece. As for where it is great, where it is a masterpiece, does it matter? Li Yi admired Nord's shameless look, which perfectly matched his imagination of the shameless face of a capitalist. Then let's experience it. Li Yi smiled slightly, then lightly tapped the surface of the cabin. Then, a crack lit up and spewed out thick white mist. After the thick white fog dissipated, the cabin door had opened, revealing the human body tank inside. Norton had personally experienced Destiny number 1, so he naturally didn't worry that Li Yi was harming him. And it seems that this Destiny cabin is far more powerful than Destiny 1. This made Norton excited, and an expression of eagerness to try appeared on his face. Do I need to take off my clothes? Norton asked expectantly, suppressing his excitement. Not necessarily. Li Yi shook his head. But if you like, it's not impossible. Norton finally took off his coat, shoes and socks before entering the human body repair chamber. As the hatch closed, Norton quickly lost consciousness. After taking a look at the progress of the repair, Li Yi ignored it. To be honest, the function of the human body repair chamber is to repair external injuries. Natural aging caused by age, such as Norton's, cannot play a vital role. But it can at least repair some surface wrinkles or hair loss, which will make people look younger. At that time, coupled with psychological effects, Norton will imagine its powerful effects in his mind. That's enough. After confirming the time, Li Yi put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker and walked out of the main entrance of the cathedral calmly. At the door, Norton's butler Jack was still diligently waiting beside the carriage. Butler Jack saw Li Yi. His eyes were full of thought, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Li Yi walked straight up to the butler, looked at his watch, and said directly, "Go pick up your master in 12 hours. Don't let anyone in before that." Although the butler Jack did not know who Li Yi was, he knew very well the purpose of Norton's visit. After a brief 2-second thought, he immediately placed one hand on his chest, bowed, and said, "As you command, the Howard family once again expresses its respect to you, Your Excellency." Li Yi no longer paid any attention to the loyal butler. He just put his hands in his pockets and left his back to the other party. He has been traveling around a lot during this period. Although he can't be said to be tired, it is time to stop and enjoy life. But soon, Li Yi couldn't help but frown. Damn, there are people wearing headscarves everywhere. How can anyone tell whether they look good or not? Chapter 86. The first holder of the Destiny Club D-level ticket. The sudden closure of Hagia Sophia for renovations left many tourists who came for the occasion to leave disappointed. However, 12 hours later, it was not the decorators who walked out of the cathedral. The Mediterranean wind in September was warm, salty, and humid, and when Norton walked out of the cathedral barefoot and wearing only a single layer of clothing, he could smell the fragrance of flowers in the wind. His steps were firm and steady, and there was an unconcealable smile on his face. Norton could clearly feel that his steps became lighter and his muscles were injected with strength again. Even the skin becomes more delicate. The scar on his waist left by an accident in the past also miraculously disappeared. Whether it was technology or a miracle, Norton had no doubt that his body was getting healthier and even younger. So much so that when his loyal butler Jack saw him again, there was undisguised shock in his eyes. "Sir, you look as if..." Butler Jack chose his words carefully. But Norton smiled heartily and said, "Do you feel like I've gotten younger?" "Yes, sir." Butler Jack nodded quickly and exclaimed, "This is simply a miracle from God." However, These words of praise made Norton shake his head solemnly. Norton took out a badge, carefully put it on the collar of the coat he had just put on, and said seriously, "This is not a miracle from God, but fate." Norton adjusted his collar and gently stroked the round badge with his fingers, as if he was stroking the skin of his lover, his eyes so affectionate and sincere. And at this moment, something incredible happened again. A voice suddenly came into his ears. "Congratulations on joining the Destiny Club. The Destiny system is now online. I am your exclusive assistant. You can contact the Destiny Club through me at any time." Norton, who was on his way back, was stunned when he heard the voice. Soon, his eyes turned to the badge again. When he woke up, the white teardrop-shaped Destiny cabin had disappeared, and he was lying alone on the ground. The mysterious young man from the east was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a black envelope with Destiny Club written on it. And in that envelope, there was only this badge. The badge is a circle the size of a fingernail, with a shiny black background and a pattern in the middle made of golden embossed lines. The meaning of the pattern is unclear, but it looks like an eye. Norton originally thought that this was something like identity recognition. After all, many secret societies and organizations like to use this method to show their identity openly or covertly. But I didn't expect that this badge actually has a communication function. Norton suppressed his excitement and asked Jack to increase his speed on the return trip. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, Norton pushed the door open and walked out quickly without even waiting for Jack to open the car door for him. Butler Jack hurried to catch up, muttering in his heart, "The master has indeed become younger, and even has the style and efficiency of his past." After returning to the hotel's top luxury suite, Norton directly dismissed all the followers, including the butler Jack, and locked the door. Then, he took a deep breath and tried to say, "Hello, how can I get in touch with the club?" Since he turned 50, there are very few things in this world that can make him nervous and excited. But after meeting Destiny Club, this emotion always comes up. And that voice came to his ears again. "You currently hold a Class D ticket and can only be contacted via electronic devices." A Class D ticket? Norton thought for a few seconds, roughly guessed the meaning, and then took out the mobile phone specially customized for him by his company. The voice came again. "You just hold your ticket in front of the camera." Norton immediately removed the badge from his collar and pointed it towards the camera. The magical scene happened again. He clearly didn't enter any password, but the phone unlocked automatically. Then, the mobile phone desktop appeared in an instant, and a software that he had never installed popped up automatically. After a brief black screen, a flash of golden light appeared, followed by a line of beautifully written letters. "The one who weaves destiny will sit alone and fish at the end of the long river of time." It was a very puzzling sentence, but Norton remembered it firmly in his mind without hesitation. After this sentence, text appeared on the screen again. "Welcome, D-Class Destiny ticket holder, Duke Norton Howard." This sentence lasted for about 3 seconds and then disappeared. In its place is an extremely simple interface. There is a circular logo in the interface, which is called Destiny System, and a 1 progress is displayed in the middle. Norton stared at the progress for a while and tried to deduce it through the name, but it was difficult to come to any valid conclusion for the time being. He had no choice but to look elsewhere. Soon, 3 buttons on the left caught his attention: Mission, Ticket, Currency, and Mall. If I hadn't personally experienced it, this simple page would not look like a product of any organization, but more like the interface of a garbage game. But speaking of games, perhaps in Fate, everyone is just an ordinary player, and the ticket holder will become a VIP? With such speculation, Norton pointed to the task. Then, darkness appeared in front of Norton's eyes, along with a line of small words. Fate Weaver currently has no quests released. Norton was stunned. He remembered that the mysterious Oriental youth he met had told him that the Destiny Club needed funds. He had been prepared for this, with a large amount of cash that could be mobilized at any time. As long as the other party asked, he would be willing to give it to them at any time. Isn't it here? Norton couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he had to click on the next option, Ticket. Then, his personal information appeared on the phone interface. Norton Howard, D-Class ticket holder, current status, passenger. Norton touched his chin at this time, and couldn't help pulling his beard, and had a rough idea in his mind. Then, Norton looked at currency again. As expected, this time it showed as 0. So what about the final mall? Norton took a deep breath with some anticipation and moved his finger over. The next moment, a page similar to a merchandise shelf appeared before my eyes. And at the top, there is a line of Latin text that reads, Class D passenger cargo hold. What will happen? Norton stared intently. Even when he welcomed his first child, he had never been so focused. Chapter 87. Norton who wants to recharge money, a corner of fate. On the flight whose final destination was Temasek, Li, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, smiled and accepted the white wine offered by the flight attendant. After taking a sip, the passionate Mediterranean fruit-style sweet tannins bloom on the taste buds. After putting down the wine glass, Li continued to communicate with the Queen Bee. Although passengers on the plane were required to turn on flight mode, neither Li nor the Queen Bee would lose contact because of this obstacle. In fact, the Queen Bee has secretly controlled a communication satellite to provide Li and the entire organization with dedicated, highly confidential communications. Of course, it would be even better to be able to launch a satellite that is entirely your own, but that's a story for another time. At the moment, following the transmission of the Queen Bee, Li was learning about the movements of Norton Howard, the only current member of the Destiny Club. Norton might be wondering why Li Yiming went there for funding, but did not leave any donations or funding channels. Li smiled slightly at this. How to make rich people willingly give away their property has long been a compulsory course for Li. Among them, the most important thing is to make the goal feel urgent. As for things like Fate Weaver, D-level ticket, passenger, etc., that's another theory. In short, the real method is to make the target feel grateful to you after giving away all his property willingly. So, time to put out the bait. Li was thinking, his eyes swept out the window. The night view of the bright lights on the ground was so charming. In a luxury hotel suite in Istanbul, Norton was concentrating on his mobile phone. His fingers finally slid towards the D-class passenger cargo compartment. Then, the shelves opened up before my eyes and the goods appeared one by one. There weren't many items on the shelves, only a few. But Norton's gaze became more and more heated as he looked. At this moment, even if the most beautiful girl in the world was in front of him, he would never be willing to look away. Simply because each of those goods is what the powerful desperately pursue throughout their lives. Destiny number 0927, Destiny number 1, can effectively cure and treat 99 of diseases. It is more effective for organ failure caused by natural lifespan and can slightly enhance the essence of life. Price, 10 Destiny coins. Norton, Destiny number 1, knew very well that the treatment was miraculous, as he had experienced it personally. Being able to rescue him from the hands of death and quickly restore his health is nothing ordinary. Norton dared to bet that if Destiny 1 was put on the market, even if its price was $1 billion, there would definitely be a lot of wealthy people and medical research institutions rushing to buy it. However, such goods are only the most basic goods in the D-class passenger cargo hold. Look further down. Destiny number 0843, Destiny number 2, can effectively cure various genetic diseases in natural humans and can enhance the essence of life to a certain extent. Price, 30 Destiny coins. There is not much information, but the content is extremely rich. So Norton looked at it carefully, over and over again, and thought at the same time. It can effectively cure genetic diseases. This is undoubtedly a terrifying technology, and it is no exaggeration to call it a miracle. The Chongqing Foundation, which spends a lot of his money every year, has funded hundreds of biomedical research institutions. Although there have been some results, they are incomparable to Destiny 2, let alone Destiny 1. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured so many years of pain in the hospital bed. When Norton thought of the Chongqing Foundation, he snorted in disdain. After taking life number 1, he ordered to stop funding the Longevity Foundation. Compared to the fruitless Chongqing Foundation, the Destiny Club is the real savior. But, natural person? Norton pondered the meaning of the word. Of course he understood what natural persons meant, but what he really wanted to know was what was above natural persons. Superman. Evolved man. Norton couldn't come up with an answer for a while, but this was undoubtedly good news. Although he repeatedly had expectations for the Destiny Club, Norton felt that he still underestimated the other party's strength. But this is exactly what he wants to see. With this feeling, Norton focused his gaze and continued reading. Destiny number 0777, Destiny Cabin. One of the Destiny Ark's accessories, it can effectively heal 99 of external injuries and slightly increase the user's natural lifespan. There is a very small chance that the user will enter a temporary rejuvenation state. The probability has not yet been determined. Price, 188 Destiny coins. After looking at this product, Norton's eyes were now full of passion. He had also experienced this fake cabin, and it was not long ago. He could now clearly feel that his body seemed to be getting younger. The bald spot was gone, replaced by new, thick black hair. The arthritis that had been causing him pain was gone, and now he felt that every joint was so relaxed. As for his eyesight, he can now see clearly without reading glasses, and his male function is also recovering. And these powerful medicines and items can actually be purchased just in the D-Class passenger cargo hold. What if it is Class B or Class A? Or maybe, instead of being a passenger, you are a member or even a middle or senior level leader in the Destiny Club. What kind of scenery will he see then? When Norton thought of this, he felt a flame burning in his chest. After experiencing a lifetime of wealth and power, he has now found a new purpose in life. This goal is even more lofty. That is to become a core member of the Destiny Club, to keep youth forever and to live forever. As for suspecting that these are all fake, Norton curled his lips in disdain at such an idea. He had been lying in bed for more than 10 years and suffered countless pains, but now he can lie comfortably on the big bed in the hotel and look at his mobile phone. He can see the change clearly. And that's not all. In the D-Class passenger cargo hold, there is one last item, like a mysterious gift, waiting for Norton's patronage. Norton moved his gaze again. Destiny number 0666, Life Quality Improvement Ritual. One of the forbidden rituals carries a certain degree of risk. Those who complete this ritual will significantly improve their physical fitness and can be promoted to guide or crewman. Price, 999 Destiny coins. The message is obscure, but extremely intriguing. Norton didn't even need to think about what these words meant or what the so-called guides and crew were. But just looking at the price, he already knew, having experienced Destiny 1 and Destiny Cabin, that this was definitely what he needed. Now the question is, how can I get Destiny coins? Norton was thinking, his mind full of thoughts about how he needed to spend money and how he needed to spend gold. Chapter 88. You can become stronger only by spending money. Change your mindset. Only by spending money can you become stronger. This is an eternal truth. While Norton was thinking about how to recharge, Li Yi, who was on the plane, observed Norton's operation for a while and then ordered the Queen Bee. Let's start in 3 hours. The Queen Bee has been notified. Destiny-making missions will begin in 3 hours. At the same time, Leo, who was sitting on the other side, was also holding a mobile phone and browsing a website using the communication satellite controlled by the Queen Bee. Of course, it is not an unhealthy website. Unlike Yu Chaojun, he has long since gotten rid of vulgar tastes. After seeing Li Yi open his eyes, Leo immediately blinked and asked in a low voice, "Boss, I'm planning to recruit a few team members. Do you have any suggestions?" Leo did not forget that although he was now following Li Yi and looked like a personal bodyguard, he was actually the leader of the Thor action team. But now he is alone. Considering the need to contribute as much as possible to the organization, Leo decided to exercise his subjective initiative and try to form a team to serve Li Yi. After hearing what Leo said, Li Yi immediately became interested and instinctively said, "Forming a gang, I'm familiar with this." As soon as he said that, Li Yi felt that he had spoken out of turn. After all, he is now a good citizen with a legal and formal identity. How can he act like a bandit? But Leo didn't seem to care about this at all. Instead, he listened carefully to Li Yi's next suggestions. Li Yi immediately felt that Leo was a useful talent, and his awareness was something that ordinary people could not compare to. So Li Yi took out his own dry goods. To form a gang, you can't make it big and strong just by having an AK and a rifle. Li Yi is very knowledgeable about gangs and provides practical suggestions that can be used with zero basic knowledge. As for how much Leo can understand, it depends purely on his personal understanding. Just like that, when the two were transferring in Bahrain 3 hours later, Leo was still savoring the experience that Li Yi had passed on to him. I just feel that every word is a gem and every sentence is the truth. Especially the sentence. What is the most important thing when running a gang? Talent? Technology? Money? No, none of them. The most important thing about forming a gang is the goal, a common goal. For example, let's take down a U.S. federal military base together. In short, we must have a great ambition. While Li Yi and Leo were already in Bahrain waiting for the flight to Temasek, Norton was still staying in a luxury hotel in Istanbul. For nearly 3 hours, he looked at the Destiny Club on his phone over and over again. Even when the butler Jack brought the food, he just mechanically put the food into his mouth, holding the mobile phone in his other hand all the time, and his eyes never moved away from me. He thought a lot and tried to parse some technical terms. There are certain results, but there are also more doubts. For example, crew members should be the passengers after they are promoted, but what is a guide? For example, since there are natural persons, there must be non-natural persons. What are these? A large amount of information converged in Norton's mind. It was not until he felt a dull pain in his head that Norton slowly stopped thinking. I almost forgot that although Destiny 1 and Destiny Cabin have brought about earth-shaking changes in his body, he is still a 90-year-old man after all. Maybe I should take a rest first? Norton thought. looking at the night view outside the window. But soon he shook his head. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang with a series of rapid, beeping sounds. Norton quickly looked at his phone. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the interface of the Destiny Club, and then words began to appear. The Fate Weaver has released a new mission. Please take note. All ticket holders. After 3 seconds, the text changes. Task number 8668. Raise $1 billion and transfer the money to the designated account. Task deadline, 30 minutes. Mission reward, 13 Destiny coins. $1 billion, 13 Destiny coins? As a top capitalist, Norton instinctively completed the conversion immediately. The contract is $76.9 million for 1 Destiny coin. I'm afraid any currency in the world would be helpless in the face of this exchange rate. At the same time, Norton immediately began to think about the input and output of this time with a businessman's mindset. However, just as he began to think, a line of text suddenly flashed on the phone interface again. The mission has been accepted. Destiny weaving progress increased by 0.0001. Seeing this line of words, Norton suddenly reacted and couldn't help but slap his thigh. He had just been thinking about the problem with the mindset of capital, but had completely forgotten that when facing a mysterious organization like the Destiny Club, there was no room for bargaining when it came to the so-called money. This is not a capital issue at all. No business thinking is needed. Destiny coin is everything. Norton sighed, his face showing regret and frustration. Fortunately, he finally figured out the origin of the Destiny coin and its approximate value. According to this estimate, if you pay all your net worth, it is not impossible to buy the most expensive quality of life improvement ceremony currently available. But considering that better products may appear in the future, he must get more money. As for making money, Norton couldn't help but smile lightly. He was very confident in himself. Who says money can't buy health? Sorry, in Destiny Club, it really is possible. Thinking of this, Norton always kept an eye on his mobile phone, and he soon felt that his confidence was being lost bit by bit. 2 days passed quickly. During these 2 days, the Destiny Club only released 2 tasks, but he had no way to accept either of them. The first mission was a secret mission that could only be viewed by ticket holders of grade C or above, which made him feel helpless. Although he was able to check the second task, he felt powerless. This second mission is not a fundraising mission, but a requirement to obtain a confidential document within the United States. Frankly, if he were given enough time, he might be able to complete the task, but the task must be completed within 6 hours. Although there is no penalty for mission failure, Norton thinks that as a newbie who has just joined the Destiny Club, it is better not to try it. And so, it was not until the 5th day that things finally changed when Norton was awakened by the rapid beeping of his cell phone in the middle of the night. Task number 4396. Raise $7.77 billion and transfer it to the designated account. Task deadline, 6 hours. Mission reward, 95 Destiny coins. After seeing this message, Norton was not angry about being woken up from his dream, but was absolutely surprised. Without any hesitation, Norton immediately clicked the button to accept the task. In the past few days, he has raised a large amount of funds that can be used at any time, and even triggered a power struggle among the younger generation for this purpose. But so what? Perhaps the group of children who were eagerly waiting for him to enter the grave would not have thought that he would stand at the top of the family for a longer time. And his healthy body allows him to give birth to new children at any time. So, do those children who covet his wealth and status still matter? And this is the change in mentality of the immortals. Chapter 89. Funds have arrived, and the plan is fully implemented. Mr. Lee, the funds have arrived, a total of $7.77 billion. Yu Chaojun said excitedly. They even calculated the handling fee to ensure that every penny of the $7.77 billion goes into our account. Yu Chaojun had seen money before and had even participated in large projects worth billions of US dollars. But those so-called billions of dollars are often either shares or valuations, and actual fixed assets may be less than 1/3. Not to mention the total of $7.77 billion in cash. If all of this were piled up in front of us, it would fill up an entire warehouse. Boss Lee is really amazing. These $7 billion, let alone a contract, there's not even a note. It's really just given away for free. Yu Chaojun sighed. In fact, transferring more than $7 billion is a very difficult task. Not only will there be supervision at the bank level, but the national financial management departments behind the banks will also be involved. For a small country, the transfer of $7.77 billion abroad would be a clear loss of assets, and may even cause fluctuations in primary and secondary assets and a decline in international ratings. Therefore, these $7.77 billion were transferred into separate accounts in multiple installments. Even so, the transferee must have enormous energy behind him to accomplish this in such a short time. It was for this reason that Yu Chaojun marveled at Li Yi's ability to find such a person. Li Yi, on the other hand, did not feel much sense of accomplishment. $7.77 billion is indeed a lot. But you can't buy aircraft carriers or nuclear bombs. No matter how much money you have, it's just a string of numbers or a pile of paper and ink. What surprised Li Yi was that after donating $7.77 billion, Norton received a full 95 Destiny coins, but did not buy anything. From the Queen Bee, I learned that Norton did seem to hesitate and wanted to buy Destiny number 1 again, but for some reason he finally held back. Could it be that he wants to buy that so-called quality of life improvement ritual? Li guessed so. The so-called quality of life reminder ceremony is nothing more than the mass-production genetic warrior transformation surgery in the System 2 level mall. This technology can indeed significantly improve the physical fitness of natural persons. Even in the future, Li Yi plans to form a special team of genetic warriors, but that's a story for later. To put it bluntly, whether Dano can collect 999 Destiny coins or not is still up to Li Yi. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. In the past half-month, relying on Norton's funds, all plans have been progressing very smoothly. First is Konglan Pharmaceutical. After returning from Istanbul, Li Yi immediately asked Leo to deliver the core raw materials of the gene repair drug to Kang Hongfei at the RD Center. After Kang Hongfei waited a long time for the raw materials to arrive, he went straight into the laboratory and worked hard all night, even staring at the information while eating. After working hard for several days and nights, Kang Hongfei finally walked out of the laboratory 2 days ago. From now on, we can only leave it to time. It will probably take 3 days. Kang Hongfei's eyes were bloodshot and his face was tired, but he was extremely excited as he said this to Li Yi. The second is Konglan Pharmaceutical, but it is not a research and development center, but the overall company operations are under the charge of Yu Chaojun. Thanks to strong financial support, the public relations for the drug's launch went very smoothly, at least not to the point where Li Yi needed to step in. At the same time, Yu Chaojun began to spread the news further to the market, causing some waves. Of course, these waves are not serious, and are mainly due to the authoritative anti-counterfeiting of some pharmaceutical giants. After all, up to now, there has been no relevant paper from the medical community or scientists showing that humans have made a breakthrough in gene therapy. As for asking Konglan Pharmaceutical's RD Center to publish academic papers, if any researcher had such an idea, Li Yi said that he would send him to Africa to be Su Yong's living target the next moment. In addition, with the arrival of funds, the financial plans surrounding Konglan Pharmaceutical's new drugs are also being implemented one by one. It can be predicted that this will be a huge storm for the pharmaceutical finance market. As for the last one, it is the Destiny Club. After this period of development, the Destiny Club can't be said to have grown stronger, but it can be said that it has not changed at all. However, Li Yi issued several more Destiny-making tasks and obtained another $3 billion from Norton. According to the report given by the Queen Bee, in addition to the core industries, Norton has cashed out most of the fixed assets in order to meet the needs of the Destiny Club at any time. Li Yi didn't grab Norton and pull out all the pieces. He had already followed the same routine and let Leo play a role-playing game. If all goes well, the Destiny Club will soon add a new lamb. September 19th, the eve of Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Yi, who was training his willpower gene lock in the room, suddenly heard the Queen Bee's voice in his head. A-level employee Kang Hongfei reports, the gene repair agent has been successfully produced. Are you done? Li Yi blinked and immediately stood up. Several lead balls the size of pigeon eggs that were flying around him suddenly fell from the air and hit the floor with a sound. 15 minutes later, Li Yi saw Kang Hongfei in the main laboratory of the research center. He looked tired but very excited. In front of Kang Hongfei, a test tube with dark green liquid flowing in it was standing quietly in a special test tube rack. Boss. Seeing Li Yi coming, Kang Hongfei immediately turned his head, but his voice was choked with sobs. Was it excitement? Was it emotion? Or something else? Ever since his daughter was diagnosed with a congenital genetic disease, Kang Hongfei has been gambled everything he has on trying to cure his daughter's illness. But unfortunately, even after he gave up his wealth, status, and even his family and freedom, he got nothing. Until I met Li Yi. And now, the medicine that can save my daughter is right in front of me. As the maker of the medicine, Kang Hongfei has enough confidence in it even though it has not undergone clinical trials. Boss, do you know? Kang Hongfei excitedly held Li Yi's hand with both hands. His voice choked, and his eyes filled with tears. Nan Nan is saved. She will be well soon. Kang Hongfei cried as he spoke. It is not easy to make a middle-aged man who has experienced many blows cry again. But as long as you mention the things you cherish, you can always break through any hard shell. She can go to school now. She can paint. She will go to college in the future. Kang Hongfei murmured. It's more like a confession than a narration. God knows how much pressure he has accumulated during this period of time. He has stayed awake in the laboratory countless times. And now it's all worth it. Chapter 90. The gene repair drug was successfully produced, and the first beneficiary was found. Put it in my personal space. Looking at the gene repair potion in front of him, Li Yi tried to think. But alas, nothing happened. It seems that items made using the technology provided by the system cannot be stored in the personal space. Li Yi thought. Li Yi was not disappointed about this. After Kang Hongfei calmed down, he smiled at Li Yi embarrassedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, boss, just now. Li Yi waved his hand and stopped Kang Hongfei from continuing. In fact, Li Yi still admires people like Kang Hongfei who are willing to give everything for his daughter. Although the weaknesses are exposed, sometimes it can be a way of retreating to advance. What's more, such people are the easiest to control. Of course, they are also the easiest to lose control. Let's get back to the topic. How's the medicine? Li Yi asked. Kang Hongfei quickly replied. The data and technical information are consistent. The slight fluctuations are within the normal threshold. But it hasn't been clinically tested yet, so it's impossible to determine the adverse reactions in various complex environments. I suggest starting human drug trials immediately. After saying that, Kang Hongfei looked at Li Yi expectantly. Li Yi understood Kang Hongfei's intention and asked, Are you sure you want to use your daughter for the experiment? Kang Hongfei's eyes flickered and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face, but he finally nodded heavily. He was responsible for the development of gene repair drugs, from technical interpretation to experiments, and finally pharmaceutical production. He knew every detail by heart and understood its function and effect. Therefore, Kang Hongfei has enough confidence. More importantly, he wanted his daughter to recover as soon as possible, even if it was just 1 day, 1 hour, or even a minute earlier. Okay, then you notify your daughter, and I will arrange for Leo to pick her up, Li Yi said. Li Yi did not stop Kang Hongfei from testing the medicine on his daughter. Moreover, what the system gives out has never been false. As long as Kang Hongfei doesn't mess around, it will basically be correct. How could Kang Hongfei joke about his beloved daughter? September 20th, 8 p.m. A domestic passenger plane landed on the runway of Temasek International Airport. Soon, a tall and strong European man walked out of the terminal building, pushing a little girl in a wheelchair. Kang Hongfei, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went to meet him. Nan Nan. Kang Hongfei squatted down excitedly and looked at his daughter sitting in the wheelchair. Nan Nan raised her hand with great effort and touched her father's face. Although she was almost 10 years old, her body was that of a 3-year-old baby, thin and frail, with a snow-white face. After a brief moment of tenderness between the father and daughter, Kang Hongfei expressed his gratitude to Leo while carrying his daughter into the car. Leo, thank you. Leo glared at Kang Hongfei, then sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and responded. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be working as a cleaner at Dortmund's Signal Iduna Park. The two old men, who had experienced many hardships but welcomed hope, looked at each other and smiled at the corners of their mouths. And time quickly came to the next day. September 21st is Mid-Autumn Festival, a good time for family reunion. Li Yi thought that today was a good day for murder and arson. After all, the moon is big and round, and if someone is killed, the root of the problem must be eradicated. Only when the family is together can it be called a happy reunion. But Kang Hongfei obviously didn't think so. Early in the morning, Kang Hongfei took his daughter to the RD center for a detailed examination. The number of examination items is so large that any hospital would shake their heads when seeing it. Kang Hongfei's daughter Nan Nan is very well behaved and seems to be very experienced in various examinations. Even when encountering something painful, he will try his best to endure it and not let himself cry. He is very considerate and sensible. No wonder they call it a little cotton-padded jacket. For the first time in his life, Li Yi felt that maybe having a daughter wouldn't be a bad idea. In an instant, Li Yi was frightened by his own bold idea. Could it be that I've been too idle lately that I'm thinking about having a child? Li Yi quickly despised his own thoughts in his heart, and then threw the idea out of his mind. Because the examination items were too many and complicated, the examination results for Kang Hongfei's daughter, Nan Nan, were not released until the evening. In fact, If you were in the hospital, you wouldn't be able to get these test results for at least a week. All the equipment and instruments in Konglon Pharmaceuticals RD Center are currently serving only this one patient, which can be regarded as the supreme treatment. After the test results came out, Kang Hongfei carefully analyzed and recorded them. Although he had already simulated this countless times in his mind, when the moment came for his daughter to take the medicine, Kang Hongfei was both nervous and excited. Li Yi returned to his residence early. As he might have to live in Temasek for a long time in the future, and he has strong financial resources, Li Yi, who never treats himself badly, bought a luxurious villa in Temasek. After returning to his residence, Li Yi first called Su Wei. After listening to Su Wei's story of longing, Li Yi said, "Remember to prepare Mid-Autumn Festival gifts for my family." When he said this, Li Yi felt surrounded by a subtle and complex mood. And on the phone, Su Wei's voice came. "Don't worry, Brother Yi. I took the high-speed train to deliver your family's Mid-Autumn Festival gift at noon. My uncle and aunt wanted me to stay for dinner, but I was a little shy, so I said I had something to do at the company." "You did a great job." Li Yi smiled. "I have to say, having a good wife really makes you worry less. Moreover, women are emotional animals. When they are impulsive, their will is often stronger than that of men." Even if Su Wei had not implanted a loyalty chip, Li Yi could confidently say that as long as he did not harm the family members Su Wei cared about, there was no way Su Wei would betray him. After hanging up the phone with Su Wei, Li Yi took the initiative to call his parents. A few minutes later, the call ended with the words, "Take care of yourself. Remember to eat breakfast and rest when you need to." At this time, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor of the villa at the clear full moon in the sky, Li Yi silently lit a cigarette and let the smoke rise. After an unknown amount of time, a long rainbow suddenly streaked across the night sky, followed by a bang, and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the night sky. It was not until he saw the fireworks competing with each other in beauty that Li Yi remembered that Temasek also celebrates the Mid-Autumn Festival. Good. Li Yi shook off the cigarette ash and smiled. Chapter 91 Boss. 300 million patients around the world should worship you day and night. September 22nd, RD Center. Kang Hongfei's daughter Nan Nan was sitting in a wheelchair, being slowly pushed forward by Leo. As the glass doors in front of them opened automatically, they saw Kang Hongfei doing the final debugging work on an instrument deep in the laboratory. Taking gene repair drugs does not require any equipment assistance. However, Kang Hongfei wanted to closely monitor the changes in various physical indicators of his daughter during her recovery process to provide reliable data for subsequent research. At the same time, I can monitor my daughter's physical condition to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Even the room next to this laboratory has been set up as an ICU, which is not only equipped with all kinds of expensive emergency equipment, but also has a professional medical team on standby at all times. It can be said that Kang Hongfei has prepared everything he can. Of course, this is also due to the sufficient financial support provided by Li Yi, which allows Kang Hongfei to go all out. "Nan Nan, you will be well soon." When he saw his daughter, Kang Hongfei put aside his scholarly calmness and rationality. As he held his daughter in his arms, his face was full of love and heartache. It seems that because she was tortured by illness since childhood, Nan Nan behaved very well and even comforted her father. Leo watched this scene with envy. He once had a cute and naughty son, but a damn car accident ruined everything and even dragged the whole family into the abyss. Fortunately, he received an invitation from the Destiny Club. His wife received treatment, and although he was still a wanted criminal, it was obvious that the boss and organization he served were not afraid of this. "Maybe I can have another child. It would be even better if it's a daughter. She'll be so well-behaved, so cute, like a little angel," Leo thought to himself. Kang Hongfei didn't know that his daughter made Leo think of becoming a daughter slave. After hugging his daughter, Kang Hongfei adjusted his white coat and waited quietly for the final procedure. A moment later, with the sound of thump-thump footsteps, Li Yi, as usual, wearing a casual suit with the top two buttons of his shirt undone, looking handsome and mysterious, appeared in front of several people. For Kang Hongfei, Li Yi's arrival was the last step. In other words, it is the most reliable insurance. As the first person to implant a loyalty chip and join the Destiny Club, Kang Hongfei is well aware of Li Yi's extraordinary qualities. The technology is many years ahead of current technology, whether it is genetic medicine or human body repair chamber. The mysterious methods, the genes that were several times more complex and profound than those of ordinary humans, and the various magical methods that he had occasionally witnessed from Li Yi. In short, if there are gods in the scientific community, Kang Hongfei would not hesitate to regard Li Yi as a god. Therefore, Li Yi is the most important insurance during his daughter's medication process. Li Yi naturally didn't know what Kang Hongfei was thinking, but since he had nothing to do anyway, he agreed to Kang Hongfei's request. After arriving, Li Yi took a quick look at the scene and said, "Let's get started once you're ready." Kang Hongfei nodded immediately, then looked at the time. After confirming that everything was correct, Kang Hongfei turned around and opened the freezer behind him. As white cold air emerged, a test tube was carefully taken out by Kang Hongfei's gloved hands. This and the test tube are the results of his hard work over the past few months. Of course, the most important thing is the technical information provided by Li Yi. Otherwise, Kang Hongfei alone would probably never be able to do it in his lifetime. After taking out the test tube, Kang Hongfei checked it carefully again. After confirming that everything was correct, Kang Hongfei extracted the liquid from the test tube into the syringe. There are several ways to take gene repair drugs. The simpler one is oral administration, but it is slow to take effect and prone to waste, making it the least recommended method. The second is intravenous injection, which works quickly but may cause some discomfort to the user. There is also intrathecal injection, which is the most effective, but intrathecal injection requires the injection of drugs through lumbar puncture, which is cumbersome and painful to the patient. Kang Hongfei chose intravenous injection, so after preparing the injection, he comforted his daughter lying in bed. "Nan, be good. After we get this injection, your illness will really be cured. Then you will be just like other children." Kang Hongfei's daughter is indeed very well behaved, or perhaps she has already gotten used to it. There was no expression of expectation on her face, as if she was just nodding obediently to obey her father's words. Li Yi also had a feeling that it was not so much Kang Hongfei who was comforting Nan, but rather Nan who was comforting Kang Hongfei. Perhaps Nan has experienced similar situations countless times and has lost hope, but simply hopes that her father can be happy. What a sensible child, Li Yisun thought. Soon, Kang Hongfei began to inject gene repair drugs. With a frown on Nan's cute little face, the medicine was quickly injected. Then, as if injected with anesthetic, Nan fell asleep quickly. Kang Hongfei then explained, "This is a protective mechanism in the medicine. The gene repair process is actually very painful, so there are strong anesthetic ingredients in the medicine. That's why if a patient wants to take the drug, or something similar, they must undergo anesthesia testing beforehand." Li Yi nodded, indicating that he knew this. As time went by, the medicine began to take effect, and the various instruments connected to Nan quickly gave corresponding indicators. In an instant, all the instruments in the laboratory seemed to be beeping. But Kang Hongfei was very calm. He checked each indicator quickly and attentively, and confirmed that all indicators were within the normal range of drug reaction. Afterwards, Kang Hongfei let out a long sigh and said in an extremely excited tone, "Nan has SMA, which stands for Progressive Spinal Muscular Atrophy. It is a rare autosomal recessive neuromuscular disease. Nan started to develop the disease when she was 6 months old. It is type 2. According to the disease, she will lose the ability to use her lower and upper limbs. Although the disease is relatively benign, the patient ultimately dies from respiratory muscle paralysis." In the past, Kang Hongfei was always depressed and desperate when talking about his daughter's illness, but now he is excited because he has found a cure. This rare disease has no cure before. Even the best drug currently available, worth 14 million yuan, is completely useless for my daughter. And now, boss, the 300 million people around the world who suffer from rare diseases should erect a monument to you and worship it day and night. Kang Hongfei concluded. As for Li Yi, he was not interested in the monument of immortality at all. Only dead people erect monuments, but he intends to cause harm for thousands of years. Chapter 92. Let's deal with the father of the United States Federation. An hour later, Nan woke up. She was still young and couldn't feel anything yet. Her body was still in a weak state. But after seeing that all indicators were stable, Kang Hongfei breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, several people took their daughter to undergo targeted genetic testing. After a series of processes, Kang Hongfei's eyes were filled with tears as he watched the missing copy neurons being replenished. I can't believe it. This man who had endured many hardships, but remained strong was in tears at this moment. Boss, thank you so much. Kang Hongfei excitedly gave Li Yi a hug. Li Yi, considering that Kang Hongfei's loyalty had skyrocketed to 100, reluctantly accepted the hug. Leo, who had been watching closely from the side, clapped his hands and congratulated his friend wholeheartedly. People who have experienced the same suffering can also empathize when sharing joy. But the treatment doesn't end here. SMA has many complications, scoliosis being the most serious. Although Nan Nan is still young and her spine has not yet taken shape, she has already shown considerable progress. The genetic problem has now been repaired, but the spinal cord is difficult to reverse. Moreover, because of years of long-term medication, Nanan's body is riddled with holes. It was for this reason that Kang Hongfei looked at his benefactor, Li Yi, and said carefully, "Boss, can I apply for an advance of some destiny points? You want to use the human body repair chamber?" Li Yi asked back. "Yes." Kang Hongfei nodded vigorously, then looked at Li Yi expectantly. Li Yi did not agree immediately, even though the so-called destiny points were set by him casually, and even though the human body repair chamber was just one of the rewards of the system. Instead, after pretending to think for a while, he patted Kang Hongfei's shoulder and said in a low voice, "This won't happen again." Kang Hongfei's originally nervous mood suddenly turned into joy. "Thank you, boss. Don't worry, I will definitely get you a new gene drug as soon as possible." After expressing his loyalty, Kang Hongfei picked up his daughter and walked towards the laboratory where the human body repair chamber was located. Li Yi had no intention of continuing to follow, but instead took Leo to a conference room. In the conference room, Li lit a cigar, took a puff of smoke, and asked, "How is the plan going?" Leo stood respectfully in front of Li Li and quickly organized his words to report. "Boss, there were some minor setbacks with target number 1, but it's expected to be online soon. Target number 2 is more complicated, but I think the other party won't have to wait long and will also make the right choice." The so-called targets number 1 and number 2 were selected by the Queen Bee and were people similar to Norton Howard. The difference is that these two targets are a financial tycoon from the United States and an energy oligarch from the Russian Federation. They are all in their twilight years, but still hold real wealth and power. Although they are not like Norton, who wants to set up an immortality foundation to prolong their lives, they all cherish their bodies very much. Li Yi did not intend to grab Norton and pull him to death, but wanted to find some competitors for him. Now that the situation has been opened up, let's seize the opportunity. Li Yi nodded, then asked, "How is the recruitment of personnel for the Thor action team going?" Speaking of the action team that would belong to him in the future, Leo suddenly became much more energetic and quickly reported. "After accepting your guidance, boss, I have screened some people and asked the Queen Bee to conduct a thorough investigation. I have already confirmed several candidates. I plan to contact these people immediately after completing the task assigned by you, boss." "Well done," Li Yi praised casually. Although the organization has begun to take shape, he still doesn't have many people he can use. Kang Hongfei wants to do research and development. Yu Chaojun wants to make money and expand his influence, and currently only Leo can do the dirty and heavy work. As for the team from the military academy, Li Yi didn't want to use them rashly for the time being. After all, there were too many issues involved. Maybe when my cheap brother-in-law has trained himself, he can also be a useful talent. But for now, Li Yi doesn't have time to wait for the other party to grow slowly. But recruiting. Li Yi does not plan to implement the recommendation system anymore. Otherwise, it will be easy for his subordinates to form cliques and small internal groups. Although he is not worried about betrayal because of the loyalty chip, the confrontation between small groups can easily affect work efficiency. He had no intention of engaging in the Emperor's art of balance. After thinking for a while, Li Yi gave Leo a few more instructions, and then let him continue with his mission. Li Yi didn't plan to continue paying attention to what happened to Kang Hongfei's daughter. After saying hello to Yu Chaojun, he boarded the plane back home. He has been out for more than 2 months this time. It is time to go back and rest for a while before starting the next plan. However, what he didn't expect was that when he was still flying thousands of miles in the sky, the Queen Bee sent a message. "There is the latest development on the situation you are concerned about. 15 minutes ago, the Fox Eye Armed Forces launched a hypersonic land-based missile from the coast and successfully hit an aircraft carrier frigate of the Central American Federation. It is expected that in half an hour, the spokesperson for the Fox Eye Armed Forces will make an announcement to the world." That's it. Li Yi blinked when he heard the Queen Bee's report, feeling very disappointed. It would be fine to hand over the first hypersonic missile to the Iranian Republic. After all, the relationship between the two sides is like that of father and son, so it is normal to conduct reverse research. But this second missile was clearly a strategic deterrent strike forced by the recent situation in Syria. In this case, although they had the ability to directly sink an aircraft carrier, they only chose a frigate. It can be said to be alarming the snake, or it can be said to be letting the tiger go back into the mountains. But all in all, Li Yi was a little disappointed with Husai. How can he take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble when the world is not in chaos? No, we have to raise the price for them next time. Li Yi thought to himself. Although he now has the financial backer of the Destiny Club and will be able to make profits from new drugs in the near future, Li Yi has never intended to give up the arms trade. It's not just about money, but also about influence and control. When the armed forces in a region need to rely on him for weapons, he is equivalent to having his own agent in this turbulent region, who with the ability wouldn't want to go on that big stage in China or the East and perform. Even Turkey, a country as useless as him, wants to get involved, so naturally Li Yi will not be afraid to do so. No, we need to add more fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, Li Yi had already made a decision in his heart. Since it is not easy to attack the United States directly, let's try to deal with the United States father first. Chapter 93 Returning Home, System Tasks. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday ended, Li Yi secretly returned to China, taking advantage of the afterglow of the festival. As for why I say secretly? Because he didn't tell anyone, including Su Wei. There was no special purpose, it was just a sudden impulse, and I just left without hesitation, which can be said to be a spontaneous act. After arriving at Chengdu Airport, Li Yi did not return to Chengdu, but bought a high-speed rail ticket to Tongzhou City. A few hours later, Li Yi arrived in Tongzhou City at noon. Returning to Tongzhou City, Li Yi didn't feel much different. From the few impressions I have, it seems he had an ex-girlfriend named Huang something. To be honest, Li Yi's impression of his so-called ex-girlfriend is not as deep as that of the Russian girl. Thinking of Mao Mei, Li Yi frowned and ordered the Queen Bee. Search for Alina, a Russian national who visited Tongzhou this year. Later, when Li Yi boarded a car heading to the township, the Queen Bee gave him the relevant information. Alina Danilova, a citizen of Tula, Federal District, has been identified as a member of a mafia family based on her actions and relevant archival records. Mafia members as expected. Li Yi smiled slightly and didn't care about it. He just made a search on a whim and didn't intend to get any results. Instead of focusing on what is thousands of miles away, it is better to pay more attention to what is in front of you. After arriving at the streets of his hometown, Li Yi felt as if he had stepped into a dangerous battlefield, and he took every step carefully. He lowered his head and tried his best to avoid eye contact with passers-by. This town is very small, with only 3 streets, 2 intersections, and 1 three-way intersection. The passers-by may not be relatives, but they are all acquaintances in the neighborhood. Since it was not the new year yet, there were not many young people on the streets, so people like Li Yi, who were handsome and had a great temperament, were even more conspicuous. Li Yi had no choice but to walk along the deserted path according to his memory. After walking for a few minutes, at a corner, he hid sideways behind the wall. Only half of his head popped out and looked towards the intersection. At the intersection, there was a bun shop called Li's Bun Shop, with steaming steamers at the door. Li Yi's target of this trip, Li's father and mother, were busy in the store, coming out from time to pack buns for customers. Although this store has been open for more than 20 years, it is not well known except in small towns. There's no special recipe, just hard work and careful budgeting. So, how did you manage to maintain such a boring life for more than 20 years? Li Yi couldn't understand. But fortunately, he never forces others to understand him, so he never forces himself to understand others. After staring for a moment, Li Yi still did not approach, but just watched from a distance. Then he turned around, took out a cigarette, and the smoke passed around his back and slowly drifted towards the intersection. Li Yi found a ride at the intersection of the town that traveled between the town and the city. As soon as the ride-sharing car drove out of the main road of the town, the driver was seen glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. After a while, the driver tried to speak. Are you Li Yi? The one from class 2 at Township Middle School. Your homeroom teacher's surname is Mei. Li Yi frowned when he heard this and quickly searched his memory. After a moment, Li Yi said, You are. He didn't remember this driver, but what the other party said matched the number. I'm Zhao Xiaolei, Brother Lei. I used to be in the 3rd shift. Do you remember me? The driver said while driving. I have no impression. Li Yi said bluntly, without any apology in his tone. He never caters to people. Once he caters to someone, that person will have to be careful, because he must have some ulterior motive and will never give up. 2. The driver, Zhao Xiaolei, also understood what Li Yi meant. After a wry smile, he could only chat awkwardly. I heard that you were admitted to a university in Chengdu. Where do you work now? Not going to work. Li Yi's brows were already furrowed. It's better not to work, then I will definitely make a fortune. After this sentence, Zhao Xiaolei finally stopped the awkward conversation. In fact, he recognized Li Yi as soon as he got on the car. After all, Li Yi was also one of the school's most influential figures when he was in middle school. Looking at Li Yi's clothes and demeanor, he thought he must have a good job, so he wanted to make friends with him. Of course, As for those who have made a fortune, this is just a habitual flattery. After all, how could a truly wealthy boss take a ride back to his hometown? At least it should be a BBA. Tisk, you're not doing very well, but you're still so arrogant. Zhao Xiaolei curled his lips and snorted disdainfully in his heart. More than an hour later, the ride arrived at a luxury hotel in Tongzhou City. At this moment, a sudden rainstorm came down. Li Yi looked at the raindrops falling recklessly through the window, and then sent a message to Su Wei. For hours later, when it was getting dark, Su Wei threw the car keys to the hotel doorman and walked into the hotel in a hurry. Her tall figure, beautiful face, and hurried look attracted a lot of attention along the way. Then, when Su Wei saw Li Yi opening the door, she rushed over without hesitation and took off her high heels. At this time, the rain outside the window was getting heavier and the thunder was getting louder. After the thunderstorm dissipated, Su Wei considerately lit a cigarette for Li Yi, then leaned on his shoulder and expressed her tenderness and longing for him. After receiving the message from Li Yi, she had no time to buy a ticket, so she simply drove herself. She exceeded the speed limit several times along the way and rushed to Tongzhou City as fast as possible. Brother Yi, are you done with your overseas affairs? Will you not be going out from now on? Su Wei blinked, her long eyelashes trembling in the air, her eyes full of anticipation. I really don't have any plans to go abroad in the near future, Li Yi said casually. Regardless of how happy Su Wei was at the moment, Li Yi originally had no purpose in returning to China this time, but then he thought about it and decided that people still have to have a goal. Therefore, Li Yi planned to complete the system task of killing 5 mutant creatures. He has dealt with 2 of the 5 mutant creatures so far, a mutant vine in Daliang Mountain and a mutant big spicy strip in the Kinshasa rainforest, both of which earned him good rewards. The country has beautiful mountains and rivers, not only deep mountains and old forests, but also uninhabited areas, so we can always gather 3 more mutant creatures. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is to expand the range and see if there are any mutated zombies or something like that. In addition, considering the current situation abroad, Li Yi plans to save a wave of system currency to make some preparations for the next step of establishing the United States Federation. Chapter 94, Changes in Wildfire Foreign Trade. Li Yi and Su Wei left the hotel the next morning. However, a small incident occurred when checking out at the front desk. Li Yi, what a coincidence, you are here too. A voice came from behind Li Yi. Without turning around, Li Yi knew that the person calling him was Zhao Xiaolei, the hitchhiker driver from yesterday. But what is strange is that today Zhao Xiaolei is dressed like a decent man, and the car keys in his hand have been changed from a domestic passenger van to an A among BBA. But Li Yi soon found out the reason. As a pot-bellied man walked out of the elevator, Zhao Xiaolei didn't have time to say anything more to Li Yi. He quickly went to meet him, lowering his body and looking like a loyal servant. Li Yi didn't care about this scene. He just completed the formalities and walked out of the hotel. Then, Li Yi saw Su Wei driving a luxury SUV, sitting in the driver's seat waiting for him. Brother Yi, you drive and I drive? Su Wei asked with a smile. Let me do it. Su Wei drove the whole afternoon last night and worked hard all night, but Li Yi still knew how to be gentle with women. Okay, Brother Yi. Su Wei smiled sweetly, then stretched out her long legs, gracefully walked around the front of the car, and came to the passenger seat. After Li Yi sat in the driver's seat, Su Wei considerately fastened Li Yi's seatbelt, and the fragrance of her hair immediately filled Li Yi's nose. At this time, Zhao Xiaolei also followed the boss and walked out of the hotel. After seeing this scene, he was stunned for a moment, and then he stared at the logo of the luxury SUV going away. What are you standing there for? Go drive. Zhao Xiaolei didn't come back to his senses until he heard the boss's voice in his ears. The journey back to Chengdu was not very smooth. The main reason was that Su Wei would make trouble from time to time, causing Li Yi to stop in the emergency lane and roll up the window while driving. Fortunately, we finally arrived in Chengdu safely, otherwise we would have lost hundreds of millions more. After returning to Chengdu, the two did not go back to their residence directly, but first came to Sihai Building. It's not that Li Yi wants to come. After all, he really doesn't want to change his career to selling coffee, and he has even made plans to cut it off. But he couldn't resist Su Wei's invitation. After all, she had been working hard all the way, and Li Yi felt embarrassed to discourage her enthusiasm for work. However, after entering the Wildfire Foreign Trade on the 19th floor of Sihai Building, Li Yi was still slightly stunned. Before he went abroad, Wildfire Foreign Trade was a small company with only a few members. Apart from Su Wei herself, there was only one receptionist, Lin Xiaoya, and one salesperson who was in charge of collecting money. But look at it now, the neatly organized workstations are filled with employees, both men and women, and everyone is busy. There were also a few employees who saw Su Wei coming. After looking at Li Yi curiously, they immediately said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Su." And Su Wei would always say, "This is our company's boss, Mr. Li." The employee will immediately say, "Hello, Mr. Li." Just like that, Li Yi entered the president's office amidst the calls of "Hello, Mr. Li." After entering the office, Su Wei immediately shed her female CEO temperament and turned into a little woman, acting coquettishly and asking for credit. "What do you think, brothery? Our Wildfire Foreign Trade Coffee ranks high among similar competitors who also distribute coffee in Africa." In response to this, Li Yi could only helplessly praise, "You did a great job. It seems that I have to give you more responsibilities." Although he had long known that Su Wei was running the Wildfire Foreign Trade Coffee business well, it still far exceeded Li Yi's expectations. But it's not surprising. When Gangajin and its surrounding areas, including the areas on the other side of the strait, were plunged into chaos, companies engaged in the business of importing African coffee were severely affected because the goods could not be transported safely. But at this moment, because of Li Yi, Sishize provided coffee on time and in the right amount even though there was a war outside. This also led to the rapid rise of Wildfire Foreign Trade, run by Su Wei. If I had known earlier, I would have told Sishize to stop supplying goods. Looking at the complacent Su Wei, Li Yi couldn't help but shook his head and muttered, "But for women, it's good to be a little ambitious. This way they won't be completely focused on men." After praising Su Wei, Li Yi rejected Su Wei's resolution to convene a staff meeting to announce his identity. Instead, he ordered the Queen Bee to contact a law firm and start drafting the division matters. Since Su Wei likes selling coffee so much, just let her do it for fun. As for the company development plan submitted by Su Wei, Li Yi pretended to look at it carefully. As for things like building your own brand and establishing a vertical channel for e-commerce operations, he agreed without thinking. In addition, when Su Wei mentioned the company's financial problems, Li Yi simply waved his hand and said, "As for the funds on the Wildfire Foreign Trade side, you can take care of them all yourself. I don't need to withdraw any funds from my side. If you don't have enough, I can still inject capital." Not to mention Kanglan Pharmaceutical, which is about to set sail, even the few sheep in the Destiny Club, if they were to show even a little bit of their profits, would be enough for Su Wei to sell coffee for the rest of her life. It's not that Li Yi looks down on selling coffee, but this thing is really boring, unless coffee is varied and the word cause is added at the end. Of course, Li Yi also looked down on that thing. In short, after sitting in Sihai Building for a while and admiring the empire built by Su Wei, Li Yi drove to the villa he bought for his parents. The decoration progress of the villa is quite good. According to the designer, it can be completed before December. After airing for a while and adding a fresh air system and environmentally friendly materials, it is expected to be ready for occupancy in June next year. This time is suitable. After looking around, Li Yi returned to his residence, which he had been away from for a long time. This rented apartment has undergone significant changes, just like the Wildfire Foreign Trade and Sihai Building. Every corner of the room is filled with the breath of life. It must have been decorated carefully by Su Wei after Li Yi left. For Su Wei, this is their love nest. For Li Yi, this is just a place to stay, not even a safe house. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although Li Yi only planned to be a good citizen in the country, he was cautious by nature and decided to prepare a few more houses. Now that the funds are sufficient, we can simply let the Queen Bee slowly screen and buy the suitable ones. On the 3rd day after Li Yi returned to China, Li Yi placed a contract in front of Su Wei. "Sign it." Li Yi didn't say anything, just turned to the signature page and handed the pen to Su Wei. Su Wei also didn't waste any words. After quickly signing her name, she smiled and asked, "Brother Yi, what are you asking me to sign? Is it a contract to sell my body?" Chapter 95 Mercenaries, Killers and Corporate Cuts. "Yes, that's right. It's a contract to sell one's body." Li Yi took the contract with a smile and signed his name. Afterwards, Li Yi put the Wildfire Foreign Trade License, official seal, U-Shield and other things he almost never used into a file bag and threw them all to Su Wei. Su Wei did not check immediately, but walked around the small round table in front of the 2 of them and hung it on Li Yi with ease. "So, Brother Yi, where do you want to sell me to?" "In your heart." Su Wei exhaled in a sweet voice. "You little goblin." Li Yi knew that Su Wei was restless again. She had always been naive and playful. After a short break in the lovemaking, Su Wei lit a cigarette for Li Yi, then swayed her body and brought him a glass of water. It has to be said that this is what Li Yi likes most about Su Wei. Even though she was exhausted, she still wanted to serve him. Afterwards, Su Wei gently leaned on Li Yi's shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Yi, I'll make whatever you want to eat tonight. All is fine." Li Yi said the words that gave the chef the most headache. Su Wei didn't feel a headache. After being clingy for a while, she took a shower and changed into new clothes. Brother Yi, I'm going to go buy some food. You take a good rest first. Su Wei said this and left the residence. Li Yi felt a little amused and helpless. It was obviously Su Wei who needed to rest. What gave Su Wei the illusion that he needed to rest? It seems we need to increase our efforts. Li Yi smiled and flicked out the cigarette, but with his finger. After the cigarette but flew around in the air, it fell into the ashtray and extinguished the sparks by itself. After dinner, Chengdu was already in the night. Li Yi is a person who knows how to enjoy nightlife. Especially in previous lives, people who lead gangs always bear a lot of pressure, so they must learn to release it. I remember that he once had a henchman who was not only capable, but also very talented in writing. He wrote a book called Mercenaries, Killers and Prostitutes. For this purpose, he specially invited a publisher to come and successfully distributed and sold the book in a certain region. Since then, this henchman has become a writer. To paraphrase him, I thought I was shameless enough until I became a writer. Unfortunately, he died young due to HIV, which added another 5 minutes to Li Yi's paper burning time. Just as Li Yi was reminiscing about the glorious past, Su Wei's exclamation came to his ears. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Did I do something wrong? Su Wei was seen holding the contract she had just signed that morning, tears streaming down her face. Li Yi was stunned when he heard this, but he soon figured it out. What are you thinking about? Li Yi said, waving at Su Wei. Su Wei obediently sat next to Li Yi, but there was still a look of confusion on her face. At this time, Li Yi said softly, since you like to do business so much, I might as well give you the foreign trade part of Wildfire. Isn't that a good idea? After hearing this, Su Wei showed a relieved expression, and then said coquettishly, I thought you didn't want me anymore, Brother Yi. Li Yi smiled and patted Su Wei's head, saying, what are you imagining? Stop imagining nonsense from now on. Su Wei immediately nodded obediently. If other employees of Wildfire Foreign Trade saw this scene, they would probably be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Mr. Su, who is the boss and has the final say in the company, is actually acting like a little bird and acting obediently in front of a man. Of course, probably only Li Yi could see and feel Su Wei's look. On the other hand, Su Wei was panicked at first by the big gift given to Li Yi. After all, compared to Wildfire Foreign Trade, she cares more about Li Yi. I almost thought that this was Li Yi's breakup fee for her. Fortunately, she was just overthinking it. But he is worthy of being Brother Yi. He just gave gifts as soon as a company said so. This is much higher than those men who send flowers and cars. Wildfire Foreign Trade has invested several $1 million and has been in a loss-making state before. Now we have finally turned a profit. Although the profit is not much, at least we are making back our investment little by little. Just when it was time to make a profit, Li Yi transferred the company to her without saying anything. Su Wei knew that Li Yi was rich, but she never asked for a penny. Even now, all the money she has comes from the monthly salary paid by Wildfire Foreign Trade, and she has never used the power given to her by Li Yi to increase her salary. The clothes and shoes Li Yi wore were all bought with her own money. There are also housing expenses, water and electricity bills, etc. Therefore, Su Wei herself actually doesn't have much money, and is even far from her goal of buying a house and bringing her grandmother over. This is not to say that Li Yi was not good to her, but Li Yi simply did not think about this aspect. Li Yi once said that Su Wei arranged the company's funds at will, and he did not ask about it. But who would have thought that this silly girl was so indifferent to public affairs and had been receiving a salary of less than 10,000 yuan per month for the past few months? Li Yi only found out about this when he was working on the company's transfer contract and needed to check the accounts. Remember to give yourself a higher salary in the future, Li Yi said with a smile as he thought of this. No. Su Wei shook her head, stood up, put her hands on her hips, looked down at Li Yi, then stretched out a finger, lifted Li Yi's chin, and said, I plan to expand the company and make it stronger. The next step is to create my own coffee brand. I have to cherish every penny of my money. When that time comes, man, I'll support you. Su Wei made a domineering declaration, but Li Yi just wanted to look at Su Wei as if she was an idiot. There were so many other choices, but he chose the most difficult task for himself. Well, I can only say that you are courageous. But Li Yi shook his head and said, before I transferred Wildfire Foreign Trade to you, I injected another 20 million into the company. When your annual profit exceeds 20 million, come and tell me this again. As for now, Li Yiheng picked up Su Wei and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Since we have said that we will increase our efforts, we must not go back on our word. It was another day when the king did not attend the morning court. For Li Yi, one night's hard work was nothing. But unexpectedly, Sue also climbed out of bed with difficulty. You're not going to work, are you? Li Yi blinked and asked. As Sue put on her clothes, she replied, my goal is to make an annual profit of over 20 million. Okay. Li Yi shook his head helplessly. He does not rule out ambitious women, especially those who have their hearts set on him. After watching Sue leave, the screen of the TV in the living room suddenly flashed, and the figure of the queen bee appeared. Chapter 96 New Ticket Holder, Action Department Establishment Plan. Li Yi was not surprised to see the sudden appearance of the queen bee. Picking up the oolong tea that Sue had brewed before leaving, Li Yi calmly sat down on the sofa opposite the TV. With a pop sound, accompanied by the sound of a lighter, Li Yi lit a cigarette and put his legs on the coffee table. Report. Li Yi said. The queen bee's voice then rang out. 2 new D-level ticket holders have been added to the Destiny Club. Both are now online. The following is the information of 2 D-class passengers. Li Yi took a quick glance and immediately understood. These 2 people were the targets selected by the queen bee before. After Leo's contact, they have now become passengers of the Destiny Club. To put it bluntly, they are non-staff members, commonly known as the sheep being fleeced. The first sheep is Woody Maslow, a new generation of financial tycoon in the United States. This prodigy, who was only 36 years old at the time, had already made his mark in the financial market at the age of 18. After more than 10 years of repeated gambles, he successfully became a new elite among the top capitalists. Not only does he own shares in several commercial banks, he is also a director of a world-renowned investment institution. It may be lacking in industry, but it is a giant in finance and the internet. But it could be that God is jealous of his talent, or it could be that he is being punished by God. In short, the 36-year-old internet finance tycoon was diagnosed with terminal cancer 3 months ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not live for more than 6 months. How could such a successful young man, who was a big shot in the financial market, accept this fate so willingly? Therefore, Leo, sent by Li Yi, gave Woody Maslow a completely different fate. However, if you want to change your destiny, spending money is essential. As for the second sheep, it is the Russian energy oligarch, 67-year-old Serko Onktovsky. There's nothing much to say about oligarchs. In other places, you may be a big boss, but in the Russian Federation, which is controlled by the emperor with an iron fist, it is a high-risk job. But Serko no longer needs to wait for the emperor to take action. 3 months ago, Serko was admitted to the ICU due to kidney failure and barely managed to survive. Now he is basically relying on an expensive extracorporeal circulation machine to keep him alive. Perhaps just a small short circuit, or even a power outage on the backup power supply, would have buried Serko. Serko's desire to survive is undoubtedly commendable, so he waited for a turning point. However, fate has already secretly marked a price for all gifts. With the addition of 2 new passengers to the Destiny Club, Li Yi no longer needs to use hunger marketing when issuing tasks. There are 3 passengers in total. 2 of them are on the verge of life and death, and the other is very old. It would be strange if they didn't scramble for the simplest fundraising task of the Destiny Club. In a short period of time, Li Yi once again obtained tens of billions of US dollars in funds. The price to pay is just the very cheap and good quality Class 1 body repair potion in the System Mall. This thing can neither cure cancer nor kidney failure, but it can effectively allow the user to live a normal life for a certain period of time. Norton has the most say on this point. After the Destiny Club raised a large amount of funds in a short period of time, Li Yi's many plans began to unfold slowly. The first step is to enclose land and buy an island. Needless to say, the land around the Temasek Research and Development Center is of great value, and Li Yi also plans to buy a few more small islands. Some are used to build airports and docks, while others are used to build bases. Secondly, expand the staff. Kong Hongfei needs a large number of RD personnel, both at the grassroots and middle levels, and there are many vacancies. There is also the operations department, which currently still only has Leo's Thor team. What's even more pitiful is that Leo is still a lone commander. It can be said that the entire operations department is a name only. Li Yi plans to adopt a multi-pronged approach to the establishment of the action department. First, the military academy in Kinshasa must urge CCIs to speed up the pace of construction and expansion so that Li Yi can recruit a group of students. After all, there are a lot of refugees, especially orphans, created by chaos and war. Second, let Leo recruit in the mercenary circle. Although mercenaries are a group of guys who only care about money, Li Yi happens to be not short of money. What's more, he has too many means to control these mercenaries at any time. But to be honest, ordinary mercenaries are actually cannon fodder on the battlefield. At most, they can live a little longer than the filler babies. Therefore, Li Yi only planned to recruit elite mercenaries, preferably those who already had a certain scale. As for training from scratch, we have to wait until the military academy in Kinshasa is slowly built. Third, in the name of security, they recruit a group of capable and legitimate security personnel. These people can act as security forces in public, or they can gradually and imperceptibly transform into executioners in the action department. The people recruited through these three channels are all peripheral members. Only after rigorous examination can they be accepted as true internal members. If all goes well, the action unit will be set up relatively quickly. I didn't expect that I would have created such a big business without realizing it. Li Yi thought about it and looked at his next plan. If it can be successfully completed, Destiny Club will become a real behemoth. But before that, you still have to keep a low profile, unless someone is determined to cause trouble. After making some minor adjustments to the plan, Li Yi waved his hand, and the screen on TV immediately flashed and turned black. In fact, just a commercial server-level host is enough for the Queen Bee to have the capabilities she has now. Now that he has money, it's time to upgrade the Queen Bee. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi called over the Queen Bee and said, "Pick the body you like and place your order." Do you understand the word like? The Queen Bee understands. The Queen Bee quickly replied. The Queen Bee likes quantum computers, but there aren't any available right now. Therefore, the Queen Bee will place an order for the construction of a supercomputer. This is expected to consume $568.42 million in reserves and take 11 months to build. Administrator approval requested. It was only $500 million US, so Li Yi gave his permission without thinking. I have to say that after having the Queen Bee, he really saved himself a lot of trouble. For some problems that he was too lazy to think about, he simply threw them to the Queen Bee to analyze the optimal solution. But Li Yi was a little uncomfortable with such dependence. He is an insecure person who cannot fully trust either humans or machines. Oh, it's time to go. Li Yi sighed and scanned the map, where a route was clearly drawn. Chapter 97: Human Evolution and Eating, the first nuclear bomb for young people. Li Yi still has 3 to go in order to complete his mission of exterminating 5 mutant creatures. It seems that in the future apocalypse, the animals and plants in the deep mountains and forests are more likely to evolve into mutant elites than humans. At least Li Yi has been to many crowded places and has not received any system reminders about any humanoid mutant elite zombies or the like. But I am curious, what kind of virus can lead to a biochemical apocalypse and cause the collapse of order in a short period of time? Li Yi pondered this question as he headed towards the first stop of his journey. In fact, there are so many answers that can be thought of that there are many possibilities. After thinking for half an hour, Li Yi arrived in Meizhou. This is a prefecture-level city close to Chengdu and was once the hometown of the famous writer Su Dongpa. When Li Yi arrived, Meishan City was shrouded in rain. The continuous autumn rain, accompanied by a bleak wind, gave people a cool feeling. He likes rain because it can wash away the traces left behind. And if it is a rainy night, it is especially suitable for seeking revenge. Speaking of which, rainy days and murderous intent go well together. Therefore, Li Yi did not use the ability of the gene lock to block the raindrops from hitting his body, even though this was a good opportunity to exercise his mental strength. After leaving the station, Li Yi stopped a taxi and headed straight to Shushan. Shushan is the second largest table mountain in the world. The so-called Table Mountain is a landform with a flat top and steep edges, like a table, which is easy to understand. Today, a small part of Shushan is a scenic spot, and most of the rest is a nature reserve. Except for scientific research teams, few people set foot there. There is no need to explain Li Yi's purpose of coming here. Not long after, in the enchanting autumn rain, Li Yi arrived at the Shushan scenic area. Li Yi did not rush to set foot in those uninhabited areas, but bought a ticket and slowly entered the scenic area to enjoy the view. Perhaps because it was a weekday and it was raining, there were not many tourists, and there was still fog swirling in the mountains and forests in the rain. Li Yi admired the natural scenery for a while, and then petted the red panda twice. This furry little guy felt really good to the touch. However, Li Yi soon got tired of the scenery, so after finding a place with few people, he flashed across the tourist trail and entered the jungle. As soon as he entered the jungle, Li Yi felt refreshed. The spiritual consciousness ability brought by the genetic lock was opened by him, so even if he closed his eyes, everything around him, even the reptiles hidden under the leaves, could be seen. However, because you see more, your brain has to process more information. But Li Yi is not an ordinary person. Genetic evolution has brought him not only physical strength, but also spirit and will, or brain. He has more efficient information processing capabilities, thinks more quickly, and has a stronger memory. Although he didn't know whether his IQ had improved, Li Yi could feel that his thinking and analytical abilities had become stronger. Relying on his spiritual sense, Li Yi walked through the rugged and steep mountains and forests as if it were flat ground, and soon he had entered the protected area. A large number of rare animals and plants grow freely here, but Li Yi's target is not them. Time passed quickly. When the autumn rain in the daytime ended, a waning moon appeared in the sky, dotted with a few shining stars. At this time, Li Yi stopped searching in the mountains and forests. Although according to his current physical condition, the activities during the day would not make him feel tired at all. However, keeping the spiritual consciousness open for a long time will still put some strain on the brain. For this reason, Li Yi took out his camping equipment from his backpack and opened a few cans of beef. The taste is nostalgic. As Li Yi ate canned military rations, he couldn't help but think back to the past. But it's strange to say, according to normal thinking logic, the stronger the physique, the more energy support is needed. Someone like Li Yi should have a significantly increased appetite. But in fact, Li Yi's appetite not only did not increase, but actually decreased a little. This issue is worth studying. Thinking of this, Li Yi communicated with the Queen Bee and sent the question to Kong Hongfei. Kong Hongfei naturally did not rest at this time. He was doing an experiment. After taking a look at the questions sent by the Queen Bee, he thought for a few minutes and gave an answer. Boss, your genes are different from those of ordinary people. It is speculated that your absorption and digestive systems utilize food several times more efficiently than an average person. For the same food, the average person may only absorb 10 of the nutrients from it, but you can absorb 50 or even more. It's like the advancement of technology. In fact, the most important thing is the efficiency and conversion rate of energy utilization. The same is true for the human body. Kong Hongfei gave his own insights from a professional perspective in a short period of time. It may not be completely correct, but it has answered some of Li Yi's questions. According to Kong Hongfei's speculation, if we go one step further, it may even be possible to draw energy directly from the environment. Because in this theory, eating is actually a rather inefficient and cumbersome way to absorb energy. I see. Li Yi murmured and nodded. In addition to this, Kong Hongfei also mentioned another matter that concerned him. Boss, if you're interested in biological evolution, why not contact Professor Finch at the Cold Spring Alley Laboratory in the United States? He is not only an authority on the subject, but also a respected, top scholar who is truly passionate about his studies. For example, he would definitely be interested in our gene repair technology. Kong Feihong sent this message. Li Yi understood what Kong Hongfei meant, so he quickly asked the Queen Bee to start searching. However, the other party's identity is obviously not ordinary and has been included in the confidential files of the United States Federation. With the Queen Bee's current computing power, it will take some time to complete. Li Yi was not in a hurry about this. He just asked the Queen Bee to report to him after obtaining enough information. However, Kong Feihong's suggestion did serve as a reminder to Li Yi. In addition to the formation of the action team, the formation of the scientific research team should also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With the existence of the system, he does not lack technology, but he needs enough talents to implement the technology. Thinking of this, Li Yi gave the Queen Bee a plan to establish a scientific research talent system. It has to be said that with the Queen Bee, Li Yi is indeed less worried. Both communication and intelligence are much more efficient. This also made Li Yi even more excited. If he could obtain a quantum computer in the future and build a complete honeycomb, how powerful would that be? By then, I'm afraid that all the electrical devices in the world will be under his control. Maybe he could try turning his phone into a bomb. However, Li Yi always felt that this kind of low-powered firecracker was not good enough. Thinking of the uranium ore deposited with Cixi, he really didn't know when Li Yi would be able to have his own Big Ivan. As a young man's first nuclear bomb, it must have some appearance. Chapter 98 Scarlet Ganoderma, an unexpected surprise. Li Yi set off again in the early morning. But before he had gone far, he received a piece of news that surprised him. Emergency report. 5 minutes ago, Country H declared a state of emergency. The Queen Bee sent a text message to report. After receiving the report, Li Yi's first reaction was, "Whose masterpiece is this?" You have to know that the country south of the peninsula is not an African country with 3 days of unrest and 2 days of coup d'etat. It is not some small country with little presence. As one of the adopted sons of the United States Federation, there is a retired emperor stationed there. Even if this emperor is not a 5-star general, he is definitely not someone who can be shaken by some ragtag army. The last military coup dates back more than 40 years. Although 99 of the leaders there ended up in a bad way and the political situation was not stable, the military's condition had been quite stable. Thinking of this, Li Yi, who was temporarily unable to figure out the source, gave the queen bee an order. Pay close attention and report back at any time. If this guy can really succeed, based on his skills, Li Yi will do everything he can to recruit him to the Destiny Club. This is a great talent. I must learn from him and draw on his success experience. But then again, why should he learn these experiences? Li Yi always felt that his head was weird, and he was thinking about things he shouldn't be thinking about. This feeling was really great. This is only possible because he was born in China. Otherwise, which boy wouldn't have the dream of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang? Next, Li Yi continued to conduct a carpet search deep in the dense forests of Shushan. When dawn came, Li Yixing reached the edge of a cliff with a slope of nearly 90 degrees. If he wanted to move forward, he could only climb. This certainly doesn't pose a problem for Li Yi. Free climbing is a compulsory course, and now with a stronger physique and the ability of the Gene Lock, Li Yi is not worried about his own safety at all. After rubbing his hands, Li Yi began to climb up with his bare hands at an extremely fast speed. If someone were here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Even the world's top rock climbers cannot reach even 1/10 of Li Yi's speed. After a while, with the final push of his feet, Li Yi reached the top easily. Looking from here, although it was still dark, he could still see the continuous mountain ranges surrounded by clouds and water vapor. Whenever we climb to a high place and look into the distance, we can't help but feel a sense of pride in conquering nature. But Li Yi had no intention of howling. After watching for a while, he continued to move forward. In the early morning, as all things in the mountains and forests came back to life, Li Yi also saw a round black and white creature. This little thing was quite alert. The moment it saw Li Yi, it disappeared in a flash. Since the system's task prompt was not triggered, Li Yi did not chase after him. After walking for a while, just when Li Yi thought that this trip to Mount Shu might be in vain, he heard the system's voice like a heavenly sound. Elite mutant organism detected. Urgent subjugation mission now issued. Target: mutated devil fungus. Mission description: a mutant fungus, born from the mutant's corpse, continues to spread outward. Any body it parasitizes will become a controlled puppet. At its core, something terrifying seems to be brewing. Do you accept the mission? Hearing the system's voice, a smile appeared on Li Yi's face. Finally, I'm here. Otherwise, this trip would just be a tour. Li Yi thought so, and then he accepted the task. The system's voice also sounded. Subjugation mission begins. Please completely eliminate the mutant devil fungus within 12 hours. The countdown begins. A 12-hour countdown then appeared on Li Yi's retina. 12 hours? Compared to the original corpse vines 3 hours and the previous double-headed spicy strips 6 hours, this devil fungus looks stronger. However, fungi cover a larger area and appear fragile, but it is not surprising that they are actually the potential kings of the forest. Just as Li Yi thought, he didn't need to look for it deliberately. Before he took a few steps, a rotten beast corpse appeared under his feet. And underneath the beast's corpse, a dense layer of white fungus was spreading outward. However, these fungi are only a small part. The surrounding areas, on the ground or underground, and some plants are all covered with these white fungi. In this case, it is impossible to burn it all in one fire, so you can only clean it up carefully bit by bit. What a hassle! Li Yi shook his head, then began to activate his spiritual sense and started to clean up. Fungi are not difficult to deal with, but they are large in number and wide in range, so they require some carefulness. Fortunately, Li Yi has the ability of genetic lock. With the dual blessing of mental strength and physical body, the cleaning speed is not slow. After more than 3 hours, Li Yi cleared the center of the fungal community. At this moment, his movements paused slightly. I saw a fungus plant that looked like Ganoderma lucidum appearing before my eyes. The edge of its cap was bright blood red, and it was extremely conspicuous among the white fungal community and lush green vegetation. This is... As Li Yi was guessing, the system's voice came again. Discovered a mutant spiritual plant, Scarlet Ganoderma. Scarlet Ganoderma, a rare mutant plant born under special circumstances. It can be used as the main raw material for various genetic medicines. It can also be sold to the system mall and will be recycled at the corresponding price. This is really a pleasant surprise. Li Yi let go of the mutated devil fungus for the time being, and instead carefully dug out the Scarlet Ganoderma lucidum in front of him from the soil. Then, he opened the system mall and took a look at the recycling price. Scarlet Ganoderma. Selling it will earn you 5,000 system currency. This thing is really not cheap. You should know that a level I gene evolution fluid is only 5,000 system currencies. If converted into ammunition, that would be hundreds of AKs. Thinking of this, Li Yi was slightly moved, but he stopped thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi took a photo of the Scarlet Ganoderma lucidum, Send it to Kong Hongfei, and packed it up together with the soil around the Ganoderma lucidum. Although I don't know whether leaving here will affect the efficacy of the scarlet Ganoderma lucidum, I still have to take it to Kong Hongfei for analysis and testing first. It would be best to research a cultivation method, so that Li Yi can have a stable channel to obtain system currency. Well, I always feel like I'm one step closer to Big Ivan. Chapter 99 Son, I heard that you were hooking up with a rich woman? For hours later, looking at the land that he had almost plowed, Li Yi clapped his hands with satisfaction. Then he thought about it, and the stains on his hands were shaken off in an instant. At the same time, the system's voice rang in my head. Subjugation mission completed. You have successfully eliminated the elite mutant in this area, the mutant devil fungus. Rewards are now being distributed. Then, a series of messages accompanied by sounds, like gold coins popping up in Li Yi's mind. You received a reward for the crusade, 10,000 system currency. You have obtained the subjugation reward, level 2 genetic evolution fluid. You received the crusade reward, elite lottery ticket. Looking at the reward, Li Yi curled his lips. After a flash of thought, a test tube appeared in his hand. The level 2 genetic evolution fluid is similar to the level 1, the only difference being that the fluid in the test tube is dark gold in color and faintly radiates a sheen. Li Yi didn't think much about it and put it into his mouth. With a surge in his throat, he swallowed the level 2 genetic evolution liquid, leaving a hint of sweetness in his mouth. As for the taste, there's really nothing good to say about it. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi concentrated his mind and quietly felt the changes in his body. There was still a feeling of heat spreading from the lower abdomen, then to the internal organs, and finally to the limbs and brain. Li Yi felt a brief moment of dizziness, but it was very short, only about 2 or 3 seconds. The body surface temperature also rises, but I didn't feel any discomfort or pain in my body. After a while, all the strange feelings quickly faded away. At this time, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and only felt a pang of hunger. Li Yi took out a few more cans of beef. After feasting on them for a while, a strong feeling came over him. Becoming stronger again, Li Yi clenched his fists, and his physical strength was improved again. Although I haven't tested it, this feeling is extremely obvious and cannot be wrong. In addition, what Li Yi cares about most is the power of the gene lock. After all, no matter how strong the body is, it cannot withstand a nuclear bomb. But as for the power of the spirit, no one knows how far its upper limit can be. Looking at a huge rock not far away, Li Yi made a slight attempt. When the spirits gather, both mental power and willpower gush out. A trace of blue veins spread from the eye socket to the temple, and golden light flashed in the pupil. He looked ferocious and his eyes were as sharp as knives. And the huge rock not far away began to shake slightly. After a few breaths, the boulder slowly rose up and became suspended. But after only about 10 seconds, Li Yi felt dizzy and had to withdraw his mental power. Call. At this time, Li let out a long sigh and couldn't help rubbing his temples. Overall, there was some growth, but not much. Li Yi was not disappointed by this. After testing the growth of his mental strength, Li Yi took a short break to allow his brain to recover. It was not until noon that Li Yi, who had recovered, turned his attention to the last reward. Start the lottery. Li Yi muttered to himself. And with this silent recitation, the lottery scene appeared again. A few seconds later, accompanied by a flash of blue light, the prize appeared in front of Li Yi. Bolt Gun Technical Blueprint. This blueprint contains a complete set of bolt gun production technology. Bolt gun. A bolt gun fires explosive bullets propelled by rockets. Styles include pistols, rifles, machine guns, and grenade launchers. It is compatible with 8 types of ammunition. This was a type of firearm that Li Yi had never seen before, which made him take a closer look. However, since it was only a technical drawing and no actual weapon, Li Yi could only judge based on its appearance and partial description that this was a very powerful firearm. Depending on the type and style of bullet, it is possible to hit targets at close and long distances, and the bullets are powerful. But no matter how Li Yi looked at it, it seemed that this thing didn't seem to be used to deal with zombies. After all, judging by the size of the gun and the specifications of the bullet, it looks like it's used to fight monsters. Could it be that in the future biochemical apocalypse, there will be giant zombies born? Li Yi guessed, but when he thought that even animals and plants could mutate, it would not be surprising if a monster mutated. However, this technical drawing still requires finding a suitable military engineer. Leave professional matters to professionals. This is one of Li Yi's philosophies. Thinking of this, Li Yi communicated with the Queen Bee again and added military experts to the talent search task. The more an organization needs to develop, the more talent it needs. Sure enough, no matter what industry or profession, The 21st century is the century of talents. After dealing with the mutant devil fungus, Li Yi took the unexpected scarlet Ganoderma lucidum and left Shushan on foot. Although there are still some places in this mountainous area that he has not searched, according to Li Yi's speculation, there should be only one elite mutant in an area. Of course, this does not apply to extremely vast areas like the Gongwa rainforest. Just as Li Yi was leaving Shushan and preparing to find a car to return, the Queen Bee sent another message. The state of martial law in Country H has been lifted. The specific information has been compiled and uploaded to the server and can be viewed at any time. When Li Yi heard the Queen Bee's voice, he had an idea. Thinking of the man who dared to tamper with the Emperor's head, he immediately checked the intelligence files. The 21st century is the century of talents, and Destiny Club needs such talents. Regardless of whether the other party succeeds or not, he is worth recruiting just for his courage. However, as Li Yi read the information, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Things were quite different from what he had imagined. You're just a lousy leader who doesn't even have control of the military. What are you rebelling for? You should rebel against yourself. After reading all the information, Li Yi couldn't help but curse. He thought he was some talented person, but it turned out to be a mentally retarded person. Fortunately, he was looking forward to it a little bit. Sure enough, this once again proves the saying that the world is just a huge makeshift team. Feeling disappointed, Li Yi took a car from the entrance of the scenic area and returned to Chengdu that night. He thought he would have to search Shushan for several days, but his luck seemed to be good and he finished it in just one day. The next stop is Shenanjia. However, before leaving, Li Yi received a call from his mother. As soon as Li's mother opened her mouth, Li Yi was a little confused. Hey kid, I heard from your junior high school classmates that you seem to be hooking up with some rich woman. What's going on? There was no questioning in Li's mother's tone, only deep concern. Li Yi felt puzzled. Does Li Yi still need to be with a rich woman? Unless the rich woman can have Big Ivan, I will not agree to anything. But Li Yi did not speak in a hurry, but looked at Su Wei who was washing his feet with a twinkling eye. Chapter 100 Startup Company, Progress of Talent Search. There is no doubt that Li Yi wants to give his parents a better life. And he has this ability now. But as for the source of money, you need to think of a suitable reason. Lottery and the like are totally out of the question. Because reasons like lottery and getting rich overnight make parents feel somewhat uneasy. Moreover, this kind of wealth cannot be shown off in front of relatives and friends, as it will only arouse jealousy. The second is the money earned from his own business, which was also Li Yi's original plan. Li Yi planned to bring his parents to live in his villa in Chengdu next year, and then he would tell them that he had achieved success in starting a business. In this way, parents can also feel proud. However, this reason takes time. After all, apart from those illegal businesses, what other startups can accumulate wealth in such a short period of time? And finally, there are a variety of other reasons. But now, after hearing Li's mother's concerned inquiries, Li Yi suddenly had an idea and stretched out his toes to playfully rub the back of Su Wei's hand. Su Wei thought Li Yi wanted to play with her, so she stretched out her slender fingers and rubbed them. But at this moment, Su Wei heard Li Yi say on the phone, "Mom, where did this rich woman come from? I really want to eat some soft rice, but there has to be someone who wants it." Li Yi knew that if nothing unexpected happened, it must have been spread by some junior high school classmate. This is how news spreads in a small county. It always becomes more and more outrageous. However, taking advantage of this topic, Li Yi changed the subject and said, "Mom, I forgot to tell you. I'm planning to start a business now. I've encountered an opportunity, so I thought I'd give it a try while I'm still young." On the other end of the phone, Li's mother's worried voice was heard. "It's not that I'm worried about him starting a business, but I'm worried about his health. I even mentioned whether he needs support from his family. The family has some savings over the years, although not much, but 50,000 or 60,000 yuan is still enough." When Li Yi heard this, he quickly said, "Don't worry about it. Who would use their own money to start a business now? It's all investors' money. If I make a profit, it's mine. If I lose money, it's theirs. Investing always involves risk." Li Yi said this and gestured to Su Wei. Su Wei immediately understood what she meant, moved closer to the phone's receiver, and shouted, "Hello, Annie." Then, Li Yi continued to make up a story. "This is his former colleague, and now he is also my partner." Li Yi winked at Su Wei as he spoke. Although Su Wei didn't know why Li Yi lied to her parents, she would support her beloved man unconditionally and without reason. So Su Wei quickly said, "Auntie, Brother Yi is right. This is probably what happened." Li Yi didn't need to rack his brains to think about what happened next. The saying goes that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. This also applies to Su Wei. Although this story sounds a bit unreasonable, There are many fantastic things in the world. Aren't there enough magical stories in life? In addition, Li's father and mother didn't understand what a company was, so after hearing Su Wei's words, they quickly believed this magical story. It was not until more than half an hour later that Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and finally hung up the phone. He must have told at least 9,990 lies in his 2 lifetimes, but this one was the hardest to tell. I am indeed an honest person who is not good at lying. Li Yi thought so humorously. At this time, Su Wei smiled, gently wiped Li Yi's feet, and then hung on Li Yi again. Brother Yi, if you want to be a gigolo, I will definitely accept it. Su Wei whispered in Li Yi's ear. Her eyes are as charming as silk and her breath is as fragrant as orchid. Needless to say, this girl deserves a beating again. So, when the evening breeze gently blows the curtains to form waves, the spring water in the living room is also rippling. After returning to Rongqing from Shushan, Li Yi did not stay for long. After teaching Su Wei, the rich woman, a lesson all night, he set off again with his bag on his back the next morning. His next stop was Shenangjia, also a famous uninhabited area with many legends. The area of Shenangjia is much larger than that of Shushan, and the search will definitely be more time-consuming and laborious. But Li Yi held a glimmer of hope. In addition to the mutant elite bodies, he also hopes to encounter treasures from heaven and earth, like the Scarlet Ganoderma lucidum. However, speaking of Scarlet Ganoderma lucidum, Li Yi has already called Leo to come to China and bring the Scarlet Ganoderma lucidum safely back to the RD Center in Temasek. At the same time, the Queen Bee's talent search mission has once again added a group of talents from other professions. There really is a severe shortage of talent. We should just build a few universities and train our own talent. When stepping into the edge of Shenangjia no man's land, Li Yi was still thinking about the issue of talent. No wonder those big companies or organizations have to have reserve cadres or talent pools. They really regret not having enough of them when they need them. In short, with all kinds of thoughts and distractions, Li Yi started the search for Shenangjia. At the same time, in the Biological Research Laboratory on Cold Spring Lane in the United States, 65-year-old Finch Clark was still working on the front line of experiments. Despite his outstanding abilities, Finch was not actually popular among his colleagues. Anyone who knew him would think Finch Clark was too extreme. In Finch's 3 views, there are no ethics or values at all, and all his pursuits are focused on biological experiments. In order to achieve the desired effect, he is willing to try all kinds of unethical experiments. To be honest, if the United States didn't need such talents, Finch should probably be in a federal prison instead of a laboratory. But it has to be admitted that Finch Clark is extremely outstanding in both academic ability and research attitude. And it is such an outstanding talent in biological research who is now looking at the computer in front of him with a frown. What on earth is this? It's so wonderful. Finch muttered to himself. What appeared before his eyes was a genetic module. And this genetic module does not belong to any organism within his knowledge system. It is highly similar to human genetic modules and even has the same origin. But Finch was certain that this was definitely not a human being, at least not a genetic module that a normal human could possess. The source of the gene module was a mysterious organization whose name was unknown. The only thing that can be determined is that this mysterious organization has very powerful means of communication. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bypass the inspection of the U.S. Federal Electronic Security System and send this information to his email address. The purpose of the other party sending this information is quite clear and straightforward. That is to invite him to join and conduct deeper research on organisms. Even though the other party explained the research project, did not promise research funding, and did not even discuss salary, it was still very tempting to Finch. He was past the stage of chasing money, wealth, fame, and status. Today, he has a pilgrimage-like attitude towards his academic research. Pursuing higher levels of biological evolution is his only goal, and this mysterious genetic module seems to vaguely point the way. Thinking of this, Finch stared at the screen, slowly dragged the mouse, and pressed one hand on the keyboard. Chapter 101 Those chosen by fate will all converge in the long river of destiny. Boss, Professor Finch of the Cold Spring Lane Laboratory is interested in accepting our invitation. Kong Hongfei reported on the phone. But Professor Finch is currently skeptical of the genetic model we provided. He wants more evidence. Kong Hongfei's tone was slightly hesitant. That genetic module actually originated from Li Yi. This was the bait Kong Hongfei laid out after obtaining Li Yi's permission. Then give it to him. Li Yi answered while walking in the mountains and forests in Shenangjia. Although genetic modules are best kept secret, but Li Yi's genetic model is different from that of ordinary people. It took humans hundreds of years of development to decipher part of their own genes. Li Yi's genes are different from those of normal people, so even if you have his gene module, it is basically impossible to decipher it in a short period of time. What's more, Li Yi would not give the other party the opportunity to use targeted genetic weapons. After getting Li Yi's approval, Kang Hongfei said with some anticipation, "Understood, boss. I'll arrange it right away. I think Professor Finch will find it difficult to refuse this unprecedented research. Every researcher has his or her own ambitions. If Kang Hongfei wanted to cure his daughter before, now he hopes to repay Li Yi's kindness and do more to help Li Yi. Professor Finch, on the other hand, is more like a pure scholar who advances on the road of research at all costs. Therefore, in Kang Hongfei's opinion, Professor Finch will soon become his colleague. This is like adding wings to a tiger for the current research and development tasks. Regardless of his character and morals, Kang Hongfei feels inferior to him in terms of academic and scientific research ability. While Li Yi was leisurely searching for mutant organisms in Shenangjia, Leo had also arrived at the Bolan Republic. That's right, it's the kind of wave that has no waves at all. Perhaps in history, there really are no waves, or perhaps the only waves are no waves. But people in the industry know that Bolan has the largest number of mercenaries in the world, and has also spawned a corresponding mercenary industry chain. For example, in the special military operations of the Russian Federation, they might have killed more Bolan mercenaries than the regular troops of their opponents. However, this also reflects from the side that although the number of mercenaries is large, their overall quality is worrying. As the leader of the Thor action team, Leo naturally only wants the best soldiers and generals. Although most of the Bolong mercenaries can only be used as filler troops, there are also some elite ones among them. After analysis and screening by the Queen Bee, Leo finally locked on the target. In a tavern in Wasa, the capital of Poland, Leo met the other person on a bleak autumn night. "Are you going to hire us?" Thomas Andre Kasich asked in confusion. It was difficult for him to form a good impression of the German who suddenly appeared in front of him. However, those were historical issues from decades ago. Nowadays, the two sides are extremely harmonious. "Yes, I intend to hire you." Leo looked at Thomas in front of him and nodded calmly. Direct recruitment is obviously not an option. After all, the Destiny Club is a secret organization and cannot openly offer salaries to recruit people like some large companies. So after obtaining Li Yi's consent, Leo decided to hire instead of recruit, and then slowly incorporate the people he liked into his own action team. With the support of the Destiny Club, Leo believed that by then, it would be difficult for the other party to refuse his invitation. And Thomas in front of him is his target. This is a middle-aged strong man with a beard. He looks more like a Viking than a Borealis. "Yeah." Thomas leaned back slightly, looked at Leo in front of him, and said with a slightly arrogant look, "We are not those cannon fodder. So are you mentally prepared for the price?" "Of course." Leo smiled at this. Li Yi gave him great authority and sufficient funds, so he was not worried about the price at all. What's more, no matter how much the other party wants now, they will have to return it to the organization sooner or later. Fate never gives gifts. All prices have already been secretly marked. I intend to employ you long-term, so let's get this done. Leo picked up the dark beer in front of him, drank it in one gulp, looked at Thomas, and quoted a price. The base salary is $1.2 million a year, and operational missions are extra, requiring 24-hour availability. Weapons and equipment, medical care, daily training, food and accommodation, even insurance. I'll take care of it all. This price, in the mercenary world, is definitely a high salary, even if it is not the highest salary. What's more, it's a long-term employment. But Thomas wanted more, so he tentatively said, "This is last year's price. You know, this year, there's a war going on all over the world, so the market has changed." What Thomas said was indeed true. As the Russian Federation is in turmoil, the world's situation is becoming delicate. Consumables such as mercenaries also rose in price. But Leo didn't quite agree with this. Although Li Yi approved a lot of funds, Leo planned to achieve some results to show his boss. He doesn't want to be a sucker where he can accomplish great things with little money. So, Leo shrugged and said, "Then maybe you can try your luck on the Eastern battlefield. You know, they just received aid from Europa and they need elites like you. I just don't know if you're willing to gamble that the Russian Federation's heavy artillery and drones can't touch you." Thomas frowned at Leo's words, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. But at this time, he heard Leo say, "Come on, friend, let's be honest. 1.5 million base salary, double the pension, and you can sign a contract. Instead of risking my life on the battlefield in the East, I'd rather earn some comfortable money. Maybe in a few years, you can retire. Then going to Las Vegas or Xiaowei will be a good choice." I have to say that Leo's words really touched Thomas. Everyone is very clear about the situation on the eastern battlefield. If the price is not high enough, which mercenary would be willing to risk his life for another country? And as far as Thomas knew, the mercenaries heading east were either old guys who wanted to take a gamble and then retire, or young guys who knew nothing and only wanted to make money. A seasoned veteran like him wouldn't be a filler. You're right. Maybe we can discuss the details of the contract. Thomas raised his glass and said this to the German in front of him, who could be described as generous and magnanimous. Although I don't know which boss the other party represents, it seems that this should be an easy and stable job, perhaps a good long-term meal ticket. Leo also raised his glass with a smile, his eyes full of meaning. Those chosen by fate will eventually flow into the long river of fate. Neither he nor Thomas is an exception. Chapter 102 Action Plan. Sending warmth to the cutie. Shenanjia is very big. Big Li followed the planned route and traveled for nearly a day and a night, but gained nothing. Fortunately, Li was not in a hurry about this. Moreover, although he was in Shenanjia, he still had to remotely control the affairs of the Destiny Club at all times. For example now, Boss, Professor Finch accepted our invitation. Kong Hongfei said happily. His only condition is that he wants to meet the person from whom the gene module will be collected. Besides this, we also need to send someone to pick him up from the United States. He is currently under surveillance by the CIA and cannot leave the country freely. Kong Hongfei naturally welcomed Finch's arrival. Although the trial production of the gene repair agent was successful, the subsequent reverse decomposition is the most difficult. Ordinary scholars naturally cannot play a big role, and only top experts like Finch can provide help. After receiving Kong Hongfei's report, Li contacted Leo. Boss, I was just about to report to you. Leo, who was in the turmoil, said, I have recruited a team of mercenaries. Including me, there are currently 7 people in total, which can form an action team. Although we haven't run in yet, please feel free to give me a mission whenever you need it. There is no doubt that Leo's report came at a very timely moment. After thinking for 2 seconds, Li gave the order directly. You'll be given 3 days to adjust. After 3 days, you'll be on a secret escort mission. Also, I have already sent the equipment you requested to the safe house in Temasek. Oh right. Li thought for a moment and continued. Before you leave, you can go to Kong Hongfei's place. I left something in the lab that you might be able to use. Understood, boss. After the short call, Li raised his head and looked towards the deep and dense forest ahead. He had been in Shenanjia for nearly 2 days, and Li Juan had not found any mutant creatures or anything else. However, next to a dilapidated tent, I saw a body that had been dead for many years. I wonder which brave adventurer died here. Li Yike had no intention of collecting the other party's remains. After taking a quick look, he continued forward. It was not until the 3rd night when Li camped by a stream that he finally reaped the rewards. The system's voice finally sounded. Elite mutant organism detected. Urgent subjugation mission now issued. Target, Deep Rift Salamander. Mission description, ancient creatures, plagued by a virus, seem to have awakened ancient instincts. This elite mutant, hidden in the underground river, awaits its prey with a hungry gulp. Do you accept the mission? Finally here. Hearing the system's voice, Li Yi's eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately said silently, without hesitation, accept the mission. The next moment, the familiar voice came again. Subjugation mission begins. Please completely eliminate the abyssal gnat within 12 hours. The countdown begins. Since it is a giant salamander, according to its habits, it naturally lives in caves. Moreover, the mission description has clearly indicated that the other party is hiding in the underground river. So, Li went up along the stream. Soon, a cave entrance that was only wide enough for one person appeared in front of them. After entering, there is a narrow, dark, and damp passage, and there is an icy stream under your feet. Such a dark and gloomy environment, let alone ordinary people, even the most professional explorers would not want to set foot in it. But this is not difficult for Li. Whether it is the insects hiding in the cave or the poisonous snakes that may attack at any time, nothing can escape Li Yi's strong eyesight and the mental power he exudes. And the magical effects of mental power go far beyond this. Li Yi only needed to move his mind and sharpen his gaze. As his temperament changed, an invisible sense of oppression was formed. The instinct of living things will make those poisonous insects and beasts stay away from him consciously. Because of this, even though the environment was quite extreme, Li Yi was able to move forward very easily. But this cave tunnel is much deeper than Li Yi imagined. Half an hour later, a fork in the road appeared in front of Li Yi, where 2 completely different cave passages were formed. One of the rivers had a higher water level, enough to submerge Li Yi's chest, while the other only reached his knees. At the fork in the road, Li Yi hesitated for a moment, then listened attentively. After eliminating the sound of undercurrents in the water, only the sound of some fish swimming could be heard. Taking into account the giant salamander's need for hunting, Li Yi finally chose the channel with greater sound feedback, which was also the one with the highest water level. Next, Li Yi began to move slowly forward in the cave river. But after less than 10 minutes of moving forward, accompanied by the sound of waves, a group of piranhas with sharp teeth rushed over. "You actually came here on your own initiative?" Li Yi was a little surprised by this. After all, he had been releasing mental pressure all the time, and this kind of fish should not have such great courage. However, since he was here, Li Yi was not afraid. As the thought flashed through his mind, a dagger appeared in his hand. With his strengthened body, he felt no pressure at all when facing these piranhas. Even the opponent's sharp teeth find it difficult to bite through his defense. But what's interesting is that before Li Yi could catch a few piranhas for dinner, the piranhas fled past him, leaving Li Yi waiting in vain. So, they're running away? Li Yi narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the piranha was swimming. Soon, Li Yi understood the reason. "I saw a black shadow moving quickly in the water. Its head was flat, its mouth was wide open, and there was a row of conical teeth in its lower jaw. It turned out to be a giant electric eel." Li Yi thought about it and immediately changed the dinner menu. This giant electric eel is nearly 3 meters long and seems to be the largest one ever seen. This seemed to give the other party courage, and he swam up quickly despite Li Yi's mental pressure. And at the moment of contact, a buzzing sound of electricity began to sound. The giant electric eel surged its body, releasing voltage, trying to kill the large prey. But for Li Yi, this numb feeling all over the body was quite comfortable. However, the slippery surface of the giant electric eel is really disgusting. So Li Yi raised his knife and slashed it, and bright red blood immediately surged out in the underground river. In just a few breaths, the main ingredients for dinner were obtained. Just as Li Yi was about to stuff the thing into his bag, he heard the system's voice. "You killed the sub-elite mutant creature, the mutant electric eel. You received 800 system currency. It seems that this big electric eel is not only here to deliver dinner, but also to bring warmth." Li Yi expressed his satisfaction with this and hoped that there would be more little cuties like this. Chapter 103 Resurrection Gene Module, Thunder Power Armor. After dealing with the little cutie who came to his door, Li Yi continued on his way. The river channel in the cave gradually became wider, and several forks appeared. It's just that these intersections are too narrow for people to pass through. Li Yi could only hope that the giant salamander was hiding in a wider passage. Otherwise, he would have to use tools to widen these forks in the road before he could enter. If that happens, there will inevitably be some noise. After entering the widest passage, the water level suddenly rose, directly from the chest to the neck. Coupled with the already thin air, it suddenly makes people feel difficult to breathe. It is difficult for ordinary people to persist for too long in such a situation, but it is not a problem at all for Li Yi. After his body underwent genetic evolution, he tested his breath-holding time, and the answer he got was 3 hours. So, in the dark and turbulent underground water undercurrent, Li Yi continued to move forward as usual. About a quarter of an hour later, the view suddenly became clear. A wide underground cave appeared in front of Li Yi. After Li Yi walked ashore from the underground river, he shook off the water stains on his body. The underground river is full of turbulent undercurrents. It is probably difficult for ordinary people to move forward, let alone just stand still and not be swept away. Perhaps it is for this reason that there is no trace of human activity in this vast underground cave, and it has been like this for thousands of years. The oxygen content in the cave is not very sufficient, but it is enough for Li Yi. Li Yi looked around the cave and saw a large number of cone-shaped stalactites at the top of the cave. These materials, formed over a long period of time in caves and carbonate areas, not only have good collection value, but also have certain medicinal value. Li Yi had no intention of collecting any of the information. After all, the system didn't even give a prompt, so he didn't need to care about these things. After taking a look around, Li Yi continued forward along the underground river. At this time, Li Yi noticed that the compass he carried with him had completely failed. As for the signal, it's all gone. Li Yi, who is tall, talented, and bold, doesn't care about these things and continues to stride forward. Soon, he heard a sound like a baby crying. This should be it. Li Yi thought so and looked into the water at the same time. He saw a black, giant salamander quickly rushing into the crevice of the rock. I think this guy should be the target of his trip. Now that he had locked onto the target, Li Yi was no longer in a hurry. He took out the electric eel he had just killed from his bag pulled out its tendons and drained its blood, then cut it into several pieces and threw them into the underground river. As if smelling the scent of food, the giant salamander suddenly jumped out again. It was not until this moment that Li Yi could clearly see the appearance of the giant salamander. Rather than a giant salamander, it looks more like a shorter python. Its body is quite stout, like a combination of a python and a crocodile. A row of spirally arranged fangs grew out of its mouth that devoured flesh and blood, which looked disgusting. The end of the world hasn't even come yet, but it's already so hideous. No wonder it will mutate into a deep-jawed salamander after the end of the world. After a brief thought, Li Yi picked up the dagger and jumped into the water. Even though this giant salamander looks completely different from ordinary giant salamanders, it is no match for Li Yi anyway. After a while of struggling, blood and water were swirling, and Li Yi's head emerged from the water again. This thing is so slippery and feels terrible. Li Yi shook his head and threw the giant salamander onto the shore. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded in my mind. Subjugation mission completed. You have successfully eliminated the elite mutant in this area, the Deep Rift Salamander. Rewards are now being distributed. Then, a series of voices rang in my mind. You received a reward for the crusade, 15,000 system currency. You have obtained the subjugation reward, level 2 genetic evolution fluid. You have obtained the subjugation reward, giant salamander resurrection gene module. You received the crusade reward, elite lottery ticket. Li Yi glanced at the reward. The system currency was replenished again. So many things that he coveted could be arranged in advance. As for the level 2 genetic evolution liquid, Li Yi put it directly into his mouth. After a while, after absorbing the evolutionary liquid, Li Yi moved his body slightly to adapt to the newly increased strength. After once again increasing his sense of security, Li Yi looked at the type of reward he had never received before, the Giant Salamander Resurrection Gene Module. Giant Salamander Resurrection Gene Module, taken from the mutant elite Deep Rift Salamander, can be used for mass-produced genetic warrior transformation surgery. Gene warriors implanted with this gene module will possess powerful self-repair capabilities, but at the same time, due to the effects of genetic disorder, they will be unable to undergo genetic evolution again for the rest of their lives. It should be noted that there is a certain probability that the transformation surgery involving the implantation of a gene module will cause the recipient's genes to collapse and die. Although we don't know how strong this self-repair ability is, this genetic module is undoubtedly a good thing, both in terms of research value and utilization value. Li Yi naturally couldn't use it himself, but he could give it to his subordinates. Now he has very few people available, and their quality is not high. Although Leo is a good Special Forces member and a qualified soldier, in Li Yi's opinion, he is still not good enough. With the mass-produced genetic warrior transformation surgery and this giant salamander gene module, it should be possible to create a qualified warrior. Not to mention fighting 1 against 100, he would have to fight at least 50, right? As for the probability of death from genetic collapse, this thing was not considered by Li Yi at all. If you want to become stronger, how can you do it without taking risks? After thinking about the application of the genetic module, Li Yi used the elite lottery ticket. The rewards I got from the previous few raffles were pretty good. For example, the ammunition production line and the grenade launcher technology are a perfect match. If this is equipped with mass-produced genetic warriors in the future to form an army, it should be difficult to completely eliminate them without using weapons of mass destruction. So what will happen in this lottery? Li Yi looked at the lottery interface with anticipation. A few seconds later, with the light flashing on the screen, the lottery results appeared in front of Li Yi. Thunder Series powered exoskeleton armor. This armor significantly enhances human capabilities, provides excellent protection, and is adaptable to complex environments. It also integrates military functions such as communications, auxiliary firepower, and reconnaissance, and is equipped with a brain-computer interface. Almost at the moment he finished reading the information, Li Yi had an idea and displayed this set of powered exoskeleton armor in front of him. Friends who often go to the battlefield know that in addition to sufficient firepower, defense is also essential in fighting. Big Ivan is necessary, but bulletproof vests are also necessary. What's more, this is a set of power armor that looks very powerful. Chapter 104. The Arc of Destiny, Sailor Leo. Sweet nut. The moment the power armor appeared, it came into contact with the ground of the cave, and then made a crisp sound. Although it was pitch black, Li Yi already had the ability of night vision. What he saw was a dark blue power armor that looked like ancient armor. Its exterior is covered in slightly curved, unknown metal, and it has shoulder armor, a helmet, and foot armor. There is no doubt that this is a set of power armor that is large enough to cover the entire body without affecting the movement of the joints. Behind the armor, there is a rectangular backpack, which seems to be the armor's energy system. Li Yi originally wanted to try on this power armor, but after taking a look at it, he had no choice but to give up the idea of wearing it. This set of armor is indeed majestic and even has interfaces for carrying various weapons. The full coverage helmet is also majestic and domineering. But it's good in every way, except that its size is obviously larger than that of a normal human. A rough estimate shows that its height is close to 2.5 meters, which is obviously not for normal people. Will all genetic warriors in the future be big guys? Li Yi thought so as he looked at the power armor that made him a little envious. After reluctantly giving up the idea of trying it on, Li Yi tried to lift the power armor again. The weight is not light, estimated to be several hundred kilograms. As for more tests, such as bulletproof and explosion-proof capabilities, Li Yi simply gave up after learning that he was not suitable to wear them. When we get back to Temasek, we'll just give it to Leo and let him test it out. Then, after putting the power armor back into his personal space, Li Yi left the cave with a lot of gains. On the other hand, Leo also returned to Temasek with Thomas and other mercenaries. After arriving at Temasek, Thomas and his teammates showed relaxed smiles on their faces. After all, mercenaries do dangerous work, either in war-torn areas or on the front lines. They seldom come to a peaceful and stable place like Temasek. The most important thing is that working in a place like this also means that the tasks are much easier. Who would be willing to work hard when they can earn money without doing anything? Thomas and others were even happier after seeing the living and training facilities prepared by their employer. A soft big bed and a clean and tidy living room. Comparing this to a trench is an insult. After settling Thomas and the others, Leo looked at the time and said, "In the next 3 days, I will conduct run-in training with you. And 3 days later, we will go on a mission together." Seeing the gazes of Thomas and the others, Leo thought they were worried about the danger of the mission, so he comforted them. "Don't worry, it's just a simple escort mission, just transporting one person, there's not even any cargo. As long as you're careful, even a novice can do it easily." However, Thomas and others are not worried about the difficulty of the task. Thomas looked at Leo in surprise and asked, "You mean you want to join us? Is there any problem with this?" Leo looked at Thomas in confusion. Thomas was silent for a moment, then said, "I always thought you were a civilian." Leo frowned after listening to Thomas's words. After all, he was a B-level employee of the Destiny Club and the leader of the Thor action team, but they actually used the word civilian to humiliate him. Could it be that I've been having too much fun following the boss lately and have been neglecting training? Leo thought so and explained, "I forgot to introduce myself to you all. You can call me Sailor, that's my code name. I can't tell you what unit I came from, but I'm definitely an operations officer. Boss often compares Destiny Club to an ark. If the boss is the captain, then Leo, who is in the operations department, is the sailor on the ship. As for the first mate and second mate, he thought he was not qualified enough, so he was given the code name Sailor. To be honest, he actually wanted to call him Odin or something like that, but he was afraid of offending the boss, so he kept a low profile." After listening to Leo's explanation, Thomas frowned. He prefers to work with teammates he is familiar with because they have a better understanding of each other. Moreover, if Leo joins the operation, regardless of the opponent's strength, the issue of command alone is enough to cause a headache. He is more familiar with the team's situation, but Leo is the financial sponsor, so he also has to be considered. Thinking of this, Thomas said without question, "We can accept to act with you, but in terms of combat command, I must be the main commander." As the leader of the action team, Leo would naturally not give up command so easily. Leo smiled and suggested, "We're all military men, so I suggest we have some time to discuss things before deciding who will be the commander." Thomas looked at the German in front of him again. Although he is of great build, he does not look like a veteran of many battles. "I agree. How about starting now?" Thomas grinned, determined to make a very good impression on Leo. Leo shook his head and said, "Let's start tomorrow. I need to go out now. Besides, you've been on the plane for such a long time, so you should take a good rest first." After saying that, Leo walked out of the room and headed to the RD Center. The boss told him on the phone that Kong at the RD Center had prepared something for him. Although he didn't know what it was, since the boss had specifically reminded him of it, Leo naturally had to take it to heart. After arriving at the RD Center, Leo finally reached the deepest laboratory after facial recognition and authentication by the Queen Bee. At this time, Kong Hongfei was doing experiments in the laboratory. Leo did not disturb him, but just waited quietly. After Kong Hongfei's daughter Nan Nan was cured, Kong Hongfei stayed with his daughter for a few days and then immediately plunged back into the laboratory. His daughter was left in the care of Leo's wife. Over time, Leo's wife was quickly captured by this smart, sensible, and lovely girl. So Leo had a goddaughter. After waiting at the laboratory door for 3 hours, Leo finally met Kang Hongfei. After a few pleasantries, Leo got down to business. Kang, the boss said he left something for me. Leo said, there is something. Kang Hongfei nodded, then took Leo into the elevator and went to other floors. Kang, where are we going now? Leo followed behind Kang Hongfei and asked curiously. Kang Hongfei replied without even turning his head, go to the examination room. You must undergo a detailed examination before using this thing. Chapter 105 Leo, I want to beat 10 of them. Level 1 Gene Optimization Fluid. This is the initial level of gene optimization fluid, perfect in appearance, and can significantly improve physical fitness and potential without any side effects. However, it is only suitable for natural individuals whose genes have not been modified. This was the gene optimization liquid that Li Yi initially took. The advantages are that the improvement is large, there are no side effects, and the price in the system mall is moderate. The disadvantage is that each person can only take it once, and the person taking it must be a natural person. Considering that Leo will need to lead a team to carry out a mission next, not to mention the dangers he may encounter during the mission, Leo himself must also have enough strength to convince the others. As a Class B employee with a loyalty chip implanted, Li Yike intends to train him well. Of course, Leo's 99 points of loyalty also make it worth Li Yi's while not using him as cannon fodder. That was why, when Leo finished the physical examination and saw Kang Hongfei again, the latter was holding a test tube in his hand and looking at it carefully. There is a green unknown liquid in the test tube, but judging from the exquisiteness of the test tube, it should be some kind of very precious medicine. This is exactly the case. Have you finished your examination? Kang Hongfei shifted his gaze from the gene optimization fluid and looked at Leo and said, wait a moment, let me take a look at your test results first. Kang Hongfei quickly retrieved Leo's examination results. Apart from some minor ailments common to middle-aged men, everything appeared normal. Then, Kang Hongfei entered Leo's test results one by one. He planned to compare the changes before and after taking the optimization liquid. After finishing all this, Kang Hongfei turned the chair under his buttocks, faced Leo, and said, the boss has prepared a gene optimization solution for you. Even within the organization, the points required for this optimization fluid are quite high. But the boss said, Leo, you are a warrior worth cultivating. So, you can use your 50 off points to exchange for this gene optimization fluid. After relaying Li Yi's words, Kang Hongfei waited for Leo to make a choice. But in fact, Leo didn't need to hesitate at all. Although I don't know the specific efficacy of the gene optimization liquid, since it was taken out by the boss, it must be a good thing. Is there any preparation required to take this thing? Leo asked immediately. No need. Kang Hongfei shook his head and continued. But before you take it, I need to connect some instruments to your body surface to detect changes in various indices of your body. But this is not what the boss meant, nor is it a necessary procedure. I just want to do research. You can refuse. Kang Hongfei said sincerely again. Given the relationship between Leo and Kang Hongfei, Leo naturally would not reject Kang Hongfei's proposal. Leo stood up simply and said with a smile, then let's get started. After all, you are the biological father of my goddaughter. A moment later, Leo, who was lying on the bed, was covered with densely packed wires of various instruments. After Kang Hongfei carefully checked the equipment again, he picked up the gene optimization liquid. Then I'll get started. After saying that, Kang Hongfei opened the test tube and poured all the green liquid into Leo's mouth. The green liquid was not difficult to drink, and Leo swallowed it without leaving a drop. Soon, a feeling of heat spread rapidly throughout the body. About an hour later, Kang Hongfei retracted the various wires attached to Leo's body and collected some black substances excreted from Leo's body. Only then was Leo finally able to stand up. As soon as he stood up, he felt extremely relaxed all over. Leo tried to clench his fists, only to feel a surge of power. He tried to swing his fist again, and suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. At this time, Kang Hongfei said, there is professional testing equipment downstairs. The boss asked me to make it specially. You can go and try it. But you'd better take a shower first. To be honest, you smell a bit bad right now. Also, you might need to buy new clothes later. According to the data, you've grown 3 centimeters taller. Leo didn't care about what Kang Hongfei said at this time. He was still immersed in the joy of increasing strength. He could clearly feel that not only his strength, but also his endurance, vision, and even hearing had been improved. Now, with bare hands, He feels that he can beat 10 of his former selves. After completing the professional test downstairs, Leo changed into a new suit and shook his left wrist with his right hand with a smile on his face. It seems that Thomas wants to compete with him, so now the problem comes. How much force should I use to avoid killing the other person? While Leo was excited about his newfound power, Li Yi was still searching in Shenangjia. Shenangjia is very large, perhaps large enough to accommodate multiple mutant organisms at the same time. So after dealing with the giant salamander in the cave, Li Yi did not return, but continued to sweep. For explorers, this is an uninhabited area and a dangerous primitive jungle. But for Li Yi, it is not much different from a zoo. Along the way, in addition to a few jumping golden monkeys, Li Yi also saw the South China tiger. Unfortunately, the big cat seemed to be very afraid of him and didn't give him any chance to pet it. And after another night, Li Yi saw another scientific expedition team. This scientific expedition team seemed to be searching for some rare wild animals, and they often mentioned things like donkey-headed wolf in their conversation. Li Yi did not have direct contact with the scientific expedition team. He just observed them for a while and then slipped away. However, the noise he made when he left seemed to have been noticed by the scientific expedition team. An expert professor looked at the traces left by Li Yi and analyzed with a frown. These traces are very fresh, and they look human, but they're also a little different. I always feel like there's something odd. Professor, could it be a savage? The student guessed boldly. Savage? Why don't you say ape? The professor glared at him unhappily. Li Yi didn't know that he was almost mistaken for a savage. After searching for another day without any results, Li Yi came to the edge of Shenangjia to rest for a while. Here, the signal and network were reconnected, and the Queen Bee reported immediately. During the days you were exploring, B-level employee Leo requested to contact you once. Your phone has 3 incoming calls, with no specific targets marked. They are Su Wei, Zhou Langtao, and Sally. After listening to the Queen Bee's report, Li Yi first communicated with Leo. Leo reported, "Boss, I've led the team to the United States to carry out the transportation mission. Please rest assured that the Thor team will complete the mission successfully. Then I look forward to your good news," Li Yi said casually. Before the call ended, Li Yi remembered the gene optimization fluid he had left for Kong Hongfei and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Leo's powerful voice suddenly came from the phone. "Boss, I feel like I can beat 10 of them now." "Oh," Li Yi raised his eyebrows. "Well, when we get back to Temasek, I hope you can warm me up." Chapter 106 returned to Temasek, meeting at the airport. After finishing the call with Leo, Li Yi called back the missed calls one by one. As usual, Su Wei expressed her longing for him for a while, and then talked about her recent situation. "Brother E, I plan to establish our own coffee brand. What name do you like?" Su Wei asked cheerfully. "The entire company is yours now. Just take care of these things," Li Yi said casually. Li Yi is actually a very patient person. In order to snipe a target, he could lie in one place for 3 days and 3 nights, and even urinated and defecated while lying down. But when Su Wei talked about coffee, Li Yi felt like her patience was being worn out. Is it an insult to him that he refuses to do a business that is not permitted by criminal law and insists on selling coffee? Fortunately, Su Wei seemed to realize that Li Yi was not interested in these things, so she quickly stopped the topic. After Su Wei, Li Yi thought for a few seconds and then dialed Sally's contact number. Sally's purpose in contacting him at this time was self-evident. The situation in Syria was just as the Queen Bee had predicted. Within half a month, the anti-government forces had completely overthrown the regime. However, what Li Yi did not expect was that in addition to invading the Gaza region, Israel also took the opportunity to march into Syria. Although for Israel, this is a case of too many enemies is always better than nothing. Since they have already offended each other, they might as well offend them completely. But with Israel's move, the Ark of Resistance was the first to express its disapproval. At this time, a counterattack must be launched, and it must be strong enough. Sure enough, as soon as Sally's phone was connected, Sally's urgent voice came. "Li, I need your help." Li Yi didn't rush to answer. Instead, he was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "What do you want?" Sally immediately said, "I want missiles. The same hypersonic missiles as before." So this time, Li Yi paused slightly, then added a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Will it be used to destroy another frigate?" Li Yi's words made Sally stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly. Arms dealers naturally have no control over how buyers use their weapons. But Sally never regarded Li Yi simply as an arms dealer. "Let me ask you, which private arms dealer dares to sell hypersonic missiles?" It was for this reason that Sally always believed that Li Yi must represent some giant. And now Li Yi's tone undoubtedly expressed his dissatisfaction with the results of their last action. Therefore, Sally first expressed his apology sincerely and then explained. Lee, my position in the organization has just been promoted, and it's not very stable yet. Believe me, this time it won't be a small fight. Hearing Sally's statement, Lee nodded secretly. He had previously sold missiles to Husai purely for the sake of funds. Now, with several big sponsors, Lee has sufficient funds. The reason for maintaining contact with Husai is to have a certain influence on the region. What's more, he had previously wanted to add fuel to the fire and deal with the father of the United States Federation. Didn't Husai take the initiative to hand over the knife? Thinking of this, Lee was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "See you on the Red Sea next month. I hope you won't let me down this time." "Of course, my friend." After the deal was done, Sally's tone became less urgent and more expectant. He has a bold plan that will directly threaten Israel's homeland and further enhance the organization's prestige and his personal position in the organization. After dealing with several missed calls, Lee took a short rest and then returned to the uninhabited area of Shenangjia to continue exploring. This exploration took another 3 days. Maybe it was because his luck had run out, or maybe it was just the wrong timing. But in short, Lee gained nothing in these 3 days. Fortunately, Lee did not force it. After all, there are plenty of uninhabited areas in the world, and the last remaining mutant organism can always be found. During these 3 days, the Thor team, led by Leo, operated relatively smoothly. With the protection of the Queen Bee, Leo and others can enter the United States legally. Then on Long Island, he met with Professor Finch according to the plan that had been made in advance. However, Professor Finch did not seem to be prepared for the arrival of Leo and others, so he seemed a little hasty. After spending another day backing up all the previous experimental logs, Finch secretly left the United States under the escort of Leo and others. When Lee came out of Shenangjia, Leo and his group had already arrived in Mexico by sea. They will board a flight here and transfer via Amsterdam before finally arriving in Temasek. Everything went well. Lee looked at the action log, nodded slightly, and immediately ordered the Queen Bee to buy him a flight to Temasek. However, before boarding the plane, Lee remembered that Huang Langtao had called him, so he called back before the plane took off. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Huang Langtao whispered, "Lao Li, I have a few friends in related units who would like to meet you. Is that convenient for you?" "Relevant units?" On the plane, Lee blinked. After thinking for a moment, Lee replied, "I won't be in China for the time being. How about this? When I return next time, let's have dinner together." Lee did not refuse this contact. Friends who often work in the international arena know that it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. Although Lee has no intention of relying on a big tree, it does not prevent him from getting himself a tiger skin first. Then it's settled. Huang Langtao said apologetically on the phone, "Regarding your situation, I only told you what I saw. I hope you can understand, old Lee. It's not a big deal." Lee knew Huang Langtao's position, so he didn't blame him. What's more, he more or less intentionally revealed some information about the situation in Kinshasa. Otherwise, Huang Langtao would not have been brought along on the last trip to Kinshasa. As for the reason, he can't take over the whole of Africa by himself, unless his military strength can clear the 5 persistent creations copy alone. Otherwise, he still needs powerful friends. After hanging up the phone, the Airbus A330 aircraft bound for Temasek also took off on time from Huanghua Airport. However, when we were changing planes in Lu City, we encountered a heavy rain and were delayed for several hours. So when he arrived at Temasek again, it was already early morning the next day. Coincidentally, Leo and his group also landed at Temasek Airport at this time. So, in the airport terminal, Lee met Professor Finch, who was highly respected by Kong Hongfei, for the first time. Chapter 107. The second research employee, Finch Clark. Finch Clark, 65, was a Mayflower descendant from Texas. As we all know, Texas is famous for its roast chicken. No, it is famous for its murderers and rednecks. Its specialties are chainsaws and Remingtons, which always give people a tough impression. But Finch is different. Finch is thin, with gray hair and a standard Mediterranean hairstyle. He has a reddish rosacea and small eyes, which give him a shrewd look when he squints. Judging from his appearance alone, it is hard to tell that he is a top international scholar. Considering that Finch was smuggled here after all, Lee and Leo did not say much after meeting. Instead, they walked out of the airport together and got into a black business car. The Queen Bee deleted all the video records left by Finch during this period one by one to ensure that the United States Federation could not trace it in this regard. It was not until they got in the car that Leo respectfully called Lee boss in front of everyone. It was not until then that Finch, Thomas, and others realized that this handsome and unpredictable Oriental young man was actually the boss behind Leo. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Yi secretly. Li Yi didn't care about it. He just leisurely enjoyed the night view outside the window. But there is nothing much to appreciate. There is actually no difference between Temasek at 3 in the morning and Chengdu at 3 in the morning. There was no conversation along the way, and the business car drove directly into the RD center. When getting out of the car, Leo hurriedly trotted and opened the door for Li Yi. His respectful look made Thomas frown. You know, when Leo was competing with him before, he was as arrogant as he could be. Why does he act like a bootlicker now? Of course, if Thomas knew about Leo's experience, he would probably immediately become the second bootlicker. No, I'm afraid he can't even be ranked second among the bootlickers. After all, there is Yu Chaojun, who is also well versed in this. After entering the conference room of the RD Center, Li Yi had no intention of listening to Leo's report on this action. But Leo seemed to be used to reporting to his superiors when he was in the Special Forces, so he said, "Boss, I have finished writing the action summary report on the plane. You can check it at any time. Also, welcome back to Temasek." Leo spoke in English, but sounded Chinese. Could it be that gene optimization liquid is also effective in this regard? This thought flashed through Li Yi's mind. Li Yi, of course, had no interest in checking any action summary report. He just glanced at Leo, who had undergone his initial genetic enhancement, and said calmly, "You have a new mission. Rest for a night and set off tomorrow." When Leo heard about the new mission, he was immediately surprised. After being strengthened, he seemed to have endless energy all over his body, and he couldn't wait to start a world war and show off his strength. Although this trip to the United States sounds thrilling, after all, it involves smuggling a person under the nose of the CIA. But in fact, with the Queen Bee's planning and the support of network technology, it is called a mission, but it is actually no different from traveling. Not only was no shot fired, there wasn't even a sense of urgency. I'm afraid it's only now that the CIA has realized that they have lost an expert scholar. Therefore, Leo, who is eager to show his strength, is eager for new tasks. Just when he wanted to start immediately, he felt a resentful look coming from behind him. Leo turned around and saw Thomas and others with dark circles under their eyes. Only then did Leo react. Although the mission of the United States Federation is easy, the people under his command have not slept for a day and a night and really need to rest. Thinking of this, Leo sighed secretly, then nodded and said to Li Yi, "Understood, boss. I guarantee the mission will be foolproof." After saying that, Leo took Thomas and others out of the meeting room. After Leo and his group left, Kang Hongfei, who was still working hard in the laboratory at this point, quickly rushed over after receiving Li Yi's message. After greeting Li Yi, Kang Hongfei happily shook Finch's hand and expressed his academic respect. He said something like, "Your paper on something is very well written." As soon as Finch heard about the academic research issue, he became talkative and immediately started communicating with Kang Hongfei. Seeing that the meeting might turn into an academic analysis meeting, Li Yi coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two. The conversation was interrupted by Li Yi, and Finch instinctively showed a hint of annoyance on his face. But Kang Hongfei said at this time, "Boss, I have made a breakthrough in the field of new drugs. I have already developed a targeted drug. I'm working on the experiment right now. Please rest assured, I will definitely produce more results as soon as possible." Finch, who was standing by, was immediately attracted when he heard about the new drugs and targeted drugs, and his previous anger disappeared instantly. But Li Yi recruited Finch not just to help Kang Hongfei speed up his research progress. Li Yi took out the giant salamander resurrection gene module, obtained from Shenangjia from his personal space, and placed it on the table, which immediately attracted the attention of the two. This is a specially made cylindrical glass container. When it is taken out, the surface still emits a cold mist. Inside the container, the gray piece of flesh that looked like a small worm seemed to still have vitality, and from time to time a small bulge would appear on its surface. Neither Kang Hongfei nor Finch had ever seen this kind of life form, so they immediately came over and observed it carefully. Li Yi said, "This is the giant salamander resurrection gene module, extracted from a very ancient mutant organism. This genetic module possesses extremely strong self-repair capabilities. I believe it can bring about a huge change in the quality of human life." After hearing what Li Yi said, Kang Hongfei felt that his boss was extremely powerful. In fact, human beings' research on genes is not only focused on themselves, but also on all animals and plants that can be touched on the planet. But even so, Kang Hongfei had never heard of such an ancient mutant organism, let alone seen one. Finch, who came to Temasek precisely because of the genetic module, was eager to take the thing in front of him into the laboratory immediately. So, he looked directly at Li Yi and asked, "Can I start my research now?" Li Yi did not answer this, but took out the loyalty chip. Kong Hongfei then explained, "This is a nanobiochip. Its function is..." As soon as Kong Hongfei finished explaining the function and usage, he saw Finch put it into his mouth without hesitation, and then squinted his eyes, as if savoring the taste of the chip. Then, Finch suddenly said, "Can I have another one?" Chapter 108: The First Step in Mass Production of Genetic Warriors. "Do you want to conduct research?" Kong Hongfei looked at Finch and said, "Of course." Finch's eyes flashed with inquiry. "This is a nanobiochip, absolutely a groundbreaking technology. Although I don't know who developed it, but..." When it comes to research, Finch starts to talk nonstop. Li Yizhi simply waved his hand and interrupted, "Your priority right now isn't the chip. I called you here because of it." Li Yi pointed to the container on the table. Finch also came to his senses at this moment. Although he was very curious about nanobiochips, the gene module in front of him was his forte. "Where's my lab?" Finch asked directly. He did not ask about the personnel contract or the salary. He just wanted to start the research as soon as possible. This is a good thing for Li. But Li also needs Finch to do more. So, Li opened the shelter interface and took a look at Finch's loyalty. Finch's loyalty is only 65, which is not surprising. After all, he is not like Kong Hongfei and Liu, who have received help from Li. He is not like Yu Chaojun, who has witnessed Li Yi's magical powers. Afterwards, Li Yi gave Finch the authority of a B-level employee. Although in terms of academic and scientific research ability, Finch is superior to Kong Hongfei. But Kong Hongfei is more loyal, and unlike Finch, he is not simply obsessed with research. If Finch is just a tool, then Kong Hongfei can stand on his own and become one of Li Yi's right-hand men. After granting Finch the authority, Li Yi sent the technical information of the mass-production genetic warrior transformation surgery to the other party's authorized viewing range. To mass-produce powerful genetic warriors, this is the main purpose of Li Yi calling Finch. After finishing this, Li Yi said to Finch, "I have given you the corresponding permissions, the corresponding research and information. You can access the research center's network at any time. I'm too lazy to say more about the confidentiality stuff. Any needs regarding equipment, funding, or experiments can be sent to the host computer via the internal network." After saying that, Li Yi handed everything over to Kong Hongfei. Li Yi plans to leave future research and development, including technical talent issues, to Kong Hongfei. Compared with managing scientific research units, Li Yi is more interested in the operations department. Next, Kong Hongfei made arrangements for Finch. Small matters like daily living have naturally been arranged by someone in a building next to the RD Center. Thanks to strong financial support, the buildings and land around the RD Center have all been acquired by Li Yi. With the RD Center as the core, corresponding supporting services are being built around it. In addition to the most basic security buildings, such as dormitories and canteens, there will also be hospitals, factories, etc. in the future. Finch, who had slept enough on the plane, didn't care about the food and accommodation conditions at all. Without even looking at it, he received a tablet computer and connected it to the internal network. Soon, Finch saw the research project assigned to him, Genetic Enhancement Surgery. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that this is exactly his research field. But as the project information unfolded, Finch's eyes widened. He originally thought that this mysterious organization wanted him to conduct cutting-edge research, but he never expected that this document would provide all the technologies in detail. Although many technologies have not been verified, preliminary speculation shows that the ideas are quite correct. And there were many new technologies that he had never heard of or seen before. It is no exaggeration to say that even the most advanced countries in biological research and even the world's top laboratories cannot produce this technical information. At this moment, Finch seemed to be back in his college days, looking at this technology as if he was facing his mentor. So, just like Kong Hongfei at the beginning, he accepted it in shock, and after accepting it, he immediately began to study diligently. As Finch became more and more familiar with these technologies, Li Yi unknowingly discovered that Finch's loyalty had risen from 65 at the beginning to 80 in a very short period of time, and was still slowly increasing. Tools are still more useful. Li Yi looked at the panel and sighed in his heart. In the afternoon of the same day, Li Yi came to the training ground where the Thor team was located. At this time, Leo and others were sorting out their equipment. Thomas and others, who are still in the employment status, are excited about the entire wall of various equipment. As elite mercenaries, they have accepted missions where their employers provide them with weapons and ammunition. But those employers were no match for this mission. Just look at the weapons hanging on 3 walls, from long to short, from thin to thick. It has the caliber and the precision. It can be used to open a modern weapons museum. Thomas and others were naturally very satisfied with such a generous employer. These weapons that amazed Thomas and others were just purchased randomly by Li Yi from the System Mall, and most of them were placed in Temasek. As for some more powerful guys, they are not very suitable, so they can only stay in Li Yi's personal space. Leo and others are preparing for a new mission. This mission was not issued by Li Yi, but by Yu Chaojun on the internal network. The reason was that Yu Chaojun encountered a small difficulty when doing public relations with a politician in a related industry. It's not that this politician is incorruptible, but that this politician wants Yu Chaojun to help him do another thing, eliminate a drug lord. It turns out that the politician's son got involved in something he shouldn't have in the United States, and then because of his identity, he was controlled by a Mexican drug lord, who used this to threaten him, hoping that the other party's goods could enter Temasek. Although this politician can make things happen in Temasek, he is powerless when facing Mexican drug lords. After Yu Chaojun found out about these things through the Queen Bee, he offered to help the other party solve the problem. Thus, the Thor team had its second mission. However, before Leo and his men set off, Li Yi decided to teach Leo a lesson first. Li Yi took off his suit jacket, revealing his black undershirt, then hooked his finger at Leo and said with a faint smile, "If you can make me sweat, I can forgive all the points you owe." After a series of events, Leo has long been loyal to Li Yi, but he has always been curious about the true strength of his boss. After all, he could even strengthen his genes, so he didn't believe that the boss was as fragile as he looked. So when facing Li Yi, Leo also took off his coat, revealing his strong body, and a very serious expression appeared on his face. Chapter 109. If you want to join the Destiny Club, you must bleed for the organization first. Bang! Bang! In the indoor training ground, the sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard continuously. Every time Leo makes a move, the air shakes. The speed of his attack turned into a series of elongated afterimages in the eyes of Thomas and others, looking like moves from a fighting comic. But this is not the most shocking thing. Amid the stunned expressions of Thomas and others, the mysterious Oriental youth whom Leo called Boss dodged with ease and did not even take a step back. Thomas and others were mentally prepared for Leo's performance. After all, before going to the United States Federation, they had some physical and friendly negotiations with Thomas in order to compete for the command of the team. In the end, whether fighting or shooting, Leo defeated them all. Even in the hand-to-hand combat that Thomas was proud of, Leo defeated them all by himself. People in the military have always admired the strong, which is why Thomas is willing to give up command. But what they never expected was that the seemingly thin Oriental young man played like a child. He just dodged and did not fight back, but still made Leo run around in circles. "You guys are so powerful, why do you hire us?" Looking at the scene in front of him that was more exaggerated than an action movie, Thomas couldn't help but complain in his heart. Li Yi, who was fighting with Leo, was already feeling bored at this time. After turning his head to avoid Leo's attack again, Li Yi, who had not taken any action, suddenly threw a punch and hit Leo in the lower abdomen. The next moment, accompanied by a dull bang, Leo flew backwards until it hit the wall, and, like a painting hanging on it, it slid to the ground after 2 seconds. Faced with this sudden change, Thomas and others were no longer stunned, but horrified. This isn't really like watching a movie or reading a comic. They had personally experienced Leo's strength, but the Leo who made them feel invincible was killed instantly in one blow. As elite mercenaries, they naturally have good eyesight, but because of this, the scene before them is really difficult for them to understand. So, are these two people really human? Thomas and others were completely shocked. Leo, who was killed instantly by Li Yi's punch, finally recovered after 2 difficult coughs and slowly got up from the ground. There was a trace of pain in Leo's eyes. Li Yi's punch was obviously very small in amplitude, but it was full of force. But he is a boss after all. After being strengthened, he can easily beat elite mercenaries like Thomas, but when facing Li Yi, he has no power to resist. This also made Leo admire Li Yi even more. This man who saved his life will be his future goal. "Boss, you are too powerful," Leo said while rubbing his belly. Li Yi shook his sleeves. His current physical strength has already exceeded the scope of human beings. If they really fight, Leo will not be able to withstand a single move in his hands. However, the purpose of his coming this time was not only to quench Leo's complacency and pride, but more importantly to show it to Thomas and others. As long as Thomas and others want to be as powerful as Leo, they must join the organization and serve him. There is no need for any verbal enticement, just simply showing a glimpse of the strength of the Destiny Club, and sooner or later these people will be tempted. So, after Li Yi unilaterally abused Leo, he left without saying anything more, and without even looking at Thomas and others. After Lee left, Thomas and the others, for some reason, all breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to this mysterious boss, they are more familiar with Leo. Although the boss never spoke to them, they always felt that there was an invisible aura enveloping them. He is obviously just an oriental young man in his 20s. Why does he have such courage? Thomas and others couldn't figure it out. But after Lee left, Thomas immediately came to Leo and pretended to ask about his well-being. "Sailor, are you okay?" Thomas called Leo's code name, pretending to be concerned. Leo sighed and said, "The boss is too strong. I don't know when I can defeat him." Thomas's eyes flickered a few times, and then he asked tentatively, "Sailor, how did you and the boss become so powerful?" Leo glanced at Thomas at this time, then shook his head without giving any answer. Guys like Thomas want to know the secrets of the organization, so they should bleed for the organization first. Get ready for action. This time we are going to Mexico, and there will definitely be bloodshed, Leo said. On the other side, Lee was checking the purchase list that Finch had just submitted. Needless to say, a large number of experimental equipment can be purchased with money, which is not difficult. There are also a small number of band equipment, but this does not pose a problem for Lee. After all, several D-level ticket holders of the Destiny Club are always ready to contribute to the organization. The only thing worth noting is that Finch also listed the procurement of experimental products on the list. In addition to conventional animals such as mice and monkeys, human bodies are also required. This is also not difficult. Leo and his team happened to be going to Mexico to carry out a mission. Although they couldn't bring back some local specialties, it was still easy to catch a few scum. Moreover, there is Sexy Zay and Gangwagen, who can also extract a batch of death row prisoners at any time. After thinking about it, Lee assigned this task to Leo. It doesn't matter whether you bring one person or a group of people, it's just a little more troublesome on the way. In addition to the test subjects, Finch also asked to recruit a designated person to serve as his assistant. Finch wrote in his submitted list, "Although the technology has not yet been fully mastered, the operation requires not only fully automated equipment, but also a highly skilled surgical expert. I recommend my former student, Freddy Gonzalez, who is the most outstanding scalpel I have ever seen." The Queen Bee has thoughtfully prepared all the information about this person. Overall, he is a talented person, and his ideas are similar to Finch's. However, he is currently serving his sentence in a British prison because he was prosecuted by a patient for murder. However, the final verdict was manslaughter, and his medical license was revoked. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison and was banned from working in the medical profession for life. Just by looking at this resume, it is clear that it meets Li Yi's talent needs. After all, prison is a good place. Not only are there a lot of talented people in it, but it is also a place where one can gain enlightenment. Thinking of this, Li Yi asked the Queen Bee to publish a Destiny compilation task in the Destiny Club. This was also the first time that he had seriously published a real task that was not a fundraising task. As a local boss in Britain, Nuwa Duan accepted the task without hesitation. Chapter 110. The scalpel is in place. Its fate. Britain, 1:45 a.m. Since using Destiny Clubs, Destiny Number 1, and Destiny Cabin, Norton has been free from bed and medication. His bedroom no longer has to be neatly stacked with various medical equipment. Because of this, he could rarely get a good night's sleep. Just as he was sleeping soundly, a rapid ringing sound suddenly rang in his ears. Norton, who was awakened from his sleep, was not angry when he heard the voice. Instead, he immediately picked up his phone and looked over. Mission number 8551. Pardon Freddy Gonzalez, who is in British prison, and transport him safely to the designated location. Task deadline, 10 hours. Task reward, 30 Destiny coins. Based on past experience, Norton did not dare to hesitate. After capturing the word Britain, Norton immediately took on the task. As long as it is in Britain, there is nothing he cannot do. Even impeaching the current person in power is not impossible. As he successfully accepted the mission, Norton breathed a sigh of relief and then read the mission description. Freddy Gonzalez? Who is this? He can actually let the Destiny Club issue a mission. Norton thought about it, and then called in the loyal butler Jack. Soon, the file on Freddy Gonzalez appeared in front of him. After taking a quick look, Norton didn't feel that this person was particularly special. He was just a very skilled surgeon. However, since it is worth 30 Destiny coins, Norton decided to build a good relationship with the other party. As for the issue of being sentenced to prison, this is a capitalist country, and whether someone is guilty or not is still decided by capital. After a brief thought, Norton called a congressman who was receiving his support. Mr. William, I have a small favor that requires your cooperation. It's not about amending the law. It's just about asking you to pardon one person, and they're not even serious criminals. It's very easy to do. What? You mean the team that provided me with medical care? I'm sorry, but they're a private research institute. I paid a lot to establish this relationship with them. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely introduce you. After a moment, Norton hung up the phone with a look of disdain in his eyes. He's just a local counselor, and you want to board the Ark of Destiny with him? You know, after his health gradually improved, many old friends tried to get some information from him, but he refused them all. Norton is very interested in the ticket to the Destiny Club and does not want to add any competitors to himself. What's more, although he didn't know who else had the ticket, just by looking at the tasks issued by the club, he could roughly guess that the ticket holders were definitely top dignitaries. Next, continue to accumulate Destiny coins and be sure to buy the life quality improvement ritual as soon as possible. Looking at the shelves of Destiny Mall, Norton's eyes were full of passion. One day later, Berwyn Jail, Britain. Freddy Gonzalez, who was simulating a surgical procedure in his cell, was interrupted by a prison guard who suddenly entered. Then, the prison guard said, "Freddy, the warden wants to see you." Could it be that the fat warden wants him to perform surgery on some people privately? As a criminal with special skills, Freddy didn't have a hard time in Berwyn prison, especially since the warden often needed him to do some dirty work. Soon, Freddy arrived at the warden's office. But unexpectedly, there was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie next to the warden. The middle-aged man said to him, "Freddy Gonzalez, after discussion by the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom, you have been granted a special pardon because of your numerous medical treatments and your outstanding contributions to the health of citizens." Freddy was completely confused when he heard this. That's not what the court said when they sentenced him. So someone saved me? Who could it be? Full of doubts, Freddy quickly changed into a high-end suit. As soon as he walked out of the prison gate, he saw a convoy of luxury cars waiting at the door. Then, a man who looked like a butler took him to the stretch limousine in the middle of the motorcade. In the car, Freddy met an old man with an old-fashioned aristocratic demeanor. Then, the old man smiled and said to him, "Hello, Dr. Freddy Gonzalez. Let me introduce myself. I'm Norton Howard, a passenger who, as fate would have it, will take you safely to Temasek." Norton maintained a calm attitude towards the person that the Destiny Club specifically requested with the intention of making friends with him. Freddy was even more confused. But he knew that the other party must have some ulterior motive for pardoning him so easily. He has no special skills, and all he has is the skills he has. Thinking of this, Freddy began to test each other with Norton in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. But in the end, Norton still didn't understand why the club was interested in Freddy. Freddy listened for a long time, but apart from the word fate appearing frequently, he didn't understand anything. Next, there was an extremely sumptuous dinner, and the only people dining were him and Norton. Then, Norton accompanied him on a luxurious private jet and flew directly to Temasek. What puzzled Freddy was that he thought it was Norton who got him out of prison, but now it seemed that the other party was also entrusted by someone. Moreover, the person who commissioned the project should be of a very high status, which can be seen from the fact that Norton constantly wants to get closer to him. So, what kind of person could make Norton, an old nobleman with great influence in Britain, willing to lower himself to curry favor with him? After the special plane arrived at Temasek, Freddy walked out of the airport through the VIP channel and saw a young Oriental man with a very unique temperament. Norton, who came to Temasek with Freddy, immediately greeted the young man warmly when he saw him. "Sir, I am honored to see you again." Norton bowed to Li Yi. Norton was naturally very happy to see Li Yi. Didn't he follow Freddy all the way to Temasek just to establish some connections with the insiders of Destiny Club? Li Yi looked at Norton, whose face was flushed with rosy red, and felt a little more friendly when he remembered that the other party had provided him with tens of billions of US dollars in funds recently. "Welcome, passenger of Destiny," Li Yi said mysteriously. "Although you were not invited, since we meet here, it must be fate. Fate never does anything in vain, so..." Li Yi paused for a moment, then stared at Norton for 2 seconds before continuing. "Perhaps you could pay a little attention to this place. Chapter 111. Mr. Li, would you like to select a few secretaries?" It was not without purpose that Li asked Norton to pay attention to Temasek. With strong financial support, Yu Chaojuan's financial plan is in full swing. But even so, this action, which will reverberate across global financial markets, will need some help. Considering that Norton had provided a lot of funds recently, Li Yi gave the other party a reminder. If Norton is smart enough and operates properly, he should be able to recover some blood with this wave. Well, sustainable exhaustion of all fish is the most clever way to exploit. After meeting Freddy, although Norton repeatedly invited him, Li Yi had no intention of accompanying him. It's okay to be a riddle teller occasionally, but if you do it all the time, You'll probably become a psychopath sooner or later. Soon, the two said goodbye. Norton was attracted by Li Yi's words and planned to stay in Temasek for a few more days. He really wanted to know what would happen next in this city that was being watched by the Destiny Club. Li Yi took Freddy back to the RD Center. Along the way, Freddy had many questions in his mind, but in the end he kept them to himself and didn't ask them. It was not until he saw his former mentor, Professor Finch, through the glass window of the laboratory that Freddy suddenly understood who had rescued him. When Finch saw Freddy, he showed no intention of reminiscing. He took one look at him and began to scold him. "What shabby clothes are you wearing? Go change into a lab coat and help me with the experiment." At this moment, looking at Professor Finch, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years, and hearing that familiar scolding, Freddy seemed to be back in his college days. "Okay, Professor." Freddy took action immediately. Looking at Freddy, who joined the experiment as soon as he arrived, Li Yi couldn't help scratching his head. He couldn't quite understand these academic fanatics. There are so many unknowns in this world. Do we have to figure out everything? Li Yi shook his head, then found Kang Hongfei and left him a loyalty chip, instructing him, "When Professor Finch's assistant is done, remember to have him implant this chip." Kang Hongfei nodded immediately and then asked Li Yi, "Boss, I'm planning to promote one of my assistants. We have too many experimental projects right now, and we need new forces to join us." Li Yi thought for a moment and said, "Report him to the Queen Bee for review. If there's no problem, promote him." After saying that, Li Yi bought another loyalty chip from the System Mall and handed it to Kang Hongfei. Fortunately, he had eliminated several mutant elites some time ago, otherwise the system currency would not be able to withstand such use. But thinking of the system currency, Li Yi asked, "How's the scarlet Ganoderma I gave you? Can it be cultivated artificially?" Kang Hongfei did not answer immediately, but retrieved the analysis results from the Queen Bee system in front of Li Yi. Kang Hongfei then replied thoughtfully, "According to the analysis results, the mutant Ganoderma lucidum you sent was mutated due to the environment. Theoretically, as long as we can 100 simulate the environment at the time of the mutation." Kang Hongfei paused, thought for a moment, and then continued. "In addition, I also extracted the gene decoding. With the current technology, it is difficult to replicate. Even if it is successful, there will definitely be differences from the sample." Kang Hongfei concluded, "Overall, artificial cultivation is possible, but the conditions are demanding and it will take time to overcome the technical difficulties." Li Yi had somewhat expected this result, but when he thought of the military buildings in the shelter panel that made him feel more secure, Li Yi still felt urgent. So Li Yi said to Kang Hongfei, "Put the new drugs in the first tier and the artificial cultivation of scarlet Ganoderma lucidum in the second tier. At the same time, the research team will be expanded again. Regarding the scarlet Ganoderma, the confidentiality level does not need to be so high, and the research and development work can be split up. Don't worry about people or money. Just get results as soon as possible." Although he didn't know why Li Yi was so eager, Kang Hongfei was very willing to help as long as Li Yi needed it. "I understand, boss." Kang Hongfei quickly entered the laboratory again. After arranging many things in the RD Center, Li Yi came to Yu Chaojun again. The former Konglon Pharmaceutical was divided into two parts: RD Center, Pharmaceutical Workshop, and Office. With Li Yi's large capital injection, the RD Center and Pharmaceutical Workshop were unified into one park. As for the offices for daily operations, we used to just rent a few offices in an office building. Its scale may be similar to that of domestic wildfire trade. After obtaining enough funds, Li Yi was not stingy and simply let Yu Chaojun buy 2 floors as the company's office. However, due to adjustments in the personnel structure, a large part of the office area on these 2 floors is still vacant. After Li Yi met Yu Chaojun, the latter immediately took Li Yi to a luxurious president's office. Looking at the CEO's suite, Yu Chaojun explained, "Mr. Li, our core staff are all in the road park, so we don't need too many salespeople. So I took the initiative and set up a CEO's suite just for you. I hope you like it." Li Yi glanced at the decoration inside the suite and could see that Yu Chaojun had put a lot of thought into it. The decoration style chosen is grand and simple, which was also carefully selected by Yu Chaojun. However, Li Yi has not always been in Temasek, so this executive suite seems a bit wasteful. But Li Yi did not criticize Yu Chaojun. Instead, he nodded in appreciation and said, "Well done. We all work hard for wealth and status. If Li Yi doesn't enjoy it, how can the people below dare to enjoy it? Now that we have passed the most difficult period of starting a business, we still have to pay for some expenses on the storefront." Yu Chaojun secretly breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Li Yi's praise. Don't underestimate him, as he is an A-level employee of the Destiny Club and his status is on the same level as Kang Hongfei. But Li Yi obviously pays more attention to RD, and he can find a replacement at any time. It is for this reason that Yu Chaojun always has to find a way to show his loyalty to Li Yi. Since I can't become a civil official or a military general, it's okay to be a eunuch by being a bit flattering. This is what Yu Chaojun thought. Yu Chaojun then blinked again and reported, Mr. Li, you always come to Temasek alone. Trivial matters like life are really not worth wasting your energy on. So, would you consider hiring a full-time secretary and driver? After all, your time is very valuable, and we can't expect you to do every little thing yourself. I have to say that the eunuch Yu Chaojun is really competent. Technical talents like Kang Hongfei will always find it difficult to consider these small issues. Or, they just don't have this concept. Chapter 112 Preparation before the drug is launched. Li Yi really needs someone to take care of his daily chores. With Su Wei in the country, she always provides him with considerate support and services in life. When he was in Temasek, Li Yi was busy with his career and wore the same clothes over and over again. There are also issues with travel, such as going to pick up Freddy, in which case he doesn't need to be there at all. However, Li Yi has too many secrets, and it is not suitable for him to have too many untrustworthy people around him. So, Li Yi said to Yu Chaojun, you have a point. How about this? Li Yi thought for a moment and continued, you can ask HR to recruit them. You can set the standards. I only need a secretary, and the secretary can also be a part-time driver. After Li Yi finished speaking, Yu Chaojun said cautiously, Boss Li, I've actually already made all the preparations. I'm just waiting to see you and report back. What is talent? Kang Hongfei, Professor Finch, Leo, and the newly joined Freddy are all talented, but they are technical talents. However, if an organization wants to develop well, it is not enough to have technical talents. It must also have talents that can turn technology into benefits and influence. In terms of ability, Yu Chaojun just barely passed the passing line in this regard. But Yu Chaojun has one advantage. That is, he can start from Li Yi's perspective and pay attention to some points that Li Yi is usually too lazy to think about. No wonder the Emperor likes to use eunuchs. He poses no threat to me and speaks nicely. How can I not use such a person? Facing the cautiousness of the Imperial Army, Li Yi did not play the Emperor's political gamesmanship, but simply said, then bring the file over. After receiving Li Yi's affirmative answer, Yu Chaojun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Every time Li Yi comes to Temasek, he spends most of his time at the RD Center. Although he and Kang Hongfei have no direct competitive relationship, everyone who has served a leader knows that the closer you are to the leader, the more likely the leader will think of you first when good things happen. In particular, he has strong substitutability. Because of this, Yu Chaojun had to think more about other things. Soon, Yu Chaojun brought a personnel file and placed it in front of Li Yi. He stood aside and bowed, saying, Mr. Li, these are all carefully selected by me. In addition to resumes, there are also physical examination reports in the files. Yu Chaojun smiled and then said seriously, after all, we are a pharmaceutical company. For the sake of our corporate image, our employees must be in good health. Li Yi naturally understood the meaning of Yu Chaojun's words. After flipping through these files and looking at the photos of beautiful women with fair skin, Li Yi suddenly felt like he had become an ancient emperor. How can this be considered a secretary? It's clearly about choosing a concubine. Moreover, Yu Chaojun had met Su Wei during the interview, so he tried to guess Li Yi's preferences. Therefore, all the secretaries selected are tall, young, and beautiful. In addition, because it is in Temasek, among these secretaries, there are not only Temasek locals, but also many foreigners. After looking through some of it, Li Yi had to praise Yu Chaojun's preparations again. Their resumes will definitely not be too bad, and Li Yi just needs to choose according to his own aesthetic taste. As for Li Yi's aesthetics, that's it. Li Yi finally took out a file separately. Yu Chaojun looked over immediately and saw that the woman in the photo had delicate features, an oval face with a bit of charm, and long chestnut hair in a ponytail, which added a bit of competence to her. Okay, Mr. Li. Yu Chaojun took the file and said immediately, I'll notify her right away and tell her to start her job tomorrow. Kanglan Pharmaceutical is currently considered a pharmaceutical company, undergoing restructuring by outsiders, and is actually not very attractive to high-end talents. But Yu Chaojun had a lot of money, so the position of a secretary could attract so many young, beautiful, and highly educated beauties. After dealing with the small matter of the secretary, Yu Chaojun reported the serious business to Li Yi. Mr. Li, as long as everything goes smoothly with the operations department, Temasek's research work will be completed. Yu Chaojun said as he was roasting a cigar for Li Yi. As for the clinical data needed for drug marketing, I'm afraid we'll have to use some special methods. Having said that, Yu Chaojun gave Li Yi some relevant knowledge. The launch of a drug must be supported by multiple phases of clinical data. However, if Conglon wants to launch its new drug as soon as possible, it is impossible to obtain multiple phases of clinical data. The only way, and the simplest way, is to forge it. Mr. Li, I don't know whether Professor Kong is willing, but if we want to use this method, we definitely need the cooperation of a professional like him. Yu Chaojun said. Don't worry about that. Li Yi knew what Yu Chaojun was worried about, so he waved his hand and said, Kong Hongfei will cooperate. You just need to prepare. Not only Li Yi, but Yu Chaojun also has no psychological barriers to falsification. As for Kong Hongfei, I don't think there will be any. Because other pharmaceutical companies falsify data to gain their own profits at the expense of patients. Although their new drug also has falsified data, its efficacy is real and beneficial to patients. Kong Hongfei is naturally not a pedantic person, otherwise he would not be willing to break the law for his daughter. Therefore, even without Li Yi's order, Kong Hongfei was willing to cooperate. After hearing Li Yi's accurate answer, Yu Chaojun continued, as long as we obtain the drug marketing authorization from Temasek, we can leverage the endorsement of Temasek's Drug Safety Committee and gradually launch it in the global market. I plan to enter the island nation market first. As long as I can make a breakthrough in the island nation, I can then move into Europe. But Mr. Li, Yu Chaojun said worriedly, our drugs will definitely cause a devastating blow to competing companies. Not to mention the market crackdown. Conglon will face huge threats in terms of policy and even physical threats. Every person on this planet cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death throughout their life. Everyone needs to take various medicines during their life, starting from birth. It is for this reason that the global pharmaceutical market is an extremely large industrial chain, generating unimaginable profits. Behind these interests, there is naturally politics and darkness. Li Yi naturally knew all this, so he had to hurry up to set up the Destiny Club and the Action Department before the drugs officially entered the market in large quantities. I've already prepared for these issues. Just go ahead and do it. Li Yi said this, puffing out a puff of smoke and looking at the tall buildings outside. Chapter 113 Overseas Military Base Plan. New Secretary takes office. October 11th is the Double Ninth Festival, and it is a good time to go up high and look into the distance. When Li Yi woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. As he stood up in his pajamas, he saw the surging waves outside the glass window. This is the villa area on the east coast of Temasek, one of the properties selected by Yu Chaojun and purchased for him. The original owner of the villa had humble taste, so the interior is decorated in a simple Mediterranean style, with mostly blue and white colors. It would be suitable to be placed in a seaside villa, but Li Yi doesn't like it that much. In fact, his favorite styles are German and Soviet architecture, which are full of iron and blood. However, if you want to dress in the style you like, it will take a lot of time, and Li Yi is too lazy to waste too much energy on this. As for a place to live, all you need is a big bed that can accommodate a woman, a room that can be filled with weapons and ammunition, and a basement that can detain enemies or store corpses. Li Yi's requirements are really not high. After thinking for a while about how to land on this beach, the Queen Bee's reminder sounded. Commander, a woman at the door of your residence has been waiting for you for 2 hours and 15 minutes. The target woman was added to the personnel file yesterday. The submitter was Yu Chaojun, a grade A employee. Li Yi slapped his head and remembered something. Wasn't he selecting a concubine yesterday? He was selecting a secretary. I didn't expect her to be hired so soon. Li Yi thought so, and then ordered the Queen Bee to open the door of the villa. Soon, accompanied by the sound of high heels stepping on the floor, the secretary he chose came over and appeared in front of him. Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Kim Aina. I graduated from Temasek University with a Master of Business Administration degree. I am fluent in Chinese, Korean, and English. The female secretary looked at Li Yi and said so. This female secretary named Kim Aina is a second-generation immigrant from Temasek. Her ancestors are from South Korea, so her appearance also has the characteristics of that place. She is tall, about 1.72 meters. Not plump, but her long legs are a plus, especially when she wears a tight skirt and black silk stockings. She has delicate features and big eyes, and looks very pure at first glance. But there is a perfectly shaped teardrop mole under her right eye, which adds charm to her purity. The moment Jean Yana saw Li Yi, she looked calm and spoke in a steady tone, but in fact she was secretly observing Li Yi. To Li Yi, Jean Yana is just a vase who takes care of his daily chores and is dispensable. But for Kim Yana, this is definitely a high-paying job. The National University of Singapore seems very impressive, but in reality it is just SOSO, not to mention that its major is the all-purpose business administration. When family background is not enough to break through the class, this job becomes extremely valuable. Especially after meeting the young and handsome Chairman Li Yi, she began to wonder which chaebol son he was. If she could act out some of the plots in TV dramas, then maybe she could achieve a class transition. Moreover, Jean Yana knows very well that her greatest weapon is her beauty, not her so-called resume. Li Yi has never hated ambitious people, whether they are men or women, opponents or subordinates. So, although Li Yi saw through Jean Yana's hidden thoughts at a glance, he didn't care. Let me tell you about my daily schedule. Li Yi sat on the sofa, lit a cigar, and said casually. Jean Yana, dressed in a secretary's uniform, stretched out her long legs and quickly reported to Li Yi. Mr. Li, according to the information handed over by General Manager Yu, you have a high-level meeting at 3 p.m. this afternoon in Conference Room 9 of the RD Center. Besides that, you have no other plans at the moment. In fact, at Temasek, Li Yi does not have many things to handle personally, but many aspects of the plan cannot be separated from him. After taking a puff of smoke, Li Yi said, "Buy a Caribbean island with mountains. Add this to the memorandum." Jean Yana quickly wrote down Li Yi's words, and at the same time, her impression of the chaebol son in front of her was raised to a higher level. After all, no matter how much money one has, no one would have the time to buy an island with mountains for fun, because that represents extremely high development costs. As for why he wanted to buy an island, especially one in the Caribbean, this involved another plan of Li Yi. To put it simply, Africa is across the Caribbean Sea, and it is close to Mexico and Colombia. If a military base and military factory were established here, it would not only radiate to Africa, but also to Europe and the United States. Although it is not realistic to build a military base under the nose of the United States Federation, who can blame Li Yi for having such a miraculous thing as the system space? If one day we really come into conflict with the United States, this island will become the best bridgehead for attack. After dealing with this small matter, with Li Yi's consent, Jean Yana immediately got into work mode. Her position was full-time secretary. Before she officially took up the post, Yu Chaojun gave her careful instructions. In addition to helping Li Yi handle his daily work, the most important thing is to take good care of Li Yi's life. Whatever the need, we must do our best to meet it. This job may not sound easy, but when she thought about the salary offered by Yu Chaojun, Jean Yana was glad that she could stand out from the competition. So, for the next period of time, Jean Yana turned into a maid, getting familiar with the villa while preparing all kinds of daily necessities for Li Yi. More like a maid than a secretary. The weather in October in China has already turned cooler, but Temasek is located near the equator and still maintains a relatively hot average temperature. Li Yi put on a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of casual trousers prepared by Jean Yana, and also put on a military-grade black multifunction watch. This watch doesn't seem to match his temperament, but it was purchased from the system and is quite practical. After Li Yi finished packing, Jean Yana looked at him quietly, her heart beating faster as she smiled as hard as she could. "Mr. Li, do you have any plans for lunch? Let's eat here. You can make the arrangements." Li Yi glanced at Jean Yana and couldn't help but compare her with Su Wei. They both have their merits in appearance, but Su Wei is more superior in temperament, especially Su Wei's crazy love brain, which makes Li Yi feel a sense of accomplishment. As for Jean Yana, she is just a pretty vase and a tool. If it weren't for these daily life things that the queen bee could not replace, he probably wouldn't need someone like Jean Yana by his side. But since it is used, we must always maximize its value. Chapter 114, Li Yi's new track and new way of play. Although lunch was eaten at the residence, it was naturally impossible to expect Jean Yana, a beautiful girl, to cook. Besides, what kind of skills can a Temasek native with South Korean ancestry have? So, Jean Yana chose to order some dishes from a nearby high-end restaurant. After seeing Li Yi finish most of his meal, Jean Yana finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had to understand Li Yi's appetite and habits, whether for work or for other reasons. For now, the restaurant she chose today seems to suit Li Yi's taste. What Jean Yana didn't know was that Li Yi was not picky about the taste of food at all. As long as it didn't kill people, he would swallow it. After finishing his meal, Li Yi was about to do his daily mental exercise when he suddenly received a report from the Queen Bee. "Dear Commander, D-Class ticket holder, Norton Howard, requests to establish contact with you." Li Yi gave each member of the Destiny Club a badge, which contained a communication chip. When connected to the Queen Bee, the chip can not only control the electronic devices around the carrier, but can also be used to communicate with the Destiny Club. However, so far, these D-level ticket holders seem to be in awe of Li Yi. Apart from asking the Queen Bee some simple questions, no one has tried to communicate with Li Yi. Li Yi was not surprised by Norton's request for contact this time. After all, the other party knows that he is in Temasek, so he will definitely come to make himself familiar with them. I don't seek to gain any benefits, but as long as I have a little more advantage than other ticket holders, I will benefit greatly. Li Yi thought for a moment and replied, refuse to communicate, but send him my current address. The Queen Bee immediately did so. Li Yizhe said to Jean Yana, who had been standing next to him, go prepare a Chinese afternoon tea. I have a guest to entertain. Jean Yana also took action quickly. An hour later, Jean Yana, who had been standing at the door for more than half an hour in the hot afternoon sun, saw a fleet of luxury cars. Although those who can live in the Temasek East Coast Villa area are either rich or noble, such a high-profile display is still rare. As the convoy slowly stopped in front of the door, a man who was still wearing a formal coat, even in this temperature, got out of the car and respectfully opened the door. Then, Norton, with sparse gray hair, a cane, a top hat, an old-fashioned suit, and a strange badge on his collar, appeared in front of Jean Yana. This must be Mr. Li's guest, right? He really is. Jean Yana couldn't think of how to describe the other party's old-fashioned style for a moment. But it can be seen that the other party seems to respect Li Yi very much, otherwise he would not be so formal. Thinking of this, Jean Yana quickly went forward. Facing Norton, Jean Yana wanted to say what she had already thought of, but she heard Norton speak first. I'm sorry for disturbing you by coming here so hastily. I've prepared some gifts for you, ma'am. Please accept them. After he finished speaking, several people who looked like bodyguards took out boxes of gifts from the trunk of the car and then stood in a row, waiting for Jean Yana's instructions. Is this the chaebol? Jean Yana thought it was a matter of course, and after a brief panic, she quickly asked these people to deliver the things into the house. She brought Norton to a reception room. After Norton sat down, Li Yi did not leave him alone and soon appeared in the reception room. Sir, it's an honor to meet you again. When he saw Li Yi, Norton immediately stood up, took off his hat, and placed it on his chest as a sign of respect. Li Yi pressed his hand and motioned the other party to sit down. Then, after serving tea and pastries, Jean Yana left the reception room and gently closed the door. The atmosphere in the meeting room with only two people was actually quite strange. Facing Li Yi, Norton, who holds a high position, showed nervousness and expectation. Li Yi casually threw a cigar to Norton, who caught it in a panic. Don't be nervous, Norton. This is just an informal meeting, Li Yi said with a faint smile. Li Yi's words did make Norton feel a little more at ease. Then, the two began to talk, but they talked about some irrelevant things. Nonsense like the weather and climate in Temasek is better than the foggy weather with year-round rain. In fact, Norton had no purpose in coming this time. He just wanted to make friends and build relationships. Li Yi agreed to meet Norton. Of course he had his own ideas. Otherwise who would be willing to have afternoon tea with an old man? Norton, I know what you want. After chatting for a while, Li Yi suddenly changed the subject. Sir, everyone wants to be favored by fate, especially a dying person like me. Norton smiled bitterly, trying to win a little sympathy from Li Yi. You won't die. Li Yi shook his head, giving Norton a reassurance. At least until Norton's value is exhausted, Li Yi will not let Norton die. But when it comes out of their mouths, these words become something else. Li Yi said, I am your guide on the road of destiny. My finding you means that you will take on the mission that you should have. Go get the quality of life enhancement ritual as soon as possible. The passengers are just the most insignificant people on the Arkansas. As always, the Riddler's main feature is mystery. In order to achieve the effect, Li Yi also used his mental power. The next moment, all the objects of all sizes in the reception room, even Norton himself, suddenly began to float. This shocking scene immediately made Norton look horrified. After 2 or 3 seconds, all the objects slowly fell down and returned to their original positions. Norton sat back on the sofa and looked at Li Yi with undisguised surprise and excitement. Before meeting Li Yi, he naturally had many speculations about the Destiny Club. He suspected that the other party was an organization that mastered advanced science and technology, and he also thought that the other party was an ancient, mysterious society. But no matter what, judging from the other party's needs and provision, the Destiny Club is more like an existence that has mastered advanced technology. But now, Li Yi's performance completely exceeded his imagination. This is not science at all, it's theology. This discovery immediately excited Norton. Because if science wants to restore a person's youth, it needs to abide by scientific laws, but theology does not require this at all. Thinking of this, Norton couldn't help but want to prostrate himself in front of Li Yi, wanting to pray and beg for his mercy. But an invisible force stopped him. Li Yi said to him softly, Not everyone can control their own destiny, but you have already obtained the key. Don't let the world get in the way. Having said this, Li Yi waved goodbye to Norton and left the reception room. After leaving, Li Yi stretched and thought about his show of power just now and felt refreshed. No wonder those who are involved in religious gangs like to be Riddlers. The feeling is completely different from being a bandit leader. I feel like I've opened up a new track and a new way to play. It's like a blue ocean. Chapter 115, the first high-level meeting of the Destiny Club. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In conference room number 9 of the RD Center, Li Yi sat at the head seat at the conference table. His left and right hands are Kang Hongfei and Yu Chaojun respectively. Sitting next to Kang Hongfei was the newly joined Professor Finch. As for Professor Finch's assistant Freddy Gonzalez, although he had a loyalty chip implanted, Li Yi only gave him C-level authority, which did not qualify him to sit at the table. In addition, Leo was supposed to attend this meeting, but he is currently on a mission in Mexico. Therefore, the first high-level meeting of the Destiny Club consisted of a total of 4 people in the conference room. The Destiny Club was entirely established by Li Yi, so there is no such issue as negotiated development. The purpose of Li Yi convening this meeting was just to let the people present report on the progress and confirm the situation with each other so as to better cooperate. Although I can learn about these things through my authority as the Queen Bee, it is not as real as seeing them face to face. Kang Hongfei, let's start with you, Li Yi said. After receiving Li Yi's call, Kang Hongfei nodded immediately and then said, "We have made breakthrough progress in the research and development of new drugs. We expect that by the end of this month, the first gene-targeted drug specifically for SMA will be successfully trial-produced." Because of his daughter's illness, Kang Hongfei became an expert in this type of disease. For this reason, when splitting up gene repair technology, he started with the area he was best at, striving to produce results as quickly as possible. Kang Hongfei then continued, "The SMA gene-targeted drug has already passed trials, and mass production is planned. It will be completed by the end of this year at the latest." After Kang Hongfei finished speaking, Li Yi turned his gaze to Yu Chaojun. Yu Chaojun took over Kang Hongfei's topic and quickly organized his words, saying, "There are currently about 50,000 SMA patients worldwide, and this is still within the statistical range. The number of new patients is about several thousand, but as pre-pregnancy testing technology becomes more mature, this number will definitely decrease in the future. Currently, several companies around the world are developing effective drugs specifically for SMA, but the results are not very good. In general, the price is high, but it can only slow down the disease, not suppress it, let alone cure it." Yu Chaojun paused at this moment, then looked at Li Yi and continued. "From a commercial perspective, SMA gene-targeted drugs are limited by the number of patients and are unlikely to generate significant profits for the company unless we also sell them at sky-high prices. Even then, it's unlikely many patient families can afford them. So I suggest using this drug to enhance Konglon's influence in the market, especially its industry status, thereby paving the way for other new drugs in the future." Li Yi nodded in agreement with Yu Chaojun's suggestion. Rare diseases are called rare diseases because patients are rare. It is precisely because of its rarity that major pharmaceutical companies are unable to make huge investments in the entire process of new drug research and development due to insufficient profits. For conventional pharmaceutical companies, it is very normal to invest tens or even hundreds of billions of US dollars, spend several years or even decades, and end up with RD failure. Before being acquired by Li Yi, Konglon made a similar gamble, which resulted in the failure of new drug research and development and led to the company's bankruptcy. But Konglon is a conventional pharmaceutical company. The strong technical support provided by Li Yi means they don't need to invest too much, either in terms of money or time. Therefore, according to Yu Chaojun's idea, he could use new drugs to quickly occupy the market and establish his position. He could even be more ruthless and kidnap patients with rare diseases around the world to create an invincible golden body. You can even try bundling sales at that time. For example, if you want to buy a specific gene-targeted drug, you must also buy other drugs. After all, pharmaceutical companies like them connect with hospitals, not the patients themselves. For hospitals, the prestige brought by treating rare diseases is far greater than that of ordinary patients. As for who will bear the final cost, what does it have to do with Li Yi? After thinking for a while, Li Yi said to the Korean army, "Let's proceed according to this idea." After receiving Li Yi's approval, Yu Chaojun immediately smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Kang Hongfei talked about the next technology split plan. Yu Chaojun arranged the order of priority for Kang Hongfei's subsequent technical division directions based on market factors. In general, the early stage is mainly about occupying the market, the middle stage is about shaping the corporate image, and the later stage is about continuously reaping profits. The three-step plan sounds like it will take a long time, but based on the progress of research and development, Yu Chaojun estimates that it can be achieved in 2 to 3 years. Li Yi can still afford to wait for this long. After talking about the new drug, Li Yi turned his gaze to the newly joined Professor Finch. It was somewhat strange that Finch had remained silent during the previous conversation. After all, a top scholar in the relevant industry should show great interest and concern after learning about these gene repair technologies. But Finch was writing something in the notebook in front of him. When Finch noticed Li Yi's gaze, he raised his head and asked blankly, "What were we talking about?" "It's your turn to report on the research and development progress." Yu Chaojun frowned and said that he didn't like Finch's attitude. After all, this was a high-level meeting attended by Li Yi in person. Li Yi didn't feel anything about this. After all, Finch's loyalty had been slowly increasing. After hearing Yu Chaojun's words, Finch immediately became alert and raised his voice. "This genetic modification technology is incredible. It's simply a miracle. Once this can be accomplished, humans will have completed their evolution hundreds of thousands of years earlier. Do you know what this means? We will open a new chapter in human history, transforming natural evolution into selective evolution. This is the power of the Creator." Li Yi felt that if Finch were to become the leader of X-Men in the blue ocean market he had just discovered, he would definitely be a qualified fanatic. But he didn't ask Finch to come over just to hear his praises. Cough, cough. Li Yi coughed twice at the right time as a reminder. After receiving the reminder, Finch quickly showed his scholarly rigor and said seriously, "Honestly speaking, this is the most difficult technology one have ever come across. If I hadn't had a complete set of technical information, it would have been difficult for me to open the door to this new world in my entire life. For now, I have divided the technology into multiple categories. To fully master this technology, in addition to talented people, we also need more advanced equipment. The most important thing is the fully intelligent surgical platform cabin, so we urgently need a mechanical expert." At this point, Finch touched his chin and said to himself, "I think David is pretty good. That guy just won the Dynamite Award." Chapter 116: The Mutated Elite in the Laboratory. Although Li Yi needed a large number of talents, he did not absorb them indiscriminately. First of all, some people who are too involved cannot be accepted. For example, David mentioned by Finch is the chief research expert of a certain federal department of the United States, responsible for strategic technological research and development. If it suddenly disappeared, I'm afraid the entire United States would go crazy and the whole world would track it down. Secondly, don't do things that are difficult to control. The loyalty chip can only see loyalty, and when loyalty is lower than the safety factor, it will activate the brain destruction program. It does not have the brainwashing function to make people who are not loyal to Li Yi become loyal. This is also the reason why he chose technical talents such as Kang Hongfei and Finch. Finally, Li Yi did not intend to expose himself too early before he had the ability to solo the Wuchang dungeon. At least before having nuclear countermeasures, the Destiny Club can only be a secret organization. Li Yi has been in the world for so many years and knows the importance of keeping a low profile. To sum up, when it comes to recruiting talents, we need to screen and select them. Even if the development is slower, it is safer. To be honest, sometimes Li Yi wishes the end of the world would come earlier. In that way, in a disordered world, he can let go and establish an order that belongs entirely to him. Is there any way to make the apocalypse come earlier, or maybe just create one myself? Li Yi couldn't help but think this way sometimes. But in the end, Li Yi gave up the idea. He still doesn't know the reason for the apocalypse. If he intervenes rashly and something unexpected happens, and the entire planet is destroyed, then what's the point? After thinking about this, Li Yi brought his thoughts back to reality. "Report what you need to the Queen Bee, and I will handle it one by one," Li Yi finally said to Finch. Finch's RD progress will be the core of the establishment of the action department. After receiving the mass-produced genetic warrior transformation surgery, Li Yi no longer looked down on ordinary operatives. What's more, he originally planned to take the elite route, so this was even more necessary. Don't let it go. Although it still takes time technically, the relevant personnel of the action department can be formed in advance. Li Yi has ordered the Queen Bee to develop a plan to recruit a large number of talents. This includes technical talents and action talents. Among the technical talents, the military experts he wants are the most difficult to find. After all, the military industry is not like other industries. This kind of talents rarely circulate on the market, and most of them are recruited by various countries for their own use. There are biological experts who start their own businesses, and there are computer experts who start their own businesses. But when have you ever heard of a military expert starting a business? If there is, Li Yi would be happy to invest in it. As for action talents, it is much easier than technical talents. There may not be many people who are good at studying in this world, but there are a lot of people who are willing to work hard for money. However, in line with the principle of better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality, the queen bee also paid great attention to the standards set by Li Yi when searching. In addition to relying on queen bee searches, Li Yi also plans to develop a long-term talent reserve plan. The military academy located in Gangwujin can barely be considered as one of them. In the future, Li Yi will also reach cooperation with many other universities and establish his own university. But that's all for later. After finishing the first high-level meeting of the Destiny Club, Li Yi stopped for a while at the RD Center. The main purpose was to confirm the supercomputer that the Queen Bee had ordered on her own and its related progress. As he becomes more and more dependent on the Queen Bee, Li Yi is somewhat looking forward to the improvement after the Queen Bee's hardware is replaced. However, the construction of a supercomputer takes time, so Li Yi can only wait patiently. After reviewing the progress of various projects, Li Yi prepared to leave the RD Center and return to his residence on the East Coast. But before he could take a step, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Elite mutant organism detected. Urgent subjugation mission now issued. Target of subjugation, bloodthirsty resurrected giant rat. Mission description. In a laboratory, a mouse mutated by the giant salamander resurrection gene module escaped unexpectedly. Do you accept the mission? After receiving the system's message, Li Yi was stunned for 2 seconds. This is really a case of searching for something unsuccessfully, but finally finding it without any effort. He had been searching for the elite mutant in the Shenangjia primeval forest for so long, but ended up running into it in his own lair. If that's the case, Li Yi did not rush to take on the task, but blinked, turned his body, and changed the direction of advance. A moment later, Li Yi arrived at the door of Finch's laboratory. Through the glass, you can see Finch and Freddy, wearing lab coats, surrounding a test chamber and observing something. Li Yi knocked on the glass, immediately attracting the attention of the two people. Soon, Finch appeared in front of Li Yi. Are you observing the mouse that has been implanted with the resurrection gene module? Li Yi asked immediately. Finch was not surprised that Li Yi knew about his recent experimental results. After all, this research and development center had been monitored by a computer. Yes, I had Freddy perform the implant experiment just before our meeting, Finch replied. Li Yi nodded, then asked, can the experiment be replicated? I mean, I want a lot of these mice. Is that possible? Finch felt a little strange about Li Yi's question. After all, it was just a rough attempt, and there was not even any corresponding result. But why did Li Yi care so much about it? Although it was strange, Finch still gave an answer. We'll have to wait and see the test results. But it's probably difficult to do based on speculation alone. Even within the same species, there can be subtle genetic differences. Just like there are no two identical leaves in the world, there are no two identical people. Although we are all human and have the same genetic framework, we are ultimately different. Finch explained. Li Yi nodded thoughtfully. If this could be copied, wouldn't it be possible to infinitely produce mutant elite bodies? Sure enough, the loophole is not that easy to exploit. As Li Yi was thinking this, the system's urging voice rang in his mind. Please confirm whether to accept the task within 30 seconds. If there is no response, the task will be abandoned by default. Accept, Li Yi muttered silently. Then, new information emerged. Subjugation mission begins. Please completely eliminate the bloodthirsty resurrected giant rat within 8 hours. The countdown begins. Time began to pass. Li Yi was not in a hurry, but said to Finch, you have 6 hours to get the test results, but you are not allowed to kill this mouse. Do you understand? Finch felt a little indignant about Li Yi's sudden intervention. But when he thought that the core technology and materials of the experiment were provided by Li Yi, Finch pursed his lips and didn't say much. It's just a little white mouse used in the experiment. At worst, we can do it again later. Finch shook his head and returned to the lab. Li Yi thought that it was time to strengthen security at the RD Center. Even a lab mouse could escape. If more experiments are conducted in the future, won't Temasek become a zoo of mutant creatures? Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. Chapter 117, Winning the Jackpot. Li Yi's first personal aircraft. 6 hours later, Freddy, wearing a white lab coat, handed the little white mouse in the box to Li Yi. Li Yi looked at Shu Shu, who was dying and probably only had one breath left, and asked casually, anything you've learned? Freddy shook his head and said, we are only in the collection phase right now. We need to wait for further observation and analysis to find out. Okay. Li Yi shrugged, and then a thought flashed through his mind, and the rat in the box died instantly. Give it back to you. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Li Yi returned the box containing Shu Shu's body to Freddy. Freddy seemed a little surprised. He thought Li Yi was going to take away the experimental mouse, and Professor Finch was a little angry about this. But now, looking at the lifeless mouse in the box, Freddy became even more confused about Li Yi in front of him. He only knew that Li Yi seemed to be a senior executive of a company or organization, and even Professor Finch had to obey his orders. But what kind of hobby is killing rats? Confused, Freddy handed the body of the experimental mouse to Professor Finch. Although it is a corpse, it still has considerable research value. Professor Finch expressed his happiness at the recovery of the lost mouse. On the other side, Li Yi was checking the gains of this mission. Subjugation mission completed. You have successfully eliminated the elite mutant in this area, the bloodthirsty resurrected giant rat. Rewards are now being distributed. Following the system's voice, the rewards were officially issued. You received a reward for the crusade, 12,000 system currency. You have obtained the subjugation reward, level 2 genetic evolution fluid. You received the crusade reward, elite lottery ticket. Okay, Li Yi shook his head. Judging from the reward, it is a little worse than that of the giant salamander. But since it didn't take much effort, Li Yi didn't ask for more. Afterwards, the level 2 genetic evolution fluid was directly fed into the mouth, and the body was strengthened once again. But from Li Yi's own experience, as his body becomes stronger, the improvement of each enhancement becomes smaller. But it's always good to become stronger. At least with his current strength, he can easily destroy an elite special forces combat team that does not carry heavy firepower and cannot call for air support. Of course, if the combat environment is favorable to him, this number may increase several times. After stretching his body a little and adapting to the new increase in strength, Li Yi turned his gaze to the elite lottery ticket. Judging from past lottery experience, elite lottery tickets can more or less produce some useful things. So what about this time? As Li Yi silently said, lottery, the familiar scene appeared again. Soon, golden light flashed before my eyes. Is this a big prize? Li Yi immediately focused his attention and looked expectantly. Immediately afterwards, a gray figure flashed out. Nightingale aircraft, civilian version, a hypersonic shuttle capable of reaching a maximum speed of Mach 18. It possesses both radar and optical stealth capabilities, but cannot be equipped with weapons and has no ammunition depot. Without a doubt, Li Yi immediately became interested when he saw the aircraft in his personal space. After walking out of the RD Center building, he immediately came to a warehouse not far away. After dispersing all the staff, he thought about it, and the Nightingale aircraft appeared before his eyes. Its size is much smaller than Li Yi imagined, and it occupies an area as large as a basketball court. The overall appearance is gray, with rounded lines and a slim figure. The wings adopt a canard layout, and at first glance it looks a bit like China's J-10 fighter. But the difference is that the Nightingale does not have takeoff and landing wheels, and there are 4 protruding brackets under the belly. This also means that Nightingale can only take off and land vertically. Although it cannot be loaded with ammunition, Li Yi values Nightingale's high-speed flight and stealth capabilities more. If it can really withstand various satellite and radar detections around the world, then owning this Nightingale aircraft means that Li Yi can go wherever he wants. Combined with his personal space and system mall, it will form a terrifying material delivery capability. After taking a tour, Li Yi couldn't wait to wake up the Nightingale. Then, a hatch opened from the side of the belly of the aircraft. After Li Yi successfully entered it, he found that the Nightingale had only one cockpit and a small empty area at the back. According to preliminary estimates, if load capacity and safety issues are not taken into consideration, a small light-equipped team should be able to fit in if they squeeze in. After taking the driver's seat, as the Nightingale's equipment started up, the Queen Bee's voice reached his ears. Nighthawk aircraft detected. Do you want to allow the Queen Bee access? Permit. Following Li Yi's order, various lights and dials in the cockpit quickly lit up, and the Queen Bee's voice came again. The Queen Bee has been connected to the Nighthawk aircraft. You can give her commands at any time, and she can control the aircraft at any time. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, turn on optical invisibility. Then, Li Yi found that his vision suddenly became blurred, as if it was covered by a layer of water curtain. But after 3 seconds, this vision disappeared. At the same time, the Queen Bee's voice rang out from the cockpit. Optical stealth mode has been activated. Based on the current energy consumption rate, it is expected to last for 48 hours. 48 hours? Li Yi nodded, understanding this clearly. However, this time should be reduced as the aircraft consumes more energy during flight, but it is not known how long it can remain invisible in the end. But what kind of effect can optical invisibility achieve? Out of curiosity, Li Yi left the aircraft, then turned around and saw that a water curtain-like effect appeared where the Nightingale was originally parked. Light could penetrate it without any reflection or refraction. If you look closely during the day, you can still see some clues. But if it is at night or at a long distance during the day, it is difficult to be detected. Li Yi was very satisfied with the effect. Afterwards, Li Yi returned to the cockpit and asked the Queen Bee, "Is it possible to remain undetected in both radar and optical stealth mode?" The Queen Bee quickly gave the answer. Based on current global radar technology, conventional radars and satellites cannot detect the Nightingale aircraft at long distances. The only possibility of Nightingale being detected is by the naked eye within 200 meters of natural light. For example, in hypersonic cruise mode, it may also be detected to a certain extent due to abnormal airflow. Li Yi wrote down the Queen Bee's report one by one, then looked at his watch and decided to drive the Nightingale out for a ride after dark. He's flown helicopters and even some vintage fighter jets. But let alone hypersonic aircraft, he has never experienced even supersonic ones. It is said that he was thinking about buying a private jet a while ago. Now that I have the Nightingale, I have a pillow whenever I feel sleepy. Chapter 118, Arriving at the Military Academy again, Development and Change. 9 p.m. Temasek is ablaze with lights. In the road park, apart from the technicians in the RD Center who are still working hard under the bright lights, only the security guards on duty are dozing off at work. At this moment, the door of the warehouse in the park suddenly opened slowly. Afterwards, Li Yi's new toy, the young man's first airplane, the Nighthawk aircraft, slowly drove out of the warehouse. Turn on radar invisibility. Turn on optical invisibility. In the cockpit, Li Yi gave an order. Then, the Nightingale aircraft seemed to be wrapped in a ball of water. Let's take off. Our target. Li Yi thought for a moment, then said, Kinshasa Shelter. The next moment, the cockpit began to operate automatically. Outside, the Vector engine under the belly of the Nightingale suddenly spewed out blue flames. Immediately afterwards, the Nightingale aircraft quickly took off. Li Yi watched the indicator representing the altitude in the cockpit continue to climb upwards. 5 minutes later, the Nightingale aircraft reached the stratosphere. At this time, Li Yi looked down through the window and had a panoramic view of the entire Temasek night view. You can even see giant cruise ships slowly entering the port. The stratosphere may be the limit for conventional aircraft and fighter jets, but it is definitely not the limit for Nightingale aircraft. After all, the word aircraft in its name means that Nightingale has the ability to escape the gravitational pull of the planet. However, in the words of the Queen Bee, Li Yi is not currently wearing a special aviation suit. Although his body is strong, it is not a good thing if he is exposed to cosmic rays too much. Moreover, the air convection in the stratosphere is weaker and the airflow is relatively stable, which is more suitable for high-speed cruising. After reaching the set altitude, the engine at the rear of the Nightingale started. Although Li Yi couldn't see it, he soon felt a strong push on his back. Then the numbers representing speed continued to rise. After just a few seconds, the speed reached Mach 1, the speed of sound. At this time, Li Yi could clearly see that although the speed exceeded the speed of sound, there was no sound barrier around the Nightingale's fuselage. Sitting in the cockpit, he felt no discomfort except the increasing gravity. The speed of Nightingale continued to increase, and soon it exceeded Mach 10, breaking the flight speed record of 9.6 Mach held by the X-43A, the fastest spacecraft currently operated by humans. Finally, the Nightingale's cruising speed stopped rising when it reached Mach 15. Li Yi took this opportunity to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Unfortunately, because the flight speed was too fast and the altitude was high enough, I couldn't see anything else. However, a passenger plane can be vaguely seen in the distance. And 20 minutes later, Li Yi boarded a Nightingale aircraft, traveled over 10,000 kilometers, and arrived over Kinshasa, the capital of the Republic of Korea. After taking a look at the night view of Kinshasa, Nightingale continued to move forward. Including the time for starting and accelerating and decelerating, it took no more than 1 minute in total to reach the location of the Kinshasa shelter. Li Yi first took a look at the military academy from above. Due to the time difference, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Kinshasa. So from high in the sky, Li Yi could see that Feng Chung and others were leading the military academy cadets arranged by Zishi Zhe to conduct basic training. Li Yi observed for a while, and then with his amazing eyesight, he discovered his cheap brother-in-law. I saw my brother-in-law performing tactical moves in a very professional manner, sweating profusely. Looks like you're doing well. Li Yi nodded slightly, then used the camera equipped by Nightingale to take a close-up photo of his brother-in-law, and asked the Queen Bee to send the photo to Su Wei. After doing all this, Li Yi let Nightingale land in an open space not far away. After a smooth landing, Li Yi immediately took Nightingale back into his personal space. On the ground, only black marks caused by the engine flames remained to prove its existence. Li Yi looked at the surrounding scenery at this time. Although there was nothing new in the tropical rainforest, he had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers in less than an hour. This feeling made him feel very good. Apart from anything else, I finally don't have to take airline flights and have to transfer, which wastes too much time. Next, Li Yi lit a cigarette and walked slowly towards the military academy. Although the military academy is located on the edge of the tropical rainforest and is relatively remote, Sexy Zay built a road specifically for this purpose. Although it is a very poor quality dirt road, considering that the military academy has only been established for less than 3 months, it is already quite good to be able to achieve this speed. After all, if Gangwujin could be as efficient as China's infrastructure maniac, it would not have taken so long to develop. In addition to the dirt road, the military academy has also been expanded. The main structure of the 2 3-story long buildings has been completed. As for the interior decoration, I'm sorry, there is no such thing. The training ground has also been expanded a lot, and various supplies and equipment are being added one by one. Li Yi even saw a few newly dug trenches, which he thought should be the teaching environment. After Li Yi entered the military academy, he immediately attracted the attention of the students. Most of the students here had never seen Li Yi, so they suddenly seemed a little confused. However, Feng Cheng, after seeing Li Yi, was surprised and immediately scolded the students in front of him. Then, Feng Cheng trotted over quickly. "Mr. Li, why are you here?" When Feng Cheng saw Li Yi, he instinctively wanted to salute, but he put his hand down halfway in embarrassment. Although life in this military academy was a bit hard, it allowed him to regain the sense of joy in the midst of hardship he had when he was guarding the border. What's more, he is the one who teaches others instead of being taught, which makes him happier. "It's okay. I just passed by here and came to take a look," Li Yi said casually. "Okay, then you can check the teaching results while you're at it," Feng Cheng said with a smile, and then suddenly blew the whistle on his chest. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by the sound of orderly footsteps, the group of little black men completed their neat assembly amid the initial panic. If judged by China standards, this speed is certainly not up to standard. But Li Yi had seen all kinds of makeshift teams. It was really amazing that Feng Cheng could train a group of miscellaneous soldiers with low education and questionable quality to this level in a short period of time. Immediately afterwards, Feng Cheng asked the students to perform some basic tactical movements, including dagger exercises and gun shooting. In general, there are some initial results, but it still cannot change the nature of the baby with filled lines. "Well done, better than I thought," Li Yi praised with a smile, then waved to his cheap brother-in-law. "I haven't seen my cheap brother-in-law for 2 months. He looks a lot stronger, but also a lot darker. However, he looks more energetic." But the moment he saw Li Yi, Li Yong cried out, "Brother-in-law, you finally came to see me." Chapter 119. Defeat the Perfect Mutant Creature. Xu Yong had never felt Li Yi so kind. God knows how he got through these 2 months. Sticking out tongues at venomous snakes, baring teeth at hippos, and fighting mosquitoes at every turn. Although shooting a gun is exciting, the physical training is tiring. Although throwing grenades is more exciting than throwing cannons, his hands are covered with calluses. The harsh environment and the intense training volume made Xu Yong breathless. Others who went abroad to study lived a life of luxury and debauchery, or at worst worked as a dishwasher in a restaurant. But when he went abroad to study, he could only do hard labor with a group of black people. So when Xu Yong saw Li Yi again, he felt like he had seen a relative and felt very close to him. It's not that he hopes Li Yi will take him away. In fact, it is a bit hard here, but the skills I learn are quite practical. Just like Li once said, after completing his studies, he would work for a few years and then retire. Maybe after retirement, he could still hang out in the internet celebrity circle, and then he would be called half a wolf. Xu Yong was lost in thought. Of course, Li didn't come to the military academy to see Xu Yong, but he still patted Xu Yong on the shoulder and said with a look of satisfaction, "Not bad, you've become much stronger." According to the current course progress, it is estimated that Xu Yong will be able to become a fill-in-the-line baby after studying for another year. If you are lucky, you can survive for 3 months and become a veteran. In that case, he, as the brother-in-law, can be said to have brought his brother-in-law out. What if grass grows on the grave accidentally? When you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. It's all fate. After praising Xu Yong, Li listened to Feng Cheng's teaching progress report. The students currently present at the military academy are actually the second batch sent by Cixi Zay. Cixi Zay is currently doing well and has a lot of people under his command, so he wants to take turns to conduct short-term training for 1 month. This is also the fastest way to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the troops. Based on Cixi Zhe's needs, Feng Cheng, the teaching director of the military academy, divided the students into 2 classes. One class is a short-term crash course, which lasts for 1 month. It focuses on the basics and does not teach complex tactics. It focuses on a quick and easy approach and trains grassroots combat personnel. The other class was a 3-year officer class. Those sent here were all direct descendants of Cixi Zhe or were related to him. Xu Yong was in this class. Students in the officer class will learn a variety of knowledge in 3 years, including combat command. Most of the people in the class will immediately enter the officer system of Cixi Zhe after graduation. Short-term courses are easy to take. They are just short-term, mechanical training. Feng Cheng looked at Li Yi and said, but for the officer class, in addition to professional courses, there are also cultural courses. We can't solve this problem. I see. Li Yi nodded, and then called Sai Shiza in front of Feng Cheng, asking him to send a few cultural teachers to the military academy. Cixi Zhe naturally agreed immediately. However, thinking of Li Yi's sudden interest in the military academy, CCs couldn't help but ask, Li, are you in Bantuga? Bantuga is the name of the military academy, which was chosen by CCs himself. It means creatures protected by eagles. Yes, but I'll be leaving soon. Li Yi said. Then I will prepare a dinner for you in Kinshasa. Cixi Zhe said with a smile, but there was something intriguing in his tone. In addition to land routes, anyone arriving in Kinshasa by air must stop in Kinshasa. Before that, Li would meet him every time he passed through Kinshasa, and he would often pick up Li Yi at the airport. But this time, Li did not inform him. This gave Cixi Zhe a sense of crisis. As his power grew, his situation gradually expanded, and he needed Li Yi's support even more. Okay. Li Yi did not refuse. New pharmaceuticals are about to be mass-produced, and the demand for raw materials will only increase in the future. At present, Li Yi has no intention of opening a backup raw material base, so he still needs to maintain good relations with Cixi Zhe. What's more, he invested so much in Cixi Zhe, and his purpose was not just to make the other party a farmer. After agreeing on a time, Li Yi hung up the phone. Next, Li Yi did not stay in the military academy for long. After giving Xu Yong some encouragement, he left the military academy and released his new car. After returning to the Nightingale aircraft, Li Yi switched to manual control and then slowly took off. However, just as the Nightingale took off to a height of 30 meters, Li Yi stopped the operation and ordered the Queen Bee to let the Nightingale start a slow cruise over the Gongwa tropical rainforest. He wanted to try this method to quickly search for possible mutant organisms in the rainforest. As it turned out, his idea was quite correct. After cruising slowly for half an hour, in the heart of the rainforest, Li Yi heard the system's voice. A perfect mutant organism has been detected, and an urgent subjugation mission is now being issued. Subjugation target, Silver Moon Giant Ape. Mission description, a perfect mutant that evolved in the apocalypse. Huge in size and immensely powerful, it is the absolute king of this region and commands its own tribe. Extremely dangerous. Do you accept the mission? Li Yi blinked when he heard the voice. Perfect mutant organism? It sounds like it's a level higher than the previous, elite level. Therefore, the perfect level should be even better than the elite level. As for the danger? Li Yi smiled slightly at this, and then quickly let the Nightingale hover above the rainforest. Then, Li Yi left the cockpit, opened the door on the side of the fuselage, and looked at the lush tropical rainforest below. At a height of 30 meters, parachuting is naturally impossible, so rope rappelling is the most suitable. But Li Yi also had no intention of descending quickly. Instead, he took a frivolous step and jumped directly from a height of 30 meters. Crack! Like a strong man descending from the sky, after crushing a tree, Li Yi clapped his hands, took steady steps, and stepped steadily on the ground. Facts have proved that even without using mental power to apply a buffering force, a jump from a height of 30 meters would not have any effect on his current powerful body. Then, Li Yi's eyes flashed with light, and he quickly began to explore in the tropical rainforest. Soon, Li Yi found a female ape on the top of a tree. Primates are social creatures, so if you find one, you can quickly find a group. 10 minutes later, between the tree branches, accompanied by the howling of monkeys, Li Yi saw a white, sturdy monkey. This thing looks very powerful and is the absolute king among the monkeys. And it looked very smart. The moment it caught Li Yi's gaze, it immediately crouched down, its hair stood on end, and it bared its teeth in a vigilant posture. Chapter 1:20 Engineering Robots. A season of great harvest. Bang! Bang! 2 loud gunshots startled the birds in the forest. Several animals began to flee in panic. After a commotion, the monkeys in the trees scattered, squeaking and shouting. No matter how powerful the perfect mutant organisms will evolve at the end of the world, they are still no match for steel and gunpowder. Li Yi put the 2 single-headed bullets back into the gun chamber, and then put the Remington back into his personal space. The smell of gunpowder was still lingering in the air, and Li Yi was quietly waiting for the system's voice. The system didn't make him wait too long. Subjugation mission completed. You have successfully eliminated the perfect mutant in this area, the Silver Moon Giant Ape. Rewards are now being distributed. Although the system's sound was mechanical, it still made Li Yi feel wonderful as always. And then, it's time for harvest. A series of heavenly sounds followed. You received a reward for the crusade, 30,000 system currency. You have obtained the subjugation reward, level 2 genetic evolution fluid. You have obtained the reward for the subjugation, level 2 gene lock key. You have obtained the subjugation reward, Silver Ape Giant Strength Gene Module. You received the reward for the crusade, perfect lottery ticket. After carefully reading the system rewards, Li Yi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. It seems that he has been very lucky recently. First, he solved the last mutant organism in the laboratory without any effort and obtained the Nightingale aircraft. He drove the Nightingale for a spin, taking advantage of the Nightingale's speed and stealth, and tried to search for mutant creatures. Unexpectedly, I encountered a perfect mutant creature and gained a lot. But thinking back to the mouse he had dealt with in the laboratory, it seemed that he had killed 5 elite mutant organisms at that time. Why was the system's Conquest Mission 2 not completed? Thinking this way, Li Yi looked through the system's task log and quickly found the reason. Conquest Mission 2. Clear out all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the survivor shelter and kill 5 mutant creatures. I see. Li Yi suddenly realized it, and immediately called Yu Chaojun and asked directly, "Have we bought all the land within a 5-kilometer radius of the RD Center?" Yu Chaojun looked through the information and finally gave the answer. "Mr. Li, it's still a long way off. Besides, the Temasek government won't allow us to buy so much land so blatantly. And a lot of the land is also controlled by other companies." In that case, Li Yi thought for a moment and then asked directly, "I need to use the RD building as the starting point, and there must be no people or animals within a 5-kilometer radius. Can you do that?" Li Yi's question made Yu Chaojun a little confused. But out of professionalism, Yu Chaojun quickly began his analysis. Li Yi was thinking that if conventional means failed, he would have to repeat the scene on Rongdu Pedestrian Street. But this time, a little TNT is not enough. Should we get something bigger? It seems that biochemical viruses are good. Just when Li Yi was thinking about returning to his old job, he heard Yu Chaojun say, "Mr. Li, give me some time. I'll lobby the officials to conduct an evacuation drill in the name of fire protection and safety. I'll ensure that your mission is accomplished." Although Yu Chaojun didn't know why Li Yi did this, since his superiors had ordered him to do so, he could only find a way. "Okay, I'll give you half a month to get this done." After Li Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. "Anyway, we have waited for so long, and half a month won't make any difference. After all, whether it is planting a bomb or preventing viruses, there are risks, and it does not quite fit in with his image as a good citizen." After dealing with this small matter, Li Yi checked the rewards. Needless to say, the system currency immediately replenished Li Yi's recent consumption. Level 2 genetic evolution liquid, as usual, put it directly into the mouth. The sense of security has increased again. As for the secret key of the level 2 gene lock, Li Yi looked at it carefully. Secret key to the level 2 genetic lock. After reaching the level 2 genetic perfection state, this item can be used to break through the second level of the genetic lock. It has the same function as the I-level genetic lock key, but the level is higher. Although Li Yi had taken the evolutionary liquid several times at stage 2, he was still a little short of achieving the perfect state of stage 2 genes. Li Yi was not in a hurry about this. Then there is the Silver Ape Giant Strength Gene Module, which is likely to have a similar function to the Giant Salamander Resurrection Gene Module. The facts were just as Li Yi expected. Silver Ape Giant Strength Gene Module, derived from the perfectly mutated Silver Moon Giant Strength Ape, it can be used for mass-produced genetic warrior transformation surgery. It is not difficult to guess that the Giant Salamander's Resurrection Gene Module should be able to enhance the human body's recovery ability. This Giant Strength Gene Module should increase strength, but I don't know to what extent it can increase it. I really hope that Finch can progress faster, so that he can create a few genetic warriors first. When equipped with the Nightingale aircraft, wouldn't it be equivalent to having the ability to quickly deploy around the world around the clock? So, when will Big Ivan appear? Li Yi was melancholy for a few seconds, then looked at the final reward. Start the lottery. With a silent recitation in his heart, the familiar lottery screen appeared again. I don't know if there will be anything good in the perfect lottery ticket. After all, if an elite lottery ticket can draw out a treasure like Nightingale, then it shouldn't be too much to draw out a spaceship with a perfect lottery ticket, right? Or if you're unlucky, a Star Destroyer wouldn't be too much of a stretch. If that doesn't work, an aircraft carrier will do. All in all, Li Yi is really easy to satisfy. With anticipation, Li Yi waited quietly. 5 seconds later, a purple light flashed. Seeing the purple light, Li Yi immediately laughed. Although it is a little worse than the best gold, at least it is not white and blue. Then, the prize he won appeared in front of him. Fully Intelligent Engineering Robot Production Line. This production line can mass-produce fully intelligent engineering robots. It should be noted that this type of robot must be connected to an intelligent core, otherwise, it will not function. Won the jackpot. Looking at the prize, Li Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled. Although the Nightingale aircraft is very good, there is only one of them. But this production line can produce in batches, and it is the engineering equipment that Li Yi urgently needs. He already had a lot of construction plans. For example, they could build an arsenal by hollowing out a mountain, establish a military base on an island, or dig out a huge underground space somewhere. But without exception, these plans require a lot of manpower and material resources. Now with engineering robots, at least the problem of manpower has been completely solved. I've been feeling incredibly lucky lately. Could it be because it's the autumn harvest season? Li Yi sighed happily in his heart and modified the plan again. Chapter 1, 21 Hypersonic Missiles Grown on the Sea. Carrying the newly launched engineering robot production line, Li Yi got in his car and landed contentedly in a secret area of Kinshasa. After arriving at the place agreed with CCIs soon appeared in front of Li Yi as notified by the guards. Sishi Zhe was as enthusiastic as ever. After hugging Li Yi, he led Li Yi into the barracks. Yes, the place they agreed to meet was the garrison camp in Kinshasa. In the camp, Li Yi saw a regimental-sized force, but compared with China, it was much worse in terms of weapons, logistical equipment, and personnel quality. Then, CCZ took Li Yi into a 3-story white building, which was CCZ's headquarters. Today, the entire force is under the control of CCIs, and its full name is the Bantuga Guard Regiment of the Kinshasa Garrison. After sitting down in the so-called commander's office, CCIzer immediately took out whiskey and cigars from the constant temperature cabinet behind him. My brother, this place is like your home. Even if you pass by in the future, you can always come back and visit. Sishize poured the wine while speaking euphemistically. Obviously, he felt a little uneasy and complained about Li Yi not contacting him immediately after arriving at Gangwajan. Li Yi took the wine glass with a smile, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course. But I was just passing by on a whim this time, and I took a private plane. I just wanted to go out and relax." Li Yi pretended to explain. Sishize immediately understood the meaning of Li Yi's words. There are 2 points. Firstly, Li Yi didn't have any serious business this time, which also explains why he was not contacted. Second, Li Yi actually entered the country on a private plane. As for the second point, there is a lot to discuss. Although Gangwajan does not have any powerful air defense weapons, it has an international airport after all, and various radars are not just for show. However, he was a little surprised that Li Yi could enter the country directly by taking a private plane and bypassing air traffic control. But it's not surprising when you think about it. Several arms transactions have made Sishize believe that Li Yi even has an arsenal in Gangwajan or this area. This makes it easier to avoid air traffic control. Sishize did not dwell on this point. After all, he was still thinking about clinging to Li Yi. The stronger Li Yi was, the better it would be for him. For this reason, after Sishize clinked his glass with Li Yi, he said with interest, "Then please let me experience your private jet when you have time. To be honest, I've never been on a private jet before." Of course, Li Yi nodded, "But I think you might want to buy your own private jet by then." "That seems like a good idea." Sishize agreed with a smile. As the words fell, the 2 men clinked their glasses together again, the crisp sound like the wonderful destiny of the future. Later, in the headquarters restaurant, CCIs hosted a simple dinner. This time, Sishize formally introduced his 2 deputies to Li Yi. One of them, Li Yi, had dealt with several times. He was the strong black man who was responsible for receiving and inspecting the goods in the previous transaction. Because the official name was too long and tongue-twisting, Li Yi simply labeled it Lao He. This guy is now the commanding officer of the security regiment and also handles some logistical work. As for the other one, he was a thin, dark-skinned young man with tattoos, and judging by his appearance, He seemed to be related to Cixi. Li Yi was too lazy to remember the other person's name, so he labeled him Xiao He. Although Xiao He looks thin, he is a rare, highly educated talent in Gangwujin and a top student in the law department of Columbia University. So Caesar did not hide anything and said directly, "He is my cousin. After the military government steps down, we will use him as a representative to participate in democratic elections." Li nodded and immediately understood. A lawyer changing careers to become a politician and then a leader is like giving up medicine to pursue literature. It is a perfect match between the two professions. It can be seen that Cixi also trusts these two confidants very much. While having dinner with Li Yi, he talked about business with Li Yi in front of the two of them. "Li, regarding the Eastern investment and Western arms procurement projects you mentioned, my father has already lobbied many people. It is expected that this expenditure will be planned in next year's defense budget," Cixi said. A very smart decision. Li Yi took a sip of the red wine prepared for the dinner, then looked at Cici's and said, "You can rest assured on my side. Nothing will go wrong in any link." Cixi smiled at this and looked at Li Yi sitting opposite him. He couldn't help but think of the night when they first met in the bar. Who would have thought that an Oriental young man with a unique temperament could have such great power behind him? "I'm relieved by your words. I promise that next year, even if you fly a formation of fighter jets to Kinshasa, the airport will have a parking space ready for you." Cixi laughed, then stood up and raised his glass again. "Then I wish you success." Li Yi said this and stood up as well, and the two clinked glasses again. Cici's ambition is clearly revealed in this sentence. After all, allowing a fighter jet formation from another force to stay at the airport in one's own capital requires the consent of the head of government. At the very least, he should be the Minister of Defense. Li Yi admires ambitious people, especially those he invests in. After a dinner that was enjoyable for both the host and the guests, Li Yuan declined Ci's enthusiastic invitation to stay, and then returned to his car, reeking of alcohol. Afterwards, Li Yi took out a cigar produced in Guba from the box given by Cixi, letting the smell of tobacco fill the cockpit of Nightingale. It is not known whether he was the first person to smoke on an aircraft, but if he was driving under the influence, then that was definitely not the case. After all, pilots from the Russian Federation had done this a long time ago. Oh, and they even drink alcohol from the antifreeze in fighter jets. After taking a few puffs of smoke, Li Yi looked at the bright moon rising over the sea through the cockpit glass, and a sense of melancholy spread in his heart. When did he become sentimental? Li Yi quickly shook his head, then ordered the Queen Bee to send a coordinate address to Sally. Then, the Nightingale slowly rose into the air again. In the silent night, accompanied by waves and sea breeze, an aircraft that is completely invisible to the naked eye is flying towards the Red Sea. Soon, the Nightingale hovered over the sea at the coordinate location. At this time, Li Yi opened the cabin door, braved the strong sea breeze, bought an air cushion craft from the system mall, and threw it onto the sea. Will it not sink? Li Yi thought so, and then threw the hypersonic missile he had purchased onto the hovercraft. After a brief sinking, the hovercraft finally bore the weight of the missile. Afterwards, Li Yi took out another cannonball, connected it to the hovercraft with a rope, and then sank the cannonball into the sea to serve as an anchor for the hovercraft. Absolutely perfect. Finally, Li Yi looked at his masterpiece and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Chapter 122. The crashed F-18, Sully finally did something. The other side. After receiving Li Yi's message, Sally took a look at it, and immediately hurriedly took his people and set off from the dock by boat. The situation has been extremely tense recently. With the overthrow of the Syrian regime, the arc of resistance has been cut off, which has made things very difficult for Hussein. What is even more infuriating is that a group of Israelis, relying on the support of the United States, completely disregarded public opinion and marched directly into Syria. If they allow the other side to grow stronger, I'm afraid that in the sixth war against Israel, let alone winning, it would be a blessing if they were not destroyed. So at this time, Hussein needs more support both internally and externally. As for Sally, his status in the organization has risen sharply because of his previous transactions with Li Yi. And with the sudden change in the situation, Li Yi's channel is even more needed. For this reason, after receiving the news, Sally immediately led his men to sail at full speed towards the target sea area. More than an hour later, Sally and his fleet arrived near the coordinate area. But on the sea at night, he kept looking out in the captain's room, but he never saw any other ships. Is it not here yet? Just as Sally was thinking this, he suddenly heard a report from his subordinates. Captain Sully, we spotted a hovercraft. The subordinate's tone was filled with surprise and incomprehension. After all, this place is dozens of nautical miles away from the nearest coastline. How did an air cushion craft appear here? Could it have been dropped by another ship? His men didn't understand, but Sally's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, "Lower the boat. That might be our cargo." Several small boats set off quickly and reported the good news. "Captain, there's a big box on the hovercraft." When Sally heard this, he quickly said, "Tow the hovercraft back and be careful." The men on the boat quickly took action. But before that, they have to retrieve the anchor. But when they pulled up the anchor, their palms couldn't help sweating. What kind of lunatic is this? Using a cannonball as an anchor. Sally's men dragged the hovercraft back while spitting and sweating profusely. Soon, Sally was on the deck, looking at the hypersonic missile he had just obtained with satisfaction. In the past, he always heard those white-robed people lying on the oil say that the mysterious big country in the east had a magic that could plant missiles called DF in the desert. Now it seems that this mysterious young man from the east whom he met also knows this magic. But the magic has been changed from the desert to the ocean. On the other side, after watching Sally return with the hypersonic missile, Lee controlled the Nightingale to leave. But on the way back, a small accident happened. Nightingale was cruising leisurely on the sea surface when its radar suddenly reported, "A U.S. Federation aircraft carrier fleet has been discovered." Lee immediately looked closely and saw conspicuous red dots appearing on the radar. It was not surprising that the U.S. aircraft carrier formation appeared in the Red Sea, but he happened to run into it, so he had to take a close look at it no matter what. Nightingale's double stealth effect gave Lee great courage. After a moment's thought, Nightingale immediately changed direction and speed and approached. Soon, an aircraft carrier surrounded by several frigates appeared under Lee's eyes. Although the radars on various ships were constantly operating, they obviously did not detect the presence of Nightingale. So Lee became bolder and moved closer. As it got closer, Lee finally realized that what was in front of him was a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. With a displacement of 105,000 tons and the ability to carry 80 combat aircraft of various types, it is a well-deserved water fortress. When can I get one? Lee looked at the aircraft carrier in front of him and thought so. In order to meet his future needs for aircraft carriers, Lee slowly approached the bow of the aircraft carrier for the purpose of inspection. But at this moment, an F-18 carrier-based aircraft was launched from the aircraft carrier, like an arrow from a bow, flying straight towards Nightingale. Lee was suddenly startled, and Nightingale had already made an evasive reaction. However, because the distance between the two sides was too close, despite the speed, although there was no direct collision, the airflow still interfered with both sides. Immediately afterwards, the F-18 carrier-based aircraft suddenly began to stall. The carrier-based aircraft that had just been launched had no flying altitude at all. Even if the pilot tried to regain control of the plane by relying on muscle instinct, without altitude, a crash would be a matter of seconds. So, under Lee's gaze, amid the exclamations of the aircraft carrier fleet, the F-18 carrier-based aircraft dived towards the sea level. Is this possible? Lee was happy in his heart, but he also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for long. Next, the fleet will certainly conduct salvage and detection work, and at that time high-power searchlights and flares will illuminate everything. At such a close distance, even with optical invisibility, there is no guarantee that the other party will discover any abnormalities. So, Lee disappeared very quickly. All that was left was chaos. In a way, this can be considered a shoot-down. Should I paint a star on the Nightingale? 30,000 meters above the ground, Lee was thinking boredly. The next day, the news that the U.S. aircraft carrier-based aircraft was shot down became the front-page headlines around the world that day. But this message only lasted for a few hours before it was immediately replaced by another message. According to the Russian Federation satellite network, the Foxeye armed forces launched a hypersonic missile and attacked an Air Force base in the southern desert of Israel. When the news came out, the world was shocked. This Air Force base is home to advanced U.S. F-35 stealth fighter jets and is a very important Air Force base. The Foxeye armed forces have always given people the impression that they are not up to standard, and the weapons they use have always been crudely made rocket launchers. But now, Foxeye has openly mastered hypersonic missiles that many military powers in the world do not have. Immediately, a series of aftermaths were triggered. In a sea view villa on the east coast of Temasek, Lee smiled as he watched the spokesperson of Foxeye on the TV news. I have to say that compared to the last attack on a frigate, this time Foxeye finally made real use of the value of the hypersonic missile, and it was worth it for him to drive the Nightingale around in the middle of the night. Just when Lee was laughing happily, the Queen Bee suddenly sent a message. Report to the commander, B-level employee Leo has sent an urgent request for help. What could possibly happen in Mexico, a paradise-like place? Li Yi frowned and looked at the message, then fell into deep thought. Chapter 123 Thomas. I am from the Advent sect. Please let me join the organization. Mexican song. The dusk shone on the graffiti on the walls, and armed criminals were openly searching door to door on the streets. This is a small town that nominally belongs to Mexico, but in reality it belongs to a criminal group. Leo, Thomas, and his group hid in a residential building. A skinny Asian youth was rolling on the floor, making a whimpering sound. Thomas, keep him quiet, Leo said with a frown. I thought so, Thomas said with a wink. Soon, one of his team members acted decisively and used a knife to knock the Asian youth unconscious. That won't work. He's addicted and will wake up soon. Another team member shook his head, then squatted down and injected the Asian youth with another shot of anesthetic. The room finally quieted down, but the tense atmosphere did not dissipate. The mission this time is to rescue the Asian youth who is controlled by a criminal group, which is Leo's area of expertise. The early stages of the mission went smoothly. His strengthened body greatly enhanced his skills, and Thomas and others were elite, so even the criminal group's stronghold could not stop them. But unfortunately, when they were evacuating, they encountered the main force of the criminal group. After a fierce battle, Leo and his companions were ultimately outnumbered and could only fight and retreat, finally entering the town. I thought that once we got to the small town, the other party would stop chasing us. However, they never expected that they had completely underestimated the power of the criminal group in the local area. The other party started searching with guns in hand, while the police were smoking tobacco on the street, enjoying the sunset as if they were on vacation. If he were alone, Leo would be confident that he could break out of the encirclement. But with Thomas and others, as well as the target of this rescue, Leo was in a dilemma for a while. He had intended to show off in front of the boss and had no intention of sending a request for help to the organization. But unfortunately, 2 people in the team were injured. Although the injuries have been temporarily stopped, if the situation drags on for too long, it will be difficult to say for sure. Leo didn't care about these 2 people, but Thomas did. Therefore, Thomas pleaded sincerely. They are like my brothers, sailor. I beg you, help me. Leo was silent for a while in response to Thomas's request. Finally, after taking a deep look at Thomas, Leo pressed the earplug beside his ear and said, Calling Queen Bee, B-level employee Leo is requesting communication. The Thor action team needs support. After calling for backup, Leo looked at Thomas and said, Remember, you owe me a lot now. Thomas nodded vigorously. Although they became mercenaries, they had already thought about dying in some corner of the world one day. But when this possibility really comes, no one can accept it calmly. But would his employer really send him any support? This was Mexico, after all. Although he held a glimmer of hope, Thomas still didn't hold too high expectations. After all, they are mercenaries who work for money. Generally speaking, their employers will never be willing to spend a lot of money to rescue them from the fighting. After all, this is their livelihood. In addition, he knew that his employer's power seemed to be in Temasek, and the distance between Mexico and Temasek was too far. But he had no other choice now, and could only pin his hopes on this employer whom even the powerful sailors admired so much. Soon, a string of coordinates suddenly flashed on everyone's smart watches, which was on the rocky beach 700 meters south of the town. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded from everyone's headsets. The organization has dispatched an aircraft to the coordinates, and it is expected to arrive in 45 minutes. The aircraft will stay here for 60 seconds. Please hurry. Upon hearing the news, Thomas and the others, except Leo, were immediately delighted. Not only was this employer kind enough to come and rescue them, he was also so resourceful that he contacted a plane nearby so quickly. No wonder some mercenaries like to join military contractors. The logistical support is really powerful. So, before they were raided by the criminal gang, everyone quickly took action. 40 minutes later, Thomas carried the unconscious Asian youth, and a teammate carried the other 2 injured people, and they ran all the way to the coordinate point. As the rumbling sound and fierce gunfire behind him ended, Leo, who was left behind, quickly caught up. To be honest, you guys are really holding me back. Leo held the gun and curled his lips. He now looked down on Thomas and others. With a strong body, his endurance, strength, and vision had been greatly improved. Leo felt like a Superman now, so he thought he might be more powerful fighting alone. Maybe I should go back and ask the boss for permission to form this Thor action team. It doesn't matter if he doesn't set up one. He is stronger than Thor now, so why does he need a team? As for Leo's contemptuous attitude, Thomas and others had long lost their original rebelliousness. This action with real guns and live ammunition allowed them to see what a true master is. And what the other party said is right. Now they can only act as a burden or porters. After dealing with the pursuers, Leo and his group quickly arrived at the rocky beach. But under the cover of night, there was no trace of any plane. Moreover, the only thing that could land on the rocky beach should be a helicopter, and they didn't hear any sound of propellers along the way. Just when Thomas and others felt cheated, Leo quietly listened to the voice coming from the headset. Soon, Leo grinned and took out a badge representing the Destiny Club. The next moment, a curtain of water suddenly appeared on the empty rocky beach. The water curtain quickly faded away, and in the blink of an eye, a black canard-wing aircraft that looked like a fighter jet was revealed. Thomas and others stared at the magical scene in front of them in amazement, feeling that their three perspectives were shocked. Leo, who was also shocked, pretended to be calm and said, "B-class staff sailor, requesting to board the plane." Then, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Class B employee sailor certification completed, cleared to board." After the voice fell, a hatch suddenly opened on the side of the aircraft. Leo immediately urged, "What are you waiting for? Get on the plane." Okay, hurry up." Thomas asked his injured teammates to board the plane first. He felt relieved, but he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Could the employer be an alien? It has a non-human body, and it is also a flying vehicle from a science fiction movie. If so, please be sure to let him join. He is a member of the Advent sect. Chapter 124, Production Line Installation and Park Evacuation. Thanks to Nightingale's support, the Thor operations team's first live-fire mission was successfully completed with some minor setbacks. After returning to Temasek at an astonishing speed, the few people who walked down from Nightingale still found it a little unbelievable even when they saw the familiar streets and scenes. Although Leo was also surprised by the aircraft sent by the boss, he pretended to be calm and said, "Take them to the RD building. There are the best doctors there." After saying that, Leo picked up the still unconscious Asian youth with one hand, got in a car, and drove out of the park. Leo quickly handed the Asian youth over to Yu Chaojun. The Temasek politicians, who had already received the news, wanted to show the deep affection between father and son in front of Yu Chaojun. But when he saw his son's appearance, he was about to suggest sending him to the hospital, but he immediately realized something was wrong. How could it be possible that he, an official with no integrity, had an only son who was a drug addict? Therefore, Yu Chaojun immediately said, "Mr. Guan, our Kanglan Road Park not only has the best equipment, but also the best medical staff, and there is absolutely no need to worry about safety." The politician's eyes immediately lit up. Afterwards, Leo had no choice but to take the Asian youth back to the RD center. And when he entered the door, he happened to meet Thomas. "How's the situation?" Leo asked casually. "Very timely," Thomas said with a hint of fear. "The doctor said it was a good thing we got him there early, otherwise it would have caused nerve necrosis, leaving him with serious sequelae or even paralysis. Even though we are doing work that is on the edge of life and death, when the moment of life and death comes, our will eventually waver." Leo said nothing more and threw the Asian youth to a doctor. Although the RD Center is mainly staffed by scientific researchers, it is also equipped with some medical staff for various purposes. Coupled with top-notch equipment, it is no worse than luxurious private hospitals. Then you take good care of them first. I still have to write the action report. Leo and Thomas said goodbye. Looking at Leo, who was about to leave, Thomas opened his mouth and finally shouted, "Sailor." Leo stopped suddenly and turned his head in confusion. "Thanks." Thomas thanked him, pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a voice. "I just discussed it with them. We want to join you." Leo was not surprised by this. His face was calm, and he spoke in a calm tone. "I'll explain this to my superiors, but it's not that easy to join us. You must be prepared to face the test of hell." After saying that, Leo left quickly without looking back. "Are you kidding? Is it so easy to join the Great Destiny Club?" Looking at Leo's receding back, Thomas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Powerful warriors, incredible logistics, astonishing technology, and a mysterious organization. Thomas knew that he seemed to be opening a door to a new world. This experience of being held back also made him feel an urgent need to become stronger. If he and his teammates could be as strong as Leo, wouldn't it be? With Viking ancestry, he seems to have found Odin, whom he wants to follow. Thor Action Team, is this fate? He didn't even bother to take a look at the action report submitted by Leo. He is a person who only cares about results. The process is not important. However, Leo's operation this time was very poor. It was just a Mexican criminal group that sold tobacco and chemicals. Even if it was a local tyrant, it should have kept to itself. But Lee didn't have time to criticize Leo now because he had already arrived in Johor Bahru. It belongs to Malay and is only separated from Temasek by a bridge. Most of the residents of Johor Bahru also work for Temasek and travel back and forth between the two places via the bridge every day. Due to the scarcity of land in Temasek, a large number of factories were placed here decades ago as industries shifted. For example, Konglan Pharmaceuticals production workshop is likely to be established here in the future. Li Yi's purpose of coming here was to install a fully intelligent engineering robot production line. The address is a factory that Yu Chaojun had already acquired. It is located in the suburbs and is relatively remote. After surveying the surrounding environment, Li Yi quickly asked the Queen Bee to generate a building blueprint and send it to Yu Chaojun. Follow the drawings and complete the factory construction as soon as possible, Li Yi said to Chaojun. I understand, Mr. Li. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away. Yu Chaojun always carried out Li Yi's orders with the utmost efficiency. Just one day later, a construction team entered the factory, quickly completed the surveying work, and then immediately started construction. According to Yu Chaojun's report, the construction of the factory building can be completed in 45 days at the slowest and only 1 month at the fastest. Li Yi can still wait for a month. Taking advantage of this time, Li Yi quickly issued an order to purchase various materials. Even if you have a production line, engineering robots cannot be created out of thin air. The corresponding materials are of course indispensable. Moreover, among these materials, there are some precious metals, which require a certain amount of time to purchase. After returning to our East Coast villa in Temasek, another week passed quickly. This week, Norton, who almost regarded Li Yi as a belief, had completed his research on Temasek and also prepared a large amount of funds in Temasek in advance. After wanting to visit Li Yi but being rejected, Norton took a private plane back to Zijinhua Manor. As his health improved and large amounts of funds were transferred, some of his children could no longer hold back. So, Norton had to go back. Li Yi was not concerned about Norton's family affairs, but the things he really cared about soon had an answer. Mr. Li, I have successfully connected all the departments. Yu Chaojun reported. In 3 days, a major disaster evacuation drill will be held, centered around the RD building, and all personnel will be evacuated in a planned manner. But it only lasts 3 hours, which is the longest time I can get. Although Temasek has a small land area, it has a large population. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, although it is not a downtown area or a residential area, there are definitely tens of thousands of people. The evacuation of tens of thousands of people is no small matter and can easily cause social panic and negative public opinion. The fact that Yu Chaojun can accomplish this is enough to prove his ability. You did a great job. I'm very satisfied. Li Yi praised. Yu Chaojun didn't dare to take credit for it, and quickly said modestly, It's all thanks to you, Mr. Li. Chapter 125 Mission completed, multiple rewards. 3 days later, the major disaster evacuation plan, jointly organized by Temasek Emergency, Fire, Police and other departments, has officially been launched. During these 3 days, relevant news and policies have been widely publicized. Although the public is very puzzled by this, they even feel that taxpayers' money is being used without proper purpose. But under the urging of multiple departments, they had no choice but to cooperate. In order to achieve this effect, Yu Chaojun not only spent a lot of money, but also applied to Li Yi for permission to use the human body repair chamber. It took a lot of effort to achieve the effect Li Yi wanted. Starting at 9 a.m., orderly evacuation began in each building. Everyone will be evacuated to a temporary resettlement area 5 kilometers away. In order to prevent the people from feeling disgusted, not only breakfast and fruit are prepared in the resettlement area, but also various small benefits are available. For some patients and elderly people who have difficulty moving around, the department staff will personally pick them up and provide a series of physical examination services free of charge. Although Singapore's per capita GDP is not low, who wouldn't want to take advantage of something free? What's more, within a 5-kilometer radius of the RD building, there are mostly office buildings of some companies, and there are few residential areas. Getting businesses to cooperate is much simpler than getting residents to cooperate, and involves much less work. In short, Li Yi stood on the roof of the RD building, quietly waiting for the evacuation to be completed. It was said that the evacuation would be completed in 2 hours, but 2 hours later, Yu Chaojun hurriedly reported. Mr. Li, the Temasek administration's organizational efficiency is simply incredible. They've only completed less than half of the evacuation work. Please wait a little longer. I'll urge them to finish as soon as possible. I see. Li Yi, who hung up the phone, was not surprised by this. In fact, the Queen Bee has been calculating the evacuation progress through monitoring of various areas. According to the current progress estimate, I am afraid it will not be completed even if we are given another 2 hours. Fortunately, Li Yi was not in a hurry. If it really didn't work out, he had a plan B. Of course, it's better not to use this plan B until the last moment. Otherwise, in addition to evacuation, we will also have to face various searches. It is better to save as much trouble as possible. Finally, it was already afternoon when Yu Chaojun, who was assisting in the evacuation, spent a lot of money to prepare luxurious boxed meals as lunch for the evacuated people, and only then was the entire evacuation work completed. But Li Yi had not received any message from the system yet. I knew it. Li Yi shook his head, then asked the Queen Bee to activate the ultrasonic wave installed in the sewer. As a large amount of invisible sound waves spread, the rats in the sewer began to flee. After more than an hour, the system finally sounded. Conquest Mission 2 completed. You successfully cleared all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the survivor shelter and killed 5 mutant creatures. Rewards have been issued. A new phase of Conquest missions will begin after completing all current missions, so stay tuned. The mission was completed and Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was a good citizen and didn't want to set off bombs or biological viruses unless it was absolutely necessary. Then, Li Yi informed Yu Chaojun. Okay, let's end the evacuation. On the other side, Yu Chaojun, who received news from Li Yi, finally breathed a sigh of relief. These people in Temasek are simply a bunch of troublemakers. They take benefits but still complain about this and that. If he had not repeatedly increased his efforts, this evacuation operation would probably have been aborted halfway. Fortunately, it was all worth it, and Mr. Li finally achieved his desired goal. Yu Chaojun shook his head, picked up a boxed lunch at hand, looked at the bustling crowd, and then rewarded his stomach, which had been hungry for most of the day. Li Yi was enjoying the breeze on the rooftop, his mind completely immersed in his personal space. There are a lot of miscellaneous things in his personal space now, but what he cares about most is the reward he just received. Li Yi's gaze went directly to the new thing that appeared. First one. Brain-computer interface technology. It can establish a direct connection between the human brain and external devices, but it requires core technology support from the Queen Bee, and natural humans cannot use this interface. Li Yi couldn't comment on this thing for the time being because he had never seen anything like it. But when I think about the Thunder Series exoskeleton suit, which also has a specially reserved brain-computer interface, combined with the Queen Bee core, can it enable people to unleash extraordinary combat power? Li Yi guessed and decided to find an opportunity to try this thing. Second one. Multifunction Satellite Terminal. This satellite is a multifunction orbital satellite with multiple functions such as meteorology, communications, transmission, remote sensing, and navigation. However, it does not carry a space-based weapon platform and is not intended for military strikes. This is a good thing. In fact, in order to enable the Queen Bee core to further function, Li Yi had long wanted to find relevant companies to order a few satellites. But the manufacture of satellites takes time, and launching requires waiting for the right window of time. In addition, the procedures are so complicated that even commercial satellites are very troublesome. Now, with this multifunctional satellite terminal, Li Yi can save a lot of time. The only thing we don't know is the net weight of this satellite. If it is too heavy, it may not be possible to send it into space with the current commercial launch technology. Li Yi was thinking so, and then the satellite appeared before his eyes. Similar to other satellites, the prismatic polyhedron is equipped with solar panels, but it is obviously larger than ordinary satellites. Li Yi weighed it again and quickly determined its approximate weight. Fortunately, it weighs about 5 tons, so we can find a commercial launch. After obtaining the data, Li Yi put away the satellite and gave the Queen Bee an instruction. Issue the Destiny compilation mission and launch a 5-ton orbital satellite as soon as possible. The Queen Bee quickly completed her response. Then, the ticket holders of the Destiny Club, who currently only have 3 members in the world, all saw this task at almost the same time. Li Yi originally thought that Norton would be the next to take on this task. After all, this old man has a lot of financial resources and influence in Europe. Europa's commercial launch technology is also relatively mature and comprehensive. However, they never expected that the oligarch from the Russian Federation would act faster and take on the task almost without hesitation. However, the Russian Federation's current satellite launch capabilities are questionable. But the Queen Bee gave the answer. The passenger has a good cooperative and personal relationship with China Blue Sword Airlines. Blue Sword's latest launch vehicle is capable of launching a 5-ton satellite. So we found China. Li Yi nodded in agreement. China has been catching up in the aerospace field in recent years and has achieved initial success. After arranging the launch mission of the satellite, Li Yi looked at the last reward. Then his eyes flickered. Chapter 126 Gene Lock Skill Book, Development in Various Directions. Will Jean Locke's secret technique, divine eyes. Wherever your gaze reaches, your will be brought forth. There is no doubt that this is something that can make him feel more secure. Although he has not encountered any threats at present, the power centered on him is gradually growing stronger. But Li Yi always prepares for danger in times of peace and never misses any opportunity to become stronger. However, this kind of thing that looks like a skill book is the first time that Li Yi has obtained it. Li Yi has been continuously developing the genetic lock and the wonderful uses of mental power. Nowadays, in addition to the basic control of external objects and making himself float in the air, he has even tried to control some microscopic particles. But unfortunately, they all ended in failure. Even with just a thin wall between them, he could clearly sense it but was unable to control it. So what can this skill called Divine Eyes bring him? As Li Yi thought about it, something similar to a skill book appeared in his hand. I saw that the object in his hand was a glass container, with an eyeball with golden pupils immersed in green liquid. It can't be a transplant. Li guessed. It's not that he is opposed to organ transplantation, but he is somewhat skeptical about operating on himself and the related transplantation technology. Then, Li Yi raised the container in front of his eyes and carefully observed the golden eyeball. And the moment they looked at each other, Li Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. He subconsciously used his mental strength to resist, but saw that the golden light in the pupils of the eyes in front of him gradually dimmed. What the hell is this? Li Yi couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he looked through the instruction manual provided by the system. After a moment, Li Yi suddenly realized. There are two ways to use this thing. The first one is just as Li Yi guessed, that is, to directly transplant it into one's own body and obtain the corresponding ability of this eyeball. The second way is to look directly into its eyes every day, absorbing its abilities bit by bit and understanding its mysteries. The system recommends the first method of use, which is efficient and fast, but it is a bit risky and requires some adaptation period. But Li Yi thought about it for a while and decided to choose the second method to be safe. At worst, I can just stare at this thing every day. After retracting his eyes, Li Yi left the rooftop. Next, he only needs to wait for more than 3 months, and Survival Mission 2 will be completed, and then he can take on the next stage of the mission. Meanwhile, in the icy snow of Siberia in the Russian Federation, 67-year-old Shurko Onktovsky said to his secretary, "Contact Blue Sword in China and tell them I want to schedule a launch for a 5-ton satellite. The next window must be mine." The female secretary nodded, then took out a satellite phone and started communicating. Shurko stretched his body, picked up the hunting rifle again, and aimed at the prey through the scope. He hadn't hunted for many years. In fact, if he hadn't bought Destiny No. 1 from the Destiny Club, he wouldn't have been able to hunt, and he might have even written his epitaph. People who have experienced power and wealth always find it difficult to let go. Shurk is no exception. So he wanted more. And in Destiny Club, everything seems to be there. Since completing Conquest Mission 2, Li Yi has returned to his leisurely state. On Kongland's side, Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun are advancing together. On the Genetic Warrior's side, Finch is fighting day and night with his assistant Freddy. As for the Destiny Club, Li Yi has not been taking advantage of it recently. He just issued several tasks to raise precious metals because of the engineering robots. Currently, in the Destiny Club, Norton has the most points, followed by Shurko of the Russian Federation. As for Woody, the young financial genius of the United States Federation, he is obviously the most seriously ill, but has the fewest points. But it's not surprising. After all, in the financial industry, a lot of money is imaginary, and its power is not as great as the above two. The reason why he was chosen by the Queen Bee was not only because of his financial background, but also because of his ability in the financial market. The other is Kinshasa and the Red Sea. CCZ is a very competent partner. After CCZ came to power, Li Yi's pharmaceutical raw material base further expanded its area. The Bantuga Military Academy has also entered its second round of expansion. After all, it is surrounded by tropical rainforests and there is plenty of space for expansion. As for the Environmental Protection Association's protest, not to mention Li Yi, even Sai Shiza would laugh if he heard it. As for the Red Sea, the entire arc of resistance was having a very difficult time because of the problems in Syria. Although a hypersonic missile does bring deterrence, it also makes the situation more tense. In response to the Husai missiles, the United States Federation, along with its allies, launched 3 airstrikes on Husai's controlled areas. Li Yi did not pay much attention to the specific situation, but there is no doubt that for a long time to come, a large number of military forces of the United States Federation will be involved in this area. Similarly, Li Yi also received several calls from Sally during this period. The other party hoped that Li Yi could provide a few more hypersonic missiles, but Li Yi politely declined. Although he still has a lot of system currency, he cannot give it all to Husai. However, if Gaza needs help, he is willing to lend a helping hand. After all, that area is fighting hard with Israel and can directly cause effective casualties. As for the domestic situation, although Su Wei reported on her work every now and then, Li didn't pay any attention to it. Li Yi has no plans to return to China until the new drug is available on the market. Because of Gang Weijin's actions, he has attracted some people's attention. These people didn't have any bad intentions, and Li Yi wasn't afraid of them having any bad intentions, but as he intended to be a good citizen, he decided to wrap himself in a golden body before returning home. The new medicine is a good golden body. Thinking of this, Li Yi picked up the cigar prepared by Jean Yana, put it in his mouth, took a puff, looked at the beautiful female secretary, and asked, "You've been following me for over a month, right?" "Yes, Mr. Li." Jean Yana nodded quickly. For the past month, she has been more like a nanny than a secretary. Because Li Yi doesn't have much to do at work, he only needs to take care of the miscellaneous matters in life. New Year's Day is coming soon. Do you plan to take a holiday? Li Yi asked casually. "Mr. Li, I still hope to be by your side and serve you." Jean Yana replied with a smile. She hasn't won over Li Yi, the son of a wealthy family, yet, so she doesn't dare to take a vacation rashly. What if he has a new secretary? But Li Yi decisively waved his hand and said, "You'd better take a vacation. I'm going to a Caribbean island soon, so I won't take you with me." As soon as Li Yi said this, Jean Yana was stunned, and then she couldn't help but get nervous. "Mr. Li, Jean Yana was about to say something else, but she met Li Yi's bright eyes. There seemed to be a ray of golden light in those eyes, which looked so dazzling and charming. Chapter 127: Pharmaceutical Success and Experimental Progress. In early December, there is less than a month left until 2023. This is a year of turbulent changes in the international situation. The Russian Federation and the Northern Union used to be in a standoff across Kiev, but this year, the standoff turned into a conflict, and the conflict escalated into a war. At the beginning, most people believed that this war would have two possible outcomes. The first is that the Russian Federation quickly advanced and even laid siege to the city before Europe had time to enter the battlefield. The second is that the Russian Federation was mired in the quagmire of war, and coupled with economic sanctions, it has never recovered since then until its last drop of blood was shed. But unexpectedly, the development of this conflict has led to an incredible situation. The Russian Federation did not achieve a rapid advance, and even encountered many disadvantages in the early stages of the war. Just when everyone thought that the Russian Federation would quickly collapse from within and out due to being blockaded by the West and the unfavorable war situation. But unexpectedly, the war awakened the industrial potential of the Russian Federation. Factories began to produce military supplies with all their strength, and the employment problem was instantly improved. Under the situation of Western blockade, local brands began to rise rapidly and seize the market. Coupled with the huge exports from a mysterious Eastern power, the Russian Federation's economy not only did not fall into the abyss, but was revitalized. And God seems to be blessing me. At the end of the year, a flood operation once again focused the world's attention on the Promised Land. Compared to the godson who can't even get a number, the United States Federation will naturally give its full support to its biological father. Therefore, both the war pressure and international public opinion pressure on the Russian Federation were quickly alleviated with Israel's action. While the world's attention was focused on the land full of hatred and strife, Li Yi shifted his focus from Africa to the Caribbean. "Mr. Li, I have already made an appointment for you to go to the island." Jean Yana leaned over to report. Li Yi didn't say anything, but asked Jean Yana to prepare the vehicle for travel. Not long after, Li Yi took Jean Yana into the RD building. The RD building is now much more lively than its previous deserted state. The economy has been in a downturn in the past 2 years, and many companies have laid off employees and cut many projects, not to mention the job hunting for new graduates. As Yu Chaojun waved money in the talent market, he recruited a group of barely usable cattle and horses in a short period of time. Soon, in a private office, Li Yi saw Kong Hongfei, who was in high spirits. "Boss, the SMA gene-targeted special medicine has been successfully trial-produced into mass production," Kong Hongfei said excitedly, with a slightly sad expression on his face. In order to overcome this disease, he suffered a lot and even took the risk of sending himself to prison. But unexpectedly, this disease has now been conquered in his hands, although 99.9% of the credit comes from Li Yi's technical support. But no matter what, this genetic disease, known as the #1 genetic disease in infants and young children, will no longer be uncurable. Simply as a drug developer, Kong Hongfei is also proud of this. Compared to Kang Hongfei's excitement, Li Yi was much calmer. I have asked Yu Chaojun to act according to the plan. After New Year's Day, this news will spread all over the world. Li Dao. Perhaps this will be the best New Year's gift for patience. Kang Hongfei imagined that moment, with a hint of relief on his face. Afterwards, Li Yi listened to some other reports from Kang Hongfei. Our next target is ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Kang Hongfei handed a data report to Li Yi. Li Yi flipped it open and saw a market research report on ALS. Like SMA, there is no cure for this disease. But the difference is that because a world-renowned physicist suffers from this disease, in the eyes of ordinary people, ALS is much more familiar than SMA. For this reason, from the perspective of marketing and influence, conquering ALS will push Kanglan to the top of the pyramid of the pharmaceutical market. After communicating with Kang Hongfei for a while, Li Yi moved to Professor Finch's side. Unlike Kang Hongfei, who was obsessed with experiments in order to cure his daughter, Professor Finch was simply driven by a thirst for knowledge and research. This old man, apart from eating and sleeping, spends the rest of his time either conducting experiments in the laboratory or checking calculations on the computer. He was even unaware of Li Yi's arrival. But Professor Finch's assistant Freddy, after seeing Li Yi, looked at his unresponsive mentor and immediately coughed twice. Only then did Finch discover Li Yi. However, after just one glance, Finch shifted his attention back to the information in front of him and said, "Freddy, you handle it." Freddy could only smile awkwardly at Li Yi. Professor Finch's courage to treat his sponsor in this way may be the reason why he has achieved academic success. Afterwards, Freddy reported the research progress to Li Yi. "Boss, regarding the genetic enhancement surgery technology you provided, Professor Finch has already found a preliminary direction after deduction and technical verification. Next, after all technical verification is completed and the specialized equipment required for the surgery is manufactured, we will begin animal experiments. As for the 2 gene modules, we are currently researching them, but it will probably take some time before we can officially put them into trial." While reporting, Freddy carefully observed Li Yi's expression. This boss who was able to get himself out of prison, although he looks young, always gives people a sense of mystery. And those technologies. Freddy felt his scalp tingling just by looking at the difficulty of the operation in the information. Even the most difficult and complicated surgery in medical history is definitely not even 1/10 as difficult as genetic enhancement surgery. For this reason, the operation was actually performed by highly intelligent automatic equipment, and he only needed to do auxiliary work. "How long exactly?" Li Yi asked, and fearing Freddy might not understand what he meant, he repeated, "I mean, when can the surgery be performed on a human body? I need an approximate time." Faced with this question, Freddy looked at his mentor Finch, but the latter seemed to have heard nothing and was still immersed in the information in front of him. Freddy could only sigh inwardly, and after thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and replied, "1 year." But Li Yi was not satisfied with this answer. "Half a year." Li Yi looked at the two and said, "I'll only give you half a year. In the next 6 months, I can satisfy any request you make. There's no need to worry about other issues, and I'll do whatever I can to satisfy you. And for me, I just want results." Chapter 128: Financial Planning, Construction Talents, and the New Mission of the Thunder Team. After leaving the RD building, Li Yi came to Yu Chaojun's side again. After entering the luxurious office specially built for him by Yu Chaojun, Li Yi lit a cigar and listened quietly to Yu Chaojun's report. "We have already bought a large number of pharmaceutical company stocks. To be on the safe side, I have also formed a team of traders to ensure that there will be no mistakes in the subsequent transactions." As Yu Chaojun spoke, he handed a file to Li Yi. Li Yi didn't even look at it. Although Yu Chaojun was given a great deal of autonomy, all of his actions had to be reported to the Queen Bee and approved before they could be carried out. So, Li Yi actually knew it in detail. The reason for listening to the report was more to allow Yu Chaojun to exercise more subjective initiative. After all, no matter how powerful artificial intelligence is, it cannot calculate the deepest thoughts of human beings. Because humans often act irrationally and illogically due to emotions. Here's the plan. Yu Chaojun outlined his plan and said, "First, we'll build momentum through the publication of the paper. Then, we'll create the illusion of a global drug development breakthrough, thereby driving a boom in the capital market. During this time, we'll go long on stocks. Then we release new drugs, continuing this false prosperity. Finally, with a large amount of funds flowing into the capital market, it's time for us to reap the benefits." As Yu Chaojun spoke, his eyes kept flashing. It's not like he hasn't been involved in large-scale projects before, but never as happy as he is now. making waves in the capital market. And this time they are the behind-the-scenes bankers and manipulators. This sense of accomplishment makes Yu Chaojun feel that he has reached the peak of his life. Let's follow this plan. Li Yi finally made the decision and agreed with Yu Chaojun's idea. Now that the most difficult period of the early stage of entrepreneurship has passed, it is no longer the time for Li Yi to fly all over the world for a few million US dollars. Therefore, Li Yi is not so concerned about the funds. He needs more of a layer of protective golden body and to pull more people onto his big ship. At that time, all his wills will be carried out. I finally traveled through time and space, and now I have a system. How can I be worthy of this opportunity if I don't act lawless? After reporting the relevant plans, Yu Chaojun handed over a personnel file. Mr. Li, this is the talent you wanted me to pay attention to. I was planning to submit it to the Queen Bee first, but you happened to be here. Why don't you take a look at it first? Yu Chaojun said. Li Yi then opened the personnel file, and a middle-aged man with a capable appearance appeared before him. Yu Chaojun said at this time, this Liang Jianjun is not an ordinary person. He has participated in key national construction projects. If it weren't for some minor problems, I'm afraid he would have been named an academician. This guy is best at building inside mountains. It's said that a certain base was designed by him. Li Yi took a look at his resume. Although it was not long, almost every item was worth pondering. He was indeed a rare talent. How did such people get into society? Li Yi couldn't help but ask. It's all the rotten things in the system. Yu Chaojun blinked and wanted to explain to Li Yi, but Li Yi said, then I understand. This guy seems okay. I'll let the Queen Bee get a feel for him first. If he's okay, he'll come with me to the Caribbean next month. Although there are fully intelligent engineering robots, construction problems have been solved. But if you want to carve out a suitable space inside the mountain and ensure geological safety, you need not only machines, but also people. Therefore, Li Yi has been looking for talents in this area. Next, it's another matter. Mr. Li, I've already arranged for someone to follow up on the satellite launch procedures you asked me to apply for. However, because it involves international procedures, the progress is a bit slow. It's estimated. Yu Chaojun thought for a moment and said, about a month. Everything is normal back home. Even if there are some problems with the materials we submitted, as long as there is no launch failure, it all makes sense. What Li Yi wanted to launch was naturally the multifunctional satellite terminal that he had just acquired. However, since the technology involved is too advanced, it is not convenient to display it. So some tricks were used on the submitted materials. This also served as a reminder to Li Yi. Although there is not enough system currency to build a launch base, if you just want to launch satellites, acquiring a commercial launch company may be a good choice. After all, launching military satellites and space-based weapons is only a matter of time for Li Yi. After thinking about it, Li Yi also included the launch base in his future plans. And at the same time, a cargo plane took off from Temasek and finally landed at a small civilian airport on the outskirts of Moscow after a flight of 10 hours and 40 minutes. At this time, around the airport runway, 67-year-old Shurko, escorted by numerous bodyguards, was waiting for the plane door to open with some nervousness. Since accepting the mission of satellite launch, the Destiny Club has sent over the three-dimensional model of the satellite. The club then informed him that a combat team would escort the satellite throughout the journey. And this airport is the meeting point. This was a perfect opportunity for Shurko to have his first close encounter with the mysterious Destiny Club. He also wants more. A moment later, as the hatch opened, a tall European man appeared in front of Shurko. Europeans? Shurko began to think instinctively. Afterwards, several European men were seen unloading a box from the tail of the plane. These people were all fully armed and wearing combat equipment, and the weapons in their hands and at their waists left no doubt about their power. So much so that Shurko's bodyguards were in a state of rest and alert the moment they saw it. After the box was unloaded from the plane, the leading European man looked at the badge on Shurko's collar, then took out a similar badge and put it on his collar. Only then did Shurko quickly step forward to meet him. Leo also took a few steps forward, glanced at the vigilant bodyguards surrounding Shurko, and said nonchalantly, "You can call me a sailor. I'm responsible for escorting the satellite throughout the entire journey, until it successfully enters orbit." Certainly. Shurko and Leo shook hands, and he heard a German accent in the other's words. To be honest, this was one of the races he hated. But in the face of greater interests and ambitions, these preferences are completely unimportant. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Just tell me if you need anything. At least in this land, I can satisfy everything, Shurko said with a smile. Chapter 129. The plan begins, and all walks of life are in turmoil. How does it feel? In the luxurious mansion, Shurko asked his bodyguard captain. The others look average, but the leader is very strong. The bodyguard captain rubbed his red hands, frowned, and answered. From the looks of you, have you tried it? Shirko raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. He knew his bodyguard captain, who was from the GKB operations department and was very skilled. Today, the guards around the emperor are all from the same school as the bodyguard captain. At least in terms of physical confrontation, Shirko had never seen the bodyguard captain suffer a loss. Indeed, I tried. The bodyguard captain replied with a frown. He's a very dangerous man. If he were to fight with his bare hands, I doubt he could even kill a black bear. That's indeed extraordinary. Shirko nodded. This is more in line with his speculation. After all, the Destiny Club can even come up with such incredible medicine, so the people behind it must not be underestimated. Perhaps what he is exposed to now is just the tip of the iceberg. Try to get in touch with them more and get some information. Shirko thought for a moment and continued, but don't be too deliberate. Just be casual. The most important thing is not to damage the relationship. The bodyguard captain nodded solemnly. Snow and ice still blanketed Moscow, but in Singapore, it was still as warm as spring. This small country, famous for its economy, has suddenly attracted a lot of attention in the medical and biological communities. On November 1st, The Lancet, one of the world's top medical journals, published its latest issue of papers. The cover is composed of two double helices representing genes. Countless scholars, universities, research institutions, and scientific research units almost all read the most eye-catching paper in this issue at the same time. Evidence for gene-targeted editing of SMN1 deficiency protein. For ordinary people, this is a paper whose title is incomprehensible. But for scholars in related fields, this is like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. In an instant, an uproar broke out in the relevant academic circles and industries. From the research institutes of universities to the R&D laboratories of pharmaceutical giants, everyone immediately started to work hard all night. In the following days, the impact spread from the scientific research community to the medical community, and then to the field of ordinary people. A Temasek Research Institute has successfully conquered a rare disease. A new breakthrough in genetic research, artificially copying missing fragments. Shocking. A pharmaceutical company is so unscrupulous. The 21st century is the century of biology, a great genetic breakthrough. The news media always pursues effectiveness, and the relevant information quickly occupied the front-page headlines. But the financial sector reacted the fastest. A few days before the paper was officially published, the stock prices of major listed companies engaged in genetic pharmaceutical research and development were quietly rising. After the paper was published, global pharmaceutical giants such as Roche, Pfizer, and Novartis saw their stocks hit their daily limit, directly increasing by over $10 billion. Countless stockholders went crazy in an instant. The major financial institutions that had already known the news had already entered the market before this. Only the retail investors who reacted a little slower were still waving their money and scrambling to get on this express train to wealth. At the same time, Temasek's Conlon Pharmaceuticals, a little-known pharmaceutical company that once nearly went bankrupt, suddenly attracted a lot of attention, especially the attention of patients with related rare diseases. Mr. Lee, my phone has been ringing off the hook since yesterday. On average, I get a call every 10 seconds. In Li Yi's office, Yu Chaojun said with a wry smile. So you're complaining to me about too much work? Li Yi said with a smile while drinking coffee. Although Li Yi doesn't know much about coffee, to be honest, what Su Wei made is pretty good. But the name is weird, Yiwei Coffee. It might as well be called Wildfire. How could that be? I'm happy. Yu Chaojun naturally didn't dare to complain in front of Li Yi. In fact, Yu Chaojun had nothing to complain about, because those who called all wanted to come and give him money. There are also some hospitals and the like. In order to expand the channels, he worked like a slave for others. But now the situation is reversed, and those people are now begging him for help. Yu Chaojun plans to slowly experience the pleasure. Temasek should be very busy next. Li Yi said at this time. Leo is out on a mission. You need to pay more attention to security, especially the road park. In fact, Li Yi was not too worried about security. After all, the entire road park was monitored by the Queen Bee at all times without blind spots. Coupled with the automated defense equipment, unless the military and police attacked with weapons, ordinary thieves would have no way to start. As for agents and spies, Li Yi is no pushover. The reason why I instructed Yu Chaojun was just to strengthen some forces on the periphery. We can't ask him, the big boss, to take action for every little thing, right? Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'm absolutely concerned about safety. Yu Chaojun naturally did not dare to be careless. He knew that some companies would use any means to gain profits. If he guessed correctly, it wouldn't be long before the company's employees would face various temptations. Who knows, there might be a few beauties plotting against him. Just thinking about it is quite exciting. But unfortunately, his body can be tricked, but his heart will always belong to the club. After saying goodbye to Yu Chaojun, Li Yi came to the road park. Because of the paper, some reporters had already started staking out the entrance of the road park. After seeing Li Yi's vehicle, he was about to try to intercept it, but was immediately separated by the security guard on duty. After getting off the car, Li Yi went straight to the RD building. After meeting Yu Chaojun, Li Yi joked, "Did you know? The media are saying that you've already booked the 2023 Explosives Prize in Biology and Medicine." In response to Li Yi's teasing, Kang Hongfei smiled calmly and said, "Boss, if you like that bronze plaque with the portrait engraved on it, I can get it back for you. It might be a nice decoration." "Forget it. I'm not interested in using a man's portrait as decoration." Li Yi shrugged. "Actually, I'm not interested either." Kang Hongfei followed. Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled. Then, Li Yi got down to business. "Yu Chaojun has received news that the Temasek Drug Safety Committee has fast-tracked our new drug. You must speed up production. If nothing unexpected happens, the new batch of raw materials is already on the plane." "Don't worry, boss." Kang Hongfei nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 130 Secretary Jean, "I want to take on more responsibilities." Swiss, Roche headquarters. "Who is this Kang Lan from Temasek?" asked the current president of Luo Group. "Sir, according to our investigation, this is just a small-time Temasek-owned local pharmaceutical company." The secretary quickly replied, "Because of the huge investment in new drug research and development in previous years, and after the failure, Kanglan Pharmaceutical fell into bankruptcy this year. It was subsequently controlled by a group called FEAT. It is currently unclear which country or individual FEAT is affiliated with. But what is certain is that it is definitely not a competing company, otherwise we would not have been unable to receive any information." After listening to the secretary's report, President Luo still frowned. Although the company's stock price has been hitting the daily limit, this is just a reaction of the financial market. As the company that has invested the most in rare diseases and even produced actual products, this suddenly emerging competitor actually poses the greatest threat to them. Although the field of rare diseases is not Roche's mainstay, it represents industry influence and status, as well as a market with little competition. Thinking of this, President Luo immediately ordered, "Send people to Temasek immediately, mainly to acquire the company. If that doesn't work, then cooperate. We can try to put pressure on the Temasek government while thoroughly investigating all the circumstances of the other party. Once they truly become our rival, we will target them across the entire industry chain." Pfizer headquarters in New York, United States. This is a very interesting company. They were able to release such shocking news without making any noise. "I propose an immediate acquisition and a simultaneous halt to research and development on the same project. Only Pfizer deserves such great technology." "I agree." A director immediately raised his hand in agreement. "I agree too. I think in addition to acquisitions, we also need to focus on talent. The team led by this guy named Kong is a very high value. I believe our competitors have already started to take action. As the world's largest pharmaceutical company, we should show the courage to dominate the industry." Compared with previous cumbersome board meetings, this time Pfizer's directors reached a consensus extremely quickly. Financial markets have already responded accordingly. And then, whoever can master this new technology will be able to gain the upper hand in the market. More importantly, no one will complain about having too much money in their pocket. What is foreseeable is that similar scenarios are also happening in various industries. Even some financial speculation institutions are even crazier. "Boss, you know what? I just rejected a $5 billion investment," Yu Chaojun said with red eyes. He hasn't had a good rest for a whole day and night. As Konglan's technology became available, a large number of institutions contacted him through various means. Even his wife in Chengdu was visited by someone just to get in touch with him. The most exaggerated are the financial institutions, who always speak in billions of US dollars. They are embarrassed to say millions or tens of millions. Yu Chaojun has seen money and has seen the world. But the organization that is usually high and mighty is now humbly asking him for money. This feeling is really fucking great. It is precisely because of this that Yu Chaojun and the rest of his team are all in an excited state. And this is just the beginning. Britain, Myrtle Manor. "Master, there is trouble in Temasek." Jack, the loyal butler, whispered in Norton's ear. Norton, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of fierceness in his eyes. Not long ago, he carried out a large-scale cleanup of his own industries. Many of his children ended up in a bad situation due to this turmoil. This also led to him becoming almost a loner. But these are totally unimportant. In his bright future, he will have a better and stronger body. He will have many wives and many more children, and he will even outlive his grandchildren. Your Excellency, the guide is right. I should be prepared. Norton adjusted his collar and habitually stroked the badge representing the Destiny Club. Then, he looked at Jack and said, "Let us get moving. The way guide has already pointed out the path to heaven, so let me pave the steps." "Yes, sir." While an invisible storm was brewing, the storm's creator, Li Yi, was leisurely enjoying the tranquility in his villa on the east coast of Temasek. Apart from fully controlling the direction and making plans, his life is just staring at those big golden eyes. I've been staring at it for more than a month, and I've gained something. The color of my pupils has changed. The originally dark pupils now have golden light flowing through them, which is especially obvious in the night. So much so that Li Yi now has to wear sunglasses when going out. In addition to the change in appearance, Li Yi discovered that his eyes had an additional ability similar to hypnosis or command. "Jean Yana, worship me." Li Yi looked at the beautiful secretary, a gleam in his eyes. Then, Jean Yana suddenly knelt down beside Li Yi's legs with a blank look. "Get up and forget everything that just happened." Li Yi ordered again. Jean Yana stood up, and after a few seconds, her eyes suddenly returned to normal, with a hint of doubt flashing across them. She always felt like she was distracted just now. Could it be that she had been thinking too much recently? "Secretary Jean, what did you want to say just now?" Li Yi asked at this time. Jean Yana quickly came back to her senses, looked at the handsome Li Yi, bit her lower lip, and said, "Director Li, I want to take on more work." Ever since following Li Yi, Jean Yana has been trying to find out Li Yi's true identity, or to be more precise, his net worth. Therefore, I have always been paying attention to Konglon Pharmaceutical, which Li Yi often visits. Recently, Konglon Pharmaceutical has influenced the global biopharmaceutical market because of a paper. Even if one is blind, one can tell that Konglon has mastered some key technology. No matter what, Jean Yana was unwilling to give up this opportunity for class transition. What's more, Li Yi is so young and handsome. "Oh." Li Yizhe looked at the beautiful female secretary with interest, and then said, "Then how do you want to prove your ability?" Jean Yana didn't say anything, but just pressed the button, and the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly closed. Through the window, all I could see was a slender figure slowly crawling down. Soon, the two figures overlapped. Under the influence of gravitational tides, the waves beat against the beach continuously, each wave higher than the last. Chapter 131: Each Other's New Life, a group of patients with rare diseases. For ordinary people, the breakthrough in biomedical technology caused by Konglon has not brought much change to their daily lives. It's nothing more than the pharmaceutical market rising continuously, and a large number of investors are waving their money, wanting to become the new round of leaks. But for people in the industry, as well as some patients and their families, Temasek has undoubtedly become a focal point. Many people started to set off and flew to Temasek one after another, so that even though it was not the peak tourist season, the hotels in Temasek were already fully booked. At the center of the storm, the apparent culprit, Kang Hongfei, the head of Konglon Pharmaceutical RD Center, quietly left the RD building and came to a residential building. Looking at this high-end residential building, Kang Hongfei was filled with emotion. After he was released from prison, he was sent back to China. Because of his experience in prison, he still couldn't find a job even though he had good abilities. To do this, he could only deliver food while also working a few odd jobs. At that time, let alone treating my daughter's illness, I was already lucky to be able to pay the rent and daily expenses. So many times, Kang Hongfei secretly cried in the bathroom late at night. But fortunately, at the lowest point in his life, he received an invitation from Li Yi. Li Yi not only cured his daughter, but also gave her a safe and stable life. This large flat in this high-end residential building was specially prepared for him by Li Yi at the request of Yu Chaojun. He will never forget this kindness, let alone in his lifetime, even in the next life. Therefore, he never thought about Li Yi's purpose. Li Yi only needed to tell him what to do, and he would do it with all his strength. This was his way of repaying Li Yi. After sighing for a while, Kang Hongfei entered the residential building, took the elevator up, and pushed open the door of the room he had been away from for a long time. Afterwards, Kang Hongfei saw his daughter with a smile on her face, and Sophia, who was responsible for taking care of his daughter and was also her godmother. "Kang, you're back." Sophia greeted Kang Hongfei when she saw him. This woman, who had experienced the pain of losing her son, had her appearance completely disfigured and was paralyzed on one side of her body, also successfully regained her life with the help of Li Yi. After Kang Hongfei hugged his daughter who rushed towards him, he smiled and said, "Yes, the boss gave me a special day off. But Leo was assigned by his boss to do some work, and I'm afraid he won't be back until after the new year. Well, I also said that we could celebrate New Year's Day together this year." Sophia showed a slightly regretful expression, but that was all. Like Kang Hongfei, Sophia and Leo's lives also underwent earth-shaking changes with the appearance of Li Yi. From a hospital bed to Temasek today, from a wanted fugitive to a sailor today. Although his identity as a wanted criminal remains unchanged, with the help of the Queen Bee, Leo can travel freely around the world. This kind of life now is enough to make Sophia and Leo feel satisfied. You finally have a vacation, so spend some time with your daughter. I'm going to go buy some food. Sophia left the space for the father and daughter and then left the room. The father and daughter, who had experienced hardships, soon let the family love spread. After telling his story, Kang Hongfei looked at his daughter who was already able to jump around, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. SMA is a rare disease with many complications. Muscle weakness is only one of them, and another more troublesome one is scoliosis. Many SMA patients even have their entire spine twisted into an S shape, making it impossible for them to sit or even lie down. Kang Hongfei's daughter was still young, and the degree of scoliosis was not severe. In addition, with the rehabilitation of protective gear and his application for the use of the body repair cabin, she recovered quickly. I plan to enroll in a nearby primary school as soon as next spring. Watching his daughter moving freely and with a smile on her face was something Kang Hongfei had never dared to imagine before. After a while, Nanan came to him with his old mobile phone that he used in China. "Dad, your cell phone keeps ringing," said Nanan. "Oh." Kang Hongfei took the phone in confusion. Since arriving at Temasek, he has devoted himself to the laboratory. All the electronic equipment he uses now are provided by the company, which makes it convenient for him to communicate with the Queen Bee at any time. So Kang Hongfei simply threw his previous mobile phone into an inconspicuous corner of the house. Logically speaking, the power should have run out long ago. However, Kang Hongfei quickly found the reason. It must have been his daughter who charged it. So he smiled and said, "Nan, do you want to see old photos?" As Kang Hongfei spoke, he unlocked his phone, opened the photo album, and let his daughter look through it. After a while, the phone began to ring with a series of alerts. Kang Hongfei frowned and took the phone again. After looking at it for a while, there was hesitation in his eyes. According to statistics, there are nearly 30,000 SMA patients in China. Compared with the population of over 1 billion, this number is extremely small. Because it is a rare disease, it is normal for patients and their families to work together and communicate information with each other. Before this, Kang Hongfei had a high status among his fellow patients because of his profession and status, as well as his status as a patient's family member. He often translates foreign research materials to help patients understand the latest research progress on SMA. During the time he disappeared, many people came to ask about him, but none of them could contact him. Recently, breakthroughs in biomedical technology have given these patients a glimmer of hope. However, since the content is too profound and involves many aspects, many people have no way to interpret it, so they hope that Kang Hongfei, a professional, can help interpret it. Kang Hongfei carefully looked through the group chat records of the past few months and finally sighed. People who have been caught in the rain always want to hold an umbrella for others. After hesitating, Kang Hongfei still made a report to the Queen Bee. Soon, Kang Hongfei received the news that Li Yi had approved and agreed. Then, Kang Hongfei picked up his old phone, at everyone in the patient group, and wrote, "The technology has indeed achieved a breakthrough, has passed clinical trials, and has been successfully put into production. Qualified patients and their families can go to Temasek to obtain the first batch of new gene-targeted drugs as soon as possible. If you don't have the necessary conditions, please be patient and wait a few months. It will definitely be introduced into the country next year, but don't trust purchasing agents. I have received accurate information that the new drug will be strictly verified before the patient's identity can be purchased. I can't say much about the price, but I can say that most families can afford it." After sending these remarks, Kang Hongfei quickly turned off his phone. He has done everything he can. If he reveals more, it will affect his boss's plan. Chapter 132 Li Yi. I like people who don't follow the rules the most. Jin Province, Longqing. Liu Yifei looked at the message on his phone, somewhat incredulous. After a moment, he shouted hurriedly, Honey, I have the medicine. I have the medicine." Liu Yifei's wife, Su Qian, looked as calm as ever and was still doing lower limb rehabilitation for her son. Su Qian said, "Medicines are already available, like Nozapur and Lisprolin. But which one of them can cure it? And they're all so expensive. These two drugs are currently the only drugs on the domestic market that can delay the progression of SMA, and they were previously referred to as sky-high price drugs. The former costs 700,000 yuan per injection and requires injections for life. The latter costs 70,000 yuan per bottle and requires daily medication. Even after it was included in the national medical insurance, the price dropped sharply, making it affordable for many ordinary families. However, these two drugs can only delay the disease and cannot even stop it, let alone cure it. In addition, since patients need to take medication for life, many patients simply choose to give up. It's different this time, wife, really. Lu Yifei showed his phone to Su Qian and explained. Nanan's father in the group said that this time it's a new gene-targeted drug that seems to be able to cure it, but it's only available in Temasek at the moment. Nanan's father is an expert in this field and also a fellow patient. He has answered many questions for us before and has never lied to anyone. I suddenly stopped talking for the past 6 months, and now I don't expect you to show up and bring good news. The more Lu Yifei spoke, the more excited he became. Ever since his son fell ill, he has tried every possible method, including traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and even shamanism. But my son's health is getting worse and worse. He could barely walk before, but now he can only sit in a wheelchair. According to the prognostic analysis of the disease, my son will gradually lose upper limb strength, and his scoliosis will squeeze his organs and cause difficulty breathing. He eventually died of respiratory muscle failure. After learning about this situation, Lu Yifei, who was in his 30s, had his hair turn completely white. Every time he looked at his son, he felt that he was going to bury his young son before him. Now that he heard that there was a special medicine, he was absolutely unwilling to give up even if there was only the slightest possibility. Su Qian still didn't quite believe it. Their family finally became middle class, so they had taken their son to hospitals large and small across the country, tried folk remedies, and even went to the federal government, but nothing worked. At this time, she had already become numb and only hoped that her son could be happier and suffer less. Maybe this Nanan's dad is just a scammer, or maybe his account was hacked. Didn't you say he hasn't spoken for 6 months? Now he suddenly appears. What else could he be but a scammer? Su Qian still didn't quite believe it. She didn't want her son to suffer anymore. Every lumbar puncture treatment was a pain in her heart as a mother. But Lu Yifei didn't want to compromise. Wife, let's try it one last time, for the sake of our son, okay? Lu Yifei looked at Su Qian pleadingly. Finally, looking at Lu Yifei's gray hair in his 30s, Su Qian sighed. You can go, but we've spent a lot of money over the years, and now it might be. Su Qian picked up her mobile phone, checked the balance of her bank card, and showed a frustrated expression. Lu Yifei couldn't help but sigh. But soon, after calmly thinking, Lu Yifei stood up, looked at the house, and said, Mortgage the house. At worst, we can just rent a house and live there. As long as my son gets better, even if it means losing my life, that's fine. After hearing this, Su Qian didn't say anything, but just frowned and operated her phone. After a moment, Su Qian raised her head and said, My mother saw the news from somewhere and transferred all her pension money to me, telling us to take the children to try it. This? Lu Yifei was stunned, but then he looked at his mobile phone, which was also a transfer. My dad received a call from your mom and found out about this. He transferred everything he could from the family to me, and even said that if it wasn't enough, he would risk his dignity to borrow. In an instant, the power of family and kinship spread throughout the heart and room. Honey, buy the tickets. I'll go pack my things. Su Qian gritted her teeth and made a charging sound like a female warrior. While many patients and their families were rushing to Temasek in search of hope, Li Yi and Yu Chaojun were leisurely discussing the gains in the financial market. Mr. Li, although our funds may seem large, when spread across the global pharmaceutical market, it's just a small ripple at best. But this little wave has tripled in size. Now the entire pharmaceutical stock market is going crazy. Yu Chaojun was drinking a cup of coffee called Yi Wei and speaking with a smile on his face. Actually, he specially ordered this coffee from China. The reason, of course, was to please Su Wei. I don't need any pillow talk, just don't say bad things. But to be honest, the quality of the coffee is really good. Then you must be very busy recently? Li Yi said casually. Li Yi no longer cares much about funds at the moment. He cares more about the transformation that the money can bring, such as transformation into a missile silo, or transformation into Big Ivan or Little Boy. Money is only valuable when you live well. Once you die, it becomes a pile of waste paper. I'm very busy, but it's not convenient for me to show up at this time, so I came to your place to hide away and get some peace and quiet. Yu Chaojun explained to Li Yi. Ever since Kong Lan's name was exposed, the names of RD director Kong Hongfei and CEO Yu Chaojun have come to the ears of many people. Kong Hongfei's situation is fine. After all, he is engaged in scientific research and technology and does not need to worry about things like personal connections. Therefore, he completely ignores the changes in the outside world. But Yu Chaojun is different. He does this for a living. So he has to prioritize which calls he can answer and which he cannot. Now that the storm has just begun, it would be better for him to hide first. After all, those who appeared at the beginning were just the vanguard troops. To put it bluntly, they were just small fry used for testing and were not worth his attention at all. When fishing, you have to catch the biggest one. Boss Lee, I can handle ordinary soldiers and generals, but there are some. Yu Chaojun showed an embarrassment and continued. For example, the Temasek government and some international organizations, they never follow the rules when doing things. Now we have to use courtesy first. If that doesn't work, I'm afraid we'll have to resort to force later. When Li Yi heard this, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up. That's great, Li Yi said with a smile. I like people who don't follow the rules the most. If everyone played by the rules, wouldn't the world be too boring? Chapter 133 Spies and Voluntary Experimenters. December 30th, 2023. In a coffee shop located around the Konglan Pharmaceutical Road Park, Bao Jingxing had an iced coffee in front of him, but he was extremely anxious inside. He looked around from time to time, holding the iced coffee tightly in both hands, trying to calm himself down with the cool temperature. A moment later, a foreigner wearing a black baseball cap and sunglasses appeared in the cafe on time. Immediately afterwards, the foreigner in the baseball cap pushed an electronic key in front of Bao Jingxing. There is a deposit of 5 bitcoins here. You can verify it at any time, said the foreigner. Hearing the other party's words, a hint of heat flashed in Bao Jingxing's eyes. He immediately picked up the secret key and inserted it into the port of the laptop. 5 bitcoins worth $1.5 million appeared on his screen. Bao Jingxing's eyes were full of greed at this time. As a grassroots employee, it would take him at least 20 years to earn $1.5 million. Now, he only needs to help the other party obtain the experimental data in the RD building to get these bitcoins. And this is just the deposit. When greed appears, reason becomes particularly fragile. Make a deal. Bao Jingxing held the electronic key tightly in his hand. Then, the foreigner handed Bao Jingxing a USB flash drive and instructed. This is a state-of-the-art electronic intrusion program. You only need to access the internal computers to immediately destroy the security system. It's enough for you to complete the data transfer. After that, the foreigner patted Bao Jingxing on the shoulder in a feigned friendly manner and said softly, "How about Ghana? The beaches and sunshine there are nice. Maybe you can spend your future in a seaside villa there." Bao Jingxing nodded vigorously, and the beautiful future seemed to appear in his eyes. After saying goodbye to the foreigners, Bao Jingxing looked at the time and then returned to the road park. When they arrived at Konglan's RD building, Bao Jingxing couldn't help swallowing, with a hint of nervousness on his face. It is said that the core laboratories in the building are equipped with very advanced protection systems. I don't know whether the one provided by foreigners is reliable. But thinking of the wonderful life in Europe in the future, the sunshine, beaches, and bikini beauties, Bao Jingxing gritted his teeth and stepped into the RD building. Then, as usual, he pretended to replenish experimental materials and came to the core experimental area. After seeing the glass door with facial recognition, Bao Jingxing looked around. After making sure that he didn't see any other employees, he lowered his head and used his body to cover up his hand movements. He inserted the USB drive into the interface behind the facial recognition device with one hand and began to wait nervously. It must succeed, Bao Jingxing prayed. About 10 seconds later, a green image suddenly appeared on the facial recognition screen, followed by the PASS logo. Then, the door of the core laboratory opened automatically. Seeing this scene, Bao Jingxing was immediately overjoyed. Next, you just need to access the computer host in the laboratory and transfer the data into the device. Bao Jingxing entered a laboratory with both anticipation and nervousness, then found a computer and quickly plugged in the USB drive. Today is the first day of the New Year's Day holiday. At this time, most employees are on vacation. In the huge RD building, there are only a few people working overtime. Therefore, Bao Jingxing was not worried about being discovered by others, but he was worried about triggering the security system. But fortunately, the foreigner was right. As the progress bar on the computer reached 100, Konglan's entire database was exposed before him without any defense. Bao Jingxing was overjoyed. He quickly found the experimental data and transferred it to a USB flash drive. The data is huge, and even if the device with the highest transmission rate is used, It will take nearly an hour. So Bao Jingxing began to wait nervously. Finally, an hour later, Bao Jingxing, who had been staring at the computer screen, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a questioning voice came to his ears. Done. Yes. Bao Jingxing nodded instinctively and answered. But in a flash, Bao Jingxing suddenly reacted and turned his head away. But the person who appeared in front of him was an oriental young man wearing a casual suit and sunglasses. Mr. Li. Bao Jingxing was immediately frightened out of his wits by the sudden appearance of Li Yi. Employees who frequently enter and exit the RD building all know that this mysterious oriental young man seems to be a senior executive of Kongluan. Even Kong Hongfei, the head of the RD department, has to obey his orders. Mr. Li, Bao Jingxing immediately racked his brains to come up with an excuse. But he saw Li Yi in front of him shaking his head with a smile, then taking off his sunglasses. Immediately afterwards, Bao Jingxing saw a golden light suddenly flowing in Li Yi's deep eyes. The next moment, Bao Jingxing lost consciousness. The last voice that came to my ears was, "Follow me." Just like that, Bao Jingxing followed Li Yi woodenly like a walking corpse. Soon, Li Yi brought Bao Jingxing to Finch's laboratory. Professor Finch was busy as usual. He just looked up at Li Yi with a questioning look, which probably meant, "What are you doing here again?" Li Yi didn't care about Finch's attitude, but pointed at Bao Jingxing behind him and said, "Didn't you apply for a human experiment a while ago? The subject is still on the way, but I just found one who is willing to contribute to your academic research." Upon hearing this, Finch immediately looked at Bao Jingxing behind Li Yi. "Are you sure there are still people willing to participate in the experiment?" Finch frowned, a puzzled look on his face. This experiment is very dangerous, with a mortality rate of up to 90. Finch didn't care where the people participating in the experiment came from, as long as they were brought in by Li Yi through various means. But it is rare for people to voluntarily participate in experiments. But after Li Yi glanced at Bao Jingxing, the latter suddenly nodded, made a mechanical sound, and said woodenly, "Yes, I voluntarily participate in Kongluan Pharmaceuticals' clinical trial project and voluntarily give up all compensation." You see, he really did it voluntarily. Li Yi shrugged. Although Professor Finch was confused, he was too lazy to think about it, and simply called his assistant Freddy. "Freddy, give him a checkup and prepare for the experiment," said Finch. "Okay, Professor." Freddy immediately started to operate. Li Yi crossed his arms across his chest, watching the master and apprentice's subsequent experimental operations with great interest. It seems that he has learned a lot. Although he is good at destroying corpses and is an expert in dismembering bodies, Freddy is indeed a world-class surgical expert. The blade, the force, and the size are simply art. Chapter 134, Li Yi's year-end summary. Professor, the experimenter, is experiencing rejection. In the laboratory, Freddy surrounded the operating table, trying to save Bao Jingxing. A large number of devices were beeping, like a death knell. "Professor, the experimenter has a genetic disorder," Freddy yelled, but Professor Finch didn't even turn around, just looked at the data, lost in thought. Freddy had no choice but to look at Li Yi, but saw the latter looking at him with a smile on his face. "Professor, boss, the experimenter's genes are about to collapse." Freddy made another anxious sound. However, what responded to him was Professor Finch's scolding. "I heard you, be quiet. It's just a failed experiment. It's not like we haven't experienced this before. What are you yelling about?" Freddy's voice suddenly stopped. The rapid sound of the equipment alarm also came to an abrupt end. In the laboratory, only the steady sound of the equipment remained, and the fluctuations representing the electrocardiogram also turned into a smooth straight line. At this time, Professor Finch said calmly without even looking up, "The subject is dead. Record the data, and prepare for the autopsy." "Yes, Professor." Freddy weakly put down the scalpel and began to record the data. He almost forgot that he was now Professor Finch's laboratory assistant, not the surgeon at the operating table. However, can a life be lost so easily? Even after experiencing this many times, Freddy still laments the fragility of human life. Li Yi, who had been a spectator, whistled, chanted an unknown nursery rhyme, and slowly left the laboratory. Time quickly came to the last day of 2022. Li Yi had no idea about the New Year's Eve, but he couldn't help but make a year-end summary on this day. "It's been nearly a year since I came here, and after going through the difficult initial stages of starting a business, everything is finally on track. Although the business is still small and there is still some distance to go before it can directly defeat the global hegemon, the United States, the future is promising. The Destiny Club has been established. There are very few people inside and not much wool from outside, but the financial difficulties have been preliminarily resolved. Li also plans to continue expanding the scale of Destiny Club next year, while trying to develop new tracks and build a moat. According to the plan, the main goal for 2023 is to improve the operations department. A Thor action team alone is naturally not enough, not to mention that except for Leo, the rest of the team members are just small fry. Well, next year we plan to produce 50 genetic warriors and form more than 6 elite action teams. Li also wrote down his plans and ideas in the Queen Bee's memo. In addition, corresponding arsenals and military bases must also be gradually established. After thinking about this, Li realized that next year's workload would be quite a lot. However, he also enjoyed it. Later that day, Li received calls from Su Wei and her parents. Su Wei naturally expressed her longing for Li. After all, Li had not been back for several months. "Brother Yi, let me come to Temasek to spend the new year with you," Su Wei said in an expectant tone on the phone. "Come if you want," Li said with a smile. "But aren't you planning to hold a New Year's Day live broadcast sales event?" "Brother Yi, I didn't expect you were still paying attention to the situation on the wildfire side. I thought you were having a great time outside." Su Wei made a pleasant sound. Obviously, Li's words made her feel pleasantly surprised. It was naturally impossible for Li to pay attention to a company that sold coffee, even if it was his woman's company. The reason why he knew this was simply because of the information just provided by the Queen Bee. After Li said this, Su Wei changed her tone and said, "Brother Yi, I'll come find you as soon as I finish this event. Although I really want to go right now, I've carefully prepared this event. Since you've entrusted Wildfire to me, I must make the company bigger and stronger." Although Li didn't understand how a coffee company could become so big and powerful, he still encouraged her. "I'm really looking forward to it." After some sweet talk, the two hung up the last phone call of the year. "Okay, you can get up now. Go out first." After hanging up the phone, Li asked Jean Yana, who had been kneeling in front of him, to leave. Jean Yana was very sensible. She covered her mouth with her hands and hurried out of the bedroom. Then, Li lit a cigar, took a few puffs, and dialed the phone home. "Well, I'm too busy this year. It's the early stages of starting a business. I should have time next year. Don't worry, I'm in good health. You should take care of yourself too. I made some money this year, and I'll transfer it to you shortly. Don't save it, spend it. I'm sure I'll make more next year, and then I'll bring you all to the city to live in a villa." Besides, Li made many phone calls, but the people who answered his calls were usually nervous. But when he called his parents, for some reason, he was the one who was nervous. Come to think of it, this is also a novel experience. Li shook his head, then transferred $2 million to his parents before putting down his phone. But not long after, Li picked up the phone again. This time, someone else called him. Some were from former classmates and a few relatives, mostly sending holiday greetings and asking, "How are you doing now?" Faced with these, Li just brushed them off casually. Somewhat unexpectedly, he also received calls from Caesar and Sally. It was also a holiday greeting, but the difference was that Sishize reported to him about the domestic situation of Gangwajan and the general development route for next year. In his words, he hoped that Li would give him more support next year. This time Li did not act perfunctorily and agreed readily. Konglan's new drug is about to be launched on the market, and Sishize has always been in charge of the raw materials. If things go as expected, Sishize will face greater pressure next year. I'm afraid that without Li's support, it may not be easy for him. As for Sally, she had similar ideas and hoped that Li could provide some more advanced and sophisticated toys. Li did not agree immediately, but said, "I hope you can make further progress in your career." He was somewhat disappointed with Husai. It seems like they hold TV press conferences from time to time, but in reality they are just doing small things. Although I am limited in various aspects, I always feel that I lack the courage to do big things. But we can't just blame Fox Sai. After all, the entire arc of resistance was quite difficult. After hanging up the phone again, Li simply turned off his phone, then opened the door and walked onto the beach. Soon, a stream of light rose from the screen, and after a brilliant firework exploded in the night sky, the brilliant light illuminated Li's profile. The sound of waves came to my ears, and the sea breeze blew on my cheeks, bringing the breath of the ocean. And the new year is also heralded to come. At the moment when the shooting star passed by, Li imitated the romantics and made an idealist's wish. I hope for world peace in the future. Chapter 135: The Press Conference That Shocked the World. Friday, January 1st, 2023. For most ordinary people, this seems to be just another ordinary new year. Wealth still hasn't grown, classes still haven't leaped, the world is still not at peace, and there are always people living in dire straits. But for countless patients with rare diseases and genetic diseases around the world, this is a year of rebirth. When it was just getting light, Yu Chaojun had already gotten up and was thinking in front of the wardrobe. Finally, he took out a rather formal black suit, put on a tie, combed his hair, looked at himself in the mirror, and sprayed some hairspray. Although he's gained some weight, he's still very handsome. Yu Chaojun thought narcissistically. Today is the first time Conglon Pharmaceutical held an official press conference after publishing an academic paper and attracting attention. Li Yi naturally had no plans to show up, so Yu Chaojun became the protagonist on the stage. Before following Li Yi, Yu Chaojun wanted to get a high salary. But he didn't expect that in just half a year, he would reach the peak of his life. Thanks to Conglon's unique new drug in the world, he will be immediately treated as a guest of honor wherever he goes. He really has both money and status. After packing his luggage, Yu Chaojun picked up his phone and sent a voice message to his wife. Honey, remember to watch Temasek TV at 10 a.m. and dash. I transferred some money to your card. It's the year-end bonus the company just gave me. Save it first and don't rush to buy a house. The company is thriving right now. Maybe next year, we can move to a bigger villa in one go. After saying that, Yu Chaojun happily put the phone into his pocket. This time, he did not promise his wife anything, because when it comes to money, Mr. Li is really rich. This year-end bonus is given by Mr. Li to reward his operations in the financial market. It's not much, just 5 million yuan. Rounding it off, he can barely make tens of millions a year. As a newly minted multimillionaire, Yu Chaojun drove the company-issued luxury car to the venue of the press conference. At the same time, in a motel, Su Qian was urging her husband Lu Yifei. Hubby, hurry up. The press conference is at 10 o'clock, but it will take us an hour to get there, not even counting the traffic. Su Qian said as she dressed her son. With the full support of both families, and in order to give their son hope, the couple brought their child all the way from China to Temasek. It was because I believed what that person in the group said and wanted to get the first batch of gene-targeted drugs on the market. I just don't know whether this medicine needs to be taken for a long time like other medicines, or whether it can cure the disease. And the price. But no matter what, despite many concerns, the couple will never give up any hope. Okay, honey, let's go. Lu Yifei pushed the wheelchair with an expectant look in his eyes. The time soon came to 9:30 in the morning. In the conference hall of a luxury hotel, a large number of media have prepared their cameras. These media come from all over the world, including Europeans, Africans, and more Asians. In addition, there are many uninvited media who are trying their best to get in. When Lu Yifei and his family arrived at the press conference, they saw this scene of a surging crowd. Lu Yifei immediately said to Su Qian, "Wife, there are too many people here. Take your son to find a place to rest nearby. I'll try to squeeze in." "Okay, husband." Although she was looking forward to it, Su Qian still took her son to the other side of the hotel. Lu Yifei stretched his muscles, faced the crowd, and tried his best to squeeze to the front. Although he could not enter the conference hall of the press conference, he could still get the news first even if he was at the door. While squeezing together, Lu Yifei suddenly felt someone tripping him, causing him to lose his balance and probably fall, resulting in being trampled. But at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Lu Yifei turned around and was about to express his gratitude, but when he saw the person holding him, he immediately changed his words. "Old Yang, you're here too." "I'm definitely coming." Old Yang responded with a smile, while increasing his strength and pushing Lu Yifei in. Finally, after great effort, the two finally reached the front row. It was only at this point that the two of them, panting, began to communicate. "Have you also seen the message in the group?" Lu Yifei asked. "I see. Otherwise, how could I come to Temasek?" Old Yang nodded. "So you believe what he said?" "I definitely believe it. But you actually believe it too. It seems that you really haven't given up." Old Yang looked at Lu Yifei in surprise. The two met in a patient group and were both in Shaanxi province, so they had met several times. At this time, Lu Yifei understood other meanings from Lao Yang's words. What did "I definitely believe it" mean? "Old Yang, do you know any inside information?" Lu Yifei asked immediately. Old Yang shook his head and explained, "I don't have any inside information, but I know the person who sent the message is not only a family member of the patient, but also a real scientific research expert in the relevant field. For him to say this, either his account was hacked, or he really has a way." When Lu Yifei heard this, his hopes suddenly rose a little. Looking back at the press conference, his eyes were already burning with passion. And time soon came to 10 o'clock in the morning. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked onto the stage. After sitting down, he tested the microphone by coughing. Then, the man said, "I am Yu Chaojun, CEO of Conglon Pharmaceutical. Please be quiet, friends from the media, Otherwise, the press conference will not be able to proceed normally. After the words fell, the scene quickly became quiet. Then, Yu Chaojun on the podium said, "First of all, I would like to thank our media friends from all over the world." After a formal speech and thanks, Yu Chaojun paused, then announced solemnly, "On behalf of Konglon Pharmaceutical, I officially announce to all patients that we have not only overcome numerous technical difficulties, but have also successfully launched the first gene-targeted drug that can perfectly cure rare diseases." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene suddenly erupted in exclamations. The media that were able to come were all from related industries and naturally knew how difficult it was to cure rare diseases. Even the best medicines available today can only delay the disease. But Yu Chaojun said the word, perfect cure. If this is true, then this is simply the biggest news of 2023, no doubt about it. It may even be the most eye-catching thing of the entire year, no doubt about it. Chapter 136. Reporters ask questions. It is a crime to possess a treasure. At this time, the press conference was already bustling with people. A large number of reporters hoped to be the first to interview Yu Chaojun and send back this news that shocked the world, trying to report it as soon as possible. When Liu Yifei and Lao Yang heard this, they were stunned for a moment, and then immediately looked at each other. They both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. "Did I hear it right, Lao Yang?" Liu Yifei said with an almost trembling voice. "No, I heard it right." Old Yang was not in a much better condition, with a hint of sob in his voice. "So, then I heard it right. It's a perfect cure." Liu Yifei didn't know how to describe his inner feelings at the moment, but for some reason, although men don't shed tears easily, he really wanted to cry now. Old Yang put his arm around his shoulders and kept muttering to himself, "There's really hope, there's hope." For media professionals, this is just news, bonuses, and performance. But for these patients' families, this is heavenly music, gospel, and a beautiful yearning for future life. And the press conference continues. After a burst of noise at the scene, Yu Chaojun took control of the rhythm again, and the scene gradually quieted down. "There will be time for media questions later, so please don't rush." Yu Chaojun continued, "On behalf of Konglon, I would like to thank the relevant departments of Temasek for their support. Our gene-targeted drug has successfully passed multiple phases of clinical trials and has been approved by the Temasek Food and Drug Safety Administration. At the same time, Temasek will demonstrate its humanitarian spirit and open a green channel for drug launches to help patients with rare diseases escape their suffering as soon as possible. Here, on behalf of Konglon, I once again say," Yu Chaojun spoke some more words of praise. But in fact, there is no telling how much power and money transactions are involved. After these words, the relevant department leaders of Temasek gave speeches. No matter which country's leader speaks, it's basically the same old story in a new bottle. After spending more than half an hour, the department leader finally added enough achievements to his resume. After that, Yu Chaojun took the microphone again and said, "Now it's time for questions from the media. Each person can only ask one question, and I will answer selectively. Please cherish the opportunity to ask questions and raise your hands to speak. The Chinese female reporter over there, you may ask questions now." The female reporter chosen by Yu Chaojun was a little excited and asked quickly, "Mr. Yu, does your company have an accurate launch date for its drugs?" This is a question that most people present want to know, especially the families of patients like Liu Yifei and Lao Yang. Yu Chaojun replied, "Yes, after discussing with the relevant departments of Temasek, we finally decided to." Yu Chaojun deliberately kept the topic a secret, then announced to the expectant gazes, on February 12th, the traditional Chinese Lantern Festival, the world's first gene-targeted drug that can cure rare diseases will be officially launched in Temasek. Soon, thunderous applause echoed in the conference hall. Liu Yifei and Lao Yang were so excited at this time that they could buy the medicine in less than a month and a half. The reporter's questions continued. "Mr. Yu, your company nearly went bankrupt while developing new drugs, but later received a mysterious investment. Regarding these new drugs, is it Konglon's accumulated technology, or did it come from somewhere else?" The reporter asked a tricky question. Liu Yifei and Lao Yang were eager to grab the microphone from each other. This damn reporter actually asked such messed up questions. He should just ask where the medicine is sold, the conditions for using the medicine, and how much it costs. Liu Yifei said anxiously. Regarding this question, Yu Chaojun replied, "New drugs are a combination of both. They have both Konglon's accumulated technology and the key breakthroughs brought by investors." Okay, next question. "Mr. Yu, what will the price of this new drug be when it's released? Will it be as high as millions of US dollars like Roche's Nashi?" "No," Yu Chaojun shook his head. "Our primary goal in developing SMA drugs is to benefit all patients. So, despite the significant investment, in the spirit of entrepreneurship and humanitarianism, the price of our drugs will be within a reasonable range that most patients can absolutely accept. The specific price will depend on regional policies. As Yu Chaojun finished speaking, there was another round of applause at the scene. The investment and return for rare diseases are almost disproportionate, which is why pharmaceutical giants are reluctant to invest too much. Even for a top pharmaceutical company like Roche, after developing a drug, the multi-million-dollar price tag is simply not affordable for patients. Of course, there are some market factors involved. But all in all, Yu Chaojun's words are undoubtedly great news for patients. After all, even if there is medicine to cure it, it has to be affordable. Then, there was another round of questions from reporters. There are many questions, but they all revolve around Conlon's new drugs and related technologies. The more Liu Yifei and Lao Yang listened, the more excited they became. They wished tomorrow would be February 12th. At the same time, the content of the press conference was also spreading rapidly across the internet, quickly occupying the front pages of major platforms. There are people who pay attention, but there are even more people who don't. There are those who don't believe it, but there are even more who are half believing and half doubting. But no matter what, Conlon Pharmaceutical, under the control of Li Yi, after half a year of dormancy, finally appeared on the world stage in a shocking manner. Finally, the press conference that started at 10 in the morning did not end until 2 in the afternoon. Yu Chaojun finally managed to escape from the siege of reporters with great difficulty. Afterwards, Yu Chaojun immediately reported to Li Yi. Mr. Li, the first step has been completed. Once the new drug is launched in Temasek, we will immediately launch a public relations campaign in the global market. Afterwards, Yu Chaojun asked again. Also, the relevant departments in China want to meet with me. What do you think? Li Yizhe replied. Over in China, normal contact is fine. I understand, Mr. Li. Don't worry, everything will be done strictly according to your instructions. After the call, Yu Chaojun did not feel relieved. Instead, he rubbed his temples, preparing to face the coming storm. A company that seems to have no background, but has mastered brand new biopharmaceutical technology, is like holding a precious baby and tempting people to commit crimes. As the saying goes, it is a crime to possess a treasure. Chapter 137. How can you be the boss without the double red flower sticks? Almost at the moment when Conlon's new drug launch conference ended, the pharmaceutical sector in the global stock market rose again almost at the same time. It often takes several years for a new technology to enter the application stage. But less than 2 months after Conlon published the paper, he immediately announced the launch of the new drug. It is obvious that Conlon mastered the relevant technology at least half a year ago and has now successfully achieved mass production. Although everyone was wondering how Conlon managed to be so patient and secretive, people who fantasized about making money in the stock market would not think too deeply about this. All they know is that new technologies are bringing new drugs that can treat rare diseases that were previously incurable. Even though Conlon said at the press conference that it can currently only provide gene-targeted drugs specifically for SMA. But if SMA can be cured so quickly with the application of new technologies, is ALS just around the corner? Is albinism just around the corner? And there are countless other rare and genetic diseases. In short, the 21st century is the century of biology, and this statement seems to be gradually being confirmed. Li naturally had no interest in watching the press conference. If you have that much time, you might as well take a look at the invasion records submitted by the Queen Bee and provide Professor Finch with more experimental materials. Ever since the news of the new drug came out, the RD Center's systems have been constantly defending against network intrusions. Fortunately, the Queen Bee is powerful enough. Until now, the firewall of the RD Center has been like a gate that can never be opened, guarding the secret behind the door. In addition to the temptations and attacks on the internet, there were suddenly many unfamiliar faces around the road park. Almost every Conlon employee who enters and leaves the park, from the security guard at the door to the assistant beside Kong Hongfei, will be contacted by someone with ulterior motives. There are actually quite a few people like Bao Jingxing who couldn't resist the temptation and chose to sell out company secrets. However, these people were completely unaware that their every move had been constantly monitored by the Queen Bee since a long time ago. Every message on the communication software, every phone call, and even their whereabouts, everything is under the control of the Queen Bee. Li Yi had no intention of being lenient towards these people. Therefore, Professor Finch's laboratory always receives some volunteers who voluntarily participate in clinical trials from time to time. Of course, Li Yi didn't throw everyone into the laboratory, otherwise there would be too many people. After all, it is in Temasek, not Columbia, so we have to be more low-key. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, The next period of time should be very busy. Time soon arrived on January 10th. The global news generated by Conglon Pharmaceuticals continues, and a large number of eligible SMA patients have traveled thousands of miles to Temasek. There are many more patients with rare diseases who also see hope and are on the way. Temasek's local airline even modified several passenger planes overnight for these patients and opened fast lanes for the disabled. By doing this, not only will you win a good reputation, but your stock price will also rise. In the hotel and real estate industries, there is still a shortage of supply after successive price increases. Of course, the happiest people are the politicians in Temasek. This achievement that came to them for free made them laugh even in their sleep. The leaders of Temasek were not to be outdone and personally inspected Conglon and assured the media that they would ensure the safe launch of the new drug. Because of new technologies and new drugs, the entire Temasek is like a carnival, driving the development of multiple industries. Fortunately, Li Yi had foreseen this and had raised funds to enter the financial market and bought a large amount of land. Otherwise, you would have to pay a high price to enter the market now. Not to mention, the residential buildings around the road park alone have increased by 30. Even if a large number of people believe that Conglon's technology and products are questionable, even if it is true, whether it can be maintained in the future is still a question. But for the vast majority of patients, Temasek is the place of hope and Conglon is the savior. Therefore, these people don't care about so many things. They just want to cure their illness and live a healthy life. These people are really crazy. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh as he watched the reports coming in from all sides. Yu Chaojun just sent a quotation to Conglon, and the other party directly gave an estimated price of $20 billion. The point is, there are many similar offers. All the well-known or unknown investment institutions in the world are waving their money like crazy just to get a piece of the pie in the new biotechnology. Faced with these investors who were eager to throw all their money at him, Yu Chaojun naturally rejected them all. But some are not so easy to refuse. Mr. Li, the Ma family of Temasek invited me to a dinner party, which is most likely a Hongmin banquet. Yu Chaojun said bitterly. Yu Chaojun seems to be in a good position now and is the darling of the capital market. But in reality, once these capitals find that money cannot solve the problem, they will resort to more dirty and extreme means. The Ma family is the comprador family of Temasek and has long been colluding with foreigners. Just follow the plan, Li Yi reassured him. As for safety, you don't have to worry. The operations department is on standby at all times. Even if it's a five-cornered building, we can bring you back safely. I understand, Mr. Li. Yu Chaojun didn't say he believed Li Yi's words 100, but at least he believed them 99. After following Li Yi, he has seen many magical things. Besides, isn't it just about putting pressure on others? Who doesn't have someone behind the scenes? After ending the call with Li Yi, Yu Chaojun thought for a while, picked up his phone, and called someone from a relevant department in China. Yu Chaojun just said, after all, I am also Chinese, so we at Conglon are very happy to invest in China and carry out certain technical cooperation. But regarding policy, I also hope you can. The phone call didn't take long, but Yu Chaojun straightened his back a little after it was over. What era is it now? Do you still think that only Europeans would resort to political pressure? As for Li Yi, he just felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him as the boss behind the scenes. Leo's Thor action team is still on the mission of escorting the satellite, and he has no one available at the moment, so this time he has to take care of Yu Chaojun's safety himself. I still need to recruit more minions. Without the 2 red flower sticks, how can I be the boss? Li Yi looked out the window with melancholy. The beach was golden at dusk, but whether it was luck or fate, a message sent by Leo caught his attention. Chapter 138 Leo's Comrade, New Talent. Russian Federation, Suburban Airport. Leo was chatting with the old man Shelko. This old man looks kind, but he is actually very bad. During his time in the Russian Federation, in addition to the above-standard reception, the old man also sent his bodyguard captain to build closer relations from time to time. Giving money at every turn is not uncommon, but in recent days, even the beauty trap has been used. If it weren't for Leo's strong will, he would have fallen into Sherko's sugar-coated bullets long ago. And now, the day has finally arrived to set off for the Chinese Satellite Launch Center. After watching the satellite being safely loaded onto the cargo plane, Leo was about to board the plane, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Leo suddenly stopped and frowned. He is still a fugitive wanted by the German Federation, so very few people know his phone number. The boss never communicates over the phone. The Queen Bee gives him orders directly. Could it be his wife Sophia? Leo thought so and looked at his phone, but it was a text message. The text message only contained a string of numbers. This seemingly puzzling text message made Leo frown in an instant. The person who sent the text message was his former comrade in arms in the army, and the two were friends for life and death. It took a lot of effort for the other party to help him escape from prison and hide successfully. This string of numbers was the secret code agreed upon by the two. Is Robbie in trouble? Leo thought to himself. Leo naturally could not ignore his best friend who had once helped him, so he quickly applied for permission from the Queen Bee. Soon, the Queen Bee retrieved the information. Robbie Alvarez, an elite member of the German Federal GSG-9 counterterrorism unit, was arrested by military inspectors 34 minutes ago for violating internal regulations. During the arrest, a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides. Robbie Alvarez was eventually taken into custody with serious injuries and is currently receiving emergency treatment at the Rhine Prison Hospital. According to analysis, the charges he will be charged with include harboring dangerous criminals, attacking state institutions, resisting military arrest, bribery, and a host of other crimes. Leo carefully looked at the messages given by the Queen Bee while thinking anxiously in his heart. There is no doubt that some of Robbie's crimes were related to him, and he was unaware of the reasons for the other crimes. But Leo can say with certainty that Robbie is his best friend and can even be called a brother. It was Robbie who supported him and helped him during his most difficult times. And now, it's his turn. Without further hesitation, Leo said to the Queen Bee, "B-level employee Leo, I'm applying to communicate with the boss and request approval." As the plane taxied towards the runway, Leo, who was sitting in the cabin, finally received a response of approval. Then, Leo quickly recounted the situation. But Leo was smart. He didn't say much about how close his relationship with Robbie was, but only emphasized Robbie's abilities. Leo knew that boss had been recruiting all kinds of talents. He once thought about bringing Robbie in, but Robbie at that time was a young talent in the army with connections and abilities, and he was likely to become a senior leader. But now, the situation has changed. After listening to Leo's words, Lee said, "I understand. You continue to perform the mission. I will handle this matter." The communication between the two was soon interrupted, but Leo breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't rescue Robbie immediately, as long as the boss was willing to take action, it would be more useful than if he did it himself. Perhaps it won't be long before he and Robbie can fight side by side again. Thinking that Robbie would be stunned when he saw him, Leo felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Amidst this anticipation, the cargo plane had already driven off the runway and began the takeoff procedure. Temasek, East Coast Villas. It's really amazing that someone brought me a pillow just when I was sleepy. Lee picked up the wine glass on the table with a smile on his face and drank the wine in the glass. Hentang 25-year-old whiskey is his favorite taste. It is mellow with a hint of bitterness and spiciness, as if a woman with a pure appearance has a flavor as fierce as a wolf. As for the problem of Leo's comrade, Robbie Alvarez, Lee did not intend to solve it personally. Temasek is currently in turmoil, and he still has to stay at the base camp so that he can control the situation at any time. So, after reading Robbie's information, Lee asked the Queen Bee to issue the destiny-making task. Norton, who came to Temasek again because of the gathering of forces, Shurko, who was on a plane to China, and Wood, who was manipulating a large amount of funds in the pharmaceutical stock market, the 3D-level ticket holders, all saw this task at the first time. This time, the one who acted the fastest was Shurko on the plane. As for the reason, it was probably because Leo happened to be sitting opposite Shurko. "Thank you very much, Mr. Sailor." Shurko seemed very happy to have snatched the task. Although most of the sugar-coated bullets during this period were rejected, they still worked. For example, a few minutes ago, Leo, who had always been rather cold towards him, suddenly said to him, "Maybe you could pay attention to your phone." Then, the Destiny Club mission appeared on his mobile phone, which was why he was able to grab the mission. As for the content of the mission, rescue a criminal officer from the hands of the German military prosecutor? I have to admit that this task is difficult. After all, Shurko doesn't have many connections in Germany. But no matter how things change, the essence remains the same. The higher the circle, the smaller it becomes. As long as he is willing to make some contribution, I think his German friends will be happy to help. Looking at the happy Shurko, Leo also felt a little relieved. He guessed that the boss would most likely rescue Robbie by issuing a mission, and he didn't expect that he was right. This is why he reminded Shurko. Instead of letting others accept this task, it is better to let Shelko, who is right next to him, take the task, so that he can keep track of the progress of rescuing Robbie at any time through Shelko. Shurko certainly didn't know what Leo was thinking, but Leo's kindness just now made Shurko feel close to him, so he made a satellite call in front of him. "My friend, are you still in Munich? I have something that I need your help with. In return, I can lobby the Russian federal departments to agree to the energy pipeline you requested." However, this matter is urgent, so I need you to give me an accurate answer within 2 hours, okay? Chapter 139, The First Genetic Warrior, is confirmed. Making phone calls is not allowed on airplanes, but this is just common sense for ordinary passengers. For someone like Shirko, there is naturally no such obstacle. An hour later, Shirko, who was having lunch with Leo, took the satellite phone from the bodyguard captain. In front of Leo, Shirko played the content of the phone call without any scruples. You mean this is not easy to handle? As Shirko spoke, he glanced at Leo. Although Leo appeared calm on the surface, Shirko still caught a hint of anxiety in his eyes. So, Shirko said into the phone, I think this is easy to do. I'll give you double what you asked for. Hopefully, I'll get good news in an hour. Paying twice the price would undoubtedly be a loss for Shirko's business. But it doesn't matter anymore. Compared to money, what he values more at this moment is the advanced technology in the Destiny Club. Therefore, even though Leo, who was sitting opposite him, seemed to be just a small pawn in the Destiny Club, he was still worth winning over. After all, this is the only insider of the club he has contact with at the moment. At the same time, within the German Federation, Robbie Alvarez, who had just been rescued, opened his eyes confusedly, but what he saw was a white ceiling. As he woke up, the military prosecutor who had been waiting beside him immediately took out his certificate and read out the letter. Robbie Alvarez, you have violated. As the military prosecutor was reading out the charges, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in. Looking at Robbie on the hospital bed, a hint of doubt flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. In this internal political struggle, the side he stood on won a great victory, and because of this, he began to kill his opponents. And Robbie is just an insignificant pawn in the opponent's camp. But even for such a chess piece, there are people who are willing to pay favors and pay a price to guarantee it. So what hidden value does this little special forces member have? Because of his doubts, the middle-aged man waved his hand and asked the military prosecutor to leave the ward, then sat down next to Robbie. Robbie was also very confused about this. He knew this middle-aged man. He was one of the senior officials in the military prosecutorial system and could be said to be a big shot that he found difficult to contact. Even his father was several levels below this man. So, why did the other party come to see me? Soon, Robbie heard the middle-aged man say, I've read your information. Your father was only a mid-level military officer. So I'm really curious about what value you have that could impress someone so much that they specifically wanted to remove you from this storm. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Robbie's eyes were first filled with shock, and then with deep confusion. He could understand the first half of the middle-aged man's words, but he couldn't understand the second half. But the general meaning is that someone saved him? Could it be my father or his friend? This thought flashed through Robbie's mind, but he quickly shook his head secretly. The people on his father's side had already failed in this struggle, otherwise he would not have ended up like this. So who is it? Robbie couldn't come up with an answer. But when he tried to sit up, he suddenly found that he couldn't use any strength in his waist. He immediately looked at his body blankly, but no matter how he looked at it, there was nothing wrong. The middle-aged man said with regret, I'm sorry, although your crime has been absolved, your torso was severely injured during the battle. You will have to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. After saying this, the middle-aged man left the ward. He had seen that Robbie was unaware of this. But this is actually not that important, because a little Robbie has no impact on the overall situation at all. On this basis, the other party is willing to pay something and take away a disabled person who has to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He is really making a fortune. The cargo plane is still on its way to China. But an hour had passed since that call. At this time, Shirko took the satellite phone again, then glanced at Leo and said into the phone, Happy cooperation. After hanging up the phone, Shirko raised his glass and smiled at Leo. Let's celebrate. The mission has been successfully completed. Leo, who had always been rude to Shirko, raised his glass for a rare occasion. This also made Shirko more confident in his efforts this time. Leo didn't think too much about it. After hearing that Shirko was safe and sound, he immediately felt relieved. Not long after, he sent Robbie a message that no one else could understand. On the other side, Robbie, lying on the hospital bed, was still confused. It was obvious that he had illegally arrested the other party and even fought with him, but he was released inexplicably. The group of military prosecutors who were clearly going to send him to court-martial disappeared without a trace after the middle-aged man appeared. Not long after, his belongings were returned. In a sense, he seemed to be saved, but, feeling his numb lower body, Robbie didn't know whether to cry or laugh. But at this moment, his cell phone with a shattered screen suddenly rang. Then, a string of numbers came into view. It's Leo. He wants me to go to this place. Could it be that he has something to do with this matter? Robbie couldn't figure it out, but he knew that Leo was trustworthy. At the same time, Li Yizhe, who was far away in Temasek, saw everything, even Shirko's little movements. But he didn't care. It was inevitable that his subordinates would form small groups. As long as everyone serves him loyally and does not delay his work, some details can be ignored. However, Leo's comrade Robbie was seriously injured and didn't quite meet his criteria for employment. Li Yi touched his chin and thought for a while, then sent a message to Finch. The general meaning is, hurry up, I need it. After doing all this, Li Yi turned his attention back to Temasek. Facts have proved that Yu Chaojuan's negotiations with relevant domestic departments were indeed a good move. That afternoon, before Yu Chaojuan attended the banquet, a Chinese institution sent Kong Lan an invitation for cooperation and a formal letter of investment. After all, China has a population of more than 1 billion, and there are many patients with various diseases. There is also an urgent need for Kong Lan's new technology. This gives Yu Chaojuan room to maneuver when facing other pressures. Chapter 140 Satellite enters orbit. New drug officially launched on the market. Time flies. The first month of the new year is coming to an end. During this period, Temasek has become a gathering place for storms. Investors, banks, politicians, brokers, patients, speculators, and corporate spies all gathered together. The performance of the capital market is the most obvious. A large amount of funds continue to be optimistic about new technologies, so that the entire pharmaceutical industry continues to rise continuously. But as the instigator of everything, Kong Lan Pharmaceutical has been unusually calm except for a new drug launch conference. There was no opportunity to attract funds, no policy negotiations, and even the external liaison department was difficult for ordinary people to find. Kong Hongfei, who was rumored to have already secured this year's explosive award, did not even show up from beginning to end. This has led many people to wonder whether this is just a self-promotion of the capital market. But looking at the stock market that is rising every day, even if some people have doubts, they still cannot stop their inner desires. Almost everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. Yu Chaojuan sighed after reporting to Li Yi. He once thought that the tens of billions of US dollars that Li Yi had made by taking advantage of others were the most money he had ever seen in his life. But looking at the funds that are causing trouble in the stock market, Yu Chaojuan still feels that he is inexperienced. People's pursuit of desire is endless. On the yacht, Li Yi commented while fishing. Now, Kong Lan seems to have everything on the right track, but in fact, it has just begun. When Kong Lan's new drug officially enters the market, the first batch of buyers are ostensibly patients, but in fact they are from major research institutions and competing companies. And when these people spend a lot of money and energy and find that they cannot break through Kong Lan's technology, the current booming stock market will probably be wiped out in an instant. At that time, the real test for Kong Lan had just begun. After all, if conventional means cannot achieve something, then use unconventional means. Every penny of capital and every inch of market are always stained with blood. And when the first day of February arrived, a heavy lift carrier rocket carrying his multifunctional satellite was successfully launched at a satellite launch base in China. It is expected to successfully enter orbit after 35 hours. Speaking of which, this launch base seems to be quite close to Su Wei's hometown. After watching the carrier rocket take off, Leo and his men returned to Temasek without stopping. On the one hand, it was Li Yi's call. More and more people want to know Kong Lan's secret, and their methods are becoming more complicated. After technical invasion failed, some people who could not hold back even resorted to violence. Recently, there have been dozens of intruders who have attempted to enter the RD building using various methods. Although they were all repelled in the end, there is no guarantee that the next move will not be more violent. Li Yi was not worried about the safety of the RD building. With the Queen Bee in charge and equipped with fully automatic weapons, as long as the opponent did not use heavy firepower, Kong Lan's RD building would be an impenetrable military fortress. He just wanted Kong Lan to act tougher so that the fire would burn brighter. The second reason why Leo returned was that his comrade Robbie had arrived in Temasek. In fact, Robbie arrived at Temasek a week ago, but it was Leo's wife Sophia who went to receive him. Lee has never made an appearance. After Leo returned to Temasek, he immediately submitted a mission report. It emphasizes Shirko's intentional or unintentional attempts to win him over, while at the same time exercising his subjective initiative and analyzing Shirko. I have to admit that Shirko's act of paying extra money to rescue Robbie left a good impression on Leo. So Leo said a few good words for Shirko. After meeting Li Yi, Leo finished his business and confirmed that Li Yi had no instructions. Then he said with a pleading expression, "Boss." Robbie's sighed. Robbie is now paralyzed and obviously cannot do anything for Li Yi. Leo knew that his boss was very powerful, so he asked Li Yi to cure Robbie so that Robbie could contribute to the organization. But Li Yi smiled and said, "I have already arranged it. Professor Finch's laboratory is trying out a new technology. This technology can not only restore paralyzed people to health, but also make them stronger, just like you." When Leo heard this, he immediately became excited. After thanking Li Yi, he hurried to the RD building and stood eagerly at the door of Professor Finch's laboratory. So much so that Professor Finch thought that a new experimental talent had arrived and was preparing to let Freddy operate on Leo. After learning of Leo's purpose, Professor Finch returned to work with a gloomy face. He didn't know what this organization did, but it was good in every way as it could provide new technologies and various experimental supplies. However, the constant urging made him a little annoyed. But considering the technologies that are comparable to the power of God, this urgency is nothing. Leo's return with the team did make Li Yi feel a little more relaxed. At least when some unexpected situations occurred, he didn't have to take action himself. And his multifunctional satellite terminal has also successfully entered orbit. This greatly enhances the Queen Bee's abilities. If combined with the supercomputer that is about to be completed, it will be difficult for anything in the world to escape Li Yi's eyes. Time quickly came to February 12th, the day when the new drug was officially launched on the market. Starting from the evening of the 11th, Liu Yifei's family, who had been anxiously waiting in Temasek, began to stay up all night. Su Qian took care of the child, while Liu Yifei held the documents that had been prepared long ago tightly in his hands. These days they have been trying to find ways to obtain information about new drugs. But Kong Lan was tight-lipped. Apart from the time, they did not even provide the sales channels and specific sales locations for the drug. Therefore, Liu Yifei didn't dare to sleep at all, for fear of missing the time when the first batch of drugs were launched on the market. There are many people like him. After all, qualified patients from all over the world come to Temasek. There are many more who do not have the conditions and are also paying close attention. At 10 a.m. on the 12th, the official website of Konglan Pharmaceutical, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly released the latest news. Ganlu No. 1, a gene-targeted drug for the rare disease, progressive spinal muscular atrophy, SMA, is now available for purchase. Patients can purchase the product on the official website with a purchase permit issued by Konglan's official partner medical institution. Due to limited production, Konglan Pharmaceutical will strictly review the purchasing qualifications of each patient and reserves the right to disqualify them. After a quick glance, Liu Yifei immediately stood up and picked up his son, while calling out to his wife. "Hurry up, let's go to the hospital. If we're late, we won't know how long we'll have to wait in line." Chapter 141 From Hell to Heaven, the journey of patients with rare diseases. According to the latest survey report from the World Health Organization, Temasek's average medical level ranks 6th in the world. But in fact, the focus of this report is on ranking by life expectancy. The ranking is based on population base, patients receiving medical care, etc., and is somewhat biased. When it comes to treating some difficult and rare diseases, the medical standards are more important. In this regard, even in this research report, China, which ranks 64th, is definitely far ahead of Temasek, which ranks 6th. There is no other reason. Many cases that doctors in Temasek may never see in their lifetime may be common in China. But on this day, the doctors in the hospitals that have cooperated with Konglan Pharmaceutical can be said to have opened their eyes. Patients with rare diseases from all over the world, not just SMA patients, flock to the hospital. The goal of SMA patients is simple: to get the examination report and then obtain the qualification to purchase the Ganlu No. 1 SMA gene-targeted drug from Konglan Pharmaceutical. As for non-SMA patients, they have a longer-term vision and hope that when Konglan makes a breakthrough in other rare diseases in the future, they can be the first to purchase the drugs. Survival can be said to be the bottom line of human beings, so these patients are crazy and enthusiastic. Fortunately, the hospitals cooperating with Konglan Pharmaceutical were well prepared and established a medical system in advance according to Konglan's requirements, which prevented unrest at the scene. Li Yi and Yu Chaojun were standing in the building opposite Temasek Hospital, looking at the long queue of patients' families, and they had a different feeling in their hearts. Yu Chaojun sighed. "I've worked my way up from a small pharmaceutical representative to where I am now. I thought I'd seen too much suffering from patients, but seeing this current madness, I still feel a little touched. We all just want to live," Li Yi said calmly. In fact, Yu Chaojun still lacks experience. Yu Chaojun lived in a peaceful China, and the illnesses and sufferings he saw were only diseases. If he had been to Africa, Gaza, Syria, he would have discovered that the biggest disease in this world is human desire. While the stars of humanity shine, There always exists a dark and cold abyss where no light can find it. If Li Yi's mental journey is like climbing up from the abyss with difficulty, praying for a ray of light, then for the two SMA patient families, Lu Yifei and Lao Yang, this is undoubtedly a big step to escape from the abyss and rush towards the light. The two of them were well prepared, so when they arrived at Temasek National University Hospital, they were lucky enough to be the first patients to be received. The hospital doctors had been well prepared and opened a green channel for today. Everything from establishing medical records to various examinations went very smoothly. This is not Konglan's credit, but is specially prepared by the relevant departments of Temasek for foreigners. The politicians are not stupid. Seeing that Temasek is about to be taken to the skies by Konglan this time, they are determined to get on this express train no matter what. Whether for his own political achievements or the overall image of Temasek, he ordered all hospitals that had cooperated with Konglan Pharmaceutical to implement a special admission policy. Soon, after paying the fees, Lu Yifei's son was sent to a special genetic monitoring room. At this time, the situation on Lao Yang's side was almost the same, and the two SMA patients' families got together again. Looking at the receipt in his hand, Lu Yifei said hopefully, although coming to Temasek is quite expensive, and the medical insurance can't cover the examination fees, as long as I can be among the first group to use the medicine, it will all be worth it. Yes. Old Yang also smiled. His child is a daughter who is now in junior high school. However, due to SMA, not only can he use a wheelchair, but his hand strength is not even as good as that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Combined with scoliosis, the torso is further stressed, squeezing the lungs. A minor cold or pneumonia may send a child to the ICU at any time. For this reason, many schools are unwilling to accept children for fear of taking risks. Fortunately, Lao Yang's family is relatively well off and has some connections, which allows his children to receive a normal education. However, despite this, because of the illness, the child's psychology has become extremely inferior and withdrawn. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before he develops a mental illness. But now they see hope. At this time, a medical staff member wearing a white coat and a mask walked out of the monitoring room. Lu Yifei and Lao Yang looked at each other and hurried over. What's the situation? How long will it take to buy medicine? Lu Yifei asked hurriedly. The Chinese doctor from Temasek looked at the two of them and replied in less than standard Mandarin. We use the most advanced genetic testing technology and can get results quickly. As long as the results are passed to Konglan, they will complete the configuration and production of targeted drugs based on the genes. Once the targeted drug is prepared, you will receive a notification from Konglan. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the monitoring room. There were still more patients queuing downstairs, and he was afraid that he would have to work overtime for a long time in the future. Everyone's genes are different, so since it is a targeted drug, each dose of the drug is naturally different. Therefore, this set of purchasing and medication procedures is normal. Although Lu Yifei and Lao Yang were looking forward to it, they could afford to wait. After all, we have waited for so many years, so a few days or months won't make a difference. Not long after, as the child was pushed out of the testing room, Old Yang looked at the two families gathered and suggested, "Why don't we find a place and have a meal together? I feel like I've finally made it through this day." "Of course, but it's my treat." The 6 people from the 2 families left the hospital with laughter. At the hospital gate, there were many reporters interviewing patients. Neither family had any intention of showing their true colors, so they declined the interview. On the other side, Yu Chaojun looked at the stock market, which had once again reached its daily limit, and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, I originally thought that our new drug would be maliciously smeared and banned by some people once it was launched on the market. I didn't expect these guys to be so smart." Li Yi shook his head and said, "These guys are not smart, but greedy." "That's right." Yu Chaojun smiled. Now, global biopharmaceutical stocks have seen a sharp rise due to Konglan's new technology, and everyone is making a lot of money. Anyone who jumps out to discredit Konglan at this time will inevitably send out a bad signal, hindering capital profits, which will undoubtedly block everyone's financial path. Konglan used this method to tie up a huge amount of funds. As for malicious short selling, haha, who would want to fight a battle against the wind when they can fight with the wind in their favor? Besides, it's not the peak yet. Next, we just need to wait for the news of the recovery of the first batch of drug users, and the market will usher in another leap-forward rise. Chapter 142, African Young Officers Cooperation and Exchange Platform. February 14th, Valentine's Day. After returning from the hospital, Lu Yifei once again entered a state of anxious waiting. The most he did every day, besides looking at his phone and waiting for notifications from Konglan Pharmaceutical, was pacing back and forth in his hotel room. So much so that Su Qian couldn't help but say, "Can't you just sit there quietly for a while? Didn't the doctor say that the prescription is based on each patient's genetic condition, so it will definitely take time?" After hearing this, Lu Yifei paused and sat on a chair by the balcony. "I'm really worried. What if the medicine doesn't work? How effective will it be?" There was a hint of worry in Lu Yifei's tone. He hoped more than anyone else that Kong Lan's targeted drug would be truly effective, but he was also afraid that this hope would be dashed. Although there is no bad news on the market at present, and no one has come out to say that Kong Lan's technology is questionable, there is more praise. But don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for one. But at this moment, Lu Yifei's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Yifei, who hadn't even sat down yet, stood up immediately, grabbed the phone, and looked over. I saw a text message appear on my phone. "Patient Lu Peng, ID XC202-30032. You have obtained the qualification to purchase Ganlu number 1. Please download the app and the link to complete the registration and fill out the questionnaire." Important statement. This app does not contain any charging, payment, or transfer functions. All payments must be made at the designated medication locations of Konglan Pharmaceutical. After reading the information, Lu Yifei immediately downloaded an app called Konglan Pharmaceutical Patient Edition, in accordance with the above requirements. After the sentence, Konglan Pharmaceutical, rewriting the fate and life of patients, flashed on the app, I entered the program. The app is not complicated. Lu Yifei quickly completed the registration as required, filled out the questionnaire, and then registered. The last step is to make an appointment for medication. The sooner the better. Soon, the app gave a prompt. You have successfully completed the medication appointment. Please arrive at the designated medication point at 10 a.m. on February 15th and sign the medication consent form. After signing the consent form, payment will be made by credit card, supporting mainstream banking institutions around the world. The price of Ganlu number 1 is $1.7185, and payment is accepted in Chinese yuan, British pounds, and euros. In addition, to prevent possible complications after taking the medication, you must purchase designated insurance and related emergency medical services. Lu Yifei carefully read through a series of medication procedures and matters concerning medication, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The price of medicine is as expected, but not as expensive as imagined. The contract is worth more than 120,000 yuan, plus various fees. It may cost around 200,000 yuan. For Lu Yifei, this is completely acceptable. Thinking of this, Lu Yifei excitedly picked up his son again, and the grown man walked around the room like a little girl. His wife Su Qian shed tears of excitement when watching this scene. A similar scene was also happening on Lao Yang's side. Or rather, this is what happens to many families on this day. However, the actual specific medication situation can only be known after the medication is finished. While many patients' families were excited about this, Li Yi was even more excited. "Li, I have reached some cooperation with other countries." Cixi Zhe, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, called. "Oh, what do you mean?" Li Yi suddenly became interested. He always thought that the continent of Africa was a good place to be a zoo. As for the back garden, it's still a little lacking. Some friends contacted me, and they hope to send aspiring young people from their countries to study or further their studies at the Bantuga Military Academy. There are people from the West, the East, and the North, and they are all very interested. There was some joy in Cixi Zhe's tone, as if he was sharing the construction achievements of the military academy with Li Yi. Although Li Yi has not paid attention to the military academy during this period, it is his second base after all, and he will occasionally take a look at it from the system's shelter panel. Construction is still ongoing and will continue to be so for a long time to come. But it has begun to take on the appearance of a military academy. At least it is not like it was at the beginning, when people who didn't know it would mistake it for a primary school in a poor mountainous area. Let's talk about CCIzer. Li Yi naturally supported the cooperation reached with CCIs. If successful, it will not only increase the popularity and value of the military academy, but also establish Cixi Zhe's position in the military academy. More importantly, once these collaborations are implemented, the Bantuga Military Academy will undoubtedly become an exchange platform and center for the African military community. This is very beneficial to future development and is in line with Li Yi's plan. Just imagine, if all the young military officers in Africa were connected with the Bantuga Military Academy, then this would be a terrifying force in the near future. How did you do it? Li Yi couldn't help but ask. Although CCIzer has the ability and ambition, his current strength is not enough to support such a large-scale cooperation, unless the identities of those foreign military officers are not in the mainstream sense. And CCIzer replied, "This is thanks to the other side of the sea." As the influence of the colonial powers continues to weaken along with the hegemony of the United States Federation, many people are beginning to wake up and open their eyes to the world. They discovered that those old empires didn't seem to be that powerful. With your help, I've gained a good reputation recently, and Sally has also helped spread the word for me. Many of our previous friendships are now even closer. On the phone, CC seemed a little excited, which Li Yi could understand. In some ways, the significance of this cooperation is no less profound than the moment when Cecilia officially stepped onto the stage. In addition to seeking credit, the more important purpose of Cecil's phone call was of course to attract investment. Lee, that pharmaceutical company that shocked the world is your great masterpiece, right? Asked CCIs. Of course, but compared to our cause, this can't be called great. Li Yi said with a smile. It is not surprising that CCIs knows that Konglan belongs to him. After all, CCIs is Konglan's core raw material supplier. As for Li, I wonder about Africa. Sishize said tentatively. Li Yi quickly guessed what Sishize meant. The other party simply wanted to use Konglan Pharmaceuticals' new drugs to boost his own influence. I can give you some regional quotas. Li Yi said after thinking about it. Thank you very much, my brother. After getting the desired result, Sishize became more excited. According to his prediction, the military government will not last long, and a democratically elected government will need not only influence, but also support and a lot of money. So Caesar is trying to find a way to put these elements together. Chapter 143: The first patient to be cured of a rare disease. Kenya is one of the poorest and most backward countries in Africa, but its influence cannot be underestimated. Gangujan ranks among the top 3 in terms of land area, and its population is also among the highest. Coupled with its rich mineral resources, if it can be integrated, it will definitely become a regional power in Africa. CCIs dreamed of rebuilding the great steel fruit empire. However, the internal problems of Gangujan have never been Gangujan's problems, so Sexy Zay's dream can only be said to have a long way to go. And Li Yi is just a dream sponsor. Speaking of dreams, other people's dreams may not come true for a long time, but the dreams of Lu Yifei, Lao Yang, and many other SMA patients' families are about to come true. February 15th, early morning. Lu Yifei, who had not slept all night, still couldn't hide his excitement. Even with dark circles under his eyes, he still looked energetic. As soon as they got up, the family began to pack up their things. Examination reports, medical records, ID cards, bank cards, and anything you might need, bring them all with you. So when they left the hotel, Su Qian pushed her son, while Lu Yifei was carrying a big bag and pulling a suitcase. Driving a rented car, the family of 3 quickly arrived at the designated location in the text message. After entering the gate, they saw a very simple white long building, which looked like some domestic government agency. On the top of the building are hung the words, Konglan Pharmaceutical. The 4 words seemed to be a little rusty, and the building was ordinary. It is hard to imagine that such an ordinary place has mastered the world's most advanced biomedical technology. After a brief look around, Lu Yifei and his family were led by the receptionist into an annex building next to the main building and into a treatment room filled with various equipment. In addition to the equipment, there were people wearing white coats who looked like doctors and researchers. Here, Lu Yifei's son underwent some tests that they could not understand at all, and then someone handed over a medication consent form. The consent form indicates possible risks, etc. After signing the consent form, you can go next door to pay the fee. The drug injection time is half an hour. After the injection is completed, you need to observe for 6 hours and then undergo another examination. You may not leave with the patient until the medical staff informs you that you can leave. The staff explained the medication procedures and many precautions to Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei carefully wrote down everything. The medication procedure was more complicated than he had imagined, but it took much longer. If everything goes well, he will be able to take his son away from here as early as tonight. After signing the consent form, Lu Yifei completed the payment in the next room. All in all, a total of more than 198,000 yuan was spent. This price cannot be said to be expensive. If it can really cure SMA, it can even be called a bargain. Even ordinary working-class families can still afford it if they find ways. After paying, Lu Yifei and Su Qian were asked to leave the treatment room. Through the glass of the treatment room, they could see medical staff debugging a white machine. Then, the medical staff looked at the watch again and said, "Get the medicine." I saw one of them standing in front of the safe freezer. After entering the password, he verified his fingerprint and retina before opening the freezer door. As white mist spurted out, a crystal test tube was carefully taken out. The couple could clearly see that after the medical staff carefully checked the code on the test tube, they put the test tube into the white machine. Their son was then placed inside the aircraft after being given a general anesthetic. This series of operations looks very serious and professional, but it seems out of place with the appearance of the building. Although there was a resting area in the corridor, the couple watched everything that happened without blinking. Medical staff are carefully checking various data in the treatment room. Half an hour later, the door to the treatment room opened, and a medical staff member said to the couple, "The drug integration was successful. Next, we will observe the reaction and transfer the patient." After saying that, the entire white instrument was pushed into another room on the same floor. "We'll need at least 6 hours of observation, so you two better find a place to rest. Besides, we don't provide meals." After making a humorous remark, the medical staff returned to their work. This time, the couple could finally sit down and rest for a while. But not long after, Lu Yifei, who couldn't sit still, began to pace in the corridor, and then bumped into old Yang, who was taking his daughter to the treatment room. The two men met each other, but there was not much greeting. It was not until more than half an hour later, when Lao Yang's daughter was sent to the observation room, that the two men finally started chatting. "What's the situation?" asked Lu Yifei. "The doctor said the drug was successfully integrated, but we still need to observe it." "What about you?" Lao Yang said. "Same as you." Lao Yang nodded, looked at the observation room, and suddenly asked, "How do you feel?" Lu Yifei understood what the other party was asking, so he thought about it and replied, "It should be curable this time." As family members of patients with rare diseases, the two have already tried various treatments. But this time, it seems to be the closest to recovery. "I think so too." The two men smiled at each other, their smiles containing both bitterness and hope for the future. 6 hours seems very short, just a quarter of a day. But for both families, this may be the longest quarter day of their lives. By dusk, the door of the observation room was filled with patients' families from all over the world. Although they may not speak the same language, their eyes are filled with eager hope. Finally, the door to the observation room opened. The doctor, wearing a mask, looked at the patient's family members who had gathered around him and shouted, "Family of Lu Peng! Family of Lu Peng! Here! Here!" Lu Yifei immediately raised his hand and squeezed in front of the doctor. The doctor said to him, "Observation is complete. The drug absorption was successful. The missing protein has been completely filled. Come in with me. I have some medical instructions for you to follow." Lu Yifei was about to follow the doctor in, but someone pulled his sleeve. When he turned around, it was his wife Su Qian. Lu Yifei smiled awkwardly and said quickly, "This is my wife." The doctor turned around, took a look, and said, "Come in together." After entering the observation room, the two were taken into a compartment before they had time to look around or look for their children. Then the doctor handed a piece of paper and pen to the two of them. "I said, remember." The couple nodded repeatedly, looking like good students. Chapter 144, Cured Patients, Crazy Stock Market. Although the drug was incorporated smoothly, the missing protein was also filled. The doctor looked at the couple who were diligently taking notes and said, "But muscle strength recovery takes time, so after you leave, you must find a standard rehabilitation hospital for targeted rehabilitation. If the rehabilitation goes smoothly, the patient will be able to regain the ability to walk in 2 to 3 months. But remember, rehabilitation should be done step by step. It's better to do less than more." The couple nodded repeatedly, their hearts filled with excitement and emotion. The child started to suffer from the disease when he was over 1 year old, and he has basically never experienced the feeling of walking and jumping. The couple was filled with joy at the thought that their child would be able to walk normally in a few months. Also, for the first 3 years, you'll have a genetic checkup every 6 months. If everything is normal, you'll be completely normal from now on. The doctor continued, "As for scoliosis, it's not serious right now, so it can be corrected gradually with a brace. Unless it's absolutely necessary, surgery shouldn't be considered." Finally, the doctor paused, took a sip of water, and then continued, "We filled in the missing protein, recopied SMN2, and modified the gene, so this genetic disease has also been cured. You can rest assured that the patient can get married and have children in the future." As the doctor finished speaking, the couple shed tears of emotion. "After years of fruitless running around, I finally reaped the rewards this time." Lu Yifei even hugged the doctor excitedly, saying, "Thank you" repeatedly. The doctor was very humble and said with admiration, "If you want to thank someone, then thank Professor Kong. He is the one who actually developed the medicine." Afterwards, the couple carefully asked about some precautions. After all the questions and answers were completed, a nurse pushed Lu Peng out in a wheelchair. As a mother, Su Qian immediately observed her son carefully, but did not find much change. But thinking about what the doctor had just said, that it would take time to recover, I didn't think about it anymore. As for whether the cure was successful, even if you don't trust Kong Lan, you can find out by returning to China and finding a better hospital for a checkup. With a relieved mood, the family of 3 walked out of the park. At the entrance of the park, a large number of reporters were waiting for the first patient to appear, just like last time. Liu Yifei had no intention of attracting attention. He just wanted to return home as soon as possible and find a rehabilitation hospital for his son. So he pushed the reporters away and left with his wife and children. Not long after, Old Yang also walked out with his daughter with a smile on his face. That night, Liu Yifei and Lao Yang, who had not slept for a whole day and night, drank until they were drunk, and they were almost about to arrange a marriage. February 16th. Temasek Stock Exchange. Early in the morning, there was a long queue of people waiting to open an account. I want to buy the pharmaceutical sector. Any stock will do. Me too, buy all the funds. Crazy stock investors flocked in like zombies smelling blood, just to invest all their money in the pharmaceutical sector of the stock market. Just this morning, the first batch of SMA patients cured by Kong Lan were confirmed to be completely cured after a temporary expedited review. This news immediately became the headlines around the world. The reaction of the financial market was more intuitive. All listed companies related to biomedicine saw a wave of daily limit increases. People began to fantasize about new biomedical technologies that would rapidly change the world, just like the Industrial Revolution sparked by the steam engine. As long as the technology becomes popular, we will usher in a revolution in biopharmaceuticals. At this moment, no one wants to be abandoned by this arc that is destined to take off. At the same time, major investment groups and pharmaceutical companies have launched wave after wave of financing applications to Kong Lan. Mr. Lee Musk from the United States Federation wants to invest in us and is even willing to exchange shares with us. Yu Chaojuan's expression was somewhat horrified. After all, he is the richest man in the United States, and the most famous industries under his control are Starlink and rockets. Such a company involved in aerospace technology wants to exchange shares with Kong Lan, a company in the pharmaceutical field whose market value is tens of thousands of times lower. It's a bit magical when you think about it. This is a smart person. Li Yi gave a positive evaluation. Compared with other capitalists who tried to use various means to enter Kong Lan, this one simply chose to place a heavy bet and was more sincere. But unfortunately, he met Li Yi. It's still the same. We won't accept any form of financing. We'll just do whatever we can. Li Yi said. I understand, Mr. Li. Yu Chaojun knew that because of Kong Lan, the wealth of these pharmaceutical giants and the companies behind them was skyrocketing. So even if Kong Lan refused, the other party would not use any drastic measures for the time being. But when the fuse is lit, the now prosperous pharmaceutical sector will cause countless fortunes to evaporate in an instant. By then, Kong Lan will inevitably face a brutal all-round encirclement and suppression. But now, at least on the surface, everyone is still in harmony. After reporting to Li Yi, Yu Chaojun immediately made an appointment to meet with the Chinese ambassador to Temasek. If an all-out war is bound to break out, a stable rear area is the basis for victory. And which place in the world is least influenced by the West and is not afraid of Western sanctions and the use of unconventional measures? There aren't many places like this, but China is definitely one of them. Therefore, it is inevitable to establish strategic depth in China. China naturally welcomes high-tech companies that have mastered new biomedical technologies. If you want land, we will give you land. If you want people, we will give you people. If you want policies, we will give you policies. Even the big shots that Yu Chaojun used to look up to are now calling him cordially, trying to get Kong Lan to settle down there. The storm caused by Li Yi is far from over. In fact, this is just the beginning. Because of corn, Temasek remains a hotbed of growth. While the North Korean army was under pressure from all sides, Li Yi quietly appeared in the Caribbean Sea. To be more precise, it is Santiago, the administrative center of the Dominican Republic. This is an island country, and its neighbor's neighbor is Cuba, Li Yi's favorite cigar-producing country. Once upon a time, this small island nation had the same opportunity as Cuba, but the failure of the idealists seemed to verify the despicableness of human beings. But in the end, time will tell. The only pity is that mankind never learns lessons from history. At the airport in Santiago, a large passenger plane that took off from the Chinese capital and transferred in Madrid was slowly taxiing on the landing runway. Chapter 145, Transforming the Island and the Base Inside the Mountain. This is not the first time that 42-year-old Liang Jianjun has traveled abroad. But this is my first time in the Caribbean, in Santiago. This place is very close to the United States and Mexico, but Liang Jianjun is more interested in the ancient dam. So much so that when he was on the plane, he wanted to be able to look down at the country from the air. But unfortunately, the plane's route did not pass overhead. Liang Jianjun couldn't say he was disappointed. After all, he came here not to travel, but to work. Because of some bad things, Liang Jianjun left the job he had worked for more than 10 years. Faced with his family's dissuasion and his wife's misunderstanding, Liang Jianjun had no way to express his pain. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, his job is a stable rice bowl with a stable salary and good benefits, and it is also face-saving to tell others about it. But some of the intrigues are difficult to understand unless you are involved in them. Liang Jianjun was unable to explain to his family, so after resigning, he accepted an invitation from Temasek Holdings. Even when he stepped off the plane and felt the Santiago sea breeze and heat, Liang Jianjun still had no idea why a Temasek group wanted to hire him to do construction in the Caribbean. But none of this matters. The other party reimbursed the round-trip first-class air tickets and arranged for food and accommodation. Even if the job doesn't work out, it's good to be happy. After walking out of the terminal, Liang Jianjun looked around and quickly found the familiar Chinese characters among a pile of English signs. But the person holding his name tag was an Asian girl with a tall figure and delicate face. She was wearing a tight skirt that would turn heads, and judging by her attire, she looked like an assistant or secretary. However, this secretary should not be Chinese, and looks more like someone from the south of the peninsula. After a brief analysis in his mind, Liang Jianjun walked over. The woman in front of him glanced at him and said, "Hello, Mr. Liang. I'm Jean Yana, Chairman Li's secretary. I'm here to greet you on behalf of Chairman Li. Welcome to San Diego. This way, please." Liang Jianjun then followed Secretary Jean into the car. It can be seen that Mr. Li, who invited him to San Diego, should have some strength. Apart from anything else, it is easy for people to have some stereotypes about this young and beautiful female secretary. Many nouveau riche in China love to do this. It was with this thought in mind that Liang Jianjun could hardly hide the surprise on his face when he saw Li Yi. The image of the big-bellied boss that Li Yi and Liang Jianjun had imagined was completely different. He was younger, more handsome, and had a familiar aura to him. Almost immediately, Liang Jianjun thought that Li Yi was not an ordinary, simple person. As soon as Li Yi opened his mouth, Liang Jianjun's idea was further confirmed. Li Yi said, "I need to hollow out the inside of a mountain on a Caribbean island. Its interior space must meet the military's 3-proof standards while minimizing the damage to the exterior form. If it were another architectural designer, it would probably be difficult to meet Li Yi's requirements." But Liang Jianjun immediately understood what Li Yi wanted. "Do you want a military-grade production project or a military base inside a mountain?" Liang Jianjun asked directly. Such projects are extremely rare in the field of civilian construction, but they are very common in the military field. Almost every country with military power has similar bases. This is what Liang Jianjun did in his previous job. Because of this, Liang Jianjun had even more doubts. "Yes," Li Yi answered simply. This is why he asked Liang Jianjun to come over. Ordinary designers simply do not have this ability. With all due respect, this is simply impossible. Liang Jianjun didn't care about the other party's purpose of building this mountain base, but considering factors such as the geographical environment alone, it was almost impossible to achieve the desired effect. Liang Jianjun explained, "Excavating a mountain on an island is completely different from excavating it on land. Not to mention the offshore earthquake zone. The difficulty of construction alone and the manpower and resources required are astronomical. Secondly, even if it can be completed, the project will take decades, and it is definitely not something that a private enterprise can handle." Liang Jianjun explained the difference to Li Yi in detail. When within the system, the teams responsible for construction were professional teams, many of whom were engineering units of the military. Such projects could only be completed with national investment. Considering the high investment and low returns, almost no private enterprises are willing to do similar things. Liang Jianjun didn't care what Li Yi wanted to do by digging into the mountain. The problems involved, the difficulty coefficient, and the rate of return were enough to make most people give up. But to Liang Jianjun's surprise, after he explained the difficulty and investment required, Li Yi's expression did not fluctuate at all. Then, Liang Jianjun heard Li Yi say to him, "You don't need to consider anything you say. My project is based on a hypothetical security project." Li Yi gestured to Jean Yana to bring some tea. After taking a sip, he smiled and explained, "I'm a person who likes to daydream. I always wonder what would happen if the world ended one day. So I wanted to build a doomsday fortress on an island. It should have enough space inside, and preferably a hidden outlet to the sea. As for rewards, I've never thought about them. Just treat it as a personal hobby." Li Yi explained a lot, and finally Liang Jianjun understood Li Yi's purpose. So it turns out that rich people just want to get a big toy. Moreover, he only needs to take out the corresponding design drawings and processes without having to worry about construction issues. To put it bluntly, someone paid him to come up with a design that was almost impossible to build. As a result, Liang Jianjun became interested. Which architect doesn't want to create something unique in a masterpiece? However, they are often limited by various factors in reality. Nowadays, some people are willing to pay him to draw the blueprints according to his ideas. Even if it cannot be built in the end, it is still a very good experience. Liang Jianjun, who originally planned to go out and relax, immediately agreed to Li Yi's invitation. Then let's conduct an on-site investigation first and find out some relevant geological parameters. We also need to hire a professional team and equipment. Liang Jianjun acted decisively and wanted to take action soon. Li Yi did the same thing and said directly, "Secretary Jean, arrange the boat and let's get ready to go to the island." "Okay, Mr. Li." Jean Yana immediately picked up the phone and started to make contact. At noon that day, the three of them had a few bites and then set off for the dock. When we arrived at the dock, a three-decker yacht had been waiting there for a while. Li Yi took a special look at the name of the yacht, then nodded and took the lead to board the yacht. Chapter 146, Construction of Destiny Island, the missile silo that every man wants. The Caribbean Sea is located in the tropical waters of the Western Hemisphere, with a total area of approximately 2.75 million square kilometers, equivalent to more than 46 tongliao. There are many archipelagos and individual islands of varying sizes scattered across the region. However, the crust in the Caribbean region is very unstable, and there are many deep trenches and volcanic earthquake zones around it. This is also one of the main reasons why Liang Jianjun believes that building a base inside the mountain here is not realistic. "Mr. Li, we estimate that we will reach Camandat Island in 1 hour and a half. You will then be able to see a magnificent view that will be like a paradise on Earth." The agent of the island company in the same industry was trying hard to tout the property. After all, this was an island that few people were interested in. If it could be sold, he would get a very generous commission. More than an hour later, an island with a volcano appeared on the horizon. "Everyone, that is the shining pearl of the Caribbean Sea, Dakar Mondat Island," the agent shouted exaggeratedly. Liang Jianjun frowned deeply. Not to mention anything else, just this volcano alone is enough to make this project a pass. Everyone knows that as long as it is not a dormant volcano, it will erupt. Li Yiza had no expression. After all, the Queen Bee had already reported the relevant information before coming to this island. A moment later, the yacht approached the island, but did not land on it immediately. Instead, it circled around the island intentionally, allowing everyone to see the environment around the island clearly. Through observation, we learned that the only landing place on the island is on the south beach. The other three sides, two of which are cliffs, and the other one is full of reefs and turbulent currents. Apart from anything else, this point is very much in line with Li Yi's needs. After circling the island, everyone landed on the south side, and the first thing they saw was the lush tropical rainforest. From the perspective of island development, this undoubtedly increases the difficulty of development, but the agent said in an exaggerated way. "Everyone, Dakar Mondat Island boasts the most pristine and magnificent ecological landscape. Build your beloved villa, manor, or even castle on this island, and you can enjoy the beautiful natural scenery anytime, anywhere, every day." No one paid any attention to the agent. At this time, Liang Jianjun released the rented drone and prepared to conduct aerial reconnaissance of the island. The agent had no choice but to take out the island survey map and talk about it to Li Yi, the financial sponsor, in an attempt to impress him. After a while, Liang Jianjun took back the drone and showed the captured images to Li Yi. The total area of this island is about 12 square kilometers, which is definitely among the top compared to the area of private islands. But the entire island is irregular in shape, resembling an unequal triangle when viewed from the air, and the terrain on the island is uneven. What is most worrying is that the volcano located in the center of the island is surrounded by tropical rainforest, not a dormant volcano. We asked the top geological experts to survey the volcano. It has entered a dormant period and will not erupt for hundreds of years. The agent continued to sell with all his might. Li Yi didn't say anything about this, but Jean Yana cleverly asked back, "Can this be included in the purchase contract?" In an instant, the agent was speechless and smiled awkwardly. The so-called volcanic dormancy period refers to a volcano that has been relatively dormant for a long time, but still has the ability to engage in volcanic activity. No one can guarantee when the next eruption will occur. If you are unlucky, it could happen in the next second. Therefore, in addition to being relatively remote and extremely difficult to develop, This is also the reason why no one has visited this island so far. Next, at Liang Jianjun's strong request, the group went into the densely vegetated tropical jungle for investigation. It didn't matter to Li Yi, but Kim Yana and her accompanying agent cried. As we continued our investigation, we found that the agent was right about one thing. The island's ecology was indeed very primitive, with almost no traces of human activity. After walking around, everyone returned to the yacht. In fact, if conditions permit, Liang Jianjun would like to survey the volcano, but he is not an expert in this area, so he could only collect some samples for analysis. Li Yi was very satisfied with Liang Jianjun's work attitude, so when he returned to Santiago, he specifically asked Jean Yana about the living allowance for Liang Jianjun. After learning that it was just an ordinary room in a 4-star hotel, he upgraded it to a 5-star luxury room without hesitation. Afterwards, Li Yi signed another check and said, "For the exploration and preparation work that needs to be done in the early stages, there's no need to save money. Efficiency comes first. Also, don't worry about the development costs and construction difficulty. Just think of this as an exam." Liang Jianjun took the check, looked at the string of zeros on it, and felt a little moved. The amount of money on it was a huge sum he had never seen in his life. Now he and Li Yi hadn't even signed a contract, but the other party was giving him money and delegating power. Apart from anything else, this trust made Liang Jianjun, who had been upset within the system, suddenly have a very good impression of Li Yi. Although this project seems unreliable no matter how you look at it, since Li Yi is willing to pay for it, just treat it as a test of your design skills, as the other party said. "Okay, I'll take it to heart," Liang Jianjun finally said. "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Li Yi raised his glass with a smile. Liang Jianjun hesitated for a second, then clinked glasses with Li Yi. Li Yi naturally wanted to recruit Liang Jianjun, a man of few words but extremely capable. But the more this kind of person is, the more time he needs. It is for this reason that Li Yi has only shown generosity and trust at the moment. In the future, when the military production base on this island is completed, it may be possible to build a shipyard, and the crater may be converted into a missile silo. It would be difficult for a military architect to resist such a project without endangering his country, right? Just ask yourself, what man doesn't want to have his own missile silo? Since Li Yi almost handed over all matters related to the island to Liang Jianjun, this also gave him a moment of free time. He actually likes islands very much, as they always remind him of his youth and his previous life. Jungle and hunter games, the chase and escape of life and death, are always so fascinating. In places far away from human habitation, there is not only a paradise, but also a place where the darkest desires of human beings can be nurtured. What will this place named Destiny Island by Li Yi look like in the end? Even Li Yi couldn't know this. However, one thing is certain. If Destiny Island completes the construction envisioned by Li Yi, its military coverage will cover the entire Europe and South America. Chapter 147. Are there mutant creatures in the ocean? The capital of China. Harmony Hospital. After returning from Temasek, the Liu Yifei and Lao Yang families tacitly understood each other and did not go home, but went directly to the top hospital in the capital. The rare disease MDT team at Harmony Hospital is originally very busy. But after hearing that the two families had returned from Temasek and had used Konglan's new gene-targeted drug, they immediately gave the green light and sent the two children into the examination room. After the test results came out, the experts and professors at Harmony Hospital looked at the patient report in their hands with disbelief on their faces. Although Konglan published a related paper, the paper only mentioned the technical ideas. However, converting technical ideas into products and applying them to reality is as difficult as climbing to the sky. But now, the ironclad facts are before our eyes. The professor on the team couldn't help but sigh. "I've read that paper at least 10 times, but there's still a lot I don't understand, while others have already developed products with such great results." Konglan's technology has a huge impact on the field of genetic diseases. New biotechnologies represent a path beyond traditional treatments for hundreds of related diseases. For pharmaceutical companies and medical staff, this is undoubtedly a huge blue ocean that no one has ever ventured into. But unfortunately, at present, only Konglan's ship can sail freely in this blue ocean. "Do you mean that the child's illness is really cured?" Liu Yifei asked in a trembling voice. After taking the medicine at Temasek, the child did not seem to have any changes, except that his complexion looked better. But he still couldn't stand or walk, and his hand muscle strength didn't increase. Although Konglan's doctor had advised that muscle strength recovery requires time and professional rehabilitation. But Liu Yifei still had a glimmer of doubt. So, instead of returning directly to his hometown, Shaanxi province, He went directly from Temasek to Harmony Hospital in the capital. Lao Yang, who was traveling with him, thought the same. The harmonious professor pointed at the report and answered the two. Look, these are the indicators from the genetic test report. The report confirms that the missing part of your child has been completely replaced. It can be accurately said that they are now the same as normal healthy people. From now on, you just need to exercise diligently to restore your muscle strength. Even if you are completely cured, Konglan's doctor should have told you about this. The professor marveled as he explained, and at the end he couldn't help but sigh. What incredible technology. How did they do it? I really want to go to Temasek to see it. Lu Yifei and Lao Yang did not understand the professor's shock at all, but they heard the news they wanted to hear most. Confirmed. The child's illness was really cured. In an instant, the two families burst into tears of joy again and hugged each other. Then, on the way to the rehabilitation hospital, Lu Yifei shared his joy with his family and friends, then couldn't help but open the patient group and quickly typed, "Fellow patients, the medicine from Temasek Konglan Hospital is genuine. My child has used it, and it was just confirmed at Capital Harmony Hospital. It really cured him. I'll go into the details later, but if you have the conditions, it's best to go to Temasek right away. They have a green channel for SMA patients. Don't worry if you don't meet the requirements. I heard Konglan is discussing cooperation with domestic companies. Maybe it can be included in medical insurance, which will make it even cheaper." Lu Yifei couldn't help but share his experience in the patient group. Soon, the group, which used to be lifeless and always shrouded in sorrow, became cheerful and lively as if it were the new year. On the other hand, in the Caribbean, Liang Jianjun, under the instruction of Li Yi, quickly organized a geological and marine exploration team. The team will conduct geological structure exploration around Destiny Island to ensure that no geological disasters will be caused during its development. Li Yi likes military fortresses and knows how to attack and defend, but he is a complete layman when it comes to site selection and construction of fortresses. Li Yi has always believed in using professionals for professional matters. After handing over the exploration and design of Destiny Island to Liang Jianjun, Li Yizo wandered leisurely in the Caribbean Sea. It wasn't all just random wandering. There was a question that had been bothering Li Yi. The ratio of land to sea area of the entire planet is 7-3. In fact, the creatures in the ocean are much richer than those on land in terms of both species and number. If a biochemical apocalypse can cause both humans and animals to mutate, will the same be true for marine life? Li Yi found several elite mutants on land. If we simply calculate based on the base number, there should be many more elite mutants in the ocean. But when Li Yi was wandering in the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, he never heard any system prompts. Could it be that marine life doesn't mutate, or that the apocalyptic virus can't spread in seawater? With this question in mind, Li Yi rented a yacht and wandered around the most biologically rich waters of the Caribbean Sea. And in a blink of an eye, 3 whole days passed. During these 3 days, the system's voice never sounded. Even when Li Yi dived into the school of fish, the system did not respond at all. So marine life is not affected by the doomsday virus? Li Yi speculated so, but he didn't dare to be completely sure. In the end, he had to put his doubts aside for the time being and drove the yacht back to the shore. After getting ashore, Li Yi looked at Jean Yaina, who was barely able to stand, frowned and said, "I'll give you a few days off. Go and have a good rest." Jean Yaina noticed Li Yi's unhappiness, but did not refuse the vacation. She was already a little seasick and had to endure Li Yi's torture at sea. Now she was lucky to be able to stand. "Okay, Mr. Li," the beautiful female secretary said in a hoarse voice. Then, Jean Yaina limped away from the dock. Sure enough, it is not easy to be the wife of a chaebol. But even so, she would never leave the ship that was about to set sail. Li Yi didn't care that much. It was just a toy and not worth his time and effort. After returning to the hotel, Li Yi met Liang Jianjun, who had returned from exploration on the island that afternoon. "Mr. Li, the island exploration map is still being drawn up, but the basic situation has been determined." Liang Jianjun, who had gained a considerable tan, reported to Li Yi. "The basic situation is consistent with the information provided by the seller. The volcano hasn't erupted in nearly 100 years. It is indeed possible that it has entered a dormant period. Without considering volcanoes, the ocean and geological structure are sufficient to support military-grade construction. However, if you want to hollow out the mountains, the cost will be extremely high. A rough estimate is that the investment could reach hundreds of millions of US dollars." After saying this, Liang Jianjun observed Li Yi's expression. Hundreds of millions of US dollars is not a small number. If it is just for a hobby, Liang Jianjun thinks it is not necessary. With this money, you can definitely buy a well-built and developed resort island. Chapter 148 Destiny Island Development Fund, CCIzer's Ambition. Bang! With the crisp sound of a lighter, the rising flame lit the cigar. The premium cigars from Guba were immediately filled with a strong smell of tobacco. Some people will like it, but more people will feel uncomfortable. But Liang Jianjun is the former. After taking the cigar handed over by Li Yi, Liang Jianjun deliberately put it under his nose and smelled it. He had smoked many good cigarettes, but he had never tried this rare thing. Liang Jianjun quickly imitated Li Yi and started smoking. Amidst the diffused green smoke, Li Yi's calm voice could be heard. Prepare the design plan. Liang Jianjun, who was savoring a cigar, was stunned for a moment, then reacted and looked at Li Yi through the smoke. But because of the sunglasses, Liang Jianjun couldn't see Li Yi's expression at all. However, that calm tone already revealed Li Yi's thoughts. Liang Jianjun had seen rich people before, but he didn't care about spending hundreds of millions of dollars to develop a worthless pirate ship. Even the second or third generation of rich people can't squander money like this, right? Liang Jianjun was about to confirm it when he heard Li Yi's voice again. I've sent the contract to your email. Find a lawyer to take a look at it and sign it if there's no problem. Also, I've transferred $2 million into your account. Just consider it as your expenses for the time being. Li Yijiang was very pretentious. He is very willing to invest in talents like Liang Jianjun, who are difficult to recruit in the market. Liang Jianjun, who came from an institutional background and was not poor but definitely not rich, was indeed shocked by Li Yi's decisive and straightforward approach. A $2 million contract, worth more than 10 million Chinese yuan, was safely deposited in his account in just a few words. This is just the expense during this period, not the formal salary. As an architect, Liang Jianjun immediately felt Li Yi's attention to him, which was also a recognition of his talents. Thinking of this, Liang Jianjun's face flushed with excitement. He took a few puffs of his cigarette, and after calming down, he spoke. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your trust. I will definitely use all my knowledge to prepare a good construction plan. Then I'll wait and see. Li Yi raised his glass with a smile. The crisp sound of collision heralds the beginning of the collaboration. Liang Jianjun may not be able to imagine now, but many of his ideas will be brought into reality one by one on Destiny Island. Li Yi stayed in the Caribbean until the last day of February. When March arrived, the season of spring was approaching. Li Yi let Kim Yana fly back to Temasek by herself, while he flew to Kinshasa on a Nightingale aircraft. After landing, Li Yi placed a batch of drones in a warehouse, and then sent a message to Tshize. This batch of drones was requested by CCs. Most of them will be distributed to active troops, and the remaining small part will be allocated to the Bantuga Military School for teaching purposes. Tshize didn't let Li Yi wait long. 10 minutes later, a convoy led by armored vehicles appeared in front of Li Yi. After Tshize got out of the car, he gave Li Yi a hug as usual, and then started chatting. After all the drones were loaded onto the trucks, the convoy set off for the garrison camp in Kinshasa. After arriving at CCIzer's headquarters, the two entered the office. Li Yi keenly observed that CCIzer's office was a little different from last time. The most striking thing is the map hanging on the wall, which has changed from steel and gold to the whole of Africa. Red thumbtacks were also nailed on some places. Tshize said without hiding anything. Li, those marked places all have a very good relationship with me. These words made Li Yi take a closer look at the map, and he found that most of the marked countries were small countries with unstable political systems and various contradictions. This is because you have been successful in starting a business, so you are planning to invest? Li Yi thought so. I think what Africa needs is perhaps not unity, but a strong voice. Facing Li Yi, Tshize expressed his ideals without any scruples. He has received higher education and has seen the world, so he knows what life is like for ordinary people in those developed countries with high welfare in the world. It is for this reason that CCIzer has higher ideals. But his ideals were so out of touch with reality that even his father regarded them as a joke, let alone others. The reason why he told Li Yi was because Tshize believed that Li Yi would definitely understand his thoughts. This is exactly the case. After listening to CCIzer's overall plan, Li Yi applauded out of respect and commented, "It's a good idea and plan. Although it will be difficult to implement, I think it will open a new chapter for Africa. My brother, I knew you could understand me." Tshize was so pleased with Li Yi's evaluation that even when the wine was poured and the glass overflowed, it couldn't stop his enthusiasm. The clinking of wine glasses once again produced the sound of dreams. In addition to confiding, CC's plans and ambitions are inseparable from Li Yi's support. Not to mention he alone, Even if his father was willing to give his full support, it would be impossible to achieve it. The first step of the plan, unifying steel and gold, is a huge challenge. After taking power, we must develop the economy to give people confidence. So I hope to find some industries that can settle in this land, said CCIs. In the entire global industrial chain, each country has its own different position. China used to be a contract manufacturer, but is now gradually moving to the upstream of the industrial chain and has achieved initial success. The downstream was transferred to Southeast Asia. But Africa has always been the world's farm and a resource exporting country. Not to mention the industrial pearl fertilizer. I'm afraid they can't even produce the urea bags for fertilizer. There is no textile industry, light industry, heavy industry. All of these are gone. There is only extremely backward agriculture. It's not difficult, Li Yi said with narrowed eyes. The industrial transfer of some backward technologies is nothing more than finding a good market, then investing in building factories, creating a large number of jobs, generating consumption, and then forming the national economy. Then let us make history together. Caesar grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He now felt that the luckiest thing in his life was that he took the initiative to talk to Li Yi in the bar that night. After explaining CCI's plan, Li Yi also instructed CCIs. The capital market has been a bit crazy recently. Once this madness passes, it will inevitably lead to destruction. In the coming days, someone will definitely lose their patience. You must ensure that the raw material base is not destroyed. Caesar immediately nodded solemnly and said, Li, don't worry, I will never let anyone touch that land. Even a piece of soil belongs to you. Chapter 149. Cixi also sent a woman. The students wanted to learn some other knowledge. Li Yi stayed in Kinshasa for one night. At the same time, he also saw the surprise that Cixi had prepared for him. This residence is on the edge of the downtown area. Many high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defense live here, and there are special guards for security. As Cixi spoke, he handed Li Yi a badge representing his identity. Li Yi took a quick glance and saw the sign saying National Defense Advisor in local language. The position looks good and prestigious, but I wonder if there is a salary? Then, Cixi took Li Yi on a tour of the residence. The two-story villa has front and back courtyards, and the interior decoration is relatively simple. It seems that Li Yi wants to decorate it according to his own preferences. In addition, Caesar also presented a list and said with a smile, although you're not here often, the house always needs cleaning and maintenance, so these are the maids I carefully selected for you. This scene looked familiar to Li Yi, as if Yu Chaojun had done something similar not long ago. Li Yi did not refuse and opened the album under Cixi's expectant gaze. Sure enough, beautiful black pearls in the album came into view. It seems that they are afraid that Li Yi doesn't like dark-skinned people. In addition to black pearls, there are also white people, yellow people, and brown people between black and white. Just as Yu Chaojun selected secretaries for Li Yi at the time, these women were also carefully selected by Cai Shiza. There is no need to say much about the figure and facial features, and from the recent physical examination report, family background and education, it can be seen that Cixi has put a lot of thought into it. In fact, it is not difficult to guess what CCIzer is thinking. Cixi's career in Gangwajan still needs Li Yi's strong support, but the communication between the two sides has actually been unequal for a long time. Apart from the raw material base, there was nothing else Cixi could do for Li Yi. On the contrary, Li Yi could do so much for him. It was for this reason that CCIs tried to use other methods to bring him and Li Yi closer. If Li Neng had a house in Kinshasa, with some women and children, he would remember this place to some extent, CCIs thought to himself. Li Yi finally pointed his finger at a young girl with fair skin and delicate features. Let's choose her, Li Yi said casually. Compared to black pearls, whiter ones are more in line with his aesthetic taste, and the girl looks really beautiful, like an elf. I don't know how sexy Zay got this beautiful Uklan girl. After looking at the person Li Yi had chosen, CC's nodded and said, I'll arrange for her to come here as soon as possible. Li Yi didn't say anything about it. Although his casual gesture may have changed the fate of a young girl, it doesn't matter. After leaving Li Yi's current residence, CC's got in the car, picked up the phone, looked at the photo of the Uklan girl chosen by Li Yi, and said after the call was connected, I want the item numbered 08. Please deliver it to me as soon as possible. Remember to take it to the hospital for a physical examination after it is delivered. It must be guaranteed to be pure and flawless. I want to give it to the most distinguished person. In this world, work can affect many things. For example, young girls who should be attending college can only become goods waiting to be picked in refugee camps. The next day, accompanied by Cixi, Li Yi inspected the raw material base again. After the expansion, The scale of the raw material base has tripled and is still under expansion. Li Yi attaches great importance to this raw material base because a large number of new drugs will require these core raw materials. In addition to inspecting the planting situation, Li Yi cares most about security. Cecil did a very good job in this regard. Armed forces are deployed around the entire greenhouse area, as well as some heavy weapons. But that's not enough. After walking around, Li Yi looked at the base in front of him and said, "I have some anti-aircraft weapons stored in a warehouse. I will send you the address later. Remember to arrange it here as well." Upon hearing this, CCIzer nodded in surprise. The current battlefield situation has changed a lot. Even when the army is fighting, they rely more on drones. Air defense weapons and electromagnetic jammers have become essential. However, these high-tech weapons are often expensive and are sold in sets, which is not suitable for the current national conditions and war situation in China. If Li Yi can provide it, at least in terms of price, it will definitely be a conscience price. After inspecting the raw material base, Li Yi and Cixi came to the Bantuga Military Academy. What was once a camp on the edge of the tropical rainforest has now become a formal military academy. The buildings and grounds on campus have been expanded, and the roads along the way have been renovated and repaired. The school gate, which used to be tattered and had only 2 signs hanging on it, has now been replaced with a metal gate that is more in line with the style of a military academy. At least at first glance, one would not think that this is a remote rural primary school. The arrival of Li Yi and Cixi made the military academy much more lively. At Cixi's instruction, Feng Cheng temporarily organized a military parade. When he saw the black guys lining up neatly and quickly, Cixi couldn't help but grin. Apart from anything else, this formation and military discipline are unique among the regular armies of Africa. After reviewing the students of the military academy, Li Yi, Cixi, and Feng Cheng entered the principal's office. Afterwards, Feng Cheng gave a brief account of the teaching situation at the military academy and also raised some difficulties. With the increase in the number of students, our teaching staff is somewhat insufficient. Feng Cheng looked at Li Yi and said, "Boss Li, didn't you ask me to arrange some people to go back to China to help our compatriots guard the mines? I want to transfer all the team leaders back and replace them with trainees in the future." "No problem. Just do it according to your idea." Li Yi nodded. If Feng Cheng hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it. After all, he still has a security company under his name, and it's time to develop it. After thinking about it, Li Yi sent a message to Leo, asking him to recruit a group of security personnel worldwide in the name of Wildfire. He now has a large family and a large business, especially Temasek, and he cannot be in charge all the time. Before the action department is formed, some peripheral security personnel can still play a certain role. And then, Feng Cheng said, looking at Cixi, and then said to Li Yi, "Those non-steel and gold students are very enthusiastic about learning. In addition to regular military operations, they also want to learn some other knowledge." Feng Cheng deliberately emphasized the word others. Hearing this, Li Yi and Cixi looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Then, Li Yi said with a smile, "They want to learn the essentials of a military coup. If you know how, teach them. After all, they're all your students. If a few of them become presidents in the future, you, the Dean of Studies, will be proud of it, right?" Chapter 150. Li Yi is preparing to return home in glory. The world is a huge makeshift team. This statement would be most appropriate if applied to Africa. What you think of a military coup: strict organization, powerful military force, united teammates, detailed plans, and a way to retreat. In reality, a military coup: a few guns, a group of people, a sudden impulse, and they act without hesitation. If it succeeds, it is called a military coup. If it fails, it is called an armed rebellion. For example, if General Quan in the south of the peninsula had not been very lucky, he would have died countless times. In Africa, there was even a feat where 4 or 5 people completed a military coup without even firing a single shot. I have to say that the Chinese ancestors were extremely wise. As a result, people born in China have extremely high insights into court intrigues and military history, which leads to them thinking that the stupid things done by those makeshift teams abroad are too abstract. However, the fact is that these abstractions are normal, and China is just thousands of years ahead of others in these aspects. Before leaving the military academy, Li Yi met his brother-in-law Xu Yong again. After more than half a year of training in the military academy, Xu Yong has changed a lot. The skin becomes darker, the body becomes stronger, and the spirit becomes more vigorous. In short, he's more of a man. Brother-in-law. Facing Li Yi, Xu Yong did not cry this time, but saluted respectfully. As the only Chinese student in the military academy and having a relationship with Li Yi, Feng Chung naturally took good care of him. In addition to teaching students more attentively, we also pay more attention to their daily lives. When I have nothing to do, I talk to Xu Yong about my heart and life. Teaching young men like Xu Yong is naturally a piece of cake for Xu Yong, as he is an instructor in the regular army of China. The renovation work was completed quickly. At the same time, Xu Yong also realized how luxurious everything he could enjoy was for many young people living in the mountains or small towns of China. Even though the environment in Gangwujin is a bit harsh and the conditions in the military academy are a bit simple, those guns and cannons are all real stuff. Who has nothing better to do than go hunting in the rainforest? This is more interesting than playing PUBG in XX Crossfire tonight. Captain Feng told me that you've been performing very well recently. Li Yi patted Su Yong's shoulder and said, "How about this? If you can get into the top 3 in this quarter's exams, I'll give you a summer vacation. I can arrange for you to go wherever you want." Really? Su Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. After such a long period of hardship, he missed his grandmother and sister and also his hometown. More importantly, after learning so many fighting and shooting skills, how can I not go back and show off? When the time comes, I must let those energetic young men in my hometown know that generals are nothing. I have an AK in my left hand and a 51 in my right hand, a broadsword and a landmine under my feet, and 2 little cuties hanging on my waist. This is fucking awesome. Of course that's true, Li Yi said confidently. As long as you get in the top 3, I'll buy you a first-class ticket and give you a small subsidy. I guarantee you'll return home in glory. Brother-in-law, it's a deal. Xu Yong was suddenly full of motivation again. After fooling the kids, Li Yi left the military academy. On the way back, Caesar tentatively said, "Li, Sally contacted me again. He desperately wants to meet you." The purpose of the meeting is self-evident. With the support of the United States federal government, Israel has recently been frantically carrying out atrocities despite global public opinion. As the saying goes, if you want to destroy a person, first make him crazy. In Li Yi's opinion, Israel will either become a god or a ghost with this wave, and will also drag the United States into the water. Under this crazy force, the arc of resistance became extremely difficult. Even though they had regained some face by using the hypersonic missiles provided by Li Yi to attack an enemy military base last time, they were still far from being victorious. Although the arc of resistance may appear to be a single force, they each have their own agenda. In response to Sally's request for a meeting, Li Yi tapped his finger and thought for a while before replying to Caesar. "Tell Sally that if he can represent the entire Fox Psi, then I am willing to meet him." Li Yi's meaning was very simple. That is, he wanted to establish a connection with the entire Fox Psi. His purpose was also very clear. He needed a knife in that land full of chaos. The knife doesn't have to be sharp, but as long as it can produce a little spark, it will be enough to ignite the powder barrel when necessary. I will reply to him according to your wishes. Caesar understood Li Yi's attitude. Caesar was happy to see the chaos on the other side of the sea. Because that would divert most of the imperialist countries' attention, some of their actions would not appear so conspicuous. Just as a chaotic Africa is in the interests of imperialism, a chaotic southeastern Mediterranean is also in his interests. After returning to Kinshasa, Li Yi had no plans to spend a second night there. Even though Caesar told him that the girl he had chosen would be here soon, Li Yi still took the Nightingale back to Temasek. Temasek remains in turmoil. The 2 busiest places are Konglon Pharmaceutical and the Stock Exchange. During this period, Konglon Pharmaceutical was on the defensive, both refusing investment and resisting pressure from all levels. There are endless illegal means in secret. There are nearly 100 commercial spies who have been caught. Fortunately, Leo came back, otherwise Li Yi would have nothing to do just to catch these people and would have to run around every day. After hearing that Li Yi had returned to Temasek, Yu Chaojun immediately came to report. "Mr. Li, the general terms and conditions have already been agreed upon domestically. Please take a look." This was slightly beyond Li Yi's expectations. I thought that the country would have various large and small meetings to discuss the matter, and then observe for a period of time before making a final decision. However, I did not expect that the action this time would be so quick and decisive. However, it is not difficult to analyze. After all, China has missed many opportunities in modern times and is now catching up and overtaking others. The response to this biological revolution was extremely rapid. I will go to the domestic side to negotiate in person and arrange for me to be the full representative of Konglon Pharmaceutical in China. Li Yi said. This was something he had planned long ago. Although some of his actions abroad were covert, some of them could not withstand investigation. For example, the fact that he arranged for Feng Chung to serve as an instructor at the military academy in Gangwujin could definitely not be concealed. Zhou Langtao had told him a long time ago that next time he returned to China, there were a few friends who wanted to talk to him. Although he had no ill intentions, Li Yike valued his identity as a good citizen, so he decided to use Kong Lan to gild himself. Moreover, as he said to his cheap brother-in-law Xu Yong, he is returning home in glory. Chapter 151. Li Yi returns to China, and his whereabouts are leaked. On March 10th, the domestic temperature has gradually warmed up, green buds have broken through the soil, and the peach trees are blooming. Mr. Li, your luggage is packed. In the villa on the east coast, Jean Yana looked at Li Yi reluctantly, her peach blossom eyes showing a charming look. She knew that Li Yi was a wealthy son from China, and this trip to China might be his return home. If Li Yi could take her back, maybe she could meet Li Yi's family. Then if she behaved well, she might be recognized by the Empress Dowager. Jean Yana really didn't want to miss such an opportunity to make a breakthrough. But Li Yike didn't plan to bring Jean Yana with her. In China, there is Su Wei, who is much easier to use than Jean Yana in all aspects. Moreover, although Jean Yana has a good appearance and figure and is highly cooperative, her personality is not so pleasing to Li Yi. In ancient feudal society, being a noble was the highest status one could get, not even being a concubine. As for Jean Yana's little thoughts, Li Yi naturally knew them. Li Yi stared at Jean Yana for a few seconds, until the latter's pretty face showed visible tension and panic. Then he spoke. Just stay here, understand? Understood. Jean Yana swallowed hard. She knew very well that Li Yi would never show mercy to women. This man was sometimes very ruthless and always used her like a tool. But for some reason, the more Li Yi acted like this, the more obsessed she became. His handsome face, domineering aura, considerable wealth, and mysterious temperament all made her legs go weak. Where else in the world can you find such a perfect man? After opening the car door for Li Yi and watching the perfect man in her mind get in the car, Jean Yana once again had a little idea and mustered up the courage to say, "Appa, I will wait for you to come back." Li Yi raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, looked at Jean Yana meaningfully, and said, "I don't like that name." After saying that, Li Yi closed the car door and told the driver to drive. Jean Yana, who watched Li Yi go away, patted her chest, gasped, and looked frightened. Since it is a fairly formal return to the country, you must have legal entry and exit records. Therefore, Li Yi could not take the Nightingale directly back to China, but went to Temasek Airport and took the first-class cabin of Air China's Boeing 787 medium-sized passenger aircraft. Li Yi is not the only one returning to China this time. Sitting next to him was a man named Han Weiyang. Han Weiyang is one of Yu Chaojuan's deputies. This time he followed Li Yi back to China to help Li Yi handle business matters. Yu Chaojun knew that it was impossible for Li Yi to really do any company business when he returned to China, so he arranged for Han Weiyang to go with him. "Mr. Li, we will land at the capital airport at 4:30 p.m. I have already arranged the car and hotel." Han Weiyang reported the itinerary to Li Yi while observing carefully. He had met Li Yi several times, but never spoke to him. So he only knew that Li Yi was the boss of his superior Yu Chaojun and the behind-the-scenes investor of Kong Lan. Although he was surprised at Li Yi's youth, Han Weiyang did not dare to neglect him at all. Before setting off, Yu Chaojun solemnly instructed him to follow Li Yi's lead in all actions. If you encounter something you are unsure about, report it directly to Li Yi. In the words of the North Korean Army, our General Li is a straightforward and open-minded person. As long as you do your job well, there will be no problem. But don't have any inappropriate thoughts, otherwise I can't save you. Yu Chaojuan's serious attitude made Han Weiyang curious about Li Yi. But unfortunately, Mr. Li had no intention of communicating with him and began to close his eyes and rest as soon as he got on the plane. Han Weiyang didn't know if Li Yi was listening, but he still had to report, so he continued. "I have an appointment tomorrow morning with leaders from relevant domestic departments, as well as several personnel from the provincial investment promotion offices." "I understand." Li Yi opened his eyes at this time, and golden light flickered in his pupils blocked by sunglasses. "I won't go to the social event. Call me when it's time to sign." Li Yi said. "I understand, Mr. Li." After receiving Li Yi's reply, Han Weiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that just as Yu Chaojun said, Mr. Li is efficient and decisive in doing things. Following such a leader, all you have to do is get things done. 6 hours and 30 minutes later, the Boeing 787 landed at China's capital international airport. As the Air China stewardess looked on with a smile, Li Yi and Han Weiyang, who were in first class, got off the plane first and soon walked into the terminal. After arriving at the exit, Han Weiyang quickly stood on tiptoe and looked around for the driver who was coming to pick them up. But at this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and his beautiful female assistant behind him appeared. When he saw the two of them, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly walked over. When the middle-aged man saw Li Yi, he bent his waist slightly and stretched out his hands, wanting to hold Li Yi's hands, and said, "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Du Chong from Shunkong Pharmaceutical. I didn't expect to meet you here. I've heard a lot about you." There is no doubt that this was a carefully planned encounter. Li Yi did not reach out to shake hands with the other party, but frowned. He had already given an order in his heart, asking the Queen Bee to find out who leaked the news. After seeing that Li Yi had no intention of paying attention to the other party, Han Weiyang immediately took half a step forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Du or Mr. Li is busy right now. Let's talk another day. This is my business card. Please contact me when you are free." After saying that, Han Weiyang took out a business card and handed it to the other party with both hands. Du Chong took the opportunity to take the business card with both hands, still smiling, without showing any anger at all. Han Weiyang was not surprised by this. He just greeted the late driver and led Lu to the parking lot. After Li Yi and Han Weiyang left, the female assistant behind Du Chong snorted and said, "Boss Du, I didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. You woman, you know nothing." Du Chong glanced at the vase beside him with a bad temper, shook his head, and said, "Now the whole world is trying to find a way to get close to Kongland's top management. Currently, not many people know that Kongland's top management is coming to China. We must seize this opportunity." On the other side, as the limousine that came to pick up the plane had just driven out of the parking lot, Han Weiyang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and explained nervously, "Mr. Li, that Du Chong we met earlier is the owner of a domestic medical company. To put it bluntly, he's a pharmaceutical representative. I really don't know how he knew about our itinerary." Li Yi just nodded and said nothing. The Queen Bee gave her report not long ago. His itinerary was leaked by a small manager under Yu Chaojun. He didn't dare to take the money, but he returned the favor. As for how to deal with it, Li Yi sent a message to Yu Chaojun. "Zhao Yuanhang, arrange for this person to be a grassroots salesperson in Africa. Do you understand?" Chapter 152, Processing Methods, The Long-Lost System Voice. Temasek, Konglan Pharmaceuticals. Before entering the general manager's office, Zhao Yuanhang straightened his collar and then knocked on the door. After hearing "come in," Zhao Yuanhang pushed open the door and saw Yu Chaojun sitting at the desk. "Mr. Yu, are you looking for me?" Zhao Yuanhang asked. "Yes, I'm looking for you." Yu Chaojun didn't even raise his head, his eyes still fixed on the computer screen in front of him. After 2 seconds, he said, "I've made a small adjustment to your job position. From now on, you are a low-level salesperson in the Africa office." When saying this, Yu Chaojun had no expression on his face, and he never even looked at Zhao Yuanhang. But after hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly became anxious and said with glaring eyes, "Boss Yu, did I do something wrong? Our company doesn't have an African office. Didn't they say I'm in charge of the island country? Africa, a grassroots salesperson, no need to think about it. This is a definite exile. Mr. Yu, you brought me here from China. Even if I can't say I have made contributions, I have worked hard. Why is this happening? You must give me a reason, right?" Zhao Yuanhang said anxiously. Konglan is now on the rise, and being exiled to the frontier at this time will undoubtedly ruin his future. Facing Zhao Yuanhang's questions one after another, Yu Chaojun remained silent for a few seconds before finally turning his head and looking at him expressionlessly. He said, "Don't you know what you've done?" Although Yu Chaojun did not show any anger on his face, people who knew him knew that he was very angry at the moment. He racked his brains every day to show off in front of Li Yi because he knew that Konglan was about to take off in the future, not to mention the Destiny Club. But at the same time, compared with Kong Hongfei who understands technology, and Liu who is good at operations, Yu Chaojun's job can be said to be the least technical. For this reason, Yu Chaojun paid special attention to his image in Li Yi's mind. But this damn Zhao Yuanhang actually sold Li Yi's whereabouts to others in order to repay a so-called favor. This not only lowered his status in Li Yi's heart, but may also have violated some principles. When Yu Chaojun thought of this, his face turned pale. He looked at Zhao Yuanhang in front of him and said coldly, "Don't even think about resigning. Putting aside the liquidated damages for violating company regulations, even with Kongland's current influence, it would be easy for him to ban you. If you're smart, go to Africa and work hard. Maybe in a few years, Mr. Li will show some mercy and you'll have a chance to come back." Of course, Yu Chaojun spread his hands and sneered, "You can refuse, but you have to think carefully about the consequences." Although the words seemed harsh, Yu Chaojun knew very well in his heart that this was the best way to deal with Zhao Yuanhang. If Zhao Yuanhang refused, what would be waiting for him would not be Africa, but Professor Finch's laboratory in the RD building. He knew that all the employees who were caught selling company information during this period had voluntarily signed the clinical trial contract. So far, no one has been able to walk out alive after undergoing the experiment. Therefore, being exiled to Africa was already a leniency shown by Li Yi. It was difficult for Zhao Yuanhang to accept this fact for a while. But Yu Chaojun had made it very clear that going to Africa was his only way out. After a while, Zhao Yuanhang took a deep breath and said, "Boss Yu, this is my fault. I'll go to Africa. But could you please choose a place that's still bearable, considering that I've been with you before?" Zhao Yuanhang was already filled with regret at this moment. He was about to become successful with Kong Lan, but a favor he had done before destroyed everything he had now. After thinking about it, Yu Chaojun finally softened his heart. He just sighed and said, "Go to Gangwujin. Kong Lan has some business there. If you can admit your mistakes and repent, you might have a chance to be transferred back." After seeing Zhao Yuanhang off, Yu Chaojun convened an impromptu meeting on the theme of company security. Due to Kong Lan's recent rise, all of his employees have been exposed to temptations of varying sizes, and their minds have become quite restless. The appearance of Zhao Yuanhang actually served as a warning. Therefore, during the meeting, Yu Chaojun directly announced the punishment for Zhao Yuanhang and repeatedly emphasized that no company secrets must be leaked, especially those involving the company's personnel and senior management. On the other hand, Li Yi in the Capital Hotel also received the results of the incident. Interestingly, in addition to exiling Zhao Yuanhang, Yu Chaojun also punished himself and took the initiative to assume responsibility for poor management, and therefore voluntarily deducted 1 year's salary. And he assured Li Yi that something like this would never happen again. "He's a smart guy," Li Yi commented. "A small incident will not affect Li Yi's plan." On the second day after arriving in the capital, Li Yi, as Kong Lan's representative in China, held talks with leaders of some relevant departments. Overall, this was a meeting of intentions. With the man in love and the woman willing, the two sides quickly reached some consensus. The next thing to do was some detailed work, and Li Yi simply threw it all to Han Weiyang. After that, Li Yi flew directly to Rongqing, which left some interested parties who had received the news and rushed to the city in a hurry empty-handed. After landing at Chengdu International Airport, Li Yi met Su Wei, whom he had not seen for a long time. Just like her younger brother Xu Yong, Su Wei has changed a lot now. The once beautiful female white-collar worker who was just starting out has now transformed herself into a female president in the coffee industry. Both her dress and temperament have reached a new level. Just by standing at the airport exit, Su Wei attracted countless men's attention. The moment the female president saw Li Yi, she immediately turned into a clingy little sweet girl, enthusiastic and proactive. "Brother Yi, I miss you so much." As soon as she got in the car, Su Wei couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. It's a pity that the place is not suitable, otherwise the car might have already driven onto the highway without even starting the engine. After returning to her residence in Chengdu, Su Wei, who had been restraining herself all the way, immediately started to act violently. It was not until dusk that the exhausted female knight forced herself to get up and cook dinner. Although Li Yi said that ordering takeout would be fine, Su Wei insisted on cooking for Li Yi herself. Li Yi had no choice but to smile and indulge. This is what he admires about Su Wei. She is smart and natural, always gives everything to him, and he can trust her unconditionally. During dinner, Li Yi, who was enjoying the delicious food, suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, brother Yi? Is it not tasty?" Su Wei asked worriedly. However, Li Yi said nothing, but just put his fingers between his lips and made a gesture of silence. And in a place where Su Wei couldn't hear, the system's voice was ringing after a long time. Chapter 153 Survival Mission 2 completed, Drone Swarm. The living room is brightly lit. A chandelier hangs over the dining table. Most of the delicious food has been eaten. Su Wei knew that Li Yi had a big appetite, so even though there were only 2 of them, she still endured the hard work and cooked a table full of dishes. Every time she saw Li Yi finish all the food, she could always feel the happiness of being a woman. So, when Li Yi made a gesture to keep quiet, although Su Wei didn't know what was going on, she supported her face with her palms, tilted her head, and quietly observed her beloved man. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a jade-like face. Even though Su Wei is not a fangirl or a face control, she still can't help but feel excited every time she looks at Li Yi. But Li Yi didn't have time to show affection to Su Wei at this moment. The system's voice resounded in my mind. "You have successfully survived for 6 months and entered the Stage 2 genetic form. Survival Mission 2 completed. Rewards have been sent to your personal space." If it weren't for the system's voice, Li Yi almost forgot about this survival mission. After all, there is a problem with this system's concept of time. Until now, it still believed that he was living in an extremely dangerous doomsday environment. However, Half a year has passed without me noticing. During the past 6 months, his plans have been steadily advanced. Konglon Pharmaceutical, Destiny Club, and overseas layout. Everything is gradually getting on the right track. Although there is still a lack of security, these are gradually being established. After organizing his thoughts, Li Yi looked at his personal space and checked the task rewards. Today's personal space is already cluttered with a lot of stuff. There were mortars that Li Yi had used to bombard the bandits, his favorite melee weapon, the Remington, and all kinds of miscellaneous equipment. In addition, there is an ammunition production line, technical drawings of explosive guns, as well as a set of exoskeleton power armor and brain-computer interface technology. These things are the focus of Li Yi's future development. He planned to build Destiny Island into a military factory and military base as his first proper territory in this world. After glancing over these things, Li Yi saw the reward for completing this mission. The first one, Hive Drone Swarm. A component of the Hive network, a swarm of drones controlled by the Queen Bee Core intelligence is used only for cluster network coordinated operations. Single drones cannot form a network. What appeared in front of Li Yi was a device that looked like a honeycomb with several densely packed holes. The number 9300/9300 was displayed in the lower right corner. Such a luxurious reward immediately made Li Yi's eyes light up. In modern warfare, the Army controls drones to conduct reconnaissance and attack targets. The Air Force can not only launch drones to complete combat missions, but also fly alongside fighter jets. Needless to say, the Navy has all kinds of drones available. In short, drones have a wide range of applications and are indispensable in modern warfare. And now, he directly owns a complete set of luxurious drone combat groups. There are 9,300 drones, although not all of them are combat drones, but if all of them are released, it would be easy to destroy a small country or city. What's more, there are still many countries that don't have air defense weapons at all. What is security? This is it. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Then, Li Yi looked at the next reward. Second, Freshwater Converter can convert various gases, sewage, seawater, etc. into drinkable fresh water. Seeing such an item, Li Yi couldn't help but blink and fell into thought. If he was really in a dangerous apocalypse, then the freshwater converter would undoubtedly be a treasure. But the end of the world has not yet come, so he can get fresh water anytime and anywhere. The construction on Destiny Island is mainly based on intelligent engineering robots. Even if some personnel are added in the future, not much fresh water will be used. So, for Li Yi, this thing is better than nothing at the moment. Perhaps it can be used in a different way. Li Yi looked at the freshwater converter and already had an idea in his mind. Afterwards, Li Yi found his own plan and added some small things again. After doing all this, Li Yi looked back. The third one, Virus Detector, a device that can detect doomsday viruses. Very simple description. Again, if this is really the end of the world, this is a good thing. But the problem is that there are still 9 years before the end of the world that the system said will come. It is a question whether the so-called doomsday virus still exists. After thinking about it, Li Yi couldn't help but shook his head. The first reward, a swarm of drones, gave him great expectations, but the next two things were a bit disappointing. But since it's free, just keep it. After sorting out the system's rewards, Li Yi continued to enjoy his dinner. Su Wei was smart enough not to ask what had just happened. She just started to clean up obediently after Li Yi finished eating. Li Yiza was smoking a cigarette after dinner and looking at the prompts on the system interface. New tasks will be opened when the host reaches the 3-stage gene state. Li Yishang is still a little short of entering the level 3 gene lock. Thinking of this, after talking to Su Wei, Li Yi looked at his relatively generous system currency and bought another level 2 gene evolution liquid. Including this one, he has taken a total of 5 bottles of level 2 genetic evolution liquid, and his genetic status can also reach the perfect level 2 state. As long as he can successfully evolve the gene lock, he can enter the 3-stage. After taking the last puff of his cigarette, Li Yi simply put the evolution liquid into his mouth. The familiar feeling soon came over me. Li Yi quietly waited for his body to be strengthened again. Soon, new power emerged. Although it was not much, the growth could be felt. Li Yi did not rush to use the secret key of the level 2 gene lock, but instead carried out adaptive training for the new power, just like every time he took the evolutionary liquid. Li Yi is very good at training and controlling his body. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to understand the limits of his body. Compared to Stage I, he has made huge improvements in Stage 2. If Stage I is the extreme state of the human body, then Stage 2 is completely beyond the scope of the human body. Muscles, bone density, internal organs, cells, and so on, all of these are evolving in a mysterious direction. What will the ultimate evolution be like? Li Yi couldn't help but think. With this thought in mind, Li Yi took out the secret key of the level 2 gene lock obtained from the previous Crusade mission. As long as he takes this secret key, if nothing unexpected happens, his body will be able to enter the 3-level genetic state. Tier 2 isn't even human anymore, so what about Tier 3? With anticipation, Li Yi put the secret key of the level 2 gene lock into his mouth. Chapter 154: The strongest creature on the planet, a giant guy with level 3 genes. This is the second time Li Yi has used the gene lock key. Similar to the first time he used it, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The 2-level gene lock begins to be cracked. Cracking progress, 1358. Compared to the first time, the cracking speed this time was much slower. Li Yi was not in a hurry and waited quietly for the cracking to be completed. About half an hour later, the progress bar finally reached 100. The system's voice sounded on time. The 2-level gene lock has been successfully cracked, and the gene lock has been solidified. Currently solidified gene lock will. The targeted gene lock selector was not detected, and the gene lock will be opened randomly. Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes couldn't help but flicker a few times. When the gene lock was opened for the first time, because of the existence of the selector, he finally chose will from muscles, metabolism, and will. That is the current mental power. But this time, it is obvious that a new genetic lock is to be unlocked. So what could it be? With some anticipation, Li Yi quietly waited for the result. After a moment, the system's voice announced the answer. Gene lock unlocked. Unlocking direction. Muscle. The gene lock key begins loading. Loading progress 1, 5, 10. Another not so long wait. Li Yi took advantage of this time to think about the function of muscles. This is not difficult to understand. It is nothing more than further enhancing physical fitness. The last time he didn't choose muscles was because even the strongest muscles could not resist powerful thermal weapons. This time, Li Yi had no choice but to accept it calmly. But just how strong can the human body be? While I was thinking about it, the loading progress had reached 100. Loading complete, muscles begin to recover from dormancy. Estimated time is 6 hours. With the experience of activating the gene lock and putting it into dormancy for 24 hours last time, Li Yi had already told Su Wei not to let anyone disturb him before activating it this time. So there was not much to worry about, and Li Yi fell asleep easily. While Li Yi fell asleep, Su Wei in the living room answered the phone. I won't go to the party because my man is back. Su Wei communicated with her university roommate in an excited tone. Since the last class reunion, Su Wei's changes quickly attracted attention. After discovering that Su Wei had achieved success in her career, she quickly became the focus again. Many classmates who had little contact with her in the past, and even some people who were not on good terms with her, tried to get close to her in roundabout ways. What's worse, some of my former suitors, who had lost contact with me after graduation, suddenly reappeared. It took Su Wei a long time to gradually adapt to this change. Sure enough, when you are strong enough, you are always surrounded by kindness. However, Su Wei was very clear that everything she had was brought by Li Yi. Be it wealth, status, or even the company she is now, they were all given to her by Li Yi. For this reason, when Li Yi came back, she, who was usually called a strong woman by the company employees, put aside all the company affairs and concentrated on accompanying Li Yi. Okay, have fun. After a few words, Su Wei hung up the phone. Then he threw down his phone, quietly pushed open the bedroom door, and looked at Li Yi sleeping soundly on the big bed with a smile on his face. Good night, my dear man. After gently kissing Li Yi on the forehead, Su Wei crawled into the bed contentedly. 6 hours later, the sky began to turn pale. After Li Yi opened his eyes, his mind quickly became clear. He first carefully moved Su Wei's legs away from his body, then slowly sat up. He did not rush to get out of bed, but closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. After a moment, Li Yi opened his eyes again, and a flash of golden light flashed across his pupils. The muscle gene lock was a little different from what he had imagined. I originally thought that muscle density and corresponding bones would increase exponentially, but I didn't expect it to appear in a completely different form. After thinking carefully for a while, Li Yi moved to the bathroom. The person in the mirror hasn't changed much, except that the lines of his body are smoother. If he were to wear clothes, it would be hard for others to imagine how terrifying the power hidden in this body is. After briefly admiring his perfect body, Li Yi took a deep breath, and then suddenly let out a low shout. Call. Suddenly, there was a sound in the air like the sound of a bellows. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi in the mirror opened his eyes wide. Veins popped out at the corners of his eyes, and golden light flashed in his pupils. At the same time, a crisp, crackling sound suddenly came from the body. as if the bones were rubbing and colliding. Then, in the blink of an eye, Li Yi's figure suddenly became tall and strong, with his strong muscles protruding. His original height of 1.78 meters suddenly rose to about 2.3 meters. The clothes that originally fit him well had already torn apart, but Li Yi didn't care. Instead, he looked at his strong arms and then clenched his fists. He now had a feeling that the load-bearing wall in front of him could be easily penetrated with just a little effort. But Li Yi did not take the risk to try it. After admiring his majestic body for a while, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. This is the big guy. Li Yi felt like a monster now, but he had an unprecedented sense of security. It is definitely impossible to withstand a nuclear bomb, but tearing a tank apart with bare hands should not be a problem. Be sure to try it when you get the chance. This body also reminded him of the reward he had once received, the exoskeleton power armor. At first he complained that the thing didn't fit him well and was a bit too big, but now thinking back, he thought it was probably designed for this type of body. I want to try the exoskeleton armor too. In an instant, Li Yi had thought of many interesting ways to play. After experiencing the power of the muscle gene lock, Li Yi took another deep breath and slowly restored his body to normal. After the muscle gene lock is activated, it can change his body shape and his physical fitness will be improved exponentially. Although he hasn't done any precise experiments yet, Li Yi can be sure that when he is in the gene-locked state, he can crush himself in his normal state with one hand. If he adds telekinesis, Li Yi can definitely call himself the strongest creature on the planet. However, Li Yi also had some doubts in his heart. To what extent have the zombies of this apocalypse evolved to be worthy of being fought by someone as powerful as him? With such doubts, Li Yi looked at the system and browsed the latest information. Chapter 155, Level 3 Mall, Start the main mission. Li Yi was the first to look at the system mall. At Stage 2, many good things appeared in the system mall, such as loyalty chips. There are even some that he can't afford now. What about Tier 3? Soon, Li Yi's expectant gaze was responded to. First of all, among the military equipment that Li Yi was more concerned about, there appeared a lot of things that made him jealous. Skipping over individual equipment, many heavy weapons appeared before his eyes. Space-based railgun, an anti-ground space-based weapon mounted in planetary orbit. The description is short and straightforward, yet surprisingly informative. Basically, with this thing, Li Yi can hit whatever he points at on this planet. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive and you can only look at it now. After staring enviously for a while, Li Yi continued to look down. Haidai Strategic Nuclear Submarine. A submarine capable of long-term deployment in extremely deep waters and carrying nuclear missiles. Well, the price is still a figure that Li Yi finds hard to accept, but at least it gives him a purpose in life, doesn't it? Of course, what Li Yi saw were the most advanced strategic weapons. In fact, many conventional heavy weapons have appeared in the Level 3 system mall. For example, some surface and underwater ships, and the world's most advanced main battle tanks and aircraft. But in Li Yi's opinion, instead of buying these overly conspicuous heavy equipment, it would be better to form multiple elite genetic warrior tactical teams. Not to mention that he has no enemies now. Even if he has enemies, they will not have a direct conflict with Shang Sanchong for a while. We must find a way to get more system currency. While Li Yi was thinking, he looked at other categories and was also surprised. Honeycomb Quantum Computer, the core host of the Honeycomb Network. The fewer the words, the higher the price. Li Yi just feels that he is extremely poor now. Mass Production Gene Module, suitable for mass-produced genetic warriors. It can significantly improve the user's physical fitness. However, this technology is unstable and has a certain chance of causing genetic collapse. There is no doubt that this is used in conjunction with genetic warriors, and it is also one of the few that Li Yi can afford at present. Thinking about the ongoing genetic warrior program, if nothing unexpected happens, he will have a team of genetic warriors by the second half of this year at the latest. Hopefully my enemies will like them. The corners of Li Yi's mouth curled up slightly, as if he thought of something interesting. In addition to these, there are some other items in the Level 3 mall, but they are generally not very useful and are not the heavy firepower that Li Yi likes, so we will not mention them for now. After looking at them all, Li Yi turned his attention to the latest tasks released by the system. You have reached the 3-stage genetic form, and your strength has been greatly improved, but the despairing apocalypse has also become more cruel. New tasks are now released. The new tasks are as follows: Survival tasks, Construction tasks, and Conquest tasks. Survival Mission 3. The frenzy of the apocalypse continues. A new round of evolution has begun, and terrifying monsters will turn the entire world into purgatory. You need to become stronger to survive. Successfully upgrade at least one shelter, enter the 4 genetic form, and survive for 1 year. Construction Task 3. You need a more powerful force to better protect yourself. At the same time, a larger population brings more urgent food and security needs. Recruit at least 1,000 survivors and have at least 5 genetic warriors. Also reserve 2,000 tons of effective food and fresh water. Conquest Mission 3. Although you've found a place to live in the apocalypse, your ambitions may be far greater than this. The city occupied by zombies symbolizes the past of human civilization. Perhaps it's time to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. Clear a city and move your shelter there. When a habitat for mankind, plant the seeds of hope, and let the wind of dawn blow up the sparks. Li Yi read through all the tasks carefully. The tasks in the third stage are more complicated. If we are really in the end of the world, it may not be so easy to accomplish. But for some reason, the system firmly believed that he was in the end times. So many tasks had shortcuts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Yi, just like before, silently recited without hesitation. Accept all missions. The next moment, all the tasks turned into streams of light and entered Li Yi's task log. And then, before Li Yi could arrange the corresponding plans for these tasks, the system's voice sounded again. You have perfectly completed all the tasks in the second stage. Your strength and ambition have been tested. Do you want to start the main quest? Tip: the main quest is extremely difficult and dangerous, and comes with unpredictable risks. Once started, you cannot give up, so please choose carefully. If you give up the main quest this time, you can start it again after completing all 3 stages of quests. Main quest. After carefully examining the new information from the system, a gleam of light flickered in Li Yi's eyes. He has always been curious about how the end of the world came about. Because the weapons and equipment in the system mall are obviously not used to fight ordinary zombies. Even the elite mutants, or the perfect mutants that Li Yi had only encountered once, did not seem like they could withstand a nuclear bomb. So, the end of the world can create even more terrifying creatures? If this is true, then the source of this apocalypse is worth investigating. As for whether to stop it or not after the investigation is thorough, it will just be a matter of his decision at that time. After thinking about this, Li Yi said without hesitation, "Start the main quest." After the words fell, the system's voice came as expected. You have successfully started the main quest. Main Mission 1. When the end of the world comes, a mysterious virus spreads across the world in an instant. The first place to issue a warning message may have some clues about the virus. Please investigate the Prometheus Institute. So, this doomsday virus is really likely man-made? Li Yi looked at the main task and could only think of these for the time being. Afterwards, Li Yi contacted the Queen Bee and ordered, "Search the entire internet for the Prometheus Research Institute." The Queen Bee started working at full speed. Although the Queen Bee cannot currently hack into all computers, any information on the internet, even a small piece of information, will be found by the Queen Bee. After giving the order to the Queen Bee, Li Yi called Yu Chaojun again. After the call was connected, Li Yi said, "Have Kong Lan start expanding the enrollment to 1,000 people. At the same time, store 2,000 tons of food and fresh water in the park." Chapter 156. Prometheus the Fire Thief, a civilian familiar with classic military works. Temasek, Konglan Research and Development Center. Professor Finch carefully placed a petri dish under the microscope. Tiny microorganisms are extremely active under the microscope. "What incredible vitality!" Finch exclaimed. Finch had never seen such a powerful gene before, so it was no wonder that the young boss wanted to integrate it into the human body. Combined with his miraculous surgical skills, he may have touched upon the authority of God. Is there anything more fascinating than this? Finch handed the petri dish to his assistant Fred, asking him to store it properly. Fred asked, "Professor, which section group does this petri dish belong to?" Finch thought for a moment and replied, "Create a new segment group. This new synthetic gene is a surprising discovery and cannot be categorized as the same as the previous ones." "Yes, Professor." Freddy quickly completed the task, but soon paused and asked again, "Professor, what's the name of the new section?" "Gaia 2. But Finch shook his head, thought for a moment, and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he told his favorite mythological story. In ancient Greek mythology, Prometheus brought fire to mankind, which angered Zeus. Zeus then had Vulcan tie Prometheus to a cliff, where he could never sleep, and sent a vulture to eat his liver every day. But the vulture eats during the day, and the liver grows back at night. It's like the cells in this petri dish. It seems like no matter what, there's no way to kill them all. After listening to this, Freddy immediately understood what Professor Finch meant. "So it's called the Prometheus section?" Freddy asked. "Of course." Finch nodded. Freddy immediately created a new segment group, but when he entered the name Prometheus. He couldn't help scratching his head because the spelling was obviously longer than the other segment group names. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Anyway, the professor won't open the section group himself, so I'm the one who manages it every time. Freddy thought so, then deleted Prometheus and changed it to Fire Thief. In this way, spellings of the same length instantly make the interface look much more comfortable. Actually, I prefer Norse mythology. Freddy muttered to himself after finishing everything. We've retrieved a large amount of information related to Prometheus, but after intelligent screening, we haven't found any suspected targets. Should we place this entry under long-term search and monitoring? The Queen Bee's voice echoed in Li Yi's mind through brain waves. Yes. Li Yi answered nonchalantly. There are still 9 years before the apocalypse that the system predicted, and this mysterious Prometheus laboratory may not even have been built yet. So Li Yi was not surprised by the Queen Bee's report. But what kind of madman would think of artificially creating the end of the world? Li Yi just felt that this brother might be a talent, and if there was a chance, he must have a good communication with him. But for now, Li Yi needs to communicate with some relevant people in China first. 11 a.m. Li Yi met Zhou Langtao, who had been waiting for him, at the door of a tea house in a small alley. Upon seeing Li Yi, Zhou Langtao quickly stepped forward and said apologetically, "Old Li, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that I was just showing off on WeChat moments, but some of my friends noticed it. It was my negligence." Li Yi was not angry about this, and even had a faint smile on his face. He had already thought of this result. Otherwise, based on his previous style of doing things, he would never have allowed Zhou Langtao to act so recklessly. It's okay. Although I have some connections in Gangwujin, I'm also a good citizen. I behave uprightly. Don't worry. Li Yi's comforting words made Zhou Langtao feel relieved. Then, before entering the tea house, Zhou Langtao explained some details to Li Yi. There were 2 friends at this meeting. One is an active cadre in the military and a staff officer of a certain unit. The other one is engaged in United Front work and is a young and promising leader. Apart from that, this was a private meeting and not official in any way. In the words of these 2 people, he who has such wild ways must be met. Soon, Li Yi met the 2 people who wanted to make friends with him in an antique private room in the tea house. After a brief greeting and self-introduction, Li Yi roughly understood the situation. Staff Officer Yu is thin, wears glasses, but has a capable temperament. Yuan Zhou is a slightly plump boy who looks very kind, but is actually very smart. Because of this name, his friends nicknamed him Pai. After a few cups of tea, exquisite dishes were served. Everyone present is a person of occasion and has their own little thoughts, so the atmosphere is not awkward. Yuan Zhou brought his own wine, and when he opened it, the aroma of aged wine hit him. There was another round of drinking and toasting. After everyone drank more than half a caddy of white wine, Yuan Zhou and Staff Officer Yu looked at each other, and then Yuan Zhou smiled and said to Li Yi, "Old Li, I heard from Langtao that you opened a school abroad and gave this guy the title of honorary vice president. As a result, no one calls him Langtao anymore. They call him Principal Zhou instead." Zhou Langtao smiled awkwardly, knowing that they were about to get down to business. Li Yi also knew this in his heart, so he didn't intend to wait for the other party to beat around the bush and simply said, "I've collaborated with the local defense officials in Gangwujin to build a military academy. It's called a military academy, but it's actually used by a certain faction of the military to support their own private soldiers. The scale of the military academy is still expanding, and the number of students is no longer limited to the local area." Li Yi paused for a moment, and after seeing the thoughtful expressions in the eyes of the other 3, he continued, "Some other countries have also sent young people here to study, and they are all ambitious young people." "Well, I didn't say that. The principal of the military academy said that." After saying this, Li Yi shrugged and said, "The principal called me a few days ago and said he wanted to add more teachers. This time I came back. In addition to the company's affairs, I also wanted to help this friend find a solution." After Li Yi finished his call, Staff Officer Yu and Yuan Zhou looked at each other again. This time they came in a private capacity, without any so-called tasks assigned by their superiors, and their purpose was more for their personal future. Seeing Li Yi being so open, the 2 of them immediately expressed their feelings. Staff Officer Yu was the first to speak. This year, a group of civilian personnel have retired from the army. Although they are civilians, their basic military qualities are definitely guaranteed. Moreover, they are all very good writers and are familiar with classic military works. Chapter 157 Proud Su Wei, Li Yi's old classmate. It was a very pleasant meeting, and both parties got what they wanted. A group of civilian veterans who are familiar with military classics will become the new teaching staff of Bantuga Military Academy. I believe that foreign students will like these knowledgeable teachers very much. And these teachers may finally have the opportunity to put into practice what they have learned throughout their lives. As for Staff Officer Yu, he might be able to move on soon. After all, properly arranging veterans is also part of his job. Yuan Zhou has also successfully extended his work overseas. His work focus has always been to make as many friends as possible. As for Li Yi, he also reaped a lot of rewards. The first is the faculty of the military academy. Although it seems that this makes the composition of the military academy more complicated, it may even become a cause of fear in the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. But it fits in with the development path that Li Yi arranged for Cixizhe. We need friends in the East and trade with the West. Only by playing both sides can we survive in the cracks. In addition to the military academy, Li Yi's circle of friends has also expanded. For example, Yuan Zhou pushed it to his diplomatic staff station in Gangwujin. Staff Officer Yu is not willing to be outdone and said bluntly that when you get there, if you want to eat authentic Chinese food, just call someone and you can go directly to the canteen of the peacekeeping force to eat. All in all, everyone gained something and both the host and the guests were very happy. After lunch, Li Yuan declined the next one, took a taxi, and left with several people watching her. Not until the taxi completely disappeared did Yuan Zhou pat Zhou Langtao on the shoulder and say, "Langtao, thank you so much for bringing us together this time. Many people envy me for my age and level, but in reality, I'm also very nervous when I go to work every day. It's really difficult to achieve results in this field, but I can't start accumulating experience so early, right?" Yuan Zhou expressed his inner difficulties. Brother Zhou, as long as the job is done, Lao Li is a straightforward person. He keeps his word and is extremely efficient. Zhou Langtao sighed. This time, his matchmaking actually involved risks. But there was no other way. Although he was not at work, his family was deeply involved with Yuan Zhou, and he had to help. Fortunately, Li Yi gave him face, otherwise it would have been difficult to end. Staff Officer Yu smiled and said, "Even though you've retired, you still remember to contribute to your old unit. I'll explain this to the leadership. Then remember to say hello to the leader on my behalf. Also, if it's convenient, can you bring me 2 packs of cigarettes?" Zhou Langtao had a sly expression. "Would you like some more tea?" Staff Officer Yu asked. "That would be great if possible." Zhou Langtao looked fearless. "Fuck you, you think I'm not dying fast enough, right?" Staff Officer Yu slapped Zhou Langtao on the back in annoyance. On the other side, Li Yi came to the villa he bought for his parents. After more than half a year, the entire villa has been renovated from the inside out. Su Wei has completed the acceptance work on behalf of Li Yi. It was a specially hired third-party acceptance agency. Apart from some minor issues that were quickly reworked, there were no other mistakes. One of the purposes of Li Yi's return to China this time was to persuade his parents to move from their small town to a villa in Chengdu. After entering the villa, Li Yi couldn't help but nodded. He was the one who finalized the decoration style and design drawings, and the overall style is more in line with the aesthetic tastes of the older generation. Although Li Yi thinks it looks good but is not practical and is somewhat flashy, he thinks his parents will like it very much. After inspecting the area, Li Yi took a few more photos and sent them directly to his parents via his mobile phone. After a while, the phone rang. "Hey kid, where are you? Is this your boss's house? It looks nice." The person who was speaking was Li's mother. There was some noise around her, and she seemed to be busy. Li Yi thought for a moment and replied, "I'm just looking at houses. Please go ahead and do your work. I'll talk to you when I get back in a few days." This house, worth more than 15 million yuan, is Li Yi's return for the 1,500 yuan. I just don't know if they will like it. Maybe it will, right? Li Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After leaving the villa, Li Yi did not return to his residence, but came to Sihai Building. As soon as I walked into the door of Wildfire Foreign Trade, I saw a lot of unfamiliar faces. Compared with the last time, the number of employees had doubled. Most of the employees didn't know Li Yi. They were wondering if this handsome guy was Mr. Su's suitor when they saw Lin Xiaoya, the receptionist, jogging over. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry, I was just training a new employee," Lin Xiaoya explained hurriedly. She knew that everything that Su Wei and President Su had now actually came from Li Yi. After all, she witnessed with her own eyes how Su Wei was promoted from secretary to manager and finally became the owner of the company in just 1 month. "It's okay." Li Yi waved his hand and asked, "Is Wei Wei here?" "Mr. Li, I'll take you there right away." As Lin Xiaoya spoke, she quickly winked at several employees and then took Li Yi to Su Wei's office. Su Wei, who was processing documents, was naturally very surprised when she saw Li Yi coming. The strong woman instantly turned into a sweet girl, and she pounced over after her high heels made a clattering sound on the floor. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya very attentively left the office and closed the door carefully. Soon, Lin Xiaoya, who had just walked out of the office, was blocked in the tea room by some curious employees. Sister Xiaoya, who was that handsome guy just now? A female employee asked. Lin Xiaoya glanced at the plain-looking female employee and said unhappily, "Don't even think about it. He's our CEO Sue's boyfriend." When the other male employee heard this, he immediately showed a look of despair. As for the others, they all came to Lin Xiaoya, an old employee, to inquire for various purposes. But Lin Xiaoya, as Su Wei's confidant, was smart enough to keep her mouth shut. In the office, Su Wei asked Li Yi to sit in her seat, then turned on the computer and showed Li Yi the company's profits. "Brother Yi, look, based on the current trend, our company's profit from coffee sales alone will reach this figure this year." Su Wei made a "6" gesture, but her face showed an obedient look as if she was waiting for praise. "Well done." Li Yi could only praise with a helpless smile. Perhaps Su Wei is not aware that the coffee exported by Wildfire is carefully selected by Zishi Zhe from Gangwujin and even neighboring countries. Then they sold it to Wildfire Foreign Trade at a price lower than the cost price, and also included the shipping cost. In this case, it would be strange not to make money. But of course Li Yi would not say these things. He just said, "Okay, then I will reward you with a big meal tonight. Come and have dinner with me and my classmates." When Su Wei heard this, she immediately became excited. This was the first time Li Yi brought her to appear in front of his friends. Chapter 158 Boring Class Reunion, Class and Pattern. There are many people who want to invite Li Yi to dinner, but there are very few people who can get Li Yi to treat them to dinner. Sun Lauer is one of them. Sun Lauer's full name is Sun Hongfeng. He is a local tyrant in Chengdu and Li Yi's classmate and roommate. Because he is the second oldest child, he was nicknamed Sun Lao. When Li Yi bought a villa for his parents last year, it was Sun Lauer who helped him choose the property. Although it was just a small favor, Li Yi kept it in mind. So, when Sun Lauer called and asked to get together this time, Li Yi did not refuse. However, it seemed that Su Wei was happier about this, and those who didn't know the truth thought that Su Wei was going to get together with her classmates. It is difficult for men to understand some of women's thoughts. For example, it was clearly just a dinner between ordinary friends, and Su Wei was clearly just brought there by him, but Su Wei attached great importance to it. After receiving the news, he handed the work at hand to his subordinates, and then hurried back to his residence with Li Yi. Then he took out the clothes from the closet and tried them on one by one in front of the mirror, while asking, "Brother Yi, does this suit look good? Which one is better, that one or this one? How about wearing high heels?" Li Yi was a man who had experienced bullets and guns, but faced with a barrage of questions, he could only nod perfunctorily. Changing clothes was not enough. Su Wei took out her cosmetics and started to put on makeup in front of the mirror. Finally, after more than an hour, Su Wei finally stood up, took Li Yi's arm, and said with a sweet smile, "Brother Yi, I'm fine, let's go." Li Yi nodded almost numbly. But to be honest, Su Wei looks even more beautiful after some careful dressing up. Her already tall figure is enhanced by the white shirt and light blue long gauze skirt, and her round, oval face and delicate features are painted with light makeup, hiding her charm and her purity. Her feet were wrapped in a pair of white Mary Jane shoes with a white strap passing through the instep. Coupled with slightly curly long hair, she is quiet and pure, yet elegant, just like a peony, which has the temperament of a peony while retaining its own gracefulness. Li Yi, on the other hand, wore simple casual clothes, a long-sleeved t-shirt and off-white trousers. However, based on Li Yi's appearance and temperament, standing next to Su Wei, people would never think that they are a mismatch. Instead, they would be praised as a perfect match. So much so that as soon as they entered the restaurant, the handsome man and beautiful woman attracted a lot of attention. Fortunately, Sun Lauer booked a private room. Under the guidance of the waiter, Li Yi took Su Wei into the private room and saw Sun Lauer smoking and playing with his mobile phone. Hearing the noise, Sun Lauer raised his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Old Li, why do you look more handsome than before?" Sun Lauer exclaimed, then turned his gaze to Su Wei. Seeing Su Wei holding Li Yi's arm like a little woman, Sun Lauer immediately understood her identity. "This is your girlfriend. She suits you very well." Sun Lauer quickly asked the two to sit down and enthusiastically poured them tea, while looking at them from time to time. "It has been 2 years since I graduated from university. My former classmates are now busy with work and struggling to make a living, so even though we live not far away, we have never talked about meeting each other." Therefore, when Sun Lauer saw the current Li Yi and the beautiful and elegant Su Wei beside Li Yi, he immediately guessed that Li Yi should be doing well. "Could it be that when you asked me about the villa last year, you were buying it for your own family?" Sun Lauer guessed. He knew Li Yi's family background, but now it seems that he must have had different circumstances. The three of them chatted for a while, and the main topic naturally revolved around Li Yi. Not long after, two more roommates entered the private room. One of them also brought his girlfriend. Only then did Sun Lao Air clap his hands and say, "Everyone is finally here. We're all reunited in dormitory 404 after 2 years. When the guests arrive, the food will naturally be served." To be honest, Li Yi didn't have a deep impression of these roommates, so he seemed rather silent at the dinner table. However, his roommates were quite curious about Li Yi. After all, they had been together for 4 years and had seen all kinds of dogs in private. Now seeing that Li Yi is so bright and beautiful, and has beautiful women as his companions, it is inevitable that there will be some teasing and inquiries. When faced with questions, Li Yi always answered with a faint smile. "It's nothing more than do some small foreign trade business, invest in education, I don't value money much, I'll just take it as it comes," and so on. Li Yi was telling the truth, but his roommates felt that Li Yi had become a stranger and their relationship had become distant. The people are still the same, but in just 2 years, it seems that everyone has been divided into classes. When the show ended at night and Li Yi got in the car, he asked Su Wei, "Is this also the case at your class reunion?" "It's all the same," Su Wei replied, recalling her class reunion. "We were all relatively innocent in school, but once we got out into society, it seemed like we all changed." Su Wei knew that Li Yi was not in a good mood at the dinner table today. The whole meal seemed rather dull. He just passively responded with a few perfunctory words and did not seem to like this kind of occasion. But what Su Wei didn't know was that Li Yi actually had experience in class reunions. "I remember that in my previous life, when we had class reunions, it was always a bloody affair. Many old classmates were very enthusiastic and physical exchanges were inevitable." Looking back at the dinner parties he had attended in the country in the past 2 days, Li Yi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. How on earth do these people endure such a peaceful life? Li Yi couldn't figure it out, but he didn't need to figure it out. After returning to his residence, he asked Su Wei to explain it to him. He is not a philosopher. His ideal is to live a safe and happy life. Li Yi stayed in Chengdu for a week, and during this week, Han Weiyang kept reporting on the situation in the capital. Whether it was due to improved efficiency, extra attention, or pressure from public opinion, the relevant departments acted very efficiently. As long as Konglan's drugs can pass safety inspections, we are willing to open a green channel for approval. At the same time, we fully support Konglan's investment and factory construction in any province or city in the country, and invite Konglan to reach cooperation in some technical fields. All in all, the conditions are very generous and the door is almost open to welcome you. There were some unexpected things happening. Many people hinted some things to Han Weiyang and made promises through overt and covert channels. But anyone who can be sent by Yu Chaojun to be with Li Yi is naturally a trustworthy veteran. When faced with the other party's threats and inducements, Han Weiyang did not follow the domestic social etiquette. He directly overturned the table and contacted the higher-level leaders. After a period of complaints, the relevant situation was soon known to higher-level leaders. So some people suffered. In the words of the North Korean army, the status of both sides is equal. That is called cooperation. These people are still too narrow-minded and have no idea what the technology we possess means to China. After this operation, the progress of cooperation was rapidly advanced. Chapter 159. The failed art student starts his enlightenment days in Longchang. April 1st. The day that people are most familiar with is probably April Fool's Day in the West. But in Li Yi's mind, another thing is more worthy of attention. On the same day, an art student who failed the college entrance exam was sentenced to 5 years in prison for performing a talk show in a beer hall. From then on, he began to gain enlightenment in Longchang. However, for the Chinese people, especially patients with rare diseases and genetic diseases, and their families, this day will be given new meaning. At 7 o'clock that evening, the official news TV station briefly introduced the cooperation in less than a minute. Following the successful listing of this new biopharmaceutical technology, developed by renowned Chinese biopharmaceutical experts, on Temasek, SMA patients from around the world have flocked to us for treatment. It has now been confirmed that this new targeted gene therapy can effectively cure SMA. Thanks to the efforts of staff from relevant departments in my country, the well-known company Konglan Pharmaceutical will reach cooperation with multiple departments and companies in my country on new technologies. At the same time, the introduction and marketing of drugs are being gradually negotiated. It is expected that in the near future, all patients with the rare disease SMA in my country will be cured. A piece of news that was less than a minute long, but after being broadcast on a specific TV station in a specific news program, it immediately caused a sensation. Everyone in China knows that China's official statements have always been relatively conservative. Since the news said that a cooperation has been reached, negotiations are underway, and it is expected to be completed soon, then this matter must be a done deal. Patients who have been paying attention to this, but do not have the conditions to go to Temasek only feel that their country is so powerful. While countries around the world were hesitating or watching, China not only took the lead in introducing it, but also directly finalized the matter. Such efficiency is enough to show the importance attached to new technologies. Li Yize knew the reason best. The reason for the high efficiency is that both parties are in love with each other and can make concessions on many conditions, so they reached an agreement quickly. We have signed a memorandum and are currently discussing the details. The overall direction is the same. Han Weiyang reported on the phone. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to come to the capital in a while. You'll need to personally review the terms of cooperation and sign them. We'll also arrange for the media. What do you think about this? Just arrange it as normal. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Li Yi said. This was a plan he had already made. He planned to step forward in China, so as to provide an additional layer of security for his legal identity. Most importantly, he has no criminal record or bad history in China. As for the case of the pedestrian street bomb, he could never be blamed. At most, some people might be puzzled by his connections in Gangwujin, but that's easy to explain. In a sense, this is also a way to enhance a sense of security. Just after Li Yi finished talking to Han Weiyang, before he put down his phone, Cixi Zhe called again. Li, the raw material base has been discovered. On the phone, CCIzer's voice was nervous. I'm sorry, one of the raw materials was taken away. I have arranged for people to hunt them down, but I'm not sure if we can get the raw materials back. After hearing this, Li Yi was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Listen, CCIzer, you did a very bad job on this matter. I clearly warned you before. But I don't like to settle accounts afterwards, so you must make amends immediately. Li Yi paused for a moment, and only continued after hearing the sound of CCIzer swallowing nervously on the other end of the line. First, immediately strengthen the defense of the raw material base. This same thing must not happen again. Second, if we can't recover the raw materials, we'll try to figure out the other party's identity. Third, be tough. Those people have already plundered too much from this land. Are you willing to accept this? Li Yi's words were like needles, piercing deeply into Cixi heart. Cixi Zhe also immediately understood what Li Yi meant. Now that it has happened, let's make amends as soon as possible. Li Yi had no intention of settling the score with him now, but asked him to find a way to make amends as soon as possible. At least this means that Li Yi and the forces behind him did not give up on him because of this negligence. Or maybe Li Yi has enough say to handle this matter well. But no matter which one it was, Cixi Zhe felt guilty towards Li Yi, and at the same time, he also thanked Li Yi for his kindness this time. After taking a deep breath, Cixi Zhe said with a firm gaze, Li, my brother, don't worry. I swear in the name of the tribe that I will definitely make amends and give you an explanation. After saying that, CCI's put down the phone. He understood that no matter how much he said at this moment, it would not be as effective as what he did. Therefore, when CC's picked up the phone again, he called his father directly. I need martial law throughout the city and strict control of entry and exit, especially for foreigners. CCI said in a firm tone. On the other side, Li Yize, who also put down the phone, was not as serious as CCI's had imagined. Raw materials stolen? Li Yi shook his head, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Li Yi was not surprised at all that someone could find out that Kongland's raw materials came from steel and gold. After all, with so many people involved in the middle link, it's only a matter of time. What he didn't expect was that he had originally thought that these people would wait until the stock price plummeted before taking action, but he still overestimated their patience. However, it is too unrealistic for these people to think that they can crack the technology obtained from the system with just raw materials. Kong Hongfei had evaluated this a long time ago. Although raw materials are the core raw materials, the relevant technologies and methods are more important. Just like the research and development of some high-tech weapons, everyone knows the theory, and some of it can even be found on the internet. But how many people can actually make it? The reason why Li Yi pretended to be angry was simply to give Cixi Zhe a reminder and to show his favor at the same time. Moreover, he wanted to know to what extent CCIzer could go for this matter. This will determine his future attitude towards CCIzer. As it turned out, CCI successfully passed the test. Just 15 minutes after Li Yi hung up the phone, the Gangwujin Capital Guard announced that the capital was under citywide martial law. Although this moment has been heavily criticized and may even have prematurely ended the military government's political life, personnel led by a certain faction of the military seemed determined to go their own way. It seems that CCIzer is indeed doing well. After receiving the message from the Queen Bee, Li Yi nodded with satisfaction. However, who could not hold back so quickly and wanted to attack Kong Lan? Li Yi narrowed his eyes, waiting for the Queen Bee to give an answer. Chapter 160, Returning Home in Glory, Preparations of Local Departments. The Queen Bee gave the answer late at night, 2 hours later. AbbVie, a U.S. biopharmaceutical company headquartered in Chicago, ranks second globally in the pharmaceutical field. This answer did not surprise Li Yi. He was indeed one of the giants in the pharmaceutical field. He was not familiar with the company, but he had been to Chicago several times and liked the local office supplies, such as typewriters. So, it's Chicago's austere style that makes the company so impatient? The Queen Bee quickly gave an answer to this question. After analysis, it was found that AbbVie has made significant investments in the field of schizophrenia in recent years through acquisitions and R&D funding. However, on January 16th of this year, the project leader announced the decision to immediately and permanently terminate the development of the project. Although the share prices of many listed pharmaceutical companies around the world have risen due to Kong Lan Pharmaceutical, the AbbVie board of directors unanimously believes that if the company cannot obtain Kong Lan's technology as soon as possible, it is likely to fall behind in this wave of development. Coupled with the failure of a huge R&D project, they set their sights on Kong Lan and are eager to use all means to obtain Kong Lan's new biopharmaceutical technology. That makes sense. Li Yi nodded secretly. The shareholders of this company were not stupid, and they saw the current situation. Unfortunately, although he was indeed very courageous, he underestimated Kong Lan's strength, or rather, he underestimated Li Yi's strength. Now that we have found the person who did it, it would be rude not to reciprocate. But Li Yi was not in a hurry. He had thousands of ways to retaliate, but he didn't plan to use them now. One is that I want to continue to see how CCIs performs. Secondly, if we kill the chicken to scare the monkey now, it will inevitably make other pharmaceutical giants reevaluate Kong Lan. What if by then, everyone is too afraid to take action against Kong Lan? Wouldn't that be too boring? If Kong Lan wants to ascend the throne, he has to step on a few corpses to make it seem more ceremonial. In short, it has come to this point. How can we repay Li Yi's hard work in starting a business if we don't kill everyone and make a river of blood? After sorting out his thoughts, Li Yi wrote down the above in a small notebook, and when he could get his family together, he would deal with it all at once. Time quickly arrived, and it was Saturday, April 3rd. Yu Chaojun sent a report from Temasek. The candidates you requested for the expansion are currently being screened. We've received over 10,000 resumes from all over the world, including some with impressive resumes. The HR department is rushing to screen candidates. After all, we're famous now, and I'm afraid many of the people who submit resumes have ulterior motives. As for the food and fresh water you requested, I have already had them purchased, and they are now stored in a warehouse in the park. After reading Yu Chaojun's report, Li Yi simply replied with a single word, good. In fact, he was not afraid of those people with bad intentions joining Kong Lan. After all, he had plenty of methods and means. But since the power has been delegated, let Yu Chaojun handle it. He hadn't fully digested the reward from the last system task, so he wasn't in a hurry to get new rewards. In addition to Yu Chaojun, Liang Zhengwo, who was exploring and designing islands in the Caribbean, also called. Mr. Li, I've done some calculations based on your idea. If we want to fully develop the interior space of the island mountain, the funds and manpower required will be enormous. After analysis, it turns out that the rock formations on the mountain may be more problematic than imagined, and there's also a volcano, so. Liang Zhengwo didn't finish his words, but Li Yi already understood. You don't need to worry about development funds. You just need to come up with the best design drawings and construction steps. Li Dao. Then I understand. Although Liang Zhanjun still couldn't understand the thinking of Li Yi, a rich man, since the job paid well and allowed him to put his knowledge and ambitions into practice, he really couldn't find any reason to refuse. After finishing the call with Liang Zhanjun, Su Wei, dressed in a ladylike dress, stood in front of Li Yi and said with a sweet smile, Brother Yi, the things I brought for uncle and aunt are all loaded into the car. I've checked everything. We can leave at any time. Although Su Wei often went to give holiday gifts to Li's father and mother during festivals when Li Yi was not in the country, this time was different. This can be said to be the first time that Li Yi officially took her to meet his parents. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was meeting his parents. Therefore, Su Wei was extremely meticulous in both preparation and dressing up. Then let's go now. Li Yi smiled and put his phone in his pocket, then took Su Wei into the car. While Li Yi was driving Su Wei home, Han Weiyang, who was far away in the capital, was also on a minibus, chatting with the leader sitting next to him. Our CEO Li should be visiting his family in his hometown right now. After all, he was very busy last year and didn't even come back for the Chinese New Year. Now that he's finally back, he must be visiting his parents first. Han Weiyang said to the leader with a smile. We Chinese are just like this. No matter how good the outside world is, no matter how good it is not as good as the green mountains and clear waters of our hometown. The leader also nodded with a smile. The department attached great importance to this negotiation, so the leaders were naturally aware of Li Yi's basic information. Although I don't know how a young man who studies painting became Kong Lan's representative in China, it doesn't matter at all. After arriving at the inspection site, as they got out of the car, the leader whispered to the secretary. Mr. Li from Konglan has returned to his hometown to visit his family. Please ask the local authorities to be careful not to disturb their reunion, but don't just sit there and do nothing either. Do you understand? Don't worry, leader. I'll pass it on immediately. Tongzhou City, Department Office Building. Because of a phone call, an impromptu meeting is being held. The person sitting in the main seat said, At present, our relevant departments are in friendly and close consultation with Konglan Pharmaceutical, and Konglan Pharmaceutical's representative in our country is from our city. Our superiors require us to be careful with our interactions and to demonstrate our friendliness and enthusiasm. Everyone knows that Tongzhou doesn't have many advantages in terms of geography or energy, so we must seize this opportunity. So with limited contact, we must make a deep impression on the other party. If we can attract investment, it will be a good thing for the millions of people in Tongzhou. Now let's start assigning tasks. After the meeting, a department leader quickly issued an order. Let all the young, beautiful, and unmarried women in the company come here. Mr. Li is young and unmarried, and his bosses haven't mentioned having a girlfriend. Perhaps we can act as matchmakers. Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss. Chapter 161 Ex-Girlfriend. Accepting the betrothal gift doesn't count as engagement. Because of the arrival of one person, the relevant departments suddenly became busy. This may sound a bit exaggerated, but if it can really bring development and change to a city without industrial advantages, then everything will be worth it. Township, Investment Promotion Office. As soon as the leader walked out of the door, Huang Lili jogged after him. Chief Wang, what is our mission this time? I see Xiaomin and Xiaoyu have gone back to change clothes and put on makeup. Huang Lili asked with a twinkle in her eyes. A reception mission. Section Chief Wang didn't hide it, smiling. A talented young man has emerged in our county. He's returning home to visit his family, and our superiors have asked us to ensure he feels our hospitality. It just so happens that they're still unmarried, so the leaders are creative and sent all of us young, beautiful, unmarried women there. If they're attracted to each other, we can act as matchmakers. When Huang Lili heard this, she immediately had an idea. The fact that the superiors attach so much importance to it and even resort to special measures shows that the person to be received this time must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Huang Lili's eyes flickered a few times, and then she tentatively said, How about I go over and help out? It's a good opportunity to learn. Upon hearing this, Section Chief Wang glanced at Huang Lili. How could he not understand what Huang Lili was thinking? Aren't you engaged? This is not appropriate. Section Chief Wang shook his head. Huang Lili pursed her lips and smiled. Section Chief, please don't talk nonsense. They just sent a betrothal gift, but I haven't made up my mind yet. It doesn't count as an engagement. Receiving the betrothal gift doesn't count as engagement? Section Chief Wang just felt that he needed to get to know this female subordinate again. Just as he was about to refuse, an idea suddenly struck him, and he asked, Lili, I remember you. Did you graduate from Shumi? Yes, Chief, but I later taught myself by correspondence courses. Huang Lili thought that the chief wanted to reject her based on her academic qualifications, so she hurriedly wanted to explain. But Section Chief Wang suddenly nodded and said, Okay, you should get ready too. After saying that, Section Chief Wang left quickly. Huang Lili, who remained where she was, secretly wondered, could it be that this entrepreneur likes art? It was 2:15 p.m. when Li Yi arrived in Tongzhou City by car. Although I came back once last time, I came and left in a hurry. Now looking at this city leisurely, Li Yi still doesn't feel anything. It's just a common fifth-tier city with a population of 1 million. Li Yi did not stay in the city for long. After driving across a river in the city, he drove eastward to the township. Su Wei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was a little nervous at this time and kept asking Li Yi some questions about Li's father and mother. Things like whether Mr. Li smokes or not, what hobbies Mrs. Li has, etc. But in fact, Li didn't know much about the questions Su Wei asked. The main reason why he brought Su Wei with him this time was to use Su Wei as a shield. If he were to face Mr. and Mrs. Li alone, he would not know how to cope as he had never had such experience before. I feel like this is more difficult to bear than a hail of bullets. But when they were about to arrive at the county town, Li Yi stepped on the brakes. I'm going to smoke a cigarette and get some fresh air. After saying that, Li Yi came to the side of the road and looked at the golden rapeseed field beside the road. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. After smoking a cigarette, Li Yi got in the car and set off again. The luxurious SUV did not attract much attention after driving into the county town. Although there are not many luxury cars in the county town, in this era where even the elderly watch short videos, everyone has some knowledge. At most, they are curious about which young man has made a fortune outside. After driving through the main road of the town, Li Yi turned the steering wheel and saw the sign of the steamed bun shop at a three-way intersection with not many people. He did not inform his parents when he came back this time, so he could clearly see that Father Li was kneading dough in the store and Mother Li was stirring the meat filling. After taking a deep breath, Li Yi slowly drove the car over and finally stopped on the side of the store entrance. Hearing the noise, Li's mother raised her head and asked, "What kind of filling do you want?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Li's mother's eyes suddenly became excited. "Hey baby, why did you come back so suddenly?" As Li's mother said this, she wanted to come over and touch Li Yi. But when he looked at the stuffing in his hand, and then at Li Yi's clean and decent clothes, he immediately wanted to take his hand back. Li Yi quickly grasped Li's mother's hand. "I just missed home, so I came back," Li Yi said calmly. At this time, Su Wei also came around from the other side of the car, holding a gift she brought from the back seat. After seeing Su Wei, Li's mother's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly turned around and shouted, "Old man, your son is back with his girlfriend. Come out and help." Soon, Mr. Li appeared, wearing an apron, with gray hair and hands covered in starch. Li Yi and Li's father looked at each other and saw the excitement in the latter's eyes, but he didn't know what to say at this moment, so he had to open the trunk and reveal the entire trunk's contents. Then he started carrying things to the store. While helping to carry the things, Li's mother kept muttering, "This child, it's better for her to come back. She just bought some messy things." The words seemed like a scolding, but the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed no matter what. After entering the store, Mr. and Mrs. Li naturally put aside their busy work. After exchanging glances, this old couple, who had known each other for many years, completed the assignment of tasks in tacit understanding. Li's mother chatted with Su Wei, and she gave Li a few compliments from time to time. Su Wei gradually let go of her nervousness and always praised Li back, which made Li's mother laugh. Father Li and Li Yi looked at each other from time to time. It could be felt that Father Li was a taciturn man, but the deep love in his eyes was almost overflowing, and anyone could see it clearly. In the end, compared to the enthusiasm of Li's mother and Su Wei, Li's father only asked a few simple questions such as, "Is the food good? Is there enough rest time? And is the work hard?" After chatting for a while Li's father was packing buns for the customers, Li went outside the store and lit a cigarette to calm his mind. Seeing this scene, Li's mother showed a concerned expression on her face and said to Su Wei, "My child never smoked before, he just loved to draw. Now he must be under a lot of pressure working outside, otherwise he definitely wouldn't smoke. Xiao Wei, you should persuade him more often and let him smoke. I heard that it will cause less damage to the lungs. Don't save money. We old couple can still earn money." "Okay, Auntie, don't worry." Su Wei nodded, and at the same time quickly thought about what kind of cigarette would be the best. Chapter 162 Family Dinner. Let parents live in the city. "Old man, I'm going to buy some food. Stop working and go clean up the room and the shop upstairs." After Li's mother finished speaking, she hummed a little tune and walked quickly towards the market. It's a rare occasion for her son to come home, and he brought his girlfriend with him, so she must cook a table full of delicious food. So even if the family runs a shop, there is still not enough food. The small town is very small, with only 2 or 3 streets and 1 vegetable market. All the people coming and going are familiar faces. As soon as Li's mother entered the vegetable market, the vendors started greeting her. "Sister Li, I just heard someone say that a car came to your door. Are there any guests?" someone asked. There are not many permanent residents in small towns, so everyone is either a relative or a neighbor. In addition, most of the aunties in the countryside have nothing to do, so once they have free time, all kinds of gossip and information spread quickly. Which family's son has not yet married? Which family's daughter has married into such and such a place? All these things have a certain sense of comparison. The Li family is not a wealthy family in the town and does not have many relatives. The only relatively famous thing in recent years is that Li Yi was admitted to the Sichuan Academy of Fine Arts. Although it is an art school, compared with the small town that only produces a few college students a year, Li Yi is still doing well. But just passing the exam is useless. Being able to make money is the real thing. The Li family has been running a bun shop for many years, and their only property is the two-story building facing the street. The first floor is used as a shop and the second floor is used for living. In this era, when young people go to the city to work, every family buys a car, and houses are built higher and higher. The economic level of the Lee family, although not the lowest in the town, is also at the lower end. No one looks down on them openly, but if something really happens, no one will take the Lee family seriously. There aren't any guests. Mother Lee waved her hands and said with a smile, "My son brought his girlfriend back. He's usually busy outside, so it's rare for him to come back." "Oh, your son." The person asking the question raised his eyebrows, wondering what he was thinking. When Lee's mother bought vegetables, beef, and mutton, and returned home with a big sea base, the news that Lee's son had returned in a luxury car had spread quickly. For a small town where not much new happens on weekdays, this is somewhat of a novelty. For this reason, when Lee's mother was busy cooking and refused to let Su-wei help, some aunts who had a good relationship with Lee's mother came to visit. A few middle-aged women first gathered at the door of the store and commented on Lee's car. Although they didn't know much about cars, they could guess from the style and logo that this car was not cheap. "So Lee's son has made it big? I am not afraid of my sisters living well. I am just afraid of them living too well." With complicated and contradictory feelings, the aunties walked into the store, calling Sister Lee with their mouths, but actually looking at Lee and Su-wei next to Lee. "These two kids are so cute." The aunties praised in their hearts, and then found an excuse to chat about family matters. Lee was too lazy to deal with these aunties and just responded perfunctorily when he was called. Su-wei seemed decent and enthusiastic. Su-wei, who was born in the countryside, was very familiar with the social routines in the village, so she started to communicate with the aunts easily. No, I'm from the countryside too, in the Daliang Mountains. Brother E is the one who brought me up. He's very capable, and I just need to be obedient." "Marriage? Brother E has the final say on this. As for the betrothal gifts, my family said we don't need to pay. It's not like I'm selling myself." In Lee's opinion, Su-wei handled these aunts who were more ferocious than zombies with ease and without any mistakes. After staying for a while, these aunts left when they found that they could not get any more information. Then, the second wave followed. The second group of people had an average relationship with Lee's father and mother. They used the excuse of buying buns, but in fact they were looking at the car at the door and then at Lee and Su-wei in the store. As if she could see that Lee was a little impatient, Su-wei softly suggested, "Brother E, how about you take me for a walk around?" Lee's mother's voice could be heard from the kitchen. "Son, dinner will take a while. Take Xiaowei out for some fresh air. The cooking will create a lot of smoke." Since both women said this, Lee naturally stood up and walked out with Su-wei. There is not much to see in the small town. The few businesses are a market street, a farmer's market, and a few supermarkets. If we have to talk about entertainment venues, there are probably only 2 chess and card rooms. There used to be a few internet cafes, but the number of middle school students in the town has been decreasing year by year, and with the popularity of smartphones, internet cafes can no longer operate. Lee took Su-wei for a walk along the river. Although it was called a river, with the discharge of domestic water, it was actually similar to a stinking ditch. On the other side, the terraced fields leaning against the mountain are more beautiful. At dusk, Lee took Su-wei back to the bun shop. Lee's mother had already prepared a table full of food, including chicken, duck, fish, and goose, which was quite sumptuous. While Lee's mother was preparing dinner, Lee's father brought down a bottle of white wine from the second floor without saying a word. Su-wei was very tactful and quickly took the wine, poured it for Lee's father, and then poured it for Lee. Mother Lee smiled and said, "Your father usually only drinks 2 taels of liquor at home. It seems that he is really happy today." Lee didn't say anything, but just raised his glass, clinked glasses with his father, and drank 1/3 of it in one gulp. "You too, drink slowly and eat more food." Family dinners always have a unique flavor, and Lee ate with a great appetite. While answering Lee's mother's questions, Su-wei also talked about some things that happened in Chengdu. After hearing that Su-wei was busy in China and Lee was busy abroad, Lee's mother couldn't help but sigh. "It's okay as long as you earn enough money. You too should take care of your health and don't overwork yourself." Su-wei nodded repeatedly. She was not worried about Lee's health. After all, every night she repeated the pain and happiness. When they were almost done with the meal, Lee started talking about business. "Dad, Mom, when I come back this time, I plan to take you both to Rongqing." Lee looked at his parents and said, "The house in Rongqing has been renovated and has all the appliances. You can move in directly." When Mr. and Mrs. Lee heard this, they immediately looked at each other. Then, Lee's mother said in a surprised tone, "When did you buy the house?" "Your father and I said that if we saved money for another year, We could give you a down payment in the city. I bought it last year. Li Yi said the words he had prepared long ago. Although I'm busy with work now, I earn a lot of money, so I bought you a house. After all, the conditions in Chengdu are better. After being surprised, Mr. and Mrs. Li did not agree immediately, but asked about the situation of the house. After learning that it was actually a villa, Li's mother said with some sorrow, "You have so much money. Why don't you buy yourself a good one first? You will get married and have children in the future, and the children will also need to go to school. Your father and I have lived in this town our whole lives and have never thought about moving to the city. You should live in this house first. Our Li's bun shop can still operate for a few more years." Chapter 163. A visit from the leaders and the dull ex-girlfriend. Mr. and Mrs. Li naturally have to think about their son. Before Li Yi bought a house, they had been saving money for the down payment for him. Although it's not much, it's still about 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. The couple had planned to borrow some more money when the time comes so that they can pay a down payment for their son's house in Tongzhou City. In this way, even if work doesn't go well in the future, at least you will have a house as a backup. However, I didn't expect that my son would suddenly become successful after failing the postgraduate entrance examination. In just about 2 years, he had already earned enough money to buy a villa in Chengdu. You have to know that the housing prices in Chengdu are several times higher than those in Tongzhou, not to mention a big villa. The couple didn't have much knowledge, but they knew that judging by their son's current condition, he must have earned a lot of money. But the old couple thought of leaving the house to Li Yi as a wedding house. They were doing well in the town. Li Yi actually couldn't quite understand his parents' thoughts, so he tried to persuade them. The villa is very big. Even if there are 4 of us living here, there's still plenty of room. Besides, I'm planning to buy a new house. If you don't move in, this house will just be wasted. Su Wei also helped at this time. Yes, Auntie, the villa is not a residential building. It's not easy to rent. After you and Uncle moved in, you planted flowers and plants every day and played mahjong when you had nothing to do. Besides, I also work in Rongqing. Every day, when I'm tired from work, I come to your place for a meal. Otherwise, I'd be really bored without Brother Yi around. I can't even find anyone to talk to. Su Wei described life in the city to Mr. and Mrs. Li. In fact, she could understand the elders' thoughts better than Li Yi. Her grandmother was just like that. No matter how much she was persuaded, she was always unwilling to live in the city. Su Wei had no choice but to prepare to go back to her hometown in the second half of the year to rebuild the old house. In front of Li's father and mother, the words of future daughter-in-law Su Wei are far more useful than those of Li Yi. The old couple were somewhat tempted. Seeing this, Su Wei immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "And when Brother Yi and I have a child, we'll definitely need your help. I only have my grandmother here, and she's old and doesn't want to live in the city." As soon as Su Wei said this, Li's father and mother could no longer find a reason to refuse. Anyway, the children can earn money now, and they keep this bun shop open for the children. And when the old couple thought of their grandchildren in the future, their faces showed anticipation. Nothing would satisfy them more than seeing their sons get married, start families, and have children. Li Yi watched as her parents finally agreed to move to Chengdu after Su Wei's persuasion. While feeling relieved, he couldn't help but feel that he had made the right decision to bring Su Wei back. In this way, the family discussed some details of moving to Chengdu. Naturally, the bun shop could no longer be opened. At Li Yi's suggestion, Su Wei added fuel to the fire. Some things would be sold if they could be sold, and thrown away if they couldn't. But even so, it will still take a few days. When the time came to the second day, when Li Yi returned home, the Li family had become lively. After Li got up and went downstairs, he saw a group of old men and women sitting in the store. "I'm not here to eat buns, but to join in the fun." In addition, there are some relatives that Li Yi has no impression of. Next, Li Yi was like a tool, being led by his mother to greet the elders in various ways. During the conversation, everyone was shocked but also envious when they learned that Li Yi was here to pick up his parents and move to Chengdu. In fact, their children all work in Chengdu, and many of them have married and settled down in Chengdu. But they are just ordinary houses. It's okay for me to live in it, but it is definitely not enough if I want to move my parents in. What's more, how many young married couples today are willing to live with their parents-in-law? It is for this reason that these people envy Mr. and Mrs. Li. Apart from anything else, at least the son is filial and the daughter-in-law is sensible, and the family atmosphere is very good. When it was noon, Li's mother naturally invited the relatives to have lunch together. The topic at the dinner table always focused on Li Yi, praising him for his success. At the same time, he also asked what his job was and whether he could help his cousin. Li Yi did not refuse, but he was somewhat displeased with this scene. Fortunately, Su Wei is a sensible person and is well aware of the logic of interactions between relatives. Just come to me for this matter. Brother Yi focuses his main energy abroad, and I'm in Chengdu. Su Wei took over the topic and said, I can definitely help you find a job, but I'm not sure if you'll agree. We should always ask the kids. I'm short of people here, but the work is quite hard. I have to run around outside. Boys are fine, but girls can't handle this kind of hardship. Faced with these topics, Su Wei handled them with ease, just like yesterday. If it were Li Yi, he would probably send everyone to Africa regardless of gender or age. If you think about it this way, Su Yong's cheap brother-in-law is easier to deal with. Maybe he can become a great talent in the future. Just as a group of people surrounded the Li family, a minibus drove into the town. Then, the town leaders who received the news at the last minute rushed to receive them. After getting off the minibus, the people looked around the town and said to the town leaders, We're here to look for Mr. Li. His parents run a bun shop in town. You should know that, right? I know. The town leaders nodded repeatedly. I'll take you there right away. In the crowd, Huang Lily, who had dressed up carefully, also followed behind the leader. She had never been to this town, but she had some impression of it because her ex-boyfriend Li Yi from her student days seemed to be from this town. I don't know what happened to my handsome but poor ex-boyfriend. AI is being developed everywhere now, and it's not easy for art students to find a job. I wonder if he's delivering food in some city now. When she thought of this, Huang Lily felt very fortunate. If her family didn't have some connections that allowed her to get ashore in time, she might have to work in KTV like those classmates. With this idea in mind, Huang Lily followed the leaders to the bun shop and finally tiptoed through the crowd and saw Mr. Li, whom the leaders valued very much. Just by looking at it, her face suddenly turned dull. Hello, Mr. Li. On behalf of Tongzhou City, I welcome you home. The leaders shook hands with Li Yi enthusiastically. Although Li Yi didn't care much about these leaders, for Li's father, Li's mother, and all the relatives, it was a great honor at this moment. There are many young people who have made money and bought houses outside. Although not many of them bring their parents to the city, there are some. But just when I go back home, the city leaders come to greet me. But this has never happened. So, the Li family is really rich? Chapter 164, The Ex-Girlfriend's Performance. She even packed up the cats and dogs when moving. Faced with the sudden arrival of the leaders, Li's father, mother and relatives seemed a little embarrassed. Li Yi communicated with these leaders very naturally. Li Yi was very clear about the purpose of these people's visit. Konglan's production capacity in Temasek will definitely not be able to meet the needs of global patients in the future, so investing in and opening factories in other places is imperative. Although Malaysia is close, it is okay for low-tech OEM and private label products, but when it comes to pharmaceutical production, it has no advantages in the corresponding technology. China not only has a huge market, but also a large pool of talent, and the domestic economy is very stable. For this reason, even if Li Yi is not a Chinese, Konglan's investment in China is a very reasonable business behavior. However, China has a vast territory, so it is very important for the leaders of each province and city to decide which province or city to invest in. Although our hometown is not as developed as those big cities, with the development in recent years, it has all the necessary facilities. The leader was talking to Li Yi, and his words were full of hope that Li Yi would consider making some investments in his hometown. Although the pharmaceutical industry cannot drive an entire industrial chain and create hundreds of thousands of jobs like the automobile or mobile phone industries, but it is real high-tech. What's more, Konglan also masters a new type of biotechnology that the whole world wants. If it can be put into production in Tongzhou, then it may not take long to turn this small fifth-tier city into a biomedicine capital. These are self-evident for the development of the city and the leadership's achievements. Therefore, the leaders simply told Li Yi the truth. We will provide policies if you ask for them, and we will provide land if you ask for it. We will also give the green light to all kinds of approvals and funding. In short, Mr. Li, please give more consideration to our hometown. The leader's words were very sincere. In fact, he didn't have much hope that Konglan would be able to settle in Tongzhou. After all, there were too many disadvantages. Other cities can also provide what he said. To put it bluntly, the main purpose of this visit is to meet Li Yi and leave a good impression on Li Yi. At that time, as long as Tongzhou can get a share of the pie, it will be enough for a good meal. As for Li Yi, he naturally did not express his opinion. Although he was labeled as the person in charge of Konglan Huagua, in reality, all the business was handled by Han Weiyang. Of course, if he wanted to, he only needed to give the order and Han Weiyang would do it immediately. But there is no need for that. Based on long-term development considerations, Li Yi would not really choose a small fifth-tier city without any advantages, and Tongzhou would not be able to support Konglan, which is about to become a behemoth. However, Taking a small share of the interest chain will not affect the overall situation. Thinking of this, Li Yi said, I will give it serious consideration, but some things still require a company meeting to discuss. With Li Yi's words, the leaders completed the mission of this trip. Next, they introduced the heads of various relevant departments to Li Yi and made it clear that if he had any needs or requests, he could raise them at any time. As Li Yi's hometown, they would definitely support their family. Originally, the leader wanted to introduce those young and beautiful female comrades to Li Yi, but after seeing Su Wei beside Li Yi, he wisely gave up the idea. Just as the leaders were about to leave, adhering to the principle of not having too much contact, a female comrade suddenly squeezed in front of everyone. Li Yi, Li Yi. Huang Lili bravely squeezed in and shouted. Although she didn't know how Li Yi suddenly became so successful, Huang Lili felt that her chance had come. Although she got a job with the help of her relatives, she was just a grassroots clerk and was still in the internship period. Seeing how much these leaders value Li Yi, if Li Yi could give her a hand out of old friendship, maybe she would be able to make it big. And if Li Yi still likes her as much as before, that would be even better. As for what fiancé, there is no national law that stipulates that you must get married after receiving a betrothal gift. Anyway, Li Yi is so rich now, so at worst she can just ask Li Yi to help her return the betrothal gift. But what she never expected was that when Li Yi looked up at her, she was greeted by a frown and a face full of confusion. Who are you? Li Yi asked puzzledly. At this time, a group of leaders had begun to frown, wondering whose subordinate this was and why he was so ignorant of the situation. It's me, Huang Lili. Have you forgotten? We were a couple in school. Huang Lili explained hurriedly, her face full of panic and nervousness. If Li Yi really forgot about her, she would have no way to explain to her leaders next. But in Huang Lili's anxious anticipation, she saw Li Yi shaking his head and saying, Sorry, I don't know you. As soon as Li Yi said this, the leaders' faces suddenly became serious and cold. Huang Lili, feeling the cold gazes, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, with the freezing cold piercing her bones. Plum. Huang Lili wanted to say something, but was forcibly dragged out by a leader. Another leader smiled and said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Li. This woman may have recognized the wrong person. I apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive me. It's okay, I understand. After saying this, the leaders left Li's bun shop one after another. It was not until all the leaders left that the Li family finally breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest leaders they had ever seen in their lives were only from the township. These people from the city seemed to have much better attitudes than those from the township. However, when they looked at Li Yi again, there was something more in their eyes. The arrival of the leaders was just a small episode for Li Yi. In the next 2 days, there was a constant stream of relatives and friends coming to visit the Li family. Even the distant relatives, or those who lived in the next town or even in the city, made a special trip back just to make themselves familiar to Li Yi and Li's father and mother. This actually added another day to the original 2-day moving process. It was not until April 15th that the Li family steamed bun shop, which had been open for decades, suddenly closed its doors in full view of everyone in the town. Afterwards, Li Yi drove his father and mother, followed by a box truck, slowly towards Chengdu. Well, it's worth mentioning that before leaving, Mr. Li also took a few stray cats and dogs from the town with him. In the words of Li's mother, we usually feed them what we can't sell. Now that we're closing, I'm afraid no one will feed them. Your father is too soft-hearted to let them go. Hearing this, Li Yi looked through the rearview mirror at the taciturn old man sitting in the back seat and saw that the corners of the latter's mouth were slightly raised. Chapter 165. Moving completed. Li Yi in the news, proud parents. That afternoon, under the curious gaze of Li's father and mother, 2 cars drove into the villa area one after the other. As soon as the car stopped, a young man in a suit trotted up to the Li family and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Li. I am the housekeeper of this residential complex. On behalf of the community property management, I welcome you and your family to your residence. I hope you and your family will be happy every day you live here. It's different for a property that costs a lot of money. The other party even brought some small gifts to welcome you to stay. When Mr. and Mrs. Li saw this scene, they had a new understanding of their living environment. I always hear people living in the city say that residents in the community often quarrel with the property management. It seems that this is not the case. Isn't this property quite polite? Li Yi had no explanation for this. If Li's parents knew that the property management fee was as high as 6 figures this year, they might not be able to sleep well at night. Then, the movers who had been contacted in advance began to unload the truck and move the items that they were reluctant to throw away from their hometown into the house. Li Yi took his parents to visit the villa. I bought a townhouse because I was worried that my parents' life would be lonely. There is an earthen wall in the front and back courtyards. But despite this, the fairly spacious front and backyards still make the two old people happy. Motherly wanted to grow some vegetables, and Fatherly wanted to plant a tree, and at the same time give the cats and dogs a place to run wild. As for the interior of the house, it is divided into 2 floors. A crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling of the lofted living room, and next to the comfortable sofa is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, allowing you to enjoy ample sunlight without leaving the house. There are a total of 6 rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a kitchen that is bigger than Lee's bun shop. Looking at the spacious house, high-end decorations and furniture, Mr. and Mrs. Lee even seemed a little cramped. Such a nice house. Will they live here in the future? Even after they packed up the things they brought and made the bed in the bedroom, the old couple still couldn't believe it. When Lee's mother went into the kitchen to cook and Lee's father was thinking about what kind of trees to plant in the yard, Lee said to Su Wei, "You should stay here with my parents for the time being. They've never lived in the city before, so help them adjust. There are some other things that need to be purchased, so add them when necessary." Su Wei immediately nodded obediently and said, "Don't worry, Brother E. I will definitely take good care of Uncle and Aunt." After thinking for a moment, Lee added, "My dad has a driver's license. Go buy him a car suitable for driving in the next 2 days, as well as some daily clothes and jewelry. Take them shopping more often. The main thing is to correct their spending habits so they don't save where they shouldn't." Su Wei kept Li's instructions in mind. She has decided to follow Li for the rest of her life, so Li's parents are naturally her parents as well. After that, Li had a home-cooked meal that night and flew to the capital the next morning. With the help of a team of lawyers, Han Weiyang has finalized the cooperation terms and investment details. Next, Li will need to take action personally. As if to express his importance to Kong Lan, after Li walked out of the first-class cabin, he saw someone from a certain department who came to pick him up. Afterwards, he moved into a guest house that was not open to the public and enjoyed the treatment of a leader. That night, Han Weiyang reported the details of this incident to Li. "Mr. Li, according to your request, our cooperation will mainly focus on establishing joint research projects with major universities. We provide the technical direction, they provide the personnel and funding, and the results are shared by both parties, but the overseas ownership will belong to us for 20 years. Han Weiyang said, took out another document, and handed it to Li, then continued. "In terms of investment, 2 research institutes are located in Qiantang and Chengdu respectively, and production lines are set up nearby. Local policies are very sincere, and even in terms of funding, several major state-owned banks are willing to provide long-term, low-interest loans. Also, as per your request, we have rejected the local shareholding." Li was listening to the report while flipping through the documents. After reading it, Li tapped the table with his index finger and then said to Han Weiyang, "Tongzhou will be given priority for Chengdu's supporting industrial chain." "I understand, Mr. Li." Han Weiyang immediately wrote down Li's words carefully. Then, Han Weiyang said, "As for the private hospital you requested, it has been approved. As long as the funds are in place, we can start selecting a site and building it at any time." "Mr. Li, do you have any preference regarding the site selection?" "No." Li shook his head and said, "You can choose whatever you want, but remember, this hospital doesn't need to consider profitability. Its purpose is to collect and conduct research and development, while also training a group of its own medical staff." "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll study it carefully and report back to you as soon as I've chosen a location." On the second day after Li arrived in the capital, in a solemn auditorium, in the presence of several media outlets, Li, as the head of Konglan Pharmaceutical in China, signed a contract with relevant departments. With the flash of the flash, this scene was recorded forever. Then, relevant Chinese authorities quickly announced, Ganlu No. 1, the world's only gene-targeted drug that can treat the rare disease SMA, will be directly included in the resident's medical insurance after passing the Green Channel approval. In response to the reporter's question, the spokesperson smiled and replied, "The original price of Ganlu No. 1 was over 200,000 yuan. Through our continuous efforts and Konglan Pharmaceutical's responsible attitude towards patients, its price will be reduced to 20,000 yuan, a full 90% reduction." In an instant, thunderous applause broke out at the press conference. There is no need to take medication for life, and the disease can be cured with a single dose. Even if it is priced at 20,000 yuan, it is definitely affordable for Chinese patients. Even China can proudly announce that, at least in the country, all SMA patients will be completely cured. This news that shocked the whole country immediately occupied the front page headlines of major portals within a few minutes. At the same time, Footage of Li Yi and the leaders signing also appeared in the news clips. The cooperation between Conglon and China has been highly praised by the Chinese people. At the same time, in a villa in Chengdu, Mr. and Mrs. Li, who were watching TV, felt a sense of pride after being shocked when they saw their son appear on TV. Su Wei also widened her beautiful eyes. So this is what Brother Yi is busy with abroad. I didn't expect him to be so impressive. While Su Wei was thinking about it, she was also proud of Li Yi. My man is different. Su Wei curled up the corners of her mouth and began to look forward to the moment when Li Yi would return. Chapter 166. The Bombed Research Institute. Sishi Zai's explanation. The news of Conglon's entry into China has an impact far beyond the medical and patient fields. The financial market always reacts the fastest. The Chinese stock market, which was originally extremely mysterious and half-dead, saw a surge in biomedicine concept stocks following the announcement of the news. Yu Chaojun and others were well prepared for this. They completed their financial layout in China a long time ago. Anyway, it doesn't matter who cuts these leaks, and Li Yi will naturally not let others get away with it. However, there was a small incident that left Li Yi puzzled. Why did the stock price of this wine industry also hit the daily limit? Li Yi looked at Han Weiyang in confusion. Han Weiyang took a look and saw that the stock price of a company called Maozi Liquor Industry was rising all the way, and looking at the record of the increase, it was actually rising much faster than other biopharmaceutical companies. Are the leaks so optimistic about a winery? Despite the fact that the financial experts found it so inconceivable, Han Weiyang smiled and explained to Li Yi. Mr. Li, this is a famous Chinese wine, a luxury product from China. You know, Chinese luxury goods sometimes represent more than just their own value. For example, if I give you a bottle of Maozi liquor, you can always take it to any pawn shop or tobacco shop and exchange it for the corresponding cash. Han Weiyang repeated a routine that he was very familiar with. Therefore, as long as the domestic stock market is booming and the economy is good, Maozi will not fall. Han Weiyang summarized with a smile. After hearing the explanation, Li Yi couldn't help but hold his forehead. After all, Koji is rich in microorganisms, and he also thought that new biotechnology would also trigger changes in wine products. I didn't expect the reason to be so simple. Shaking his head, Li Yi didn't think about it anymore. Afterwards, Han Weiyang reported the latest news from overseas to Li Yi. Since we announced our partnership with China, the launch of Ganlu No. 1 in the United States and Europe has been facing strong resistance. Pharmaceutical giants, led by Qiangxing, are putting pressure on us through U.S. federal officials, and this pressure is even exerted on Temasek. Han Weiyang raised his glasses at this time, revealing a not-so-good look, frowned, and then said, also, the island nation market, which was almost completing its approval process, has suddenly come to a standstill. Currently, the U.S. Federal Trade Commission is attempting to inspect our road park under the pretext of drug safety. I wonder if Temasek can withstand the pressure. Li Yi and others had actually anticipated the setbacks in Europa and the U.S. Federal Review. What I didn't expect was that the U.S. Federation would be so quick and shameless. He also wants to enter Temasek to directly inspect Conglon's road park. What is his plan? I am afraid everyone in the world knows it. In fact, it is not difficult to enter the area controlled by the United States Federation. You just need to choose a giant to cooperate with and leave the rest to the other party, but the conditions for cooperation will definitely be harsh. As for Li Yi, he has never been used to being bullied. Don't worry, just wait until then. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi said calmly, time is on our side anyway. This is also a good opportunity to test Temasek's ability to withstand pressure. I understand what you mean. Han Weiyang nodded, a gleam in his eyes. As long as Conglon can protect the technology and the other party cannot catch up in a short period of time, then when tens of millions of patients in China and other places beyond the influence of the United States are effectively cured, it will inevitably trigger a wave. By then, everything will become a matter of course, whether for the sake of politicians' votes or for the maintenance of domestic stability. At that time, the offense and defense will change. However, the most difficult part is how to keep the technology strictly confidential under coercion and inducement. But this is not something Han Weiyang can worry about. April 20th. After Conglon announced its entry into China, news about its review being blocked in the U.S. federal and European markets instantly ignited the financial market. Biopharmaceutical stocks, which had been rising for several months, finally experienced their first decline in recent times. However, in the words of relevant experts, this is just a short-term technical adjustment. Even if Conglon Pharmaceutical ultimately fails to pass the review, the breakthrough in new biotechnology has become a fact. As the country with the most advanced biotechnology level in the world, It is only a matter of time for the United States to overcome these difficulties. Therefore, the future still belongs to biomedicine. After these remarks, investors immediately regained their confidence, and the stock price, which had been falling, suddenly rose again and even reached a new high. But unlike investors who are optimistic, in the laboratories of major pharmaceutical companies, scientific research experts are in deep despair. AbbVie Biopharmaceutical Research Institute, North Chicago. Impossible. This is impossible. The institute's chief technologist, Fed Koslin, was roaring with incompetence. His few silver hairs had turned gray, his deep-set eye sockets were surrounded by black, and his pupils were bloodshot. Ever since the company got the core raw materials for Konglon's new drug, Fed began to study it all night long. Combined with the genes extracted from the patients who had recovered from Temasek and the technical paper, Fed thought that even if he couldn't completely crack it, he should at least make some discoveries. However, it turns out that there seems to be a huge gap between the two. They clearly knew the technical direction, clearly had patient data, and even obtained raw materials. But no matter what, he couldn't make any progress in cracking the technology. And to make matters worse, the company seems to have lost its patience. Compared with the investment in technological research and development, it is better to find a way to deal with Konglon instead of wasting time and effort. After all, it is just a pharmaceutical company under Temasek. At this moment, when the security guard of the institute was taking a bored nap, a dark-skinned middle-aged man with a determined look sneaked into the institute. Then, accompanied by a loud bang, the core laboratory in the AbbVie Research Institute was instantly reduced to ruins. At the same time, Li Yi also received a call from Cixizhe. Li, my brother, although I failed to get the raw materials back, it has now disappeared from this world. Cixizhe said in a low voice. Li Yi blinked, and after reading the message from the Queen Bee, he was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Aren't you afraid of causing PTSD in the Federation? This is the price they should pay, and it is also my explanation to you, Cixizhe said. Then I want to congratulate you. Li Yi was on a high building, looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic below. Although his voice was mixed with the cold wind from high above, it reached Cixize's ears with extraordinary clarity. Congratulations on being qualified to board the ship. Chapter 167, An Unexpected Surprise. The first subordinate with 100 loyalty. Cixize's explanation surprised Li Yi to some extent. For a well-known reason, the United States has launched a war on terrorism all over the world. The most frightening thing is the hijacked plane and the white robe with a bomb strapped to it. It seems that Cixize's retaliation this time is only aimed at AbbVie, but it is very likely to trigger PTSD in the U.S. Federation. By then, even if Cixize's plan was perfect, it might still be discovered. And Gangyujin may very well become the second Afghan because of his illegal possession of weapons of mass destruction, or in the name of anti-terrorism. However, after a brief thought, combined with the information provided by the Queen Bee, Li Yi figured out the reason. After the raw materials were stolen, Cixize instigated his father and spent a certain amount of money to gain the support of the military, thus achieving the purpose of martial law. Unfortunately, the martial law did not recover the stolen raw materials, but instead caused their faction to suffer a large number of attacks. The military government that came to power through a military coup had an extremely short lifespan due to domestic and international pressure. And now this has happened, and they are instantly at a disadvantage. It was also for this reason that some allies who were originally bribed by Cixize Li Yi immediately began to cut off relations when they saw that the situation was not right. If Cixize loses Li Yi's support at this time, it may be difficult for him to even maintain his base. So, Cixize made an extremely bold plan. It really kills two birds with one stone. Li Yi smoked a cigar and gave a very high evaluation. In the smoke, his bright eyes seemed to be able to see Cixize on the other side of the planet. Such a risky move by Cixize brought two benefits. One of them is to gain Li Yi's favor. Although the raw materials have not been recovered, in order to make up for this mistake, I even dared to confront the United States federal government. With such sincerity, no one would remain indifferent. What Cixize is betting on is that Li Yi will not give up on him. Secondly, through this behavior, they forcibly tied back to the ship those allies who wanted to disperse. Although I did it, the United States Federation doesn't think so. So if something goes wrong, it's all over for everyone. And if anyone plans to jump ship, don't blame me for being heartless and ungrateful. It has to be said that Cixize made a risky move. But the effect is very good. Just because of his temper of unleashing a bomb at a disagreement, Li Yi is determined to increase the bet no matter what. Thinking of this, Li Yi called Han Weiyang and said to him, "Contact the relevant Chinese authorities. We at Konglan plan to build a raw material planting industrial park in Gangwajan. This requires a lot of infrastructure, and China is definitely the best in this area. Oh, and at the same time, we have to build a new railway. Li Yi told Han Weiyang the general plan and finally instructed. You can handle the details. It's not urgent. You can just talk about it first. I will start drafting the relevant plan immediately, said Han Weiyang. Before Han Weiyang left, Li Yi suddenly called him again. Oh, there's one more thing, Li Yi said. The precious metals we purchased from China need to be delivered to the machinery factory in Malaysia as soon as possible. We need to hurry them up. Han Weiyang nodded immediately. Only after Han Weiyang left did Li Yi stretch and stand up. Now that he has basically finished dealing with things in the capital, the next step is to wait for the storm caused by Konglan to slowly sweep across the world. However, before that, the dual construction work of Destiny Club and Destiny Island must be started as soon as possible. On April 22nd, Li Yi flew back to Chengdu after signing the final cooperation investment terms. Chengdu is the beneficiary of this cooperation. For this reason, Li Yi received a call from the leader of Chengdu before he returned to his residence in the villa. There was nothing serious, just to thank Li Yi and to give Li Yi some status and honor, such as Secretary General of XX Chamber of Commerce, Young Enterprise Representative, leading figure in high-tech field, and so on. Li Yi only had one thing to say about all this. Thank you for your concern, but I have something to deal with recently, so it's not convenient for me to go and pick it up. He came back this time just to get a golden body, and now he has almost done it, but he has no intention of really going into the business world. After returning to the villa, looking at the big house that already had a lively atmosphere, Li Yi nodded with satisfaction. As for Li's mother's idea of growing vegetables in the courtyard, it coincided with his idea. It could be considered as a means of survival. The only pity is that since vegetables are planted in the land, it is inconvenient to dig a hole to bury the person. Li Yi did not stay in Chengdu for long. Ever since he went to the capital and made a big splash, there has been an endless stream of people contacting him through various channels. Not to mention my former classmates and friends, there are also some relatives who are not related at all. Some even went so far as to follow their children to Chengdu, either to lend them money or to arrange jobs for them. Fortunately, the old couple were sensible people. After practicing Tai Chi for a few rounds, these people didn't even see Li Yi. As May approached, Li packed his bags and set off for Temasek again. After arriving at Temasek, Li Yi met Leo, who came to pick him up. The leader of the Thor operations team now also serves as Konglan's security minister. In the car, Leo reported the latest situation to Li Yi. Boss, there are a lot of people hanging around the park every day, and even the rent around the park has increased. Last time, we encountered a group of professional thieves. If the Queen Bee hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid they would have succeeded. Having said that, Leo observed Li Yi's expression through the rearview mirror. After a while, Leo tried to say, although I'm reluctant to admit it, but boss, I need a reliable helper now. Li Yi smiled slightly and said, what you really want to ask is when your comrade Robbie can be cured. After being exposed by Li Yi, Leo simply nodded in admission, gave a silly smile, and then waited expectantly for Li Yi's answer. Li Yi was too lazy to keep the secret and said directly, Professor Finch is ready and Robbie will have surgery in May. Upon hearing the news, Leo's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, boss. I will serve you with my life. Leo's words were true, because Li Yi had already heard the system's prompt. Your subordinate Leo's loyalty to you has reached 100. The loyalty chip unlocks new functions. Oh, Li Yi, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, had a twinkling in his eyes. He did not expect that he would receive an unexpected surprise just after returning to Temasek. Li Yi then looked at the system. Chapter 168 Loyalty Seal, Mid-Level and Senior-Level Meeting. Loyalty Seal. This function will be activated after the loyalty chip implanter reaches 100 points of loyalty to the commander. Those branded with this stamp of loyalty will never betray their commander, and after accessing a brain-computer interface, they can perfectly synchronize with bio-assisted technology. Will you never betray me? Li Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and glanced through his sunglasses at Leo, who was driving. The latter's honest face was filled with anticipation. But what is bio-assisted technology? Li Yi asked this question to the Queen Bee and soon got the answer. Bio-assisted technology aims to enable computers to assist organisms in performing calculated actions through brain-computer interfaces, which can greatly improve their combat efficiency. The Queen Bee explained it very clearly and even provided corresponding images. Combined with Li Yi's own experience, he quickly understood the technology. The human body generally performs movements based on signals from the brain or through muscle memory. But no matter which one it is, it is difficult for humans to control their bodies 100. For example, using 70 of your strength to punch can only be based on personal feeling and experience. But through biological-assisted technology, 70 is 70, not a bit more. For example, when humans face danger, they will instinctively avoid it, such as closing their eyes when encountering strong light. In combat, this may lead to missed opportunities due to a momentary instinctive reaction. With bioassisted technology, all of this can be avoided. Even when encountering strong light, people will still instinctively close their eyes, but the computer has already calculated the optimal course of action at that time, allowing people to make the most appropriate action. There is no doubt that this will greatly improve combat effectiveness. However, all of this is subject to a prerequisite, which is that it must be connected to a brain-computer interface and have a certain synchronization rate. Li Yi has already obtained brain-computer interface technology from the last reward. Thinking of this, Li Yi looked at Leo again. Leo only felt an inexplicable chill on his back. After arriving at the RD Center, Kong Lan's middle and senior management, who had already received the news, immediately entered a conference room. Tell me about the situation. Li Yi, who was sitting in the main seat, lit a cigar and looked at his subordinates on his left and right. After several subordinates looked at each other, Yu Chaojun, who was sitting on Li Yi's right, spoke first. Mr. Li, except for the obstruction in entering the area controlled by the U.S. Federation, everything else is progressing steadily. With the finalization of the cooperation with China, 32 countries and regions have approved the launch of Ganlu No. 1 and will also provide support for the launch of subsequent drugs. Especially the Indian market, which we attach great importance to, is about to obtain listing approval. India is a country with a large population and serious class divisions, making it a good breeding ground. However, because it is too close to a big Eastern country, it is almost as difficult as hell to develop a career here. So Li Yi planned to use technical means to enter here and then take it step by step. There are also financial plans, and the second phase is about to begin. By then, our Kong Lan may face an unprecedented attack. Yu Chaojun continued. The so-called second stage is the stage of harvesting leaks. By then, the wildly falling stock prices will not only drive major pharmaceutical giants crazy, but will also drive countless speculators to bankruptcy. When people are crazy, they are more likely to do dangerous things. It is conceivable that by then, Kong Lan will inevitably be subjected to various encirclements and sniping attacks in the business world, and physically, there will probably be some communication as well. However, Yu Chaojun said with a smile after explaining the crisis he was about to face. Thanks to new drugs and the financial market, our funds have now accumulated to a considerable amount. Yu Chaojun took out a report and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi opened it and took a casual look, and he had an idea of the funds he currently had. The cash flow is not much, and it mainly comes from the wool from the sheep of the Destiny Club. Although the selling price of Ganlu No. 1 is not low, it actually does not make any money. On the contrary, in order to obtain Ganlu No. 1, many institutions willing to cooperate with Kong Lan were forced to purchase some other Kong Lan products in a bundled package. But overall, cash flow can only be described as healthy. In addition to cash flow, there are fixed assets. Kong Lan currently owns a large group of fixed assets, such as the road park and its surrounding areas, the factory in Malaysia, and various institutions that will be built in China. Most of them are heavy assets and will be held for a long time in the future. What is currently the largest is actually the financial market's valuation of Kong Lan. There is no doubt that Kong Lan, which masters new biotechnology, will be highly favored by the capital market before anyone else possesses the same technology. In the words of the North Korean military, as long as we need funds, any financial investment institution or bank in the world will rush to give us the money. In general, Kong Lan is not short of money at the moment. Even if he needs money, there are plenty of ways to get enough funds. However, Li does not attach much importance to funding as a whole. After all, the initial stage of entrepreneurship has long passed. Yu Chaojun was very excited about this. He had never been in charge of such a huge amount of funds, so his face was flushed, and he was particularly excited when he reported. But he soon realized that Li Yi was not interested in this, so he quickly ended it. Following the Chao army was Kong Hongfei. Kong Hongfei's returns are much shorter, and there is not so much long-term and short-term data. Kong Hongfei said, the ALS drug trial has entered the clinical stage and is expected to produce effective results in the first half of the year. There are 3 other gene-targeted drugs in development for rare diseases, as well as many more genetic disorders. If we can increase our manpower, I can guarantee that we will be able to produce a lot of results soon. Kong Hongfei rarely made requests to Li Yi, and that was why Li Yi thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said, I'll give you a few loyalty chips. You can use them as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Kang Hongfei nodded with a happy expression on his face. The RD Center actually has several very good young talents, but due to Li Yi's need for confidentiality, these young people can only be involved in peripheral work and cannot touch the real core. Now that he has the loyalty chip, he can promote some people to share the research pressure and speed up the development progress. After Kang Hong flew past, Li Yi turned his gaze to Professor Finch. The professor seemed impatient from the moment he sat down for the meeting. But what's interesting is that its loyalty has not declined. It seems that Professor Finch really only likes to do experiments and research and development. Chapter 169. Control a country and meet the moment of destiny. Professor Finch is under a lot of pressure. It was not just Li Yi who urged to start human experiments as soon as possible, but also himself. As a student on the path of scientific research, the technology brought by Li Yi opened the door to a new world for him. Many things that I couldn't figure out before now have new inspiration. It was for this reason that he constantly forced himself to delve into various aspects, and he had never even reported the direction of his research to Li Yi. Of course, with the Queen Bee around, if Li Yi wanted to know, he only needed to take a look. Professor Finch was not interested in this wasting time meeting, so when it was his turn, he said very simply, "After 7 days, prepare the patient for surgery." Just this sentence, the report ends. Then, his next words were, "I have finished my business. Can I go back to the lab?" Li Yi nodded to this and let Finch leave. Finally, it was Leo's turn. However, this big guy, who is still wanted by the German Federation, is now immersed in the good news that Finch has just brought. 7 days later, his comrade Robbie will undergo surgery. What is that surgery? To be honest, Leo didn't understand it too well, but he knew that there must be some technical means that could make Robbie get better. Perhaps it won't be long before the two of them can fight side by side again. But this time, Leo wondered if Robbie would be scared when he saw his current powerful strength. It was not until he heard Yu Chaojuan's cough that Leo woke up from his fantasy of shocking his comrades and quickly organized his words. "Boss, regarding Kanglan security, I've already recruited over 80 people for perimeter security, but to be honest, there are almost no ones who can be of any use. As for the Thor team, they haven't had any missions lately. They've been training and growing very fast, but they're just ordinary people." At this point, Leo shook his head. By the way, when did he start to define himself as an unusual person? Well, that's not important. Leo continued, "Thomas and the others really want to join us, but I think it's too easy." When he first joined the Destiny Club, although it was not a life-or-death experience, he did go through a lot of trials. Thomas and others have not yet experienced real tests. Li Yi responded, "You can do whatever you want, but you need to increase your efforts in recruiting people. Also, I've had the Queen Bee identify a group of prison-bound talents similar to you. I'm currently arranging for them to be contacted, and they'll need you to manage them soon." "Boss, don't worry, I will take care of everything," Leo said seriously. After a series of reports, Li Yi made arrangements for the next development steps. In the next period of time, the focus will shift from Kanglan to the construction of Destiny Island and the establishment of the Action Department. At the same time, coupled with the System Construction Task 3, Li Yi plans to open up a new base. This base will cover a very large area and will house a large number of personnel and equipment. It can be used as a logistics base and can also become a war fortress when necessary. In short, Li Yi plans to build a city that is completely under his control. There are actually quite a few places that meet Li Yi's requirements, but their strategic locations are not very good. However, when Li Yi put forward his idea, Leo scratched his head and said, "Wouldn't it be better to just control a small country?" Leo's words suddenly gave Li Yi an idea. Controlling a small country sounds difficult, but it is even harder to do. But for those who own the system, it is not that difficult. Moreover, controlling a country means having resources and population, and some things that used to have to be done in secret can now be done openly. Sure enough, you still need to have a pattern when doing things. Thinking of this, Li Yi asked several people to start brainstorming in this direction. Soon, after much discussion, the target country was determined. Finally, Li Yi said to Leo, "After Robbie finishes the surgery, you will lead the team to carry out this mission." "Understood, boss." Leo was extremely excited to accept the task, as his strength finally had a place to be used. What's more, the mission this time is to take control of a country. Although it is just a small country, it still makes people full of expectations. When it was early May, a 10,000-ton cargo ship finally arrived at Temasek from the port of Shanghai, China. After the handover was completed, a batch of precious metals was sent to a factory in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, across a bridge from Temasek. The construction of the factory has been completed long ago, and the corresponding machinery and equipment have been moved in. Once the precious metals serving as raw materials arrive, the intelligent engineering robot production line in the factory starts operating immediately. Li Yi went to inspect it specially. The entire factory is taken over by the Queen Bee, realizing fully intelligent and automated operations. The only thing Li Yi needed to do was to arrange a group of security forces outside the factory to ensure that the production inside the factory would not be discovered. As soon as Liang Jianjun takes out the design and construction drawings of Destiny Island, these produced engineering robots will be loaded onto the ship and sent to Destiny Island to begin construction. At the same time, in the RD building, Leo was communicating with Robbie, who was sitting in a wheelchair. The boss has a good temper, but he doesn't seem to like Pink and Peppa Pig very much. You have to pay attention to this. Also, the boss is very efficient, so don't delay and report anything immediately. Leo shared his experience of serving Li Yi with his comrades. Robbie seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact, there was a gloomy look on his face. When Robbie was released by the German Federal Supervisory Agency, he came to Temasek and met his comrade Leo. He was very happy to see that Leo was doing well now. Moreover, Leo seems to have joined a very powerful organization, which is able to bribe the German federal military. It really has considerable power. However, even if the other party could cure Leo's wife Sophia's burns, Robbie still had no hope of curing his own disability. If it could be cured, Leo's wife Sophia wouldn't still be in a wheelchair. Leo knew what Robbie was thinking, but he didn't explain. Following Li Yi, he has witnessed many incredible techniques. So, Leo just smiled, patted Robbie on the shoulder, and said, "Listen, brother. Adjust your mindset and prepare to face the moment when your destiny changes. It's not too far away, it's the last day of the week." To be honest, Leo suddenly showed a wicked smile. "I'm really looking forward to you getting better, because only then will I feel a sense of accomplishment when I beat you up." "I hope so." Looking at Leo, who kept encouraging him, Robbie could only nod comfortingly in the end. However, what neither of them knew was that the result would surprise them both. Chapter 170, The First Gene Warrior Surgery. Li Yi is threatened. It is the last day of the first week of May. It's May and the weather in Temasek is already starting to get hot. But what was even more intense was Leo's anxiety and anticipation. Early in the morning, he pushed Robbie to the RD building to begin the final physical examination before the operation. "Robbie, you don't look well," Leo said worriedly. Robbie in the wheelchair forced a smile on his face, but his pale look still betrayed him. Leo felt uneasy about this, so he called Professor Finch's assistant Freddy during the inspection. After checking it himself, Freddy said with a relaxed expression, "It's normal pain. We injected him with some auxiliary medicine yesterday, and he was not allowed to eat or drink during this period, so this is normal." Freddy's explanation made Leo feel a little relieved. After all the examination results were completed, Leo pushed Robbie to his special operating room. At this time, Li Yi also appeared in the operating room. Li Yi didn't take the first genetic warrior transformation surgery seriously, but he was very interested in it, so he came. It was 9:30 in the morning. Professor Finch closed his eyes and meditated. After checking the surgical instruments, Freddy came to Robbie and said seriously, "This operation was very long and dangerous. Frankly speaking, it was the most difficult operation I have ever had in my life. I'm not saying this to scare you off, but to tell you that although the entire operation is performed under general anesthesia, you must always maintain a high will to survive." Before Robbie, the recipient of the spell, could speak, Leo had already nervously grabbed Robbie's shoulders. Seeing Leo, a big guy, looking like a woman, made the nervous Robbie laugh. Then Robbie pretended to be relaxed and said, "I'm still waiting for the operation to be over. I want to see how Leo can surprise me." After confirming that Robbie was all right, Freddy looked at Li Yi and reported, "Boss, all procedures are ready. The patient's body meets the surgical criteria, and we can begin at any time. Let's start," Li Yi said. As Li Yi shouted start, the outer gate of the laboratory was suddenly closed, and then the red warning light came on. In the operating room, Robbie, stripped naked, was placed on the operating table. Then, Freddy pushed in an instrument with several sophisticated robotic arms, like an octopus. Such a complex and large-scale operation is naturally impossible to perform with manpower alone, and in fact, equipment alone is not enough. Soon, the Queen Bee's voice rang out in the operating room. "Surgical equipment has been connected, detection equipment has been turned on, the line is normal, auxiliary functions are normal." After the Queen Bee finished her series of announcements, Freddy, who was operating the delicate instruments at the operating table, took a deep breath, checked his watch, and said, Time, 10:02. The patient's anesthetic has taken effect. Safety measures are in place. The first surgery begins. As Freddie began the operation with full concentration, the entire operating room suddenly became quiet, with only the faint sound of the instruments still spreading. Leo was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe, but Lee watched the operation with great interest. He had read the surgical plan and found that the entire operation was divided into several stages. Each stage is extremely difficult, and the surgical procedure is extremely complicated. Correspondingly, after the operation is completed, the patient will become a genetic warrior. Unlike the evolution caused by taking genetic evolution fluid, genetic warriors can be said to be artificially intervened evolution born for combat. As for the difference between the two, we can only say that the former has a better foundation and is more comprehensive, but the training cost is high. As for the latter, after undergoing surgery, even an ordinary person can immediately become a superhuman warrior with super combat capabilities. More importantly, it can be produced in large quantities. However, the potential is naturally not too high. At best, it can reach the state of perfect genes at level I, and the gene lock is still not opened. The operation was slow and bloody. Anyway, from Li Yi's perspective, all of Robbie's organs on the operating table were hollowed out. The scene was so brutal that even Hannibal would cry after seeing it. Li Yi looked at it for a while and then stopped looking. It's not that he couldn't stand this kind of scene, he just felt bored. After all, he didn't understand much about technical matters. But as soon as he walked out of the operating room, Leo followed him out. Li Yi glanced at the big guy and saw that his eyes were red. After all, he was the first loyal henchman whose loyalty reached 100. Li Yi thought about it, took out a cigar, and handed one to Leo. Leo was immediately flattered and took it. Next, Li Yi didn't say any words of comfort. He just smoked for a while and left Leo with his back. Robbie's surgery was not completed until the next day. However, the Queen Bee did send news that the operation was going smoothly and within the planned expectations. Compared to Robbie's successful operation, Yu Chaojun on the other side was in trouble. Mr. Li, this was sent by the other party. Yu Chaojun handed a 5.56mm caliber bullet to Li Yi. Li Yi took the bullet and played with it for a while with great interest. Then he asked with a smile, "Where are you from? You have such poor taste. Don't you know I like large caliber bullets?" "It's a foundation called Odyssey," Yu Chaojun explained in a relaxed tone. "I had Queen Bee investigate them. Behind the foundation is a group of Israeli interests, with Mossad also involved. If it were an ordinary company, it would feel somewhat panicked after receiving this bullet. But Kanglan has never been an ordinary company, and Yu Chaojun has actually used similar methods many times in his efforts to expand Kanglan. Leo alone has carried out the same mission several times. So when faced with the sudden threat, Yu Chaojun not only did not feel fear, but instead felt inexplicably happy. "I will give them a reward in return," Li Yi said, holding the bullet. Since someone has given him a gift, according to Li Yi's style, he would naturally return it 100-fold. Because of this, Sally, who was sleeping soundly in the Fox side control area, was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. After seeing the caller ID, Sally's bad mood and sleepiness disappeared instantly, and she immediately became fully alert. "Li, nice to hear from you," said Sally. Li Yi didn't keep the secret and said directly on the phone, "I agreed to the deal you proposed last time, but I have two small requests." After the call, Sally received a set of coordinates on the Red Sea. Li Yi once again boarded his beloved Nightingale and flew across the sky at a hypersonic cruise speed. Chapter 171, Li Yi's Return Gift. The Odyssey is actually a Greek epic, but the story is very popular with some Israelis. Because the protagonist of the story, Odysseus, after wandering for decades and experiencing many difficulties, finally returned to his hometown and, under the guidance of the gods, finally completed his revenge. It is worth mentioning that the famous Trojan War comes from this book. Under the pretext of offering a gift, he actually harbored murderous intentions. How about it? Does it sound more and more familiar? It is very similar to the scene when the country was first established. Li Yi has never had a good impression of this group of people, especially since he had a mortal feud with them in his previous life. No matter whether Odyssey is testing or something else this time, since he has made up his mind, he might as well strike first. For this reason, when Nightingale arrived above the sea, as Li Yi thought about it, a ship appeared on the calm sea. This is a Coast Guard ship with a displacement of 3,000 tons. But in fact, probably only a certain Eastern power uses 3,000-ton ships as Coast Guard ships. But no matter whether it is a warship or a Coast Guard ship, in short, Li Yi named this ship that he just bought from the system Swordfish. Although the name is rather mediocre, it is a 3,000-ton ship after all, and has all the necessary functions, such as naval guns, machine guns, and landing platforms. Anyway, at first glance, it looks like a proper warship. But in fact, Li Yi really wanted to buy a warship that could launch missiles, but he was a little short of money. After placing the Nightingale on the deck, Li Yi took out the goods for this transaction and began to wait for Sally's arrival. Since they received Li Yi's call at the last minute, Sally sighed, prepared hastily. It was not until more than an hour later that Li Yi saw from afar a cargo ship appearing on the sea level. As the two ships approached, Sully boarded the deck of the Swordfish with a look of surprise. After greeting Li Yi, Sally did not mention the goods being traded. Instead, he looked at the Swordfish with longing in his eyes and said, "Li, is this ship for sale? I can definitely offer a good price." As we all know, Fox Eye has no navy, and when they rob merchant ships in the Red Sea, they usually use pirate boat tactics. Now that he suddenly saw Li Yi driving such a big ship, Sally no longer cared about the missiles. Missiles are good, but they are gone after one hit. As for a warship, don't worry about the maintenance cost. At least the cards are sufficient. More importantly, because the arc of resistance has been cut off, Fox Eye is preparing a navy with the help of Iran, so that there will be an additional sea route for transportation. But even with Iran's help, its naval power is probably not enough. If we can buy Li Yi's warship, it will definitely be a great achievement for the Fox Eye Navy that is about to be established. But unfortunately, facing Sally's expectations, Li Yi shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Sally, but this Swordfish is now my only personal boat, and I need it when I go fishing." Who uses a warship to go fishing at sea? Li Yi's extremely Versailles words made Sally envious. But no matter how he persuaded, Li Yi remained unmoved. Sally finally said, "Li, if you have similar weapons and equipment in the future, you must sell them to me." Although he had long known that Li Yi was extremely powerful, Sally felt that he had underestimated the power behind Li Yi, as he was able to appear in the Red Sea in a warship. You know, there are garrisons from many countries stationed on both sides of this sea area. Even after the transaction was completed, Sally still took a tour of the Swordfish with a reluctant heart. Finally, he reluctantly returned home with the missile that Li Yi sold him. Before leaving, Sally promised, "Don't worry, Li, I will definitely send these things to where they belong." At the same time, Thomas, deputy leader of the Thor operations team, also walked out of a luxury hotel in Temasek, whistling. Then, Thomas pressed the communicator next to his ear and said, "Boss, the gift has been delivered." Leo's voice suddenly came from the earphones. "Then retreat." Thomas took one last look at the hotel, got in his car, and returned to his job. Oh, by the way, he is now a captain of Conlon Security, mainly responsible for security work within the park. A few hours later, when the entire Temasek was shrouded in dusk, the Israeli named Joseph also returned to the hotel. As a member of the Odyssey Foundation, he is effectively affiliated with Mossad. The main task is to ensure the smooth investment of the foundation. Conlon is the foundation's most important target at the moment. However, Temasek Pharmaceuticals is obviously not very clear about the rules by which the world operates. The entire financial world is controlled by them, and no one can resist their will. That bullet was just a small warning. If the other party is sensible, then all they need to do next is accept Odyssey's investment, and everyone can make more money together. And if you refuse? Joseph opened the door of his room with a smile, and then his eyes suddenly froze. He saw a 10-second countdown flashing on the table in the room, and he could also clearly see the bomb device connected to the back of the countdown. As an expert in this area, Joseph instinctively retreated immediately. But when he ran to the stairs, 10 seconds had passed, and there was still no sound. Shit! Joseph, knowing that he had been tricked, cursed inwardly and hurried back to the room. But when he approached the time bomb, the bomb suddenly exploded, and a clown doll popped out of it. Amid the clown's shrill laughter, Joseph saw a greeting card in the clown's hand. It read, "Thank you for your gift. The return gift is on the way." Joseph Tun felt something was wrong. It was obvious that the other party had found out his location and issued a warning. As a professional and qualified special service agent, Joseph quickly began to move after pulling open a corner of the curtain to take a quick look. At the same time, he quickly contacted his superiors to report the situation here. "Trojan, I'm exposed. The other party is likely to attack me soon," Joseph said nervously. But on the other side, a voice came that made him stunned. "No, maybe not to you, but to us." The next moment, Joseph heard a loud air raid sirens coming from the Trojan horse. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of loud explosions. The call with Trojan was interrupted at this moment, but before Joseph could try to contact again, a man's voice came to his ears. "Joseph, do you like this gift? Isn't it more powerful than a small caliber bullet?" "That's right. After all, those are 10 ballistic missiles. No man can refuse." Chapter 172. Girl Lilia comes to Kinshasa again. Kinshasa was, as usual, filled with chaos and unrest. But for Lilia, she can enjoy a brief peace. Although the future is still full of uncertainty, at least for now, the sunshine and the fragrance of flowers still seem so beautiful. After getting up from the villa, Lilia took out a beautiful white dress from the closet. After some dressing up, a graceful blonde girl appeared in the mirror, like an elf. The person who bought her told her that she was a gift for a distinguished guest. Although she didn't know when the guest would arrive, she had to dress herself up every day and wait for the guest to arrive at any time. Lilia could sense that the guest must be very powerful. Otherwise, the black security guards around the house would be like a hungry wolf meeting a white rabbit when facing such a weak and beautiful girl like her. Lilia was well aware of her beauty, and it was because of this beauty that she was spotted from the refugee camp and eventually became a commodity. But it seemed that because of that guest, at least so far, the black people around her were very friendly to her. Sometimes Lilia really hopes that the guest will never come, and she can continue to live like this, which may be a very good result. But things never go as we wish. When Lilia walked out of the villa and came to the courtyard, a black security guard ran over and said to her, "The commander told me that guests will arrive tonight, and you must be ready at all times." After the black security guard finished speaking, he immediately ran back to his post. Everyone around knew that a beautiful Eastern European girl lived in this villa. Her every frown and smile was as beautiful as an angel on earth. But everyone also knew that this villa belonged to the commander of the Capital Guard Regiment, CCIs. He was the leader of the young generation in the country and a truly powerful figure, and they could not afford to offend him. When Lilia received the news, she was stunned for several seconds before she slowly came to her senses. Is that guest finally coming? Frustration appeared on Lilia's delicate little face. From the moment she was trafficked, Lilia began to speculate about her future fate. Maybe it will become a plaything of a rich man, or maybe after being played with, it will be sold as a commodity again. Or after being squeezed dry, they are sent to organ traffickers. All in all, fate is so cruel. I wonder how her master will deal with her. Lilia couldn't help but think of the other person's image. That should be a fat old black man, dirty and smelly, ruthless and cruel. As Lilia thought about it, her face turned pale, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant. In her beautiful, deep blue pupils, only confusion and fear remained. The Red Sea and Kinshasa are so close, and since Li Yi is here, he naturally wants to meet Cecil. Although the raw materials were stolen, Caesar made up for it boldly. But at the same time, because of CCI's reckless behavior, I'm afraid his life now will not be very good. At this time, Li Yi naturally had to support his younger brother. After arriving in Kinshasa, Li Yi found a warehouse as usual, and then a large amount of arms filled the entire warehouse. Li Yi purchased this batch of arms from the system according to the standard of a battalion. Of course, it is by no means a battalion-level combat unit like that of a certain Eastern power or the United States Federation, but is designed according to Africa's excellent matching mechanism. In general, there are both long and short guns, as well as plenty of rocket launchers, grenades, and landmines, all of which are things that can be used right away. The main feature is that it has low technological content and is plug-and-play. Even if a 10-year-old kid holds it, it can be immediately transformed into combat power. After looking at these cheap but useful equipment with satisfaction, Li Yi sent a coordinate to Tshi Zhe. Sexy Zhe, who was talking to his confidant, was delighted when he saw Li Yi's message. He waved to his men and said, "Prepare a convoy to transport goods. My brothers have come to Kinshasa again." The two confidants, whom Li Yi called Lao He and Xiao He, immediately began to prepare. They had met Li Yi before, and they knew that this mysterious young man from the East had been funding and supporting Tshi Zhe. It is precisely because of this that Sexy Zhe can obtain very sophisticated equipment at a very low price. This also makes their troops the most powerful army in the entire Gangwajan. Soon, a convoy was formed. Tshi Zhe immediately led his men out of the camp in a mighty manner, marched through the city of Kinshasa, and headed for the coordinates sent by Li Yi. On the other side, Li Yi was talking on the phone with Sally. Sally acted quickly according to Li Yi's request. As soon as the 10 ballistic missiles were obtained, they were launched into Israeli territory without delay. Except for the locations that Li Yi required to be attacked, the rest of the missiles were fired at various military facilities. This wave of Husai's missile strikes suddenly made the situation even more unexpected. Although Husai jumped very hard, neither the United States nor Israel actually took Husai seriously. Even Iran, who funded Foxai, just wanted to use this little brother as a gun. After all, Iran is a wealthy and powerful country, and if there is a head-on conflict, it may not end well, but Husai does not have these concerns. And now Fox Tsai suddenly launched 10 ballistic missiles. Although they were not intercontinental ballistic missiles, but just ordinary ground-to-ground ballistic missiles, this was definitely not something that ordinary players could possess. Based on Fox Tsai's industrial level, let alone missiles, I'm afraid they can't even produce missile shells. What is even more incredible is that ballistic missiles must be guided. In the past, Fox Tsai used Iranian satellite guidance. But this time, Fox Tsai did not communicate with Iran at all, but the missile hit the target accurately. This has forced many people to re-examine Husai. Obviously, Fox Tsai has a new sponsor, and this sponsor can not only provide missiles, but also satellite guidance. So, who is the new player entering the market? You did a great job this time. I am very satisfied. On the phone, the so-called new player, Li Yi, was telling Sally, I will provide the second batch of goods as planned, and I will also consider the technologies you want. After saying that, Li Yi hung up the phone. In the distance, a long dragon of car lights was slowly driving towards him. Funding both parties at the same time was a bit stressful for Li Yi. After all, the system currency did not have a stable source. But one can't be too cautious in everything. Even though he is not under pressure to survive now, radicalism and adventurousness have never disappeared from his bones. Chapter 173, Caesar's Plan, The Girl's Master. My brother, you are welcome once again to your loyal Kinshasa. After changing his lines, CCI's hugged Li Yi. The two have known each other for a year, and both of their careers have seen tremendous development. Li Yi was still struggling to make his first pot of gold, while Caesar dreamed of officially stepping onto the stage. And now, Li Yi has started to stir up trouble in Jiaodong, and Sai Shiza has become the real power holder of Gangwujin. Hurry up and load your gifts into the car. After the greetings, Li Yi said while smoking a cigar. When Shiza heard this, he smiled and waved to Lao He behind him. Then, one black soldier after another, under the command of Lao He, began to carry box after box of ammunition. Li Yi took a quick look at these soldiers, observed them for a while, and nodded secretly in his heart. Compared with before, Sexi's military strength and firepower have increased significantly, and the quality of the soldiers is also steadily improving. At least this time when transporting goods, security had already been set up around the area. Perhaps if we wait another 2 years, until the first batch of officers from the Bantuga Military Academy graduate and join CCI's army, the army's combat effectiveness may increase exponentially by then. Although Li Yi brought only light weapons this time, it still took him more than an hour to load them. Only after the entire convoy was fully loaded did the group start their return journey. In the car, CCI's looked at the convoy loaded with arms behind him through the rearview mirror and looked very happy. In order to give Li Yi an explanation, he ignored the obstruction and did some dangerous things. This move made many of his former allies begin to rethink their relationship with him, especially those old guys. If he hadn't risked blowing himself up and ending everyone's life, those old guys would have wanted to hand him over and surrender. But at the same time, Caesar was also lucky. The attack on the Abvai laboratory was so carefully planned that it was ultimately characterized as an act of personal revenge. Although the secret investigation is still going on, it will take some time to find him. In addition, thanks to Li Yi's funding, the troops in Sexi's hands have become a force that cannot be ignored in the entire Gangwujin. It is precisely for this reason that many aspiring young people who also dislike the elderly choose to join his camp. Combined with his previous relationships and connections, CC's is gradually spreading his influence outward. And Li Yi's batch of arms arrived at the right time. The convoy drove smoothly back to the camp of the Kinshasa Capital Guard Regiment, and then Li Yi was pulled into the commander's office of CCI's. After pouring a glass of wine for Li Yi, CC said, My actions this time have made some people wary, and the military government has become increasingly unstable. Under the instigation of foreigners, a new round of popular elections will surely begin soon. After clinking glasses, Shize told Li Yi about his short-term plans. Since the military government will end sooner or later, why not make that day come sooner, Shize said. I'm going to launch a purge. I'm going to send all those old men who only know how to embezzle and enjoy themselves to hell, and allow more knowledgeable and ambitious young people to step forward. Once I'm done cleaning up, I'll be supporting a politician in power, and I'll need your help then. Li Yi nodded in agreement. Although Cecil's style is simple, crude, and bold, the world is originally a huge makeshift team, not to mention Africa. Someone as planned, powerful, and organized as Cecil is far above the African average. I've prepared everything for you, Li Yi said. Kong Lan has reached a cooperation with China, including one on steel and gold. They will form a joint venture with Kong Lan to carry out large-scale infrastructure construction and build a new railway. Also, I will give you the agency rights for Konglon's new drug throughout Central Africa. This will enhance your reputation." Hearing Li Yi's words, Cixi Zhe showed a hint of excitement. Although these were all part of the plan he and Li Yi had worked out together, he didn't expect Li Yi to be so efficient and have everything ready. Li Yi can provide not only military support, but also people's livelihood and infrastructure, as well as influence. This further proves that it is the right choice for him to cling to Li Yi. As for what Li Yi wants to gain from the steel fruit gold, Cixi Zhe currently has no idea. But what he was sure of was that Li Yi's focus was definitely not just on the land of Gangwujian. Moreover, compared to foreigners taking away the resources and wealth of this land by plundering, he would rather give them directly to Li Yi, who has helped him a lot. "Thank you again, my brother." Caesar raised his glass, and the golden vodka rippled like the rising sun, foreshadowing a bright future. After a sumptuous dinner, late at night, Cixi personally sent Li Yi back to his villa in Kinshasa. Only after watching Li Yi enter the house did Cixi Zhe make a gesture and return to the camp with the guards. There was a battalion of ammunition waiting for his distribution, and these weapons will soon come in handy. As for Li Yi, after entering the villa, he was stunned for a moment. Then his expression became clear. He saw a blonde, blue-eyed girl standing at the door, looking pretty, as if waiting for his arrival. Her delicate little face was full of nervousness, and her two tender white hands were tightly grasping the edge of her skirt. "May I have your name?" Li Yi looked at the gift prepared by Cixi and asked. Lilia Salt Turbina, from Ukraine." Lilia answered with her head down, her voice as thin as a mosquito. After taking a quick look at Lilia, Li Yi just said, "Go get me a glass of water." Soon, the girl brought a glass of water with both hands. After taking a sip, Li Yi patted the seat next to him and said, "Come sit here." Lilia sat down obediently, feeling a little relieved. At least her master was not the brutal old black man as she had previously guessed, but a very handsome young Oriental man. Although his tone was calm and a little indifferent, he didn't seem very fierce. As Lilia was thinking this, she felt a strong arm around her slender waist. At the same time, a strong masculine scent, accompanied by that handsome Oriental face, was approaching rapidly. "He has such beautiful eyes." In an instant, this thought flashed through Lilia's mind. Then, this elf-like blonde girl experienced the most important growth and transformation for a woman in her life. Just like the moonlight tonight, graceful and quiet. Chapter 174 Li Yi's Daily Life, Various Briefings. When the morning sun shines on the northern hemisphere, even the most chaotic cities can enjoy light and warmth. After the girl's transformation night, her long eyelashes trembled in the air and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she recalled the pain of breaking out of the cocoon in her dream. Li Yi had already woken up. He looked at the delicate little face resting on his chest without showing any extra expression. Everyone in this world has a story. Whether it is tragic or unfortunate, whether it is lucky or smooth, it seems that everything has been predetermined. Sadly, it is difficult for most people to control the outcome of the story through their own strength. After waking up for a moment, Li Yi began his daily routine. The first thing is to take out the big golden eyes and look into each other's eyes. After several months of staring into this big eyeball, he has already mastered the so-called secret technique of gene locking, the divine pupil. At present, he is able to make organisms obey his orders absolutely for a certain period of time through his gaze. This skill is quite powerful, at least in close-range human confrontations. But in fact, the effect is rather useless for Li Yi at the moment. After all, with his current physical fitness and weapons and equipment, he is already invincible in close combat, and the only thing he has to worry about is long-range heavy firepower attacks. In this regard, the secret technique of gene lock is of no help. In this regard, Li Yi can only look forward to the future performance of this secret technique of the divine pupil. The second thing is to check the various briefings sent by the Queen Bee. It is called a briefing, but it actually contains a lot of content. The Queen Bee monitors all of Kongland's electronic devices at all times, even some that are not connected to the internet. As long as they have contact with the devices controlled by the Queen Bee, the program will be implanted. In addition, Konglon is now a wealthy family man and is being targeted by many people, so a few traitors appear almost every day. Li would often take a look at it and then hand it over to Leo to deal with. There are only two endings: add new experimental subjects to Professor Finch's laboratory, or send them to Gangwujian for mining. There are also progress reports at various market levels, which Li Yi usually just glances at and then doesn't pay much attention to. On the contrary, Li Yi pays more attention to the RD Center. The first one was Kong Hongfei. After obtaining the loyalty chip awarded by Li Yi, he quickly promoted several young talents. After these young talents came into contact with Konglan's core technology, their loyalty, which was originally only acceptable, skyrocketed. Of course, the credit also includes the generous annual salary and rewards given by Konglan. As for Finch, this old man who is obsessed with research naturally will not report on his own initiative, so the technical briefings are all made by his assistant Freddy. There is an additional piece of information in today's briefing. The first genetic evolution surgery was successful. Although the patient, Robbie Alvarez, has not yet regained consciousness, all tests have shown no abnormalities. Seeing this message, Li Yi touched his chin. After all, he was the first genetic warrior under his command, and he also integrated the giant salamander resurrection gene. Li Yi was actually very curious. When I return to Temasek, I will definitely have to check it out. But before that, perhaps Leo will be the first to experience the combat capabilities of the genetic warriors. In addition to Konglan, the message sent by Liang Jianjun, who was far away in the Caribbean, was also made into a briefing by the Queen Bee. The design of Destiny Island has entered its final stage. Liang Jianjun is indeed talented. Without considering the difficulty of construction and funding, he really let go and came up with a very wonderful design drawing. Although it has not been completed yet, Li Yi is very satisfied with the nuclear strike defense facility designed by Liang Jianjun. You are indeed a military talent. Li Yi nodded in praise, which made him more eager to recruit the military experts he had been recruiting. When the construction of Destiny Island is completed, it will not only be a secret military fortress, but will also be responsible for the production of some high-tech weapons and equipment. However, it is not easy to find wild military experts, so Li Yi can only wait patiently for the Queen Bee to search. In addition to the briefings on Konglan and Destiny Island, there was also a briefing on the Destiny Club. This organization, founded by Li Yi, is currently still in a state of having only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. Even the peripheral personnel have not been developed yet. However, the so-called destiny-making task is the responsibility of the Queen Bee, who issues it from time to time. Most of them are tasks that are impossible to complete and are eventually taken over by a fictional member. Fundraising tasks rarely appear, and whenever they do, they are immediately fought over by Norton and others. It seems like it's time to add some new twists. Li Yi pondered for a while and decided to add new members to the Destiny Club after the Queen Bee's supercomputer was completed. This is because the current lack of computing power in computers severely restricts the Queen Bee's capabilities. For example, if the Queen Bee wants to control the swarm of drones he obtained not long ago, other aspects will have to be put aside for the time being. Thinking of this, Li Yi checked the construction progress of the supercomputer again and finally got an accurate date. 2 months left? That's pretty quick. Li Yi nodded and then closed the briefing. At this time, the elf who had been tossing and turning for most of the night had finally woken up. After showing a series of expressions that a girl should have, she would steal a glance at Li Yi from time to time, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. Lilia was naturally curious about her master, who was also the first man. She only knew that this man must be very powerful, otherwise how could an Oriental youth have such a status in the chaotic Kinshasa? He should be a rich man, right? Lilia thought. Liza was too lazy to think about Lilia's thoughts, and just asked her to call him Mr. Li. Although he gladly accepted the gift from Tshize, he just treated it as a cute little pet. However, the powerful body brings abundant energy, and I don't know whether this little cutie Lilia can withstand the torture. It was soon noon. After changing his clothes, Li walked out of the villa under the respectful gaze of the guards. These guards are all direct subordinates of Sexy Zhe, and they know very well that this young Chinese man is a distinguished guest of their commander. After Li got into the car that Cicizer had prepared, he stopped briefly when passing the entrance of the villa and said to the guard, "Remember to arrange for someone to deliver food to my little pet." After saying that, Li drove away. The black guard looked at the car going away, his eyes full of envy. He knew that the beautiful Eastern European girl was like a playful deer in the jungle, and many of his colleagues would sneak a peek at her from time to time while on duty. But such a girl is not someone they can touch, and these bigwigs will only treat it as a plaything. Chapter 175, Making a Good Relationship with the Head of Diplomacy in the Development of the Military Academy. After driving through Kinshasa's main road, Li entered the embassy area. When Zhou Langtao was in China, his friend Yuan Zhou, who was in charge of United Front work, introduced him to China's diplomatic chief in Gongali Kim. It is naturally impossible to pay homage to others. If anyone wants to pay homage, it should be the other party who pays homage to him. After all, he is now considered the local boss of Gangwajin. After parking the car next to the embassy, Li took out his mobile phone and sent a message. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out. Li Yi then got out of the car, shook hands with the other party at the door of the embassy, and after exchanging a few words, he was taken into the embassy. After entering the embassy, Li Yi looked around without hiding his curiosity. In the past, when he went to the embassy, he mostly caused trouble, which almost always involved some physical communication. Such a legitimate entry like this is really the first time for a young lady to get into a bridal sedan. Qiu Jihong, the diplomatic chief stationed in Gangwujin, saw Li Yi's curiosity and personally took Li Yi on a tour and introduced each department. Finally, in the office, Qiu Jihong brewed a pot of Chinese tea and said to Li Yi with a smile, "Mr. Li has a successful career in steel and gold. Our embassy's work, besides diplomacy, is most importantly about assisting people like Mr. Li who are doing business overseas. We should get closer to him in the future." What Qiu Jihong said was not a lie. He really wanted to get closer to Li Yi. The person who introduced him to Li Yi was Yuan Zhou, who was also his junior. Yuan Zhou vaguely mentioned Li Yi's influence in Gangwujin, especially his extremely close relationship with Gangwujin's current national defense forces. Just now, Qiu Jihong took a special look at the car that Li Yi was driving. If he remembered correctly, it should be the car of Sexy Zhe, the commander of the Kinshasa Capital Guard Regiment. In addition, Li Yi is Kong Lan's person in charge in China and has cooperated with China on a series of plans, including various basic investments in Gangwujin. Although he didn't know how a young Chinese man who looked only about 25 or 26 years old could achieve this, Qiu Jihong didn't intend to delve into it. After all, even the country had recognized Li Yi, so he didn't need to think too much about it. Those of us who are working overseas definitely cannot do without your support behind the scenes. Li Yi also said with a smile. He certainly didn't come to the embassy for a visit. Sexy Zhe will take a series of actions next, so he plans to go with the flow and do him a favor. So, during the luncheon hosted by Qiu Jihong, Li Yi put down his wine glass and said, "My friends told me that Kinshasa will be unsafe in the next few months, but the situation will generally be under control." As soon as Li Yi started talking, Qiu Jihong immediately focused his attention. Li Yi continued, "After the chaos ends, the popular election will begin, and things should get lively again then. Mr. Li means that the military government." Qiu Jihong looked at Li Yi without explaining his words clearly. Li Yi nodded, agreeing with Qiu Jihong's idea. Almost in an instant, Qiu Jihong combined the situation in Gangwujin and its surrounding areas and analyzed a lot from Li Yi's information. What surprised him even more was that Li Yi's power in Gangwujin was so great that he could even easily get the inside information of the military. Although things like the military government stepping down are not surprising, the fact that they were known in advance means that Li Yi has a very close relationship with the top military officials in Gangwujin. Of course, Qiu Jihong did not doubt that this series of events was orchestrated by Li Yi. After all, it was too unbelievable. "Mr. Li's message is very important to us. On behalf of all the diplomatic personnel stationed in Gangwujin, I would like to thank you for your support for our work." Qiu Jihong raised his glass again. Li Yi's news is indeed very important, because at least it will prevent negligence and accidents in his work. At that time, he can issue a warning in advance to ensure the safety of Chinese people in Gangwujin. "This is what I should do as a Chinese citizen." "You're welcome," Li Yi said, and started a new round of toasts with Qiu Jihong. Of course, his information could not be given for free. The future development of Sexy Zhe cannot be separated from the support of China. Now it is equivalent to making a good relationship. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Li Yi got into the car and left the embassy under the watchful eyes of Qiu Jihong. After seeing Li Yi off, Qiu Jihong immediately called a meeting. After leaving the embassy, Li Yi planned to go to the peacekeeping force camp again. In addition to the diplomatic chief Qiu Jihong introduced by Yuan Zhou, the bespectacled staff officer Yu introduced him to an officer of the peacekeeping force. But after learning that the officer was not in the camp, Li Yi gave up the idea of visiting. Well, he really wanted to visit the peacekeeping force and assess its combat effectiveness. In the future, Gangwujin will be the one who has the final say. So these peacekeeping forces will have to leave sooner or later. China is easier to deal with. After all, they are really here for peacekeeping. But the peacekeeping forces of other countries are probably more than just peacekeeping. In case the negotiations fail, we must be prepared. In short, although they are all United International, they actually have their own ideas and interests. Since he couldn't go with the peacekeeping force, Li Yi simply changed his route and went directly to the Bantuga Military Academy. After all, this is his second shelter. Although it is temporary and can be dismantled at any time, Li is also prepared for long-term development. Because he thought the car was too slow, after leaving Kinshasa, Li Yi left the car given to him by Sexy Zhe in a secluded place and took the Nightingale instead. By the way, is this considered drunk driving? After driving the Nightingale to the destination, this question flashed through Li Yi's mind. After walking for a few minutes, Li Yi saw the Bantuga Military Academy, which was still under expansion, from afar. At the same time, jeeps were going in and out of the military academy's gate, making it very lively. Li Yi was a little curious. After watching for a while at the gate of the military academy, he was discovered by the guard on duty. The guard didn't know Li Yi, but he knew that all the instructors in the military academy were Chinese, so he quickly notified Feng Cheng. After a while, Feng Cheng trotted out. When Feng Cheng saw Li Yi, he looked around and jokingly asked, "Mr. Li, did you walk here?" "He flew here, and he was driving drunk." Li Yi told the truth, but Feng Cheng naturally didn't take it seriously. After the two entered the military academy, Feng Cheng introduced to Li Yi the new round of expansion and development of the military academy. Up to now, apart from the temporary trainees sent by CCs regularly, the officer training class has welcomed its second batch of students, including many from other African countries who come here to study abroad. Faced with this situation, Feng Cheng complained bitterly. "Boss Li, there's a real shortage of teachers right now. We only have a dozen qualified instructors, but we have over 2,000 students to teach. We simply can't teach them all." Look, Chapter 176, Awakening Robbie, Confident Shuyong. When night falls in the northern hemisphere, dawn arrives in the southern hemisphere. 8 seconds after being emitted, the first ray of light reached Temasek and illuminated the top of the RD building. Immediately afterwards, thousands of photons penetrated the glass, hit the hospital bed, and reflected a man's face. As if feeling the light and heat, the sleeping man regained consciousness. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyelids suddenly opened, revealing a pair of brown pupils. There was confusion in his eyes at first, then doubt, and it was not until a long time later that he became clear. Opening his eyes and looking at the white ceiling, Robbie slowly regained consciousness. The light outside the window seems to be the morning sun, or it may be dusk, but it is either morning or afternoon. Robbie's throat welled up, a sudden feeling of thirst and hunger washing over him. He instinctively raised his hand, but for some reason, he felt his arm become unusually light. There was a needle stuck in his arm, connected to an 4 tube. Robbie squinted at the 4 bottle and could clearly see the small words on the bottle. Glucose. Robbie was a little confused, but he was too lazy to think about it. What he is most concerned about is the condition of his spine and lower body. If he remembered correctly, his body would return to normal after the surgery. Although he did not have high expectations for this, after all, there was no such advanced medical technology in the world. But his close friend Leighton believed it very much. So what's the result? Robbie pulled back the covers, revealing his lower half. The moment they saw each other, Robbie couldn't help but ask questions. His originally thick and hairy legs now looked white, tender, and smooth. Although it was still as thick as before, it didn't look like what a man should have. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open and Leo walked in. After seeing Robbie's actions, Leo was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Congratulations, the operation was very successful." But unfortunately, Robbie didn't understand the joke at all. He just reached into his crotch and adjusted the pointer. Soon, 2 more people came into the room. They were Finch and Freddy. Finch came to the bed, looked it over, and said, "Try to move your legs and waist." Robbie did as he was told, and a surge of power suddenly came over him. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bones crackling came to my ears. Robbie looked at his legs in surprise. He could feel firsthand that his lower limbs were full of strength and no longer as soft as before. At this time, Finch continued, "Try to stand up on your own, but be sure to control your strength." With excitement in his heart, Robbie continued to do as he was told. Soon, my bare feet stepped on the slightly cold floor, but I felt something strange in my hands. As he stood up, he instinctively grabbed the metal armrests on the side of the bed for support. But when he stood up completely, the metal handrail made a sharp, cracking sound and was squeezed by the strength of his hands, almost into a piece of metal. Robbie immediately looked at his hands in confusion. Professor Finch said, "The operation was successful. Your current physical fitness is about 8 times that of an average person. You must adapt as soon as possible." What? After hearing this, Robbie's face was full of confusion. According to Professor Finch, he not only recovered from his physical injuries, but was also strengthened. No matter how you think about it, this is a fantasy. But Leo patted him on the shoulder, nudged him with his shoulder, and said, "I told you I would give you a surprise. I will help you complete the adaptation training, but are you ready to be beaten by me?" Even when facing Robbie, who had undergone genetic surgery, Leo was still confident that he could defeat the opponent. Well, he couldn't wait for that. Freddy, who had been silent but constantly recording, raised his head and looked at Leo with a complicated look. Perhaps the boss did not tell Leo that after the genetic enhancement surgery, the number 8 times only represents the normal state. Gangwajan, Bantuga Military School. Looking at the new henchman Robbie Alvarez, Lee withdrew his gaze. Naturally, a loyalty chip had been implanted before the other party started the operation. After the operation, loyalty jumped from 60 to 90, which is just average. Lee did not rush back to observe the first genetic warrior under his command. After coming to his senses, he said to Feng Cheng in front of him, "I have already solved the problem of the instructors. They are all recent veterans from China and will be here in the second half of the year. Remember to open a study abroad class when the time comes. Let the new teacher formulate the specific teaching plan." Feng Cheng didn't think too much about it, and just thought that Li Yi had recruited another group of veterans from the country. After discussing the military academy affairs with Feng Cheng for a while, Li Yi called his brother-in-law Xu Yong. After nearly a year of training, Xu Yong has completely adapted to this place. He has become much stronger and has a more heroic look between his eyebrows. At least he looks like a human being. Brother-in-law, Xu Yong called respectfully as soon as he saw Li Yi. With the continuous expansion of the military academy and Feng Cheng's teaching, Xu Yong's horizons were broadened, and he realized that Li Yi was no ordinary person. With thighs like these, I would hold on tightly and never let go. He will have to endure hardships for a few years first, and when he graduates from the military academy, he will be able to fly freely in the sky. Captain Feng said you've been performing well recently. Are you confident about next month's exam? Li Yi asked. Of course. Xu Yong straightened up and replied. Compared with those black people of his generation, Xu Yong still has certain advantages. At least his high school education is definitely the highest among this group of people. And with Feng Cheng giving him special tutoring, his grades were naturally among the best. Just have confidence. As long as you can get into the top 3, I will let you go back home during the summer vacation. Li promised. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will never embarrass you. Then I'm looking forward to it. After touring the expanded military academy, Li was not interested in watching the training of this group of rookies, so he walked out of the academy and prepared to return. As soon as he returned to Kinshasa, Li received a call. Old Huang, is there something wrong? Li asked directly. Old Huang, the broker, is now somewhat inferior to Li Yi. But this person is quite interesting and does things in an organized way, so Li did not distance himself from him. On the phone, Lao Huang spoke in Chinese with a Cantonese accent. Mr. Li, do you still remember those mining bosses? They've got their eyes on a few more mines, but they don't have enough money. Are you interested in investing in them, or maybe even helping out? Knowing Li Yi's style, Lao Huang went straight to the point and told him the reason. Chapter 177. Which man doesn't want to own a launch silo? At Li Yi's level, he naturally wouldn't be interested in Lao Huang's petty quarrels. If he wanted to open a mine, he only had to tell Cixizhe, and a lot of, or would be delivered to him immediately. As for the so-called bridge loan, it is actually to borrow a sum of money to repay the bank debt to the other party so that a new loan can be applied for. To put it bluntly, it is short-term usury. Li Yi now has 2 identities, one black and one white. The black one represents the multiple plans that are carried out in secret, and the white one represents Kongwan. No matter what your identity is, there is no shortage of funds now. Maybe old Huang didn't read the domestic news, otherwise this call would not have come to him. For this reason, after a direct refusal, Li Yi retrieved the car he had abandoned on the roadside and drove back to Kinshasa. After entering the city, just one night later, Li Yi clearly felt the increasingly tense atmosphere in the city. A large number of incited people are confronting the so-called government forces. The one who should have been responsible for suppressing the rebellion was the Capital Guard Regiment, controlled by Cixizhe. But Li Yi didn't see Cixizhe. After returning to the villa, Li Yi received a call from Cixizhe. Li, the other party is more anxious than I thought. There will be some unrest in Kinshasa soon. You should be careful, Cixizhe reminded. I sincerely wish you success. After saying this, Li Yi put down the phone. Although he was in Kinshasa, he had no intention of helping Cixizhe. If you can't even solve this situation after receiving so much funding from him, then you are such a waste. Li Yi stayed in the villa for another day. After all, he had just gotten a little pet and the novelty of it had not yet worn off. In Kinshasa, the military government's strong suppression sparked anti-corruption movement. The parade team, whose average members had received prenatal education, inexplicably learned to make various types of Molotov cocktails and launched attacks on government forces. Immediately afterwards, it was not known whether some soldier's gun went off accidentally or what happened, but a riot broke out in an instant. Li Yi didn't pay much attention to it. Even if it was chaotic, it wouldn't affect him. The area around the villa is full of direct forces left by Cixizhe. It may not be possible to attack it, but there is no pressure to guard this small piece of land. While Li Yi was having fun in the villa, Cixizhe, the commander of the Capital Guard Regiment, was leading his troops and advancing rapidly towards the east. With the weapons and equipment supported by Li Yi, Cixizhe also found a large number of vehicles and formed a mobile battalion. Relying on powerful firepower, they advanced eastward and soon controlled a large area. It was not until then that some people discovered that CCIs had actually abandoned the capital Kinshasa and instead controlled the central and eastern regions. The military junta in Kinshasa, without the protection of the Capital Guard, was quickly defeated piece by piece. Just 1 week later, the newly elected interim democratic government announced the fall of the military government in a high-profile manner. But at this time, Li Yi was already in the Caribbean Sea. Mr. Li, this is the complete set of drawings. On the yacht, Liang Jianjun connected the mobile hard drive to the computer in the multimedia room. A series of design drawings soon appeared on the big screen. The entire interior of the mountain is divided into multiple areas, and I try to achieve internal circulation as much as possible. Liang Jianjun pointed at the blueprint and explained to Li Yi. The ultimate design goal is to create a secret military fortress that can withstand nuclear war and has a certain degree of military counterattack capability. Military fortress, this sounds very intimidating. But Liang Jianjun knew very well that he was only designing according to Li Yi's requirements. But in fact, it was impossible to build the military fortress inside the mountain successfully. Not to mention the difficulty of construction. Even if Li Yi spent several years and invested a lot of money and finally succeeded in construction, he would not be able to purchase the corresponding weapons and equipment. So in Liang Jianjun's view, this is just a big toy built by Li Yi, a rich man, for himself. Li Yi listened very carefully, and at the end, he made a suggestion. Engineer Liang, since the design has come this far, why not be a little more imaginative? Li Yi pointed to a spot on the blueprint and said, how about digging a missile silo here? Upon hearing this, Liang Jianjun couldn't help but glance at Li Yi, then said helplessly, Mr. Li, that's the crater. That's what you do at a volcano's crater. Li Yi pretended to be whimsical and said, Engineer Liang, think about it. Launching a missile from the crater would be so cool. So, are all rich people seriously ill? Liang Jianjun complained in his heart, but explained seriously on his face. Mr. Li, if this is an extinct volcano, it's not impossible for you to do it, but the problem is that this volcano is not completely dead yet. Li naturally didn't care whether the volcano was dead or not. He had to take over the missile silo anyway. Engineer Liang, since the design has reached this point, adding a launch silo won't be difficult. Li Yi stared at Liang Jianjun in amazement and said, as for the construction cost, difficulty, and practical effects, you don't really want to consider those things, do you? After hearing what Li Yi said, Liang Jianjun immediately reacted. Anyway, there's no expectation that this thing will actually be built, so let alone a launch silo. Even reserving a nuclear reactor wouldn't be a problem. Then, Mr. Li, I will modify the blueprint right away and guarantee to add a launch silo for you. Liang Jianjun is not pedantic. He is just used to starting from practicality and safety in everything. Anyway, Li Yi, the financial sponsor, paid money for him to put his knowledge into practice, so he just had to do as the other party asked. Besides, what military engineer wouldn't want to build a missile silo? Isn't it just digging a silo? Since we can't build it anyway, we might as well build it to the highest standards. So, under Li Yi's guidance, Liang Jianjun, who had completely let himself go, began the most enjoyable design of his life. On the other hand, in the smart factory in Johor Bahru, as truckloads of steel and precious metals are delivered, a large number of intelligent engineering robots are continuously being produced. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of these intelligent robots lit up with red light, and they entered the container autonomously. There are already hundreds of such containers stacked in the huge factory warehouse. However, relying solely on these robots is not enough to complete such a huge project. One by one, dark blue computer cabinets were being carefully transported from the Temasek dock to Conlon's computer room. Leo, who was in charge of the escort, was sitting in the car and whistling. After the last cabinet was loaded into the car, Leo said to Robbie in the passenger seat, You're almost used to it, right? How about we have a sparring match tonight? Robbie lowered his head and said nothing, but just clenched his fists implicitly, feeling the huge power in his body. Chapter 178 Robbie, I want to beat 10 of them. Li Yi, can you make me sweat? Are you leaving, sir? In a villa in Kinshasa, the blonde, blue-eyed girl Lilia looked reluctant. The young girl quickly fell in love with her first man, who was so handsome, strong, and mysterious. Can't bear to leave me? Li lifted the girl's small, fair chin. He now has 3 regular women, each with a different position. Sue can be considered as the main wife. She is capable and competent. If she is trained well, she should be able to stand on her own in the future, especially helping him deal with some domestic affairs. Moreover, with Sue accompanying his parents, he can worry less. As for Temisek's Kim Ina, it can only be called a tool, and it is difficult for it to provide even emotional value. However, the newly acquired pet, Lilia, is very suitable for raising, both in terms of appearance and inner qualities. This kind of cute and pretty little girl sometimes has a unique charm. Yes, sir. Lilia's eyes were filled with pleading. She really wanted to stay with Li Yi, to feel safe and have all her fantasies fulfilled. But unfortunately, Li Yi never stays on any one person. Then wait for me obediently. Li Yi finally patted Lilia's head and walked out of the villa door in the latter's disappointed gaze. However, sugar still needs to be given. After stepping out of the gate, Li Yi nodded to the guard. The guard quickly brought a cardboard box to Lilia and said to the girl, "This is a gift from Mr. Li." Hearing this, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Lilia's depressed eyes. Lilia carried the box into the house and then curled up her legs on the carpet. Delicate little hands opened the box, and a white, blue-eyed ragdoll cat kitten appeared before their eyes. The cute little creature instantly captured the young girl's heart and soothed the pain caused by separation. The original disappointment turned into deep affection in an instant. While Lilia was busy feeding the kitten, Li was riding the Nightingale back to Temasek. Soon, Nightingale landed in the road park. However, as soon as Li got off the aircraft, he heard a series of sounds breaking through the air. He was very familiar with this sound. It was clearly the sound of a fist breaking through the air. Oh, Li immediately became interested. After following the sound to a warehouse next door, I saw Leo struggling to hold on under the fierce attack. The figure opposite was Robbie, who had undergone a genetic warrior transformation surgery. At this time, Robbie had a strong body and every muscle was perfect. Strong physical fitness brings extremely strong combat capabilities. Even though Leo has undergone a genetic evolution, he can only barely hold on. To ordinary people, the close combat between these two men could be described as a battle between supermen. Every punch and kick broke the air, making a sound of breaking through the air. If it hits the wall, a hole will be created in the reinforced concrete wall. Just like Thomas and others who were watching the battle from the sidelines, they wanted to pop their eyes out at this moment. They had personally experienced Leo's strength, but now Leo was being beaten back step by step. The powerful attack, the speed that left after images, the incredible movements. This was clearly a fight between gods. In Li's eyes, the duel between Leo and Robbie has finally moved beyond the realm of a fight between two weaklings. After a few more moves, Leo seemed to be angry. His face looked solemn, and he started to get serious. Robbie paused for a moment, twisted his neck, and said, "If this is all you can do, you're the one who's going to get beaten." Leo didn't answer, but changed his strategy and rushed forward again. The new strategy seemed to be working. Robbie's enormous strength was ineffective, and he was hit by a series of punches from Leo. Immediately afterwards, Leo took advantage of the situation and went all out, punching Robbie again and again. Anyway, the company has a body repair cabin, and if it is damaged, it can be repaired by just sleeping, so Leo has no intention of being soft-hearted. After more than 10 seconds, Robbie's body was finally thrown out by Leo's uppercut, hit the wall, and slid to the ground. This heavy blow seemed to have caused substantial damage to Robbie, so much so that his head drooped. Leo didn't think it would be so easy to defeat Robbie, so he pounced on him again, grabbed one of Robbie's arms, pressed it down with most of his body, and then twisted it hard. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones squeezing against each other suddenly rang out, and Robbie's arm was visibly twisted into a knot. How brutal. Thomas and others who were watching the battle couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although hot weapons are more effective in killing, such violent punches to the flesh can always irritate people's nerves. After doing all this, Leo finally withdrew his attack, looked down at Robbie, and said jokingly, "I remember I beat you up like this when we were in the army 10 years ago." Although one of his arms was twisted into a knot, Robbie looked up with a calm expression, as if he was completely unaware of the pain. "Really?" Robbie said calmly. "Now that you mention it, I remember." After the words fell, Robbie slowly stood up. The twisted arm suddenly began to rotate strangely and recovered in a few seconds. Robbie now held his recovered arm, with a strange smile on his face. "You." Leo was about to speak when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. The next moment, Accompanied by a sharp pain in the abdomen, the whole body was blown away by a huge force. Then, a beast-like figure quickly approached again. Bang! After a heartbreaking bang, Leo was knocked to the ground by a fierce elbow, with such great force that the concrete floor cracked. You know, I'm reminded of a classic line from Hwagwa right now. Robbie was half naked, with white heat coming out of his body, his strong muscles were slightly red, and a faint light was flashing in his pupils. Feeling the powerful strength in his body and the incredible recovery ability, Robbie felt extremely proud. He even thought that he could wipe out a fully armed company with his bare hands, and in a head-on combat. That's why he said, I'm going to beat 10 of them. Then, Robbie flew backwards suddenly, just like Leo a few seconds ago. Then, Li Yi's figure slowly emerged. Under the gazes of several people, Li Yi took off his suit jacket and threw it to Thomas beside him. Then he held his right wrist with his left hand, stretched his muscles, and smiled creepily. Well, I wonder if you could make me sweat a little. Li Yike has been looking forward to the first genetic warrior under his command for a long time. Chapter 179 The Blood Orchid was successfully cultivated, and there is hope for a stable harvest of system currency. Facts have proved that Robbie, who has inherited the giant salamander's resurrection gene, is indeed very tough. In the eyes of Leo, Thomas, and others who had gone from shock to numbness, the battle between Li Yi and Robbie almost demolished the entire warehouse. That unreasonable force, the speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly, and all you could hear was the sound of collision in the air. But only Robbie knew that he had actually been beaten unilaterally. For some reason, every time he threw a punch, when he was about to hit Li Yi, an inexplicable force would deflect the direction of his attack. Then, he would be hit hard. After this went on for about 10 minutes, Robbie's body became redder and redder, and his body temperature continued to rise. At this time, Li Yi's clothes were still spotless. He looked at Robbie and said expectantly, Don't worry about hurting me. Just give it your all, and let's enjoy it. Afterwards, everyone who had thought they had become numb was shocked once again. Boss, as you wish. After making a low sound, Robbie's body suddenly floated down, as if he was accumulating some kind of strength. After accumulating for 2 or 3 breaths, Robbie suddenly drank out a white mist. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by the horrified expressions of several people, Robbie's figure suddenly grew taller against common sense, and his body became even more sturdy. At the same time, after the bones made a cracking sound, Robbie's eyes showed a ferocious and fierce light, and he grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth in his mouth. Robbie suddenly changed from a sturdy figure of 1.8 meters to a humanoid monster of nearly 3 meters, which really shocked everyone. But this naturally does not include Li Yi, because he also knows this trick. In fact, this move is called stimulation, or it can also be called frenzy. Simply put, it is to stimulate genes through nerves to allow the body to unleash its huge potential. The duration of maintenance varies from person to person and consumption. As for the sequelae, it only accelerates physical exhaustion. But for Robbie, who has integrated the giant salamander's resurrection gene, this amount of consumption can be replenished in an instant as long as there is enough high-calorie food to provide energy. As for Li Yi, he doesn't need this trick at all. Bang! The splashing cement blocks almost passed by Li Yi's face. After going berserk, Robbie was like a giant beast, with overwhelming power in every move he made. Leo watched this scene and couldn't help muttering to himself, Why don't I get an operation too? I wonder if the boss will agree. Li Yi naturally didn't know what Leo was thinking, he just dodged with ease. After dodging Robbie's attack again, Li Yi roughly understood the limits of this genetic warrior, so he stopped wasting time. With a sudden flash of golden light in his eyes, Li Yi's figure suddenly flashed behind Robbie. Then, with a heavy punch, the humanoid monster like the Hulk fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, Robbie had returned to normal, covering the back of his neck with a frown on his face. Li Yi came to Thomas at this time, took back his suit jacket, and then looked at Robbie and said, Congratulations, you successfully made me sweat a little. After saying that, Li Yi walked out of the warehouse. Including Robbie, everyone looked at Li Yi's back, with only shock and longing in their eyes. Thomas and others once again reaffirmed their inner thoughts. They must join this organization even if they have to become dogs. After returning to Temasek, Li Yi arranged for the first batch of intelligent engineering robots from Johor Bahru to be loaded onto a ship, and then came to the new machine room. Dark blue cabinets are arranged in an orderly manner in the huge computer room. This is the Queen Bee's new host. Although it is not as powerful as a quantum computer and is not among the top in the field of traditional supercomputers, it is already a supercomputer that can be purchased on the market and can be installed the fastest. After getting an accurate time for it to be put into use, Li Yi came to the laboratory. Just a few hours ago, the RD project team, led by Kang Hongfei, gave Li Yi a surprise. This surprise was not about new drugs, but the system currency that Li Yi had always been thinking about. In the laboratory, Kang Hongfei showed Li Yi the blood-red flowers in a constant temperature glass. Mr. Li, this is the blood orchid sample you provided. We cultivated it after careful analysis and multiple experiments. After genetic testing, the similarity is 98. Does it meet your requirements? Kang Hongfei said. Li Yi didn't know whether it met the requirements, but it looked somewhat similar. The blood orchid was discovered by Li Yi in the tropical rainforest of Gangwujin. The elite mutant, two-headed aggregate python that he killed evolved by devouring this thing. Although the end of the world has not yet truly arrived, the blood orchid has already begun to demonstrate its effectiveness. In the system mall, you can directly use the buyback function to exchange the blood orchid for the system currency that Li Yisuan needs most. Originally, Li Yi didn't expect Kang Hongfei to succeed, so he was naturally surprised when he suddenly received the news. But whether it meets the requirements or not is still decided by the system. Afterwards, Li Yi began to communicate with the system in his mind. After a while, the system's voice gave the answer. Blood orchids of extremely low purity can be used as low-end potion materials. They can be sold to the mall for 50 system currency. 50 system currency. Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. 50 system currencies are just a drop in the bucket for him now. But this means that he has successfully found a way to obtain system currency. Moreover, if blood orchids can be cultivated on a large scale, it will not be as simple as 50. Therefore, after a brief thought, Li Yi directly ordered Kang Hongfei. We will raise the large-scale cultivation of blood orchids to the first level. There is no upper limit on funding. No matter how difficult the conditions are, we must complete it as much as possible. I understand. Kang Hongfei nodded immediately. After confirming that this blood orchid met the requirements, Kang Hongfei explained to Li Yi the entire experimental process and ideas, as well as some difficulties in large-scale cultivation in the future. In general, the conditions are harsh, but it is not impossible. It's just that the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. But Li Yi doesn't care about the price-performance ratio. After all, what could be more cost-effective than the weapons and equipment in the system mall that he covets? After arranging a series of RD tasks, Li Yi said to Kang Hongfei before leaving, "By the way, call the person in charge of this project over." Li Yi naturally wanted to reward the young talents under his command. Chapter 180. Li Yi is serious about technological research and development. Qi Yaohui is a third-generation Chinese in Malaysia. My ancestors moved to Malaysia during the Civil War, and after a generation they took root here. As the third generation, his main goal is to join Temasek and achieve class advancement. It is for this reason that Ji Yaohui, who set a goal, took on the family's mission. After completing his studies, he stayed in Temasek and was attracted by the high salary offered by Kanglan. When Ji Yaohui joined Kanglan was far less famous than it is now. At that time, Kanglan had just changed its ownership and its future was uncertain, so it was not very attractive to Ji Yaohui. But he was dating a girlfriend at the time and his daily expenses were high, and the benefits offered by Kanglan were top-notch in the industry, so Ji Yaohui joined Kanglan. He originally planned to use Kanglan as a springboard, earn a high salary, accumulate some experience, and eventually switch to a larger company. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Kanglan has quickly become the focus of global attention with its new biotechnology and new drugs. Countless capitals are waving money to buy shares. Even he, an ordinary researcher, has several internationally renowned pharmaceutical giants offering high salaries in an attempt to poach him. Although those contracts were very attractive, Ji Yaohui was quite self-aware. He knew very well that he actually knew nothing about Kanglan's new biotechnology, and the research he was engaged in was extremely marginal. The other party wanted to poach him simply for Kanglan's skills. By then, if they find out that he doesn't understand Kanglan's technology at all, he will be kicked out sooner or later. So, unlike those colleagues, Ji Yaohui rejected the temptation and chose to settle down in Kanglan. And soon, the opportunity came. Not long ago, Professor Kang Hongfei from the RD Center promoted some young people. Because many colleagues chose to switch jobs with high salaries, Ji Yaohui became one of the promoted people without much effort. After eating a piece of something that looked like chocolate, Ji Yaohui finally came into contact with Kanglan's real core project. Kanglan's technical reserves are far more powerful than Ji Yaohui imagined. In the end, with his talent and some luck, Ji Yaohui achieved a key technological breakthrough in a project called Blood Orchid. And now, it's time to claim your reward. After receiving the news from Professor Kang, Ji Yaohui immediately packed his luggage and headed towards the high-level conference room. He knew that although Professor Kang was in charge of the entire RD Center, he had a superior, a young Chinese man who was younger than him. After passing through a series of coded gates, Ji Yaoi stopped in front of the door of the conference room. Calm down. You must seize this opportunity. Ji Yaoi kept reminding himself in his heart, then took a few deep breaths and knocked on the door. Come in. As the door opened, Ji Yaoi appeared in front of Li Yi and Kang Hongfei. When facing Ji Yaoi, Kang Hongfei looked at him with admiration. This young talent was both talented and patient. Moreover, in the face of temptation, he sticks to his original intention, which is also the reason why Kang Hongfei promoted Ji Yaoi. Li Yi's expression was calm. He glanced at the system panel and saw that Ji Yaoi's loyalty was 75, which was neither high nor low. After thinking for a few seconds, Li Yi got straight to the point. You completed a critical project. What reward would you like? Li Yi has always been familiar with winning people's hearts. For a third-generation immigrant like Ji Yaoi, it is not enough to just talk about dreams. When Ji Yaoi heard this, he was startled at first. Then he secretly looked at Kang Hongfei. Kang Hongfei nodded gently and said, Mr. Li has always valued talent and is willing to pay for it. Although he was mentally prepared, when the moment came, Ji Yaoi still felt excited and hurriedly evaluated the pros and cons in his mind again. After a moment, Ji Yaoi took a deep breath and said with courage, Mr. Li, my family is a third generation of Malay immigrants. In my generation, everyone wants to become a Temasek citizen. It would be great if I could have another house that could accommodate 6 people. After saying this, Ji Yaoi seemed a little nervous. Citizenship is easy to obtain, but land in Temasek is extremely expensive, and a house that can accommodate 6 people is really not cheap. But for Li Yi, things that can be solved with money are all small things. What's more, in his previous plan, he had already asked Yu Chaojun to hoard the land around the Kanglan Road Park, including some residential buildings. For this reason, in front of Ji Yaoi, Li Yi directly called Yu Chaojun and gave him instructions. Then he said to Ji Yaoi, I've asked Mr. Yu to handle your matter. He will contact you. If you have any needs, just tell him. I admire young talents the most. Knowledge is always priceless. After Li Yi finished speaking in a pretentious manner, he nodded to the two of them and left the meeting room. At this time, in the system panel, Ji Yaoi's loyalty jumped from 75 to 90. I guess once the house is actually in place and you reach a 95 loyal level, it shouldn't be difficult. You can have many henchmen, but you can never have too many skilled henchmen. After leaving Kang Hongfei, Li Yi strolled to Professor Finch's laboratory. Since Robbie's surgery was completed, Professor Finch has been studying genetic mutations and evolution without Li Yi arranging any research and development tasks. Li Yi did not stop him, but just let it go. If, like last time, he could create a mutant white mouse or something like that, an elite monster recognized by the system, then he could take advantage of the situation and swipe again. Just as Li Yi was thinking this, he saw Professor Finch, who was usually quite impatient with him entering the laboratory, this time unexpectedly squeezed out a flattering smile from his face. Then, Professor Finch said, I want to apply for a larger laboratory and more laboratory equipment. After hearing this, Li Yi said directly, just prepare a list of requirements and submit it directly to the Queen Bee. Someone will make the arrangements. Okay, I'll let Freddy do it. Professor Finch turned around and hurried away again. He was now beginning to like this young Oriental boss. At least he was very generous with his experimental expenses, and so far, he had not blocked any of his budgets. This level of support was not available even in the U.S. Federal National Laboratories. Li Yi smiled as he watched Professor Finch's loyalty level increase. When it comes to technological research and development, he is never stingy. If you don't have enough money, you can just go to the Destiny Club to get some. There are plenty of benefits there anyway. But speaking of the Destiny Club, it's time to expand. Chapter 181, he wants to take over the whole world. As for the Destiny Club, Li Yi has always wanted to build it into his core organization. Whether it is Kanglan, the military academy, or Destiny Island, they are all built around the Destiny Club. The main purpose of the Destiny Club is to dominate the fate of all mankind with his will. I have a chance to live my life over again, and with this incredible system, how can I not open up the world? Soon, Li Yi received the list from the Queen Bee. There are not many people on the list, but they are all carefully selected according to Li Yi's requirements. Either they are powerful or they are the leaders in certain fields. Li Yi even saw some powerful politicians. But generally speaking, Li Yi has no interest in and no good feelings towards politicians. Because this type of people are too replaceable. After a politician dies, his political resources will soon be divided up or inherited by others. Unlike scientific researchers, they are irreplaceable to a certain extent. As for the rich, they are nothing more than sheep to be plucked or piglets to be slaughtered. Catch a few when you need them, and kill them when you don't. Li Yi looked at the list and finally narrowed down 3 candidates. The first one is the capitalist Piglet, who is from India and is quite superstitious, probably because he drank too much water from the Ganges. The second is a top expert in the field of computer science. Li also possesses brain-computer interface technology, which belongs to multiple interdisciplinary fields, mainly neuroscience, computer science, electronic engineering, and biomedicine. What Li Yi lacks at the moment is talent in computer science. The third one is a senior executive of a well-known U.S. military-industrial complex, who possesses considerable power in the military, political, and business circles. In future plans, Li Yi needs such a person to cover up some actions. After identifying these 3 people, the Queen Bee immediately made a corresponding plan. The Destiny Club cannot lose its status, so the other party must beg to join. If you want to fish, bait is essential. The Queen Bee quickly came up with a plan. As for the first capitalist Piglet, the method is very simple and crude. Just inject the other party with the genetic virus and then wait for the other party to come to you. After all, he grew up drinking clean and hygienic water from the Ganges, so it's not surprising that he got some terminal illness, right? Li Yi gave this task to Leo, which was also Leo's last task before carrying out this Suzaku project. As for the Suzaku project, it is actually about taking control of a small country to facilitate future development. No matter how small a country is, it has sovereignty, and with sovereignty, many things become easier to handle. But for the top experts in the second computer field, it is much simpler. The reason is simple. The expert is already 80 years old, almost the same age as the world's first computer. As long as the other party has a desire to survive, it is easy to take the bait. The last goal is to start with their families. Although this military-industrial tycoon is very capable, he has very traditional patriarchal ideas. In fact, this person was born in Sicily. He made his fortune by smuggling alcohol during World War II and eventually stood on the right side. After completing the plans one by one, Li Yi stretched his body and ended a busy day. As June approached, undercurrents were already surging in the turbulent financial markets. Kong Lan and Huaguo's cooperation irritated some people. But almost every day, SMA patients from all over the world are successfully cured at Temasek. These people became living advertisements for Kong Lan. In China, tens of thousands of patients are waiting for the cooperation to be implemented. There is no doubt that new biotechnology, like artificial intelligence, has become a hot topic around the world, and a large amount of hot money has begun to flow into it. Global biopharmaceutical stock prices remain high, but behind this raging prosperity is extreme pressure from major pharmaceutical and financial giants. Some negative news about Kong Lan began to appear. News such as medical scams and drug hazards are emerging one after another. The U.S. federal government has repeatedly rejected the launch of Ganlu No. 1 for this reason. But privately, pharmaceutical giants in the United States kept contacting Kong Lan, promising various benefits and interests, hoping to obtain Kong Lan's technology. Of course, there are even more shameless ones. For example, a U.S. federal expert said, "This technology should belong to all mankind. It is recommended that Kong Lan make the technology public." Such moral kidnapping has become an old routine. Under Li Yi's leadership, Kong Lan seemed like an iron barrel that made it difficult for anyone to start. Employees who were poached at high salaries did not possess any core technologies at all. The money was spent on the bribed person, but the person disappeared mysteriously. There is also Kong Lan Technologies reverse cracking, but despite spending a huge amount of money, there is still no progress. The only thing that can be grasped is that Kong Lan owns a raw material base in Gangwuchun. However, the last company to do this, Abvi, had its entire core laboratory reduced to ruins. As for what was reported in the news about retaliation caused by conflicts between doctors and patients, only a fool would believe it. Under such circumstances, pharmaceutical giants are quite helpless and can only block the launch of Kong Lan's new drug to buy as much time as possible. Compared with the predicament of pharmaceutical giants, the guys on Huala Street are much simpler and more brutal. Mr. Li, Huater Street is willing to help us lobby the U.S. federal government to ensure the launch of Kong Lan's new drug. There's only one requirement. Yu Chaojun reported. They want to invest in Kong Lan and promise not to interfere in management and R&D for 10 years. They can even accept no dividends. If Kong Lan is willing to move the headquarters to the United States, some more excessive demands are not unacceptable. Yu Chaojun's face flushed at this time. Those capital interest groups that are well known to the world, and even the giants who can cause turmoil in the global financial market with just a stomp of their feet, are now willing to place a heavy bet on Kong Lan. This recognition of Kong Lan made Yu Chaojun feel that he had reached the peak of his life. Now, wherever he goes to, He almost always gets VIP treatment, and many important figures want him to be their guest of honor. Do you think you should accept it? Li Yi asked with a chuckle. I understand, Mr. Li. Seeing Li Yi's expression, Yu Chaojun already understood the meaning. From the day he joined the Destiny Club, Yu Chaojun had more or less understood Li Yi's character. What Mr. Li wants to seize is the whole world. Moreover, the means of seizing power are definitely not alliances or exchange of interests. Instead, he made the whole world submit with an absolutely superior attitude. The moment he figured it out, Yu Chaojun felt as if he was second only to one person and above millions of people. If I could really achieve this, what would be wrong with becoming a eunuch serving the emperor? Chapter 182. Cheap brother-in-law Su Yong's summer vacation trip. China, a certain military district's general staff. After the 35-year-old major staff officer entered the conference room, he immediately stood still and saluted his superiors. The superior with stars on his epaulets looked at the major, gave a subtle smile, and then said seriously, in the last training session, you ranked first. Therefore, we have a long-term support construction mission that requires you to perform. What's different is that this time you have the freedom to choose whether to accept or reject it. After saying that, the leader handed a confidential document to the major. The major took the document in some surprise and read it carefully. The conference room was exceptionally silent at this moment, until the major's voice rang out again. I am willing to accept this task, even if you have to remain anonymous for many years. Yes. Then say goodbye to your family. After walking out of the conference room, the major looked at the blue sky and then looked at the camp he was familiar with. Everything seemed so beautiful. But everything he has learned and hoped for in his life can only be put into practice on the other side of the planet. Before leaving, he went to see the statue for the last time, and then he and another group of people boarded a plane to Gangajin. Temasek, beachfront villa. The beautiful secretary Jean Yina walked out of the bathroom with a graceful figure. She had just brushed her teeth, and there was still a drop of water stain on her brown hair. Li Yi still maintained the posture of sitting on the sofa. He held a cigar in his hand and looked out at the waves through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jean Yina sat down next to Li Yi with ease, then leaned her head on Li Yi's arm and pulled Li Yi's hand to her slender thigh covered in black silk. Mr. Li, I've recently bought a lot of pharmaceutical stocks. If there's any news, please let me know. Jean Yina spoke softly, one hand already reaching into Li Yi's underwear. After hearing this, Li Yi nodded expressionlessly, but in fact he sneered in his heart. Jean Yina not only bought a lot of pharmaceutical stocks, but also spent all her money on them. Not only did he drain his own money and his family's money, but he also raised a lot of money from relatives and friends under the guise of being an internal staff member of Konglan. It can be said that if Li Yi completely lets things go, the fate that awaits Jean Yina will probably be the destruction of her family. As for whether to care or not, Li Yi could only say, it depends on my mood. After clearing the beautiful female secretary's whole body, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Cixi Zhe and Feng Cheng were waiting at the airport exit. Feng, are these new instructors the same as you? Asked Cixi Zhe. Yes, principal. Feng Cheng nodded with a twinkle in his eyes. In fact, Li Yi had already told him that among the new batch of instructors coming from China, several were civilian staff. They understand the international situation and international relations and are familiar with some classic works, especially good at analyzing problems and pointing out directions. These are the knowledge that students studying abroad urgently need. It's just that Feng Cheng didn't know how close the relationship between Li Yi and Cai Shiza was, so he always spoke with reservations. Soon, as a large passenger plane landed on the runway of the airport, a group of tall men in their 30s walked out of the airport. Feng Cheng quickly came forward and introduced to everyone. Everyone, this is CCI Zer, the principal of the Gangakan Bantuga Military School and the commander of the Eastern Army. I am the school's principal, and I warmly welcome all the teachers. Without much ado, the group quickly became familiar with each other. As the principal, Cixi Zhe showed his hospitality and emphasized the brotherhood between him and Li Yi, while also expressing his gratitude. Cixi Zhe raised his glass and said, the situation in Gangwajan has stabilized initially, but it's still full of chaos. I'm very grateful to everyone for coming here. I believe that you will be able to pass on your knowledge, and future students will surely become pillars of the country. Gangwa Gold is facing new situations and new challenges. This is an unprecedented major change. After all, he has received higher education, and Cixi Zhe's remarks can really see through Gangwajan's problem. As for everyone present, before coming here, they not only learned the local language, but also had a thorough understanding of the situation long ago, and even knew some situations more clearly than Cixi Zhe. After the dinner was over, a young man said with a smile in Chinese. Do you feel that what Principal Caesar said is very similar to a famous saying? The others all looked sideways as they listened. But the young man pinched his throat and said, that scene of vibrant vitality and all things competing for development is still before my eyes. Everyone immediately laughed when they heard it. When Bantuga Military Academy welcomed a new group of teachers, the school's first official student also began his summer vacation journey. As expected of my brother-in-law, he's really generous. Sitting in the first-class cabin, Xu Yong admired the beautiful legs of the pretty stewardess while drinking the red wine provided for the guests, and praised Li Yi in his heart. In the final exam, Xu Yong ranked second. For this reason, Li Yi fulfilled his promise, gave Xu Yong a summer vacation, and booked a ticket back to China as Xu Yong requested. However, what Xu Yong didn't expect was that he would get a first-class seat, and what he didn't expect even more was that Li Yi also gave him a subsidy. Not much, just 100,000 Huayuan. According to Xu Yong's previous concept, these 100,000 Huayuan were a huge amount of money that he had never had in his life. I must buy a motorcycle, get a new cell phone, and then take my classmates and friends to KTV to show off. But now, Xu Yong is much calmer. In the words of a school teacher, the bullets you shoot in a week are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. What can you do with this little money? After seeing armored vehicles, mortars, RPGs, and Barretts, Xu Yong no longer found motorcycles and mobile phones interesting at all. So, after returning to China, Xu Yong took a deep breath, put on his backpack, straightened his back, and walked out of the airport with steady steps. Su Wei, who had been waiting for a while, did not immediately put on a heartwarming scene of sister-brother reunion when she saw Xu Yong. Instead, she rubbed her eyes and asked, "Are you really Iong?" Su Wei couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, Xu Yong stood as straight as a sentry on duty at the airport. His previously messy hair had now become a neat and tidy crew cut. His skin became much darker, but his body became much stronger. The visible biceps on his arms and the bright eyes make it impossible to associate him with the energetic young man who only knew how to hang out in a small county town a year ago. What kind of school could have educated Iong so well? Chapter 183, Xu Yong's Accomplishments. Iong, how is life abroad? Is the food good? On the way back to Chengdu from Chengdu International Airport, Su Wei, who was driving, asked her younger brother in the passenger seat. It's delicious, sister. Look at my current body shape. How can I not eat well? As Xu Yong spoke, he patted his strong chest muscles and showed off his biceps. He did eat very well. Although Gangwajan is poor, many people have no food to eat. However, the Bantuga Military Academy has always been provided with supplies by the indigenous warlord Sexize, and the food is provided according to the standards of the Chinese regular army and has never been bad. What's more, it is backed by a tropical rainforest, so you can hunt wild game from time to time to have a meal. When doing wilderness survival training, the insects really don't taste very good. It's okay as long as you eat well. How are your studies? Su Wei asked again. Sister, I was second in the class. Xu Yong said proudly, if I hadn't been in a bad state that day, I would have definitely taken first place. My brother-in-law can vouch for me. Upon hearing this, Su Wei immediately showed a surprised expression. But it's not unbelievable. After all, Xu Yong even brought Li Yi to testify. However, Xu Yong, who was at the bottom of the class in high school, was able to get second place. This foreigner's learning ability is really too poor. So how are you doing with your professional skills? After all, you'll have to rely on these to make a living in the future, Su Wei asked again. Professional skills? Xu Yong thought about his shooting results, and then about how he and the little black man practiced dagger exercises. After thinking for a while, he finally answered. My teacher said I'm doing very well, and I'll definitely be able to make money from this in the future. Before coming back, Li Yi spoke to him on the phone. He was mainly told not to talk nonsense after returning to China, especially to his sister Su Wei, so as not to make her worry. Although he really wanted to show off the skills he learned abroad, Xu Yong still kept Li Yi's words in mind. He now knew that his brother-in-law was definitely not a good person and might very well be the legendary leader of an international mercenary group. And very powerful. Otherwise, that Principal Caesar wouldn't be so respectful every time he sees my brother-in-law. He's just like a bootlicker. That's good. Su Wei nodded and continued, but don't be too proud. You've finally become a decent person, so just work hard. But don't forget, all this is brought to our family by your brother-in-law. We should be grateful and repay the kindness he has shown us. Su Wei taught earnestly. Xu Yong curled his lips subtly. It's not that he didn't listen to Su Wei. He was indeed very grateful to Li Yi. But the question is, does Li Yi really need him to repay her? Or, what if one day my brother-in-law becomes the world's most wanted criminal, and I descend from the sky with my own mercenary team to successfully rescue him. Don't say it. It really feels good when you think about it. Just as Xu Yong was imagining this scene, a force suddenly attacked from behind. Xu Yong instinctively bent down and put one hand on his waist, but he quickly realized that he was in China. Then, a cursing voice came from my ear. How the hell do you drive so slowly? The people outside the window were still cursing, and Xu Yong glanced at his sister. After confirming that Su Wei was fine, Xu Yong silently opened the car door and walked towards the woman who was still barking with a gloomy face. If the driving school doesn't teach the other person how to drive, then he can teach. After all, special driving is an essential subject in military academy courses. So, with Su Wei's worried yet cheerful expression, two crisp, pop sounds rang out, interweaving with the car alarm. Afterwards, Xu Yong, having done all this, returned to the co-pilot seat with a calm expression and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Sister, am I causing you any trouble? Su Wei smiled and picked up her phone, saying, This is no big deal. I've been a big sister for so many years, and finally I'm protected by my brother for once. After saying that, Su Wei found a number and dialed it. Secretary Wang, I'm Su Wei, Mr. Li's fiancé. The last time Li Yi came back, Su Wei followed Li Yi and got to know many leaders. Although this little thing may seem like a waste of talent, since my younger brother is so supportive, I, as his older sister, cannot fall behind. On the other side, when Li Yi heard the news from the Queen Bee, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed. As an important person around him, Su Wei has naturally always been the focus of the Queen Bee. It's not about surveillance or anything, but about ensuring its safety. So after Su Wei had a car accident, the Queen Bee immediately sent a report, which also mentioned the whole process of the incident. Xu Yong is a good guy, decisive and decisive. His time in military school was not in vain. As for the handling of the incident, Li Yize was too lazy to intervene. The golden statue he gave himself in the country was precisely for these things. Although I can't be a local emperor, I can't bite any cat or dog at will. Half an hour later, Li Yi received a call from Su Wei. Su Wei informed Li Yi of the matter and also explained that she had borrowed his connections. Li Yize smiled and said, Just do as you see fit. She's my fiancé anyway, so my relationship with her is yours. But next time I come back, remember to wear your wedding dress. I heard it's a unique experience to tear it apart. Li Yi is naturally not engaged to Su Wei, but it is not impossible for him to get engaged in the future. At least it can make his parents feel at ease. As for the so-called problems after marriage, that is something only ordinary men would think about. Then Brother Yi, you must come back early. I'm going to look at wedding dresses tomorrow. Su Wei seemed extremely happy to be chosen as Li Yi's fiancé. She is willing to do anything to please the man she loves. What's more, his younger brother Xu Yong has been educated so successfully now, and all this is thanks to Li Yi. Su Wei, who was having a double happiness, wished she could fly to Li Yi immediately and put herself in Li Yi's favorite posture. Okay, then I can look forward to it. Li Yi hung up the phone with a smile, then patted Jean Yana. The beautiful female secretary immediately understood and turned over. Then, a tender and sweet voice came to Li Yi's ears. Mr. Li, I can also wear a wedding dress. Jean Yana didn't end up wearing a wedding dress. Although she wanted to, Li Yi's aesthetic taste was extraordinary. If Su Wei is smart and beautiful, Nanali is pure, then Jean Yana is at most pure and lustful. With Li Yi, he could barely be considered a noble. I guess when she gets old and loses her looks, or when Li Yi gets tired of her, she will be banished to the cold palace. But now, it is still worth savoring again and again. Chapter 184 Su Yong's Confusion, Robbie's Appearance Before Others. Xiao Wei, I've booked a restaurant for tonight. Would you mind coming? Su Wei picked up her phone, glanced at the message, and directly added the sender to the blacklist. If she remembered correctly, this person seemed to be the general manager of the company downstairs, and the two had met in the elevator. Later, the other party added her contact information on the pretext of business, but she didn't expect that she had such thoughts. After putting down her phone, Su Wei brought the food out of the kitchen. Xu Yong, who had finished taking a shower, changed his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Let's eat first. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy some clothes and some things for Grandma. You can bring them back together then. Su Wei said. Xu Yong nodded, and then began to eat heartily. Although the food in the military academy is good, it is a big pot meal after all, and is far less delicious than what Su Wei cooks. What's more, it was made by my own sister, and it has the taste of home. After watching Xu Yong finish the food, Su Wei stood up, picked up the car keys, and said, Rest here well tonight. The master bedroom is your brother-in-law's room. Don't come in if you have nothing to do. I'm leaving now. Sister, you still want to leave so late? Xu Yong showed a surprised expression. But Su Wei said, before your brother-in-law left, he asked me to take good care of the elderly at home. So during the time your brother-in-law was away, I stayed with the two elders. Just tell them that I'll take you back to my hometown tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany them these few days. Xu Yong nodded when he heard this, but his affection for his cheap brother-in-law increased again. No matter what Li Yi does abroad, since he lets his sister stay with his parents, it means that he has decided on his sister. So Xu Yong said, Sister, I can go back by myself. Su Wei shook her head and said, I haven't visited my grandmother for a while. I'm going back with you this time. You can help me persuade her to come live in the city. Before, my family was poor and we couldn't afford a house, but now, let alone a villa, it's still easy to buy a 2-bedroom apartment. After saying that, Su Wei waved her hand, opened the door, and walked out. After watching his sister drive away from upstairs, Xu Yong was stunned for a while. It was not until a long time later that he lay down on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly at the ceiling. I don't know why, but coming back should be a happy thing. You can show off in front of your former classmates and friends, and you can show off in front of those smart girls. He even planned to use this opportunity to transform himself from a boy into a man. I also imagined several scenes of returning home in glory. However, after having a meal with his sister, he suddenly felt bored. The desire to show off faded a lot. How should I put it? I feel like my own thoughts are quite boring. Xu Yong shook his head and sighed, not knowing what was wrong with him. If Li Yi or Feng Cheng were here, they would definitely be able to answer Su Yong's questions. People who have lived in military camps for many years will feel confused every time they step into a bustling city. Just like what happened to Li Yi after he destroyed the organization that nurtured him, he couldn't find his target for a long time and just survived instinctively. Therefore, Li Yi learned to set goals for himself very early on. And his goal now is even more ambitious. In the training ground, Robbie looked at the group of people who were training with an expressionless face. This group of people were recruited by Leo from the mercenary world and had undergone preliminary screening. But in Robbie's eyes, these people are no different from ordinary people. Since Leo went to India to carry out the mission, Robbie has temporarily replaced Leo and is responsible for Kong Land's daily protection. This group of newly recruited personnel will join Kong Land's security department after a period of intensive training. But Robbie knew this was just the first screening. The Thor action team under Leo will select and recruit from these people. Similarly, the Warhammer operation team he is about to form will also include some candidates. It was only after undergoing genetic enhancement surgery that Robbie became extremely picky. However, it's not that there are no candidates who catch his eye. Looking at the burly guy who was nearly 2 meters tall in the training ground, Robbie walked straight over. What's your name? Robbie asked. Although Leo was the instructor, the big guy was not nervous about Leo's arrival. Instead, he looked at Robbie with contempt and said in a haughty tone, German, didn't your mother teach you to introduce yourself before asking someone's name? We are all in the mercenary world, so naturally we don't care about the hierarchy concepts in the regular army. Besides, Robbie looks young and thin. If he gets punched, he will probably cry for a long time, right? The mercenaries who were training around couldn't help but smile when they heard the big guy's words. They are all experienced mercenaries, not rookies. If Kong Lan hadn't offered them a high salary, they wouldn't have bothered to come here for any training. If you have that much time, why not earn some extra dollars and go to the red light district to have some fun? Faced with the unruly big guy, Robbie was not angry, but very happy. He was feeling that this training scene was a bit childish and too boring. Since someone was willing to be humorous, he would definitely satisfy them. Robbie stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and said, 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes to attack me and try to make me take a step back. After Robbie finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back, a cold light in his eyes, and then said in a cold voice, If you fail, I'll shove your words back down your throat. As Robbie finished his words, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became more heated. The big guy was in a difficult situation at this point. He was not afraid of losing, but was worried about what would happen if he injured Robbie. After all, the salary offered by Kong Lan was very attractive. The people around him, on the other hand, were just watching the fun and whistling, goading him into action. Robbie also added fuel to the fire and said, Have you been anally raped? Why are you so slow? Upon hearing this, the big guy suddenly became furious, his face flushed red, and he punched Robbie in the chest. Bang! A dull voice sounded. The punch hit Robbie's chest hard. But the scene that everyone imagined of Robbie falling to the ground in pain did not appear. Instead, the big guy who swung his fist suddenly turned his red face to ashen blue. He only felt a huge recoil force coming from all over his body, which made his entire arm numb. Looking at the thin German again, He was still looking at him with a sneer on his face, and his body didn't move at all. Chapter 185. New Passengers of Destiny Club. Did this guy not eat? I guess all my energy must have been put on women, haha. I didn't expect him to be such a useless guy. The mercenaries around would not miss the opportunity to ridicule and continued to make a fuss. The big guy also had some doubts about himself. If it weren't for the numbness in his arm and the instantaneous touch, he would have felt that this German had a steel plate stuffed in his chest. Although he couldn't figure out the reason, the big guy's eyes became sharp and his expression became solemn. After the numbness in his arm eased, he assumed a military fighting stance and punched Robbie in the lower abdomen again. Bang! Another solid collision. But this time, Robbie remained motionless, not even frowning. But the big guy clearly felt that his fist was like hitting a steel plate. What kind of witchcraft is this? The pain from the recoil made the big guy look painful. Coupled with the ridicule and mockery from the people around him, it was even more unbearable for him. Go to hell. Without waiting for his hand to recover, the big guy swung his other arm and hit Robbie's face hard. And this time, the same scene happened again. However, the expressions of ridicule and mockery from the people around him turned into disbelief. Everyone saw clearly that the big guy's punch definitely hit the German. Both the speed and the power were real. But the German didn't even blink. There wasn't even a red mark on the part that was hit. Instead, the big guy who had exerted all his strength was grimacing and enduring the severe pain. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Considering the big guy's size and strength, no one present was confident that they could win in a fight. But now, at this moment, Robbie suddenly twisted his neck, making a crackling sound of bones colliding, then shook his head slightly, revealing a disappointed expression. You couldn't even make me move. So now, Robbie took a step forward, and wherever he stepped, there seemed to be a strong wind. Time to put your words back down your throat. The moment the words fell, everyone felt a black shadow flash before their eyes. The next moment, accompanied by a sudden vibration in the air and a bang sound, the big guy with a body as big as a gorilla suddenly flew backwards. Amidst the horrified gazes, the big guy flew backwards for several meters until he left a trail on the mud and finally came to a slow stop. The face that once showed rebelliousness was now wrinkled. A stream of bright red blood flowed from the nostrils, eye sockets, mouth, and even the ears. At this time, a team of medical staff also came running with a stretcher and carried the big guy into the medical room not far away. After this, the training ground suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Robbie, their eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Robbie crossed his arms and said, "You can call me Tyr. My Warhammer squad is recruiting members, but I only want the best." After saying that, Robbie turned around and left quickly. Soon, a group of mercenaries enthusiastically threw themselves into training. Thomas and others who were on duty in the distance curled their lips in disdain. What a bullshit Warhammer. Our Thor team is the strongest. Is this thing really edible? Even though his body has become immune to some bacteria and viruses through genetic evolution, Leo is still very hesitant when looking at the snacks on the street. He was now on the streets of India's capital, which, like most cities, was deeply divided. Modern high-rise buildings coexist with slums on the edge of the city. There are clean and tidy commercial centers as well as dirty and dilapidated streets. The gap between the rich and the poor is a challenge that all countries will face. But in India, this feeling is particularly evident. Leo finally gave up on trying the special Indian street food. I am living a very good life now and have a bright future following my boss, but I don't want to miss out on important things because of my momentary curiosity. After leaving the slums, Leo saw the modern side of the city. In this upscale residence lives the target of his trip, Patel Singhal. Due to the well-known caste system, Patel became a cow or horse from birth because of his surname. But the Ganges water destroyed only his body, but not his brain. So Patel became a giant in the Indian textile industry with his clever brain. However, Patel is rather superstitious and donates large sums of money to local sects every year. But unfortunately, due to the intervention of fate, the gods will not bless him. Leo easily entered Patel's house and injected him with a genetic virus. If nothing unexpected happens, the Indian textile tycoon will be taken to the hospital by ambulance in an hour, and about 6 hours later, he will be diagnosed with a terminal illness. Then, just wait for fate to call. After watching the ambulance with sirens blaring go away, Leo left India. He had another stop to go. 2 days later, a special plane took off from the Indian capital and landed at Temasek International Airport. As the VIP channel opened, Patel Singhal, lying on the hospital bed, was put into a luxury ambulance and transported all the way to a private luxury hospital in Temasek. A day later, Temasek's doctor said to Patel, I'm sorry, sir. There is currently no effective treatment for your condition. A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Indian tycoon in his prime. Could it be that the gods were calling him? But he is still so young, has a huge industry and capital, and has 4 wives and 12 children. What about the United States? Patel looked at the doctor expectantly. Their technology is the most advanced. They should be able to find a solution, right? But the doctor shook his head, then showed hesitation on his face, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Patel noticed that the doctor seemed to have something to say, so he quickly said, "Have you come up with a solution? Tell me now. I'm willing to pay you an additional fee. I do have some ideas." The doctor said, closing the door, then walked to the bedside, lowered his body, and whispered, "You must have heard that Temasek Konglon Pharmaceuticals has mastered the world's most advanced biopharmaceutical technology. If there is any place in the world that is most likely to cure your disease, it must be Konglon's RD Center. You might as well give it a try. After all, there's nothing worse than this." Chapter 186. What to learn. How to build a political power. A black luxury MPV business car was driving on the road leading to the town. Because the SUV was rear-ended and sent to a 4S shop for repairs, Suwei could only drive the MPV that Lee's father and mother used for daily travel back to their hometown. It was said that it was bought for Mr. and Mrs. Lee, but in fact, the two elders had only ridden it once, when they had just moved to Chengdu and were out playing. Compared to wandering around, Mr. Lee prefers to walk the cat and dog in the community, while Mrs. Lee is thinking of transforming the garden into a vegetable garden. Suwei understood the two elders' ideas very well and therefore supported them very much. Xu Yong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was looking at the familiar scenery outside the window with a look of nostalgia and a hint of homesickness on his face. After the business car arrived at the county town, Suwei stopped here for a while. "Sister, have a drink of water." Xu Yong handed her a bottle of water, but there was a smile on his face. He could see that his sister rarely drove such a large vehicle, so she was a little nervous and timid along the way. This reminded him of when he was in military school and his instructor taught him how to drive an armored vehicle. But armored vehicles are different. In the words of the instructor, roadblock, just ram the hell into it. Do you think you're driving a passenger bus? After a short rest, the two were about to drive onto the country road when a slightly sharp voice came from not far away. "Are you Xu Yong?" Xu Yong turned his head when he heard that, and a girl wearing JK clothes and with a ponytail appeared in his eyes. She looks quite youthful, but there is a rose tattoo on her exposed arm, which really ruins her appearance and temperament. "Ding Xiaoyan." Xu Yong tried to respond. When the girl heard this, she quickly came over. After looking Xu Yong up and down, he looked at Su Wei next to Xu Yong. Su Wei's beautiful appearance and fancy dress made her look a little envious, but when her gaze returned to the familiar Xu Yong, Ding Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. "You're not going to work at a construction site, are you? You look pretty strong," Ding Xiaoyan said with a smile. Xu Yong narrowed his eyes and recalled Ding Xiaoyan's identity in his mind. The two were classmates in high school, and their grades were not very good. In other words, the academic performance of everyone in their class was not very good, and the best one could only barely get into a junior college. As for him and Ding Xiaoyan, they actually don't have much in common. Before entering society, boys have their own circles and girls have their own circles. Although they have some overlap, they will never play together. But what is certain is that Ding Xiaoyan did not have any tattoos at that time. "Yes, I did go to move bricks," Xu Yong said calmly. In the past, he might have wanted to show off in front of his old classmates. But now, it always feels a bit boring. Moreover, he could always think of Li Yi's calm and nonchalant look, so he began to imitate him unconsciously. As for moving bricks, that is true. After all, the school is still expanding, and it is normal to occasionally help move some materials and transport ammunition during training. Of course, Ding Xiaoyan wouldn't believe it so easily. She still has some vision. Looking at the clothes Xu Yong was wearing, the car behind him, and the woman next to him, this was obviously not a normal combination that should appear in a small county town. At this time, Su Wei also glanced at Ding Xiaoyan, frowning slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just waited quietly for her brother to communicate with his friend. But Ding Xiaoyan used her womanly sensitivity to notice that when Su Wei looked at her, there was contempt or disdain in her eyes. What do these people who grew up in big cities know? Ding Xiaoyan snorted inwardly, but smiled and said to Xu Yong, "Is this your girlfriend? I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. You're so lucky. This is my sister," Xu Yong explained, then asked, "What can I do for you? If not, we can get together another day. My sister and I need to go home first." "Oh, nothing." Ding Xiaoyan's face froze, and then she brushed her hair, took out her phone, and said, "Let's add each other as friends and keep in touch when we have time." Xu Yong nodded, took out the new phone that Su Wei had just given him, and added Ding Xiaoyan. Afterwards, Xu Yong and Su Wei set out again. Xu Yong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Ding Xiaoyan, whom he had just added, and opened her circle of friends out of curiosity about how his old classmate was doing. Then, he was stunned and said, "Is he going into the sea?" Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyan was looking at her phone with a look of frustration. "Oh no, I forgot to switch back to my main account." She could see that Xu Yong was living a good life now and had a strong physique, which was very much in line with her aesthetic. Whether Xu Yong was successful because of his sister or for some other reason, he seemed to have become successful. For this reason, Ding Xiaoyan definitely has some ideas. But now, just because of a small negligence, everything has turned into another situation. Thinking of this, Ding Xiaoyan quickly sent a message to Xu Yong. "My circle of friends are all about losing truth or dare games with my bestie. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." At the same time, Xu Yong was listening to his sister's teachings. "Stop hanging out with your former classmates and friends. None of them respect themselves. Your brother-in-law spent a lot of time and effort to send you to study abroad. You must study hard and don't embarrass me and my brother-in-law. You should learn more from your brother-in-law, understand?" While listening, Xu Yong couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth. "I just wonder if my sister would still say such things if she knew what he studied abroad. Also, you only came in second. Don't get complacent. After all, there's someone who came in first. Spend more time with the top-ranked students, learn from them, and strive to get top spot next time." Learn from the number one? Xu Yong looked out the window helplessly. What to learn? Could it be that he should learn from that little black boy how to overthrow the government and establish a new regime under the leadership of the principal? Finally, after listening to Su Wei's instructions along the way, the business car arrived at the door of his house. My grandmother, who had already received the news, was waiting at the door. After seeing Xu Yong, Grandma looked at him carefully, with a gleam in her eyes. Finally, he nodded and said, "You finally look like a man. Not bad, not bad." Xu Yong smiled immediately when he received praise from his grandmother. This feeling was much better than when Fengcheng praised him. "Grandma, this is a local specialty I brought you from abroad. You will definitely like it." The family of three, reunited after a long separation, happily unloaded box after box of things from the car. Patel, who was in Temasek, did not show any joy on his face at this time. "Hasn't Kongland's people been contacted yet?" Pater asked with a gloomy face. Chapter 187 Su Wei returns home in glory, Li Yi's favor transaction. Seeing the gloom on Patel's face, the assistant quickly explained. "Boss, Konglan is now being sought after by Global Capital, and the normal appointment channel even has a queue until next year. I'm already looking for connections, and I'll have news soon." After hearing his assistant's words, Patel's face remained gloomy for a long time. It was not until a long time later that he looked out the window of the ward. He has come all the way from the slums of India to where he is today. He has already achieved success in his career, but the gods still want to summon him at this time. To be fair, he was very unwilling. Why? Those high-caste people are obviously uneducated and unskilled, but they can enjoy a healthy and wealthy life. He was a child born in the slums, and despite being inferior to others, he had created wealth with his wisdom and ability, but now his health was about to be taken away. No matter what, Patel found it difficult to give up his desire to live. "God, if you are calling me, please forgive me for refusing you this time." Lying on the hospital bed, Patel thought silently. Everyone in the village knew that the Su family was poor, but their daughter was very beautiful. When Su Wei was in junior high and high school, many people had the idea of giving a betrothal gift to get her to marry them. Although the Su family had no men at that time, they had a grandmother who was a man and a fierce one at that. This old lady, who once delivered food to the gorillas in the mountains, not only knew how to hunt with a hunting rifle, but was also very decisive when it came to killing people. The old woman once threatened, "If anyone touches a hair of my 2 children, I will kill his whole family." No one dared to provoke such a tough old woman. Under the protection of her grandmother, Su Wei worked hard to become the only female college student in the village. By now, everyone in the village knows that Su Wei has found a very rich boyfriend and is also successful in his career in Chengdu. For this reason, when Su Wei brought Xu Yong back home, visitors came in droves, though not in an endless stream. An aunt looked at the car in the yard, then at the house full of things Su Wei brought back, and finally her eyes fell on Xu Yong. "Xiao Wei, your brother is also at the age to get married. How is it going? Does he have a girlfriend?" The auntie's meaning is self-evident. Su Wei didn't mind this at all, and even had a smile on her face. You have to know that a year ago, no one in the village would ever say this. "So, I can be considered to have returned home in glory and honor?" "Auntie, Ayong is studying abroad now, so he's not in a hurry to make friends. Su Wei refused with a smile. The aunt left with a little disappointment. However, before leaving, Su Wei also took a box of milk for the other party to take with him. Xu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen the aunt's daughter before, and he could only say that even a hippopotamus with bared teeth looked more pleasing to the eye than the other one. However, when it comes to Su Yong's dating problem, Su Wei can't help but warn. You're not allowed to mess around like you do in China in a foreign school. Your main task now is to study. Don't embarrass your brother-in-law, understand? Xu Yong immediately nodded vigorously. How could he dare to have a girlfriend in school? Although he was reluctant to admit it, those big black guy's penises were seriously bigger than his. Just as Xu Yong was enjoying his summer vacation, Li Yi also received a call from Cixi Zhe. After another round of turmoil, Sexy Zhe drove out the wolves and swallowed the tigers, becoming the local emperor of the eastern part of Gangwujin. The former commander of the Capital Guard Regiment also transformed himself into the commander of the Eastern Army, with a strong army under his command. Although he gave up his absolute control over the capital Kinshasa, CCI's was like a dragon emerging from the abyss. What's more, he has never given up on the capital or the democratically elected government. Li, the plan can begin now. Cixi Zhe's slightly excited voice came from the phone. Li Yizhi said calmly, I understand. The next plan involves elements such as politics, votes, and public opinion, which, to be honest, are not Li Yi's forte. But fortunately, the Queen Bee is very powerful, especially the Queen Bee who has a supercomputer as its host. Queen Bee, start executing. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi gave orders to the Queen Bee. Soon, a clear female voice came to his ears. Understood, Commander. You seem to be in a good mood. With more powerful computing power, the Queen Bee appears to be more intelligent. In addition to carrying out the daily tasks assigned by Li Yi, he also demonstrated good abilities in scientific research. At least Kong Hongfei and Professor Finch are very happy using it. Professor Finch's assistant Freddy, on the other hand, was a bit strange. He would often chat with the Queen Bee at every turn, and he really treated the Queen Bee as a tool to relieve boredom. Li Yike had no interest in chatting with machines, so he quickly sent the Queen Bee away. The Queen Bee quickly distributed the corresponding plan to the relevant personnel. The first person to receive the order was Han Weiyang, who was in the capital of China. Contact the leaders of the Foreign Investment Department and also the Engineering Department of China Railway Construction Group. Han Weiyang said to the assistant beside him. Kong Lan has many investments and collaborations in China and even has joint investments overseas, so Han Weiyang quickly formed a team. In terms of ability, Han Weiyang is actually not inferior to Yu Chaojun at all. He is just less calm, but more aggressive. It is precisely because of this drive that Han Weiyang has extremely high work efficiency. The next evening, Li Yi received Han Weiyang's report. Mr. Li, the expansion of the steel fruit gold raw material planting base and the supporting infrastructure work are progressing smoothly. You also designated the person to connect with the investment project. The relevant departments also attach great importance to this and have decided to dispatch a diplomatic attaché to promote it. Although messages can also be conveyed through the Queen Bee, Li Yi's direct subordinates still prefer to report by phone. With the Queen Bee ensuring the security of communications, there is no need to worry about being monitored. Diplomatic attaché? After hearing the news, Li Yi pondered for a moment. After a moment, Li Yi said to Han Weiyang, see if you can make a difference as a foreign affairs attaché. I have a good relationship with Qiu Jihong, the foreign affairs director of Gangwujin. I understand, Mr. Li. I'll find a way. Han Weiyang paused, then continued. But for things like this, it's better to get the cooperation of people within the system. Li Yi understood what Han Weiyang meant, so after ending the call, he called Qiu Jihong directly. It was late at night in Gangwujin at this time. Qiu Jihong, who was woken up by the phone, was very diplomatic. He smiled and asked Li Yi if there was anything urgent that made him contact him now. After listening to what Li Yi said about the cooperation, Qiu Jihong didn't say much, but just said, I'll remember this favor. Without further ado, see you next time in Kinshasa. For Qiu Jihong, this is indeed very humane. Even if he himself does not need it, there will always be subordinates or colleagues who need it. As for Li Yi, he needs to borrow Qiu Jihong's identity to provide more political influence to Cecil. The Central Africa under his control can radiate even across the strait. Chapter 188. Kong Lan, sanctioned by the U.S. federal government, Phase 2 of the financial plan. China's investment in steel, gold, and infrastructure is not eye-catching news. The whole world knows that China has long adhered to its aid strategy for Africa. But if the two words Kong Lan were added, this news would instantly make some people nervous. We have to speed up. Kang Lan has already reached a series of cooperation with China, and it is very likely that he will master the new biotechnology before us. Everyone, do you know what this means? The politicians from the United States Federation looked at each other with such solemnity that the atmosphere in the room seemed particularly depressing. In order to curb China's development speed, the United States has continuously imposed blockades and sanctions on China in the high-tech field. But even so, China has achieved overtaking in many areas, especially in the field of artificial intelligence. Even though they still have certain advantages in the semiconductor field, China is catching up. If the biomedical field fails first, it will likely trigger a series of chain reactions. After all, people can live without mobile phones and computers, but they can never live without health. I propose adding Kang Lan to the sanctions list and launching targeted actions. I second the motion. Second, a series of votes made the subsequent actions smooth. Mr. Li, the United States Federation has taken action. Yu Chaojun arrived at the East Coast Villa in a hurry, with a look of worry between his brows. He did not report to the Queen Bee by phone or in person, but met with her in person, which was enough to show how much he valued the matter. Compared with Yu Chaojun's anxiety and worry, Li Yizhi calmly gestured to Yu Chaojun to sit down. After the beautiful female secretary brought 2 glasses of champagne with fine bubbles, Li Yi took out a cigar and threw one to Yu Chaojun. Surrounded by smoke, Li Yi said calmly, "Isn't this expected? Why are you so anxious?" But, Yu Chaojun wanted to explain further, but when he met Li Yi's calm eyes, for some reason, it was as if a stream of clear water was flowing through his heart, and the original anxiety suddenly disappeared. The United States is the world's #1 hegemon today. Any country or company targeted by it will have a hard time. Before joining Kang Lan, Yu Chaojun was only a manager of a department. Even if the sky fell, there was always someone taller to hold it up. But in Kang Lan, Li Yi's delegation of power made Yu Chaojun second only to the emperor. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. It is precisely for this reason that when faced with sanctions from the U.S. Federation, Yu Chaojun, who was in control of such a huge weapon for the first time, inevitably fell into panic. However, Li Yi is very experienced in this area. Not to mention sanctions. In his previous life, he had been on the wanted lists of various countries countless times, but he still had to eat and sleep as usual. "Mr. Li, what should we do now?" Yu Chaojun asked after calming down. Li Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at Yu Chaojun, and said simply, "Of course it's cold." After finishing speaking, Li Yi tapped his temple again and continued, "Think carefully about this. Does this bullshit sanction have any impact on us? What are the impacts of sanctions?" Yu Chaojun quickly thought about the question raised by Li Yi. Soon, a light appeared in his eyes, and then a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. Yes, the sanctions imposed by the U.S. Federation on Kang Lan seem very severe, but in fact, even without sanctions, Kang Lan's products would not be able to enter the markets of the U.S. Federation and its allies due to the obstruction of other pharmaceutical giants. The most important thing is that Kang Lan doesn't make money from selling medicine now. All his funds come from the Destiny Club and the financial market. For this reason, whether sanctions are imposed or not will have no substantial impact on Kang Lan. However, sanctions are probably only the first step. The main purpose is to put pressure on Kang Lan through all parties so that he can surrender and obtain the new biotechnology. After thinking this through, Yu Chaojun suddenly became enlightened. He suddenly stood up, drank the champagne in front of him in one gulp, and then said seriously, "Boss Li, I know what to do. I will start preparing immediately." After saying that, Yu Chaojun hurriedly left the beach villa again. As for the U.S. federal sanctions on Kang Lan, some are happy while others are worried. Those who are happy are naturally the competitors of the United States, such as China, and a series of countries that are also subject to sanctions, including the Russian Federation, Iran, and Guatemala. Although Kang Lan is just a company, it is currently the only one in the world that controls new biotechnology. If we can stand on the same front with them, I can't say how much benefit and gain it will bring, but at least both sides will have common topics and a basis for conversation. And the ones who are worried are the allies of the United States Federation, especially places that call themselves free and democratic. Although the new biotechnology has only conquered one rare disease so far, it is foreseeable that more rare diseases, genetic diseases will be solved in the future. By then, if Kang Lan is still the only one who possesses this technology, the boiling public opinion may cause a huge uproar in politics. Then there is the Temasek government. After the U.S. federal government imposed sanctions on Kang Lan, they were the first to be under pressure. On one hand, it is the global hegemon. On the other hand, it is a new opportunity for development. For a small country, it is actually very difficult to give up, especially Temasek. After all, Temasek is not like Mexico, which is too close to the United States, nor is it an island country south of the peninsula that is subject to the United States. But in politics, no one makes a bet easily, and it is normal to be a fence-sitter. After returning to his office, Yu Chaojun immediately convened a closed-door meeting. There are two themes for the meeting. The first is that with the U.S. federal sanctions, pharmaceutical stocks, which have been rising day by day, have seen a decline in most parts of the world. It's time to move on to the next round of financial planning. The amount of funds they currently hold is already quite large. If they want to turn around quickly, they need to have enough courage. Yu Chaojun gave a decisive order. Quickly adjust the capital structure. The capital market will be filled with murderous intent for a long time to come. After finishing the first topic, Yu Chaojun changed the subject and said, the Temasek government will likely be pressured into playing both sides, and may even try to act as a matchmaker for us. I want to make it clear to everyone that Konglon will never succumb to the so-called sanctions, so please mind your own business, otherwise. Yu Chaojun's cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. After following Li Yi for a long time, Yu Chaojun has also picked up some habits of decisive killing. Now is the most critical moment for Konglon. He cannot tolerate any behavior that hinders his progress. Chapter 189 Li Yi's Counterattack, the Beginning of Construction. Britain, Myrtle Manor. Sir Forbes has sent another invitation. The loyal butler placed the invitation with the family crest printed on it in front of Norton. Norton, who was busy wiping the badge, did not even raise his head. After a while, he put down the white handkerchief in his hand, showed his badge to the butler, and asked, "How is it? Can you still see the flaws?" "Perfect, sir," the butler replied. Norton nodded with satisfaction, then put the badge on his collar. The butler brought the mirror beside him to Norton. Norton looked at himself in the mirror. His face was rosy and his brows had regained the heroic spirit of his youth. If you only look at his face, you wouldn't think he's 80 years old. Instead, he looks more like he's in his 40s or 50s. And this is the most important change that Destiny Club has brought to him. After looking in the mirror, Norton still didn't look at the invitation, but picked up the tablet and dealt with business. Since his recovery, his family has inevitably broken up. Children who had no hope of inheriting the family property even chose to take risks. But what Norton has been able to develop his family to this day is that he has no shortage of ruthless means. Because of this, without his children to share his worries, he now has to handle many things personally. But Norton did not feel tired. Instead, he was very happy because he had found the goal he would strive for in his life. After looking at the tablet for a while, Norton raised his head and asked, "The United States has issued sanctions on Konglon. Have the funds been redirected in time?" "Master, as soon as we received the news, we sold a large number of stocks. Although some losses were inevitable, they were all within the scope of the plan," the butler replied. After hearing this, Norton nodded slightly. The biopharmaceutical stock market boom caused by Konglon's new biotechnology has come to an end at this moment, at least in Europe. As long as Konglon does not surrender and the United States Federation cannot obtain equal technology, the stock price will soon plummet. So, will Konglon give in? Can the United States Federation decipher the code or develop the corresponding technology? For ordinary people, the answer is unknown. But for Norton, there is only one answer to both questions. That is, no. How could Konglon, who has the Destiny Club behind him, surrender to a country? Norton, who had personally witnessed and experienced the magic of the Destiny Club, did not believe that the United States Federation could come up with equal technology. Therefore, the future direction of the financial market is self-evident. As long as he makes enough money this time, he can take on more destiny-making tasks and obtain the quality of life improvement ceremony as soon as possible. Maybe only then will the Destiny Club truly accept him. Thinking of this, Norton picked up the invitation on the table with undisguised contempt in his eyes. He used to be proud of his aristocratic status, so he tried his best to win over people in the aristocratic circle. But now, only those who become nobles in destiny are true nobles. At the same time, Huagua, Jincheng, Longcheng. Husband, it seems Konglon has been sanctioned by the U.S. federal government for drug safety and antitrust reasons. Liu Yifei's wife Su Qian shouted while browsing her phone. "I already know." Liu Yifei shook his head and said, "That's just the way Americans are. If they can't do it themselves, they'll just try to mess with others. Don't we know whether Konglon's medicine is safe?" As he spoke, Liu Yifei looked at his son who was practicing walking in the living room, and a smile flashed across his face. Now, Konglon and Huagua have reached a cooperation, and Ganlu No. 1, which can cure SMA, has also been included in the medical insurance, and its price has dropped from 200,000 to 20,000. The family spent more than 300,000 yuan to go to Temasek, but Liu Yifei did not regret it at all. If he can help his son recover sooner, even if it is 1 or 2 years earlier, he would be willing to pay even 500,000 yuan, let alone 300,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Liu Yifei picked up his phone, opened the patient group, and then wrote, "Today I will continue to share with you the process and precautions for using Konglon's Ganlu number 1. Many people knew that Li Yi and Konglon were related. For this reason, when the U.S. federal government announced the sanctions, Li Yi received a lot of calls. Some are from Cixizhe, some are from Suwei, and even some leaders of Chinese departments. Sure enough, when one person grasps the core interests, he can quickly form a network. However, since the United States has already implemented sanctions, it is impossible not to fight back. Passively taking a beating has never been Li Yi's style. Thinking of this, Li Yi picked up the phone and called Yu Chaojun. Hold a press conference to announce that we have conquered ALS. As for the sales plan, it will be implemented according to region and nationality, said Li Dao. I understand, Mr. Li. Let's start preparing now. Compared with SMA, ALS is undoubtedly more famous and receives more attention. As for sales by region and nationality, it is very simple. In the areas where Konglon's drugs are sold and marketed, only local citizens can buy them. Because Konglon's drugs cannot be marketed in Europe, Europeans naturally cannot buy them. In addition, since it is a formulated gene-targeted drug, there is no possibility of purchasing it on behalf of others, which undoubtedly further stimulated European patients. I just don't know if these people can form a beautiful landscape. I think it should be difficult. Rare diseases are called rare diseases because the number of people suffering from them is very small. But it doesn't matter. If ALS is not enough, we can just add more layers slowly. After doing all this, Li Yi opened the door and walked towards the beach, facing the sea breeze. Under the moonlight, the sea level seemed covered with a layer of silver frost. And further away, a cargo ship with a load capacity of 100,000 tons, loaded with container after container, is slowly setting sail from the port. The freighter's final destination is Destiny Island. After arriving, thousands of intelligent engineering robots of various models will be controlled by the Queen Bee and built according to Liang Zhangwo's latest and most complete drawings. At the same time, there will be more robots and a corresponding series of supplies in the future. However, due to confidentiality requirements, this project can only be carried out at specific times, so the construction efficiency is affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, Li Yi still has plenty of time. In addition to the construction of Destiny Island, the Bantuga Military Academy in Gangajin is also undergoing its final round of expansion. How many floors are they going to build? Why are they digging the foundation so deep? Feng Cheng and others looked at the construction site not far from the military academy in confusion. Chapter 190. Ganlu number 2 is released. The situation changes. In the high-end and luxurious restaurant, Ji Yaohui dealt with the Indian in front of him impatiently. If the other party had not been introduced by his doctoral supervisor, Ji Yaohui would never have met him. Konglon is now a hot pharmaceutical company in the world. Even Ganlu number 1, which has been launched on the market, and Ganlu number 2, which has just been announced to cure ALS, do not make money. But as long as Konglon wants, the hundreds of millions of funds can enter Konglon's account anytime and anywhere at extremely low conditions. Compared with those so-called unicorn companies, scientific research companies like Konglon that have mastered technological barriers are the real darlings of capital. For this reason, Ji Yaohui, who has just been promoted to project leader, has had many people wanting to treat him to a dinner during this period. What he said was nothing more than an attempt to establish a relationship with Konglon. But Ji Yaohui knew very well that everything he had came from Konglon and from the experimental project. Only after completing the experiment and getting the approval of the young boss can he go further. Mr. Patel, I'm just an insignificant scientific researcher in the company. Ji Yaohui politely declined the other party's request, even though the other party had already written a check that could be cashed at any time. Compared with short-term interests, Ji Yaohui still focuses on the long-term future. What's more, he had received an award from the company not long ago. Naturalization and a large flat in the downtown area, plus annual salary and project bonuses, are enough for him to live a very wealthy life. But, just when Ji Yaohui was about to decline Patel's offer, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ji Yaohui immediately took out his cell phone to check. Every Konglon employee will download an internal app. In addition to daily work, the app also has special prompt sounds, which usually indicate that there are urgent matters that need to be handled. Did something happen in the lab? Ji Yaohui thought about it, but the content that appeared on the phone made him feel somewhat unbelievable. After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Ji Yaoi raised his head and looked at Patel and said, "I can introduce Professor Kong to you, but that's just a recommendation." After hearing this, Patel's pale face showed a hint of joy. He quickly stood up, shook Ji Yaohui's hand, and thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Ji. I will always remember this favor." Just as Konglan is very popular in the capital market, Kong Hongfei, the head of Konglan's RD Center, is also highly sought after in the eyes of outsiders. There are even rumors that Kong Hongfei has already secured this year's Explosives Award. Of course, I don't know whether this award can still be given to Kong Hongfei when Konglan is sanctioned by the U.S. federal government. But no matter what, being able to meet Kong Hongfei was far beyond Patel's expectations. Just a few months after conquering the rare disease SMA, the news that Konglan successfully conquered ALS once again shocked the world. 4 ALS patients. Although they already knew that Konglan might be able to conquer ALS, they still couldn't contain their excitement when they witnessed this moment at Konglan's press conference. It's really too fast. Not long after the breakthrough of the new biotechnology, Konglan conquered 2 rare diseases in succession. As a result, not only SMA and ALS patients, but also patients with other rare diseases around the world also joined in the excitement and celebration. In addition, patients from all over the world, even those who do not suffer from ALS, continue to come to Temasek. Survival and health are always the highest needs of human beings. For the financial market, Kanglangson's drug launch is another carnival feast for some pharmaceutical stocks, especially in China, which has already established cooperation and introduced Konglan. Its stock market, which has always been unpopular, has continued to rise. As the Chinese say, anything that has anything to do with biology or medicine, even liquor, is going up in price. As for the United States, which imposed sanctions on Konglan, and some European countries, their pharmaceutical stocks have fallen into a strange calm. Some people believe that the United States and Europe have the world's most advanced high-tech technologies. Since Konglan was able to make breakthroughs in biopharmaceuticals, there was no reason why they couldn't. Therefore, even without Konglan, these biopharmaceutical stocks will continue to rise in the future. But capital seems less optimistic. Capitalists have far more channels to obtain information than ordinary people. They knew very well that Konglan had rejected all capital investments so far and had not shared any technology with other pharmaceutical companies. However, their pharmaceutical companies have been slow to make progress in technological research and development. At least in the short term, with no possibility of technological breakthroughs in sight, investors appear quite restrained. Because of this, pharmaceutical stocks have entered a state of strange balance. And under this balance, undercurrents are constantly surging. "Mr. Li, the Temasek government wants to invest in us," Yu Chaojun reported. "Oh." Li Yi, who was checking the construction status of Destiny Island, raised his head and looked at Yu Chaojun. "Is it their original intention, or is it pressure from the U.S. Federation?" "Both," Yu Chaojun said. "Temasek wanted to invest in us before, but we always refused. There are even some people who want to use some means, but most of them are not acceptable. We have also countered them several times. This time, Temasek was forced to do so by the U.S. federal government, which threatened them in the financial market and semiconductor sectors. Therefore, although Temasek has a prosperous economy, it is still a small country after all. The United States does not dare to use military deterrence due to the influence of a certain Eastern power, but it can influence Temasek in other areas. The so-called freedom can only be achieved through strong national defense. Then let's warn Temasek and let them face the reality. It's not easy to be a fence-sitter." Li Yi thought for a while and said, "I understand, Mr. Li." Yu Chaojun was not at all surprised by Li Yi's tough attitude, but rather particularly happy. After being a grandson for more than 10 years in his previous unit, he now follows Li Yi and has finally become tough. He is unwilling to be soft again. As for Temasek's possible oppression, the moment he walked out of the beach villa, Yu Chaojun couldn't help but sneer. In Li Yi's words, "At worst, we can just replace the people in power. 4-legged people are hard to find, but 2-legged politicians are plentiful." Chapter 191, The Hive Drone Swarm. Caribbean Sea. A 100,000-ton cargo ship slowly sailed into the port of Cabrera in the Dominican Republic, accompanied by the waves. After the ship stops at the designated location, the Chinese-made cranes unload the containers one by one. Thomas now led his men from the ship to the ground, staring at the containers meticulously. His mission on this trip was to safely escort the containers to their designated locations. This was the first time that the Thor action team split up to act, and it was also the first time that Thomas led a team alone as the deputy captain to carry out a mission. After witnessing the power of Leo, Robbie, and the mysterious boss, Thomas and others dreamed of truly joining Konglan. For this reason, Thomas was particularly concerned about this mission and monitored the entire process with a serious expression, not allowing any accidents to occur. When the container was halfway unloaded, Thomas heard the voice of the queen bee. After a few seconds, the originally serious expression quickly turned solemn. Thomas then winked at his teammates and said, "Gather everyone on the boat. Don't leave anyone behind." Soon, Thomas appeared in front of everyone, in the confused gazes of the crew. When the captain saw Thomas coming and was about to go up and talk to him, he was pushed back by an elbow from a team member. In an instant, the crew began to panic. At this time, Thomas looked at everyone and said, "The seal on one of the containers is missing. I need an explanation." After hearing this, everyone became less panicked and just looked at each other, as if wondering who had moved the container. The captain then spoke up. "Mr. Thomas, we at Malay Shipping have always maintained strict discipline and would never tamper with a customer's cargo without permission. There must be some misunderstanding here." "Misunderstand?" Thomas sneered. "Since you are unwilling to admit it, I have no choice but to solve it in my own way." After sweeping a cold gaze over everyone, Thomas drew the pistol from his waist and turned on the safety. When the crew saw this scene, they immediately became panicked again, and the chaotic voices were mixed with curses. The next moment, accompanied by a gunshot, the captain fell to the ground, holding his right leg, and began to wail. "Listen, if no one wants to admit it, then I'll treat you as a public crime." As Thomas finished speaking, the two team members beside him immediately took out the assault rifles from the bag. After two click sounds of bullets being loaded, the black muzzle of the gun was aimed at the crowd. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere escalated again. And in the crowd, there were also some brainless or bold people who shouted, "You can't do this, it's illegal." Faced with this sound, Thomas did not refute, but fired another shot, shooting the captain's other leg. The shooting without negotiation had a stark effect. The chaotic voices disappeared, replaced by mutual suspicion. Thomas had no time to appreciate this human drama. He just wanted to find the damned man. If something unexpected happens during this mission, God knows when he will be able to truly join Kong Lan. It is for this reason that Thomas adopted extremely tough and ruthless measures. This has proven to be quite efficient. A Malay man in his 20s was soon reported. "That's him. He's the captain's nephew, and he often moves the cargo on the ship." The young man who was pushed out by the crowd quickly knelt in front of Thomas and began to pray with tears. Thomas did not deal with the young man in front of everyone, but asked his teammates to escort him and board another ship along with the container. Since Destiny Island currently only has shallow waters where it can land, all the containers need to be transferred to several thousand-ton cargo ships. When the fleet arrived, the containers were placed on the beach one by lifting the ships. By the time all this was done, it was already late at night. "Captain, what should we do with this guy?" the team members asked, looking at the young Malay man hanging on a tree. "I've told you so many times, call me vice captain." Thomas frowned and emphasized again before looking at the hung man and saying, "Remember how the Vikings dealt with thieves?" The team member nodded immediately, then drew the military dagger from his waist and slowly walked over. Soon, as the intelligent engineering robots in the container began to move supplies, bursts of wailing were heard amid the sound of waves hitting the beach. Construction has finally begun. Through the robot's perspective, Lee looked at the robots who were doing preliminary preparations and felt particularly comfortable. As for the Viking ritual of skinning and bone cutting, Liza paid no attention to it. However, he admired the way Thomas handled the problem. "Maybe after I come back, I can consider absorbing it." Lee is very concerned about the construction of Destiny Island. In his previous life, he wanted to own a secret base of military fortress level, but unfortunately, he lacked manpower and material resources. In a sense, Lee's dream has come true. After taking a final look at the temporary port that was being quickly built, Lee closed the screen and looked out the window. "Are you going to take action so soon?" Just a few seconds ago, the Queen Bee sent a report that a special forces team from Mossad was on standby at a distance of 873 meters from him. Their mission is to kidnap Lee, and the final destination may be the United States or Israel. But there is no doubt that the deployment of this team has the shadow of the United States and Israel behind it. After trying various methods and means without success, violence is indeed the best solution to all problems. But these people may not have thought that Lee is also good at using violence to solve problems. Let's go. Following Lee's order, the honeycomb drone swarm that had been on standby on the beach for a long time took off quickly. Then, it was the Queen Bee's performance. Matrix network has been established. Networking successful. The reconnaissance aircraft's infrared scanning has found the target. Annihilation mode activated. Boom, boom, boom. 800 meters away, A series of explosions accompanied by flames swept in all directions. After just one round of all-round attack, the first deployment of the honeycomb drone swarm quickly ended. Although it seemed like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Li Yi, who witnessed all this, seemed quite happy. Drones are a nightmare for infantry, unless it's tunnel warfare. As for the aftermath, there are great scholars who will debate for me. I guess they'll pause their actions for a while, but I wonder how long they can hold back this time. Whether it is the U.S. Secret Service or Israel's Mossad, Li Yi is quite familiar with the other party's thinking and combat methods. Until the reason for the annihilation of this team is clarified, no more missions will be carried out in the short term. But next time, Li Yi might consider changing his approach. After all, his body was almost rusty. Chapter 192: Patel's Journey to Kanglan. A gas leak occurred on East Coast Street yesterday, leading to an explosion. The details are under investigation. In the reception room of Kanglan Park, the sound of TV news could be heard. Patel was not in the mood to pay attention at the moment. He was waiting for the results of the examination of his own illness. Unlike the examination in the hospital, this time Kanglan Pharmaceutical conducted a more detailed genetic examination on him. This company, the only one in the world that has mastered new biotechnology and successfully mass-produced gene-targeted drugs, can be said to be his last hope. After 6 hours of agonizing wait, the door of the reception room was finally opened. The researcher in a white coat looked at Patel and said, "Sir, please follow me." Patel immediately stood up with difficulty. Because of his illness, his body became increasingly weak and even walking became difficult. Fortunately, the staff seemed to realize this and slowed down their pace. A moment later, the staff took Patel to a building in the center of the campus. Standing in front of the building, Patel took a deep breath. He knew that this ordinary-looking white building was the birthplace of a new biotechnology that had attracted global attention. Countless people want to go in and find out what's going on, but Kanglan's security and confidentiality are extremely strict. This is exactly the case. "Sir, this is your visitor card. Please be sure to wear it on your chest while you are in the RD center, otherwise it is likely to trigger some bad alarms," the staff member warned with a serious expression. Patel nodded solemnly and put the visitor card on his chest. This visitor card soon came in handy. After entering the building, an electronic detection door guarded by security guards appeared in front of us. After carefully checking the visitor card, the security guard took out an informed consent form and handed over a carbon pen. The consent form was written in multiple languages. Patel took a quick look at it cautiously and found that most of it was information statements. After signing the consent form, the security guard reminded us, "Please stay in the visitor area. If you go anywhere else, the alarm will be triggered immediately." Patel nodded, passed through the electronic inspection door, and finally stepped into the RD building. He looked around curiously, but found that most areas were separated by metal doors similar to radiation-proof doors. Compared with the plain exterior of the building, the interior appears to be very technological and mysterious. Patel followed the staff and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. After walking a few dozen steps, the two stopped in front of a big door. The staff member said at this time, "Professor Kong is waiting for you inside." Hearing this, Patel immediately straightened his collar. Although he came here to seek hope for survival, Patel still tried his best to appear decent and leave a good impression on the other party. After taking a deep breath, Patel knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened. The person who appeared in front of Patel was not Professor Kong, but a tall and thin European young man, about 30 years old, wearing a camouflage training suit, and seemed to be a security guard. After opening the door, the young man sat down on a chair without even looking at Patel, crossed his legs, and put his hands on his face and started to stare blankly. When Patel looked to the other side of the conference room, he saw the person he most wanted to see on this trip, Kang Hongfei. "Hello, Professor Kong." Patel spoke in English and extended his hand enthusiastically. Kanglan is a hot company in the world, and in the eyes of most people, Kang Hongfei, Kanglan's RD director, has made an indelible contribution to its success. Although Patel is very rich, he is far behind Kang Hongfei in terms of influence. What's more, he needs help from others on this trip. "Hello, Mr. Patel." Kang Hongfei didn't put on any airs. After shaking hands, he gestured for Patel to sit down. Then, Kang Hongfei took out a document and said to Patel while looking at it, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Patel. This is your genetic test report. I've already read it. Do you want to see it?" "No thanks, Professor Kong." Patel shook his head. Because of Kanglan's strict requirements for visitors, Patel was unable to bring his own medical team. Even if he read these test reports, he would not be able to understand them at all. Kang Hongfei was not surprised by this. He looked at the test report and continued. We've determined that your problem is caused by a mutation in a set of genes. I'm sure you're aware of this, right? Patel nodded, then said frankly, I have been to the Mayo Clinic in the United States, and they said the same thing. According to their estimates, my physical function will continue to decline, and I will die within 6 months due to respiratory muscle paralysis or organ failure. Although Patel's tone was calm when he said this, his furrowed brow showed his desire to survive. The estimated direction is correct, Kang Hongfei affirmed. And these words made Patel frown even deeper. Do you have any plans? Patel asked hopefully. I tried some conservative treatments at the Mayo Clinic, but they had little effect. Instead, they treated him as a test subject and collected various genetic data from his body. Patel hated the feeling of being treated as a guinea pig and soon left the Mayo Clinic. Kang Hongfei did not directly answer Patel's question, but instead asked, when you were about 8 or 9 years old, did you come into contact with something? At this point, Kang Hongfei paused for a moment, showing a thoughtful expression, as if he was organizing his words. After about 2 seconds, he continued, I participated in some religious ceremony and ate some creatures like worms. Kang Hongfei's words immediately made Patel fall into deep memories. After a while, Patel's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he said with sudden realization, my father once joined an illegal religion that gave out communion every month. One time, my father brought back the Holy Communion. I was so hungry that I almost fainted, so I secretly ate a few bites. I was beaten by my father for it. Later, when that illegal religion was busted, I saw on the news that their communion seemed to be made of some small insects. Patel's thoughts quickly shifted as he asked, Professor, could my illness be related to these bugs? At this time, Patel had already developed trust in Kang Hongfei. There is no trace of these secrets of my childhood. I guess Professor Kang must have drawn this conclusion based on his own test report. Even the Mayo Clinic, which claims to be the world's #1 in medical technology, has never raised a similar question. This gave Patel more hope. Illness. Kang Hongfei smiled and shook his head. Mr. Patel, I never said this was a disease. Chapter 193 Kang Lan refuses to provide medical services to patients from the United States. Kang Hongfei is a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. But in Patel's eyes at this moment, Kang Hongfei was undoubtedly the person in the world who could attract his attention the most. Professor Kang, what you mean is... Patel's eyes flickered with disbelief. From his personal medical team to the Mayo Clinic, nearly everyone gave him a death sentence. But only Kang Hongfei gave a completely different answer. Even if it was a lie, Patel was willing to believe it a little at this moment. What's more, this is most likely not a deception. After all, this is Kang Lan who has mastered new biotechnology. They must have more advanced testing equipment and more advanced treatment methods. Don't get excited yet. Kang Hongfei waved his hand, signaling Patel to calm down. After taking a few minutes to calm down, Patel immediately put on an attitude of listening attentively. Kang Hongfei then said, as for genetic research, our Kang Lan can be said to be at the forefront of the world. We possess a wealth of technological reserves that are unimaginable to other companies. It is precisely because of our in-depth research on genes that we have a deeper understanding of the human individual. Patel listened patiently. He knew that what Kang Hongfei said was just the preface, and it was not the most critical moment yet. Although he was very anxious, he had already seen hope of survival and was unwilling to see any setbacks. 10 minutes later, Kang Hongfei suddenly said, Mr. Patel, do you know the limits of the human body? Patel shook his head in agreement. Then you want to know? Patel nodded immediately. He actually wanted to know more about how to solve his physical problems, but obviously he had to wait until Kang Hongfei had finished laying the groundwork. But Patel soon realized his own ignorance. Kang Hongfei just nodded to the European youth. Then, with Patel's stunned expression, the European youth suddenly grabbed the conference table with both hands and lifted up the entire 10-meter-long conference table. Looking at the other person's expression, he didn't look like he was struggling at all, as if it was a piece of cake. Kang Hongfei then continued, Mr. Patel, the human body is far more powerful than anyone imagines. As he spoke, Kang Hongfei stood up, walked to the conference table, and tapped lightly, signaling Patel to try it. Patel walked over and tried to lift the huge conference table in the same way, but even if he used all his strength, the conference table did not move at all. Until this moment, Kang Hongfei revealed the answer. The human genome is like a vast treasure house. As long as you have the key, you can open this treasure house. And you, Mr. Patel, have found the keyhole. Now all you lack is the key to open the treasure house. At this moment, Patel seemed to see the door to a new world slowly opening towards him. Indian tycoon Patel's joining the Destiny Club went smoothly. After Kang Hongfei's deception, and using the human body repair chamber, When Patel walked out of Kongland's RD building refreshed and relaxed, he had already become a fanatical believer of the Destiny Club. After all, the miracle was performed with his own eyes. The top expert in computer science also had the same success. This computer expert is already in his 80s. He thought he had given up on life and just needed to wait quietly for God's call, but then he met Leo. Who would want to die if they can live? So, after laying the bait, the top expert immediately became a member of the Destiny Club. The difference is that Norton, Patel, and others hold passenger tickets, mainly to provide funds for the Destiny Club. This expert, named Alan Scaruffi, holds a maintenance worker ticket and will provide technical support to the Destiny Club. However, Lee is much more rigorous when it comes to technical talents. Therefore, once Lee Eason's base is determined, Professor Allen will move there and set up an electronics research institute. As for the last senior official of the U.S. military-industrial complex, it will take some time. Monday, July 21st. Temasek was rarely blessed with a heavy rain. But even in the heavy rain, ALS patients from all over the world still lined up in a long queue in front of Kongland's designated hospital. With the experience from last time, the personnel responsible for maintaining order this time were much more skilled, so that patients in wheelchairs would not suffer accidents due to overcrowding. But accidents always happen. Sir, according to Kongland's regulations, since our products have not passed the U.S. federal and European food and drug safety certification, we are unable to provide you with medication. The doctor explained to a patient. The patient's face changed immediately after hearing this. After carefully reading the regulations, she shouted, "You can't do this to me. I'm also an ALS patient and have the right to receive treatment." "I'm sorry, sir. Unless you change your nationality or Kongland's drugs pass review and are available on the market, we will not be able to provide medical services." "No, I've already come to Temasek. The U.S. federal regulations don't apply here. You can definitely heal me." The patient from the United States shrieked, "I see. You must want to pay more. That's no problem. I'll give you whatever you want." "Sir, please calm down." The doctor continued to explain, but the patient in front of him obviously didn't want to hear so much. He just shouted and took out his cash and bank card. Helplessly, the doctor had to nod to the security guard beside him. Soon, the patient began shouting words such as racial discrimination. The black man behind him, upon hearing this, immediately put his electric wheelchair into full gear, squeezed past, and shouted, "Doctor, I'm from Africa. Can I receive treatment?" "Of course, sir," said the doctor with a smile. At the same time, the personnel responsible for maintaining order also began to shout out Kongland Company's regulations with loudspeakers and emphasized that these regulations were formulated for security reasons based on relevant reasons such as the laws of the United States and Europe. These scenes quickly made headlines on the front pages of major media outlets through the internet and became a hot topic. In an instant, public opinion boiled over again. A series of eye-catching news such as Kongland refuses U.S. federal patients, and this is a business conspiracy, but the victims are patients, quickly occupied the news and sparked heated discussions. ALS is much more famous than SMA, so the new round of storms swept across the world after brewing in a short time. Chapter 194: Liang Jianjun's new job and new project. What do you think of Kongland's refusal to provide medical services to patients in regions where its drugs are not available? Thank you for the invitation. I'm in Temasek, just got off the plane. As an ALS patient, I have the most qualified opinion. In short, forget about talking about human rights and discrimination, let alone technology disclosure. For patients who are ineligible for treatment, we advise them to change their nationality or wait for the drug to be available in their region. The high ground of public opinion will always be occupied by your enemies if you don't occupy it. But the effect of public opinion warfare is actually quite limited, otherwise Gaza would not be what it is today. When it comes to moral kidnapping or accusations from a moral high ground, Lee would rather take action than speak. But it seems that the hegemony of the United States Federation has aroused public indignation. Without the Queen be deliberately manipulating public opinion, Kongland's reputation is generally very good except in some areas, especially China, the Russian Federation, and parts of Africa. Of course, the African part is actually better than nothing. In the internet age, people who don't even have a smartphone have basically lost their voice. But speaking of Africa, things have not been very peaceful in recent days, although it has never been peaceful. In Rwanda, which is adjacent to Gangakin and is in constant conflict with it, an armed force called M32 in its territory brazenly launched an attack on the southern part of Gangakin. Compared with the motley crowd of Gangwajin, this force has advantages in personnel quality and equipment because it is backed by the United States Federation. Because of this, the war soon spread to CCI's territory. CCI's did not launch a counterattack immediately. Instead, They learned from China's experience in fighting Vietnam and South China and selected different troops to take turns to go to the front line for training. They even sent in grassroots commanders from the Bantuga Military Academy to hone the troops. Although the consumption is a bit higher, it is very beneficial to the overall combat effectiveness of the troops. Especially after Li Yi agreed to provide more arms as support, Shize put his heart at ease and fought the other side in different ways. Of course, there are political considerations as well. Under such circumstances, the newly formed government can only rely on Cecil to resist the enemy's attack. While the storm of public opinion was sweeping across the globe, changes were also taking place within the United States. Director, our Special Forces team, disguised as Mossad, was completely wiped out in Temasek. The Chief of Staff reported with a frown, then said affirmatively. Combining all the intelligence, it has been confirmed that Kong Lan definitely possesses military power, and it is highly suspected that they also possess weapons of mass destruction. Combined with their research on biological genes, they may also possess the ability to create biological and chemical weapons. I suggest that they be labeled terrorists and targeted. The director listened silently to the Chief of Staff's report, then picked up the documents on the table, looked up at his colleague, and said slowly, I know you accepted funds from Qiangxing Pharmaceutical, but Kong Lan is now cooperating closely with China. It's definitely not something that can be solved with just a bag of laundry detergent. In addition, the director threw the document in front of the Chief of Staff and said, instead of dealing with others, we should worry about ourselves now. The Chief of Staff picked up the document and glanced over from behind his glasses. Then his expression changed drastically and a hint of anger emerged. Is that clown-like leader mentally retarded? He actually wants to lay us off. We are the most important intelligence agency of the United States Federation and the absolute weapon for maintaining its hegemonic rule. What's with the talk of buying out seniority? Is that clown treating the entire country as his own private company? The Chief of Staff blurted out a series of angry questions. Of course, this cannot be blamed on him, because this document is really too bizarre. However, the Chief of Staff already knew that the matter concerning Kong Lan had to be put aside for the time being. He still understood the principle of pacifying the country before fighting against foreign enemies. As for those special agents who sacrificed their lives in Temasek, well, since they have already sacrificed their lives, let's collect the pension on their families' behalf first. After all, the entire department is in turmoil now, and the personnel structure may face adjustments. It is normal for some personnel files to be lost. So, the CIA has no time to take care of us now. Li Yi should have been happy when he heard the Queen Bee's report, but a feeling of disappointment spread in his heart. He and the Chinese intelligence agency are old friends and old rivals. Now that he heard that the other party's leader was actually thinking of laying them off, it was impossible for him to feel grief for the other party, but he couldn't help but doubt the other party's leader's IQ. This once again proves the saying that the world is just a huge makeshift team. Well, Li Yi sighed helplessly and then sent a message to Robbie, who was forming a team, that the enemy situation has been resolved. His original plan was to have Robbie quickly form an action team, and he could even temporarily relax some standards for the sake of efficiency. But now the enemy is busy with their own affairs, so we have more time to form an action team, and we still have to focus on the elite. After doing all this, Li Yi turned his gaze towards Destiny Island again. With the arrival of cargo ship after cargo ship, the construction of Destiny Island has been in full swing. To outsiders, this was just a mysterious tycoon who wanted to build a manor or castle on the island. In invisible places, intelligent engineering robots that excavate mountains are digging the huge internal space of the mountain day and night. What is more interesting is Liang Jianjun, who is responsible for the design. After learning about the surface situation of Destiny Island, he made a special call to ask Li Yi, Mr. Li, you won't really start construction according to the drawings I gave you, right? Liang Jianjun asked. How is that possible? Li Yi lied calmly. I'm just building some houses on the island. What can you do with the manpower and resources you have with just the blueprints? Oh, so that's how it is. Liang Jianjun's tone suddenly became low. As an architect, I worked hard for several months to draw the design drawings, but deep down I still wanted to be able to build it successfully. However, Liang Jianjun knew in his heart that even if it was really to be built, this project would definitely not be completed by an individual wealthy person. Thinking of this, Liang Jianjun shook his head, took a last look at the blue Caribbean Sea, and walked into the airport. His next job has been confirmed and is still assigned by this young rich man. The specific project has not yet been confirmed. But the reason why Liang Jianjun was willing to go was mainly because Li Yi gave him so much. Without even signing any contract, 5 million yuan was directly deposited into his account. Liang Jianjun really couldn't find any reason to refuse Party A, who was so straightforward and made random demands. But Gang Guijin seems to be quite chaotic. I hope the bodyguard Mr. Li found for me is reliable. Liang Jianjun thought so on the passenger plane to Kinshasa. Chapter 195. Liang Jianjun's astonishment. Which military academy would build missile silos? Since it is a military academy, it is normal for it to have missile strike capabilities, right? This is not only Li Yi's idea, but also Cixi Zhe's dream. So when Li Yi said that he wanted to deploy a missile silo in the military academy, Cixi excitedly said, "My brother, I will never be ashamed of your help. The entire Gang Guijin will be loyal to you." Cixi Zhe thought that Li Yi was helping him, but in fact, Li Yi just wanted to use Gang Guijin as a starting point and radiate the entire African region as much as possible, making this continent his raw material base. This raw material refers not only to the raw materials needed by Konglan, but also to countless mineral resources. Selling medicine is good, but it is nothing compared to selling nuclear bombs. So, when the people in the military academy were wondering what kind of building would require such a deep foundation, Liang Jianjun had already arrived at Kinshasa International Airport. Then, Liang Jianjun fell into a state of confusion. When the plane came to a complete stop, the first-class passengers were about to pack their luggage and get off the plane. At this moment, the flight attendant quickly walked up to Liang Jianjun, helped him lift his luggage, and said, "Dear Mr. Liang, thank you for choosing Ethiopian Airlines. Please follow me, and I will take you off the plane first." "Is this service available in first class?" Liang Jianjun, who had only flown in first class once, didn't realize what was happening. He was the first to get off the plane under the gazes of other first-class passengers. Then he was stunned. On one side of the plane, a row of black soldiers were lined up in an orderly manner, and a banner with white letters on a red background was held up. The banner read in Chinese, "Welcome Chief Engineer Liang to Kinshasa." Seeing this scene, Liang Jianjun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If this scene happened in China, it would be nothing out of the ordinary. He had even experienced it when he went to a sister unit. But looking at the black faces and the surrounding environment, Liang Jianjun felt familiar, but also a little strange. After Liang Jianjun got off the plane, a young man who looked like a Gang Guijin officer came up to him quickly, extending his hand and speaking in not very standard Chinese. "Chief Engineer Liang, welcome, welcome. I'm Sai Shiza, Li Zigong Guijin's partner." Cixi Zhe absolutely treats the person who comes to build a missile silo for his military academy as a treasure, and he would not even trade him for a panda. For this reason, even after Liang Jianjun looked at the entire convoy and got into the armored vehicle, he still couldn't figure out the current situation. After the convoy left Kinshasa and the alert level was lowered, Cixi and Liang Jianjun started to talk about business. "Chief Engineer Liang, thank you very much for coming to Gang Guijin to build the Bantuga Military Academy. We will definitely protect your safety and meet all your needs." Cixi Zhe seemed very enthusiastic. Like Li Yi, he also attaches great importance to talents. Liang Jianjun managed to understand what the other party meant in Cixi Zhe's poor Chinese. It turns out that they are building a school. This is not child's play. Liang Jianjun suddenly realized and felt relieved. But soon, he heard Cixi say, "Chief Engineer Liang, I've always dreamed of building a missile silo. I never thought that this dream would actually come true with your help." As Cixi Zhe spoke, his face showed joy and his eyes were full of anticipation and longing. So much so that he didn't even notice the surprised expression on Liang Jianjun's face. Etc. Missile silo? Liang Jianjun felt that his brain seemed to be not enough. At this time, Cixi continued, "I've already ordered someone to dig a deep pit at the military academy, but I don't know if it meets your standards." "Don't worry, if it doesn't meet the requirements, you can just order the reconstruction. I was too impatient at the time, so I made some haphazard preliminary preparations. Please forgive me for that." Cixi scratched his head embarrassedly. Liang Jianjun gradually sorted out his thoughts at this time. So, the new project Mr. Li mentioned is to build a missile silo for a military academy? Apart from Harbin Institute of Technology in China, which school needs to build this thing? Liang Jianjun suddenly thought of his alma mater. But why does designing and building a missile silo by yourself sound so exciting? Liang Jianjun felt complicated. I had finally retired from my job, but why did I end up going back to my old job for no apparent reason? But this treatment and respect is indeed what he needs. Amidst his complicated thoughts, Liang Jianjun gradually sorted out his ideas, and on the second day after arriving in Gang Guijin, he arrived at the Bantuga Military Academy under the personal escort of Cixi. Originally, Liang Jianjun was somewhat reluctant to build missile silos for other countries, even though the money and treatment were good. But when he saw the instructors at Bantuga Military Academy and the familiar teaching materials, Liang Jianjun instantly lost his resistance. This is not the Bantugia Military Academy at all. It is clearly the Gangwujin branch of a certain military academy in China. They even brought textbooks in the ideological field. How can this be a school run by locals? Feng Cheng, the new instructors, and a group of people quickly made Liang Jianjun feel like he was at home. Familiar bugle calls, familiar 1234, familiar dormitories, and even familiar equipment. So, which type of DF will the missile silo I want to build be used to launch in the future? Liang Jianjun pondered. The more deeply people delve into certain fields, the easier it is to fool them, because they rarely think about other issues. Li Yi likes this kind of talent the most, but unfortunately there are not many of them. After receiving the news that Liang Jianjun had arrived at the military academy, Li no longer paid much attention to it. I believe that after seeing the faculty lineup of Bantuga Military Academy, Liang Jianjun would not refuse this job. Li Yi simply took advantage of China's influence, and it was not a complete use of it. After all, who knows what other tasks some of the teachers had? As his second base, Bantuga Military Academy has gathered 3 forces under his deliberate promotion. Apart from himself, there is Sexy Zhe who represents Gangwujin and the most hidden China. The upcoming Destiny Island base and the junior high school base that is still under planning are the bases that truly belong to him. The two will be one dark and one bright, opening up the future for his grand cause. But food must be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be walked step by step. When the time came to the last day of July, Li Yi met Liu after a while. Your next task is rather complicated. Li Yi tapped the table with his fingers, speaking as he thought. Chapter 196, Trying to Control a Sovereign State. The Comoros Union belongs to the African country, but is located in the Indian Ocean. It consists of 4 islands and has a land area of 2,300 square kilometers. Because of its abundant production of spices, it is also known as the Spice Kingdom. It has no resources, is a multi-ethnic country, and is a colonized country in Africa. After this series of buffs are fully activated, Comoro is naturally not in a good situation. Comoros is one of the least developed countries in the world. Agriculture is its mainstay industry, and its transportation is even more backward. When China suffered a disaster, the country searched all the pharmacies and hospitals across the country but could not find a box of masks, so it could only donate 100 euros. Yes, it's 100, not 10,000. The main reason why Li Yi turned his attention to this poor small country was that although this country was small, it had sovereignty recognized by all countries. Poverty means that no matter how it develops, it will be upward growth. Plus the total population is less than 1 million. It is neither more nor less, just right. The secondary reason is its geographical location. Comoros is located in the north of Madagascar and is relatively close to Gongoly. Together with the entire Indian Ocean, it faces Temasek directly. If he could take control of this small country and turn it into a base for him, he would be able to obtain what he wanted in terms of resources, population, and strategic significance. You have already sent the plan formulated by the Queen Bee to your terminal. Li Yi said to Leo. This mission is quite complicated and tedious, but I want you to cut the Gordian knot and complete the mission as soon as possible. Boss, please rest assured, the mission will be completed. After Leo finished speaking, he opened the tablet in his hand and started looking at the task. After a moment, Leo couldn't help scratching his head, feeling like he needed to grow a brain. Just as Li Yi said, the task was very complicated. If the Queen Bee had not planned it in detail, he would never have come up with such a troublesome plan in his lifetime. However, planning is one thing, and execution is another. Boss, I understand what you mean. Leo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yi asked him to cut the Gordian knot, in other words, to do things boldly. If the problem can be solved directly with force, don't resort to conspiracy or intrigue. This style really suits him and can greatly reduce the time required. As for the possible impact, we can only say that as long as these small countries with no sense of existence do not blatantly create humanitarian crises, there will be no big problems. After receiving the task, Leo immediately said in a flattering manner, Boss, can I apply for another advance on club points? Facing the fawning Leo, Li neither agreed nor refused, but asked, Are you being abused by Robbie again? Ever since Robbie underwent genetic tactical surgery, sparring between the two has become a regular occurrence. But Leo, who had only undergone one genetic enhancement, was obviously no match for Robbie. Because of this, Leo was always the one being beaten unilaterally. After Leo returned from the mission this time, the first thing he wanted to do was to fight back, but this required Li Yi's support. Boss, Robbie and I are comrades. Although he used to be my superior, I've never lost to him in combat. Boss, I want to become stronger. Leo talks about his pursuit of power. Li Yize smiled slightly and took out the level 1 gene evolution liquid that he had prepared long ago. Although Leo's mission to Comoros was not very dangerous, Li Yi expected him to complete it efficiently, so he had already prepared for Leo. After the second genetic enhancement, Leo may still not be a match for Robbie, but at least he will no longer be abused unilaterally. When Leo saw what Li Yi took out, his eyes immediately lit up. He had used this thing before and had a very clear memory of it. No need to inject this time, just drink it directly. Li Yi handed the evolution liquid to Leo. After Leo took it, he put the liquid in the test tube into his mouth without hesitation. A moment later, a layer of white mist began to rise from Leo's body. Leo moved his body again at this time, and the abundant strength made him full of confidence at this moment. Boss, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to go exercise. After Leo finished speaking, he quickly left the East Coast villa. After getting in the car, he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the training ground. Li Yi was naturally too lazy to pay attention to the two noobs fighting each other. If he had that much time, he would rather watch the intelligent engineering robots of Destiny Island drilling holes in the mountains. For the construction of Destiny Island, the most difficult part is not breaking through the mountain rock layer or stabilizing the structure. But the question is how to reuse the mined stones and soil. Otherwise, these things can only be thrown into the nearby sea, and once done, it will definitely attract some unnecessary attention. Fortunately, the Queen Bee has given a pretty perfect solution. The stones and soil obtained by mountain drilling will be processed again, chemical elements will be added, and after multiple compressions, they will eventually become building materials. Until now, with the arrival of cargo ship after cargo ship, the entire Destiny Island seems to be building temporary unloading docks and houses on land. But in fact, inside the hidden mountains, thousands of intelligent engineering robots of various models and types are working on a full-scale basis. If the energy required did not need to be transported, Li Yi would even want to increase this number to tens of thousands. According to the current progress of the project, it will take about 10 months to complete the construction project. This time was actually far beyond Li Yi's expectations. Time quickly entered August. More than half of Su Yong's summer vacation has passed. Unlike what was originally expected, Su Yong neither attended any class reunion nor showed off in the small county town. Instead, I stay with my grandmother and do things within my ability. However, there were some incidents along the way. Su, you really should come back to school. On the phone, Su Yong's classmates at Bantuga Military Academy told him about their recent situation. The principal has agreed to our petition. Now it's time for us to show our prowess on the battlefield. This is a rare opportunity for actual combat. Su, maybe you can come back earlier. With your relationship with the director, you'll definitely get a good position, maybe even command a company. Listening to the excited voice of his classmates on the phone, Su Yong felt quite envious. He also knew about the conflict between Rwanda and Gangyujin. It is said that many of the enemy's officers have studied in China, so the troops are very powerful. Although they are all from the same military academy and have the same Chinese instructors, they still have to be ranked according to their strengths and weaknesses on the battlefield. However, Su Yong's idea of going to the battlefield was rejected by Feng Cheng without hesitation at the first moment. People go to the battlefield to fight for their country. You're just a kid from Daliang Mountain in China, so don't go and cause trouble for them. What if the enemy sees your face and runs away immediately? Wouldn't the principal's rotation training plan be aborted? Is my face so scary? After listening to Feng Cheng's words, Su Yong couldn't help but find a mirror to look at himself. Chapter 197 Arsenal Plan, Gene Warrior Combat Test. For those who are paying attention to Gangyujin and the situation in Rwanda, this pair of brothers from the same school seemed to be caught in an intractable struggle. The fighting was not very intense and was nothing compared to the special military operations of the Russian Federation. There is almost no traffic. After all, the two sides have not yet fought to the same extent as Israel. Although there is damage, it has not reached the level of a humanitarian disaster. For this reason, for those who do not pay attention to the situation in these two places, this is nothing more than a quick glance at foreign news while browsing their mobile phones. But in any case, this conflict is a great opportunity for Sesits. Sexy's strategy was to make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones, not to mention that the two sides had a grudge against each other. When the armed forces supported by Rwanda invaded the eastern part of Gongali, the most anxious was actually the Gongali government, which had just come to power for a few months. After all, no matter how much corruption there is and how much money is plundered from the people, it must be based on someone having a foundation. This time, the enemy came with great momentum, was well-equipped, and had high-quality personnel. They were determined to march straight to Kinshasa. If it were not for the Eastern Army commander CCZ, who resisted the enemy's offensive with a tough attitude, the current Gangwajin government would probably become the government in history that collapsed fastest due to foreign invasion. Under such circumstances, Cecilia's status naturally rose. CCIzer took this opportunity to expand his influence, step up efforts to recruit civilians into his army, and ask for money from the newly established government. War always costs money, right? Everyone knows that CCZ, the commander of the Eastern Army, is actually the biggest warlord in the area. He only obeys orders and not announcements, and the soldiers under his command are actually his private soldiers. But now the knife is at their neck. If this protector of the country is angered, Kinshasa will be in danger. Li, I have reserved some very good mineral veins for you. Sexy Zay, who had received military pay from the new government, called Li Yi to report the good news. I like your gift very much. Li Yi said this with a hint of a smile on his face. Cecil is now considered to have a strong army in Africa. To support so many people, the cheap weapons provided by Li Yi are not enough, and a large amount of funds is needed. Relying on his already relatively wealthy family background and the profits he gained from several riots, Sashize finally squeezed out some resources to give back to Li Yi. 2 gold mines and 1 cobalt mine, although not many, are full of sincerity. Li Yi didn't care about the gold mine. Now the Destiny Club had 4 sheep, and he could still pull them for a while. Especially the newly joined Indian tycoon Patel, who is indeed a superstitious person. He keeps an eye on the tasks of the Destiny Club every day and wants to send money. What really made Li Yi laugh was the cobalt mine. When metallic cobalt is added to steel or other alloys, it can significantly improve the alloy's hardness, or resistance, impact resistance and toughness, and significantly extend its service life. 1/5 of the world's cobalt is used to make superalloys, and it is also used in rockets, gas turbine wheels, turbine engine fan blades, and other fields. In general, cobalt is an essential precious metal for the manufacture of aerospace equipment and superalloys. Although Li Yi is not currently engaged in aerospace research and development, cobalt is essential for the manufacture of his intelligent engineering robots, especially the drill bits used for drilling holes in mountains, which consume a huge amount of cobalt. Now that he has a whole line of cobalt mines with good reserves, and with the matching refining equipment, it can alleviate his dependence on the precious metals provided by China to a certain extent. After talking about the mineral veins, Sashize asked Li Yi for a batch of drones. Now that Sashize has some money in his hands, he no longer bothers Li Yi with ordinary weapons. After all, although the arms provided by Li Yi are cheap, they are all genuine high-quality standard weapons. It would be a waste to give them to those filler babies. Sexy Zay is currently learning from the experience of a certain Eastern power and forming a heavy armored combined force, which will be his true elite in the future. I'll arrange it, Li Yi said. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi immediately opened the system and checked the system currency. After careful calculation in my mind, I bought a batch of drones. As the size of Sexy Zay's army expands, it would be a waste of system currency to continue to provide ordinary weapons in large quantities. So next, Li Yi plans to roll out the military production line as soon as possible and build an arsenal that belongs entirely to him. In this way, some common equipment, such as guns, ammunition, and other light weapons, no longer need to be purchased from the system. However, the most urgent task is to find a reliable light weapons military expert to help him set up this stall. So, where can we find such people? Or, if that doesn't work, just tie one back. As this thought flashed through his mind, Li Yi couldn't help but look towards the German Federation. Soon, when the task was given, the Queen Bee provided a list. Li Yi finally circled a name from the list and called Robbie. Boss, good afternoon. Robbie seemed a little restrained when he arrived at the East Coast Villa. After all, he did not have as much contact with Li Yi as Leo. Up to now, Robbie has learned more about Li Yi's image and personality from Leo. But one thing is certain, it was this mysterious young man from the East who reshaped his destiny and raised his life to a completely unimaginable height. Therefore, Robbie was very happy to serve this boss and wanted to follow him to enjoy the scenery at the top of the world. Li Yi still attaches great importance to the first genetic warrior under his command, who is also the second most powerful general in the operations department. Therefore, after chatting casually for a while, Li Yi asked Jean Yana to pour Robbie a glass of wine before saying, I have a task for you to complete. Li Yi said. Robbie immediately put down his glass, stood up straight, saluted, and said, Boss, please give your orders. The mission is very simple. It has been sent to your terminal. Li Yi paused, then continued. The reason I called you here is mainly because I want to conduct a real-world test during this mission. After saying that, Li Yi stood up and took Robbie to the basement of the villa. As the iron door opened, a dark blue exoskeleton armor appeared in Robbie's eyes. At that moment, Robbie was deeply fascinated, just like falling in love at first sight with the most beautiful woman in the world. Looking at Robbie's affectionate eyes, Li Yi was not surprised. It was difficult for a man to refuse something big and hard. Well, it seemed that women were the same. Chapter 198. Power armor with a broadsword and a mortar on the shoulder. This is the Thunder Series powered exoskeleton armor. Li Yi introduced. The entire exoskeleton armor is fully wrapped in dark blue, and an extremely special material is used at the joints, which does not affect the user's activities at all. In addition, what is more eye-catching is the weapon mounting devices installed everywhere on the armor, as well as the energy power battery at the rear. Specialized weapons to match the armor are currently under development, Li Yidao said. He was talking about the blaster gun and the accompanying bullets. For the former, he already has the technical drawings and only needs military experts to arrive before he can start research, development, and production. The latter is a whole production line of various types of bullets. As long as it is deployed and provided with sufficient raw materials, the machine can be started at any time. Boss, what weapons should we mount now? Robbie asked regretfully. It would be a shame if such powerful and attractive armor did not have super high firepower weapons. This, Li Yi placed his hand on a wall and gave it a light push, and the wall flipped over. Then, Robbie saw a big knife about 3 meters long hanging on the wall. It's not an adjective, nor a code name. It's just a real alloy machete. Boss, this. Robbie was so surprised that he was speechless. After all, this Thunder exoskeleton power armor is obviously a high-tech product. Even if the weapons they are equipped with are melee weapons, they should at least be something like a laser particle sword or an oscillating electromagnetic knife. But what was in front of him was a large alloy knife. If there is anything special about it, it is probably that it is long and hard enough. Of course, this alloy machete is also heavy enough. But Li took it off with his bare hands and waved it around quite casually. Fortunately, there is enough space in the room. Otherwise, this 3-meter-long machete would not be able to be used. I had this specially made for me, so just use it for now, Li Yi said as he handed the machete to Robbie. The moment Robbie took it, he felt a weight in his hand. Roughly estimated, this machete weighs about 300 to 400 pounds. Ordinary people probably can't even lift it, let alone use it. But for Robbie, this is naturally not a problem. However, this machete is obviously not for use in normal state. But after going berserk, his body becomes bigger, which is just right for him to use with this machete. It's just mecha equipped with cold weapons? Robbie suddenly remembered the Japanese cartoons he had watched when he was a child. He still remembered the lines in the cartoons, which seemed to be called Rui, Excalibur, cut in two with one sword or something like that. Although high-tech power armor and cold weapons seem out of place, for men, tall and handsome armor and long swords always have an irresistible temptation. That's why when Li Yi took off his power armor, Robbie looked over eagerly. Li Yi didn't keep Robbie in suspense and simply waved his hand and said, "Try it on yourself." Robbie was immediately overjoyed when he heard that. He took a few steps forward, and after taking a deep breath, his clothes suddenly tore apart with a few crackling sounds. Then, a muscular man over 2 meters tall appeared naked in front of Li Yi. Neither of them cared about small details like clothing. Under Li Yi's guidance, Robbie quickly put on the power armor and tried some simple exercises in the spacious basement. "How do you feel?" Li Yi asked. "To be honest, boss, it's not very good." Robbie's dull voice came from inside the armor. "Oh, I forgot to authenticate you." Li Yi slapped his head after hearing this. "Certification?" Robbie was just wondering when he heard Li Yi suddenly say, "Queen Bee, authorize Robbie to use the Thunder power armor." The next moment, Robbie, who was wearing power armor, suddenly had his eyes lit up. An electronic screen appeared in his sight, displaying a lot of information about the armor. And the voice of the Queen became to his ears. "User Robbie Alvarez, authentication successful. Should we start the basic tutorial for the Thunder Series exoskeleton-powered armor?" "Yes," Robbie said immediately. Next, Li Yi watched Robbie, who was wearing power armor, performing various falls and clumsy movements in the basement like a child who had just learned to walk. In fact, if he had a brain-computer interface now, Robbie could quickly learn to control this power armor through the brain-computer interface. Only when equipped with a brain-computer interface can the power armor's capabilities be fully utilized. After all, the amount of information that the human brain can process is too limited. The more advanced the equipment, the more it needs computer assistance. This is also the main reason why Li Yi customized a large alloy machete as a power armor weapon. At this stage, Robbie can only unleash 10 of the capabilities of his power armor. Even if it is equipped with more weapons, it will be useless if it is not used properly without a brain-computer interface. But even this 10 of ability is amazing enough. Bang! In Li Yi's sight, Robbie took off and instantly slammed into the wall. Fortunately, when Li Yi built this basement, he built it completely according to military-grade standards. Otherwise, it would not be enough to withstand this collision. After the head-on collision, neither Robbie nor the power armor had any problems. Instead, a dent was created in the steel wall. Then, when Robbie was able to control the power armor, he picked up the alloy machete and began to swing it. At the same time, Li Yi heard Robbie's chattering voice. "Boss, I feel like I can chop up a main battle tank right now." "Boss, do you think I can penetrate an entire armored group with one strike?" "Boss, this feels amazing. I think I can defeat a fleet. Do you want to be the head of the United States Federation?" "Boss." As Li Yi listened, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. No wonder in modern psychology research, there is a specialized female psychology but no male psychology. Simply because all the characteristics of male psychology can be found in child psychology. A man remains a boy until he dies. This statement is really full of scientific content. However, it seems that his performance when he first put on the power armor was not much better than Robbie's. Li Yi shook his head, throwing the embarrassing scene out of his mind, and then flipped over another wall, revealing a 160mm mortar, and said to Robbie, "This is a long-range weapon prepared for you. It's crude, but it's made in China, so it's durable. Try carrying it on your shoulder." Following the power armor equipped with cold weapons and broadswords, shoulder-carrying mortars also came into being. Chapter 199 Robbie, "Boss, you be the leader." Whether it is the explosive gun technology that is compatible with exoskeleton power armor, or the bullet production line, or perhaps in order to build his own arsenal and future military-industrial system, Li needs a lot of military-industrial experts. And right now, what he urgently needs is a light weapons military expert. Since we can't invite someone, just kidnap one back. This was Li Yi's idea, and the person who implemented this idea was Robbie. The last day of early August. After several days of practice, Robbie has become quite proficient in operating the power armor, and now all he needs is a real combat test. There are actually better and more covert ways to kidnap a military expert. But Li Yi had other plans and also wanted to test the effectiveness of the power armor in actual combat. "I understand, boss." After listening to Li Yi's detailed description of the plan, Robbie nodded seriously. Although this trip was to his home country, the Federal Republic of Germany, Robbie did not feel any guilt or remorse at all. After becoming a victim of political struggle, Robbie even had the idea of reshaping and rebuilding the military of his own country. Even in the 21st century, the Germanic people, who are still burdened with moral pressure, should have long ago thrown off the burden of history and moved forward. Looking at what Israel is doing now, Robbie feels even more that all these moral constraints are shackles forced upon the Germans by the West. "Then let's set off tonight. The Nightingale will cooperate with you," Li Yi said. "Yes, boss." After confirming the departure time, Robbie immediately began to prepare. Just a few months ago, he was driven out of the German Federation, to which he was loyal, like a stray dog. It was Li Yi who accepted him, and it was Leo who helped him. Now, he is ready to return to his homeland with a brand new attitude, and his ambition is expanding rapidly as his strength grows. "If there were hundreds of warriors like me, all wearing power armor, I'm confident we could easily defeat the German Federation. I wonder if the boss will agree to be the leader and rule the German Federation. Only under the leadership of the boss can the Germans rise again. We must convince the boss." While busy, Robbie was building the great ideal in his mind. That night, Robbie came to the RD building with his bag. After seeing Robbie, Li Yi handed him another syringe and said, "This is adrenaline specially formulated for you. It can be further enhanced after use in berserk state, but the side effects are quite severe. Use it at your discretion. It's best not to use it." Robbie nodded and accepted it, then followed Li Yi. The two took the elevator directly to the top of the building. Only then did Robbie discover that the top of the building had been converted into a helipad at some point. The only strange thing was that he didn't see any helicopters. But at this moment, Li Yi said to him, "Let me perform a magic trick for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Robbie saw the air in front of him suddenly twist, and then a sphere that looked like it was made of prismatic glass appeared. And these palm-sized prismatic glass disappeared one after another from top to bottom. Then, a black aircraft that looked like a fighter jet appeared in sight. Just as no man can refuse exoskeleton-powered armor, In addition to giant ships and cannons, fighter jets are also a man's romance. Is it too late for me to change my career to the Air Force now? When Robbie saw the Nightingale that looked like a work of art, he could not deny that he had a moment of change of heart. Afterwards, Li Yi took Robbie to visit the Nightingale and asked the Queen Bee to tell him some of the functions of the Nightingale. After learning that Nightingale could not carry weapons, Robbie's idea of falling in love with someone else completely disappeared. Nightingale is good, but if you can't shoot something out, you're not manly enough. Of course, even if he wanted to, Li Yi was reluctant to give away his own exclusive car for the time being. After all, with Nightingale around, it was much more convenient for him to go anywhere. After explaining the Nightingale to Robbie, the two of them stuffed the disassembled power armor into the Nightingale's small cabin. The large alloy machete could only be put in after being split into two parts. After finishing everything, Li Yi instructed Robbie, "You're on this mission alone. There's no one to back you up and no one to help you. If anything unexpected happens, follow the Queen Bee's instructions." Robbie nodded seriously, but he didn't feel nervous at all, only anticipation. Then, as Li Yi watched, Robbie boarded the Nightingale and quickly disappeared into the night with the necessary equipment. After watching Robbie go away, Li Yi stood on the roof, lit a cigarette, felt the night breeze, and admired the dazzling night view of Temasek for a while before returning to the operations room of the RD Center. It is called a war room, but it is actually a room converted from a conference room. There is a large screen in the room that can display current combat information in real time. In fact, this mission is not very difficult. One of the reasons why Robbie was asked to board the Nightingale and wear power armor was to conduct actual combat tests and collect data. The second is to release some information to the outside world in order to muddy the waters. Of course, there is another purpose which is not a primary purpose, which is to attract the military experts who are about to be kidnapped. If the other party could actively cooperate, he could save some trouble. Activate combat mode. Following Li Yi's command, pictures quickly appeared on the big screen. Bale Gerard, male, 45 years old. For a military industry practitioner, 45 is the prime of life and also the rising period of career. Due to well-known historical reasons, the size of the German Federation's army was limited, and its military-industrial development was also restricted. Under the premise that only heavy weapons can be developed to a limited extent, light weapons military experts like him are given important positions. Especially after the Russian Federation launched special military operations, his tasks became more arduous, and it was common for him to work overtime until late at night. After working until late at night again and simulating and verifying the latest design, Bell nodded with satisfaction. Then he put on his clothes, got in his car, and left the institute as the security guards saw him off. The August evening breeze was cool and comfortable. Bell put on a jazz song he liked in the car, opened the window, and drove slowly on the dark and silent forest path. The institute's location is relatively remote, so in order to make commuting more convenient, Bell settled his home in a small town dozens of kilometers away. Although his wife often complains that this place is not prosperous enough, Bell likes the environment here very much. When he is not busy, he can fish at the lake instead of being confined in a high-rise building in the city. As for safety, Bell never worried. This is the heartland of the German Federation, and there is a military zone nearby, so the security is very reassuring. But today, everything seems a little different. Chapter 200 Robbie's Invitation. The situation is reversed again and again. Federal Republic of Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia. Although he was not in this state when he served, Robbie is no stranger to this place. His and Leo's favorite team, the Dortmund Hornets, is located here. I remember that after he arranged for Leo to escape from prison, he sent him to the Hornets' home stadium, Signal Field, to work as a cleaner. This shows his love for the team. However, a series of events that happened later changed his fate and put him on the fast track. After taking a look down at the Signal Field from high above, it took only a few tens of seconds for Nightingale to carry him to the sky above his destination. While gazing at the small town below, Robbie felt a sense of mystery in his heart. He flew from Temasek on a Nightingale across the airspace of many countries without being detected by any air defense radar. If this is used to carry out a decapitation mission, even if the target is the head of the United States Federation, Robbie can confidently complete the mission. Then it's just a matter of waiting. Due to the time difference, it was dusk in North Rhine. No matter how confident they were, they would not be stupid enough to take action during the day. Late at night, riding on the evening breeze, Belle Gerard drove into the town. The whole world is praising the rigorous quality of the German Federation. Even in faraway China, there are sewers that have lasted for 100 years. It's really outrageous to think about it. But as a native of the Federal Republic of Germany, Bell knew that the infrastructure in many places was very poor, such as the remote town where he lived. At night, except for the street lights on two main roads, the rest is pitch black. Fortunately, Bell was very familiar with this place and found his house easily. But has Anna not rested yet? Bell parked the car in the garage and looked at the lights on in the house, a little confused. He had clearly told his wife that he would have to work overtime these few days, and she didn't need to wait for him. But after opening the door, the scene before his eyes made Bell fall into a brief state of shock. In the living room of the house, the main light was emitting warm light, and the dining table next to it was filled with delicious food. His wife Anna was sitting at the dining table with a smile on her face. But that's not the point. The point is, opposite his wife sat a tall, thin young man with bright eyes. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed more handsome than he was when he was young. For a split second, Bell felt like he might be cuckolded, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Even if the wife really cheated on him, she wouldn't bring him home so openly and wait for him to come back. Soon, Bell put down his bag and saw his wife walking towards him with a smile. She said to him, "My dear, you're back. Your friends have been waiting for you all night and are determined to have dinner with you. By the way, he also brought a generous gift," Anna said, pointing to the wine bottle on the dining table. Bell took a look and saw that it seemed to be a bottle of quite expensive red wine. But why didn't he remember knowing the young man in front of him? While Bell was trying to search his memory for information about the other party, he saw the other party also walked over, stretched out his hand, and said to him, "Dr. Gerard, my name is Robbie. I once attended your lecture at the university. It was an unforgettable memory for me." Hearing this, Bell's vigilance was immediately lowered. While shaking hands with Robbie, Bell smiled and said, "Welcome, Robbie. Just call me Bell." The three of them quickly sat down at the dining table and enjoyed dinner together, accompanied by the tannins of the precious red wine. As they communicated, Bell's wariness of Robbie became less and less. The other party was able to not only tell us the university where he taught, but also talked about the scenery in the university. Especially when it came to his own thesis, Robbie was able to speak clearly and logically, and expressed his admiration for him in his words. Maybe the other person was just an admirer of mine, and came to visit me specially after learning that I was here. Or maybe you're just passing by, and come to see me. But no matter which one it is, at least this young man named Robbie has shown good qualities and considerable financial resources. After all, that bottle of wine was really not cheap, equivalent to his monthly salary, but the taste was not as outstanding as he had imagined. After dinner, the three of them sat down on the sofa in the living room. Next, it's time to talk about business. Seeing that Robbie had not yet explained his purpose, Bell took the initiative to ask, "Robbie, I wonder why you came to see me this time?" The smile on Robbie's face faded slightly at this moment, and he replied, "The boss sent me here to invite you." "Invite me?" Bell said with a hint of surprise. "Is it an academic conference? I'm quite busy with my recent projects, so I'm afraid I don't have much time." Although Robbie did not talk about his background, Bell believed that he should be a researcher in the field of light weapons like him. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with his papers. "No." Robbie shook his head. "I'm here to invite you to join us." It turns out they were here to poach me. When Bell suddenly realized it, he felt a little proud in his heart. After all, this meant that the other party recognized his knowledge and ability. After thinking for a moment, Bell said, "Although I cannot join you, I am still very grateful for your invitation. I wonder which research institute you are from." Several names of research institutes have already appeared in Bell's mind. Although he cannot accept the invitation, he can still make some friends. Maybe they will be useful someday in the future. But Robbie shook his head again. Robbie said, "We're not a research institute, but a club. You could think of it as some kind of organization. We very much hope you can join us. The boss really appreciates you and is willing to provide you with sufficient support." "Club?" Bell showed a subtle look at this time, and his guard, which had been let down, was raised again. "Is that so? Then I'll think about it." As Bell spoke, he stood up and walked towards the sideboard. Hidden in a cabinet, there was a pistol he had made himself. This young man named Robbie already made him feel in inexplicable danger. But just as he was about to open the sideboard, a faint voice came into his ears. "Dr. Gerard, if I were you, I would never expect that little pistol to bring you a sense of security." Bell paused as soon as he stretched out his hand. It was obvious that the other party came prepared and even knew his home. Just as Bell was thinking about how to deal with the situation, he saw his wife Anna suddenly walk out of the kitchen. "So what about this, Mr. Robbie? Is it safe enough?" Anna, wearing an apron, was holding a double-barreled shotgun in her hand, pointing the muzzle at Robbie on the sofa, and made a cold sound. Seeing this, Bell immediately felt relieved. He almost forgot that his wife Anna was a retired female soldier. When it comes to skills, he is no match for her. But is the situation really just like this?